transmigrating into the infamous Uchiha clan's waste. I found myself at 17, still without the awakening of my Sharingan, a source of shame for my clan. Believing my life to be devoid of hope, the system unexpectedly issued an ultimate quest. Take a bite of the era's soft rice. I, Uchiha Haiyan, resolutely declined. Yet, in the blink of an eye, my family packaged me up and thrust me into the Senju household, becoming Tsunade's husband. Soft rice, indeed delightful. I intended to live discreetly, but troubles seemed to multiply. First, I delivered a punch to the headstrong little Uchiha Mikoto, then faced the scrutinizing gazes of the Senju clan. Until one fateful day, my legendary wife, Tsunade, returned home reeking of alcohol and boasting incredible strength. She looked at me, curled up in a corner, and raised an eyebrow. Is this the extent of my Senju family's son-in-law? I glanced at the shattered wall behind her, swallowing hard. This bowl of soft rice seems a bit tough to chew, but the system chimed again. Phase of hard consumption of soft rice activated. Chapter 1. Joining the Senju household. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get down, so I can ride you, did you hear me? If you don't comply, I'll beat you up. In a nondescript alley in Konoha village, a cute little girl with flowing blue hair, around 13 or 14 years old, stood defiantly in front of a handsome 17-year-old boy. The boy, although good-looking, wore a frown of anger, remaining silent despite the girl's incessant shouts. Seeing him unresponsive, the girl snapped, Uchiha Haiyan, have you grown a spine? Dare to ignore me? You must be asking for a beating. Get down now and let me ride you, or I won't let you off easy. Who are you? The boy replied with irritation. Though the girl was innocent and charming, her domineering attitude was excessive. Get out of my way. He pushed the girl aside and began to walk away, his mind racing with the question of how he had ended up in this unfamiliar place. You dare to shove me? Uchiha Haiyan, your time is up. The girl clenched her fists, seething with rage. Suddenly, she lunged from behind, tackling the boy to the ground and sitting on his waist, rendering him immobile. Let's see you act tough now. She kicked off her shoes and placed her delicate foot on the boy's cheek. How humiliating! A wave of disgrace surged within him. At his age, being bullied by a little girl was unacceptable. That I warn you, if you don't get up, I won't hold back. The boy's expression darkened as he spoke. Uchiha Haiyan, you've really grown bold. Do you not know your place? How dare you speak to me like that? With a haughty demeanor, the girl sat atop him, arms crossed, her tiny toes playfully teasing his face, taunting, if you truly have the ability, come at me. I want to see how this waste can retaliate. Her voice dripped with disdain. She had no faith that the boy beneath her could possibly do anything. After all, he was notorious for being useless. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he was already 17 without having awakened his Sharingan, ranking among the lowest of ninjas, unable even to defeat a child. Fine, you asked for it. The boy gritted his teeth, seizing an opportunity, and bit down on the soft foot resting on his face. The girl's foot was odorless, carrying a faint scent, and tasted slightly salty. Without hesitation, he sank his teeth into it. Ow! She cried out in pain, her face flushing red as she jumped up in surprise. You jerk! The girl glared at him, a mix of anger and embarrassment flooding her features. 2 rows of bite marks appeared on her delicate toes, accompanied by a hint of saliva. I warned you if you didn't get up, I wouldn't hold back. The boy dusted himself off, his voice icy. You jerk! I'll make you pay. The girl clenched her teeth, her face aflame with fury. With that, she swung her fist towards him. The boy was taken aback. He knew that despite her age, the girl was quite skilled. Fighting against her could end poorly. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. His eyes narrowed. Taking advantage of his greater size, he threw a punch directly at the girl's chest. The blow landed squarely, leaving her gaping in shock, her face flushed, momentarily stunned. You. Her eyes widened in disbelief at his audacity. This isn't my fault. You started it. I was forced to retaliate. After the punch, the boy felt a twinge of guilt at having struck her in such a sensitive area. Farewell. I'm leaving now, he declared, sprinting away. The girl's furious voice echoed behind him. Uchiha Haiyan, you better wait for me. I'll find someone to beat you up. Beat you until you can't find your teeth. Beat you until you call me mom. Not a chance. Not a chance. He dashed off, taking in the strangely familiar sights along the street, his memories gradually returning. Oh no, I've transmigrated into the world of Naruto? In this turbulent era of Konoha? What was I thinking? I've just provoked that devilish little girl. I'm doomed. His expression morphed into one of bewilderment. Finally, he recalled how he came to be in this predicament. In his previous life, he was an ordinary high school student on Earth. His passion for watching Naruto led him to binge watch for 3 days and nights without sleep, resulting in a fatal heart attack at home. In his final moments, he regretted not finishing the series. Then a voice resonated in his mind, offering to transport him to the world of Naruto. Initially, he thought it was a divine joke, but it turned out to be real. Seriously, heaven, couldn't you have chosen a less troublesome character for me to inhabit? Not only am I stuck in the body of a Uchiha clan waste, but now I'm forced into the Senju household as Tsunade's husband. And I just angered that little princess. I'm definitely in for it. The boy wore a look of despair. I end this life. He had become Uchiha Haiyan. The name sounds pleasant, yet he was undeniably a genuine waste. As the youngest son of the current Uchiha clan leader, he was born into privilege. Yet at 17, he remained without an awakened Sharingan, ranking as the lowest of the lowly. Genin. His name had nearly become synonymous with disgrace within the Uchiha clan. Thus, anyone from the Uchiha clan regarded him with contempt. Many delighted in humiliating him. Even the little girl, though a tad more lenient, simply enjoyed treating him like a horse. However, this little girl was not to be underestimated. She was Uchiha Mikoto. In the anime, she was Sasuke's gentle mother, but as a child, she was a spoiled princess. He had just struck that spoiled princess. It wouldn't be long before he faced the consequences. What was worse, his current identity was that of Tsunade's husband. With the war concluded and the situation unstable, many within the Uchiha clan harbored thoughts of rebellion. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, he was naturally treated as a hostage, forced into the Senju household, becoming Tsunade's husband. Chapter 2. A violent wife? What kind of beginning is this? I become a useless person, and now I'm being forced to marry Tsunade. Is there any hope for my life? Uchiha Haiyan wore a face full of despair. It was crucial to note that at this moment, Tsunade had just lost both her lover and brother, and due to the current circumstances, she was compelled to marry him. Deep down, Tsunade must loathe him. Just with that punch of hers, he wouldn't stand a chance against 10 of her. Haiyan. Suddenly, a masked ninja appeared behind Uchiha Haiyan, likely a member of the Umbu under the third Hokage. Ah, what is it? Uchiha Haiyan jumped in surprise. This guy wasn't here to assign him a mission, was he? If there were a mission, it would be no different from signing his own death warrant. The Hokage wishes to see you, the Umbu member said coldly. Dado understood. Uchiha Haiyan nodded, feeling a slight relief. In the next moment, the Umbu member vanished in a blur. How I envy that. If only I were that skilled. As a ninja, I can't even perform ninjutsu. Damn, Uchiha Haiyan sighed. He couldn't disappear in a puff of smoke. He had to obediently run to the Hokage's office. As someone who had just traversed into this world, lacking any special abilities, and with his life hanging by a thread, it was essential to visit the Hokage and foster good relationship with the third Hokage. As he approached the door, he heard loud banging noises from inside, accompanied by some sobs. Third Hokage. Why? Why must you force me to marry that useless person? You know I don't like such people. Why must you pressure me? Why? Scoundrel, scoundrel. Tsunade, clad in a light green outfit, with her light yellow hair cascading over her shoulders, had a blush on her face. One side of her face rested on the table as she gripped a sake bottle in one hand, while the other hand pounded the table fiercely. At just 20 years old, she was in the prime of her youth, with a bright future ahead. Yet, she found herself bereaved of her loved ones. Tsunade, why have you been drinking so much again? Get up and stop this ruckus. This moment, the third Hokage was still relatively young, just over 30. However, seeing his disciple Tsunade in such a state added lines of worry to his face, as if he had aged several years. I refuse. Tsunade slammed her fist on the table again, her gaze hazy yet filled with fury as she demanded. Why? I just want to know why. Why is this so unfair? The third Hokage remained silent, tidying up the disheveled table. Though he felt for Tsunade, he found himself at a loss for words to comfort her. This girl only acted out when intoxicated. Normally, she would behave for the greater good. Does Tsunade truly dislike me this much? Uchiha Haiyan, eavesdropping from outside, wore a bitter expression. It seemed that his days of ease were over. Is that you, Haiyan? The third Hokage suddenly remarked, noticing him. If you're here, come inside. Hee. Third Hokage, your senses are quite sharp. Uchiha Haiyan entered with a sycophantic smile. He stole a glance at the inebriated Tsunade, who still looked pure and lovely at this moment. Her ample bosom was particularly striking. In truth, marrying her wouldn't be such a loss. Why is that useless person here? Tsunade's expression turned icy. She would love nothing more than to punch Uchiha Haiyan into oblivion. It was I who asked him to come and get you, the third Hokage said, rubbing his temples. He looked at Uchiha Haiyan and added, Haiyan, Tsunade has had too much to drink. Please take her home. All right, I'll take her right away. Uchiha Haiyan nodded. Just as he was about to assist Tsunade, she pushed him away, coldly stating, step aside. I can walk by myself. Uchiha Haiyan felt embarrassed and turned to the third Hokage, saying, Hokage-sama, we shall take our leave now. The third Hokage nodded. Uchiha Haiyan followed the swaying Tsunade, not daring to utter a word, fearing that her foul mood might lead her to beat him up. His small frame could hardly withstand that. You, come here. Tsunade suddenly turned around, glaring at Uchiha Haiyan with a fierce look. Uchiha Haiyan instantly shivered. Me? Who else? Hurry up and come here. Tsunade coldly commanded, support me. All right. Uchiha Haiyan quickly jogged over and supported her. Tsunade's soft body leaned against him. Though she was not heavy, her impressive assets were quite substantial, and as they walked, they pressed against his chest, making it somewhat difficult for him to maintain his composure. Well, Haiyan, you little rascal, how did you end up here? Did you think that after provoking Miss Mikoto, you could find refuge here? Come over and face your fate. A few young boys from the Uchiha clan rushed over, glaring menacingly at Uchiha Haiyan. They were all followers of the little girl Mikoto, and upon hearing she had been bullied, they rushed over to take revenge. Damn, they even followed me here. Uchiha Haiyan felt a headache coming on. Traversing into the Naruto world truly was troublesome. He couldn't even deal with a bunch of kids. Just as he was preparing to steel himself and confront them, Tsunade coldly interjected. What is blocking the way? Get lost, hey. That's the hot-tempered woman from the Senju clan. This guy's just looking for a strong ally. You little brat, all you can do is rely on women. If you have the guts, come out and challenge me. The group of Uchiha boys glared at Uchiha Haiyan with disdain. With Tsunade by his side, Uchiha Haiyan suddenly felt emboldened, looking down at the boys with disdain. If you have the ability, come over. I'll take you on one-on-one. Do you dare, you? The boys glared at Uchiha Haiyan with malice. They weren't afraid of him, but they were terrified of Tsunade, the powerhouse. Do you not have ears? I said get lost. Tsunade's voice turned cold again. Haiyan, you better watch out. If you can, spend your life relying on this woman for protection. Exactly. Don't let us catch you off guard. You wait. We'll take our leave. The group of Uchiha boys gritted their teeth and retreated. Thank you, my wife. Uchiha Haiyan grinned. He hadn't expected Tsunade to be so good to him. At least she could protect him. Do not call me your wife. Upon hearing this term, Tsunade became furious again, coldly saying, hurry and take me back. All right. Uchiha Haiyan sighed inwardly, realizing that Tsunade still found him undesirable. If only he could win her affection, being a useless person wouldn't matter. At least he could survive in this chaotic world of Naruto. After all, Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was among the best in the world. As long as she was around, he wouldn't have to fear for his life. As this thought crossed his mind, a voice suddenly echoed in Uchiha Haiyan's mind. Beep! The ultimate sugar daddy system is officially activated. Chapter 3. The Sugar Daddy System. What? The ultimate sugar daddy system? Are you kidding me? You want me, a grown man, to be a gigolo? I refuse. Uchiha Haiyan exclaimed in disbelief. He was a tall and robust man, albeit a weakling. But to be a gigolo? That was too humiliating. Even if the heavens granted him a special ability, it should at least be a system for the strongest warrior. Beep. The host has rejected the system. The system will now uninstall itself. Please fend for yourself in the chaotic world of Naruto. Wait. Don't. Uchiha Haiyan exclaimed inwardly. Why are you uninstalling? Can't you switch to a different system? The system replied coldly, no. This. Uchiha Haiyan's expression darkened. Fine. If I must be a gigolo, then so be it. Living off someone else is better than being dead. Having just resurrected into this world, I certainly do not wish to report back to the King of Hell. With a determined sigh, Uchiha Haiyan reluctantly agreed. Beep. The top-tier gigolo system is loading, currently assessing host status. Host. Uchiha Haiyan, gender. Male appearance, 5, average, with 10 as the highest. Charm, 1, average is 3, maximum is 10. Ninjutsu, none. Taijutsu, poor. Other skills, none. Overall strength. 1. Weakling, with no upper limit. Bloodline limit. Uchiha clan, not activated. Upon seeing the system's evaluation, Uchiha Haiyan's face turned grim. This is utterly pathetic. Beep. Host detected as extremely weak. It is advised that the host quickly win Tsunade's affection to gain her strength and bloodline limit. What? By winning Tsunade's heart, I can also obtain her strength and bloodline limit. Wouldn't that make ascending to the top a breeze? Uchiha Haiyan's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Indeed, the stronger the affection target you acquire, the stronger you become. This gigolo system is truly delightful. Uchiha Haiyan exclaimed with excitement. Initially, he thought he would be a waste for life. Now, it seems, a turnaround is on the horizon. Wife, I'm home. Stand still, I'll open the door for you. Instantly, Uchiha Haiyan perked up, displaying even more eagerness than before. Humph! Tsunade shot a frosty glance at Uchiha Haiyan's back as he opened the door, harboring no fondness for this man. This fellow had taken advantage of her while she was drunkenly unsteady on her feet. Wife, the door is open, please come in. Uchiha Haiyan said with a smile, pulling Tsunade into the room. Tsunade's room was not particularly large, and it was rather cluttered with bottles, socks, and worn bras strewn across the sofa, bed, and floor. There were even a few dice that had fallen into a cup, unnoticed. Wow, this is quite a mess. Uchiha Haiyan was taken aback. However, he couldn't entirely blame Tsunade. After all, her loved ones had recently passed away, leaving her without the heart to tidy up. After tidying up the bed a bit, Uchiha Haiyan laid Tsunade down on it. As soon as her head hit the pillow, she began to emit soft snoring sounds. Fully clothed, shoes still on, and sprawled on the bed. The expanse of her fair skin was strikingly exposed. Tsunade is still quite voluptuous, Uchiha Haiyan observed, his nose bleeding slightly. In his previous life on Earth, he had never encountered such a magnificent figure. How did this person develop so impressively? After indulging for a while, Uchiha Haiyan gently covered Tsunade with a light blanket to prevent her from catching a chill, removing her shoes and placing her small feet on the bed. Next, he began to tidy up Tsunade's room. 2 hours later, the entire room was spotless and revitalized. Phew, I'm exhausted, but it's finally done. When Tsunade wakes up, she will surely be pleased. Uchiha Haiyan wiped away his sweat, smiling. However, turning towards the bed, he noticed that Tsunade still seemed to be sleeping soundly. Checking the time, it was nearly lunchtime. He planned to prepare a meal and then wake Tsunade to eat. Just wait until you taste the flavors of our Earth cuisine. Uchiha Haiyan's eyes shone with enthusiasm, convinced that after all his efforts, Tsunade would surely be moved. If he could truly become her husband, that would be a blessing indeed. With that thought in mind, Uchiha Haiyan began to prepare the meal. Washing rice, cooking it. He scoured the room for any remaining edible ingredients, chopping them on the cutting board, and then tossing them into the pot to sauté. Everything was familiar to Uchiha Haiyan. In his previous life, although he was a recluse, he often cooked for himself, and even some restaurant chefs couldn't match his skills. Before long, Uchiha Haiyan's meal was ready, the aroma wafting through the air, tantalizing the senses and stirring hunger. Tsunade, too, caught a whiff of the delightful scent and sat up in bed. What are you doing? Tsunade frowned slightly at Uchiha Haiyan, who was busy in the kitchen. You're awake. I just finished cooking. Come and eat. Uchiha Haiyan turned and smiled warmly. You can cook? Tsunade was slightly taken aback. Looking at the table filled with appetizing dishes, she couldn't help but swallow. Come eat. Uchiha Haiyan urged. No need, I'll just have my soldier pills. Tsunade flatly rejected Uchiha Haiyan's invitation, moving to the table to grab a small bag and munching on the soldier pills. Though these pills could stave off hunger, they were flavorless and unpleasant. Consuming them was akin to chewing on leather. As she savored the aroma of the meal while eating the tasteless soldier pills, Tsunade felt a pang of dissatisfaction. But for the sake of her dignity, she absolutely refused to take a single bite of the food prepared by this man. Are you sure you won't eat? Noticing Tsunade's struggle, Uchiha Haiyan inquired again. I won't, Tsunade declared resolutely. All right then. Uchiha Haiyan served himself a bowl of rice, enjoying it with the fragrant dishes. Tsunade, meanwhile, could only smell the aroma, occasionally glancing at Uchiha Haiyan, yet still held back. Uchiha Haiyan's current physique was too weak. He could only manage a bowl of rice before feeling full, leaving a significant amount of food on the table. Sigh, it seems like it will go to waste. I'll just toss it later. Uchiha Haiyan sighed, taking his bowl to the kitchen to clean up. Gulp! Tsunade stared at the dishes on the table, unable to resist swallowing, and glanced at Uchiha Haiyan, who was washing dishes and tidying the stove. She pondered for a moment before decisively putting down her soldier pills. This guy's food smells so good. Why has he only eaten so little? It must be fragrant, but tasteless. Tsunade thought to herself, suddenly biting her lip, rushing over to grab a piece of vegetable, and popped it in her mouth. This is... Tsunade's pupils instantly constricted. Chapter 4. The Spy of Misty Hidden Village. This is utterly delicious. Upon taking her first bite, Tsunade could not restrain herself and continued to indulge, savoring several mouthfuls. Glancing at the large bowl of rice beside her, she pondered, if I only take a little more, it should go unnoticed. After all, I've had my share of soldier pills and am already full, yet I crave just a bit more. With this thought, Tsunade eagerly grabbed the rice bowl and began to feast alongside the dishes. Having previously focused solely on drinking, she hadn't eaten anything substantial, merely nibbling on the tasteless soldier pills to appease her hunger. Now that her taste buds were ignited, she found it impossible to stop. Suddenly, a cough erupted from behind her. Alarmed, Tsunade halted her eating, her expression stiffening. The flavors had been so delightful that she had forgotten this meal was prepared by Uchiha Haiyan. In the moment of indulgence, everything else had slipped her mind. No, she must maintain composure. She could not afford to be looked down upon by this imbecile. With a loud thud, Tsunade slammed the rice bowl onto the table and turned coldly to Uchiha Haiyan, declaring, "As a ninja, do you not understand the shame of wasting food? Do you realize how many in this world have fought valiantly and even perished for a mere morsel of rice? Well then, you finish eating." Uchiha Haiyan replied with a smile. His words caught Tsunade off guard, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. After contemplating, she decided it was pointless to argue over the food. She ceased conversing with Uchiha Haiyan and continued to eat her meal. Soon, the food was devoured entirely. Rising from her seat, Tsunade coolly regarded Uchiha Haiyan, stating, "Clean this up and then leave. I am going out." "Out? Where to?" Uchiha Haiyan asked, taken aback. "These matters do not require your input, you fool," Tsunade snapped, slamming the door as she exited. This woman, why was she not so fierce while eating? Uchiha Haiyan muttered under his breath, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Nonetheless, he tidied up the room before reclining on the bed. As for leaving? Impossible. How could he abandon his role as a kept man, even if it meant being shameless? He would remain here. Besides, if he returned to the Uchiha clan, that girl Mikoto would undoubtedly come after him. It was much safer here. Before long, Uchiha Haiyan drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Tsunade walked outside, her cheeks flushed. Damn it, I embarrassed myself in front of that guy. What does he think he is? Just because he cooked a meal, I would accept him? Although his food was delightful, that is out of the question. I, Tsunade, will never acknowledge such a person as my husband. With a fierce determination, she declared, time to drink and gamble, and headed toward the tavern. Unbeknownst to her, a group of suspicious men was tailing Tsunade. That woman is Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Her medical ninjutsu is too formidable, causing significant losses to our Mist Hidden village. We must eliminate her first, otherwise, our casualties will only increase. Is that understood? The leader of the group whispered to his subordinates. Despite Tsunade's legendary battle against Hanzo the Salamander, it had also inflicted great losses on their village. Thus, they were tasked with stopping her at all costs. Understood. The others nodded, preparing to disperse and follow her. The leader added, by the way, I have one more piece of news. I heard that Tsunade has recently lost a family member, making her extremely fearful of blood. If we cannot handle her, we can exploit this weakness to attack her. Understood? Understood. They echoed again before scattering. Is anyone home? Is anyone there? Uchiha Haiyan, abruptly awakened from his dreams by a series of urgent knocks, rubbed his eyes, and opened the door. The person outside was familiar. It was the attendant from the gambling house. What do you want? Uchiha Haiyan frowned slightly. Is Tsunade in debt to you again? I tell you, I have no money to lend her. That's not it, the attendant quickly replied. Lady Tsunade is drunk and has been gambling with us. But now she is throwing a tantrum. Aren't you her husband? You need to come and check on her. What? Tsunade is drinking again? I'm on my way. Uchiha Haiyan frowned and hurried off. At that moment, Tsunade still held a bottle of liquor, thoroughly intoxicated, while shaking the dice in her other hand, shouting for more. Lady Tsunade, you are drunk. Let us escort you home. At that moment, the spies from the Mist Hidden village saw an opportunity and rushed forward. Get away. Don't touch me. I want to keep playing. Tsunade roared, forcefully throwing off those who attempted to grab her. One of the spies nearly spat blood from the impact. This Tsunade possesses an astonishing strength. The group exchanged glances, and one of them bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall before Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, you cannot behave this way. You must listen to us. Blood. Although Tsunade was intoxicated, she remained acutely sensitive to the sight of blood. It stirred memories of her loved ones, her brother, those who had helplessly perished before her eyes while she was powerless to save them. Trembling uncontrollably, she felt a wave of fear wash over her. That's better, Lady Tsunade, the spy grinned, and the group began to lead her outside. The onlookers, however, failed to sense anything amiss. After all, Tsunade was a superpower. They would never suspect that enemies from another village would dare to abduct her. As they exited the gambling house, Uchiha Haiyan arrived, smiling at the group. Sorry for the trouble. Just hand her over to me. And you need not trouble yourselves with taking her back. He mistakenly believed they were just staff from the gambling house and prepared to take Tsunade back. However, the expressions of the spies shifted, and they coldly replied, no need. Lady Tsunade is precious. She cannot be touched by outsiders. By the orders of the Hokage, we will escort Lady Tsunade home. You may leave. Leave. Uchiha Haiyan's expression darkened immediately. Chapter 5. Do not touch my woman. Are you certain that the Hokage's orders are for you to take Tsunade back, while I am to leave? Uchiha Haiyan became wary. His reputation in Konoha was considerable, despite being mocked as a loser and a kept man, a topic for idle gossip. Even the Umbu ninjas recognized him. Yet, the individuals before him seemed oblivious to his identity, insisting he depart. Do you dare defy the Hokage's orders? The spies' expressions darkened, their tones becoming more menacing, as if they were genuinely intimidating. Do you even know who I am? Uchiha Haiyan pointed to himself. In such a large village as Konoha, how would we know who you are? Move aside, you irrelevant person. The spies barked aggressively while quickly memorizing Uchiha Haiyan's face. These types of individuals typically only remembered the skilled ninjas of enemy villages and had never bothered to gather information on someone they deemed worthless like Uchiha Haiyan. Therefore, they have no idea who Uchiha Haiyan is. Humph, you lot are clearly not from the village. Someone come here. These individuals are spies. Uchiha Haiyan suddenly shouted. Anyone from the wood village would surely recognize him. His loud cry swiftly attracted the attention of the crowd, startling the spies as well. They believed their act was flawless. How could this young man see through them? However, there was no time for contemplation. The leader of the spies coldly commanded, retreat. As he spoke, he grabbed Tsunade, intending to escape. Don't you dare leave. Put my woman down. Uchiha Haiyan's reflexes were sharp, and he quickly seized the spy carrying Tsunade. Get lost. The spy retaliated with a knee strike to Uchiha Haiyan's abdomen, causing him to spit out blood. Nevertheless, he refused to loosen his grip. Let go of my woman. Uchiha Haiyan gritted his teeth. Kid, do you seek death? The spy's eyes glinted with menace. Tsunade, wake up. These scoundrels are not to be trusted. Uchiha Haiyan shouted. He suddenly realized that although Tsunade's eyes were open, they were void of life and filled with terror. Could it be that? Uchiha Haiyan recalled that Tsunade had developed a phobia of blood ever since her relatives had tragically passed away. Kill this kid and let's leave quickly. Otherwise, the ninjas will be here, one of the spies said. The spy captured by Uchiha Haiyan suddenly drew a kunai and stabbed it into Uchiha Haiyan's abdomen. Damn it! Uchiha Haiyan felt a chilling sensation in his belly, followed by an overwhelming pain that nearly rendered him powerless to let go. Yet, he still clenched his teeth and held on to the spy. What are you doing? At this moment, Tsunade reacted, trembling violently as she stared at Uchiha Haiyan in horror. This young man was risking his life. Tsunade, don't worry, I won't let these bastards take you. Uchiha Haiyan endured the pain and bit down on the spy's arm. Damn it, you're quite stubborn. The spy's expression turned cold as he repeatedly stabbed Uchiha Haiyan several times. Haiyan! Tsunade screamed. Her body trembled even more violently. The sight of the crimson before her filled her with dread. A sense of helplessness surged within her. This feeling of impending loss was terrifyingly familiar. Get away. Leave me alone. Tsunade shouted in anger, tears streaming down her face. Yelling is pointless. I haven't even become a pretty boy yet. Uchiha Haiyan felt his heart sink. If only Tsunade would quickly develop feelings for him, he would gain her abilities. He could recover even if he were stabbed multiple times. But now, in this dire situation, he had yet to succeed. It seemed he was truly on the brink of death. The system was utterly useless. Uchiha Haiyan felt a profound sense of despair. The last bit of strength he could muster was to hold the spies back, seeing Uchiha Haiyan clinging on like a leech. The leader of the spies grew irritated and said, "Take him with us. We'll dispose of him later." Understood. The spy agreed. They hastily allowed Uchiha Haiyan to cling to one of them and quickly dashed towards the exit of the Leaf Village. Despite Uchiha Haiyan's clinginess, there was no other choice but to run while striking him, hoping to dislodge him and escape. "Let go, you useless fool. What good does this do? Can you save me like this? Useless, get lost." Tsunade cried, watching Uchiha Haiyan spit blood. She was utterly drained, unable to save anyone. Only resorting to this method to urge Uchiha Haiyan to release her, hoping the medical ninjas of the leaf would save him. Uchiha Haiyan weakly smiled at Tsunade and said, "There's no way. You are my woman. Even if I can't save you, I won't let them take you. They'll have to step over my corpse first." But now, it truly seemed like that might be the case. As he spoke, Uchiha Haiyan felt his strength waning, and his eyelids began to close. "Haiyan!" Tsunade suddenly shouted. It was as if she had broken free from some shackles, her palm fiercely gripping the spy's body. "Ah!" The spy screamed as his shoulder was crushed by her grip. At that moment, a voice echoed in Uchiha Haiyan's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Progress of winning Tsunade's heart. 25. Successfully acquired part of Tsunade's abilities. Additionally, received a bonus of 200. Ding! Successfully acquired superhuman strength. Ding! Successfully acquired self-healing abilities." Boom! In an instant, a radiant green light emanated from Uchiha Haiyan's body. All his wounds visibly healed before his eyes. His eyes turned blood red, spinning with Atomo. Uchiha Haiyan coldly gazed at the spy who had just stabbed him, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Was it you who stabbed me earlier? You?" The spy was immediately stunned. Those eyes belonged to the Uchiha clan. Tsunade was equally astonished. She knew Haiyan was from the Uchiha clan, but she never expected his healing abilities to be so formidable. Could this be a hidden power of the Uchiha family? Bastard. This kid actually awakened Uchiha's abilities. So what? It's just a single Tomo. Kill him. The spies warily eyed Uchiha Haiyan. Yet, Uchiha Haiyan grinned and declared proudly, "Kill me? Do you think you are worthy?" Chapter 6. Utterly ridiculous. Kill him. The leader of the spies roared, and his figure suddenly vanished from sight. Damn, so fast. Uchiha Haiyan was momentarily stunned. These spies moved at an absurd speed. Although he had gained Tsunade's healing abilities and superhuman strength, breaking his restraints and awakening a Tomo Sharingan. These spies were elite Jonin level. Their speed was beyond what his Sharingan and physical abilities could match. Seeing Uchiha Haiyan's bewildered expression, the spies burst into laughter. "Haha, this kid is merely bluffing. He has no real skills." One of the spies suddenly exclaimed. "Who said I'm bluffing? Anyone unafraid of death? Come at me." Uchiha Haiyan's eyes widened, standing tall with an imposing presence. In this moment, he could not show fear. Otherwise, he might not only be killed, but also embarrass himself in front of his wife. Upon witnessing Uchiha Haiyan's stance, some of the spies wavered. The leader of the spies snorted coldly and said, "Don't listen to him. Kill him. Kill." One of the spies, his eyes cold, charged at Uchiha Haiyan. Kunai aimed straight at his waist. Slick. Uchiha Haiyan's expression changed as a kunai pierced deep into his body. The spy who made the assassination attempt grinned widely. "Haha. This guy is indeed just bluffing. With your skills, you think you can fight us?" "Who said that?" Uchiha Haiyan, enduring the pain in his waist, feigned indifference and said, "It's because your attack is so pathetic. I didn't bother to dodge." He coldly stared at the spy who had stabbed him and threw a punch. Boom. A deafening sound echoed as the spy was forcefully slammed into the ground, creating a large crater. The spy lay there, blood spewing from his mouth, unconscious. The wounds on Uchiha Haiyan's body rapidly healed. The other spies were taken aback. This boy was not so formidable just moments ago. "I have no desire to engage with you." Uchiha Haiyan coldly surveyed the crowd and declared, "Even if I stand here without moving, you pathetic lot could never kill me." With that, he clasped his hands behind his back, showing no intention of making a move. The audacity of this boy was astounding. How dare he look down upon them? "Let us attack together. Eliminate him." The spies, filled with rage, vanished in an instant, rushing towards Uchiha Haiyan with incredible speed. Shuriken and kunai rained down upon him. Yet Uchiha Haiyan maintained his composure, refusing to flinch or evade. It was not that he didn't wish to dodge. Rather, he found it impossible to do so. I must gain more power quickly. Otherwise, this passive defense is far too disadvantageous. Uchiha Haiyan lamented internally. Although he possessed Tsunade's healing abilities, which ensured he would not perish from these attacks, they still inflicted considerable pain. With a powerful surge, Uchiha Haiyan seized an opportunity to strike at a nearby foe. A resounding crack echoed as a spy fell lifelessly to the ground. The remaining spies became cautious. They realized it was impossible for them to kill Uchiha Haiyan, but it seemed he could end their lives with a single blow. However, they soon discerned a troubling truth. It appeared Uchiha Haiyan had not actively attacked nor employed any ninjutsu. He had merely been responding to their assaults. The lead spy's eyes flickered with understanding, and he barked. Use ninjutsu. This guy cannot utilize ninjutsu. He has never attacked us proactively, indicating he relies solely on brute strength and healing. If we maintain our distance, we can defeat him. Upon hearing this, all the spies grasped the situation. Indeed, this boy had invited them to attack, perhaps relying solely on his raw power. Exactly. Now that we've uncovered his weakness, he's doomed. The spies sneered in unison. Uchiha Haiyan felt a jolt of surprise. How could they see through him so quickly? Though panic gripped his heart, he maintained an outward calm, sneering, "Are you certain this is my weakness?" He regarded them with a knowing smile. "I simply did not wish for this game to end so swiftly, but now that you have chosen your demise, I shall not hold back." With that, Uchiha Haiyan's eyes hardened, radiating lethal intent as his Sharingan spun wildly. This sudden display shocked the spies, for they had witnessed his astonishing prowess, leaving them uncertain of what other cards he might hold. Just then, Uchiha Haiyan scooped up Tsunade from the ground, launching himself into motion like a cannonball. "Farewell. I shall no longer entertain you." He laughed heartily, clutching Tsunade as he sprinted away. In battle, his speed was not particularly nimble, but in flight, he possessed sheer explosive power. The spies, witnessing Uchiha Haiyan's escape, were taken aback and shouted in anger, "This boy is deceiving us. Pursue him. End him." Uchiha Haiyan gritted his teeth and ran for his life. Gradually, however, his complexion paled. "My chakra is running dangerously low." After just this one effort, he struggled against fatigue, pushing himself to run. If he could just delay for a little longer, the elite from Konoha would soon return. "Please, put me down. If you don't, we will both perish," Tsunade weakly implored. Although she had temporarily broken free from her fear of blood, her body had weakened significantly, making combat impossible. "No way. You are my wife, and I will not abandon you," Uchiha Haiyan insisted through gritted teeth. "I've told you countless times. I am not your wife. Our union was merely a transaction. There are no feelings between us." Tsunade clenched her jaw, tears welling in her eyes. "What of it? Feelings can be cultivated. Regardless, you are married to me now, and you are my wife. I will not relinquish you," Uchiha Haiyan asserted stubbornly. "How foolish," Tsunade gasped, her eyes reddening as she looked at him. "Do you not understand my words?" "I do not need to understand. I only wish for you to survive." Uchiha Haiyan exerted all his strength once more, pushing off the ground. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. "I've exhausted my chakra," he voiced in despair. "If only I could run just a few hundred more meters." His consciousness began to fade, but amidst the haze, he heard a voice. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Progress in winning Tsunade's heart. 35. Yahai. Yahai." Tsunade cried out as they both crashed to the ground, disregarding her injuries as she desperately called for Uchiha Haiyan, tears streaming down her face. "Now let us see how you escape." The spies closed in, their expressions malevolent as they glared at Tsunade and Uchiha Haiyan. Tsunade fixed a steely gaze upon them, summoning her strength to fight back, only to be interrupted by a voice that was slightly irreverent yet reassuring. "Is it not rather impolite to lay hands on the most beautiful woman in Konoha?" A young man with long white hair, dressed in a traditional red vest and flip-flops, appeared on a tree branch, grinning like a fool at the spies. It was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. The spies felt a chill run down their spines upon seeing him. While they might have been able to handle Tsunade due to her vulnerabilities, this man was extraordinarily powerful and favored by the great Hanzo of the Salamander. "Retreat," they exclaimed hastily. "You think you can leave after injuring our people? Isn't that a bit too late?" Jiraiya's expression shifted as he propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, reaching the spies in the blink of an eye. Their faces turned pale with fear as they attempted to retaliate, only to hear Jiraiya shout, "Ninjutsu! Toad mouth binding technique." Boom! A massive red toad's stomach materialized beneath them, engulfing the spies. "What is this? Destroy it." They were too frightened to continue fighting. Against this formidable opponent, their resistance was futile. All they could do was flee. "This is the stomach wall of the great toad from Mount Myaboku. You are far too weak to destroy it," Jiraiya chuckled, watching them. "Now, you all can stay in there for a while." As he spoke, the ground beneath them began to sink, gradually swallowing them whole, leaving only their cries behind. What has happened to him? Jiraiya emerged from the toad's belly, observing Tsunade exerting all her strength to save Uchiha Haiyan, her brow furrowed with concern. "His chakra is depleted. His chakra is gone." Tsunade trembled as she poured every ounce of her energy into healing Uchiha Haiyan, tears cascading down her cheeks. She had witnessed this scene far too many times before. She did not wish to see it again, did not want to watch another loved one depart. "You wretch! You shall not die, do you hear me? You worthless fool! Do not die! You still need to cook for me. Bring me back to life. Bring me back to life." Tsunade was utterly panicked, shouting while attempting to save him. "It's all right, Tsunade, do not fret. He is merely exhausted, without serious injuries, and can be revived. I will assist you," Jiraiya reassured her, squatting down to help. Although his medical ninjutsu was not particularly adept, he possessed some knowledge. At that moment, several Umbu and Jonin from Konoha hurriedly arrived. "Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya, are you both unharmed?" The leading Umbu, wearing a cat-faced mask, rushed forward to inquire. "What have you been doing? A spy infiltrated the village, and you arrived so late." Jiraiya's frustration was evident. Under ordinary circumstances, such a spy would never have gained entry so easily. Even if they did, the Umbu would have dealt with it promptly. Yet this time, they had delayed for so long. The Umbu replied, "I apologize, Lord Jiraiya. It was Lord Danzo who summoned all of us for a matter of great importance, which caused the delay." "What? Of all days, it had to be today when everyone was summoned?" Jiraiya's expression darkened. This situation was anything but simple. "Very well. Go collect the bodies of those spies. Perhaps we can glean some information." Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. "Understood." The Jonin and Umbu nodded and hurried to gather the corpses. As they processed the bodies, they marveled at Jiraiya's prowess. Lord Jiraiya is truly remarkable. He single-handedly dispatched these 8 elite Jonin. He is simply invincible. Otherwise, how could he be one of the legendary 3? 8. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, glancing curiously at Tsunade. "When I arrived, there were only 5. Did you eliminate the other 3? He was aware that Tsunade had developed a fear of blood since that incident. Otherwise, they would not have been able to abduct her. Tsunade was in tears, focusing intently on reviving Uchiha Haiyan, and did not respond to any questions. "I will assist you," Jiraiya sighed, continuing to work alongside Tsunade. After 10 minutes, the flicker of chakra reignited within Uchiha Haiyan's body. Slowly, he opened his eyes, but upon doing so, he was met with Tsunade's ample bosom hanging directly above him, precariously swaying. "Wow, that's enormous. I had no idea it was so substantial when not hanging down." Uchiha Haiyan exclaimed in surprise, astonished at Tsunade's figure. Hearing his voice, Tsunade jolted as if struck by lightning, and when she realized he had awakened, the pent-up emotions burst forth, and she cried out, "You idiot! You could have at least said something if you were fine. You scared me to death. You fool! You fool!" Tsunade clutched Uchiha Haiyan's head, weeping and scolding him, releasing the emotions that had been bottled up inside. Just moments ago, she feared she would lose yet another person close to her. "Ugh, I can't breathe," Uchiha Haiyan thought as Tsunade's embrace enveloped him, filling his nostrils with a sweet fragrance. He felt a bouncing sensation against his face. However, the air was alarmingly scarce, and he felt as though he might suffocate. Yet, Tsunade, too overwhelmed with joy, paid no mind and continued to hold him tightly, sobbing, "Forget it. I'll just hold my breath. After all, as a ninja, holding my breath for a while won't kill me." Uchiha Haiyan decided to cease his struggles and instead rubbed his face against her. This guy? So fragrant. So soft. After venting her emotions, Tsunade felt an unusual sensation in her chest, abruptly standing up, her beautiful eyes glaring at Uchiha Haiyan. "You fool. What are you doing?" "Huh. I didn't do anything." Uchiha Haiyan's face flushed, and he licked his lips. There's still a lingering sweetness." "You idiot." Tsunade's face turned even redder at his action. Had I known, I wouldn't have saved you. Just go back on your own. Tsunade turned on her heel in a huff. Her cheeks flushed as she stormed off. In the dappled sunlight filtering through the lush green leaves, one could faintly see glistening droplets of saliva on her chest. Chapter 8. Concern Haiyan, how is your body? Do you need me to escort you home? Jiraiya chuckled softly at Uchiha Haiyan. In his memory, he could only think of one person bold enough to act so with Tsunade. Truly a hero. Others, if they dared to provoke Tsunade, would find themselves buried 6 feet under. No need, I can manage on my own. Uchiha Haiyan grinned, propping himself up to stand. Though he felt somewhat weak, he was not gravely harmed. Your vitality is quite formidable. Despite exhausting your chakra, you managed to survive, Jiraiya observed with mild astonishment. Indeed, perhaps luck was on my side. Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow. Luck? Those 3 elite spies you defeated, was that also due to good fortune? Jiraiya scrutinized Uchiha Haiyan's eyes. You noticed that? Uchiha Haiyan was slightly surprised. Could it be that Jiraiya could discern his capabilities? If Tsunade had taken action, there would have been more than 3 corpses when I arrived. Jiraiya slowly remarked. Then please keep it a secret for me. Don't inform anyone else. Uchiha Haiyan smiled. Why? Are you so willing to be labeled as a waste? Jiraiya queried, puzzled. Uchiha Haiyan's strength, while not overwhelming, was commendable for his age. Why would he willingly accept such a derogatory title? I fear death, Uchiha Haiyan declared, slapping his backside before slipping away, unwilling to elaborate further. Fear death? Jiraiya's expression turned peculiar as he chuckled helplessly, muttering to himself, this kid is truly odd. If he doesn't wish to speak, that's fine, but to fabricate such a ridiculous excuse. If he truly feared death, he would have abandoned Tsunade long ago. Well, I suppose I shall keep his secret for now. That battle was quite painful. Until his strength improves, it would be wise to avoid fights in the future. He should focus on cooking for Tsunade at home, making the most of his opportunities, and perhaps charm her, ultimately succeeding in living off her generosity and acquiring her abilities. Uchiha Haiyan sighed as he walked. What he had just said to Jiraiya was no mere jest. Although he had gained extraordinary strength and healing abilities, dealing with enemies was still a challenge. In this chaotic world, being mistaken for a master could lead to countless assassination attempts. He decided to wait until he was more capable before revealing his true abilities. However, while he was unconscious, he seemed to have heard the system announce that he had acquired a new ability. Uchiha Haiyan contemplated as he opened the system interface. Host, Uchiha Haiyan gender, male appearance, 6, average human level, maximum of 10, charm value, 2, ordinary people have 3, maximum of 10, ninjutsu, none taijutsu, super strength other skills, cooking, beginner level, overall strength, 1, weakling, with no upper limit, bloodline limit, Uchiha clan, not fully activated. Senju clan, not fully activated, My appearance and charm values have both increased by 1 point. Cooking has now become a skill, and I have obtained the bloodline limit of the Senju clan. Could this be what I gained after losing consciousness? Uchiha Haiyan's excitement surged. No wonder my vitality is so robust. It turns out I have inherited the strengths of the Senju clan from Tsunade. However, the abilities I currently sense from the Senju lineage seem limited to merely enhanced vitality and a slightly accelerated chakra growth rate. Beyond that, I feel little else. It appears that the activation of this bloodline limit relies on my own efforts. I must find a way to fully awaken these 2 bloodlines swiftly. Uchiha Haiyan sighed. Although the Uchiha clan's bloodline within him is activated, he possesses only a single Tomo Sharingan, lacking any other abilities. The Senju bloodline grants him merely vitality and accelerated chakra growth. If both could be completely activated, perhaps the Sharingan could evolve into the Rinnegan, akin to that of the Sage of 6 Paths. Yet, that remains a distant prospect. I should return home for now, Haiyan pondered, when suddenly, a charming little girl appeared before him. The girl had a fair complexion, her expression flustered, mouth slightly agape, breathing heavily. Upon seeing Uchiha Haiyan, she exclaimed, Uchiha Haiyan? Are you all right? Weren't you stabbed by a spy? What? Concerned for me? Uchiha Haiyan chuckled at the sight of the petite girl. This little girl was none other than Uchiha Mikoto. Hearing this, Mikoto's cheeks flushed crimson, and she retorted angrily, Who is concerned about you? I'm worried that if you die, I want to have a horse to ride. All right, then I shall interpret that as concern for me, Haiyan replied with a smile. Although Mikoto often teased him, in critical moments, she still showed care. Moreover, Within the Uchiha clan, she was the only one who did so. After such a significant event, even his patriarch father had not arrived. Only Mikoto came. Upon hearing this, Mikoto's face grew even redder as she clenched her small fists and gritted her teeth. You jerk. I told you. I'm not concerned about you. I'm just afraid there won't be any horses left to ride in the future. Do you understand? What does that smile of yours mean? I truly am not concerned about you. You brat. Don't get too pleased with yourself. Once you're healed, I will deal with you. I understand. Well then, I'll take my leave. Uchiha Haiyan waved dismissively, chuckling. If you wish for my injuries to heal quickly, you could bring me some fruit from my house. You jerk. Mikoto stamped her little foot in frustration. If it weren't for this rascal's injury, she would have already mounted him. Fine. Just wait. Once you're healed, I will definitely teach you a lesson. I will not let go of that incident. Mikoto declared fiercely, her small fist clenched. All right. Do as you wish, Uchiha Haiyan replied nonchalantly, amused. If she truly harbored hatred for him, she wouldn't care whether he was injured or not. This little girl, with her contradictory nature, was indeed endearing. Were it not for his wife Tsunade, he might have considered taking Mikoto as well. Time to head back. Uchiha Haiyan strolled leisurely towards Tsunade's home. Meanwhile, a few lower-ranking boys from the ninja academy nearby were utterly astonished. What? This rascal Uchiha Haiyan actually touched my goddess Mikoto? How shameless. This scoundrel must not insult her. Who is the beloved of Fugaku-senpai? This matter must be reported to Fugaku-senpai. He ought to teach this insolent brat a lesson. Chapter 9. What are you doing, wife? Upon returning home, Uchiha Haiyan opened the door and softly called out. However, it seems Tsunade had not yet returned. The room was empty. Given the recent events, she was likely called away by the Hokage. Haiyan mused, considering the gravity of the situation with enemies and traitors infiltrating the village, aiming to capture Tsunade. As for why the Hokage had not summoned him, it was likely because he was perceived as a mere nuisance, an inexperienced ninja. Not calling him was tantamount to excluding a child from adult matters. After all, Tsunade and he were together, sharing the same experiences. Calling only the stronger one sufficed. Uchiha Haiyan did not remain idle. Noticing that it was nearly time for lunch and having just engaged in battle, he was quite hungry. He began preparing a meal once more. Washing rice, steaming it, peeling potatoes, and slicing vegetables. Everything seemed to flow more smoothly under his hands. And the aroma of the dishes intensified. Even the fragrance of the rice was somewhat tempting. Is this also a result of the system? Has cooking become a skill that allows me to excel at it? Uchiha Haiyan was somewhat surprised and promptly inquired of the system. The system replied, indeed. This little pretty boy system can transform any soft rice-eating ability into a skill. This will assist the host in winning the heart of their soft rice goal more swiftly. If the host wishes to enhance their cooking ability, they need only prepare meals daily for their target. Damn it! Uchiha Haiyan's face darkened at once. It appears this system genuinely intends for him to become a pretty boy. Powerful abilities remain elusive, yet this capability to live off others appears so easily attainable. Oh well, there's nothing wrong with being a pretty boy. Uchiha Haiyan felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, he had already acquired this system, so what else could he do? Nevertheless, his culinary skills had indeed improved significantly. The dishes he prepared were so fragrant that even he found it hard to resist. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he finished cooking, there came a sudden knock at the door. Wife, you're back. Uchiha Haiyan's eyes lit up as he hurried to the door. To his surprise, standing there was none other than the little girl Mikoto. Who is your wife? I warn you, do not call me that. Mikoto's face was flushed, filled with indignation. TCH. You want me to call you that? I wouldn't want to. Uchiha Haiyan smirked, looking at Mikoto. What brings you to my home? I was worried you might die. I brought you medicine. Mikoto declared fiercely, handing him a medicine pouch, adorned with the Uchiha clan's insignia. This item was familiar to Haiyan's memory. It was a specially crafted medical pouch from the Uchiha clan, designed specifically for their bloodline traits, enabling better recovery for injured Uchiha members. However, such items were typically reserved for the elite within the clan. Mikoto understood that Uchiha Haiyan, being of little means and lacking care from others, would likely only be able to receive basic treatment at the hospital. If she did not bring him medicine, he might truly be in peril. Thus, she came. Yet, she reminded herself, this is merely fear of not having a horse to ride in the future. You say you do not care about me, yet you brought such a precious medicine pouch. Uchiha Haiyan crossed his arms, smiling. Humph. If you think I care about you, then I suppose I do. Just make sure you are well enough after this so that you won't be crying out for mercy. Mikoto replied angrily. She also realized that she could not explain further, otherwise it would only worsen the situation. Instead, she adopted a sinister demeanor, attempting to intimidate the timid Uchiha Haiyan. However, at that moment, Uchiha Haiyan was far from frightened by Mikoto. If he could withstand an elite ninja, why would he fear this little girl? Oh, then thank you. Little sister, Uchiha Haiyan said, accepting the medicine box and ruffling Mikoto's hair. You jerk. Who is your little sister? Don't get too carried away. Mikoto's face flushed crimson with anger. She could not hold back any longer and shouted, Now, I will make you suffer. With that, she suddenly lunged at Uchiha Haiyan, using her weight to pin him to the ground. Then, she placed her little foot on his face once more. Foolish creature, do you dare to be arrogant before me? With a hint of pride, Meichin easily subdued Haiyan. Hey, I'm a patient now. Are you not afraid I might die from your actions? Uchiha Haiyan shrugged helplessly. His strength had not yet fully returned, and he had no desire to engage in a quarrel with this little girl. Humph, with my medical kit, you won't perish. If I don't teach you a lesson now, you will never know my true prowess. Meichin said, biting her tiger tooth, while firmly pressing her small form against Uchiha Haiyan's abdomen, preventing him from rising. Her small hands began to pinch and knead his face, treating him like a mere toy. If you continue like this, I might get angry. Uchiha Haiyan's expression darkened. This little girl certainly did not regard him with any respect. Angry? You, a useless being, have no right to be angry. You will forever remain beneath me. Meichin retorted fiercely, continuing to toy with Uchiha Haiyan. Then I may have to take action. Uchiha Haiyan grinned. Don't blame me. Upon seeing that familiar smile, Meichin flushed, declaring, This time, you shall not lay a finger on me. Is that so? Uchiha Haiyan suddenly straightened, using his strength to lift Meichin into the air. Meichin was taken aback. When did he gain such strength? Following this, his knee pressed directly against her soft rear. Meichin blushed, her body propelled forward, losing control. In that moment, Haiyan grasped her firmly, securing her arms while pinching her legs. Instantly, she found herself suspended in an awkward position, her bottom raised. A wave of humiliation washed over her. You scoundrel. Let me go? Meichin exclaimed, her face aflame. This position was far too degrading. Let you go? Not a chance. Uchiha Haiyan grinned. Did you not seek to humiliate me just now? Now it is my turn. No, you wouldn't dare. Meichin's face turned crimson, tears threatening to spill. Whoever backs down is a coward. Uchiha Haiyan scoffed, extending his hand menacingly. Just then, the door swung open. Tsunade stood outside, staring in disbelief at the two in their peculiar position. What are you two doing? Chapter 10. The Unexpected Delight, Sister Tsunade? Upon seeing Tsunade return, Meichin's face instantly turned bright red. She never imagined such an embarrassing scene would be witnessed by Tsunade. It was utterly mortifying. Tsunade, after all, was an idol among female ninjas. Wife, you're back. Uchiha Haiyan was startled and quickly released Meichin, smiling. It's nothing. Meichin just brought me some medicine to treat my wounds, and we were checking on my recovery. Is that so? Tsunade's expression remained peculiar. Yes, Sister Tsunade. Meichin nodded, her embarrassment palpable. Well then, here is some medicine I brought from the third Hokage. If you're still not well, you can try this. Tsunade casually tossed a packet of medicine to Haiyan. Thank you, my dear. Uchiha Haiyan grinned widely. Although Tsunade was somewhat distant with him now, bringing him medicine indicated that she still cared for him. Sister Tsunade, I'll take my leave now, Meichin said, feeling a bit guilty, eager to depart. Since you're here, let us have a meal together as a thank you for bringing the medicine. Tsunade smiled gently at Meichin. No need, Sister Tsunade. Meichin shot Uchiha Haiyan a disdainful glance. I wouldn't deign to eat the food made by this useless person. 10 minutes later, Meichin had swiftly devoured a large bowl of rice, still chewing when she handed the bowl to Uchiha Haiyan, saying, Another bowl, please. Uchiha Haiyan shot her a scornful look. Didn't you say you wouldn't eat? Humph. Sister Tsunade insisted I eat with her. It has nothing to do with you. Your cooking is utterly tasteless. Meichin retorted. Her cheeks flushed. Despite her words, the food was undeniably delicious. Even as a talented kunoichi favored by various factions, she had never tasted such exquisite dishes. TSK. Still putting on a brave face while eating faster than anyone, Uchiha Haiyan chuckled, rolling his eyes at Meichin, before taking the bowl and serving her another helping. Meichin remained silent, accepting the rice and beginning to eat heartily. Tsunade looked at her with a smile. Eat slowly. If it's not enough, I can have him prepare more. Thank you, Sister Tsunade. Meichin grinned, rice grains adorning her face. Shouldn't you thank me? I cooked it. Uchiha Haiyan chimed in. This is food provided by Sister Tsunade. Meichin declared proudly. Fine then. Uchiha Haiyan shrugged in resignation. Soon, the three of them finished every dish on the table. Meichin and Tsunade rubbed their slightly protruding bellies, satisfaction evident on their faces. Sister Tsunade, I'll take my leave now. Meichin wiped her mouth and announced. Tsunade nodded, smiling. If you wish to eat again in the future, feel free to come back. All right. Meichin cheerfully agreed, glaring fiercely at Uchiha Haiyan before departing. Uchiha Haiyan, aware of his role, began to tidy up the table. Don't clean up just yet, Tsunade suddenly said. Is something the matter? Uchiha Haiyan paused. Thank you for today, Tsunade said, her cheeks tinged with pink, feeling somewhat shy. Uchiha Haiyan beamed. What is there to be thankful for? You are my wife, after all. I can't let others take my wife away. Hearing this, Tsunade's face flushed again, but she chose not to protest his use of the term wife, tacitly accepting it. I Haven Tea informed Lord Hokage about your strength, Tsunade said, looking at Uchiha Haiyan. You usually conceal your abilities? Uchiha Haiyan smiled wryly, indicating himself. Do you think my strength needs to be hidden? I only possess a bit of retaliatory power, thanks to my bloodline. If they were to get serious, I would stand no chance. Tsunade nodded in understanding, knowing Uchiha Haiyan spoke the truth. Tomorrow, I will be going out on a mission. Please take care of yourself at home for the next few days. Tsunade added suddenly. Though her expression was cold, her concern was evident. Going out on a mission? Uchiha Haiyan's brow furrowed. That one do. My dear, Lord Hokage knows about your fear of blood. How could he assign you a mission? What if something happens? No, absolutely not. I'll go speak to the third Hokage. What on earth is he thinking? Uchiha Haiyan fumed, preparing to leave. This is a mission I intercepted myself. Tsunade's gaze locked onto Uchiha Haiyan. The mission's content involves investigating this matter. Her eyes held a mix of anger and determination. Remembering how Uchiha Haiyan had almost perished for her, her heart ached. She was resolute in uncovering the mastermind behind it all. Are you seeking revenge for me? Uchiha Haiyan paused, suddenly grasping Tsunade's intent, and grinned. You're truly wonderful, my dear. Caught off guard, Tsunade's face turned crimson, but she quickly regained her composure. Her tone icy. Stop being so self-absorbed. This has nothing to do with you, a useless being. I'm only concerned about myself. I want to find out who tried to capture me. Besides, Jiraiya will accompany me. You, a mere waste, need not worry. All right then, you may proceed. Uchiha Haiyan nodded. He understood Tsunade's stubborn nature. Once she made up her mind, he could not dissuade her. However, you must prioritize your safety, understood? Uchiha Haiyan stated earnestly, fixing his gaze on Tsunade. As I caught a glimpse of Haiyan, Tsunade unexpectedly felt a rush of warmth and a flutter in her heart, emotions stirring within her. It's none of your business, she snapped, clenching her teeth and quickly averting her gaze. How could she possibly harbor feelings for this good-for-nothing? Was it merely because he had saved her once? This scoundrel. Such a thing could never occur. Tsunade silently reminded herself as she turned to leave. Uchiha Haiyan, perplexed by Tsunade's demeanor, realized she intended to depart and decided it was best to remain at home and tidy up instead. The following morning, Tsunade had packed her belongings and stood at the village gate, ready to set off with Jiraiya. Haiyan, rest assured, we will surely uncover the true culprit behind this incident. And then you shall have your revenge, so Tsunade need not worry about you. Yesterday, she had even had a fierce argument with the third Hokage over this matter. Jiraiya, carrying a large scroll, flashed a bright smile at Uchiha Haiyan. Stop rambling. Let us hurry up. Tsunade shot him a frosty glare before feigning indifference and addressing Haiyan. You should return. We're leaving now. Take care of yourself. With that, she turned and leapt away. Goodbye. Jiraiya waved cheerfully at Haiyan, following closely behind. Now it seemed. Only I remained. Uchiha Haiyan sighed, but perhaps it was for the best. He could now contemplate how to enhance the powers of the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines. Just as he was about to depart, a voice called out from a distance. Are you Uchiha Haiyan, that worthless waste? Stop right there. The speaker was none other than Uchiha Fuyue, a tall figure regarded as somewhat talented within the clan. He had always harbored a grudge against Haiyan, constantly targeting him. Now that he had married into Tsunade's family, why did this man still seek to trouble him? What do you want? Uchiha Haiyan turned to face him. As a fellow member of the Uchiha clan, he attempted to maintain a semblance of cordiality with Fuyue. Yet, at that moment, Fuyue suddenly coughed twice. His expression dark as he approached Haiyan. "You were with Mikoto just now, weren't you?" The accusatory tone and unreasonable manner of speaking quickly irked Uchiha Haiyan. He nodded, preparing to walk away once more. However, after taking just a couple of steps, Fuyue lunged forward, blocking his path. "I say, don't be so hasty to leave. What does it mean to walk away so quickly? Are you scared?" Fear was not a sentiment Uchiha Haiyan would entertain in front of Fuyue. He chose to depart simply to avoid engaging in pointless banter with this self-important man. "You're overthinking it." "Overthinking? I just witnessed you fooling around with Mikoto. You must understand that a waste like you is entirely unworthy of her." Fuyue's words grew increasingly provocative, and despite Haiyan's typically calm demeanor, he began to feel anger rising within him. Locking his gaze on Fuyue, he hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "What do you want from me? Let us settle this in the Academy's arena. If you can defeat me, I shall no longer call you a waste, but if you lose, you must forever leave Mikoto alone." It was evident that Fuyue was seeking trouble. To outsiders, Uchiha Haiyan was merely a useless piece of trash, and they would not let such an opportunity slip by. "I don't wish to fight you. It's meaningless." Uchiha Haiyan was growing increasingly irritated. His relationship with Mikoto was already quite ordinary, and Fuyue's antics only served to tarnish their connection further. "You're just scared because you know you're worthless." Fuyue's tone was arrogant. Haiyan clenched his fists, chakra gathering in his hands. If he so desired, he could unleash it on Fuyue right then and there. Yet, he refrained. "A waste, truly a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. You're merely relying on your connection to Lady Tsunade. Ha ha ha," accompanied by a chorus of laughter. Fuyue showed no sympathy for Uchiha Haiyan. As the situation escalated, Haiyan could no longer swallow his pride. "I accept your challenge." At last, he spoke. Initially, he had no intention of making this man's defeat too humiliating, but Fuyue insisted on provoking him with his antics. "Who would have thought you'd actually agree? Very well. I shall await you at the arena tomorrow at noon. Don't be too frightened and wet your pants." Satisfied, Uchiha Fuyue swaggered away. Though Tsunade had left without revealing her true intentions to Uchiha Haiyan, the matter behind it remained far from simple. Who were those plotting against Tsunade? And what were their motives? No clear answers existed. After a long night, Uchiha Haiyan awaited Tsunade's return, but she never came. However, news of the wager he made with Uchiha Fuyue spread throughout Konoha village. After all, no one had anticipated that a clan's waste would dare challenge the most gifted member of the Uchiha family. With Fuyue's ostentatious conduct, the matter quickly became the talk of the town. At the Chunin exam arena, young ninjas from all over Konoha gathered, awaiting the two combatants on stage. What a bore. We know this match is devoid of suspense. Why are we even here? I've disliked that Uchiha Haiyan for quite some time. He.s. always trailing behind Tsunade. Lacking any real skills. A few individuals openly discussed Uchiha Haiyan, their harsh words something he had grown accustomed to. Besides, he had never intended for them to understand his perspective. On the arena stage, Uchiha Fuyue lounged lazily, a mocking smile plastered on his face as he regarded Uchiha Haiyan. "I never expected you to actually show up. Rest assured, I, Uchiha Fuyue, shall show no mercy." Uchiha Haiyan merely snorted in response. A crowd had gathered. Yet Mikoto was conspicuously absent. Although he was unsure why, this actually worked in his favor. It would prevent her from discovering his true abilities. "I won't even need to exert myself to deal with you." As the match commenced, Uchiha Fuyue charged toward Haiyan without hesitation. Being a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, his strength was formidable. He was now capable of competing with Chunin, while this lowly genin, who could scarcely hold his own, would surely not intimidate him. Haiyan remained unfazed, observing Fuyue's movements. At the moment Fuyue raised his hand to strike, Haiyan deftly countered. "Ah!" The crowd gasped in surprise. Everyone had anticipated a swift conclusion to the match. Yet they were astonished to see Haiyan catch Fuyue's fist mid-strike. "Umph, you were merely lucky." Fuyue quickly distanced himself. Despite his words, he grew cautious of Uchiha Haiyan. "Prepare yourself." Lioness barrage. Fuyue leapt into the air, aiming to deliver a powerful blow to Haiyan. Haiyan casually sidestepped, evading the attack as Fuyue's leg crashed heavily into the ground. How could this happen? Fuyue, frustrated, gritted his teeth and prepared to strike at Uchiha Haiyan once more. "You have lost your chance." Uchiha Haiyan let out a soft snort, and with the formidable strength in his hands, he sent Fuyue flying. Thud! The ground trembled intensely as everyone watched in shock, witnessing Uchiha Fuyue, who had seemed destined for victory, lying on the ground in agony. Haiyan had only exerted a third of his power with that punch, and he knew that if he had gone all out, Fuyue would likely have perished on the spot. The crowd was dumbfounded. They could hardly fathom that a so-called failure from the Uchiha clan could bring Fuyue down with a single blow. Chapter 12, Transformation. Fuyue, in a disheveled state, struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. After taking a couple of deep breaths, his fiery gaze remained fixated on Uchiha Haiyan. This is impossible. How could a worthless individual like you defeat me? He spoke with bravado, refusing to concede even in front of the gathered onlookers. His obstinate demeanor was indeed a source of irritation for Uchiha Haiyan, who had no desire to remain entangled with this man. However, Fuyue continued to press forward, showing no signs of relenting. In light of this, I shall not hold back. Uchiha Haiyan approached slowly, his expression calm, yet exuding an aura of strength. Fuyue faltered. He felt an inexplicable fear creeping over him in the presence of this man. Just as Haiyan drew near, a sudden commotion erupted outside. It was Mikoto. Unaware of the situation, she assumed that Fuyue was the one at a disadvantage, knowing he intended to challenge Haiyan due to her influence. Stop it. Just as Mikoto began to speak, Haiyan's fist did not retract. Instead, it struck Fuyue's face once more. With a gasp, Fuyue was sent hurtling back. Mikoto was left astounded, as were the others, just when she expected the one on the ground to be Uchiha Haiyan. The unfolding events left her utterly speechless. How can you fight? Later, all present were taken by Irika to the third Hokage's office, where they faced a stern reprimand. Uchiha Haiyan and Fuyue were undoubtedly the two most severely chastised. If you truly possess such abilities, then pass the Chunin exams instead of learning how to brawl here. The third Hokage sighed, though he refrained from overly scolding them, knowing that Konoha owed the Uchiha clan too much. On the way back, Uchiha Haiyan remained silent. Behind him, Fuyue was still unwilling to give up. I'll remember this grudge, Uchiha Haiyan. Just wait. I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. After delivering his threat, Fuyue departed. Mikoto, standing by the door, did not leave. She glanced at Uchiha Haiyan and gently followed him. How could you defeat Fuyue? Mikoto inquired, perplexed, pointing at Uchiha Haiyan. He remained silent, lost in thought. Don't think that I won't find a way to deal with you because of this. Tell me why you were able to overcome Fuyue. Have you been practicing in secret? Uchiha Haiyan was at a loss for words, ultimately offering a smile and attributing his victory to luck. Mikoto knew this was implausible, yet the man refused to speak, leaving her with no recourse. This is no fun at all. As she prepared to leave, memories of her previous visit to Uchiha Haiyan's home for a meal compelled her to return. She looked at him with a somewhat peculiar expression. What are you planning? Uchiha Haiyan asked, feeling uncomfortable under her gaze. Haha, the food was delightful. I truly envy Aunt Tsunade for having a man who can cook for her. After dining, Mikoto leaned back contentedly at the table. As she watched Uchiha Haiyan tidy up, she suddenly burst into laughter. At that moment, the door swung open, and both turned to see Tsunade. Unlike before, her expression was serious, as if she had something to convey. Dear, would you like me to prepare something for you? Uchiha Haiyan asked with concern. Tsunade shook her head and hurried back to her room. Their unusual behavior left both perplexed, unsure of how to initiate a conversation. What is going on? At that thought, Mikoto could not help but ask Haiyan. I'm not certain either. She mentioned a mission yesterday, yet returned the next day. It must pertain to that task, Uchiha Haiyan speculated. Mikoto, upon hearing this, decided against further disturbance. Once she departed, Uchiha Haiyan remained outside Tsunade's door. This was a place she had expressly forbidden him to enter. Although their relationship had improved considerably over the days, some boundaries were not meant to be crossed so swiftly. Just as Uchiha Haiyan pondered his next move, the door unexpectedly opened. What are you doing here? Tsunade regarded him with a seemingly warm gaze. Is something troubling you, dear? Uchiha Haiyan could not help but inquire. Tsunade hesitated for a moment before nodding. However, she had no intention of sharing the details with Uchiha Haiyan, deeming it unnecessary. Understanding her silence, he chose not to press further. I'm hungry. I caught a whiff of something delicious upon entering, Tsunade remarked. Allow me to prepare something for you. Uchiha Haiyan replied with a smile, heading off to prepare food. As he surveyed the dwindling supplies, he sighed. It's dire. Although Tsunade hailed from a prestigious family, her gambling habit had nearly depleted their savings. If this continues, we may very well starve. After utilizing the last of their remaining provisions to prepare dinner, Uchiha Haiyan sat across from Tsunade, hesitating before speaking. Dear, I wish to undertake a mission to earn some money. Tsunade set down her meal, looking at him incredulously. Are you serious? Uchiha Haiyan nodded. The situation at home is not optimistic. If this continues, we may face starvation. Upon hearing this, Tsunade suddenly burst into laughter and produced a handful of coins. Fear not. In a few days, I shall win back this money at the casino. Uchiha Haiyan was not unwilling to give her a chance, but Tsunade had an unfortunate track record of losses, making reliance on her a considerable risk. After their meal, Tsunade disappeared somewhere, allowing Uchiha Haiyan to seize the opportunity to visit the third Hokage's office. To his surprise, Mikoto had arrived there ahead of him. Uncertain of the reason, he lingered at the edge of the doorway, observing the scene. Moments later, Mikoto emerged and made a face at Uchiha Haiyan. Chapter 13. Undertaking a mission. Uchiha Haiyan took a deep breath and stepped into the third Hokage's office. The third Hokage bore a complex expression, although he remained silent. Something felt amiss. Haiyan, is there something you wish to discuss? The third Hokage glanced at Uchiha Haiyan as he spoke. Lord Hokage, I wish to undertake a mission, Uchiha Haiyan declared suddenly. The third Hokage, who had been smoking, nearly dropped his pipe in surprise. Are you certain? This message is indeed astonishing for the third Hokage. I am determined, Hokage-sama. I wish to earn money, Uchiha Haiyan stated with unwavering resolve. A hint of perplexity appeared on the third's face. And after a few seconds of silence, he continued, Haiyan, it is not that I disagree, but currently, the tasks available in the village come with certain rank requirements. Moments ago, Mikoto had come to me with a similar request, and I had to decline her as well. This outcome was anticipated by Uchiha Haiyan. Yet he was in dire need of funds. Otherwise, such thoughts would not have crossed his mind. Naturally, he could not disclose to the third Hokage that he had previously defeated a Jonin. Hokage-sama, I genuinely hope to undertake a suitable mission, otherwise survival may become a significant issue, Uchiha Haiyan lamented. The third understood, as Tsunade's extravagant lifestyle and her pronounced gambling addiction often led to financial strain. How about this? See if there are any odd jobs available in the village. Doing some menial work could help sustain you for the time being. The third suggested after taking a deep breath. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Haiyan's expression reflected a degree of discomfort. He was at a loss for words, feeling awkward about the situation. Hokage-sama, if Uchiha Haiyan and Mikoto were to team up, I believe there is a mission they could attempt, interjected Shizun, who stood by the third Hokage's side. The third furrowed his brow, looking at Shizun with confusion. What mission? Shizun stepped forward and whispered a few words into the third's ear. Uchiha Haiyan remained in place, eagerly awaiting news of his potential task. Is it really feasible? The third's face still bore signs of hesitation. Hokage-sama, it should be fine. This mission carries minimal risk, and besides, Uchiha Haiyan is eager to give it a try. It presents an excellent opportunity, Shizun replied with a smile. After much contemplation, the third ultimately nodded in agreement. Haiyan, I can approve this mission for you, but it must be with Mikoto's consent. Additionally, you will need to find someone to accompany you, as I cannot rest easy otherwise, the third proposed. Hokage-sama, I can. Mikoto's cheerful voice chimed in as she peeked from behind the office door, her face beaming with joy. It turned out she had never actually left. The third, seeing this, had no choice but to acquiesce. The mission is as follows. A merchant from a neighboring country needs to traverse the marshlands to transport his goods back home. He is willing to pay 50 Ryo in gold to arrange a group to protect him during the journey, the third explained. This task seemed straightforward, yet it was not without its challenges. The marshlands were desolate, teeming with wild beasts, making it quite difficult for ordinary individuals to pass through. Escorting goods through that area was an appropriate challenge for them. As this is your first mission, I will provide you with a scroll once you find companions willing to join you. However, if you cannot find anyone, I cannot permit the two of you to participate. The third spoke with a firm tone. After hearing this, Uchiha Haiyan took a deep breath, not wishing to dwell on it further. Understood, we will find companions promptly. Mikoto interjected, pulling Uchiha Haiyan toward the exit. However, once outside, Uchiha Haiyan's expression was less than cheerful. This matter is not as simple as it seems. I suspect there may be complications. I am unsure how to proceed, Uchiha Haiyan continued, his face displaying a sense of helplessness. Mikoto, aware of his apprehensions, resolved to explore opportunities that might provide him with sufficient reassurance. Yet, everything was evidently more complex than it appeared. She had contemplated potential problems from the outset. I understand your concerns. Those individuals are indeed friends of Fuyue, and attempting to harm him will not be as easy as it seems. However, we still have a chance to find others. Though she did not fully comprehend the reasons, Uchiha Haiyan's countenance darkened upon hearing this. Come, I will introduce you to someone you surely know. Mikoto's words were casual, yet Uchiha Haiyan felt a twinge of anxiety. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke again. Who is this person? You will find out when you get there. The Hyuga clan, she replied. At the entrance, Hinata Hyuga was casually reading a book, accompanied by her younger sister, Hanabi. Brother, is your training not yet finished? Hinata set her book down and approached her elder brother, Niji. Get away. Niji's expression was one of annoyance as he paced back and forth. For him, mastering the gentle fist technique was still a work in progress. Just then, Mikoto and Uchiha Haiyan arrived at the scene. It's you two? Niji remarked coldly. Uchiha Haiyan's expression mirrored his discomfort. He had not anticipated that the friend Mikoto referred to would be this individual. Niji was notoriously arrogant, especially in front of Uchiha Haiyan, where he felt superior. Niji, we came primarily to invite you on a mission. I wonder if you would be interested, Mikoto said with a smile. Niji frowned and relaxed his stance. Sorry, but I'm not interested, he replied dismissively, causing an awkward silence to descend upon Mikoto. Uchiha Haiyan glanced at Hinata, who shyly turned her face away. Just as he contemplated leaving to seek out others, Mikoto continued to hold on to him. It seemed this woman was remarkably confident. Niji, how about we have a private chat? Mikoto suddenly suggested with a smile. This expression made Uchiha Haiyan feel uneasy, though he could not quite articulate why. I don't think that's necessary. Aren't you Uchiha folks always convinced of your superiority? Especially that arrogant Uchiha Fuyue, Niji responded, dripping with sarcasm. Clearly, Niji believed he was the most talented in the Hyuga clan's eyes. Uchiha Haiyan was no fool. He grasped the underlying mockery in her tone. After taking a deep breath, he retorted, Niji, are you perhaps overestimating yourself? It was evident that as Uchiha Haiyan spoke those words, he noticed a flicker of tension on Niji's face. What do you mean by that? Niji turned to face Uchiha Haiyan. From your tone, it seems you assume the Uchiha clan is no match for your Hyuga clan. Uchiha Haiyan boldly expressed his thoughts. Niji suddenly laughed, looking at Uchiha Haiyan. Isn't that the case? The so-called most talented Uchiha Fuyue cannot even defeat you. Niji's self-assured tone made Mikoto feel quite uncomfortable, yet bringing Haiyan here was her decision. At that moment, Mikoto wanted to leave, but Uchiha Haiyan remained resolute. Stop with the talk. If you are capable, let us settle this with a fight. Uchiha Haiyan declared coldly. What? This guy is actually proposing a fight. Mikoto was perplexed as to how he managed to triumph over Fuyue. Nonetheless, Niji's prowess was undoubtedly extraordinary. The prospect of Uchiha Haiyan confronting him seemed almost hopeless. Have you lost your mind? Mikoto reprimanded as she grasped Uchiha Haiyan's hand. However, at that moment, Uchiha Haiyan gently pushed her away, his gaze still fixed on Niji. How intriguing, truly fascinating. I have yet to hear of such a preposterous request. Nevertheless, if you insist on proceeding, I shall not hold back. Niji's cold stare bore into Uchiha Haiyan. Let me clarify the rules. Should you lose, you must acquiesce to our request. Of course, if I am defeated, I will comply with any demand you make. Uchiha Haiyan responded with remarkable composure. Niji nodded. So, you will agree to any request? Indeed, came the unwavering reply. Very well. If you lose this match, you must acknowledge that the Uchiha clan is worthless. This wager was monumental for Mikoto, who was deeply concerned that this would lead to further disdain from the Hyuga clan towards Uchiha Haiyan. With that thought, she gently approached him, tugging at his clothing in an attempt to leave. Mikoto, are you planning to depart? To declare your intention to leave after the rules have been established seems rather excessive. Niji's voice dripped with mockery as he spoke. Mikoto found herself at a loss, standing there dumbfounded, her gaze fixed on Uchiha Haiyan. Very well, I accept your terms. Uchiha Haiyan conceded. The two swiftly moved apart, and fortunately, no one noticed the exchange except for two girls from the Hyuga clan and Mikoto. Uchiha Haiyan remained still, observing Niji's movements with a calm demeanor. Stop pretending. I will not grant you any opportunities. Niji declared, suddenly advancing with remarkable speed, channeling his chakra towards Uchiha Haiyan. It was undeniable that Niji Hyuga's strength was formidable. As he approached, a powerful aura emanated from his palm, leaving Uchiha Haiyan with little time to react. However, to Niji's surprise, Uchiha Haiyan seized his body at a critical moment. With great strength, Uchiha Haiyan made it difficult for Niji to struggle free. 8 trigrams palm. Niji unleashed a powerful strike aimed at Haiyan's chest with his other hand. Fortunately, at that crucial moment, Haiyan evaded the blow, allowing Niji a chance to retreat. Mikoto was astounded by the ferocity of their clash. What a troublesome adversary. Niji realized that this man was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haiyan had already gathered a portion of chakra, his sharp gaze fixed intently on Niji. With only Tsunade's brute strength at his disposal, he found it challenging to succeed against such a nimble opponent. "Prepare to face me," Niji announced, once again closing in on Uchiha Haiyan with remarkable speed. This time, his movements were so swift that Uchiha Haiyan nearly lacked the opportunity to evade. Perhaps it was a deliberate feint by the woman, for Niji suddenly found Uchiha Haiyan behind him. As Haiyan prepared to strike, Niji smirked and swiftly turned around. Heavenly spin. Niji harnessed a portion of chakra, rapidly creating a formidable barrier. Uchiha Haiyan was unable to withstand the force of the barrier and was sent flying across the ground. "You have lost." Seizing the moment while Uchiha Haiyan was airborne, Niji appeared behind him, restraining 2 of his chakra points and delivering a powerful strike to his back. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Within Niji's formation, Uchiha Haiyan was trapped, unable to escape as Niji unleashed the 64 strikes, each landing upon his injuries. "Haiyan!" Makoto cried out anxiously. Although Uchiha Haiyan might lose, she could not bear the thought of him being severely injured due to a lapse in judgment. In a daze, Uchiha Haiyan heard a voice echoing in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have upgraded your little white face system. Uchiha Makoto's affection level has reached 20%, unlocking the Great Fireball technique." As the system notification faded, Uchiha Haiyan crashed heavily to the ground. Niji sighed in relief. "What a futile battle," he remarked, his face adorned with derision. Yet, the subsequent events left him speechless. Chapter 15. The trio teams up. Uchiha Haiyan lay on the ground, slowly writhing and eventually rising to his feet. How is this possible? Niji thought, astonished. He had utilized his full power with the 64 palms, and typically, someone of Uchiha Haiyan's caliber should not recover so swiftly. Yet, what was unfolding before him was beyond comprehension. "It hurts. I truly feel as if I'm dying," Uchiha Haiyan murmured as he stood, stretching his body. Tsunade's remarkable healing abilities had proven invaluable to him, and it was precisely this circumstance that had led to his current state. "Damn it, you are insufferable," Niji thought. Though he remained unscathed, panic began to unsettle him. He furrowed his brow, tightening his fists before charging forward. Uchiha Haiyan effortlessly blocked him, halting Niji in his tracks. 8 trigrams. Niji intended to strike again, but his body began to falter. "This is my best opportunity." Uchiha Haiyan concentrated a portion of chakra and unleashed the technique he had recently mastered. Great Fireball technique. A powerful flame erupted, sending Niji crashing to the ground in disarray. Uchiha Haiyan refrained from delivering a heavy blow. His objective was merely to defeat this woman. "I concede," Niji said, clutching his chest as he leaned against the wall. Mikoto finally exhaled in relief. However, she found herself inexplicably saddened when Uchiha Haiyan lay motionless on the ground. She couldn't quite articulate the feeling, but it felt as though something significant had transpired. "Are you all right?" Uchiha Haiyan approached her slowly, extending his hand. Niji's face flushed slightly, realizing the disrespect he had shown her earlier. Nevertheless, he hesitated no longer, grasping Uchiha Haiyan's hand to rise. "I apologize for my earlier behavior. It's fine. My victory was merely a stroke of luck." "Your heavenly spin and 8 trigrams are truly impressive," Uchiha Haiyan replied. Hearing this, Niji scratched the back of his head. "So, about our wager, does it still stand?" Mikoto inquired softly. Niji felt a bit awkward but ultimately agreed. "Wait here. I shall change my attire and then join you to meet Lord Hokage." As Niji departed, Uchiha Haiyan glanced at Hinata Hyuga nearby. The girl still struggled to conceal her shyness before promptly turning to leave. Subsequently, the trio made their way to the office of the 3rd Hokage. Unanticipatedly, "You all have recovered so swiftly. However, with Niji and Mikoto alongside, I can rest assured. The third Hokage nodded, promptly handing a scroll to Uchiha Haiyan. What is this? Lord Hokage? Uchiha Haiyan inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. This is a distress signal. Should you encounter any peril, use it promptly. Once I receive the signal, I will dispatch assistance immediately. The third Hokage coughed lightly. Although Uchiha Haiyan felt somewhat uneasy about this arrangement, he recognized it as the third Hokage's goodwill and thus saw no possibility of declining. Understood, he replied with a nod. Very well, you shall proceed to meet Shizune. She will outline the specifics of your mission. The third Hokage set down his pipe. Subsequently, Uchiha Haiyan and his companions followed Shizune toward the village entrance. Along the way, some of Fuyue's men noticed Uchiha Haiyan and Mikoto. What on earth is Haiyan doing? Why is he with Sister Shizune? They murmured among themselves. But no one offered a definitive answer. We should inform the boss. He'll know how to handle it, one suggested before they vanished. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haiyan and his companions arrived at the village entrance with Shizune. There, a cart awaited them, manned by a seemingly amiable middle-aged man. This individual appeared quite ordinary. Likely the merchant the third Hokage had mentioned. Ah, are these the three young brothers? The merchant inquired, somewhat surprised as he scrutinized Uchiha Haiyan and the others. Mr. Mark, they are all excellent juniors and will safeguard your goods, Shizune replied with a smile. Very well, it's not a difficult task, so I appreciate your help. If it's convenient. Shall we depart now? Uchiha Haiyan and his companions had no objections. An early departure would ensure they reached their destination sooner. Thus, the three boarded the cart. Though Uchiha Haiyan and his comrades could run faster using ninjutsu, Mark, being an ordinary man, remained seated in the cart. Once they left the village, Mark began to engage them in casual conversation. Training in your ninja village must be quite arduous, right? It's manageable. Being a ninja requires such resolve. Mikoto explained with a smile. For some reason, Uchiha Haiyan felt an odd sense of discomfort, though he couldn't pinpoint its origin. If I had the chance, I would love to become a ninja like you, Mark said, chuckling amiably. I'm merely an ordinary merchant, driving a cart between various countries for trade. But no matter where I go, I worry about encountering danger, so I need protection from the locals each time. As Mark spoke, they entered a swampy area. It wasn't as tranquil as it appeared. A sense of something unusual lingered in the air. Something's amiss, Niji suddenly exclaimed from his seat. Uchiha Haiyan and Mikoto quickly confirmed his observation. Really? Mark exclaimed, turning to face the front. Indeed, moments later, several bandits armed with knives emerged from the nearby forest. Ha! What luck! Such a large cart, surely filled with treasures. The lead bandit laughed, slowly raising his knife and approaching the cart. The vehicle came to an abrupt halt. While Mark sat frozen, unsure of what to do. Do not worry, Mr. Mark, Mikoto reassured him with a smile as she stepped out of the cart. There are actually people here, the bandit remarked, caught off guard but quickly relaxing his guard upon seeing a young woman. You're a charming girl. You seem quite capable. The bandits leered, their expressions lewd before Uchiha Haiyan. I advise you to leave at once. Otherwise, I shall not hold back, Mikoto stated, her demeanor serious. Be cautious. They are notorious bandits around here, though I do not understand why they are present, Mark spoke anxiously. However, to Mikoto, these individuals were merely insignificant nuisances. You truly do not know who the Uchiha clan of Konoha is, she declared, stepping closer to the bandits. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haiyan maintained a stern expression, aware that the bandits' movements seemed deliberate. Although he was uncertain of the full situation, he remained vigilant. Niji had been silent, observing the bandits from his position. Enough. We have no time to waste with your antics, the bandit growled, suddenly brandishing his knife and lunging toward Mikoto. She swiftly sidestepped the attack and, capitalizing on the moment when the bandits were momentarily stunned, delivered a powerful kick to one of their chests. The bandit, unable to withstand the blow, fell to the ground, grimacing as he struggled to rise. Remarkable, how dare you strike us? The remaining bandits, now emboldened, shouted as they brandished their knives and rushed toward Mikoto. Foolish brutes. Prepare to witness the might of the Uchiha clan, she declared, leaping into action and driving her kunai into the midst of the bandits. The bandits, lacking agility, were entirely outmatched by Mikoto's prowess. Observing this, a slight smile graced Mikoto's face as she continued to assess the situation. If you know what is good for you, I suggest you leave immediately. Otherwise, I shall not show mercy. Her words instilled fear in the bandits, who huddled together, uncertain of how to proceed. How infuriating. A few mere children think they can confront us. One bandit spat, though they understood that these ninjas from Konoha were not easily dealt with. Brother, let's retreat for now. We'll have our chance to deal with them later, one bandit suggested. And just like that, they vanished. Phew, that was a close call. Mikoto remarked as she returned to the cart, appearing to have relished the encounter. Niji scanned the surroundings, his expression uneasy. Haiyan, I can't shake the feeling that something is off. It seems there's chakra expanding around us, but I can't pinpoint its source. Meanwhile, Mark continued to guide the cart, appearing quite affable. I truly appreciate your help. I never expected to encounter bandits here. As twilight descended, strange bird calls echoed ominously from the woods, creating an unsettling atmosphere. It's getting late. The cart must be weary. Let us set up camp here for the night, Mark suggested. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Haiyan readily agreed. This area is a primeval forest, thus it is quite likely that wild beasts may appear. While Mark was explaining this, he was also tending to the fire. Meichin smiled and engaged in pleasant conversation with him. Niji, like Uchiha Haiyan, appeared quite concerned, constantly observing their surroundings. The entire night passed, and if there were indeed any issues, they would have likely arisen by now, Uchiha Haiyan reassured. Their mission was to protect Mr. Mark, and caution was paramount. Niji spoke with a tone of prudence. Suddenly, the wind picked up, rustling the leaves around them. Niji froze in place, scanning his surroundings. There's movement, he exclaimed. Uchiha Haiyan also grew alert. Niji was not one to jest, especially not at such a moment. The wind intensified, resembling the sound of footsteps approaching them. Be careful, Niji shouted, swiftly pushing Uchiha Haiyan aside. At that instant, a leaf swiftly passed through Haiyan's body and fell to the ground. Uchiha Haiyan understood that being grazed by that leaf would yield dire consequences. Step back, that's an explosive tag, Niji warned, prompting Uchiha Haiyan to retreat hastily. Indeed, as the leaf hit the ground, a faint explosion ensued. Meichin and Mark also became vigilant. Simultaneously, a series of footsteps echoed around them. Moments later, several ninjas appeared before them, clad in black attire, their identities shrouded in mystery. Uchiha Haiyan scrutinized them and inquired, "Who are you?" "That is not for you to know, as you shall soon perish here." Upon uttering these words, the ninjas advanced without hesitation toward the fore. Reversal Sky. Niji utilized his chakra defensively, repelling several ninjas, while the immensely strong Uchiha Haiyan unleashed his fists, sending the assailants flying. These ninjas were not particularly formidable, likely at the level of genin. After 2 exchanges, most of them lay defeated on the ground. They attempted to create distance, realizing that striking back would not be so simple. However, despite having gained some advantage, Uchiha Haiyan did not feel victorious. These adversaries were exceedingly peculiar, their actions seemingly preordained. At that moment, Niji remarked, Chapter 17, Strategy. Uchiha Haiyan had already sensed this. If Niji's Byakugan allowed him to discern the issues at hand, Uchiha Haiyan relied on keen observation of the circumstances before him. Let us not delay any longer. We must eliminate these foes now. A voice emerged from the remaining ninjas, who, previously retreating, approached Uchiha Haiyan and his companions once more. Unlike before, this time the ninjas seemed to have accelerated, and upon reaching Uchiha Haiyan, 2 attempted to block him. One grasped Uchiha Haiyan's leg, preparing to attack, but he exhibited no fear and used his chakra to strike down upon his assailant. Merely this maneuver caused the adversary to collapse under the pressure. It seems it's not much, Uchiha Haiyan scoffed lightly, only to find that the ninja behind him had plunged a kunai into his own body. With intense pain coursing through him, Uchiha Haiyan felt an indescribable agony throughout his body, kneeling down, utterly fatigued. It turned out that the kunai was poisoned. Haiyan, are you alright? Niji sought to intervene, but several ninjas obstructed his movement. Uchiha Haiyan, crouched on the ground, wore a pale expression, his body leaning back. Take him down now, commanded the ninja, directing the others. As they neared Uchiha Haiyan, he snorted coldly and struck out, using his immense strength to send the 2 approaching ninjas crashing to the ground. Indeed, I was deceived, Uchiha Haiyan uttered softly, continuing to watch them intently. The ninjas sprawled on the ground soon lost consciousness. At this point, Meichin and Niji had also dispatched their respective opponents. Now, aside from the one who had issued orders, no one else remained. Capture him. Let us see what he intends to do, Niji suggested. With no cards left to play, the ninja had no choice but to attack Niji and the others. 8 trigrams palm. Niji focused his chakra and prepared to strike the ninja's chest. To his astonishment, the ninja perished instantly. Uchiha Haiyan was taken aback, stating, "He is already dead, yet I have not even made a move." Niji explained, concerned that Uchiha Haiyan might blame him for the outcome. Meanwhile, Meichin displayed a look of surprise. "How did it come to this?" she questioned, puzzled. Uchiha Haiyan, unperturbed, stepped forward, only to discover that the ninjas had transformed into a cloud of smoke. "Wait, why is this happening?" he speculated. Realizing that their adversary was likely a skilled individual, Meichin remained silent, her gaze revealing her intrigue. Mark, being a merchant, was oblivious to the unfolding events. "What is happening? Have those bandits returned?" he inquired. Uchiha Haiyan shook his head. "If I am not mistaken, those bandits are preparing to strike us. They have delayed for so long, perhaps intentionally leaving clues to lead these ninjas to us." The remaining 2 concurred with Uchiha Haiyan's assessment. There was surely another expert behind this incident, and they had to exercise caution. According to their itinerary, they were not far from the marshlands. After resting for the night, the group set off again. Though they were still uncertain about the previous night's events, the situation remained grave. "Ahead lies the marshlands," Meichin announced. Niji nodded in agreement, his expression indicating that he was still troubled. The marshlands were not as easily traversable as they appeared. Due to the terrain, one could easily stumble into the swamp. For ninjas, this posed little issue, but for Mark, the merchant, and his cart, it was perilous. "What should we do now?" Niji turned to Uchiha Haiyan for guidance. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Haiyan replied, "Not all areas of the marshlands are swamps. We can have someone lead the way while the cart follows behind. In this manner, there should be no issues arising. This method appears quite commendable." "Very well, allow me to lead the way," Mikoto suddenly proposed. As a woman, she naturally possesses a heightened sensitivity towards such matters. Thus her guidance would likely ensure a safer passage. Neither Niji nor Uchiha Haiyan voiced any objections. "It would be a burden on Mikoto," Mark remarked from the side. Mikoto nodded and took the lead. With her at the forefront, although the carriage progressed slowly, it remained relatively secure. Uchiha Haiyan and Niji positioned themselves at the front and rear of the carriage, respectively, to prevent any unexpected assaults. They had not forgotten the events of the previous night and knew they must remain vigilant against sudden dangers. Furthermore, their current location was quite perilous. Although the nature of potential threats was uncertain, it inevitably stirred a complex mix of emotions. After hesitating for a few moments, Mikoto suddenly came to a halt. "What is wrong?" Niji inquired. At that moment, the ground beneath them began to sink dramatically. Mark and the carriage beside him were caught off guard, watching as the vehicle began to descend into the abyss. Mere seconds later, they all found themselves plunged into what appeared to be a vast pit. "This is disastrous. Escaping will not be an easy feat." As she uttered these words, Mikoto grew increasingly anxious. Niji and Uchiha Haiyan were at a loss regarding their next course of action. The most unfortunate were undoubtedly Mark and his carriage. Chapter 18. The unexpected. The 2 were utterly defenseless, helplessly following their carriage into the depths. Yet, at this critical juncture, a group of ninjas emerged. They still concealed their true identities, opting to maintain an air of mystery. "At last, we've found you," one of them declared, as they began to brandish their blades, inching closer to the swamp before them. Niji and Uchiha Haiyan swiftly leaped from the marsh, confronting the reappearing adversaries. "I never anticipated you would show yourselves again," Uchiha Haiyan remarked. The assailants remained silent, their intentions clear: to eliminate Mark and his carriage. "You shall not succeed this time," Niji exclaimed, activating his Byakugan. With the power of his Byakugan, Niji had become formidable, capable of discerning every flaw in his opponents. It was precisely under these conditions that the adversaries refrained from speaking. Seconds later, Niji dispatched them all with ease. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Mikoto, who had previously been untroubled, found herself in peril due to Mark's deteriorating condition. "This is dire. I cannot fathom what might transpire if this continues," Mikoto exclaimed, desperately grasping Mark, who was on the brink of collapse. If their first mission were to fail, it would truly be catastrophic. Mikoto exerted herself fully, determined not to yield, pulling vigorously at Mark, who was in a precarious state. Finally, she found an opportunity to hoist him up once more. However, at that very moment, an explosive tag flew in from an unknown direction and detonated. Boom! The resounding explosion altered their surroundings dramatically. Mikoto stood dazed, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. How could this happen? She murmured, her gaze fixed on the barren expanse around her. Niji and Uchiha Haiyan stood in stunned silence. They had not anticipated that their inaugural mission would culminate in failure. Mikoto's face was etched with disappointment. For this setback was not merely a failure of the mission, but the loss of the innocent Mark. Just as despair enveloped them, Mark suddenly reappeared. His expression calm yet tinged with a hint of satisfaction, a stark contrast to the other's dismay. Thank goodness, Mr. Mark. I thought you were in trouble. Mikoto exhaled in relief. But as she moved closer, she found herself inexplicably immobilized. What is happening? She stammered, bewildered. It is quite unfortunate. I did not foresee events unfolding in this manner. However, I must inform you that the situation is far more complex than it appears, Mark replied. Mikoto regarded him with confusion. You are the true mastermind behind this operation, aren't you? Uchiha Haiyan interjected. Mark chuckled softly, then fixed his gaze on Uchiha Haiyan. And what if you know? You have no opportunity left. Uchiha Haiyan remained silent. You are all ensnared within my barrier. Escaping is nearly impossible. Mark advanced slowly towards Niji and Uchiha Haiyan. Niji inhaled deeply. Why is it that even with my Byakugan activated, I cannot discern your vulnerabilities? Mark nodded, though his expression bore no trace of pride. I deliberately feigned weakness. For only in this way could I deceive you. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is indeed formidable, but it does not grant omniscience. Meanwhile, Mikoto grew anxious. Why? As the client, would you suddenly act in this manner? His true aim is us, Uchiha Haiyan anticipated, voicing his thoughts. Disguising himself as a merchant. He merely seeks to extract information from us, the unseasoned students of Konoha. Mark nodded in agreement. You are correct, but it is too late. You shall soon be taken away, and once I seize an opportunity, I will uncover all secrets pertaining to Konoha. At that point, dealing with the village will present no challenges. These words ignited fury in Niji and Mikoto, yet Uchiha Haiyan maintained his composure. Are you not concerned about your own demise? Mark inquired, turning to Uchiha Haiyan. Uchiha Haiyan merely smirked. Do you truly believe we are so naive? From the outset, I suspected you were not an ordinary merchant. You encountered us for the first time, yet remained unfazed when confronted by bandits, suggesting a confidence in our capabilities. Furthermore, the ninja's deliberate attack last night indicates that if you were their true target, you would not have chosen the moment when we were most vigilant to strike. Uchiha Haiyan had already contemplated the possibility of such a scenario. His silence stemmed from uncertainty rather than ignorance. Given the current circumstances, the outcome seemed all too clear. What of it? Do you truly believe you stand a chance against me, Mark? 3 mere apprentice ninjas. Do you truly think I would fear them? Mark's expression darkened as he swiftly closed the distance between himself and Uchiha Haiyan. When he hurled the kunai at Uchiha Haiyan, the latter effortlessly evaded it. You can still move? Mark seemed somewhat surprised. However, he felt no fear, for he believed that Uchiha Haiyan alone posed no threat to him. After all, he was merely a pretender putting on a show. With that thought, Mark dashed towards Uchiha Haiyan without hesitation. Chapter 19, Shadow Clone Technique. Uchiha Haiyan did not anticipate Mark's remarkable speed, which far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Ninjas typically fall into 2 categories, those with special abilities and those skilled in physical techniques. Among the former, the 3rd Hokage stands as a prime example, while the latter is represented by Guy, the Leaf Hurricane. Mark's abilities were not particularly formidable, yet he ranked among the elite. Prepare yourself, foolish one, Mark exclaimed as he suddenly kicked towards the unprepared Uchiha Haiyan. Yet, Uchiha Haiyan managed to dodge once more. The barrier did not ensnare him, which was fortunate. Be cautious. This fellow is deceptive and conceals his true strength, Niji warned from behind. Uchiha Haiyan was fully aware of this, so he refrained from rushing into action, opting instead to observe the unfolding situation. What a remarkable boy, merely a genin, yet he can evade my attacks, Mark mused, though his expression betrayed his displeasure. Thus, Uchiha Haiyan decided there was no need for further hesitation. After a brief stalemate, he approached Mark with the kunai in hand. The kunai served merely to divert Mark's attention, and in the moment of distraction, Uchiha Haiyan moved closer to Niji, intending to dispel the barrier surrounding him. The barrier's destructive power was not particularly strong, and Uchiha Haiyan anticipated no difficulty in dismantling it. Unfortunately, the moment he made contact, An explosive tag suddenly dropped to the ground. Realizing the peril, Uchiha Haiyan quickly retreated, relieved that the explosive tag did not detonate. After a moment of hesitation, another figure emerged from the tree. As I suspected, there is another, Uchiha Haiyan said nervously, furrowing his brow. Judging by the opponent's skills, they appeared to be a top-tier expert, even with his newfound strength and the great fireball technique. Uchiha Haiyan was uncertain if he could contend with them. Why did you take so long to act? Now, it's just that brat left. Our task is simply to eliminate him, Mark remarked, relaxing his stance. However, the mysterious figure remained silent. I ask you to show some initiative. Conversing with you feels akin to speaking to a block of wood. It is quite unbearable, Mark lamented, clenching his fists as he prepared to advance towards Uchiha Haiyan once more. Once again, Mark struck swiftly, his movements devoid of hesitation, catching Uchiha Haiyan off guard. To defeat him, we must strike from both sides. The mysterious figures suddenly spoke, positioning themselves to corner Uchiha Haiyan, leaving him no escape. What a headache. I did not expect to encounter such a predicament, Uchiha Haiyan thought, channeling chakra to fend off Mark's assault. In the face of Uchiha Haiyan's monstrous strength, Mark's physical techniques appeared rather insignificant. As Uchiha Haiyan seized the opportunity to counter, a sudden force pierced through his body, accompanied by a wave of excruciating pain. It felt as though he were being torn apart, nearly bringing him to tears. For behind him, the previously silent adversary had plunged a kunai into his back. The intense agony overwhelmed Uchiha Haiyan. Great fireball technique. He unleashed with all his might towards the figure behind him, but the opponent deftly evaded the attack. To his astonishment, the assailant seemed to vanish. What materialized before Uchiha Haiyan was an entirely new adversary. Is this the shadow clone technique? Niji was taken aback. He wished to assist Uchiha Haiyan, but it appeared increasingly unlikely. Mikoto, too, found herself immobilized, nearly losing her sanity as she witnessed Uchiha Haiyan endure such immense suffering. "Let me go, you wretches," she screamed, yet her cries fell on deaf ears. Mark and the mysterious man approached Uchiha Haiyan. The enigmatic figure prepared to strike. But Mark intervened. "There is no need to rush. He has no chance of survival," the mysterious man remarked, halting his actions. "I have investigated this fellow. He is a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. It is said his wife is Tsunade Senju, merely a pawn in the old man Sarutobi's scheme to maintain relations with the Uchiha." "Do not speak of him so," Uchiha Haiyan retorted coldly. Even as the son-in-law of the Senju clan, he could not accept such disrespect. He was not without merit, at least in the eyes of these adversaries. Mark paused, and upon hearing these words, he burst into laughter, his smug expression revealing a side of him previously hidden. How amusing, even now. This fool does not comprehend the gravity of his situation. Very well, I shall personally see to his demise without any further delay. As Mark raised his hand to deliver a final blow, Uchiha Haiyan seized Mark's wrist. The sudden turn of events left Mark momentarily stunned, unable to fathom how things had reached this point. "Do not assume everyone will remain unperturbed. If I do not act, you may find your fate far worse," Uchiha Haiyan declared, forcefully pushing Mark away. With a thud, Mark fell heavily to the ground, yet he remained undeterred, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Perhaps he was a madman, but the nature of his madness was beyond anyone's comprehension. "You've angered me," Mark declared suddenly. Chapter 20, Rescue Niji. Uchiha Haiyan remained silent. If Mark's earlier remarks had been mere taunts, he had indeed succeeded in provoking him. "I had no intention of engaging you, but your incessant pressure has left me no choice. In light of this, I shall not hold back," Uchiha Haiyan sneered, his eyes now radiating a fierce, murderous intent. This aura began to unsettle even the once self-assured Mark. "Enough. Do you truly believe that this will intimidate me? You are but a lowly genin, and you dare to waste my time with your idle chatter?" Evidently, Mark intended to strike once more. However, Uchiha Haiyan would not permit a similar occurrence to befall him again. Instantly, he maneuvered his nearly recovered body towards Mark, only to vanish from sight at the very moment Mark initiated his attack. How could this be? Where did that fellow go? Mark sensed a shift in the atmosphere and began to feel a creeping dread. Just then, Uchiha Haiyan suddenly leaped from his mouth, launching a fist directly into Mark's torso. The combination of immense strength and the force of inertia sent Mark crashing down to the ground with a thunderous impact. Boom! Following the resounding noise, everything seemed to come to an abrupt halt. At that moment, Uchiha Haiyan stood his ground, observing the barely conscious Mark. He could never have anticipated losing under such seemingly favorable circumstances. Yet, all was not lost. After all, a rather formidable opponent still lingered nearby, this mysterious figure. Judging by his abilities, this individual seemed capable of summoning other ninjas. Thus, a straightforward one-on-one encounter might not be as simple as it appeared. The fact that he had knocked Mark unconscious was far from a good omen. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the mysterious figure spoke again. While listening to his words, Uchiha Haiyan felt a complex mix of emotions stirring within him. Who are you, and what is your purpose in all of this? Mark's previous response was not entirely accurate. To truly understand everything, he needed to interrogate this enigmatic individual. Indeed, after emitting a couple of cold laughs, the figure finally continued, I can divulge the truth. But not at this moment. Is procrastination a common ailment among these individuals? I will grant you an opportunity, so you must cherish it. As Uchiha Haiyan spoke, he swiftly approached his opponent, shuriken in hand. However, the true nature of the opponent's abilities appeared to be far more complex. At the instant Uchiha Haiyan made contact, the figure's body suddenly vanished. This unexpected turn of events was something Uchiha Haiyan had not anticipated. Haiyan, let me out. Otherwise, you may easily be led astray, Niji warned. Given the current circumstances, hesitation was no longer an option. Uchiha Haiyan rapidly approached Niji's barrier, with Mark already unconscious. Dispelling the barrier was not as challenging as he had imagined. Finally, after neutralizing the barrier, the surroundings began to harmonize. Moments later, Niji awoke. His expression clouded with confusion as he surveyed his surroundings. He had not anticipated how long this peculiar sensation would persist. What's wrong? Are you unable to hold on any longer? Uchiha Haiyan asked softly. To this inquiry, Niji offered no reply. Be cautious. There are still significant issues at play, he cautioned. As Uchiha Haiyan absorbed this information, he grew increasingly tense, observing the area with keen eyes before advancing once more towards his adversary. At that moment, the vanished figure reappeared, seemingly by design. His actions were highly enigmatic. Observing closely, Niji suddenly noticed a change beneath his feet. A sizable circle had formed beneath both Uchiha Haiyan and Niji, surrounded by a myriad of subtle sensations. Shadow clone technique, the figure exclaimed, as identical silhouettes materialized around Uchiha Haiyan and Niji. Clearly, this development caught both of them off guard. Dealing with you requires no effort on my part. These two will suffice, the mysterious figure continued. It turned out he had intentionally allowed Uchiha Haiyan to save Niji, only to exploit their abilities to create perfect replicas. What a despicable individual. Abandoning all sense of morality for such schemes, Uchiha Haiyan mocked. Enough talk. Your demise is imminent. As he uttered these words, the mysterious figure vanished once more. What is going on? Why does he not strike directly, opting instead for this convoluted approach against us? Niji exclaimed in frustration. Uchiha Haiyan remained silent. Yet his expression remained composed. He understood that his priority was to confront and defeat this adversary. Haiyan, Niji, you must devise a plan. If we do not act soon, we may perish here. Uchiha Haiyan hesitated, for he still possessed the provisions given to him by the third Hokage. Should he utilize them now? The third would undoubtedly send reinforcements. While this would ensure his safety, it would undermine the value of the Uchiha clan. Being wed into the Senju family was a concept Uchiha Haiyan was all too aware of. He had consistently avoided this topic to prevent others from unearthing his most painful memories. What are you thinking? Niji inquired. Uchiha Haiyan turned to find an assailant bearing down upon him. This individual possessed abilities identical to his own and unleashed immense strength, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. The counterfeit's fist created a gaping crater in the ground, leaving Uchiha Haiyan with little hope of evasion. After catching his breath, Uchiha Haiyan furrowed his brow, his expression still grim. Chapter 21. Exchange. The ability of shadow duplication was exceedingly formidable. The moment Uchiha Haiyan engaged, he felt the overwhelming pressure exerted by his opponent. How could this be? Upon contact, he gasped in astonishment, never expecting such a reaction. The figure seemed to anticipate his every move, effortlessly evading his attacks and countering with precision. It was undeniable that this opponent was exceptionally skilled. Each maneuver was meticulously calculated, leaving Uchiha Haiyan with little room for recourse. What a formidable foe! Every strike is easily read. If this continues, I fear there will be no opportunity for victory, Uchiha Haiyan mused. Meanwhile, Niji's situation was equally dire. The shadow possessing identical abilities faced him with minimal resistance. After 2 exchanges, although both Uchiha Haiyan and Niji remained uninjured, they had expended considerable energy. In contrast, the 2 imposters displayed no signs of fatigue. Haiyan, if we allow this to drag on, we will waste precious time. We must find a way to eliminate this foe, Niji urged. However, the most daunting fear was becoming one's own adversary. After all, that was the most troubling predicament. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Uchiha Haiyan unleashed a torrent of flames upon the imposter, yet the effects were far from significant. The opponent consistently evaded his assaults at crucial moments, seizing opportunities to strike back. It was this relentless pressure that left both Uchiha Haiyan and Niji feeling utterly cornered. My chakra reserves have dwindled to a critical level. If I prolong this battle, I fear I will lose all opportunity. Niji spoke once more. The combination of Heavenly Spin, Bagua Palm, and the Byakugan he had utilized earlier had already exhausted him. Yet, he could not afford to relax, for the opponent before him exhibited no signs of fatigue despite employing the same techniques. At that moment, Mikoto, who had remained immobile, finally interjected. If you cannot defeat your adversary, then perhaps you should consider shifting your focus. The instant those words escaped her lips, both Uchiha Haiyan and Niji seemed to come to a mutual understanding. Indeed, why not attempt this alternative strategy? These 2 imposters were undoubtedly bothersome, but perhaps they would prove less formidable against others. There was no doubt this was a viable course of action. As the thought lingered, Niji cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Haiyan, seemingly awaiting his companion's stance. Uchiha Haiyan inhaled deeply a couple of times before nodding in agreement. Consequently, both individuals redirected their gazes towards one another. Although the shadow belonged to Niji, Uchiha Haiyan had previously bested him, rendering the task less daunting than anticipated. Seizing the moment when Niji's shadow struck, Uchiha Haiyan preemptively intercepted. You are not as formidable as I had imagined, he scoffed, effortlessly dispatching Niji's shadow aside. And the 2 quickly distanced themselves. Perhaps due to their newfound strategy, Niji's shadow appeared significantly less threatening. As Uchiha Haiyan made his move, the shadow adopted a rather passive defensive stance. After 2 rounds concluded, Uchiha Haiyan suddenly lifted his leg and mercilessly delivered a powerful kick toward the shadow. The shadow's form flitted back and forth before collapsing onto the ground. Observing this, Uchiha Haiyan finally exhaled a sigh of relief, continuing to watch the fallen figure. He could not fathom why circumstances had devolved to this point. However, the situation seemed manageable. As he pondered, a faint smile crept across Uchiha Haiyan's face. At that moment, Niji also took note of his shadow being subdued by Uchiha Haiyan. How peculiar. The shadow appeared far less formidable than anticipated. Nonetheless, the 2 injured shadows seemed poised to regain their footing, yet Uchiha Haiyan and Niji would not grant them the opportunity. Let us maintain our momentum and not allow these 2 to squander any more of our time, Niji urged. Uchiha Haiyan nodded in agreement, then promptly acted, utilizing his extraordinary strength to launch Niji's shadow away, followed by a swift fireball jutsu that dispersed the shadow entirely. Meanwhile, Niji employed Heavenly Spin to dismantle Uchiha Haiyan's shadow as well. Everything proceeded smoothly, and at that moment, Uchiha Haiyan realized the situation had transformed entirely. Thank goodness. It appears we are in the clear, Mikoto exclaimed with surprise. Uchiha Haiyan approached her slowly and fully dispelled the barrier surrounding her. After resolving these matters, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and surveyed his surroundings. The mysterious individual from earlier seemed to have vanished without a trace. What had transpired? How had everything escalated to this state? As these questions swirled in Niji's mind, he furrowed his brow, withholding his complete thoughts. I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but it is clear that the situation is far from simple. With that reflection, Uchiha Haiyan inhaled deeply once more, turning his gaze back to Mikoto and Niji. Let us not rush. We should first bring this mark back. He may possess valuable information awaiting our discovery, Mikoto suggested at that juncture. After some contemplation, the others concurred with her proposal. Uchiha Haiyan remained curious about the treasures hidden within the cart where Mark had been concealed. Perhaps a look will reveal the truth, he mused. Noticing Uchiha Haiyan's inquisitive gaze, Mikoto offered a timely reminder. After taking a deep breath, Uchiha Haiyan opened the cart's rear, only to find it barren save for a few empty wooden planks. This outcome was anticipated, otherwise, they would not have felt such urgency. Indeed, Mark had intended from the outset to lure them into a trap. Uchiha Haiyan muttered under his breath, acknowledging the success of Mark's scheme. Niji nodded and proceeded to hoist Mark onto his back. Chapter 22. Concealment now. With the mission encountering complications, they could no longer afford to delay. The only objective for the group, led by Meteor, was to swiftly return Mark to Konoha, so the third Hokage could inquire about the unfolding events. On their return journey, they pressed onward without hesitation, moving at a rapid pace, leaving little room for possible reactions. Yet, Uchiha Haiyan's gaze remained conflicted. He was uncertain about the events that had transpired and why everything had spiraled into chaos. The enigmatic figure from earlier could have launched an attack against them, but had inexplicably vanished. We remain oblivious to the full extent of this situation, Niji continued. Uchiha Haiyan had already considered this, believing that matters might indeed be more complicated than they appeared. We must inform the third Hokage immediately if the situation is dire, Mikoto expressed with a hint of concern. As they traversed the path they had previously taken, Uchiha Haiyan sensed subtle changes in the atmosphere. Although the specifics remained unclear, all signs indicated that the reality was not as simple as it seemed. Let me go? Mark finally regained consciousness. Though tightly bound, he had no chance of movement. Do not struggle. You are completely under our control. If you wish to avoid further burdens, I suggest you comply, Mikoto threatened. Despite her words, Mark merely chuckled derisively, displaying no fear. Let me tell you, even if you capture me, it will be futile, for soon my comrades will arrive, and you will be nothing but ants. Mark defiantly proclaimed. Mikoto, now incensed by his arrogance, delivered a hard punch to his face. This arrogant individual had already pushed the limits of insolence, and hearing him utter such words only fueled her fury. Do not overestimate your worth. If your companions truly intended to rescue you, they would have already done so. Her words pierced Mark's bravado, leaving his expression teetering on the edge of despair. Why is this happening? He repeated in a voice filled with anguish. Yet, Mikoto remained unfazed. Her goal was to deliver a severe lesson to the one who had disrupted her plans. Everything was in order until you showed up, and now you must take responsibility for your actions. With that, she ruthlessly kicked Mark once more. Niji observed the situation keenly, though he yearned to voice his thoughts. The memory of Mikoto trapped within the barrier silenced him completely. At that moment, Uchiha Haiyan was surveying his surroundings. The atmosphere here appeared ominously foreboding, imbued with an indescribable sense of intimidation that gradually led Haiyan to contemplate even darker possibilities. I feel that this matter is far from over, he repeated to himself. Upon hearing this, Niji and Mikoto finally reacted, exchanging puzzled glances without knowing what to say. What was truly happening? Hadn't that individual already vanished? What could possibly be the cause of this predicament? As the conversation unfolded, subtle rustling sounds emerged from the surrounding woods. The noise began to spread, growing increasingly rhythmic. And the uncertainty of the situation left Uchiha Haiyan and his companions feeling anxious. From the darkness, several fierce-looking beasts emerged, their eyes fixated menacingly on the group. Why did we not notice anything unusual when we passed through here before? Yet now we are confronted by so many beasts. Niji pondered in confusion. However, at that moment, confusion was clearly not the best course of action. As the beasts began to encroach upon Uchiha Haiyan and his comrades, Niji swiftly moved to intervene, utilizing his Byakugan to send the surrounding creatures flying away. Fortunately, these beasts were not particularly formidable, rendering the encounter less problematic. As time elapsed, the number of beasts increased, posing a threat of devouring Uchiha Haiyan and the others at any moment. I can't go on like this. My chakra has been depleted significantly. If this continues, I cannot fathom what will become of me, Niji remarked, furrowing his brow. Naturally, as the beasts drew closer, an increasingly strange sensation enveloped him, as if they were acting under some command, threatening him. Allow me to handle this, Mikoto volunteered bravely. Even if she could attract a portion of the beasts, the remainder would still converge upon Uchiha Haiyan and the others. Niji was in no better condition than Haiyan. His current state was dire, and after countless uses of Byakugan, he had reached his limit. Do you recall the pouch that Lord Third entrusted us? Uchiha Haiyan stated, retrieving the pouch from his hand. The circumstances were different now. Even if Konoha sent reinforcements, it would hardly make a difference. Niji nodded, recognizing that there was no alternative but to proceed in this manner. Uchiha Haiyan, without further contemplation, opened the pouch. However, just as he prepared to signal, a shadowy figure appeared, snatching the pouch from his grasp. The mysterious figure finally revealed himself. Having seized the pouch from Uchiha Haiyan's hand, "You have run out of options. The pouch is now in my possession, and Konoha cannot dispatch anyone to assist you," the figure declared. Simultaneously, Mark was rescued by the surrounding individuals. The sudden emergence of this crisis was unforeseen by Uchiha Haiyan and his companions. "So you have been orchestrating all of this," Uchiha Haiyan remarked, acknowledging the meticulous plan. "I must admit, your scheme is quite impeccable. Apologies, but our target is you," the adversary responded. "Now, I must explain why you are destined to marry Tsunade Senju." Chapter 23. Rescue Mary Tsunade? Uchiha Haiyan had contemplated this notion countless times, yet all remained unverified. Clearly, this situation was akin to the ambush Tsunade faced in the forest. "Well, now you have no more chances." At this juncture, the mysterious figure brandished an explosive tag, casually tossing it toward Uchiha Haiyan. The tag erupted with a cacophony, and after a brief delay, the noise seemed to subside. Even as Uchiha Haiyan attempted to evade, he was unable to withstand the excruciating pain, feeling as though he were on the brink of collapse. For the explosive tag had detonated upon him. If the previous adversaries were merely testing Uchiha Haiyan, then these individuals truly possessed formidable abilities. "It is regrettable, but you must be taken back with us," the mysterious figure stated, advancing to seize the unprepared Uchiha Haiyan. At this point, Uchiha Haiyan was nearly incapacitated, unable to sustain himself, and could only passively succumb to their grasp, rendered useless. Niji stepped forward to intervene, but the adversary effortlessly repelled him. After all, this foe's strength was far beyond that of Niji and Mikoto. "I apologize, but this man is essential to us, and I must take him," the mysterious figure proclaimed, his tone having shifted to one of mockery. "You shall not succeed. Uchiha Haiyan is our comrade. He will not accompany you," Mikoto asserted, attempting to strike. Yet the beast surrounding her prevented any divided focus. Mark chuckled triumphantly, but as he prepared to teach a lesson to Mikoto for her earlier insolence, he was restrained by his companions. "Now is not the time. If we delay any further, the situation may worsen." The mysterious figure clearly wished to avoid any further delays. Uchiha Haiyan struggled to break free, but every part of him was immobilized. Although his healing abilities could gradually restore his condition, the mysterious figure's strength was overwhelming, binding him with chakra. In essence, he was left with no recourse but to await his fate. The mysterious figure and Mark prepared to retreat, yet once again, unusual noises resonated from the surrounding woods. The rustling leaves signaled Uchiha Haiyan that someone was approaching, although the identity of the newcomer remained uncertain. The hurried footsteps indicated it was likely an ally. "Trouble approaches. We must leave immediately." The mysterious figure seemed to sense the urgency, intending to hasten Mark's departure. However, the footsteps had already closed in on them. The figures of Kakashi and Guy emerged beside Uchiha Haiyan. Upon seeing these familiar faces, Uchiha Haiyan felt a wave of relief wash over him, prompting him to succumb to slumber. "Damn it, how did you discover us?" The mysterious figure directed his ire toward Kakashi. Lord Hokage suspected this situation was more complex than it appeared, conducting an analysis ahead of time. "As soon as Uchiha Haiyan activated the pouch, we received an immediate signal. Thus, upon receiving the message, we wasted no time in following through," Kakashi explained. At this moment, the mysterious figures appeared increasingly apprehensive, having never anticipated the situation would unfold in this manner. "We truly underestimated the circumstances. But we must ensure Uchiha Haiyan is taken with us," one of them concluded. The enigmatic figure spoke, casually tossing a shuriken before Kakashi. Yet such trivial antics were utterly inconsequential in Kakashi's presence. As he evaded the shuriken with ease, Kakashi swiftly approached the mysterious individual using his lightning cutter technique. The stranger, employing the body replacement technique, narrowly escaped Kakashi's assault and leapt into the air, intending to seize the opportunity to subdue Kakashi. How naive he was. Realizing the precarious situation, Kakashi quickly dodged and engaged in a fierce struggle with him once more. Meanwhile, Mark, not one to miss an opportunity, sought to capture Uchiha Haiyan amidst the chaos of their confrontation. "Prelude of power," Guy shouted as he delivered a powerful kick towards Mark's direction, sending him crashing to the ground without any chance of preparation. In the realm of taijutsu, Guy held a significant advantage, even against this adversary. Haha. Allow me to demonstrate the ferocity of the Leaf's Azure Wolf. Guy charged forward, executing a sweeping kick that knocked Mark to the ground. Soon, both Mark and the mysterious figure were subdued by the duo. In the presence of the copy ninja Kakashi, the mysterious figure possessed no competitive edge. Finally, Niji and Mikoto could breathe a sigh of relief. This individual had deliberately disguised himself as a client to undertake a mission in Konoha, surely harboring ulterior motives, which warranted further inquiry. Is everyone all right? Kakashi inquired of Niji and Mikoto. They shook their heads, albeit with concern for Uchiha Haiyan's current state. He should merely be unconscious. A little rest will do him good. Thus, under the guidance of their mentors, the group safely returned to Konoha. Just as Tsunade returned from an unknown destination and learned of the incident, her expression shifted to one of anxiety. Observing the disheveled Uchiha Haiyan, an unfamiliar feeling stirred within her. Perhaps, from the beginning, she had resisted the idea of being with this man, yet after enduring so much, her disdain for him seemed to have lessened. In his haze, Uchiha Haiyan called out for wife, but Tsunade merely smiled faintly. Get some rest. A good sleep will do you well, Tsunade said, gently escorting Haiyan back to his bed. Once settled, she departed his room and returned to the living room. Chapter 24. Identity. Uchiha Haiyan jolted awake. It was now daytime, the surroundings illuminated by a soft light, and his head throbbed from the confusion of recent events. He only remembered seeing Kakashi and Guy in his last conscious moment. Recognizing his room confirmed that Kakashi and the others had returned him safely. At least there had been no grave consequences. He attempted to rise, but his body ached terribly. Nevertheless, he felt fortunate to be relatively unharmed after the explosion, thanks to his healing abilities. Wife, are you there? Uchiha Haiyan called out, but received no reply, indicating that Tsunade was not home. The bright morning light suggested that it was early, leaving him surprised that his wife was already missing. After a moment of recuperation, he managed to move his body. Just as he prepared to act, a noise from outside caught his attention, and he heard Mikoto's voice. Haiyan, are you home? Despite the uncertainty of the situation, Uchiha Haiyan mustered his strength and entered the room to face Mikoto. His disheveled appearance elicited a stifled laugh from her. After a few seconds, she composed herself. I came to discuss something important with you. An important matter? Given the current circumstances, aside from those two mysterious individuals, what could it possibly be? Right now, the third Hokage is interrogating them, and I heard Tsunade is there too. Niji has already gone, and I wanted to see if you would like to join us and learn more. Initially inclined to decline, Uchiha Haiyan reconsidered, realizing the potential significance of the information. All right, let me get ready. I'll join you shortly. As they walked, Uchiha Haiyan pondered the words spoken by the mysterious figure. Their target was him, and it extended beyond merely being Tsunade's husband. Although the details remained unclear, he sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Finally, they arrived at the third Hokage's office. To Uchiha Haiyan's surprise, the two assailants seemed to have departed, leaving only the third Hokage and a few others. This matter remains unresolved. I cannot comprehend what has transpired, but we must investigate thoroughly, Tsunade exclaimed passionately. Uchiha Haiyan felt a headache coming on, uncertain of what to say at that moment. Mikoto attempted to enter, but was gently pulled back by Uchiha Haiyan. Tsunade, I understand your frustration, but the situation is still unclear, and we cannot ascertain the facts. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was etched with resignation. Upon hearing this, Tsunade grew increasingly uncomfortable, the suppressed emotions bubbling to the surface as she struggled to contain her anger. Where are those two now? She pressed. They have already been confined. The specifics of the interrogation will take time to ascertain, so we must handle this matter expeditiously. The third Hokage responded, his tone tinged with exasperation. Tsunade fell silent, abruptly turning to notice Uchiha Haiyan and Mikoto. Mikoto appeared awkward, seemingly torn between wanting to speak and not knowing how to begin. Uchiha Haiyan remained quiet, intently observing the exchange between the third Hokage and Tsunade. I'll step out for a moment, Tsunade sighed, finally departing the scene. However, her concern for Uchiha Haiyan lingered beneath the surface. Haiyan, your timing is fortuitous. I have something important to discuss with you. The third Hokage addressed Uchiha Haiyan in a gentler tone. From the third Hokage's unexpected demeanor, Uchiha Haiyan sensed something significant. After maintaining a moment of silence, he followed the Hokage. You heard the previous conversation, the third Hokage stated, casting a heavy gaze upon Uchiha Haiyan. Haiyan nodded. To be honest, I never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. Tsunade is upset with me for allowing you to take on a mission without her consent. What? Tsunade is angry about her own issues? A warmth surged within Uchiha Haiyan, a feeling that seemed to alter his perspective. I have dispatched Kakashi to interrogate those mysterious individuals. While the outcomes remain uncertain, it is somewhat clear that their objective centers around Tsunade. Is it truly about this matter? Uchiha Haiyan inquired. Do you have any idea who they are? The third Hokage shook his head. They refused to divulge anything, indicating their resolve to remain silent. Furthermore, Niji and his father have also sought to uncover the details, but the results have been the same. No evidence has surfaced. Ultimately, we find ourselves at an impasse once more. Haiyan, during this period, I implore you to take extra care of Tsunade. Although she is determined to investigate this matter, I still believe the level of danger is far too great, the third Hokage said with a solemn tone. Uchiha Haiyan nodded in understanding. He was well aware that Tsunade's nature would not allow her to remain idle. However, the peril surrounding this situation was undeniably significant, and Uchiha Haiyan was genuinely concerned that Tsunade might find herself in grave danger. Mei-in, standing at the doorway, remained silent. At that moment, Kakashi unexpectedly appeared. Knocking on the door. Come in, the third Hokage instructed in a serious tone. Kakashi entered the office without hesitation, casting a brief glance at Uchiha Haiyan before continuing. Lord Hokage, those two individuals specifically requested to see Uchiha Haiyan. Upon hearing this news, Uchiha Haiyan's expression grew complex. He had not anticipated that those two would directly demand his presence. I have no objections, but I am uncertain if Haiyan agrees. The third Hokage glanced at Uchiha Haiyan and inquired. Uchiha Haiyan nodded in acquiescence. Very well, let us proceed to the dungeon. I believe those two have been awaiting you for quite some time, Kakashi stated. Noticing this, Mei-in discreetly slipped between Uchiha Haiyan and Kakashi. Thus, the three of them made their way toward the vicinity of the dungeon. Chapter 25. Bewitchment. This place was rather peculiar, housing prisoners from various regions. Upon their arrival at the dungeon, the oppressive darkness enveloped Uchiha Haiyan, heightening his discomfort. After all, this was not a locale where ordinary individuals would linger, so the foreboding atmosphere felt all too familiar. Kakashi led the way, exuding an aura of seriousness despite uttering not a single word. It looks so dark here. I wonder why. Mei-in couldn't help but comment. The abyss-like surroundings and the stifling air created an almost suffocating sensation, indicating that this was certainly not a place for the faint of heart. Ahead are the two individuals in custody, Kakashi announced. Uchiha Haiyan nodded and followed him into two rather unique chambers. The atmosphere exuded fear, with the two individuals confined in the corner appearing disheveled. However, their disarray was not due to physical harm, but rather a consequence of the oppressive environment. Finally, you have arrived, the mysterious individual uttered weakly. Uchiha Haiyan regarded him, sensing an unusual aura, though uncertain of its source. I have fulfilled your request. Do you have anything further to say? Kakashi replied coldly. In response to this inquiry, the two ninjas before him seemed unperturbed, only furrowing their brows before breaking into sudden laughter. I can speak, but it is imperative that Uchiha Haiyan remains alone here. The demand struck Kakashi as inappropriate. You have no room for negotiation, he retorted irritably. The mysterious individual merely chuckled at this. My life is already forfeit here. Your words hold no significance for me. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, I see no reason to divulge my true intentions at this moment. This tactic placed Kakashi in a precarious position as he clenched his fists, yearning to act, but ultimately refraining from doing so. Don't worry, let me speak with him. Uchiha Haiyan interjected suddenly. Kakashi understood that any further discussion was unwise, and under the circumstances, reluctantly agreed. Very well, but do be cautious, no matter what this man says. Do not place your trust in him. His words may well be devoid of truth. After Kakashi departed, Mei-in, despite her desire to remain, ultimately turned and left after considering the peculiar circumstances. Now, only Uchiha Haiyan stood before the two. Now you may speak, Uchiha Haiyan said, his expression complex as he fixed his gaze upon the two individuals. He knew well that they were far from the calm demeanor they outwardly projected. Uchiha Haiyan, I believe you comprehend what I am about to convey, the mysterious man remarked, not directly answering, but instead uttering words that baffled Uchiha Haiyan. I do not understand. Uchiha Haiyan responded, his tone casual despite the gravity of the situation. In many respects, he had reached his limits, even when faced with this enigmatic figure. Finally, after a brief pause, the mysterious man spoke again. Have you never wondered why they would choose you to be Tsunade's husband? It was undeniable that this individual possessed a remarkable talent for manipulation, and even as he spoke these words, nothing seemed amiss. Uchiha Haiyan inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a sense of composure. I know what you are implying. I am aware of these matters. However, at this moment, I am not inclined to listen to your claims. Even amidst the myriad of questions he could not fathom, Uchiha Haiyan knew he could not articulate them clearly. At that moment, the mysterious man chuckled and continued, in that case, I shall refrain from beating around the bush. What you claim to seek is merely superficial. Your purported desire to uncover the truth about me is little more than a facade. His words seemed to provoke Uchiha Haiyan, yet the latter's expression was one of resignation. Speak, Uchiha Haiyan said, his tone tinged with exasperation. Upon hearing this, a smile of triumph finally graced the mysterious man's face, one that appeared distinctly different from before. To speak candidly, the reason Tsunade is your wife is simply because Konoha intends to suppress you. Uchiha Haiyan inhaled sharply, a sense of urgency flickering in his eyes, as an indescribable discomfort washed over him. I have stated my piece. Now it is up to you to decide how to proceed, the mysterious man continued. What is your purpose in taking me? Uchiha Haiyan pressed further. That cannot be disclosed at this time. It was evident that, despite the prolonged exchange, Uchiha Haiyan had gleaned little information. Enough. This has gone on long enough, and there is little else to discuss, Uchiha Haiyan stated, his expression relaxing slightly as he spoke to the man before him in a calmer tone. After a few moments, Uchiha Haiyan prepared to leave. Wait. The mysterious man seemed suddenly anxious. You have taken the bait. Had it not been for this ruse, perhaps the other party would not have spoken so freely. This time, bringing you back is our leader's directive. As for the identity of our leader, I cannot disclose that. What you must understand is that this matter is intricately linked to Tsunade. Uchiha Haiyan turned back, inhaling deeply. Linked? In what way? The secrets involved in this matter are numerous. I cannot reveal them now. Moreover, since you have no intention of joining us, speaking further would only lead you to your own demise. The mysterious man seemed to possess unwavering confidence, knowing he held the key to crucial secrets. Uchiha Haiyan was not in haste to achieve results, as such eagerness would only lead to doubt. All right, I understand, he coldly scoffed before departing. At the entrance, Kakashi and Meichin awaited him. They refrained from eavesdropping, knowing that such actions would lead to discovery. Chapter 26. The man in the black cloak, what did they say to you? Meichin inquired curiously, gazing at Uchiha Haiyan. Nothing much, he replied with a calm demeanor. Shaking his head, Kakashi, following closely behind, cast a complex glance at Uchiha Haiyan, sighing softly and reflecting deeply. Just then, Uchiha Haiyan heard a rumble from Meichin's stomach. Blushing, she lowered her head, shyly stammering, are you hungry? A bit, he admitted, patting his flat stomach. Great, let us go have ramen together, Meichin exclaimed with a smile, promptly dragging Uchiha Haiyan towards the Ichiraku ramen shop. Boss, I'll have a supersized ramen, Meichin shouted as they entered. Despite being a cute little girl, her commanding presence resembled that of a mischievous imp, brimming with confidence. Ah, it's you, Meichin. Chiyo, the owneress' daughter, smiled as she playfully ruffled her hair. Sister Chiyo, you can't keep doing that. I want to grow tall. Meichin pouted, visibly displeased. And who might this be? Chiyo asked, clearly seeing Uchiha Haiyan for the first time, her eyebrows raised in mild surprise. Could this be your so-called? No way. Before Chiyo could finish, Meichin vehemently shook her head in protest. This is, Uchiha Haiyan, one of my little brothers. After a moment's hesitation, she proudly declared, thumping her chest. Oh, so that is how it is. Chiyo feigned exaggerated realization. Uchiha Haiyan opened his mouth, intending to say something. But recalling his previous standing within the Uchiha clan and the label of being a waste, he fell silent. It was likely that due to the original owner's habit of staying within the clan or languishing in Tsunade's room, he had never visited Ichiraku Ramen. Therefore, it was understandable that Chiyo, being the daughter of the ramen shop owner, had never encountered the original owner. Sigh. Thank goodness for the pretty boy system. Otherwise, upon traversing into this world, he would have languished under the title of a waste, truly losing hope for the future. TSK. Now you see the benefits of this system, right? You initially wanted to reject the binding, But if it weren't for my benevolence. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Yet for some reason, Uchiha Haiyan felt as if a proud woman had materialized before him, arms crossed, chin raised, radiating an air of disdain and superiority, exuding a queen-like aura. All right, I acknowledge my earlier lack of discernment. Uchiha Haiyan internally capitulated. This was sincerely his sentiment. Had he initially rejected the system binding, he would likely still be trapped in the shadow of being a waste, unable to escape. It must be said that all of this seemed predestined. Indeed, traversers were favored by the heavens. Uchiha Haiyan thought with a sense of pride. Here, just as Uchiha Haiyan was lost in his thoughts, a clear voice interrupted his reverie. In the next moment, a bowl of ramen, akin to a sea bowl, appeared before him. Naruto floated in circles atop the broth. 6 sheets of nori stood erect along the rim, and slices of chashu, as large as a baby's fist, covered the bowl, emitting a rich aroma that tantalized his taste buds and ignited his appetite. This is it, the most renowned delicacy in Naruto, Ichiraku ramen. Uchiha Haiyan mused, marveling at its well-deserved reputation for flavor and aroma. The noodles did not clump together as he lifted them with his chopsticks. He could feel the broth mingling with the noodles, exuding an enticing fragrance. Upon tasting, the noodles were springy and firm, saturated with the rich broth, making for an exquisite culinary experience. Delicious, truly worthy of being one of the most important dishes in Naruto. Uchiha Haiyan exclaimed in delight. Of course, Chiyo replied, smiling proudly. You should know that our broth is made using a secret family recipe. It's our shop's most cherished secret. What secret? Before Uchiha Haiyan could respond, a figure who had been quietly eating ramen suddenly slammed his bowl onto the table, producing a dull thud. Quick, tell me the recipe. Impossible. Chiyo frowned, her gaze turning serious. Uchiha Haiyan shifted his attention to the figure demanding the recipe. Dressed in a black cloak, the wide-brimmed hat obscured his face entirely. This attire. Uchiha Haiyan furrowed his brow, a sense of gravity washing over him. He bore a striking resemblance to those individuals he had encountered previously. Could it be that they were part of a larger group? Did they truly have the audacity to cause trouble right beneath the third Hokage's nose? This notion was almost too absurd for him to accept. I'll say this one last time. Hand over the ramen recipe. The cloaked figure's sleeves swung wide, and the ramen bowl crashed to the ground, producing a sharp sound. No. Chiyo stood her ground firmly. Then I shall have no choice but to take you by force. The cloaked man intended to grab Chiyo and leave, dismissing the 2 children beside her entirely. They were merely genin, incapable of obstructing him. By the time the village's higher-ranked shinobi arrived to safeguard the area, he would have already whisked her away far from Konoha. Admittedly, the cloaked man's calculations were sound. However, he could never have anticipated that as he made his move, Chiyo would be shielded by Uchiha Haiyan. Haiyan, Meichin gasped. It's fine, Uchiha Haiyan calmly reassured her, waving his hand without turning back. Meichin, take care of Chiyo. Okay, just be careful. Meichin nodded, taking a deep breath but still offering her warning. Chapter 27. A painful encounter with a Chunin move-aside kid. The cloaked man glared at Uchiha Haiyan, his expression darkening as murderous intent flared. You're a ninja, yet you so easily frighten ordinary folks. Your audacity rivals that of a fortress wall. Uchiha Haiyan would not budge. Though the man before him was a Chunin, he posed little psychological threat to Uchiha Haiyan, who had battled against Jonin in the past. Humph. The cloaked man scoffed, instantly launching a shuriken from his hand, the sound of slicing air resonating ominously. You're only inviting trouble. The cloaked figure cast a disdainful glance at Uchiha Haiyan, a flicker of murderous intent occasionally flashing in his eyes. That remark should be mine. Uchiha Haiyan remained unperturbed, resolutely taking action to snatch the flying shurikens from the air with his bare hands, inadvertently letting out a muffled groan. Upon lowering his gaze, he discovered that his grip had been too forceful, resulting in 2 cuts on his hands. Fortunately, the shurikens were not coated in poison, leaving only minor abrasions that could be fully healed through his self-regeneration technique. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Uchiha Haiyan shouted, conjuring a blazing red fireball that abruptly appeared in midair, hurtling towards the cloaked man with ferocity. What? The cloaked man's expression shifted slightly, instinctively dodging to the left. His initial reluctance to use ninjutsu stemmed from a concern that the battle's disturbances might attract other ninjas responsible for the village's security. Thus, He had resorted to using shurikens without tapping into his chakra. However, it was evident that this strategy was now futile. In other words, the commotion had undoubtedly drawn attention, and his mission to stealthily abduct the girl, Sai, had already failed. Damn it! The cloaked man's face twisted with rage as he looked at Uchiha Haiyan, his eyes brimming with resentment. I will not let you go. With that, a blinding flash of white light surged before them. The next moment, Mikoto's startled cry echoed throughout the ramen shop. Haiyan, are you all right? From Mikoto and Sai's vantage point, they witnessed the cloaked figure inexplicably thrust a kunai into Uchiha Haiyan's abdomen. Humph. Uchiha Haiyan let out a muffled grunt, gripping the kunai tightly, using his immense strength to prevent the assailant from pushing it deeper. Is that all you've got? Uchiha Haiyan smirked slightly, his complexion pale, yet exuding an air of calmness. What? The cloaked man tightened his grip on the kunai, momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Yet this time, Uchiha Haiyan offered no explanation, instead unleashing another fireball, fueled by his chakra, aimed mercilessly at the cloaked man. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Haiyan acted decisively. This principle of striking when the opponent is vulnerable was one he had learned through experience. The cloaked man, clearly caught off guard by Uchiha Haiyan's unexpected moves, clutched his chest and staggered back several steps. You clever brat. At that moment, Uchiha Haiyan lunged forward, denying the cloaked figure any chance to retreat. He concentrated a portion of his chakra into his right fist, swinging it ferociously at the man's abdomen. Thud! The dull sound of flesh meeting ground resonated as dust billowed and rock shattered. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new character with favorable disposition, the daughter of the ramen shop owner, Sai. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in the depths of his mind. Ding! Uchiha Makoto's favorability level has reached 25, unlocking the shuriken throwing technique. Ding! Sai's favorability level has reached 15, unlocking the flavor of the ramen shop. What on earth? The flavor of the ramen shop? What is that supposed to mean? Uchiha Haiyan was left bewildered. Discovering a new character of interest was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. However, what was this peculiar skill that had been unlocked? Perhaps he could make ramen for Tsunade tonight? Uchiha Haiyan mused internally. Nonetheless, the shuriken was worth experimenting with. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he regarded the cloaked man, now on the verge of unconsciousness from his powerful blow. He had previously seized a few small metal pieces from the cloaked figure, which were intriguing shurikens shaped like spiraled four-leaf clovers. Heh, I might as well give them a proper test. Just then, a figure clad in white burst through the door. Peering closely, Uchiha Haiyan realized it was Kakashi. What is going on here? Kakashi instinctively rubbed his forehead, staring incredulously at Uchiha Haiyan. He felt as though this young boy was perpetually entangled in troublesome affairs. Wherever he appeared, chaos seemed to follow. This guy attempted to steal the ramen shop's recipe, but I dealt with him. Uchiha Haiyan stated nonchalantly. Oh, Kakashi mused, scratching his chin, then reluctantly kicked the incapacitated cloaked figure sprawled on the ground. Still breathing, looks like he is not dead. Of course not. If he were dead, who would I question? Uchiha Haiyan chuckled. Then without hesitation, he delivered another kick to the already wounded area of the cloaked man's abdomen, smilingly stating, Get up quickly. Speak your mind, confess freely, and resist harshly. Humph. The cloaked man exhaled angrily through his nose, turning his head as if to avoid Uchiha Haiyan's gaze. If it weren't for this brat, he would have long since escaped with Sai in his grasp. And there was no way he would have been captured by the ninjas of Konoha. It's all his fault. The cloaked man seethed internally. Uchiha Haiyan, observing the cloaked man's demeanor, instinctively rubbed his nose, shrugged nonchalantly, and spread his hands in an expression of helplessness. It seems the interrogation is best left to you all. Good luck. Uchiha Haiyan blinked, his gaze settling on Kakashi, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 28. The Furious Mikoto. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Haiyan with a hint of exasperation, then silently shook his head, bending down to drag the battered cloaked man away from the ramen shop. Nevertheless, Kakashi was somewhat astonished. It was known that Uchiha Haiyan had not passed the recent Jonin exam. As a special Jonin, Kakashi could tell at a glance that the cloaked man had undoubtedly been struck by the fireball technique before suffering the brutal blows. This was fire-style chakra, and Kakashi could sense it immediately. However, this only fueled Kakashi's curiosity. Not long ago, Uchiha Haiyan had been unable to even practice ninjutsu. How could he possibly wield the fireball jutsu? It was perplexing. Kakashi silently shook his head, feeling as if he had overlooked something significant. Are you alright? I thought I saw you get hurt in the abdomen. Uchiha Mikoto rushed to Uchiha Haiyan's side, her expression filled with worry as she instinctively inquired. I'm fine. The wound has already healed significantly, Uchiha Haiyan replied, shaking his head slightly, clearly not concerned about the minor injury. That's good to hear. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto visibly sighed in relief, her heart, which had been lodged in her throat, finally settling back down. Heaven knows how anxious she had been watching Uchiha Haiyan fight the cloaked man, nearly holding her breath for fear of distracting him and causing him to falter. However, given your remarkable capabilities, why did you previously appear to be so inept, even allowing others to bully you without retaliation? In a moment of clarity, the anger within Mikoto ignited as if struck by a spark. With furrowed brows and hands firmly placed on her hips, she inquired with formidable authority. Why do you willingly carry the title of waste? Do I? Uchiha Haiyan feigned innocence, glancing toward Uchiha Mikoto before shrugging and raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Of course you do. Mikoto inhaled deeply, affirmatively nodding as she spoke with conviction. After a brief pause, her cheeks flushed slightly, and with a shyness that caused her to fidget, she asked, when I used to bully you, why did you never fight back? Laziness. Uchiha Haiyan was reluctant to engage with such inquiries, rolling his eyes in exasperation while sizing up Mikoto. After a moment, he lazily uttered a single word. What? Mikoto was momentarily taken aback before her anger flared. So, it's because you're lazy that you never wished to confront me? Even when others bullied you. You chose not to retaliate, correct? Indeed. Uchiha Haiyan reverted to his usual sparse manner of speech, nodding silently with an air of certainty. Nonsense. Should he claim to have acquired a system out of thin air to unlock these ninjutsu skills? Huh. Would his face then be inscribed with the word fool? Goodness. If he were to voice such a thought, he would indeed appear utterly foolish, Uchiha Haiyan mused helplessly. You. Mikoto felt a lump in her throat. Unable to express her frustration, trapped in a state of discomfort. Trembling fingers pointed accusingly at Uchiha Haiyan, her face contorted with indignation and a sense of deep grievance. Humph. I shall never speak to you again. With that, Uchiha Mikoto stormed out of the ramen shop at a brisk pace, as if her feet had been greased. TSK. What will you do now? Sai leaned against the counter of the ramen shop, raising an eyebrow with a faint, enigmatic smile, seemingly intrigued by the unfolding scene. Uchiha Haiyan awkwardly touched his nose, hesitating before finally speaking. In a few days, I shall treat her to dinner, and then Mikoto will forgive me. From what I know, Mikoto has quite an exquisite palate. Are you certain? Sai regarded Uchiha Haiyan thoughtfully, her smile widening. Certainly. I may not be able to boast about many things, but I possess a notable talent in cooking, Uchiha Haiyan declared proudly. Prior to his arrival in this world, although he was a reclusive type, he was unlike the typical homebody. He preferred indulging in his favorite foods while binge-watching shows rather than consuming instant noodles. However, takeout was notoriously unhealthy, compelling him to cook instead. Consequently, he inadvertently honed his culinary skills, producing dishes that, while not exquisite in every sense, were certainly worthy of the term gourmet for the ninjas who could only fill their bellies with military rations. This confidence was something Uchiha Haiyan possessed. I wonder if I might have the opportunity to sample your culinary creations? Sai, captivated by Uchiha Haiyan's self-assured demeanor, inquired with genuine interest. Of course. Uchiha Haiyan nodded generously. Thus, while the skills acquired through the system may not be entirely reliable, having them is certainly better than lacking them. As the saying goes, a multitude of skills does not weigh one down. It is not the abundance of skills that is daunting, but the absence thereof. Uchiha Haiyan had deeply grasped this truth. It was indeed profound and meaningful. Very well, I shall certainly take the initiative to taste your delicacies when the time comes. Sai smiled, her expression brightening considerably. Excellent. I shall prepare a plethora of delightful dishes. Uchiha Haiyan mirrored her smile, waved farewell, and departed the ramen shop. Upon returning home, he found Tsunade absent, likely not to return until evening. He pondered the skill he had unlocked after winning Sai's heart, specifically the peculiar ability concerning the flavor of ramen. Perhaps I shall prepare ramen for dinner tonight. Uchiha Haiyan mused thoughtfully. Entering the kitchen, he began to prepare the broth and ingredients for the evening's ramen, utilizing vacuum-sealed noodles. Chapter 29. The flavor of ramen. However, the moment he began, Uchiha Haiyan keenly sensed an innate understanding of timing and technique, as if he had unconsciously performed this task countless times before. Whether it was adding ingredients, boiling times, or skimming off the foam, each step was executed with remarkable precision, resulting in a broth that was exceptionally fragrant. Just the aroma of the ramen broth was enough to whet one's appetite, compelling him to indulge in bowl after bowl. Is this the skill I just acquired? Uchiha Haiyan's eyes widened in astonishment as he contemplated the implications. It seems that should I unlock Sai's heart in the future, I might ultimately obtain the true recipe for Ichiraku ramen. If I were to incorporate some adjustments from the original era, I could achieve a truly legendary ramen. The kind that glistens. The thought excited Uchiha Haiyan, causing him to rub his hands together in anticipation. No matter how old a man may become, there remains a youthful dream nestled within, one day to create food that shines. It seems that the day when I fulfill this dream is drawing ever closer. While Uchiha Haiyan excitedly toiled in the kitchen, Tsunade quietly returned home. She felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Although she had yet to uncover the intentions of the spies who sought to abduct her, her condition regarding hemophobia had improved significantly, a surprise even to her. It must be said that the nightmares that had plagued her for so long were finally beginning to dissipate. Though she still resorted to drinking heavily, she felt considerably lighter and more spirited. This change was apparent to those around her. As Tsunade contemplated this, a faint blush crept across her cheeks, an expression of bashfulness. "You're back?" The third Hokage, seated in his office, addressed her as soon as she entered. "Yes," Tsunade nodded, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment and awkwardness. "What's the matter?" Noticing her demeanor, he raised an eyebrow, curiosity evident in his gaze. "It's nothing." Tsunade opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately fell silent. During your absence, your companion has made remarkable progress." The third Hokage, seemingly unconcerned, chuckled softly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he propped his chin on his left hand, tilting his head to gaze at Tsunade. "What? Are you suggesting something has happened with Hade?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade grew anxious and hurriedly inquired. "No worries. Do you recall the group they encountered during their last mission? What was their intention?" The third Hokage deftly shifted the topic, his gaze now focused on Tsunade, speaking with a weighty significance. "What? Could it be that their purpose revolves around Hade?" Tsunade's expression darkened as she fixed a steely glare at the third Hokage. "Indeed, that is the case," he affirmed, nodding with a calm demeanor. "Their target is none other than your husband, Uchiha Hade." Upon hearing the third Hokage's revelation, Tsunade instinctively inhaled deeply, then forcefully wiped her face, lifting her gaze to meet the third Hokage's. "If that is so, they must have some purpose or rationale. If it concerns me, it could be due to my healing abilities, but what could their interest in Hate be?" "I do not know," the third Hokage replied bluntly, shaking his head. "They aim to convey to Uchiha Hate why I have persistently urged you to marry him." At that moment, Kakashi entered from outside, casting a glance towards Tsunade and responding in a grave tone. They insisted on seeing Uchiha Hate before they would speak, so after securing their consent, I personally escorted him to the dungeon. Kakashi paused briefly before continuing. "I was not far, so I heard everything clearly." "What did they say?" Tsunade asked, her anxiety palpable. "They merely inquired if Uchiha Hate understood why I insisted on your marriage." His response was one of complete disinterest. "The die is cast, regardless of their original intentions. The current reality is that you are his wife, an undeniable fact," Kakashi stated flatly. A moment later, a faint smile tugged at Kakashi's lips, a semblance of amusement crossing his face. "I must admit, at times, I find this young man's perspective quite admirable. It is genuinely unexpected." "You are right." The third Hokage concurred, nodding affirmatively. "Is there anything else?" Tsunade pondered briefly before raising her gaze towards Kakashi, earnestly asking. "None that I am aware of," Kakashi replied honestly. "Apologies, but I think I should head home now," Tsunade said, blinking her eyes before focusing on the third Hokage. "Go ahead. That young man will certainly surprise you." The third Hokage chuckled lightly, waving a hand dismissively. However, in her haste, Tsunade did not catch his words and, after bidding farewell to both the third Hokage and Kakashi, hurried home. "Wife, you're back," Uchiha Hade exclaimed, stepping out from the kitchen where he had been simmering a rich soup. Upon seeing Tsunade at the entrance, his face lit up with a radiant smile. I never expected that just a few days apart would make you even more beautiful. Flatterer. Tsunade shot Uchiha Hate a pointed look, initially attempting to feign annoyance, yet unable to suppress the flutter of delight that surged within her at the sight of him. Her lips curving into a subtle smile. I'm merely expressing my sentiments. After all, you are my wife. Uchiha Hate shrugged, hands raised in a gesture of playful resignation. Humph. Tsunade smiled sweetly but maintained a facade of indifference, giving a mock huff. Chapter 30. The Art of Gifting Flowers Wife. You seem to be in quite a good mood. Uchiha Hate remarked thoughtfully, raising an eyebrow and sporting a gentle smile. Has something fortunate transpired? Here, Tsunade proclaimed grandly, slapping a small pouch of money onto the table. Today, I finally won a bet. Oh. Uchiha Hate's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Typically, Tsunade's luck in gambling could be encapsulated in a single phrase. She detested the very notion. Yet, it was precisely during her misfortunes that her luck would turn. She would win whatever she gambled on. Could there be some impending danger? Uchiha Hate mused silently. If that were the case, he needed to hasten his efforts to bolster his strength, ensuring he possessed the capability for self-defense amidst the chaos. For instance, Uchiha Hate's lips curled upward as he stole a glance at Tsunade, a thought sparking in his mind, leading to a slight smile. I must elevate my Sharingan's level without delay. Indeed, it appears I must fervently enhance my standing in my wife's affections, he concluded. Are you hungry, dear? I was just in the kitchen preparing ramen. I've concocted a new flavor. Would you care to try it? Yes, please, Tsunade replied, lifting her chin in a haughty manner, as if granting a royal decree. Just a moment, Uchiha Hate replied, undeterred by her tone, bounding into the kitchen to retrieve the ramen he had already prepared. This aroma is quite delightful, Tsunade observed, her nostrils flaring slightly as she caught a whiff of a fragrance reminiscent of rich bone broth. When Uchiha Hate presented the bowl before her, Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment. Judging merely by its appearance, the ramen deserved a perfect score of 10. The seaweed lay artfully arranged beside it, while generous slices of char siu beckoned enticingly, stirring her appetite. As she lifted a chopstickful to her lips, she was increasingly impressed by his culinary skills. How does it taste? Uchiha Hate inquired, his gaze brimming with anticipation. Feeling the weight of his expectation, Tsunade initially intended to maintain her aloof demeanor with a curt acknowledgement of not bad. However, in a moment of unexpected sincerity, she blurted out, "It's quite delicious." "That is wonderful." Uchiha Hate beamed, appearing notably more relaxed. Perhaps she ought to be a touch kinder to him, Tsunade reflected, a hint of guilt creeping in as she observed his cheerful demeanor. She hesitated, gathering her thoughts. "I plan to visit the Hokage rock tomorrow. Would you like to accompany me?" Tsunade felt that, at the very least, for the sake of his daily delicious meals, she should extend her kindness towards Uchiha Hate, encouraging him to continue his culinary endeavors. After savoring such meals, she truly wished to avoid the military rations. "Sure," Uchiha Hate replied, momentarily taken aback by her invitation. But he quickly nodded in agreement. Early on the second day, Tsunade abruptly pulled Uchiha Haiyan from his slumber, dragging him towards Hokage Rock without a word. "Wait." As they passed a flower shop, Uchiha Haiyan suddenly grasped Tsunade's arm. "What is it?" Tsunade inquired, her eyes filled with surprise as she glanced at him. "Hee." Uchiha Haiyan merely smiled and dashed to the entrance of the flower shop, calling inside. "Is anyone there?" "Yes, what would you like to buy?" Yamanaka Ino emerged from the shop, smiling brightly as she nodded at Uchiha Haiyan. "Do you have flame flowers?" Uchiha Haiyan asked, casting a shy glance at Ino and then at Tsunade standing a short distance behind her. "We do." Ino immediately recognized who he was upon noticing Tsunade and nodded eagerly, retrieving a flame flower from the shop. "How many would you like? Would you like me to wrap them?" "10 will suffice, and please do wrap them," Uchiha Haiyan replied, a hint of shyness in his tone. "Oh, don't worry, I've got this." Ino winked playfully at Uchiha Haiyan, adopting a teasing demeanor. Hee. A few minutes later, Ino handed the wrapped bouquet to Uchiha Haiyan, who paid and then, joyfully clutching the flowers, rushed to Tsunade, presenting the bouquet to her without a word. "What?" Tsunade appeared momentarily stunned, gazing at Uchiha Haiyan with a mix of confusion and a touch of excitement. "This is for you," Uchiha Haiyan said, looking up at her with clear eyes, his expression earnest. 10 flame flowers symbolize my unwavering devotion to you. Why the sudden gift of flowers? Tsunade felt a stir in her heart, a gentle warmth washing over her. Yet, despite this, she remained curious and perplexed, studying Uchiha Haiyan intently, biting her lip before asking, "Is this just to make me happy?" "That's only the first reason," Uchiha Haiyan replied sincerely, shaking his head. "I hope you can emerge from the shadows of your past. Though I couldn't be with you then, I can be with you moving forward." Tsunade opened her mouth, as if wanting to say something, but the words got stuck in her throat. Also, that day, the mysterious individuals I encountered insisted on seeing me in the dungeon, so I went to them. Uchiha Haiyan continued, hands clasped behind his back, turning to Tsunade with a serious demeanor. "They asked me how I felt about the third Hokage's insistence that you marry me. Their expression a mix of agitation and resentment. What is there to discuss?" Uchiha Haiyan shrugged at Tsunade's inquiry, spreading his arms in indifference. "Honestly, I don't care about such matters. Even if there were an ulterior motive, I already have such a beautiful wife, so I can overlook everything. You." Tsunade's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, yet she pursed her lips and feigned anger. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "This isn't nonsense. It's a heartfelt truth," Uchiha Haiyan said innocently. "Humph." Tsunade turned her head away, hugging the bouquet to her chest and striding towards Hokage Rock. Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips, a glimmer of something unnameable flickering in his eyes. Hokage Rock, as the name suggests, features the carved likenesses of past Hokages, sculpted from stone. Each head is impressively large and remarkably lifelike. This place is considered one of the sacred sites of Konoha village. Uchiha Haiyan pondered this in silence. Just then, Tsunade turned her head to glance at him, instinctively biting her lip as she hesitantly spoke. "What's wrong? Are you hungry or feeling unwell?" Uchiha Haiyan, keenly attuned to her emotional fluctuations, promptly responded, "I have a portable bento with me. Would you like to try some?" "You brought a bento?" Tsunade appeared taken aback, turning to scrutinize him as if seeing him for the first time. "Yes," Uchiha Haiyan replied matter-of-factly. "I feared we might get hungry along the way, so I prepared one just in case." "I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful," Tsunade replied with a smile, her tone carrying a hint of complexity. "Of course, this is our first outing together." Uchiha Haiyan smiled, a touch of melancholy lacing his voice. Upon hearing his seemingly complaint-laden tone, Tsunade opened her mouth to explain but found herself at a loss, gazing at Uchiha Haiyan's downcast expression, unable to utter a word. After a moment, she suddenly said, "In a couple of days, I'll be going on a mission with Orochimaru and Jiraiya." All three of the legendary Sannin are mobilizing? What is the purpose?" Uchiha Haiyan paused, concern and complexity flickering in his eyes before he masked it, nodding calmly. "All right, I understand. Stay safe." "Yes." Tsunade nodded, then hesitated before saying, "Before you leave, could you prepare some provisions for me?" "Provisions?" Uchiha Haiyan appeared surprised. "Yes, those military rations are just too dreadful," Tsunade declared, her disdain evident. It was clear she had grown weary of them. "Bringing your own food is fine, but what if it spoils?" Uchiha Haiyan hesitated. "It won't tea." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, patting the gourd on her waist. "I'll make a special bag just for your food. You can put it in there." "All right." Uchiha Haiyan nodded, non-committal. Upon returning home, Uchiha Haiyan entered a flurry of activity, diligently preparing provisions for Tsunade for their upcoming mission. By the time he emerged from the kitchen, a full day and night had passed. "All done." Tsunade leaned against the kitchen doorway, raising an eyebrow at him. "Yes, everything is ready. I labeled them for your breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Please pay attention to your nutrition and balance your meals," Uchiha Haiyan said, stifling a yawn. "I understand. Thank you for your hard work." Tsunade's final words seemed to catch her off guard, leaving her feeling a bit uneasy after saying them. This is the first time I've heard Tsunade express gratitude." Uchiha Haiyan was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a beaming smile. "Serving my wife does not weary me. However, I do feel a bit fatigued, so I shall retreat to my room for a brief slumber." As Uchiha Haiyan spoke, he stifled a yawn and made his way back to his room, leaving Tsunade gazing pensively at his retreating figure. After a moment, she let out a barely audible sigh. When Uchiha Haiyan opened his eyes, he discovered that the food he had placed in the kitchen had been entirely taken away, and Tsunade had vanished from the house, evidently busy with tasks alongside the other two. Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow in bemusement, just as he prepared to venture out to procure ingredients for a meal. He found his eyes covered from behind. "Guess who I am?" A cheerful voice chimed from behind him. Without a doubt, it was the mischievous little imp, Uchiha Mikoto. "TSK. Truly, children have tempers that flare and fade just as swiftly. In just a couple of days, Mikoto seemed to have forgotten the ruckus they had caused at the ramen shop and reappeared before Uchiha Haiyan. Enough of this, Mikoto, Uchiha Haiyan said with a hint of exasperation, pulling her hand away from his eyes and turning to face the little girl standing not too far behind him. Shaking his head in response. Humph. Mikoto pouted, looking rather displeased. This is no fun at all. Can you stop acting like a little adult with that stern face? Mikoto complained, brimming with dissatisfaction. I cannot. Uchiha Haiyan replied with calmness, his heartbeat steady as he shot back with those two words. Mikoto couldn't help but question her own judgment once more. Why had she ever felt a sense of accomplishment in teasing this person? He was clearly a tough nut to crack, a veritable fortress. He possessed no sense of romance and lacked any charm. How vexing. Mikoto grumbled incessantly in her mind. Speaking of which, I heard from Sai that you plan to prepare a sumptuous feast for us as an apology for the last incident. There is no day like today. Chapter 32. Discovering new characters. Mikoto's inner mischief maker reawakened, and with a decisive flourish of her hand, she proclaimed, "Let us do it today." Very well. Uchiha Haiyan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, with Tsunade absent today, dining alone would be rather dull. It would be far more lively with Mikoto and Sai joining him. Despite being a recluse in his previous life, Uchiha Haiyan had grown up in a large family filled with countless relatives, thanks to the older generation's tendency to have children like a sow-bearing piglets, producing 70 or 80 offspring. Thus, his home was always bustling, akin to a perpetual festival. Reflecting on it now, it seemed as though he had been dining alone since arriving in this world. Thinking back, this newfound solitude brought with it an inexplicable sense of desolation. Didn't he? This is wonderful. I shall go find Sister Tsai now. After declaring this, Mikoto disregarded Uchiha Haiyan's thoughts and dashed off like an unrestrained husky towards the Ichiraku ramen shop. Observing this scene, Uchiha Haiyan shook his head helplessly, the corners of his mouth curving upwards in a tolerant smile. When Mikoto and Tsai arrived together, they were greeted by a table overflowing with a grand feast awaiting them. Hello. At that moment, Uchiha Haiyan suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice coming from the entrance. Who is that? He raised an eyebrow in surprise, curiosity flickering in his eyes. As he approached the entrance, upon seeing the speaker, he was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the girl from the flower shop? In the Naruto series. She was named Yamanaka Ino. Wait, the Yamanaka clan? That seemed somewhat significant. I am Yamanaka Ino. I apologize. Mikoto insisted on bringing me along. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I look forward to your guidance. The young girl said, shyly handing a bouquet of flowers to Uchiha Haiyan, scratching her head in apparent embarrassment. Thank you, and I hope for your guidance as well. Uchiha Haiyan accepted the bouquet, nodding politely. Come in quickly, otherwise, the food will grow cold. He added, smiling warmly. It seems this feast should suffice to fill your bellies. Of course. The little devil, Uchiha Mikoto, raised her chin proudly, evidently oblivious to the deeper meaning in Uchiha Haiyan's words. Observing Mikoto's demeanor, Uchiha Haiyan was first taken aback, then a gentle smile graced his lips, shaking his head while his eyes sparkled with mirth. She was indeed adorable, a charmingly naive little girl. Although she appeared youthful, she was, regrettably, of legal age. Meanwhile, Sai and Yamanaka Ino clearly picked up on the underlying tone of Uchiha Haiyan's words, raising their eyebrows and casting sidelong glances at him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Uchiha Haiyan chuckled, rubbing his hands together without elaborating further, instead guiding everyone into the dining room. Upon entering, the three of them were instantly wide-eyed, staring in disbelief at Uchiha Haiyan. Sai instinctively took a deep breath, her voice quavering slightly as she turned to Uchiha Haiyan. Did you prepare all this food? Of course. Uchiha Haiyan nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. What's the matter? Nothing. Sai shook her head silently, then took a seat, ready to eat. This meal is definitely far superior to what my mother makes. Just in terms of flavor, it's on a whole different level. Yamanaka Ino exclaimed, her enthusiasm evident as she gave a thumbs up in genuine admiration. Oh, it's nothing. Uchiha Haiyan modestly replied, but couldn't help stealing glances at Yamanaka Ino from the corner of his eye. He found it quite perplexing that the Yamanaka clan was labeled as pigs. She was undeniably a beautiful girl. Ding. Discovery of a potential ally. Yamanaka Ino. Just then, A mechanical electronic voice resonated within his mind. The system, which had been dormant for several days, suddenly sprang to life. Yamanaka Ino? Uchiha Haiyan was initially taken aback, then shifted his gaze to Yamanaka Ino, who was enjoying her meal, his expression revealing a hint of complexity. It wasn't that he had any particular issues with her. Rather, he found the codename rather puzzling to accept. However, setting aside that point, she was quite an appealing choice overall. The Yamanaka clan's ninjutsu was primarily defensive, which meant they were adept at escaping and taking hits, a top contender in the Naruto world. If he could master their ninjutsu, he would have no fear of taking a beating. Most importantly, their techniques could control enemies, which would serve as a tremendous asset for Uchiha Haiyan. Especially considering Tsunade had drawn the attention of an unknown group. They could easily be persuaded to divulge information. How delightful. With that thought, a radiant smile blossomed on Uchiha Haiyan's face. How does it taste? Delicious. Uchiha Mikoto, with a mouthful of a delicious steamed dumpling, spoke with unrestrained delight. The flavor is exquisite. How did you manage to create such a dish? Sai, setting her chopsticks aside, could not help but blurt out her inquiry. Once she realized her abruptness, she quickly waved her hand in apology, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry into your cooking secrets. She explained, recognizing it as rather impolite to inquire about someone's culinary recipe, much like the secret ramen formula of the Ichiraku ramen shop, which only the insiders were privy to. Sai felt a deep understanding towards Uchiha Haiyan. That's quite all right. If you're interested, I can share the recipe with you later. I've merely been experimenting in my spare time. It's nothing extraordinary, Uchiha Haiyan replied dismissively, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if she had never held the recipes in high regard. Chapter 33, The Ninja Tool Shop and TenTen. Upon hearing such completely unexpected words, Sai appeared momentarily taken aback, her tone laced with gratitude and complexity. Thank you then. Don't mention it. It's merely a trivial matter, hardly worth noting. Uchiha Haiyan waved her hand generously, indicating that it was of no consequence. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning Sai's heart, breaking through to level 30 and unlocking elasticity. The system's voice resonated in the depths of her mind. This is delightful. Far superior to my mother's cooking. Yamanaka Ino exclaimed, clearly enjoying her meal, giving a thumbs up in genuine admiration. That is wonderful. Enjoy it, and perhaps in the future, you can join us, Uchiha Haiyan responded, her smile growing even brighter. Really? Ino's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, Uchiha Haiyan assured her with unwavering confidence. If that's the case, that would be fantastic. Ino was evidently elated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking a new character, Yamanaka Ino. Current affection level, 2. The host is encouraged to continue their efforts. Upon hearing the system's notification echo in her mind, Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow, astonished that her culinary skills from her previous life had brought such unexpected benefits. Had she known, she would have pursued a culinary degree in the West. Alas, she lamented the missed opportunity. If only she could present a dish that only professional chefs could create, she would undoubtedly win over the girl in an instant. What a regrettable oversight, she mused inwardly. After the meal, Yamanaka Ino and Sai bid farewell to Mikoto and Uchiha Haiyan. Ino had to return to her family's flower shop, while Sai needed to help her father at home, as the ramen shop was quite popular in Konoha. Before long, only Uchiha Haiyan and Mikoto remained together. Are you not considering visiting your clan? I believe I heard the clan leader mention you recently, Uchiha Mikoto said, glancing at Uchiha Haiyan with a hint of curiosity. I have no intention of going, Uchiha Haiyan replied lazily, shaking her head. If I have free time, I would rather take on missions and earn some money. But Mikoto hesitated upon hearing this. My father likely wishes to see me for ulterior motives. Since I was deemed useless, he disregarded me, but now that I seem somewhat useful, he intends to bring me back, Uchiha Haiyan remarked with a scoff, dismissing Mikoto's concerns. Does he truly believe I lack a heart? As if I could be summoned and dismissed at will. He would not dare treat even a summoning beast in such a manner. Actually, the clan leader does care for you, Mikoto attempted to interject, but ultimately could only muster a few words. Spare me. Uchiha Haiyan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Had he truly cared for me, I wouldn't have been bullied so much as a child. This left Uchiha Mikoto utterly speechless, as she had indeed been among those who bullied Uchiha Haiyan in the past. I didn't intend to bully you, You just seemed so weak and easy to pick on back then, Mikoto grumbled, casting a reproachful glance at Uchiha Haiyan. Is that my fault? Who knew my talent would awaken so late? Uchiha Haiyan shrugged nonchalantly, spreading her hands in feigned innocence. Speaking of which, how did your Sharingan awaken? Mikoto inquired, curiosity evident in her expression. It just awakened while I was sleeping, Uchiha Haiyan replied succinctly, avoiding deeper discussion on the topic. What? Mikoto blinked in surprise, not quite grasping the situation. Enough about that. What are your plans moving forward? It was clear Uchiha Haiyan wished to steer clear of discussing the Sharingan, fearing any unintentional revelations about the system's existence. None, Mikoto admitted, shaking her head earnestly. Then how about we go on a mission together in the morning? Sounds good. Uchiha Haiyan nodded, then pondered briefly before adding, but before that, we should stop by the ninja tool shop. Oh, Mikoto acknowledged without much enthusiasm. By the way, the shopkeeper's daughter and I are quite friendly. Would you like me to introduce you? You certainly have an extensive network. Uchiha Haiyan couldn't help but admire Mikoto's connections, feeling a twinge of envy. Look at you, Uchiha Mikoto, practically knowing everyone. Meanwhile, my original self barely knew anyone. It's as if the original Uchiha Haiyan had already met his demise before my soul took over this body. Reflecting on this disparity, Uchiha Haiyan couldn't help but sigh at the stark contrast in their social standings. Under Mikoto's guidance, the two arrived at the ninja tool shop. TenTen, I brought a friend along. Are you in the shop? As soon as they stepped inside, Mikoto called out. Mikoto, what a surprise. A stunning beauty emerged from the back, her expression brightening upon spotting Mikoto. My friend wanted to buy some supplies, Mikoto explained, gesturing toward Uchiha Haiyan. What do you need? Handsome? TenTen teased, winking at Uchiha Haiyan. Being addressed as handsome by such a beautiful woman caused even a seasoned adult to blush. Uchiha Haiyan coughed awkwardly, his cheeks tinged with crimson as he stammered. I'd like to purchase some ninja shurikens. Shuriken? TenTen's eyes widened in recognition. She scrutinized Uchiha Haiyan, her gaze flicking up and down as realization dawned. Isn't this the infamous waste from Konoha village? Chapter 34. Hesitant Mikoto, although born into the Uchiha clan, she had yet to awaken the Sharingan and was incapable of practicing any ninjutsu. Ultimately, under the guidance of the third Hokage, she was reluctantly adopted into Tsunade's household by the current head of the Uchiha clan. Could it be that this little one has finally found her enlightenment? Tian raised an eyebrow, pondering silently within her heart. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, Tian was at least a chunin. She naturally knew how to use basic tools like shurikens. Thus, Uchiha Haiyan felt no need for concealment and nodded in affirmation. When do you plan to take the Genin exam? Noticing Uchiha Haiyan's unwavering acknowledgement, Tian's eyes sparkled with admiration, prompting her to ask further. Uchiha Haiyan hesitated for a moment before responding. I'll wait until I graduate. I want to be held back this year. That's good. Keep it up. Tian smiled encouragingly. Yes. After purchasing his ninja shurikens, Haiyan, while walking attentively, turned to Mikoto standing a short distance away and inquired, by the way, do you know when our exam is this year? Reflecting on the absurdity of having to start from elementary school after having already completed university, he felt a twinge of sorrow. Damn, this is truly a sad situation, Uchiha Haiyan thought mournfully. Thankfully, this world lacked the oppressive education system. There were no college entrance exams, nor was there the need to study tirelessly during the final year of high school. This revelation brought a sliver of solace to his currently desolate heart. Probably next month, Mikoto replied, blinking before tilting her head to look in Haiyan's direction with curiosity. It seems you are eager to participate in the upcoming Genin assessment? Well, I can't just stay in the 6th grade forever. I need to graduate, Uchiha Haiyan nodded calmly, seemingly oblivious to the magnitude of his own statement. Mikoto felt a myriad of emotions stirring within her, but could only bite her lip and nod in agreement. If all goes well, I should also graduate this year without being held back. You're younger than me. It wouldn't matter even if you were held back, Uchiha Haiyan said, glancing at Mikoto and patting her shoulder in a comforting manner. Get lost. Mikoto shot back, rolling her eyes with annoyance and glaring at Uchiha Haiyan. Seriously, this guy really knows how to hit a nerve. At this moment, Uchiha Haiyan finally realized the implications of his words and, upon seeing Mikoto's pale face, could only describe his feelings as regretful. The primary reason Uchiha Haiyan chose to participate in the Genin exam rather than continuing to bide his time was the dire need for money. Without the ability to undertake missions, he could not earn a living. Relying solely on Tsunade would likely lead them to starvation by next month. Thus, to ensure their survival, he needed to pass the Genin exam and begin completing missions as soon as possible. Only by undertaking missions could he earn money and secure a better life. He was nearly unable to pay for electricity, let alone afford to watch television. The thought of it was utterly exhausting. Before truly traversing into the world of Naruto, Uchiha Haiyan had always imagined this realm as a somewhat primitive society, where one relied solely on their own two legs or the use of ninjutsu. However, reality delivered a harsh slap to his face. The Naruto world was indeed as depicted in the comics, replete with advanced technology, televisions, and telephones. Damn. This led to the awkwardness of his initial arrival, where he felt like a complete novice, unaccustomed to everything. However, after some time spent adapting, and with the aid of the original owner's memories, he could at least utilize these elements to achieve his goals. One must admit, he was indeed a genius. Clearing his throat, Uchiha Haiyan observed Mikoto's irate expression and, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his chin before suggesting, "How about we find Niji and go on a mission together?" He vaguely remembered that in the Naruto world, teams typically consisted of 3 members, guided by a mentor. However, that mentor was likely Kakashi, who had secretly aided them before. As he contemplated this, Uchiha Haiyan found himself momentarily lost in thought. Was it possible that the third Hokage held him in high regard? Why else would he assign Kakashi as their mentor? This presented an intriguing question. Was the third Hokage still concerned about the Uchiha clan potentially rebelling? That old man was perhaps overly cautious. Although Uchiha Haiyan had not watched every episode of Naruto before his traversal, he noted that while the Uchiha clan harbored rebellious thoughts, they had remained hesitant until Itachi made his appearance. Wow, who would have thought that this girl would grow up to give birth to a cunning man? Uchiha Haiyan couldn't help but glance at Mikoto from the corner of his eye, feeling a myriad of emotions. Thankfully, he had arrived just after the clan had settled down. If one considered this, perhaps the relationship between Tsunade and him was merely to stabilize the ties between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. In other words, a marriage of convenience? Goodness, regardless of how one looked at it, it seemed he was the one benefiting the most. Not only had he awakened the system, but he could also truly transform from a weakling into a formidable force. Alas, those with poor dental health tend to favor soft meals. There was no helping it. Uchiha Haiyan thought with a hint of pride. By the way, are you certain you don't want to return to the clan and seek out the clan leader? At that moment, Mikoto suddenly turned her head to face Uchiha Haiyan, her tone serious and earnest. No. Uchiha Haiyan shook his head resolutely, furrowing his brow in confusion as he looked at Mikoto. You've been urging me to go back to the clan to find my father since the beginning. Is there something you wish to tell me? Chapter 35. Contract Removal? Mikoto appeared somewhat hesitant. If there is something to discuss, please speak freely. I want to be angry. Uchiha Haiyan stated directly. Mikoto took a deep breath, glancing around cautiously before pulling Uchiha Haiyan to a secluded corner where few passed by. In a hushed and cautious tone, she finally spoke. It's like this. That night, I overheard your father in conversation with others. They seem to be discussing removing your name from the Summoning Beast contract. Summoning Beast contract? Uchiha Haiyan was taken aback by the term, momentarily dazed before realizing its significance. The summoning beasts in this world possessed immense power. However, the 3 most powerful summoning beasts were commonly known to be the serpent, the frog, and the slug, all of which were said to harbor divine retribution. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade are among those who possess such exalted summoning beasts. It seems that the Uchiha clan's summoning beast is an eagle. Each clan has its own distinct summoning creature, which can be established through a contract. Are you certain they are discussing the erasure of my name? Uchiha Haiyan gazed at Mikoto with a grim expression, inquiring in a low voice. Yes, I distinctly heard them deliberating on this matter, hence my urgent visit to inform you today, but I ended up forgetting. Mikoto appeared quite vexed as she rubbed her head, sighing deeply and expressing her feelings of grievance. Primarily, the aroma of your cooking was simply irresistible, and as soon as I opened your door, I was engulfed by the scent of delicious food, which made me forget everything else. It's all right. I bear you no ill will. In fact, I am grateful that you brought this news to me. Uchiha Haiyan shook his head and patted Mikoto's shoulder, his expression radiant with sincere gratitude. Without a summoning beast, no matter how many skills he acquires, what good would it be? He would still be unable to unleash his most formidable powers. Just like Orochimaru's myriad snakes and Tsunade's slug healing. Although summoning beasts are rare, virtually every prestigious clan possesses one. If he is unable to summon a beast, it would be tantamount to being ostracized by the entire Uchiha clan. This is not merely a trivial matter of being bullied. Could it be that his neglectful father intends to eradicate him completely, simply because his predecessor was deemed worthless? With this thought, Uchiha Haiyan's face darkened, his anger seething like a raging inferno. This is precisely why I have been urging you to return to the clan and confront your father. Perhaps witnessing your distress would sway him from making that decision. Mikoto lamented, shaking her head as she sighed heavily, a sense of melancholy and pity enveloping her. I will not go. Despite her insistence, Uchiha Haiyan resolutely shook his head, rejecting her coldly. Why not? Mikoto blinked in surprise, her expression filled with confusion as she regarded Uchiha Haiyan. If your name is removed from the summoning contract, you will no longer be able to utilize the ninjutsu that belongs to it. Mikoto's voice carried a hint of urgency, as if fearful that Uchiha Haiyan did not grasp the gravity of the situation. I am aware. However, what she did not expect was Uchiha Haiyan's calm nod as he replied. Then why don't you meet with the clan leader? Mikoto's astonishment and confusion were evident, her eyes wide with incredulity. It is quite simple. I have now been adopted into the Senju clan, which signifies that in my father's eyes, I serve no purpose beyond stabilizing the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Uchiha Haiyan took a deep breath, his demeanor exuding an inexplicable calmness and indifference. He may perceive me as a failure, rather than allowing my name to be inscribed on the summoning scroll. He might prefer to erase it altogether, as if I were never born. How could that be? Mikoto opened her mouth, seemingly about to defend the clan leader. Yet no words escaped her lips. How could it not? Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a hint of mockery and self-deprecation. If it were not the case, he would not have ignored me for so many years. In other words, perhaps to him, I am merely a source of shame. It would be better if I had never existed. After a pause, Uchiha Haiyan continued. Moreover, setting aside other matters, just my knowledge of this situation alone could lead to my father eliminating me. Do you believe it? As he spoke, Uchiha Haiyan's brow twitched, eyeing Mikoto who stood nearby. I know that man all too well. He is devoid of any thoughts beyond his own interests, viewing both clan members and sons as mere tools to be exploited, devoid of any emotional attachment. So, shall we let it end like this? Mikoto, fully aware of Uchiha Haiyan's truth, felt a surge of discontent, biting her lip and clenching her fists in frustration. Of course, we cannot let it conclude this way. Do they think I cannot find a summoning beast? Let them test their assumptions and witness who truly chooses whom. A cold smirk graced Uchiha Haiyan's lips, his eyes filled with indifference. What? You intend to seek out a summoning beast on your own? The odds of that are 1 in 10,000. No, the chances are almost non-existent. How can you be certain you will succeed? Mikoto's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded him. I cannot guarantee success. However, you suggest I plead with him? That I cannot do. Uchiha Haiyan shrugged, continuing, furthermore, even if I were to plead, there is no assurance he would acquiesce. If that is the case, why bother? With that, he shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands in a nonchalant manner. Mikoto, do you not agree with this reasoning? Am I wrong? Yes, it seems so. Uchiha Mikoto found herself bewildered by Uchiha Haiyan's words and instinctively nodded. Chapter 36, A Mission Awaits. Then that settles it? Uchiha Haiyan spread his arms wide, then patted Mikoto's shoulder, declaring, regardless of my father's hidden intentions, our foremost priority now is to find Niji and undertake a mission together. Everything else can wait. Very well. Mikoto nodded resignedly. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Niji leaned against the railing, lazily stretching as he perused a book. What a tranquil day it is. He lifted his gaze to the sky outside, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself. Brother, how can you still talk? You have been in the same position for the entire morning. Are you not tired? Hyuga Hanabi rolled her eyes, scrutinizing her older brother with a sideways glance. You silly girl, what do you understand? Hyuga Niji poked her forehead playfully, smiling. Instead of being so whimsical all day, why not see what your sister is up to? That is true. Hyuga Hanabi stuck out her tongue, then, dissatisfied, tossed her brother's book aside and turned to leave. She greatly disliked this brother. always feeling as if he was lost in thought. In comparison, her gentle and affectionate sister was far preferable. Hyuga Hanabi mused to herself. TSK, TSK. Meanwhile, Hyuga Niji watched his sister's departing figure, shrugging indifferently. Although the sibling relationship was not particularly harmonious and often fraught with conflict, today, for reasons unknown, Hyuga Niji felt extraordinarily cheerful. It seemed rare for him to experience such a good mood. Contemplating this, he stroked his chin, gazing up at the sun, pondering whether it was due to basking in its warmth all day. Just then, a voice called out from a distance. Niji. Goodness. Hinata Niji suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze shifting to a large tree not far from the Hyuga clan, where Uchiha Mikoto and Haiyan stood. What are these two doing here? A sudden impulse to face bombs surged within him, and his earlier good mood dissipated in an instant. What brings you here? He asked, silently closing the book he had been holding, turning to Uchiha, Haiyan, and Mikoto with a serious tone. Well, we came to look for you, of course. To undertake a mission. You shouldn't just bury your head in that tattered book every day. Be careful not to become a bookworm. Uchiha Haiyan declared with mock seriousness. There was no helping it. Perhaps that was the small joy he found within himself, particularly when witnessing her icy expression and the inexplicable emotions it evoked. The thrill of teasing was truly delightful, especially when it came to a wife who was taciturn and hardly ever spoke. Uchiha Haiyan mused to himself. Not a chance. Upon hearing Haiyan's words, Hinata Niji pursed his lips and resolutely shook his head. Did you not just return from a mission? You must be out of funds. Uchiha Haiyan bluntly replied. I need to earn money to support my wife's gambling expenses. The Senju clan is wealthy. Niji was momentarily speechless, then continued. That's different. It's a sense of accomplishment that belongs to a man, you understand? With a proud thump on his chest, Uchiha Haiyan exclaimed. Niji remained at a loss for words. What mission is it this time? After a brief moment, he decided to inquire directly about the task, unwilling to engage in further banter with Haiyan, sensing that their conversation could stretch endlessly. We haven't decided yet, Uchiha Haiyan replied with a grin. Aren't the three of us supposed to go find the third Hokage to accept a mission? Oh, let us go then. Niji nodded, still exasperated, and led the way to the third Hokage's office. What was he planning this time? The third Hokage gazed at the approaching Uchiha Haiyan, leading two others with an air of determination, feeling a headache coming on. He couldn't shake the feeling that his encounters with Haiyan had recently increased dramatically, and each time seemed to bring with it a new set of troubles. As he muttered to himself, he sighed, rubbing his temples in resignation. I don't know. Kakashi, standing nearby with his hands behind his back, looked at Haiyan with a hint of curiosity. Third Hokage. Uchiha Haiyan addressed him earnestly. I wish to undertake a mission. A D-rank mission would suffice. The third Hokage's expression remained unchanged as he responded with unwavering firmness. That may be a bit excessive. Uchiha Haiyan, slightly dissatisfied, clicked his tongue and shot a sidelong glance at the Hokage. You didn't even pass the Genin exam. If I assign you a C-rank mission, who would believe in your capability? Upon hearing this, the third Hokage rolled his eyes, his gaze scrutinizing Uchiha Haiyan with an undercurrent of irritation and helplessness. The issue is that we have Niji with us. Uchiha Haiyan, fully aware of the art of appearing humble while hiding his prowess, turned to Niji and patted him on the shoulder, stating with deliberate seriousness, with Niji around, he is truly worth more than 3 people combined. Niji looked at Haiyan, feeling an unprecedented ache in his head. The third Hokage and Kakashi shared a similar sentiment at that moment. Just as the third Hokage was about to speak again, Uchiha Haiyan abruptly slammed his hand on the table, nodding vigorously, and exclaimed, There's no use dawdling here, if nothing else. Let me go to another village to escort something. Tsunade has been away on missions lately, and I'm quite bored by myself. I might as well get some fresh air. Very well, the third Hokage conceded with a resigned nod, agreeing to the proposal. I have a task that requires someone to escort a shipment to Sunagakure. This mission falls under the CD rank. Done, I can handle that. Uchiha Haiyan smiled broadly at the mention of the task, assuring the Hokage with a pat on his chest. All right, prepare yourselves and depart immediately. The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively, eyeing Haiyan with a mix of exasperation. Be careful on the road. Sure, no worries. After saying this, Uchiha Haiyan wasted no time, pulling Mikoto and Niji along as they hurried to Tsunade's residence. Kakashi, the third Hokage, watched as Uchiha Haiyan and his companions moved away, shaking his head in resignation. then turned his attention to Kakashi, who was still engrossed in a small magazine. I must entrust you with looking after these children again. I understand, Kakashi nodded, not bothering to set down his magazine. Sighing heavily, the third Hokage reflected on how these children seemed increasingly peculiar and challenging to manage. Why are you dragging us to your house? Niji asked, bewildered by Uchiha Haiyan's actions. Well, Uchiha Haiyan chuckled, stroking his chin thoughtfully, since we are heading to another village. We must prepare provisions for the journey. Isn't their soldier pills? Niji raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Why eat that stuff? Uchiha Haiyan grimaced, clearly disdainful. While it may fill your stomach, the taste is utterly dreadful. Is that so? Niji shrugged, indifferent. Of course. It's better to prepare in advance. With that, Uchiha Haiyan pushed open the kitchen door and ushered the two inside. For the first time, Niji experienced the allure of the kitchen, bustling about like a top under Uchiha Haiyan's direction. Moments later, he gazed in bewilderment at the heap of food piled on the kitchen table, his mouth twitching slightly. Uchiha Haiyan effortlessly gathered all the items into his pockets, securing them at his waist with satisfaction, then waved his hand, declaring, "Let us go. We must hurry." Beside him, Uchiha Mikoto appeared visibly excited, urging them on. Niji, striving to maintain his aloof demeanor, nodded with a calm expression. Half an hour later, Uchiha Haiyan, Mikoto, and Niji gathered at the village entrance, setting off with a cartload of goods towards Suchikage. Do you think we might encounter those mysterious individuals again today? Makoto inquired, resting her chin on her hands and swinging her feet, glancing at Uchiha Haiyan with curiosity. Probably not. It's unlikely we'd be that unfortunate. Uchiha Haiyan appeared momentarily perplexed, stroking his chin as he uncertainly inquired, Are you certain? In contrast, Hyuga Niji tilted his head, raising an eyebrow as he gazed contemplatively in the direction of Uchiha Haiyan. As far as I know, the last group seemed to be targeting you. Uchiha Haiyan silently regarded Hyuga Niji, thinking to himself, What can you do if you don't support me? I did not, Niji replied, shrugging his shoulders and spreading his hands in a gesture of innocence. This expression elicited a grimace from Uchiha Haiyan, who ground his teeth in frustration. The ox cart swayed along the road towards Suchikage. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air, resonating in their ears. The group instinctively looked up to see a massive eagle soaring in the sky, circling above the cart, as if it had marked them as its next prey. Is that a ninja beast? Hyuga Niji squinted at the enormous eagle overhead. Are you sure? Uchiha Haiyan's heart raced, and he turned to Niji, urgently seeking confirmation. If it were indeed a ninja beast, it would either be tamed or wild. The former would imply they had drawn the attention of some mysterious entities, while the latter would present an intriguing opportunity. A faint smile crept across Uchiha Haiyan's lips, his eyes glinting with contemplation and a hint of excitement. Yes, I can sense its aura is distinctly different, Hyuga Niji affirmed, his eyes gradually taking on a grayish hue as he nodded solemnly. Can you discern whether it bears a contract? Uchiha Haiyan felt a surge of exhilaration at the prospect and eagerly rubbed his hands together. Niji was momentarily taken aback, then fixed his gaze on the eagle, blinking before returning to his usual demeanor and shaking his head. No, I do not sense any traces of a contract from this eagle. Splendid, Uchiha Haiyan exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. What has gotten into you? Meichin, sitting nearby, inquired curiously. Even if it is a ninja beast, it only appears slightly larger than the usual ones. Having it is better than not. Uchiha Haiyan replied with a slight smile, clasping his hands behind his back, gazing up at the circling eagle, his heart racing with anticipation. If I can capture it, I should be able to establish a summoning contract. A summoning contract? Hyuga Niji blinked in confusion. Doesn't the Uchiha clan already possess one? Why would you go to such lengths to capture one that is likely weaker than the original? Uchiha Haiyan shrugged, expressing a hint of exasperation. Not everyone receives the same level of attention at home. There are certainly many who are much stronger than I am, and not by a small margin. A smirk played at the corners of Uchiha Haiyan's mouth as he continued. As someone branded as a failure, even my father, the clan leader, would likely wish to eliminate me upon learning of my reputation. No, I believe you are quite capable, Niji countered, shaking his head with a serious tone. But your opinion alone is insufficient. My father is already contemplating expelling me from the Uchiha clan. Do you think he would allow me to sign a summoning contract? Uchiha Haiyan shrugged nonchalantly. If they are unwilling to acknowledge me, I certainly will not pursue them. Thus, I must take matters into my own hands and provide for myself. All right. Niji nodded in understanding, casting a complex glance at Uchiha Haiyan. But I believe it is not necessary for it to be that particular eagle, right? I feel it does not possess any unique abilities aside from its size. Meichin attempted to reason with Uchiha Haiyan, offering her perspective. See, that is where you misunderstand. Uchiha Haiyan cheerfully patted Meichin's shoulder. You must understand that sometimes luck comes unbidden, and fate is similarly unpredictable. Really? Meichin replied, a bit bewildered. At times, fortune arrives without warning, and such encounters can be serendipitous. Uchiha Haiyan remarked, tapping his knee with his index finger while gazing at the soaring eagle above. I happened upon this eagle shortly after leaving the village. How can you dismiss this as mere coincidence? Meichin, thoroughly confused by Uchiha Haiyan's reasoning, nodded instinctively. That does seem to make sense. Exactly. Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow. Let us proceed. Accompany me in capturing this summoning beast. They had been chasing the eagle for 2 days now. Huff. Meichin's cheeks flushed as she rolled her eyes. Are you certain we must continue this relentless pursuit? Uchiha Haiyan awkwardly scratched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he nodded. I believe this eagle is quite intelligent, even if its abilities are lacking from an intellectual standpoint. It could be a rare summoning beast. Very well. Meichin understood the significance of a summoning beast to the Uchiha clan and resignedly nodded, prepared to accompany him. We cannot continue this futile chase. Just then, the usually reticent Hyuga Niji interjected, we must devise a plan to bring this eagle down from the sky. I am aware of that, but for some reason, it seems reluctant to descend even when it observes the ox. Uchiha Haiyan sighed heavily, feeling a sense of frustration. It seemed that ever since arriving in this world of ninjas, he had not encountered any significant setbacks. Yet now he found himself outsmarted by an eagle. A feeling of unwillingness gnawing at him like a fishbone lodged in his throat. That eagle is exceptionally clever. It likely refrains from descending because it perceives our presence. Niji analyzed. I have heard that eagle-type ninja beasts possess acute vision and are cautious by nature. Without a secure environment, they would not strike. Then should we conceal ourselves? Uchiha Haiyan pondered Niji's analysis for a moment before lifting his gaze towards Meichin and Niji. I can agree to that. I am on board, Meichin replied weakly. So am I, Niji nodded in agreement. In regard to Uchiha Haiyan's experiences within the Uchiha clan, Niji harbored a genuine sense of sympathy for him. He understood well the psychological motivations driving Uchiha Haiyan's desperate attempts to capture the ninja beast. As the day waned, Niji lifted his gaze to the sky, turned to Uchiha Haiyan and Uchiha Mikoto, and suggested that they should rest for the night and continue their endeavors the following day. That eagle will not depart until it has seized its prey, so you need not worry about that, he reassured them. Despite having watched merely a few hundred episodes of the anime, Uchiha Haiyan was not entirely ignorant of the overarching circumstances within the Naruto universe. He recognized that Niji would not deceive him and thus nodded in agreement. In terms of resting and setting up camp for a meal, Uchiha Haiyan, despite his previous life as a reclusive otaku, possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Drawing upon this knowledge, he remarkably managed to concoct a rather peculiar porridge despite the scarcity of resources. Indeed, traditional porridge would not typically include a mishmash of vegetables and meats. It could more accurately be described as a hodgepodge of gruel. However, given that the group had only consumed military rations earlier, the sudden waft of this meal's aroma caused their stomachs to rumble in unison. One could not deny the revitalizing effect of this eclectic dish, bringing warmth and comfort akin to that of a heating pad. You possess quite the culinary skill, Niji remarked, raising an eyebrow and casting a scrutinizing glance at Uchiha Haiyan, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Of course, do you not know who I am? Uchiha Haiyan, a bit prideful at the compliment regarding his cooking, tilted his chin up and, with a conspiratorial tone, began to whisper to Niji. Do you know how I won Tsunade's heart? What? Niji, attempting to feign indifference, could not hide his curiosity, evident in his perked ears. Witnessing this, Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow, realizing that regardless of gender, everyone possesses a gossiping spirit, even the seemingly aloof Niji. Chapter 39. Successful capture. While watching the anime, Uchiha Haiyan had always perceived Niji as somewhat reserved. It appeared his instincts had been quite sharp. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, Uchiha Haiyan continued to lower his voice, leaning closer to Niji's ear. To capture a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. After a brief pause, he mischievously winked and added, "This is a piece of experiential wisdom. Under normal circumstances, I would not divulge such insights to just anyone, but given our camaraderie." Coughing awkwardly, Niji flushed slightly and muttered a quiet, "Thank you. No need for thanks. After all, we are brothers." Uchiha Haiyan replied with a grin, his eyes gleaming with mischief, undeniably enjoying the exchange. Before long, the night swiftly passed. Emerging from his sleeping bag, Uchiha Haiyan stretched lazily, his bones cracking as if just awakened. "Let us proceed. I observed the eagle for most of the night and have analyzed its specific movements." At that moment, Niji suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze shifting toward Uchiha Haiyan, his expression calm as he spoke. You didn't sleep at all last night?" Uchiha Haiyan's eyes widened, a complex array of emotions crossing his face as he looked at Niji. "It's nothing. I merely couldn't fall asleep," Niji replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. "Our hiding spot is excellent. That eagle cannot see us." As he spoke, Niji pointed to the sky and then to the cart below. "That eagle has been fixated on our cart for the entire night. I suspect it will make its move shortly, and that will be our opportunity to strike." "Understood." Mikoto and Uchiha Haiyan responded in unison, clearly placing their trust in Niji's analysis. True to Niji's prediction, after a brief interval, the famished eagle spread its wings and dove downward. Just as its talons were about to make contact, Niji sprang into action. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The air crackled with intensity as the sounds of flesh colliding echoed through the atmosphere. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Mikoto unleashed a barrage of massive fireballs toward the eagle, covering the area from their cave to the cart below with flames. The fiery orbs arced gracefully, crashing into the ground with thunderous booms, creating deep craters. The sheer force and sensation were beyond what one could ordinarily imagine. Shuriken, eager to test his newly acquired skills, Uchiha Haiyan swiftly drew the shuriken he had purchased at the ninja shop. In the next moment, the air sliced with the sound of several shuriken soaring through the air. Initially lacking precision, Uchiha Haiyan quickly found his rhythm, managing to hit nearly all 10 shuriken he threw. Of course, to prevent severely injuring the eagle, he aimed them to merely graze its feathers, serving as a means of intimidation. Once Mikoto's chakra was nearly depleted and the fireball ceased, Uchiha Haiyan rubbed his hands together, smiling as he gathered a large fireball in his palm. "What are you planning to do?" Mikoto, recovering her chakra, inquired with curiosity. "I will ask it if it wishes to become my partner and fight alongside me," Uchiha Haiyan replied cheerfully. With that, he leaped from the cave's entrance. Standing over the grounded eagle, a colossal fireball raised high above his head, beaming with delight. "Do you wish to become my companion?" The proud eagle turned its head away, clearly refusing to answer. "Oh." Observing this, Uchiha Haiyan arched an eyebrow, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "If you continue to refuse, this fireball may very well descend upon your head." After a moment, he reiterated, "I shall ask one final time. Will you agree to be my partner?" The eagle, gazing at the enormous fireball in Uchiha Haiyan's hand and the radiant smile on his face, reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. "Excellent," Uchiha Haiyan exclaimed, his smile growing ever brighter. "As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are true heroes, and it seems you understand this principle." Subsequently, Uchiha Haiyan extracted a drop of blood from his own forehead and another from the eagle's brow. Once the 2 drops of blood fused together, he formed hand seals with both hands, then retrieved a white scroll from his pocket. With his blood, he inscribed the summoning contract and formally signed his name. Reluctantly, the eagle also pressed its claw mark onto the scroll. A flash of white light swept across the scroll, and the contract was officially established. "Very well. From this day forth, you shall be called Baido," Uchiha Haiyan said, licking the corner of his mouth and gazing thoughtfully at the enormous eagle. "Given the tuft of white feathers atop your head, it's only fitting." "What a ridiculous name!" Hinata Niji exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What's wrong? Don't you think it's a rather splendid name? Certainly better than something trivial like Little White or Fluffy." Uchiha Haiyan blinked innocently. "Indeed, that is true," Niji conceded, nodding thoughtfully, his affirmation evident. Chapter 40. The Border of the Land of Fire. "What do you think of the name Mikoto?" Uchiha Haiyan felt an unanticipated jolt and shifted his gaze to Uchiha Mikoto, inquiring. "I think it's quite good, though if it were up to me, I might have named him Bye-Bye instead. Baido does sound more appealing." Uchiha Haiyan declared with finality. Kakashi, who had been quietly trailing behind the trio, observed Uchiha Haiyan effortlessly tame a summoning beast. His lips twitching slightly, at a loss for words. He couldn't shake the feeling that this summoning beast had come willingly. Though it may have been an inappropriate thought, it gave him an undeniable impression. Moreover, when had the Uchiha clan become so miserly? Kakashi furrowed his brow, a serious expression crossing his face. One couldn't help but wonder how the current clan head would feel if he knew that his seemingly insignificant son was shining so brightly. As it appears, Uchiha Haiyan being by Tsunade's side is a fortunate turn of events, at least far better than being bullied within the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, this child seems to have concealed quite a bit. Kakashi had observed the shuriken earlier, based on Uchiha Haiyan's past examination scores. He couldn't possibly have mastered such a basic skill. It now seemed likely that the little rascal had intentionally hidden his abilities, perhaps to escape the clutches of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi mused thoughtfully. Ahead lay the territory of the Land of Wind. Niji, walking at the forefront of the group, suddenly turned and spoke. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is the finest reconnaissance tool among them, and thus Niji remained vigilant about their surroundings throughout their journey. Are we finally leaving the borders of the Land of Fire? Mikoto said dreamily from behind. Since entering the dense forests of the Land of Fire, they had traversed a long and aimless path, growing weary of the monotonous scenery. Now is not the time to let our guard down, Uchiha Haiyan interjected. He was well aware that the border between the two nations was an exceptionally chaotic area. It was not a matter of simply crossing into the Land of Wind. As they neared their destination, one could not afford to relax their vigilance. Criminals fleeing from various nations, rogue ninjas listed on bounty boards, and even certain hidden operatives often congregated at these borders, lurking for any potential targets. For a squad like theirs, the mission generally posed minimal risk. As it was not classified, they were merely escorting a cattle cart to the Land of Wind, a trivial task. However, for other ordinary ninjas from different villages, such missions would naturally evoke little concern. Yet, the members of their current team were anything but ordinary. They comprised 2 Uchiha clan members and 1 from the Hyuga clan, an irresistible target for those with ulterior motives. The allure of the Sharingan and the Byakugan was not to be underestimated. If a seasoned Uchiha or the clan head from the Hyuga clan were present, they would likely deter many would-be attackers. But the 3 of them, with their intermediate levels of skill, could easily fall into a trap. Once ensnared, the value of 2 Sharingan and 1 Byakugan would be immensely tempting. We must not be overly complacent. Though this mission seems straightforward, one can never be certain of who may take an interest in us, Uchiha Haiyan urged. He was not particularly concerned about Niji, given the Hyuga clan's composed nature. However, the Uchiha heiress beside him was another matter entirely. Mikoto, for all her charm, harbored an overabundance of blind confidence in her abilities, believing herself to be unmatched within the Uchiha clan. On the contrary, she exhibited signs of a typical heiress syndrome, lacking a true sense of her capabilities. She had only ever bullied Uchiha Haiyan, and at best, she was on par with the ordinary ninjas in their village, despite being considered a prodigy within the clan. Thanks to the Uchiha bloodline, her youth and inexperience rendered her significantly less capable than the more seasoned ninjas who could stand alone in the village. This disparity was evident both in her mentality and her abilities. Hey, why do I feel like you're talking about me? Uchiha Haiyan was addressing the other 2 in the group, yet Mikoto felt as though he was singling her out, which only served to infuriate her. Ah, Lady Mikoto, do not take it to heart. I certainly did not mean it that way, Uchiha Haiyan chuckled, waving a hand in dismissal as they continued on their journey. At this moment, it was prudent to say a few kind words. After all, if he irritated Mikoto, he would not enjoy the remainder of the trip. Despite her claims of being exceptionally composed and reliable, she often resembled a child, which could be quite exasperating at times. It's best you mean that. Mikoto shot Uchiha Haiyan a glare, her demeanor sharp, as she gracefully kept pace alongside the group. The trio formed a triangle, ensuring that the vigilant Niji remained within the line of sight of both companions, facilitating mutual defense while advancing, a typical operational mode for ninjas on the move. These 3 youngsters managed their roles quite well. Kakashi, lingering far behind, flipped through his book, seemingly unhurried as he followed. However, someone had already begun to tail them, and Kakashi pondered how they would cope with the situation ahead. His gaze remained glued to the pages of his book, as if utterly engrossed in its content. While he muttered to himself, Uchiha Haiyan and his companions leapt gracefully among the branches, maintaining a steady pace as they aimed to traverse the border between the land of fire and the land of wind, ultimately reaching the sand village. The ox cart requested by the task delegator has been positioned at the border of the land of fire, marking the completion of half of their mission. Chapter 41. The Dark-Clad Individuals of the Land of Water. As for the remaining journey to the land of wind, it is now imperative that they allow the ninjas from Suchikage within the land of wind to take over. This is a customary practice within the ninja world. The simple escort mission they are undertaking is, quite frankly, devoid of any real difficulty. Their sole responsibility is to ensure the successful transportation of goods from the land of fire to the land of wind across the border, with no further obligations on their part. This undoubtedly necessitates the cooperation of the Suchikage ninjas, as Uchiha Haiyan and his companions must proceed to Suchikage to hand over the task. By guiding the sand ninja to the border of the land of fire to receive the ox cart for transport, Uchiha Haiyan and his team will have fulfilled their mission. As for the delegator, upon entering the land of wind, they will indeed need to visit Suchikage to pay the second portion of the commission fee to the sand ninjas. However, this matter is no longer of concern to Uchiha Haiyan. Hey, what are you thinking about? Mikoto suddenly turned to Uchiha Haiyan, having noticed his distracted demeanor for some time. While the journey may have been somewhat monotonous, his absent-mindedness was perplexing. We are on a mission, you know. We must remain focused. Mikoto adopted a serious expression, as she had no intention of picking a fight with Uchiha Haiyan. Oh, Uchiha Haiyan quickly realized that he had been lost in thought. This was his first experience with a border-crossing escort mission, and it was only natural to have a wandering mind. Shoo! Just as Uchiha Haiyan opened his mouth to speak, he noticed Hyuga Niji's expression darkening suddenly, followed by his declaration, "Someone is following us." Niji had sensed a chakra disturbance trailing behind them, indicating that an unknown ninja was honing in on their position. For the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, the possibility of being stealthily followed by others is non-existent. With their Byakugan's all-seeing gaze, no one can escape their scrutiny. The Byakugan allows them to perceive even the flow of chakra, which is the foundation of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique. Makoto was taken aback, instinctively holding her breath and gazing warily at the distance behind them. She placed unwavering trust in Niji's abilities. If he sensed someone behind them, then it was undoubtedly an enemy. Let us halt for a moment and assume a defensive stance. Uchiha Haiyan resolved to take a stand, as it was inconceivable to charge into the land of wind with an enemy trailing them. It would be wise to resolve the situation here in the dense forest at the border. The three of them came to a stop, converging towards the center, each vigilant and alert to their surroundings. It appears that we have spoken of the devil, and he has indeed arrived. Uchiha Haiyan narrowed his eyes, keenly sensing movement nearby. Before long, several figures clad in wide black cloaks and adorned with straw hats suddenly materialized before them. Heh. I didn't expect to catch a few stragglers from the Leaf Village today. Who are you? Mikoto inquired nervously. Who we are is of little importance. What matters is that you lot have no intention of leaving. The raspy voices emanating from beneath the cloaks sounded as if they belonged to individuals long steeped in darkness. Their very vocal cords seemingly eroded. Upon hearing that distinctive raspy voice, Uchiha Haiyan furrowed his brow, a semblance of speculation arising in his mind. It was evident that these individuals were also ninjas. Their declaration of capturing the little ones from the leaf indicated they were not mere rogue ninjas from a minor village, but likely hailing from a larger ninja village. Given their proximity to the border between the land of fire and the land of wind, it was clear they could not possibly be from Konoha. Furthermore, their secretive attire, reminiscent of an infiltrator from a clandestine faction, signified they were certainly not from Suchikage either. Coupled with the sinister undertone of their raspy voices and subtle insignia on their garments, Uchiha Haiyan's conviction about their identity only grew stronger. How is your recovery? With that thought, Uchiha Haiyan's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. After briefly interrupting the adversaries, he leaned in closer to Mikoto and quietly inquired. They had exerted considerable effort to catch up with the old man earlier, and now, facing this unexpected foe, he could not help but worry about Mikoto's condition. I'm perfectly fine. My chakra has replenished, and I assure you, I won't hold anyone back. Mikoto nodded confidently, patting her chest. That's good to hear. Uchiha Haiyan nodded in relief. Now let us go? The cloaked figures, however, clearly had no intention of granting the trio any opportunity for escape. With a sweeping gesture, They sprang into action simultaneously. Indeed, they are from the land of water. The moment Uchiha Haiyan observed their movement, he noted the glimmer of liquid beneath their feet, the telltale sign of a water clone. A chill coursed through his eyes. I wondered who would dare to cause trouble on the border of the land of fire. It turns out to be you, Uchiha Haiyan remarked, recognizing an adversary who appeared youthful, yet possessed keen eyes. But even if you have discerned our identities, what of it? You still want to live to return. The eyes peering from beneath the cloaks were filled with malice and menace, gazing at Uchiha Haiyan and Mikoto as though they were mere lambs before a ravenous wolf, exuding an unsettling sense of satisfaction. These individuals, hailing from the village hidden in the mist, were all trained killing machines, molded through rigorous and merciless training, driven solely by a thirst for bloodshed, devoid of any other emotions. It is known that these merciless individuals would not hesitate to turn on their comrades if the mission demanded it, making them an anomaly even among ninjas, a truly fearsome village. Is it only in death that more secrets are preserved? It seems this notion resonates even in this world. Chapter 42, A Battle of Wits. Uchiha Haiyan regarded the figures before him with a smile, showing no sign of fear or concern. Niji, let us make our move. He called out to Hyuga Niji, retreating a few steps. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Both Mikoto and Uchiha Haiyan shouted in unison, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that rained down upon the cloaked figures with reckless abandon. Each fireball was immense. A single hit would produce crackling sounds, as if something was being consumed and gradually dissipating. You need not worry about targeting those black-clad figures directly. The potency of these ninjas from the land of water diminishes significantly when away from their element. We shall utilize the heat of the fireballs to evaporate the water. Compared to the world of Naruto, Uchiha Haiyan, possessing memories from a past life, had a far greater understanding of theoretical and chemical principles. While it is true that water can extinguish flames, there comes a point when a fire's intensity and heat render ordinary water insufficient for quelling it, particularly in situations where there is an inadequate supply. This explains why, once a forest fire ignites, it can rapidly engulf vast stretches of woodland, sometimes burning for several months on end. It is crucial to understand that high-temperature flames can resist even relentless torrents of water, as even the smallest spark can lead to an explosion of fire. Although the chakra within the bodies of these lower-ranked ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village may be limited, it is essential to remember that they are currently at the borders of the land of fire. Aside from the heat emitted by the fireballs themselves, the moment these fireballs make contact with the parched grass, they can ignite a firestorm. The mere presence of a few individuals from the land of water cannot hope to extinguish such flames. This is precisely why Uchiha Haiyan instructed Niji to distract the group, a crucial strategy that underscores the importance of timing, environment, and human factors in securing victory. Each element is indispensable. Since nearly losing his life on 2 previous occasions, Uchiha Haiyan has become notably astute, no longer naive. If a problem can be solved with intellect, there is no need to resort to brute force. Such conduct is the realm of the uncivilized. After all, he has completed 16 years of compulsory education and possesses a higher education degree. Thus, he does not consider it civilized to resort to physical confrontations at every opportunity. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who had been engrossed in a booklet, became intrigued by the fluctuations in battle nearby. He stroked his chin, casting a curious glance at Uchiha Haiyan, and an expression of surprise flickered in his eyes, particularly upon observing how Haiyan had directed Hyuga Niji to divert their adversary's attention while he and Mikoto collaborated, employing the great fireball technique to bombard the surrounding terrain, igniting a conflagration. This lad does not appear as foolish as he seems, Kakashi mused, a hint of schadenfreude in his gaze. The individuals from the land of water are likely in for a dire fate. Kakashi's perception of the people from the land of water was far from favorable. The moniker Blood Mist was not given lightly. The ninja from the village hidden in the mist, selected from hundreds of children through brutal combat, are notorious for their ruthlessness, capable of turning on their comrades without hesitation. To earn the title of ninja, they must commit the ultimate betrayal, murdering a close friend in cold blood. Such a heinous trial aims to transform these shinobi into mere instruments of assassination, devoid of humanity. Even beyond Kakashi, the name of the Mist Village instills trepidation throughout the entire shinobi world. By the time the individuals from the land of water realized the gravity of their situation, it was too late to extinguish the raging inferno. You, the leader in the cloak, shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Uchiha Haiyan. What about us? Haiyan feigned innocence, blinking innocently, a cheerful smile gracing his face as he tilted his head toward the cloaked figure. I am aware of our intelligence. There is no need for further explanation. At that moment, he exuded an air of audacity that was both infuriating and amusing. If you do not silence yourself, I shall see to it that you are consumed by flames. Mikoto, the little demon, revealed her true nature, grinning sweetly yet menacingly. The stark contrast between her previously angelic demeanor and her current threatening tone was a jarring experience few could endure. Do you truly believe you can ambush us? Uchiha Haiyan scoffed, dismissively curling his lip as he brushed non-existent dust from his attire. Surely, you do not think the ninjas of Konoha are mere pushovers. Pausing, he crossed his arms, observing the individuals from the land of water encircled by flames, a smile playing on his lips. However, I must question your choice of attire. Does it not imply that you are the very spies who targeted Tsunade? What are you talking about? I do not comprehend your words, the cloaked leader frowned, bewilderment evident in his eyes. Ah, it seems you are unwilling to speak the truth, Uchiha Haiyan remarked, unfazed by the expected response. He gestured toward a nearby large tree. How long do you intend to remain up there, watching the commotion? Shouldn't you be taking these individuals back for questioning? This matter does not concern me. Others will handle it in due course. Kakashi, having closed the booklet, leaped down from the tree, dusting off his trousers with a smile as he turned to Uchiha Haiyan. All right then, be sure to inquire about the connection between him and those who attacked Tsunade. Uchiha Haiyan shrugged nonchalantly, spreading his hands. As Tsunade's husband, it is your duty to know such matters. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Upon entering the sand village, they encountered little resistance, as Uchiha Haiyan and his companions possessed legitimate identification from Konoha, proving their presence was due to a mission assignment. After clarifying their purpose, they proceeded to the task center in the sand village for the transfer of their mission. The process was straightforward, requiring only simple registration. Soon, they awaited a ninja team from the sand village to accompany them to retrieve the ox cart stationed at the border of the Land of Fire, marking the success of their mission. Following this, they would merely need to return to Konoha to submit their mission report. Although they had faced some challenges earlier, the mission progressed smoothly. After exiting the task center, Uchiha Mikoto displayed an exuberance that was perhaps excessive. This marked her first visit to the sand village. And with the task completion, she was eager to explore the scenery distinct from her own village. Hey, this is hardly the time to relax, Uchiha Haiyan remarked, rolling his eyes at Mikoto, who had previously insisted on maintaining focus during the mission, only to now seem carefree. Though their task was in the process of being handed over, they were still in a foreign ninja village, not in their home of Konoha. In a world rife with conflict, true safety can only be found within one's own village. Despite the recent amicable relations between the Sand Village and Konoha, Uchiha Haiyan, familiar with the narrative, did not consider their situation to be without risk. After all, even in the original storyline, the Suchikage, which had been infiltrated by Orochimaru, seized the opportunity presented by the Chunin exams to incite chaos. Although the situation has not yet reached a point of urgency, they were merely engaged in the customary task handover. However, among their ranks were two young Uchiha with the coveted Sharingan, and accompanied by Hinata Niji, who possessed the Byakugan. Should the Sand Shinobi dare to act shamelessly, the three of them could swiftly consume the situation, akin to a promotional deal of buy two, get one free. It could be said that just this notion alone rendered Uchiha Haiyan unable to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikoto, brimming with enthusiasm, tugged at Uchiha Haiyan, eager to explore the surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, Hinata Niji, who had already been dubbed as a mere bonus in Haiyan's mind, followed silently behind them. He was not one to engage in idle chatter, and now that the task handover was complete, he felt no need to exhaust himself monitoring potential threats, allowing him a rare moment of relaxation. After all, even a genius from the Hyuga clan found it quite taxing to sustain the high-level Byakugan. Uchiha Mikoto, exhibiting a rather displeased demeanor, remarked on his lack of seriousness earlier, as she led Uchiha Haiyan to meander near the task center. As outsiders to the village, the three of them were naturally prohibited from approaching significant sites within Suchikage, including residential areas, unless granted permission. However, wandering through the commercial district near the task center was permissible, especially since the Leaf Village had not yet declared full-scale war against the Sand Village, affording them a degree of privilege as visitors from Konoha. As the preeminent village among the 5 great nations, Konoha's reputation was indeed illustrious. This is my first visit to Tsunade, and it is indeed quite different from our Konoha, Uchiha Mikoto exclaimed, pulling Uchiha Haiyan along while gazing around in wonder. Uchiha Haiyan instinctively nodded in agreement, as it was also his first time here. Compared to the wooden structures characteristic of Konoha, Tsunade was predominantly composed of earthen buildings, exuding a distinct charm. Hello, are you ninjas from Konoha? Just as Uchiha Haiyan was on the verge of losing patience with Mikoto's incessant tugging, a melodious voice reached his ears, rescuing him from his predicament. Yes, we are, Uchiha Haiyan replied, forcing himself to retain his composure while glancing towards the source of the voice, affirmatively nodding. Hello, I am Temari from Tsunade. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I look forward to your guidance in the future. Temari smiled gently, radiating an aura of refined grace. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Haiyan felt as though he had encountered the embodiment of a Yamato Nadeshiko. Hello, I look forward to your guidance as well. It must be said, Temari was the first gentle-natured woman Uchiha Haiyan had met since entering the world of Naruto, and he felt a tinge of discomfort as he nodded in response. Thank you for your assistance in transporting these goods from Konoha. I appreciate your efforts. Temari expressed her gratitude sincerely with a warm smile. It's nothing. Just fulfilling our task, Uchiha Haiyan replied, his face adorned with a smile, dismissing her thanks with a wave of his hand. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, prompting Uchiha Haiyan to startle. He hadn't anticipated the system, which had been dormant for 2 to 3 days, to suddenly activate again. What a nuisance, Uchiha Haiyan thought, bemused by the unreliability of this so-called super system, which frequently malfunctioned without a trace. Character identified for system engagement. Temari, current engagement level, 0. Uchiha Haiyan pressed his lips together, feeling at a loss for words. It seemed that in recent days, he had indeed unlocked several potential characters, yet aside from Mikoto, Tsunade, and the ramen shop owner, Haiyan, none had attained even the slightest engagement level. Chapter 44. The enthusiastic female ninja. It was rather disheartening to ponder how many jutsu he had inadvertently missed. Nonetheless, Temari was evidently different from the other ninjas. Her every action imbued with an air of elegance and tranquility reminiscent of a Yamato Nadeshiko. Once I finish with the deliveries, would you all care to join me at my home for some tea? She invited, turning to face Uchiha Haiyan and the others. That sounds delightful. Without waiting for Hinata, Niji, and Mikoto to decline, Uchiha Haiyan promptly nodded in agreement. What are you planning? Upon hearing this, Mikoto pulled Uchiha Haiyan aside and curiously inquired. While it is true that Konoha and Tsunade maintain a cordial relationship, having completed our escort mission, we should return promptly and not linger here, she advised. Though Hinata Niji remained silent, it was evident he concurred with Mikoto's suggestion. There's no rush. We should take a moment to rest before continuing our journey, Uchiha Haiyan insisted, determined to learn a jutsu from Temari before departing. Very well then. As expected, Mikoto soon found herself swayed by his persuasion, nodding in agreement without fully grasping the situation. Meanwhile, Hinata Niji, who typically regarded himself as aloof and taciturn, was entirely overlooked by Uchiha Haiyan. This fellow generally refrained from speaking in front of others, so it was best to ignore him. Niji could only silently observe as Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Haiyan trailed behind Temari towards Tsunade. I don't have much to offer, just some snacks, Temari said as she brought out several plates of treats from the kitchen and placed them before everyone with a bright smile. Delicious, Uchiha Haiyan declared without hesitation, giving a thumbs up in approval. I have brewed some tea. If you don't mind, please feel free to try it and see how you like it, Temari offered, smiling as she set down 3 cups in front of them. After a brief taste, Uchiha Haiyan nodded in admiration. The flavor is excellent. That's wonderful to hear, Temari replied, her smile growing more genuine and radiant at his heartfelt compliment. Please also accept this small token of appreciation for assisting with the deliveries. It is a modest offering for your journey back, she said, handing Uchiha Haiyan a small bag filled with snacks, her demeanor imbued with sincerity and gratitude. Thank you. Uchiha Haiyan responded with a nod, before departing Tsunade alongside Hinata Niji and Uchiha Mikoto. Did you go to the village just to have tea? On the journey back to Konoha village, Mikoto couldn't help but gaze curiously at Uchiha Haiyan, her eyes blinking in confusion as she inquired about the matter at hand. Her intrigue stemmed from a genuine desire to understand the situation. Uchiha Haiyan had just concocted a rather convoluted ruse merely to persuade them to visit Temari's home for tea and snacks. This struck her as an inversion of priorities. "It's nothing. I was merely confirming something," Uchiha Haiyan replied, shaking his head, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "What is it?" Mikoto pressed insistently, determined to uncover the truth. "I wanted to verify if this mission was truly accomplished, as I harbored concerns about potential tampering," he remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the silent Hyuga Niji, who sighed softly before continuing. "You must have sensed it too, right?" "Yes," Niji nodded in agreement. "What? Could you two refrain from speaking in riddles? If you have something to say, just say it," Mikoto exclaimed, her agitation palpable as she scanned her surroundings, discovering no one willing to clarify her confusion. "It's quite simple. We undertook a similar mission previously. Do you recall the old horse from before?" Uchiha Haiyan sighed again, raising an eyebrow as he directed his gaze towards Mikoto. "Of course I remember. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have found ourselves in such perilous circumstances," Mikoto replied, her words laced with palpable resentment. "Do you recall how enthusiastically he greeted us?" Uchiha Haiyan probed further. "Yes. It was his excessive enthusiasm that led me to believe he was a diligent and honest man, only to discover he was a treacherous individual," Mikoto retorted, still seething. "I'm utterly infuriated. I can't believe I misjudged someone so significantly," she lamented. "Consider Temari's demeanor earlier. Do you not find her attitude peculiar?" Uchiha Haiyan remarked with a knowing smile. "Peculiar?" Mikoto paused, momentarily taken aback, then looked at Uchiha Haiyan in confusion. "Even though we were on a mission, it is common knowledge that missions are primarily undertaken for monetary gain. This implies that Konoha village had already compensated us accordingly. There was no necessity for her to provide additional rewards. Yet, she invited us to her home for dinner," he continued, pausing for effect. "Even after our refusal, she still insisted we join her for tea and snacks. Do you not find such fervor somewhat strange?" "Well, now that you mention it, I too find it rather odd." Mikoto pondered, scratching her head thoughtfully and nodding vigorously. "You are right. If she had no ulterior motives, why would she be so welcoming? I suspect she may have noticed Kakashi." Uchiha Haiyan shrugged, spreading his hands, his tone calm. "Is there a necessary connection?" Upon hearing this, Mikoto felt even more bewildered. "Not necessarily, but it appears her interest lies not with us, but rather with Kakashi, who is trailing behind us," Uchiha Haiyan mused, raising an eyebrow in contemplation, a flicker of surprise and deep thought crossing his features. "However, the entanglements of adults are of no concern to us. Our only obligation is to ensure the mission is complete. We must not have undertaken this journey in vain." Pausing briefly, Uchiha Haiyan recalled the summoning creature he had just tamed, hesitating momentarily before advising Mikoto, "By the way, do not mention the matter of the summoning beast to anyone in the clan." "Why not?" Mikoto questioned, appearing unconvinced by Uchiha Haiyan's insistence. "If they discover you possess a summoning beast, your standing will undoubtedly change significantly," he replied, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Huh, it's not as simple as that." Uchiha Haiyan shook his head dismissively, a hint of mockery lacing his voice. "Especially not with my father. He would not regard me with any newfound respect merely because of a summoning beast. That is a notion easily dismissed." Mikoto understood the validity of Uchiha Haiyan's argument. Yet she struggled to contain her indignation. He is clearly a good person. Why must he suffer simply because he has been unfairly labeled a failure? There is no justification for such relentless bullying, she thought angrily. While Mikoto wrestled with her thoughts, Uchiha Haiyan appeared taken aback. "System, what did you just say?" he asked, instinctively swallowing hard, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "In 6 months, you must complete the conquest of at least 3 characters, achieving a fondness level of 100. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. 6 months? Uchiha Haiyan let out a bitter smile, setting aside other factors. Even the fastest progress with Tsunade has only reached 36, and she is often preoccupied with missions, leaving little room for fostering any emotional connection. Alternatively, you may choose others." The system responded after a 2-second pause. "Such as?" Uchiha Haiyan's lips twitched in disbelief. "You can't be suggesting that I pursue little Uchiha Mikoto or the likes of Yamanaka, Ino, and Sai." The system fell silent. "Seriously? You must be joking. Currently, Ino's fondness for me is merely at 1, while Sai's is a tad higher at 30, which is on par with Mikoto's. How on earth am I to elevate the fondness of these 3 individuals to maximum levels within 6 months?" Uchiha Haiyan exclaimed in exasperation, shaking his head in disbelief. Even if a celestial being descended, achieving this task would still be improbable. It is nothing short of a fantasy. This matter does not fall within my purview. The system replied somewhat defensively. The task has been assigned and cannot be altered. Failure to complete it will result in corresponding penalties. Penalties? What kind of penalties? Uchiha Haiyan inquired, a flicker of concern crossing his features. Until that time, not even this system can ascertain the specifics, the system replied irresponsibly before falling silent, leaving Uchiha Haiyan to call out in vain, receiving no further response. Unbelievable. After a brief moment, Uchiha Haiyan finally relinquished his desire to persuade the system to reconsider its decision. In a state of resignation, he rubbed his face heavily and shook his head, utterly at a loss for words. What's wrong? Hinata Niji, due to his exceptional Byakugan, naturally noticed the shifting expressions on Uchiha Haiyan's face at that moment and inquired with a blend of curiosity and concern. It's nothing. Uchiha Haiyan sighed softly once more, shaking his head to indicate that he was indeed unscathed. Oh, Niji nodded, albeit his expression suggested he harbored doubts about the veracity of Haiyan's brief assurance. Nevertheless, Uchiha Haiyan had no time to ponder the thoughts of the taciturn Niji. His own mind was troubled, contemplating how he might win the affections of 3 girls within a mere 6 months. For someone like him, who had once been a competent otaku in his previous life, this seemed an insurmountable challenge. Damn it, this is truly a rigorous test of a gentleman's charm. He mused that if he ever found a way to return to his former world, he would certainly pen a book entitled The 10 Rules of Seduction. Just contemplating the potential success of such a book made him sigh heavily again, shaking his head, his heart weighed down with an overwhelming sense of worry. Despite encountering some troubles on the way there, the return journey was remarkably smooth. It was uncertain whether Kakashi had given a heads up or if the third Hokage had anticipated their arrival, as he was already seated in his office, awaiting them. You're back. As Uchiha Haiyan and his companions pushed open the office door, they were greeted by the third Hokage, who looked up with a gentle smile. I just received news from Tsunade. She has returned, and it's perfect timing for you both to catch up. The third Hokage's grin made his face resemble a steamed bun, creating an impression that he had successfully rid himself of a troublesome hot potato. There's no sense in a couple being separated for too long. This is an opportune time to give you both a break and nurture your marital bond. All right. Uchiha Haiyan agreed promptly to the third Hokage's suggestion, though he rolled his eyes in irritation, internally grumbling. Although the words seemed noble, it was clear to anyone that the old man had ulterior motives. It was evident that he believed without Tsunade's presence at home to reign in Uchiha Haiyan, the latter would be far too impulsive, incessantly clamoring for missions. Yet, undertaking missions was not as simple as merely expressing a desire. They required careful consideration of various factors, including strict classifications based on strength and intelligence. Moreover, once a task had been entrusted to the village bore the responsibility to fulfill it since they had accepted a fee from the client. This was not merely a matter of contractual obligation, but also a reflection of the village's reputation. Should a mission fail, the repercussions would tarnish not only Uchiha Haiyan's personal standing, but also the village's image, which was absolutely intolerable. As one of the great shinobi villages, Konoha could not afford to lose face. The third Hokage felt a headache coming on, pondering how someone who had failed even the Chunin exams the previous year and was seemingly devoid of any ninja aptitude could possibly complete missions. It was a nerve-wracking thought, and even protecting him had required considerable effort. Furthermore, the success of the mission was largely attributable to the talents of Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Niji, both of whom hailed from distinguished clans. It would be best if such promising individuals did not associate with Uchiha Haiyan, as it would only hinder their potential. Thus, it was preferable for them to remain at home and cultivate their relationship. Uchiha Haiyan was acutely aware of the third Hokage's thoughts. Yet the newly assigned task from the system provided a perfect opportunity. He needed to maximize this period while Tsunade was at home to enhance his affection points. Securing even one successful connection would be advantageous, for his current abilities were woefully inadequate, and he yearned for a plethora of jutsu, if his strength could advance further. The next time he encountered those elusive water ninja, he would not let them escape. At present, Uchiha Haiyan regarded himself as a mere pretty face, ready to embrace any opportunity that came his way. The task had been completed. He informed the third Hokage. Good, you may resume your activities. I will have Kakashi deliver your rewards shortly." The third Hokage waved them off, as if shooing away flies. The trio then parted ways, each heading down their respective paths, returning to their homes. Regarding the matter Mikoto had mentioned earlier, Uchiha Haiyan understood quite well that even a fool would realize his father would never change his views merely due to an ostensibly ordinary summoning beast. In the shinobi world, summoning beasts were relatively commonplace. However, their rarity could also be seen in certain aspects as integral components of a ninja's combat prowess. A summoning beast need not necessarily possess extraordinary combat skills, but should at least complement its master in some manner to significantly enhance the ninja's survival capabilities. After all, in this harsh and unforgiving world, the strongest were those who could endure and outlast others. Yet, acquiring a quality summoning beast was no simple feat. Not to mention the 3 legendary summoning beasts, which included Tsunade, namely the toads, slugs, and snakes. These were considered the pinnacle of summoning creatures, as they housed sage beings. The extraordinary healing abilities of the slug sage and the prophetic powers of the toad sage from Mount Myaboku were nothing short of terrifying. Furthermore, learning sage techniques could only be achieved by entering the 3 great holy lands, and the contracts with these 3 beasts were not accessible to ordinary ninjas, let alone those from prestigious families. Only those associated with the legendary 3 could achieve such a bond. Aside from these extraordinary summoning creatures, the various battle and support abilities passed down through generations within esteemed clans constituted other excellent summoning contracts. For instance, the monkeys of the Sarutobi clan, the ninja dogs of the Hatake clan, and even the turtles contracted by the azure beasts of Konoha were all commendable summoning beasts. The Uchiha clan, for its part, had chosen the eagle as their summoning creature, which was one of the few that possessed flight capabilities, thus offering a high cost-performance ratio. However, for the Uchiha, known for their powerful Sharingan, the development of their ocular abilities was paramount, and aside from that, fire techniques were another significant asset of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is renowned for its various levels of fire-release ninjutsu and numerous rare secret techniques, including certain hereditary skills unique to the Uchiha lineage. Beyond the advantages conferred by their eyes and the legacy of fire release, the Uchiha family has delved deeply into the study of Jinjutsu. For the Sharingan is undoubtedly an exceptionally powerful tool for illusionary arts. The Sharingan not only provides members of the Uchiha clan with formidable resistance to Jinjutsu, but also enhances the potency of various illusion techniques, making it one of the clan's most familiar branches of capability. Additionally, there exist scattered Uchiha fluid techniques, such as shuriken throwing techniques. Given the profound heritage of the Uchiha clan, the presence of a mundane summoning beast, an eagle, seems somewhat incongruous. After all, the time spent nurturing a bond with a summoning beast could be better invested in honing other skills, leading to more remarkable progress. It is a well-known fact that most individuals born into the Uchiha clan are prodigies, capable of awakening their eyes. Yet, even within the family, the summoning beast that possesses little presence, the Uchiha Sea Swallow, is not deemed worthy by his own father to inherit the summoning contract. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan's summoning beast is an eagle, which also explains why Uchiha Sea Swallow is determined to forge a contract with the giant eagle he encountered earlier. He seeks to assert his worth. Chapter 47. Welcome home thus. While it may appear that he has achieved a remarkable feat by acquiring a summoning beast, in reality, for a prominent family like the Uchiha, an ordinary summoning beast holds little significance. It could be said that nearly anyone born into the Uchiha family could sign their name on that summoning scroll. The descendants of the original summoning beast can begin a summoning contract with the progeny of the Uchiha clan. The only distinction lies in the fact that Uchiha Sea Swallow's name has been erased from the summoning contract by his father. How amusing this situation is. It is indeed quite ironic that while other parents strive to protect their children throughout their lives, the Uchiha clan seems to do the opposite. How peculiar. Contemplating this, Uchiha Sea Swallow could not suppress a disdainful snort, his lips curling in contempt for the current clan leader. How can one expect a person who disregards his own son to fulfill the responsibilities of a clan leader? The answer is all too evident. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that the Uchiha clan found itself embroiled in significant conflict with the Hokage, given the apparent lack of intelligence among those in charge, who can easily be manipulated by others. With a heart full of thoughts, Uchiha Sea Swallow pushed open the door to his room, only to be greeted by a faint familiar fragrance wafting through the air. Huh. Upon recognizing the scent, he momentarily froze, his eyes suddenly brightening. "My dear, you're back?" he exclaimed. "I didn't expect your sense of smell to be this keen." Tsunade smiled at Uchiha Sea Swallow, her lips curving into a gentle smile, subtly affirming his observation. "Of course. Don't forget I am your wife. While I may not be attuned to others, I certainly remember my wife's scent distinctly." Uchiha Sea Swallow lifted his chin proudly, hands resting on his waist, grinning as he continued. "Have you just returned?" "Yes, I went out with Jiraiya and Orochimaru to assess the recent seismic activity. It turned out to be just a natural occurrence, causing us unnecessary worry for quite some time." Tsunade yawned, clearly fatigued, and added, "When I was turning in a mission, I heard the third Hokage mention you should be back soon, so I thought I'd wait for you at home. Since you've returned, I'll head back to my room for a nap." After concluding her statement, Tsunade swayed back to her room to rest. "Wait," Uchiha Sea Swallow suddenly called out. "What is it?" Tsunade jumped, instinctively turning around to face him, her expression a mixture of confusion and surprise, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. "Are you not aware that scaring someone can lead to dire consequences? What if I were to suffer a heart attack from the fright?" "Haha, I merely intended to surprise you." Uchiha Sea Swallow felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his nose awkwardly after hearing Tsunade's words, letting out a couple of forced laughs. "What surprise?" Tsunade, oblivious to Uchiha Sea Swallow's discomfort, tilted her head slightly, curiosity sparkling in her eyes as she asked, "What is it?" "For you." Uchiha Sea Swallow rummaged through his pocket and produced a deck of playing cards, tossing them into Tsunade's arms. "This is a new game I've devised. You can try playing with the reverse side of these cards. I've written the rules for you. It's a token of apology for our time apart." Understanding dawned upon Tsunade, and she nodded appreciatively. "I see. Regardless, thank you." "Not at all. It was merely a small effort on my part." Uchiha Sea Swallow shook his head, sincerity and tenderness evident in his voice as he continued. "What do you plan to have for lunch?" "I'm going to the kitchen to cook. How about that ramen I had before I left?" Tsunade suggested, blinking thoughtfully. "Perfect. I think after your nap. The timing will be just right for you to enjoy the noodles." Uchiha Sea Swallow readily agreed, his eyes twinkling as he smiled at Tsunade, reminding her, "Just remember not to kick off the covers." "I know," Tsunade replied, her cheeks flushing as she shot him a playful glare before shyly retreating to her room, not to emerge again. Uchiha Sea Swallow chuckled softly, shaking his head with a hint of amusement, a gentle smile gracing his lips, filled with affection and warmth. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully winning over Tsunade, 37. Please continue your efforts. Upon hearing this notification, Uchiha Sea Swallow inhaled sharply, shaking his head silently, leaving only one thought lingering in his mind. The road ahead is long. To win Tsunade's heart swiftly, the journey is arduous and filled with challenges. Uchiha Sea Swallow reflected deeply on this sentiment. Are you saying that child has already mastered shuriken throwing? And he can also execute the Uchiha clan's great fireball technique and Tsunade's monstrous strength? The third Hokage raised an eyebrow in surprise upon hearing Kakashi's report, a hint of perplexity flickering in his eyes as he sought confirmation. Indeed, Kakashi, well aware of the third Hokage's astonishment, nodded affirmatively, his tone serious. I was equally surprised when I first noticed this, but upon reflection, it is not outside the realm of possibility. What do you mean by that? The third Hokage raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of speculation flickering in his eyes. Chapter 48. Kakashi's speculation. It is as if descendants from two distinct clans could simultaneously master the techniques of their respective families. Kakashi pondered whether Uchiha Haiyan could indeed be the embodiment of his own internal conjecture. If that were the case, it would be quite difficult to discern the true intentions of that individual. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, stroking his chin, while tapping his finger gently on the table. After a moment's reflection, he spoke in a low tone. If that were truly the case, then Uchiha Haiyan must be his most cherished child, so how could he possibly allow such a child to wed Tsunade? I find such matters rather commonplace. Given that Uchiha Haiyan has consistently exhibited behavior that could even be described as inept. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Kakashi shrugged nonchalantly, spreading his hands in a gesture of calmness as he continued. Thus, I suspect that the esteemed individual may harbor considerable dissatisfaction with Uchiha Haiyan's performance. Perceiving him as a constant reminder of his own failures, leading to a distinct disfavor towards the child. After a pause, Kakashi elaborated further. If he is indeed disliked, it follows that he would be sent far away, to a place where he would not be within sight, nor would he be remembered. In light of the ongoing conflict between our Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan, it is evident that Uchiha Haiyan serves as the most suitable candidate for such a fate. If you consider it this way, it does hold some truth. However, that child has always chosen to feign ignorance. There must be a reason behind it. The third Hokage nodded in agreement with Kakashi's analysis, yet swiftly shifted the conversation. Kakashi, deep in thought, stroked his chin again. I believe this child is quite astute. He must have already discerned his father's intentions and is planning to seize this opportunity to escape. Regardless of what transpires in the future, it shall not impact his existence. Then, why would he seek to stand out now? Would it not be a wiser choice to continue masquerading as a fool, thus avoiding unwanted attention? The third Hokage raised an eyebrow and responded, if he continues to play the role of a fool, he may indeed become one. Moreover, I have noticed a recent change in his attitude towards Tsunade. It seems they are slowly moving towards a genuine marital bond. After a brief pause, Kakashi continued, nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, as long as it allows Tsunade to emerge from her past shadows, it would be the most favorable outcome. Indeed, upon hearing Kakashi's remarks, the third Hokage could not help but let out a heavy sigh, shaking his head in agreement. The former fear of blood could be significantly diminished due to Uchiha Haiyan. It seems that one day, we may indeed be able to free Tsunade from the burdens of her past. Only then will she truly return to us. Yes. Kakashi nodded vigorously in response to the third Hokage's sentiments, his expression filled with affirmation. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haiyan was busy in the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves and preparing dough. The new skill he had acquired from Tsai was aptly named the taste of dough. Kneading dough requires a certain finesse. How much force should be applied? What temperature of water is ideal? How many times should it be kneaded? These are not mere dogmatic rules, but rather insights gleaned from extensive experience on how to produce delectable dough under various circumstances. Kneading too much can result in overly tough noodles, while insufficient kneading yields soft, mushy strands that lack the desired texture. Hence, it is evident that kneading dough is indeed a skilled endeavor, one that an ordinary person might struggle with without proper training. However, for Uchiha Haiyan, everything seemed to flow seamlessly, resolving all challenges with ease. One cannot deny that Tsai's techniques have reached an extraordinary level, likely comparable to her father's expertise. As he watched the strands of pulled noodles materialize in his hands, Uchiha Haiyan felt a surge of excitement. Today's dinner was specifically requested by Tsunade, and he was determined to make it a splendid affair. As the saying goes, as he had once told Hinata Niji, to capture a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. Uchiha Haiyan firmly believed in this notion, as his previous high trust levels were largely obtained through the realm of gastronomy. Thus, he suspected that Tsunade was, in fact, quite the foodie in private. After all, how could she be so enthusiastic about food? Returning to the matter at hand, the journey to Suchikage, traversing the land of fire to the land of wind and back again, was undoubtedly no short excursion. While Uchiha Haiyan had experienced sights utterly different from those of Konoha, to be frank, aside from his encounter with Temari, there was little else of interest. Being in another clan's territory, Uchiha Haiyan felt somewhat out of place. After all, the Uchiha clan's identity is sensitive, and the Sharingan represents an immense temptation. Those with any semblance of intellect, who do not wish to instigate conflict with Konoha, would refrain from acting against them. Yet, reality often defies reason. One could never be certain that they would not encounter an ambush, much like the water ninjas who had attacked them at the border, leaving them with no recourse. In Konoha, Uchiha Haiyan had to admit that he had very few true friends. His Uchiha identity inherently created a barrier between him and ordinary ninja, who would feel uncomfortable even approaching him. The name Uchiha, in Konoha, indeed represented a certain privileged class. Chapter 49. Troubles abound, however, from another perspective. The Uchiha surname is not particularly esteemed among the common folk. To say they are unwelcome would be an understatement, in many respects. They are treated as if they belong to a different village altogether. The villagers fear the Uchiha clan, as many of its members are accustomed to being domineering. Take Uchiha Mikoto, for instance. This girl is evidently not a bad person, yet she frequently bullies Uchiha Haiyan. Moreover, one cannot overlook the genuine scoundrels among the Uchiha clan. After all, In a vast forest, one will find all manner of birds, and it is entirely normal for a few miscreants to emerge. Furthermore, due to familial circumstances, the Uchiha clan is often perceived as exceedingly arrogant, a trait that seems ingrained within them to a pathological degree. Unlike other prominent clans in the village, such as the Hyuga clan, which often interacts with common villagers, the Uchiha maintain a certain distance. The Uchiha clan resembles a village within a village. Not only are they self-sufficient in resources, but even the commoners are forbidden from approaching their territory. Those who dare to encroach upon it are met with inquiries and expulsion. Uchiha Haiyan has lamented more than once about this disconnection from the village, exuding an air of superiority as if they were the undisputed rulers. It is indeed curious why the Leaf Village has not dealt with the Uchiha clan thus far. He cannot fathom what gives these individuals the audacity to act so haughtily, behaving as if they were the paramount beings each day. Uchiha Haiyan meanders through the streets, feeling quite disheartened. He has no desire to stroll around his clan's domain, where he is hardly welcomed. The prospect of encountering further trouble is daunting. While he is not afraid of complications, after all, with the ninjutsu he has mastered, dealing with petty troublemakers is trivial. It is the nuisance of the matter that repulses him. Having just returned from a rare mission, he yearns for a moment of respite, wishing to avoid any unnecessary entanglements. Moreover, engaging in pest control for his clan brings him no benefits. Why should he toil for no reward? Such troublesome tasks, devoid of any advantages, are not worth his effort. With a heavy sigh, Uchiha Haiyan feels an overwhelming fatigue settle over him. He never anticipated the myriad troubles that would ensnare him. He is acutely aware of how unpopular the Uchiha clan is. Of course, Uchiha Mikoto is an exception. However, this is but one of the few anomalies within the clan's history, illustrating just how despised and arrogant they are. As he stirs the ramen broth, Uchiha Haiyan shakes his head in dismay, reflecting on his unfortunate fate. Alas, to traverse into another world is one thing, but to find oneself in the realm of Naruto is another, and to inhabit the body of a perceived failure is quite another matter. After finally acquiring a golden opportunity, he now finds himself relying on charm to indirectly enhance his abilities. The most troubling aspect is that his family is embroiled in endless turmoil, contemplating betrayal one day and rebellion the next. One would think they fancied themselves capable of single-handedly confronting 100 foes. It is baffling to consider whether the past clan leaders were ever in their right minds. Can they not see the precarious situation they are in? With their incessant scheming, they risk total annihilation. And for what? A bunch of fools, indeed. Inwardly, Uchiha Haiyan mutters his grievances. Do they remain silent still? The third Hokage furrows his brow, shifting his gaze to Kakashi, speaking in a grave and serious tone. No. Kakashi, too, wears a troubled expression, shaking his head before continuing. Should we resort to unconventional methods? Not yet, lest the people from the land of water come seeking trouble, the third Hokage replies after a moment's contemplation. I suspect they believe their allies will not abandon them and will endeavor to retrieve them from us, which is why they remain tight-lipped. Upon hearing this, Kakashi lets out a resigned sigh, shaking his head as he analyzes the mindset and actions of these individuals. What you say holds merit. Yet the enemy lurks in the shadows while we stand in the light. Their attire is identical. And if Tsunade's earlier encounter with them bears no connection to the land of water, I find that utterly implausible. The third Hokage acknowledges Kakashi's concerns with a nod. Continuing, however, this sudden appearance has provided us with a breakthrough. Their uniformity suggests they belong to the same organization, likely hailing from the land of water. In other words, they have set their sights on Tsunade. As he speaks, the third Hokage's voice grows somber, evoking a sense of impending turmoil. But there must be a reason. A reason? The third Hokage scoffs. I cannot fathom what occupies their minds, but it likely revolves around similar motives. Pausing briefly, he continues, Tsunade is one of the legendary Sannin, and her healing abilities are unparalleled, making her invaluable to any nation or village. It is evident why they would covet her. Kakashi cannot help but exhale a sigh, fully understanding the gravity of the third Hokage's words. Yet, despite grasping the implications, he finds himself unable to articulate them. Ultimately, he sighs heavily, shaking his head, feeling a profound weariness settle in. What do those individuals want with Uchiha Haiyan? I know you were standing nearby at the time. You must have heard their conversation clearly. In the midst of this, the third Hokage appears to recollect something, raising his head to regard Kakashi with intensity. I distinctly remember. They were inquiring whether Uchiha Haiyan knew why the third Hokage of Konoha arranged for him to marry Tsunade. Have you considered what the third Hokage might have been scheming? Kakashi nods, maintaining a composed demeanor, seemingly unfazed. And how did he respond? The third Hokage, seemingly anticipating this question, raises an eyebrow with a hint of amusement. He claimed he had no interest in such matters, wishing only to live peacefully with Tsunade. Kakashi shrugs, spreading his hands. Heaven knows how shocked I was to hear that response. It seems the boy is indeed quite astute. The third Hokage narrows his eyes, tapping his fingers thoughtfully on the table, lost in contemplation for a while before murmuring to himself. Hey, I've been calling you for quite some time now. Did you not hear me? Uchiha Haiyan feels a tap on his shoulder and turns to find Uchiha Mikoto standing behind him, wearing a familiar expression. Oh, it seems I can encounter you wherever I go, he remarks, slightly exasperated. He had deliberately avoided the clan's territory to evade familiar faces, seeking a moment of solitude. Yet fate had other plans. What do you mean by that? Do you not wish to see me? Uchiha Mikoto's mood shifts upon hearing his words, her brows furrowing as she interprets them as a hint of disdain. Her temper flares, and she is unable to suppress her irritation. Oh no, I did not mean it that way. Uchiha Haiyan quickly gestures, unwilling to admit his lack of fondness for the young lady before him, knowing well the consequences of such an admission. Although Mikoto can be somewhat difficult, she is undeniably a good girl, and Uchiha Haiyan does not wish to truly anger her. Really? Uchiha Mikoto gazed at Uchiha Haiyan with an expression of skepticism. Of course, would I dare to deceive you? Uchiha Haiyan deftly shifted the topic, inquiring about her venture out for food. Noticing that Mikoto's hands were laden with skewered meat and dumplings, he quickly realized that she had ventured out solely for culinary delights. Well, you know how it is in the family territory, there is nothing appetizing to be found, leaving me no choice but to come out and buy some. Uchiha Mikoto nodded, embodying the essence of a food enthusiast. Uchiha Haiyan smirked. He was well aware that the members of the Uchiha clan held an air of superiority, as if they were above mundane concerns, making it utterly impossible for there to be grilled dumplings sold in their territory. By the way, what brings you out? Uchiha Mikoto casually asked as she walked alongside Uchiha Haiyan. I came out to buy groceries and prepare a meal. What else would I be doing? Uchiha Haiyan replied somewhat irritably. If he didn't finish cooking, what would he feed Tsunade? He was counting on delicious food to win her over. Hence the necessity of his outing. Can I accompany you to your home for a meal? At that moment, Uchiha Mikoto's thoughts were racing, as she knew that Uchiha Haiyan's culinary skills were nothing short of exceptional. Anyone who had tasted his cooking would find it hard to forget, herself included. Truth be told, had she known earlier about his remarkable cooking, she would have insisted he prepare meals for her long ago. Yet, she had never anticipated that time would slip away so quickly. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming sense of envy towards Tsunade. Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help but reflect on her feelings. What do you think? Observing Mikoto's audacious demeanor, Uchiha Haiyan rolled his eyes in exasperation, scrutinizing her with a sideways glance. Do you understand what a world for two means? If you tag along, it ceases to be a world for two and becomes a situation with a third wheel. Humph. If you don't want me to go, I want tea. You make it sound so serious, Mikoto pouted, appearing quite displeased, and turned away with a huff. Seeing this, Uchiha Haiyan shook his head in resignation, but couldn't suppress a faint smile. Perhaps he should treat her to a meal another day as a form of apology. Really? However, to Uchiha Haiyan's surprise, as soon as he uttered those words, Mikoto's voice rang out behind him. Didn't you just leave? Uchiha Haiyan turned to look at her, a bit speechless, his mouth twitching slightly as he replied, I'm not foolish. If I had truly left, how could I have heard your previous words? And remember, when your esteemed wife is away, you must invite me for a feast. Mikoto grinned, rolling her eyes at him, and continued, I really don't understand what goes on in your mind. You could simply invite me to dinner today, instead of postponing it for another day. TSK. Don't you find that exhausting? What's the difference? Uchiha Haiyan retorted, rolling his eyes again. What is the difference? Mikoto shrugged helplessly, spreading her hands in exasperation, unsure of how to respond. Upon returning home, Uchiha Haiyan had just finished preparing the ramen, while Tsunade was already awake, drawn by the enticing aroma. It smells amazing, Tsunade exclaimed, inhaling the delightful blend of fragrances that filled the air, unable to resist swallowing. I feel like your culinary skills have only improved while I've been away. Really? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Haiyan chuckled, his gaze filled with affection for Tsunade. You should eat while it's hot. Did you put extra bamboo shoots in for me? Tsunade asked eagerly as she sat down, eyeing the generous serving of ramen. Of course, I made sure to add more of your favorite. Uchiha Haiyan assured her with a tender tone. Tsunade opened her mouth to say something but found herself at a loss for words, feeling a strange heaviness in her chest. What's wrong? Uchiha Haiyan, oblivious to her unusual expression, raised an eyebrow in curiosity as he noticed her reluctance to pick up her chopsticks. I've put effort into today's meal. It shouldn't taste particularly bad. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of stir-fried meat and bamboo shoots. Savoring the flavor, the bamboo shoots were crisp and delectable, infused with a hint of meatiness, and the meat was tender, overall a commendable dish. What's the matter? Uchiha Haiyan questioned, noticing Tsunade's continued hesitation. Are you feeling unwell? He approached her, placing his hand on her forehead to check her temperature. The moment Tsunade felt his warm palm against her skin, she instantly froze, lost in a daze. No way. Uchiha Haiyan furrowed his brow, concern flashing in his eyes. I don't sense a fever. Did something happen during your mission? No. Tsunade instinctively shook her head upon hearing his inquiry. That's good, relieved by her response. Uchiha Haiyan let out a soft sigh, feeling the tension in his chest ease. Although Tsunade's reaction to the meal seemed off, as long as she was not injured or unwell, that was enough for him. Perhaps she was simply too fatigued from her recent missions to eat. That seemed reasonable. After all, he remembered feeling utterly exhausted after a strenuous race in high school, lacking the energy even to eat or drink. With that in mind, it was possible that Tsunade was struggling to keep up due to the frequency of her missions. However, if that were the case, he would need to consider how to utilize the resources at home to help her recover. Perhaps a nourishing chicken soup tomorrow? Or maybe even pig's trotter soup would suffice. Uchiha Haiyan thoughtfully stroked his chin, pondering this in his mind. Meanwhile, Tsunade was experiencing a tumultuous whirlwind of emotions, her gaze fixating on Uchiha Haiyan. Her expression a complex tapestry of surprise, confusion, and an unspoken sentiment that lingered between them. In summary, the situation is quite complex and difficult to articulate. Perhaps you should rest well today, as it seems you lack the energy even to eat. Are you feeling exhausted? Uchiha Haiyan appeared oblivious to the intricate emotions reflected in Tsunade's gaze and continued to express his concern. I will take a break before having my meal. Tsunade, acutely aware of the turmoil within her heart, subconsciously nodded, glancing toward Uchiha Haiyan. She bit her lip, gazing at the lavish spread before her, unable to suppress her desire to speak. All right. Uchiha Haiyan noticed the look of longing on Tsunade's face as she eyed the sumptuous feast and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Yet he readily agreed. Soon after, he observed Tsunade retreating to her bedroom, and before long, the sound of her steady breathing filled the room. Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of compassion passing through him. It was indeed due to the recent frequency of missions. She was utterly fatigued, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, in another location, the third Hokage was engaged in conversation with Kakashi, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. Where is Tsunade? The third Hokage inquired, raising an eyebrow and glancing at Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who seemed somewhat surprised. That woman went straight home after returning. I wonder who is waiting for her there, Orochimaru replied, his lips twitching slightly in exasperation. Oh. A glimmer of interest sparked in the third Hokage's eyes as he stroked his chin, a faint smile gracing his lips as he nodded at Orochimaru and Jiraiya. I see. Jiraiya, typically not one for excessive conversation, merely nodded calmly at the third Hokage's words without adding further comment. Have you noticed that the relationship between Uchiha Haiyan and Tsunade seems to have softened considerably recently? The third Hokage appeared to find conversing with these two rather tedious. So he turned to Kakashi, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, Uchiha Haiyan seems like a different person, no longer exuding that gloomy aura, Kakashi acknowledged, nodding in understanding, stroking his chin thoughtfully. If the past Uchiha Haiyan conveyed a sense of darkness, the current version radiated a lively and cheerful illusion, almost as if trouble were brewing. Kakashi struggled to articulate the sensation stirring within him, but the third Hokage seemed to grasp it well, nodding in agreement. Perhaps he has truly come to terms with it. I hope so. Kakashi paused momentarily, then silently nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Have you made any progress on the information I asked you to investigate? The third Hokage shifted the topic away from Uchiha Haiyan. directing his serious gaze toward Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Yes, Orochimaru licked his dry lips and nodded vigorously. According to our findings, it appears that, as you previously suspected, a tailed beast will likely awaken shortly. Indeed, upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the third Hokage couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh, shaking his head. Recently, I've had an unsettling feeling, as if something dreadful is about to transpire. It seems my instincts were not unfounded. After a lengthy silence, the third Hokage resumed speaking. Have we determined a timeline? Not yet. Orochimaru shook his head, shrugging helplessly. We can only detect the presence of the tailed beast. It is the Uchiha clan who are most attuned to its aura. The third Hokage sighed deeply in response to Orochimaru's statement, shaking his head once more. His hands clasped behind his back, expressing a sense of resignation. How could I not be aware of this? It's just that the Uchiha clan is no longer able to collaborate as seamlessly as before. Perhaps we could have Uchiha Haiyan give it a try, Jiraiya interjected, suddenly breaking his silence. Regardless of his perceived ineptitude, as a member of the Uchiha bloodline, he should be sensitive to the tailed beast's aura. Moreover, I've heard from Kakashi that he has awakened his Sharingan, which should yield decent results. Let me think it over, the third Hokage replied, not immediately agreeing, but instead lowering his head in contemplation for a while before shaking it and speaking in a calm tone. Unless absolutely necessary, I am reluctant to resort to this approach. Very well. Jiraiya opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to persuade him, but upon seeing the third Hokage's demeanor, he swallowed his words back down. While the third Hokage and the others deliberated on the significant matter of the tailed beast's awakening, Uchiha Haiyan sat in his room, bored, engaged in a futile negotiation with the system. I mean, the rate at which you accumulate affection points is far too slow. Uchiha Haiyan couldn't help but complain. There have been several occasions when I felt that Tsunade's favor towards me should have skyrocketed, yet here you are, only managing to increase it by 1 point. This is beyond slow. It's practically tortoise-paced. If you have time to bicker with this system, you might as well focus on improving those people's affection for you. The system replied, nearly exasperated. I've encountered picky individuals before, but none as finicky as you. Is winning over the character's affections as simple as you suggest? If it were that easy, you would have taken over the world in no time. Truly. And aside from the strategy system, do you have any other functions? I've seen other systems that at least offer some sort of beginner's gift, yet you provide nothing. Uchiha Haiyan fell into an endless cycle of lamentation, expressing his disdain for this utterly useless system. After hearing Uchiha Haiyan's grievances, the system could only grind its metaphorical teeth in annoyance. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the lottery mode. Upon hearing this special synthesized electronic voice resonate in his mind, Uchiha Haiyan's eyes lit up, excitement coursing through him as he eagerly inquired, what does this lottery mode entail? You gain a chance to draw whenever a strategy character reaches a favorability level of 35. The system explained succinctly. So, does that mean I can draw several times now? Uchiha Haiyan's excitement surged again at this statement, prompting him to break into a foolish grin. Dream on. The system replied, its expression unchanging as it retorted. You only have one opportunity right now. Moreover, once you utilize this chance, your next draw can only occur after achieving a favorability score of 70 with your target. Uchiha Haiyan, who had been brimming with enthusiasm moments ago, now felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. His heart had plummeted, akin to a fragile ice crystal that shatters upon the slightest touch. Given the current difficulty in gaining affection points, it seemed he would have to wait an eternity for the next opportunity to claim a prize from the lottery. Alas, the mere thought was exhausting. Yet, it must be said, this was still preferable to a mere strategy system, for at least it provided a modicum of motivation. With no other recourse, Uchiha Haiyan could only engage in self-soothing thoughts. Should he proceed with the lottery? The system's mechanical voice resonated within him once more. Confirm. Although disappointment lingered, Uchiha Haiyan nodded in agreement without hesitation. He was uncertain about what he would draw for his first lottery. Truth be told, his luck in the previous world could be summarized in a single word, catastrophic, regardless of the game he played. Aside from the first 20 consecutive draws that yielded a single SSR, he had never again drawn any SSR cards, despite his relentless grinding. This ultimately led him to abandon such card games entirely, unwilling to touch them again. Even when attempting to buy another bottle of iced tea, he had never won a prize. Throughout his life, he had never won anything. The only win he could recall was a coupon outside a supermarket that offered a jade pendant worth 2,999 yuan for a mere 2,900 yuan discount, essentially a scam. Reflecting on this now, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. As he pondered these thoughts, a magnificent wheel suddenly appeared before him, adorned with vibrant colors and an array of items. After he pressed the confirmation button, the wheel began to spin rapidly. As the pointer gradually slowed, Uchiha Haiyan's heart raced. Hanging precariously in his throat, his tension palpable. Finally, the pointer came to rest on a red square. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring a quest item, the Forgotten Bouquet. What on earth? Uchiha Haiyan stared dumbfounded at the notification, instinctively rubbing his face, and then his eyes, still grappling with disbelief. A forgotten bouquet? It sounded as though it harbored some lingering resentment. Goodness! Surely, there couldn't be any ghosts in the world of Naruto, could there? That would be a death sentence, Uchiha Haiyan thought, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. However, upon examining the detailed explanation of the forgotten bouquet, he felt an immense sense of relief. In essence, this bouquet was intended for gifting by a young girl who ran a flower shop, but had inadvertently left it in a corner. The bouquet was designated as a quest item due to the significant losses incurred by her mistake, which had etched a deep impression of it in her mind. Most importantly, presenting this bouquet would increase affection points by 5. Goodness gracious! Uchiha Haiyan realized that the young girl currently held a mere affection score of 1 in her heart. To suddenly soar by 5 points felt akin to winning the lottery. While the road ahead may be long and arduous, I shall persist in my quest. Nevertheless, should I possess such a tool to enhance affection, I would gladly welcome more of it. Uchiha Haiyan expressed his willingness and certainty. As for the young girl in question, it was none other than Yamanaka Ino, the flower shop owner, who remained his only unresolved challenge. Indeed, Uchiha Haiyan regarded Yamanaka Ino as the most formidable target among those he could pursue. Fortunately, he now had an item to aid him. Otherwise, he would be in a rather precarious situation. After all, to build up the affection of 3 individuals in a short span of time. Aside from Uchiha Mikoto and the ramen shop owner, Haiyan, his remaining options were Tsunade and Yamanaka Ino. Progress with Tsunade was painfully slow, creating an illusion of stagnation, while Yamanaka Ino's affection remained steadfastly at 1. This gradually instilled in Uchiha Haiyan a nagging sense of impending punishment. Yet, it appeared that fortune favored him, as this twist of fate had emerged. Truly, the heavens do watch over him, Uchiha Haiyan mused, filled with gratitude. However, one must be cautious with such pivotal items. It would be wise to reserve them for critical moments, lest using them prematurely lead to unfavorable outcomes. As Uchiha Haiyan reflected on this, he absent-mindedly stroked his chin, pondering deeply. His reservations were well-founded. After all, if he found himself just shy of 5 affection points when the time came to reach 100, the significance of the item would become apparent. Not only could it help him complete a task, but it could also spare him from punishment, truly a double victory. No, it should be termed a triple victory, for achieving maximum affection might even yield remarkable skills as a reward. Uchiha Haiyan contemplated this in silence. At that moment, a series of sharp knocks echoed from the door of his room. Uchiha Haiyan momentarily froze, his expression shifting as he fought to suppress a sudden wave of anxiety. He leaped from his bed and hurriedly opened the door. Standing before him was none other than Tsunade. Wife? Uchiha Haiyan's expression faltered in surprise at the sight of Tsunade, his eyes wide with confusion. Did you not say you were tired and going to rest? Why are you out? Are you hungry? He asked as he made his way to the kitchen to reheat the meal he had prepared earlier. However, just as he took a couple of steps, Tsunade halted him. Wife, what is wrong? Uchiha Haiyan frowned, observing Tsunade's hesitant demeanor as she appeared uncertain of how to proceed. A shadow of concern crossed her face, prompting him to inquire. Has something happened? Is someone bothering you? Did you lose a bet? Or are you under some psychological pressure? After a brief pause, Uchiha Haiyan patted his chest and continued. Though I may not match your strength, I can serve as an emotional sounding board. Whatever grievances you have, feel free to share with me. I can be a competent listener. Seeing Uchiha Haiyan's earnest expression, Tsunade seemed to reach a resolution. She opened her mouth, clenched her fists, and resolutely shook her head. No, none of what you mentioned is the issue, Tsunade asserted with conviction. What is it then? Uchiha Haiyan asked, his curiosity unabashedly piqued by Tsunade's words. Tsunade opened her mouth, seemingly intent on saying something, But upon seeing Uchiha Haiyan's worried expression, she closed her mouth again, displaying a hesitant demeanor. Observing this scene, how could Uchiha Haiyan remain oblivious? He could only shake his head helplessly and let out a heavy sigh, subsequently pulling Tsunade into the bedroom without further ado. Wife. Uchiha Haiyan's expression turned serious. You must remember that our relationship has now evolved into that of a married couple. You are my wife, and I am your husband. There should be no secrets between us. Therefore, whatever you say, I shall accept. After a brief pause, Uchiha Haiyan, as if jesting, continued, of course. Aside from placing a green hat upon my head, I am open to anything else. What are you talking about? Tsunade's face flushed crimson at his words, and she retorted in indignation. All right. I didn't mean to utter such foolish words, dear wife. Please forgive me this once. Uchiha Haiyan observed Tsunade's evident return to normalcy and felt a weight lift from his heart, the tension that had lodged in his throat dissipating. Chapter 54. Painful foot feeling considerably lighter, he adopted a playful demeanor. Humph. Tsunade huffed, turning her head away, arms crossed over her chest. After a lengthy hesitation, she finally steeled herself to speak. Do you know why the third Hokage insisted that we marry? Huh. Upon hearing Tsunade mention this matter, Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. While he had anticipated numerous possibilities, he had never imagined Tsunade would bring this up. After all, the root of their troubled relationship should stem from the unresolved issues between them. Since Uchiha Haiyan had come to inhabit this body, he had not concerned himself with the reasons behind their past grievances. Nonetheless, it was likely that this very reason contributed significantly to the animosity between them. Thus, upon Tsunade's initiative in addressing the issue, an inexplicable complexity arose within him. What prompted you to mention this? Uchiha Haiyan instinctively pressed his lips together and spoke in a low voice. Tsunade opened her mouth, appearing somewhat conflicted and hesitant, but ultimately chose to articulate her thoughts. I no longer wish to deceive you. So, you intend to reveal the true reason for our marriage? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Uchiha Haiyan felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him, and a faint smile graced his lips as he gazed at Tsunade, his eyes filled with affection and tenderness. Yes, Tsunade, oblivious to the shift in Uchiha Haiyan's gaze, lowered her head and, seemingly gathering her courage, continued. The reason we married is simply because the third Hokage was concerned that the Uchiha clan might rebel. Before Tsunade could finish her sentence, Uchiha Haiyan, with a nonchalant air, interjected. You? Tsunade instinctively lifted her head, staring at Uchiha Haiyan in disbelief and shock. Are you curious how I came to know this? Uchiha Haiyan sighed internally, shaking his head in resignation. With his hands clasped behind his back, he looked at Tsunade, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a calm tone. Yes. Tsunade, fixated on Uchiha Haiyan, nodded vigorously, her expression affirming her understanding. It's simple. Do not forget that I am a member of the Uchiha clan. Even if I am not favored within the clan and have been labeled as a failure, the blood flowing through my veins is still Uchiha blood. After a brief pause, Uchiha Haiyan continued, Therefore, I am well aware of my father's intentions. It is precisely because the third Hokage and my father have not yet determined a clear victor in their rivalry, with both parties likely at a stalemate, that the Uchiha clan, having suffered greatly in the previous conflict, has chosen to utilize our union to ease tensions and conflicts between us. You already knew? Tsunade suddenly felt a sense of futility and helplessness. She had never anticipated Uchiha Haiyan possessed such knowledge about these matters, especially concerning the battle between the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, of which he seemed to be more informed than her. Yes, Uchiha Haiyan nodded calmly, tapping his index finger rhythmically on his knee. But even so, what does that have to do with us? Huh? Tsunade's expression, initially tinged with disappointment, brightened at his words. She instinctively raised her head, gazing at Uchiha Haiyan in astonishment. What I mean is, regardless of why we married or how we arrived at this point, those details are of little consequence. As he spoke, Uchiha Haiyan reached out, gently ruffling Tsunade's hair. As I have always told you, the reasons and the past are unimportant. What matters is our present and future, as long as we are well together. That surpasses all else. Do you understand? Yes. Observing the scene before her, Tsunade instinctively nodded, although she sensed something was slightly amiss. A warm current flowed steadily through her heart, as if something within her had shattered. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully captured Tsunade's heart, unlocking a new skill, Painful Foot. At that moment, the system's intrusive voice once again echoed within Uchiha Haiyan's mind, its mechanical tone jarring against the tender atmosphere they had cultivated. Disturbing others will invoke divine retribution. Even a system cannot escape this fate. Uchiha Haiyan inwardly cursed in frustration. The system had no sense of timing, choosing to interrupt at such a pivotal moment, causing the carefully crafted ambience to evaporate in an instant. Damn it, we could have gone further. Uchiha Haiyan gritted his teeth in annoyance. Painful Foot. As the name suggests, it signifies formidable destructive power, similar to her other powerful techniques. It is one of Tsunade's martial skills. However, Uchiha Haiyan had never anticipated that he would learn two martial techniques from Tsunade. He had assumed this time he would finally learn ninjutsu. TSK. He felt a twinge of regret. After all, Tsunade had an abundance of ninjutsu. Yet he had only acquired a collection of physical techniques, possessing immense close combat capabilities, while his ninjutsu repertoire remained limited to a single fireball technique and a shuriken. A sense of melancholy washed over him. Nevertheless, since he had successfully captured 40 hearts, only 60 remained to reach his goal of 100. Upon reflection, it appears that not much remains. With diligent effort, it may indeed be possible to accomplish the task within a mere span of 3 months. Chapter 55. The Awakening of the Tailed Beasts. At this thought, Uchiha Haiyan felt a surge of excitement. Do you know what our mission primarily entails? However, Tsunade remained oblivious to the peculiar and fervent expression on Uchiha Haiyan's face, still seated beside the bed, her head bowed, as if lost in murmurs. Uchiha Haiyan was taken aback by Tsunade's inquiry, for it was the first time he had heard her proactively mention matters concerning their mission. I don't know. He honestly shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Our primary objective is to investigate the impending awakening of the tailed beasts. Tsunade took a deep breath, seemingly summoning considerable resolve to voice this matter. The awakening of the tailed beasts. Uchiha Haiyan was momentarily stunned, a chill creeping down his spine. Damn, I've been too preoccupied with flirting and strategizing lately. Otherwise, I would have remembered the impending awakening of the tailed beasts. His oversight was indeed grave and unforgivable. No wonder he had felt something amiss, as if he had forgotten something of great significance. It turned out he had overlooked the opening scene from the first episode of Naruto. Damn, the colossal fire fox, actually the Nine Tails, is awakening. If the Hokage hadn't sealed the Nine Tails within Naruto, the entire Hidden Leaf village would have faced devastation. However, whether it was the temporal chaos caused by his own journey or the flutter of a butterfly's wings, he had yet to hear of the third Hokage having a son named Naruto. Thus, Uchiha Haiyan had assumed this was a future event yet to unfold. Yet, observing Tsunade's serious demeanor, he estimated that the awakening of the tailed beasts was imminent. This meant that his mere presence had inadvertently disrupted the vessel intended to contain the Nine Tails. Oh, this is no trivial matter. It's utterly dire, Uchiha Haiyan thought, his heart sinking. Why did you suddenly bring this up? A sudden conjecture struck him, causing him to shudder instinctively. He lifted his gaze towards Tsunade, inhaling deeply, unable to contain his words. I am concerned that the Hokage may intend for you to serve as the vessel for the tailed beasts. Tsunade, taking a deep breath, raised her head, biting her lip, and spoke with evident difficulty. Members of the Uchiha clan naturally possess the ability to control tailed beasts. However, the Hokage would never entrust a tailed beast to any Uchiha, except for you. Is it because we are married? Uchiha Haiyan felt a sense of inevitability wash over him, and he offered a resigned smile, shaking his head. Yes, Tsunade affirmed vigorously. Moreover, despite being the child of the clan leader, you have always been bullied within the Uchiha clan, which fundamentally means you cannot possess a strong sense of belonging there. Undeniably, in the absence of any viable vessels, you are the optimal choice. All right, Uchiha Haiyan nodded, reluctantly acknowledging the validity of Tsunade's reasoning. However, to speak candidly, even he was unwilling to serve as a vessel for the tailed beasts, if it were absolutely necessary. He could only be grateful that he had become a member of the Uchiha clan after his arrival. After all, Tsunade had rightly noted that the Uchiha clan is the only one capable of perfectly controlling and manipulating tailed beasts in the world of Hokage. It inadvertently endowed him with certain abilities. At this juncture, Uchiha Haiyan could only comfort himself with this rationale. So, Is this why you clarified the Hokage's intentions for our marriage? After a moment, Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow, his gaze scrutinizing Tsunade as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yes. Tsunade nodded awkwardly. Well then, remaining steadfast amidst uncertainty is my ultimate strategy. As for events that have yet to transpire, there is no need to dwell on them. Why should one entrap oneself in a mental quagmire? Uchiha Haiyan replied with a light-hearted smile, seemingly unconcerned, as he continued. Is your lack of appetite today due to your mental fixation? Yes. Tsunade nodded affirmatively under Uchiha Haiyan's gaze. TSK. I've told you countless times that regardless of the circumstances, one must never neglect their health. A person is made of iron, while food is steel. Missing a meal will only lead to hunger. Remember this. Uchiha Haiyan complained playfully as he gently pulled Tsunade towards the kitchen. Wait here for a moment. I will heat up the food and bring it over. All right. For some reason, Tsunade's responses today were quite brief, and she merely nodded slightly without elaborating further. After a while, Tsunade, eyeing the table laden with a sumptuous feast, finally picked up her chopsticks. Uchiha Haiyan stood nearby, occasionally serving her dishes, his expression softened with tenderness, as if radiating warmth that could melt anyone in its presence. The following morning, before Uchiha Haiyan had risen, Tsunade had already departed for the office of the third Hokage. Have you conveyed the reason to him? The third Hokage arched his brow as Tsunade entered, a contemplative expression gracing his features as he stroked his chin, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Yes, I have disclosed everything. Tsunade nodded, a hint of confusion and bewilderment flickering across her face. Indeed, this aligns with my expectations. The third Hokage sighed softly, shaking his head, choosing not to elaborate further. After a brief pause, he gazed at Tsunade with curiosity, finally asking, what was his response? Chapter 56, Earning Money for My Wife. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow, appearing quite intrigued. He said it was unimportant. Tsunade replied succinctly, The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback by Tsunade's response before bursting into hearty laughter. Haha, indeed, that is a response befitting Uchiha Haiyan's character. Did you already know, Hokage-sama? Tsunade instinctively furrowed her brow, her gaze lifting towards the third Hokage, a flicker of speculation crossing her eyes. Yes, the third Hokage nodded, his interest piqued as he continued. What he said to that group and the other cloaked figures was precisely this. Upon hearing this, Tsunade fell silent, refraining from further comments. She felt an ache in her heart, as if ensnared in a web of schemes, leaving her unsettled. There is a slight sense of unworthiness for Uchiha hate, even evoking some sympathy. Well, I understand that you are currently feeling uneasy, but at least we have gained insight into Uchiha Hayate's innermost thoughts, which is commendable. The third Hokage cast a meaningful glance at Tsunade before continuing. Yesterday, they proposed that Uchiha Hayate undertake the mission to investigate the awakening of the tailed beasts. What do you think? No, Tsunade replied without a moment's hesitation. Yet, sensing that her reaction was somewhat abrupt, she paused and continued, in a few days. Even if he passes the exam, he will merely be a genin. It is far too dangerous to assign him such a task. Very well, the third Hokage nodded, deep in thought as he regarded Tsunade. For now, you should rest at home. In due time, there will be ample tasks awaiting you. Understood. Tsunade replied before departing from the third Hokage's office. The third Hokage observed her hurried exit, stroking his chin contemplatively, his index finger tapping rhythmically on the table as a flicker of contemplation crossed his gaze. So be it. The current situation may indeed be the most favorable. If a bond truly develops between Tsunade and Uchiha Hayate, it would yield the most beneficial outcome for Konoha. At the very least, it would alleviate certain concerns moving forward. He mused inwardly. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Tsunade found Uchiha Hayate already awake, busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. In no time, a bowl of chicken porridge was set upon the table. My dear, do try this porridge. It nourishes both body and skin, and the flavor is delightful. Uchiha Hayate urged with a cheerful smile directed at Tsunade. Really? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes as she accepted the spoon from his hands. Taking a small sip, her senses were suddenly awakened. The porridge was smooth, warm yet not hot, with tender chicken shreds and sweet rice, creating a unique and exquisite flavor. Quite impressive. It evokes a desire for a second sip. Tsunade praised with a nod. Upon hearing her compliment, Uchiha Hayate's eyes sparkled with joy, his entire demeanor radiating happiness. In the next moment, as if recalling something significant, he rummaged through his pocket and produced a small bag of money, tossing it onto the table. I remember that you always replenish our finances after completing a mission. This is the money I earned from my last task. Part of it is for household expenses, and the rest is for you. Huh? Tsunade appeared taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise as she stared blankly at Uchiha Hate. A look of confusion etched across her face. After a moment, she regained her composure. Struggling to articulate her feelings, she merely bit her lip and accepted the small bag of money. Thank you. After a prolonged silence, Tsunade resumed sipping her porridge, grappling with the complexity of her emotions. Not at all. This is simply my duty as your husband. It was wrong of me to have burdened you before. Uchiha Hate replied calmly, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he looked at Tsunade, hands clasped behind his back, his tone softening. Though I may not be able to support you fully at present, I promise to strive diligently. I cannot bear to see you lacking funds for gambling in the future. Tsunade chuckled at his words, initially intending to mention the vast wealth of the Senju clan, rendering such efforts unnecessary. Yet, upon meeting the earnest gaze in his eyes, her words faltered, caught in her throat. Ultimately, she could only swallow her thoughts, pursing her lips before softly responding, all right. After a brief pause, Tsunade shifted the topic. Speaking of which, it seems you will be participating in the exam in a couple of days? Yes, Uchiha Hate replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding instinctively. I need to graduate from the academy first. As he spoke, a wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over him. Damn it. I have already graduated from graduate school in my previous life. Why must I start anew from elementary school in this world? He felt an exhaustion that words could scarcely convey. Tsunade, oblivious to Uchiha Hayate's sense of loss, nodded silently, choosing not to elaborate further. After she finished her breakfast, she promptly departed the room, taking the small pouch of money with her to indulge in gambling. Sighing softly, Uchiha Hate had anticipated this outcome, but couldn't help shaking his head at Tsunade's engrossment in gambling, his heart echoing the two words, profligate. Just then, as he was tidying up the kitchen, a sudden series of knocks echoed from the front door. Upon opening it, he found Uchiha Mikoto standing there. What brings you here? Uchiha Hate inquired, raising an eyebrow in surprise. I came to ask if you would like to go out for a bit. Staying at home feels rather dull. Uchiha Mikoto replied, stifling a yawn. Did you not sleep last night? Uchiha Hate remarked, noticing the noticeable dark circles under her eyes. Yes, I was up all night gaming. Mikoto confirmed, nodding in agreement with his assumption. Uchiha Hate shook his head in bemusement, utterly at a loss for words. He had never imagined that the young Mikoto was once a child consumed by distractions. How to put it? This was entirely different from the gentle and caring figure depicted in the anime, shattering his previous illusions. It was amusing to think that countless otaku once revered Uchiha Mikoto as a goddess, unaware that she had been a little devil in her youth. Alas, one could only muse that angels and demons coexist eternally. Such is the capriciousness of fate, Uchiha Hate reflected with a myriad of sentiments. By the way, do you know what Niji has been up to lately? Uchiha Mikoto suddenly shifted the conversation, her enthusiasm reignited. We are about to participate in the Genin exam soon. But unfortunately, I'm still not very proficient with the transformation technique. Upon hearing her words, Uchiha Hayate's expression stiffened, an unsettling feeling washing over him. He had always forgotten a remarkably significant matter. Although he now possessed abilities approaching that of a Chunin, in truth, he had no grasp of the three essential techniques. Not to mention the art of shadow clones, transformation, and substitution. If the examination involved shuriken techniques or the great fireball jutsu, he might stand a chance. However, if it were to assess his mastery of transformation, goodness gracious, he had never even heard of it, let alone learned it. How could he have overlooked such a pivotal detail? It was utterly inexcusable. If he could unlock a new transformation skill from someone before the assessment, perhaps he could pass. Otherwise, he might face failure yet again. As Uchiha Haiyan contemplated this, his complexion turned somewhat pale, and he forcefully wiped his face, feeling increasingly unwell. Goodness, this was no ordinary predicament. Cough, cough. Consequently, after Mikoto finished her remarks, a few seconds later, Uchiha Haiyan suddenly burst into a violent coughing fit. What's wrong? You aren't sick, are you? Mikoto gasped, startled, and promptly supported Uchiha Haiyan, her expression filled with concern and worry. I'm fine. Uchiha Haiyan weakly waved his hand, attempting to convey that he was perfectly all right, yet his current appearance hardly suggested good health. If you're unwell, we shouldn't go to the Hyuga clan. I heard something happened with Niji recently, so I wanted to check on the situation with you. Mikoto was genuinely taken aback by Uchiha Haiyan's suddenly pale face, instinctively licking her dry lips and hurriedly explaining. I was just thinking, perhaps we could assist in some way. If you're feeling unwell, you should rest at home. I'm all right. Uchiha Haiyan took a deep breath, silently inhaling, then stood up and waved his hand, indicating that he truly felt no significant issues, before adding, "Did you say something happened with Niji?" Uchiha Haiyan had been preoccupied these past few days, ingratiating himself with Tsunade and boosting his presence, successfully surpassing the 40-point threshold. Thus, he hadn't had the time to keep up with events in the Hidden Leaf Village. This was the first he had heard of any trouble concerning the Hyuga clan. What happened? Is Niji all right? Uchiha Haiyan inquired with a hint of concern. After all, they had fought side by side in 2 life-and-death battles. If his initial motives had been self-serving, he now regarded Niji as a close friend forged through shared trials. In other words, Uchiha Haiyan had recognized Niji Hyuga as his friend and no longer remained indifferent or neglectful. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. How could a brother not lend a hand? This was entirely contrary to Uchiha Haiyan's principles of friendship. I'm not quite sure of the details. I just heard some clan members mention it a couple of days ago. Mikoto replied sincerely, shaking her head to indicate her lack of knowledge about the situation. All right, wait for me a moment. I'll prepare a few things, and then we can head to see Niji immediately. Upon hearing Mikoto's words, Uchiha Haiyan pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Okay, I understand. Mikoto affirmed with a nod. About 10 minutes later, Uchiha Haiyan and Mikoto swiftly made their way towards the Hyuga residence. What brings you here? Niji Hyuga raised an eyebrow, his expression tinged with surprise as he looked at Mikoto and Uchiha Haiyan. We heard. Mikoto blinked, initially intending to directly inquire about what had transpired at the Hyuga clan, but Uchiha Haiyan interrupted her. Wait. Uchiha Haiyan looked at Mikoto with a mix of exasperation, unsure of what the girl was thinking. Even if they were to inquire, she shouldn't be so blunt. Did Niji not deserve some dignity? What's wrong? Unfortunately, Mikoto was entirely oblivious to Uchiha Haiyan's thoughts, staring at him with a perplexed expression, filled with surprise and confusion, seemingly unaware of why he had suddenly interrupted her. Sigh. Upon witnessing Mikoto's bewildered expression, Uchiha Haiyan couldn't help but sigh heavily within, shaking his head. Chapter 58. The Timid Sister Then. A faint smile graced Uchiha Haiyan's lips as he looked at Niji with a gentle tone. Would you care to join us on a mission? Uchiha Haiyan blinked and continued. I believe that ninjutsu can only be truly mastered through continuous practice. Clearly, one can learn much from the experience gained during missions. However, Niji's typically stoic demeanor revealed a rare moment of hesitation before he shook his head in refusal. Perhaps it's best to forego it. What's the matter? You aren't worried about me holding you back, are you? Uchiha Haiyan feigned a heartbroken expression, dramatically clutching his chest with one hand, his face reflecting extreme sorrow. One couldn't deny that Uchiha Haiyan believed his acting skills could easily win him an Oscar in another world. Goodness, wasn't he a master of performance? Had he known it would come to this, he might have chosen not to be an unconventional recluse in his previous life and instead pursued a career in entertainment, potentially becoming a renowned star by now. Not at all. However, Niji, clearly unfamiliar with someone as performative as Uchiha Haiyan, was taken aback by his lamentable expression and felt flustered, quickly attempting to clarify. It's just that some recent events have left me with no time for missions. Oh, I see. Uchiha Haiyan's expression shifted instantaneously, his curiosity and concern evident as he asked, what happened? Is there anything we can do to help? Huh. Niji seemed taken aback by the sudden change in Uchiha Haiyan's demeanor, momentarily stunned before instinctively replying. Recently, no one has been home, so I need to look after my sister. Hinata? Uchiha Haiyan blinked, recalling the once-renowned beauty, Hinata Hyuga, and felt a stir of interest. If he could unlock another key character in his quest, perhaps he could negotiate for something advantageous from the system. Yes, Niji continued, a hint of helplessness on his face. My sister has always been rather timid, so I must stay home to care for her. Timid? Weak? Upon hearing Niji's assessment of Hinata, Uchiha Haiyan paused, then stroked his chin thoughtfully, a glimmer of understanding passing through his eyes. Initially, Hinata had indeed exhibited a character that leaned towards timidity and meekness, having even lost a match against her younger cousin, Hanabi, who was 5 years her junior. Indeed. However, according to the portrayal in the Naruto anime, it appears that Hinata Hyuga gradually transformed her character after encountering Naruto, ultimately earning the title of the most beautiful in the rankings. Ah, indeed. Yet, in contrast to the resolute Hinata we see later, I find myself more fond of Uchiha Haiyan, who embodies a charming, neighborly demeanor akin to a lovely little sister. The original assistant was supposed to be Naruto's task, but I shall take it upon myself, Uchiha Haiyan thought to herself, brimming with anticipation. Well, that is still up for debate. With this thought, Uchiha Haiyan straightened her posture, gazing earnestly in the direction of Hyuga Niji, her hands clasped behind her back. Her expression serious and sincere, as she stated with conviction, "Since you are aware of Hinata's timid nature, we must frequently expose her to broader horizons." However, upon hearing this, Hyuga Niji was momentarily taken aback, then pondered deeply for a considerable time, ultimately shaking his head with a hint of resignation, appearing somewhat indecisive. There is no room for hesitation. After all, our missions are not overly challenging, mostly C or D rank, so we are unlikely to encounter any real danger. Taking Hinata along should pose no problem. Uchiha Haiyan fervently advocated for her cause. Very well. After a slight hesitation, Hyuga Niji acquiesced, recognizing the validity of Uchiha Haiyan's points. Where can one find a competent ninja who is also so timid? As a ninja, one must possess a spirit as resilient as bamboo, demonstrating perseverance, which is the very essence and standard of a shinobi. Moreover, it is indeed imperative that we do not allow my sister to languish in despair any longer. Only by exposing her to a larger world can we stimulate her timid heart. Hyuga Niji resolutely contemplated. It was precisely for this reason that he agreed to Uchiha Haiyan's proposal for a joint mission. Although Hinata had awakened her bloodline limit, she was still unable to wield it effectively. It was essential to rectify her shortcomings. There is not a single inept member in the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Niji firmly believed. However, as he looked towards Uchiha Haiyan and Mikoto, a faint expression of helplessness crossed his face. Even if I agree, it won't suffice. You two must find a way to persuade my sister, for she seems unwilling to accompany me. What then shall we do? Just drag her along. Uchiha Mikoto replied without a moment's hesitation, her approach refreshingly straightforward. To her, if Hinata refused to join them on their mission, they should simply take her by force, dismissing any unnecessary hesitation as trifling. Fortunately, Hyuga Niji understood Uchiha Mikoto's single-minded nature well enough to merely shake his head in silence after a brief moment of exasperation. Should I go and talk to her? Uchiha Haiyan also appeared bemused, turning to glance at Mikoto, shaking her head silently, acknowledging the sheer simplicity and bluntness of the little girl's methods. Then, Uchiha Haiyan raised her gaze toward Hyuga Niji, contemplatively saying, Upon hearing this, Hyuga Niji hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Chapter 59. Hinata Hyuga. Very well then. Also, do not forget that I mentioned my sister Hinata is rather timid, even weak-hearted. So please do not frighten her. That would be troublesome. Hyuga Niji cautioned, still somewhat unconvinced. Understood. Uchiha Haiyan readily agreed. She then stroked her chin thoughtfully, her eyes narrowing slightly as a glimmer of inspiration flickered within them, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she turned to Hyuga Niji with a kindly tone. By the way, I would like to inquire if there are any cooking materials available in your kitchen? This inquiry completely flummoxed Hyuga Niji, who instinctively scratched his head, staring blankly at Uchiha Haiyan for a moment before uncertainly replying. There should be some. I often see my mother cooking here. That's sufficient. Uchiha Haiyan nodded eagerly, a faint smile playing on her lips, neither confirming nor denying the matter. What are you planning to make? Hyuga Niji asked, unable to quell his curiosity as he observed Uchiha Haiyan's confident demeanor. That is a secret, Uchiha Haiyan replied with a beaming smile. Little did he know that the culinary skills he honed merely to satisfy his hunger in his past life would become quite the sensation in the world of Naruto. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have devoted himself to studying culinary arts in the West. Alas, reflecting on it now fills him with regret. As Uchiha Haiyan stood before the inquisitive gazes of Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Niji, she smiled mysteriously, recalling that Hinata had 3 favorite foods, one of which was the red bean roll she excelled at making. To be precise, it was because his younger sister had a penchant for red bean rolls, often pestering him to make them, which led him to learn on the fly from online resources. To his surprise, They turned out quite delectable, far surpassing those sold outside. Consequently, he often found himself cooking red bean rolls for his sister, never anticipating that what began as a reluctant obligation would evolve into a valuable skill. Indeed, when one reaches the mountain pass, there will always be a way through. When the willows bend, new paths emerge. Since he could not unlock Hinata's heart through conversation, he would have to win her over with culinary delights. Hadn't Ino, Tsunade, and Sakura all been captivated by food? Almost forgot that this little girl, Uchiha Mikoto, had also succumbed to the same allure. Next, let the allure of the red bean roll enchant you. Hinata, Uchiha Haiyan suddenly felt as though he were a hero, with everything well within his grasp, like a modern-day Zhuge Liang, waving a fan, already prescient of what would unfold the next day. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a masterstroke. However, in truth, all of this remained mere fantasy. With this thought, Uchiha Haiyan promptly hurried to the kitchen, proficiently preparing the red bean rolls. Half an hour later, the red bean rolls emerged from the pot, cooling into a delightful treat. Surely you do not intend to use this dessert to entice my sister? Niji remarked, his expression crumbling at the sight of the platter of pastries in Uchiha Haiyan's hands. Indeed, since you've already deduced my intentions, I shall not hide it any longer. Uchiha Haiyan calmly affirmed, nodding his head in acknowledgement. Cough. Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's affirmative response, Niji couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly, staring at Uchiha Haiyan with a perplexed expression, utterly at a loss for words. Are you certain? He inquired. Absolutely. Uchiha Haiyan appeared remarkably confident. After 2 seconds of silence, Niji finally spoke up. In that case, I wish you good luck. With that, he shook his head in resignation and left the entrance, evidently allowing Uchiha Haiyan to enter. As Uchiha Haiyan stepped into the Hyuga residence, carrying a plate of red bean rolls, Uchiha Mikoto couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, I can't shake the feeling that your expression earlier was a bit off. What's wrong? Nothing, Niji replied, maintaining a stoic demeanor and shaking his head. Really? Mikoto raised an eyebrow thoughtfully, a flicker of suspicion and speculation crossing her eyes. She felt that Niji's expression had been rather suggestive, yet he was unwilling to share any details, leaving her somewhat helpless. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haiyan entered the Hyuga household and soon spotted a girl around 12 or 13 years old, who was undoubtedly Hinata Hyuga. Who are you? Hinata asked, her timid nature evident as she furrowed her brow and instinctively took a couple of steps back, hiding behind a large vase while peeking at Uchiha Haiyan. Hello, I'm Uchiha Haiyan, a friend of your brother, Niji. He introduced himself with a warm smile. It's a pleasure to meet you. And this plate of red bean rolls is something I made myself. I hope you enjoy it. Freshly baked. The red bean rolls emanated an enticing aroma, blending the rich scent of the red beans with the delicate fragrance of cake and cream, truly irresistible. Hinata sniffed eagerly, seemingly drawn to the delightful scent wafting through the air. With wide eyes, she tilted her head innocently, gazing at Uchiha Haiyan, her attention fixated on the plate of red bean rolls, revealing her fondness for the sweet treat. Thank goodness, Uchiha Haiyan thought, raising an eyebrow with a faint smile. It seemed that winning over the little girl's heart through food was indeed a wise choice. Oh, what a joy. Chapter 60, Bewitched by Gastronomy. It was true what the ancients said, to capture one's heart, one must first capture their stomach. This little girl truly adored the red bean rolls in his hands. It appeared that his spontaneous idea had proven to be correct. A timid voice interrupted his thoughts. Could you give me the plate of pastries? Hinata looked up at Uchiha Haiyan with an expression of longing, her eyes glistening as if she might cry, showcasing her bashful nature. Of course, Uchiha Haiyan beamed, nodding enthusiastically before handing the red bean rolls to Hinata. He then adopted a slightly awkward expression, clearing his throat before adding, Would it be all right if I came over for some tea? I borrowed your kitchen to make these pastries, and if you'd like any other sweets, I can make them too. How about a mousse cake? Hinata's attention shifted from the tea to the mention of cake, her eyes sparkling with interest, though a hint of confusion crossed her face as she tilted her head. What is a mousse cake? I've never heard of it before. It's not surprising you've never heard of it, Uchiha Haiyan replied with a gentle smile. He boldly reached out, ruffling Hinata's hair lightly, enjoying the soft texture, and continued in a warm tone. A mousse cake is a delightful dessert I've specially developed. It's incredibly sweet. Would you like to try it? Hinata, completely absorbed in the thought of the mousse cake, was oblivious to Uchiha Haiyan's playful gesture. After a few moments of hesitation, she nodded vigorously. I want to eat it. All right, I'll make it for you shortly. Uchiha Haiyan grinned widely, feeling fortunate for having learned to make various desserts to cheer up his sister. See, it's true what they say, having multiple skills is never a burden. Even in a different world, I have no worries. He mused, grateful for his insatiably hungry sister, as it allowed him to hone his culinary skills while accommodating her considerable appetite. Now, this plate of red bean rolls is fresh out of the oven. You should try it. It contains my secret recipe, Uchiha Haiyan said, winking mischievously at Hinata, urging her to taste. Hinata, however, cautiously took a small piece of the red bean roll and popped it into her mouth. Instantly, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, radiating pure happiness as if she had just tasted the finest delicacy, her demeanor almost ethereal. Delicious, she exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with joy and excitement. In Hinata's eyes, anyone capable of creating such delightful pastries could not possibly be a bad person. Moreover, this kind older brother had immediately brought her a plate of her favorite treat. I love it, Hinata thought to herself, feeling that a simple plate of red bean rolls had successfully ushered Uchiha Haiyan into her circle of conversation. Just then, Uchiha Haiyan appeared to have recalled something, suddenly striking his thigh in frustration. I just remembered, my brother Hyuga Niji and I will be leaving for a mission tomorrow. So I probably won't be able to make that mousse cake for you. He paused, then continued, and your kitchen supplies are a bit lacking, so it would be too late to buy more. How about we wait until we return from the mission? After a moment, Uchiha Haiyan shifted his gaze back to Hinata and tentatively suggested, perhaps you could come with us. Don't worry, your safety will be ensured by me and your brother. This way, I can prepare a variety of little desserts for you along the way. Have you ever tried towel rolls, soy milk cakes, or glutinous rice balls? Uchiha Haiyan watched as he mentioned the various treats. Hinata's eyes brightened, filled with an almost radiant glow, making it difficult to look away. Hinata seemed to waver, her expression reflecting uncertainty. On one hand, she wished to remain at home, reluctant to venture out and engage with others due to her fear of the dangers that the outside world posed. On the other hand, she was indeed eager to sample the delectable dishes that Uchiha Haiyan had mentioned. After a prolonged internal struggle, her passion for culinary delights ultimately triumphed. And without a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement. If you truly intend to honor your word, then I shall accompany you, Hinata Hyuga declared, reminiscing about the delightful red bean roll she had just tasted, feeling confident that she had made an unequivocally sound decision. Excellent, Uchiha Haiyan replied instantly. How could I possibly deceive such an adorable young lady like you? Upon hearing this, Hinata blinked her eyes and nodded vigorously once more. Then I shall join you all. I want to try the dishes you just mentioned. Absolutely, I assure you. There will be a different delicacy each day, with no repetitions. Uchiha Haiyan responded with a broad smile, nodding affirmatively while patting his chest with assurance. Hinata nodded earnestly. Her spirits lifted considerably at the sight of her older brother figure. Following him meant there would be delicious food. This was the thought that resonated within Hinata's heart. Ding, new character Hinata Hyuga unlocked. At that moment, the mechanical electronic voice of the system echoed in her mind. Ding acquired Hinata Hyuga's affection points. 10. Skill unlocked. Gentle step twin lion fist. Oh, it seems this young girl truly is his lucky star. Chapter 61. The Misty World. Upon hearing that a skill had been unlocked, Uchiha Haiyan's eyes sparkled, and he raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing his lips, illuminating his countenance even further. He had not anticipated that the unlocking would yield a reliable offensive skill, certainly far more dependable than any so-called self-healing technique. Otherwise, he would have to rely on inflicting harm upon himself to catch the enemy off guard and strike decisively. While such a method had its merits, the sensation of being pierced by a kunai was undeniably excruciating. Perhaps this was the legendary principle of inflicting 1,000 points of damage to oneself while harming the enemy by 800. Reflecting on this, a hint of bitterness crept into Uchiha Haiyan's smile. After departing from the Hyuga residence, he observed Hinata's brother, Niji, and Uchiha Mikoto standing a short distance away, and he silently nodded in their direction. How is everything? Niji inquired, his expression laced with concern. Perfect. Uchiha Haiyan beamed, nodding toward Niji and adding, I believe your sister is simply a little foodie. She is quite easy to communicate with. As expected, Niji's mouth twitched slightly at Uchiha Haiyan's words. a strand of annoyance crossing his face as he regarded him with a deadpan expression. He sighed deeply, wiping his face in exasperation, conveying a sense of helplessness. What is going on? Mikoto, observing the expressions of Niji and Uchiha Haiyan, blinked curiously and quickly inquired, "Why do you say that? Do you remember the red bean roll I brought in earlier?" Uchiha Haiyan replied, suppressing a chuckle at Niji's expression and nodding toward Mikoto. "I won her heart with that red bean roll." "Enough," Niji exclaimed, exasperated by Uchiha Haiyan's nonchalant remarks, letting out a heavy sigh and waving his hand dismissively. "I have no idea how our Hyuga family produced such a peculiar individual who has an insatiable love for sweets. It's quite abnormal." "What is so abnormal about it?" Uchiha Haiyan, hearing Niji's complaints, raised an eyebrow calmly, scrutinizing him with a sideways glance. After a pause, he continued, "Most young girls tend to enjoy sweet treats. However, as they grow older, their preferences will likely change. One can only hope." Niji sighed heavily once more, shaking his head in resignation. After agreeing to meet the next day to receive a mission from the third Hokage, Uchiha Haiyan parted ways with them. Mikoto had received an urgent call from her mother and needed to head to the Uchiha clan immediately, while Niji was concerned for his sister, Hinata, and wanted to return to check on her. As for Uchiha Haiyan, who found himself alone again, having descended into a solitary existence, he patted away the imaginary dust on his clothes and set off toward the forest outside the village of Konoha. He intended to see if he might encounter any animals, for wild game was invariably far more delectable than farmed fare. Perhaps he could even enjoy a sumptuous barbecue feast that very evening. Uchiha Haiyan contemplated this in his mind. For Tsunade would certainly return home for dinner, and it was imperative that a lavish meal awaited her. A domestic chef, though he had fallen to such a position, Uchiha Haiyan accepted it with grace. After all, the system he activated was akin to a super-pampered system, without relying on these women for sustenance. What could he possibly do? It was not as though he had a choice, given that this body he inhabited was rather lackluster. He had previously attempted to cultivate ninjutsu, but even the most basic techniques eluded him, let alone the so-called chakra that resided within. So far, aside from utilizing chakra through fixed skills, Uchiha Haiyan had yet to conceive of any means to alter his current predicament. Alas, thus, unless Uchiha Haiyan could discover an alternative to acquiring skills from the system and learn to cultivate on his own, he would likely continue to navigate a life reliant on the leniency of women. Yet, upon deeper reflection, merely surviving in the world of Naruto was a significant achievement in itself. Considering this perspective, perhaps it wasn't so bad after all. After all, life was paramount. Could it be that he was the first ever to traverse into a world of challenges? Uchiha Haiyan mused, lost in thought. What is happening? Uchiha Haiyan gazed around in bewilderment at the sudden onset of thick fog, an occurrence that was clearly not a natural phenomenon. It must be some form of ninjutsu. Uchiha Haiyan's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, as this dense mist was evidently the result of someone unleashing a large-scale fog technique. Although the chakra within the mist was subtle and not easily discernible, Uchiha Haiyan was not an exceptionally perceptive type of ninja. If Niji were present, his Byakugan would undoubtedly reveal some clues. However, under the current circumstances, the main character's conscious observation could still detect the faint fluctuations. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan was not to be underestimated. It excelled in capturing details. Furthermore, the individual responsible for conjuring such an extensive fog was clearly not making any efforts to hide their presence. Yet, even if they sought to conceal it, the sheer scale of the mist would render such attempts futile. Was this aimed at me? At this moment, Uchiha Haiyan was fully alert, uncertain of the purpose behind the sudden mist that enveloped him. He sensed that this was a meticulously planned trap, but the identity of the puppet master remained elusive. Cautiously, he concealed himself, aware that discovery would lead to an inevitable confrontation. Even if the orchestrator bore no ill will towards him, the repercussions could be dire. For he was not merely a small fish, but rather a treasure of immense value. Chapter 62. The treacherous transaction. Despite Uchiha Haiyan's lack of prominence within the Uchiha clan, he was still undeniably a member of it. His Sharingan, awakened and gleaming, attracted the attention of many with ulterior motives. The Sharingan was perhaps the most coveted aspect of his being, akin to the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, if not more so. Among those who coveted such power was the enigmatic Orochimaru, who, after his encounters with Itachi Uchiha, found that his prized jutsu were rendered ineffective against the gaze of the Sharingan. It was in that moment that Orochimaru's obsession with the Sharingan deepened profoundly. In his eyes, while forbidden techniques to extend life were paramount, the bloodline of the Uchiha clan was a close second, explaining his relentless pursuit of Sasuke in the original narrative. This clearly indicated the value of Uchiha Haiyan's eyes. Perhaps the threat was not aimed directly at him, yet he could not afford to be careless. As he lowered his body to the ground, chakra gathered in his hands, infused with the formidable strength bestowed by Tsunade. Should an enemy reveal themselves, he was prepared to unleash a powerful strike. Haiyan was confident that even if the assailant was a jonin, they would not emerge unscathed from a blow delivered with such force. While it might be an exaggeration to claim he could slay with a single punch, he was certain they would at least be injured, given that this strength came from one of the legendary Sannin. He refrained from immediate action, believing that this trap was not specifically designed for him. In the dense fog, he lacked the means to effectively escape or dismantle the current predicament. He possessed the capability to break the situation if he desired. His extraordinary strength could shatter the chakra-laden mist. However, such a display would undoubtedly alert any lurking adversaries. If this were indeed a trap laid for him, the architect would have already succeeded, leaving no need for further delay. Yet, Uchiha Haiyan sensed no approaching presence. His entry into the mist could very well have been a mere accident. Nevertheless, he resolved to remain vigilant, eager to discern the identity of the mastermind. Time slipped away amidst his musings, and just as he began to believe that no one would invade the trap, he reminded himself to exercise caution and avoid detection. The Sharingan was a coveted prize, and capturing a solitary member of the Uchiha clan would be a significant gain for anyone with malicious intent. With this thought, Uchiha Haiyan took a deep breath, stilled his thoughts, and minimized his presence. He maneuvered through the branches, the leaves on either side rustling swiftly as he advanced. Suddenly, a distant explosion pierced the air, halting his movements. Indeed, someone was approaching. Within a mere 50 meters, commotion arose, indicating the arrival of 3 figures. Was this the target he had been waiting for? The mist shrouded their features, revealing only 3 indistinct silhouettes, 1 tall and 2 shorter. Uchiha Haiyan remained uncertain of their intentions, but the potential for opportunity lingered. After a brief period of concealment, he overheard fragmented voices nearby. "Have you brought what I requested?" Came a gravelly voice, harsh against the backdrop of the mist. "Of course. And what about our part of the bargain?" A shadowy figure clad in a dark cloak responded in a hushed tone to a figure in white. "I assure you, I have what you seek." The white-clad individual chuckled coldly. "Moreover, I have learned that Tsunade is at the gambling den. Perhaps fortune may favor you today." Why is my wife's business relevant to this?" Uchiha Haiyan's gaze sharpened, his expression turning grave. "Rest assured, that woman is not part of my plans. At least not today," the cloaked figure retorted dismissively. "Now, let us verify if you've truly brought what you promised." "Of course." As the white figure spoke, they produced a small, white orb emitting a faint glow from within their voluminous sleeves. "Excellent." The cloaked figure seemingly tossed something into the white-clad individual's embrace. "I've brought what you wanted. I trust we shall not meet again." The white figure inspected the item in their grasp, confirming its authenticity before raising their head. A cold glint in their narrowed eyes directed at the cloaked figure. "Consider this a warning. Should we cross paths again, your luck may not be so favorable." Unfazed by the threat, the cloaked figure merely scoffed and departed, leaving the white figure watching their retreat with a chilling smirk. As the mist began to dissipate, the mysterious figures vanished without a trace. However, Uchiha Haiyan remained cautious, remaining prone for over half an hour before rising, brushing off non-existent dust, and exhaling a sigh of relief. Chapter 63. A heavy heart. In the next moment, Uchiha Haiyan's brow furrowed deeply, a shadow of concern clouding his features. "How did I become entangled with Tsunade again?" he murmured, seemingly vexed. "Who were those cloaked figures, and why do they target both her and me?" The male protagonist felt a profound sense of helplessness as the tourists lingered nearby. He sighed heavily, shaking his head, a hint of desolation evident in his expression. Uchiha Haiyan stood alone, contemplating for quite some time before he could not help but let out another heavy sigh and shake his head once more. It seemed that the only course of action now was to speak with the 3rd Hokage, for others remained oblivious to their situation. Uchiha Haiyan murmured thoughtfully, "Ultimately, it is my lack of strength that is to blame. Tsunade and the others must possess some clues, yet they are likely concealing them from me. At this point, a faint bitterness crossed the protagonist's face as he silently shook his head. To grow stronger. This thought emerged for the first time in Uchiha Haiyan's mind since his arrival in the world of Naruto. In this realm, only through strength could one wield influence. And only by becoming stronger could he truly protect those he cherished. Resolutely, Uchiha Haiyan vowed to himself that he must become stronger. Compared to others, while he lacked ninjutsu, he had the advantage of possessing a certain golden finger. Though this ability seemed somewhat unreliable, it was certainly better than remaining here as a true waste. One must learn to be content while also recognizing their insufficiencies. This is the essence of existence. Contemplating this, Uchiha Haiyan instinctively pressed his lips together, took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and solidified his resolve. An hour later, Uchiha Haiyan found himself in the office of the third Hokage. Uchiha Haiyan, what brings you here? The third Hokage raised an eyebrow in surprise upon seeing him, a look of confusion crossing his face. I went to the forest to catch something, but accidentally stumbled into a mist. Uchiha Haiyan took a deep breath and coldly replied. What? The third Hokage's expression darkened upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words, his brows furrowing as if a storm were brewing within. Are you certain it was mist? Yes. Uchiha Haiyan affirmed with a grave expression. I also saw 3 individuals within that mist, 1 in black clothing and 2 in white robes. Though one of them did not utter a single word throughout. What did they say? The third Hokage's brows knitted tightly as he listened intently to Uchiha Haiyan's detailed account, a serious expression settling on his face as he rhythmically tapped his finger on the desk. I only saw the white-robed figure hand a glowing white spherical object to the man in black, who in turn gave something to the white-robed individuals. Uchiha Haiyan nodded, then shook his head, his tone tinged with resignation. From their conversation, it appeared they were at odds. Yet I do not understand why they chose to engage in a transaction this time, particularly on the outskirts of Konoha. I overheard the white-robed man asking the black-clad figure whether they should retrieve Tsunade, who was gambling outside. To which the black-clad man replied that there were no plans regarding that for the time being, suggesting it could be discussed later. At this point, Uchiha Haiyan's expression turned notably grim as he raised his gaze, his eyes piercingly fixed on the third Hokage as he spoke in a low voice. I have noticed that since the last appearance of those spies, there has been a continuous disturbance surrounding Tsunade. I believe you must possess some clues, but are unwilling to share them. I ask you plainly, do you have any ideas? Do you truly have confidence in your ability to protect Tsunade? The third Hokage, upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words, let out a heavy sigh, shaking his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips before he spoke again. I did not expect you to notice this. We do have a few leads, but they are insufficient for me to ascertain who is behind this. What then? Uchiha Haiyan remained undeterred, employing an intense gaze, unwilling to miss any flicker of change in the third Hokage's demeanor. I refuse to believe that you have gone through such trouble only to uncover this little information. As Tsunade is my wife, I bear the responsibility and obligation to protect her and to understand who is targeting her. I understand. The third Hokage regarded Uchiha Haiyan with a complex expression, nodding silently after a moment. Uchiha Haiyan, realizing he could gain no useful information from the third Hokage, resignedly brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeves and turned to leave, needing to return home to prepare a meal for Tsunade. The third Hokage, watching Uchiha Haiyan depart without a backward glance, sighed once more in resignation, shaking his head, yet a faint smile appeared on his lips. Compared to his father, this boy displayed a greater sense of loyalty and righteousness. Is that so? Kakashi emerged from the shadows, raising an eyebrow and crossing his arms with a bemused expression as he regarded the third Hokage. While loyalty and righteousness are commendable, they can also be burdensome. However, I am of an age where I cannot afford to be overly greedy. What we have is already sufficient. The third Hokage shook his head ambiguously, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. A moment later, the third Hokage's expression abruptly darkened as he resumed tapping his finger on the wooden desk, the sound echoing ominously. Chapter 64. Tricolor Dumpling. You have already investigated the scene, correct? Indeed, there are traces of water chakra residue, Kakashi replied calmly. What do you think of the glowing white spherical object? The third Hokage mused, nodding thoughtfully as he turned to Kakashi. I'm not sure, but it must be something significant if it has attracted the attention of those men in black. Kakashi answered honestly, shaking his head. What could they possibly want? Why target Tsunade and Uchiha Haiyan repeatedly? Targeting Tsunade is understandable, as her healing abilities are unparalleled. Kakashi paused, a look of confusion and disbelief crossing his face. Yet Uchiha Haiyan had previously been nothing but a mere waste. Even though he had recently learned numerous ninjutsu, he was still an ordinary ninja. Could there be more to Uchiha Haiyan than meets the eye? Perhaps. The third Hokage replied with a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying Kakashi's speculation. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haiyan had not strayed far, utilizing his keen hearing to stealthily eavesdrop on the conversation between Kakashi and the third Hokage, absorbing every word. Yet, this revelation left Uchiha Haiyan unable to suppress a sigh. Initially, it was believed that Naruto and Kakashi would possess more information regarding the true identities of those in black cloaks. However, it was surprising to discover that even they were unable to uncover any relevant clues, nor could they identify who was orchestrating such events from behind the scenes. Alas, it truly felt like a futile endeavor. I had expected that today would resolve all my uncertainties, yet it only served to multiply my questions. Indeed, it was a case of incurring losses without recompense, thought Uchiha Haiyan, filled with a sense of helplessness. Well, since this is the situation, I can only focus on strengthening myself, swiftly acquiring various skills, and fortifying my own abilities, striving for the day I can protect all those I hold dear. I must keep pushing forward. Uchiha Haiyan silently encouraged himself. Nevertheless, for now, he needed to address the minor issue concerning Tsunade's appetite. After all, only by winning her favor could they unlock new skills. This was an unavoidable circumstance. With that thought, Uchiha Haiyan decided to take action without hesitation, heading directly toward the largest market in Konoha village. Along the way, he stopped intermittently to purchase a variety of fresh vegetables. Remembering that Tsunade seemed to enjoy the local snacks, Uchiha Haiyan planned to buy some to prepare a sweet treat for her before or after dinner. Where have you been? Uchiha Haiyan had just been pondering what to have for dinner and whether to buy some fresh vegetables for Tsunade when he felt someone calling him from behind. Before he could turn around, he was struck hard on the back. Ouch, could you be a bit gentler? Uchiha Haiyan turned with a grimace, knowing without looking who it was. None other than the spirited Uchiha Mikoto, who always had a heavy hand. What are you making such a fuss about? Uchiha Mikoto feigned innocence, tilting her head in a way that suggested she did not comprehend Uchiha Haiyan's words at all. Hey, stop pretending to be clueless, will you? Uchiha Haiyan retorted, not genuinely angry, but rather miffed by the force of her earlier slap. Oh, come on, it was just a light tap from a big man. Why make such a big deal out of it? Uchiha Mikoto crossed her arms, pouting, taking on the role of the accuser. So it's still my fault then? Uchiha Haiyan rolled his eyes, choosing not to engage further with this headstrong girl. After spending considerable time with her, he understood that although Uchiha Mikoto occasionally displayed a childish temperament, it was merely her unique way of expressing pride. According to her, most people lacked the qualifications to provoke her. While Uchiha Haiyan could not entirely dismiss her assertion, he recognized that at her core, Uchiha Mikoto was a kind-hearted girl, and thus he preferred not to bicker with her unnecessarily. Why aren't you staying in the clan? What brings you out today? Uchiha Haiyan asked, turning to look at Uchiha Mikoto. You're one to talk, aren't you out here too? Uchiha Mikoto replied, her expression suggesting that if he could be out, so could she, leaving Uchiha Haiyan somewhat exasperated. Who is comparing that? I'm merely out to buy groceries, you know. As he contemplated what to prepare for dinner, Uchiha Haiyan casually brushed off Uchiha Mikoto while scanning the stalls for anything worth bringing home. Well, I'm out here to buy dango, the three-colored ones, Uchiha Mikoto declared, lifting her hand to show off her snack. Dango, huh? That's a viable option. Uchiha Haiyan nodded instinctively. He had purchased these sweet rice dumplings before. While he was not particularly fond of them, they were quite delectable. After all, these three-colored dango had a significant following in the village, and making them at home could indeed be a hassle, making it far more convenient to buy them ready-made. Nevertheless, he found himself curious about trying to prepare this dish for Tsunade. What? Are we having dango for dinner? Is it really those three-colored ones? Uchiha Mikoto leaned closer to Uchiha Haiyan, her face adorned with an inscrutable smile. That is indeed the plan, but your smile feels oddly unsettling. Uchiha Haiyan reached out to pat Uchiha Mikoto's head, noticing her hair was styled in a bun today, pleasantly surprised by its texture. Haha, I just secured the last 5 servings. Surprised, aren't you? Uchiha Mikoto exclaimed, hands on her hips, bouncing in front of Uchiha Haiyan with a proud expression. Come on. You're acting like a child. There's nothing to be so proud of. Chapter 65. The Wandering Ninja Assault. Uchiha Mikoto's sudden antics left Uchiha Haiyan bemused. Such behavior was typical of children, and he found it hard to see what was so joyous about it. By the way, can I come over to your house for dinner? Uchiha Mikoto asked, her large eyes twinkling as she looked at Uchiha Haiyan. Maybe in a couple of days? Uchiha Haiyan shook his head, lightly tapping her forehead. Disrupting others' romantic dinners could draw divine retribution, you know? Humph. Uchiha Mikoto scoffed, clearly displeased. Fine, but you now owe me 2 dinners. What? Uchiha Haiyan was taken aback. I only mentioned treating you once. How did it suddenly turn into twice? If I say twice, then it's twice. What is the problem? Uchiha Mikoto declared, raising her chin like a victorious rooster, shaking her little fists. All right, I'll do as you say. Uchiha Haiyan conceded with a weary nod. They then parted ways, and Uchiha Haiyan placed the vegetables and 3-colored dango on the table, blinking as he resolved to prepare a sumptuous feast for Tsunade that evening. However, he realized he first needed to retrieve Tsunade from the casino. With that thought, he let out a heavy sigh, feeling the weight of responsibility. Yet, he had barely stepped out when an unsettling sensation washed over him. It felt as if someone was watching him from the shadows, an ominous premonition that refused to dissipate. What is going on? Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming pressure looming before him. Uchiha Haiyan swiftly turned around, narrowly dodging a massive ninja shuriken that whizzed past him, embedding itself into a tree nearby with a thud. Such terrifying penetrative power. Had that struck him, he would have surely been cleaved in 2. Uchiha Haiyan felt a surge of anger. If not for his quick reflexes and exceptional dynamic vision, the outcome could have been disastrous. Well, I didn't expect you to react so quickly. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and Uchiha Haiyan realized his assailant had employed the body flicker technique, revealing himself as the one who had just attacked him. Who are you? Why are you blocking my path? Uchiha Haiyan scrutinized his opponent from head to toe, noting the conical hat that obscured the man's features and the tattered gray cloak draped over his form, reminiscent of a wandering ninja. A short blade hung from his waist, and in such a location, it was unwise to leave behind too many identifiers. The raspy voice that emerged was clearly not the man's natural tone, indicating that he had employed some special means to alter it. This individual was evidently exceedingly cautious. In a world as tumultuous as the ninja realm, reckless abandon does not guarantee survival. Rather, those who exhibit such behavior often meet their demise swiftly. It is typically those who remain understated and concealed who emerge as the ultimate victors. The enigmatic figure before Haiyan was clearly unwilling to reveal his true identity, suggesting he was a seasoned individual well-versed in the shadows. It seemed that this confrontation would not be easily resolved. With a swift motion, Haiyan opened his ninja tool pouch, and a kunai slid effortlessly into his hand. If his opponent were the type to announce himself with bravado, he would not be particularly concerned. Those who merely flounder without purpose pose little threat. However, this elusive figure, who concealed himself so expertly, would prove to be a more formidable challenge. Clearly a veteran of the underworld, such individuals, when cautious, might harbor unknown contingencies, making them difficult to deal with. A sharp crack echoed as Haiyan swung his arm, delivering a punch that obliterated a shadowy figure mirroring the man before him. Indeed, it was merely a clone. Clearly, it was the other who initiated this ambush. Without glancing at the shattered wooden remnants behind him, Haiyan recognized that the clone was merely a test of his abilities, and the figure before him might not even be the true form of his opponent. Ninjas often exhibit such cunning. Seizing an opportunity could lead to a lethal strike. Since the man had already decided to attack without revealing his identity, one could only wonder why he hesitated to make his move. As Haiyan spoke, attempting to disrupt his adversary's concentration, his eyes spun with intensity, the terrifying dynamic vision observing the surrounding movements with unwavering vigilance. Prepared to strike decisively at a moment's notice. Perhaps due to their heightened focus, the ambient sounds of the wind seemed to amplify, and Haiyan's senses sharpened, leading him to surmise that the figure before him was indeed the original. The Uchiha clan members are notoriously formidable. The raspy voice indicated that the man before him had realized that Haiyan was unlike the prey he had previously hunted. This man was undeniably a wandering ninja, perhaps a rogue shinobi or one who had acquired some forbidden techniques from an obscure source. In any case, He was now surviving by accepting various bounty contracts within the underground market. Unlike the elite ninjas from prominent villages, he understood that the ninja world was far more complex. Individuals like him were often no match for the true scions of great clans, and his survival hinged on his caution. The wandering ninja utilized the technique of substituting clones to repeatedly ambush his targets, forcing them into a state of mental distress until they revealed a flaw, allowing for a fatal strike. This method had earned him a modest reputation in the underground market. However, through the dynamic observation granted by his Sharingan, Haiyan remained unperturbed by his opponent's deceptive tactics. Indeed, members of such prominent clans are a nuisance. Had he known, he would not have come here in the first place. Chapter 66. Consciousness amidst unconsciousness and truth. Refraining from targeting members of powerful clans had always been this wandering ninja's guiding principle. After all, the secret techniques passed down through those clans were nearly impossible to counter, a reality that a rogue ninja like him could not hope to match. Even if he managed to land a successful strike, it would not be without risks. In a world rife with extraordinary jutsu, even the dead cannot keep their secrets hidden forever. Prominent clans often possess techniques that allow them to glean various information from corpses, serving as a protective measure for their own kin. Thus, eliminating members of such clans carries the dread of retribution from their allies, making it a profoundly unprofitable venture. Moreover, those clan members are not so easily dispatched. Their bizarre bloodline abilities could spell doom for a wandering ninja like him, leaving him unaware of his imminent demise. The reputation of the Uchiha clan is well known throughout the ninja realm. Anyone who hasn't heard of them would struggle to survive within this world. For a rogue ninja like him, it was inconceivable to confront Uchiha Haiyan directly, but an irresistible task had emerged, one whose rewards were far too enticing to decline, leaving him with no leverage to refuse the individual behind it. If he wished to stay alive, he had no choice but to proceed. Uchiha Haiyan remained oblivious to the internal turmoil of the wandering ninja who now obstructed his path with deadly intent. Even if he were aware, it would matter little. Having initiated the attack, he would not allow his opponent to escape unscathed. With certainty that the figure before him was indeed the original, Haiyan no longer hesitated. Recognizing his target, he needed only to deliver a fatal blow. With a surge of explosive power, he shattered the branch beneath his feet and propelled himself toward his adversary, chakra pooling in his fist. The wandering ninja, drawing his short blade, prepared to strike. In the next moment, fist met blade, and to the astonishment of the rogue, the blade shattered instantaneously. Haiyan's formidable punch, imbued with monstrous strength, crashed into the man's chest, followed by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. How dare you attempt to withstand this blow? Do you believe yourself to be an elite from one of the ninja villages? Haiyan scoffed disdainfully. This was Tsunade's monstrous strength he wielded. Even if Uchiha Madara himself were here, he would be met with some respect. Yet this peculiar individual, choosing to confront him head-on without attempting to evade, was inviting disaster. As the punch landed, the rogue's chest caved in entirely, and he was propelled backward, crashing through 2 trees before plummeting to the ground, creating an exaggerated crater upon impact. He was clearly beyond saving. In the end, not even a name remained. One could only wonder what drove him to such folly. With a complex expression, Haiyan gazed at the lifeless form before him, recognizing that this was merely a vanguard, a lowly bounty hunter, not a formidable foe. As circumstances shifted, a voice, unfamiliar yet resonant, seemed to echo in his ears. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself comfortably lying in a room, unharmed. Uchiha Haiyan silently sat up, rubbing his aching temples, and let out a soft sigh as he slowly recalled the series of events that transpired before his unconsciousness. First, an unexpected rogue ninja had appeared, threatening to annihilate him. In retaliation, he had decisively vanquished the rogue, dragging the remains to a desolate area to dispose of them. He had intended to continue his journey to the casino to seek out Tsunade, but in a disoriented state, he must have inhaled something, plunging him into a deep slumber. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself back in his room. What was happening? Uchiha Haiyan furrowed his brow, a grave expression flashing in his eyes. When considering the history of the ninja world, aside from the myriad of schemers and organizations aiming to disrupt the status quo, the overarching narrative revolves around the exploits of the Sage of 6 Paths and his kin, excluding the sealed Kagaya, whose existence was far removed from Uchiha Haiyan's current concerns. He found himself preoccupied solely with the issues of the 5 great nations. Yet, given his present capabilities, his immediate focus lay on the affairs of his village. Even within the confines of the village, chaos reigned, stemming from the power struggle between the prominent Senju and Uchiha clans. The dark undercurrents of interests entangled between the Elder Council and the Root Organization only added to the turmoil. While even prominent clans like the Hyuga faced inevitable disputes between their main and branch families, a reflection of the grievances of caged birds. Despite the tumult, it seemed that with Uchiha Haiyan's subtle influence, Hyuga Niji's emotions remained relatively stable, especially in his interactions with his sister Hinata, where he did not display the previous extremities. This was undoubtedly a positive development, instilling a sense of hope in Uchiha Haiyan. Although he lacked the strength to amend every situation, the potential for change and the beauty he perceived around him was immensely gratifying. If he could ever facilitate harmony between the legendary Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, it would be a monumental achievement that could bring him lifelong joy. However, with the limited jutsu he currently possessed, true peace in the ninja realm seemed a distant dream. Thus, it was prudent to focus on safeguarding those near him. As he pondered this, Uchiha Haiyan let out a heavy sigh and shook his head, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue. "You're awake?" At that moment, a familiar voice called from outside. Chapter 67. Rice ears and eyes in the next instant, as Uchiha Haiyan's gaze fell within the range of the doorway. It creaked open, revealing Tsunade's figure before him. "Thank goodness. You nearly frightened me to death," Tsunade exclaimed, her brow furrowed and her eyes slightly red, clearly having been in tears. "What is wrong with you?" Uchiha Haiyan noticed her distressed appearance and instinctively reached out to smooth her furrowed brow, speaking gently. "How can you even ask? I found you collapsed by the roadside. Were you not aware of your condition?" Tsunade replied, her voice tinged with anger. The memory of stumbling upon an unconscious Uchiha Haiyan gripped her heart, leaving her breathless. She could scarcely fathom how she would cope without him. Who else would seek to amuse her, prepare her breakfast each morning, or creatively craft varied meals? Outside of Uchiha Haiyan, there seemed to be no other. Tsunade instinctively pressed her lips together, a flicker of fear and anxiety flashing in her eyes. "I was ambushed by a rogue ninja, but managed to turn the tables on him. Then, I inhaled a faint fragrance and lost consciousness," Uchiha Haiyan explained, furrowing his brow in contemplation after a lengthy silence. "When I awoke, I was already home." "Is that so?" Tsunade's brows knitted tighter, deep in thought as she stroked her chin, pondering who would go to such lengths to eliminate a once ineffectual member of the Uchiha clan. Even though this so-called waste was now her husband, it should not have attracted such attention. What was truly happening? Tsunade felt a headache coming on. "Enough of this. Have you had dinner yet?" Uchiha Haiyan exhaled a sigh of relief, turning his head slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he looked at Tsunade, his tone warm and affectionate. "I have," Tsunade nodded, perceptively recognizing Uchiha Haiyan's current state of mind. She rolled her eyes dramatically, crossing her arms as she shot him a sidelong glance before eventually sighing. "You should rest. Let us skip dinner for now." "All right." He nodded in agreement, acknowledging his lingering weakness, realizing he lacked the energy to prepare a meal. However, he believed a brief rest would suffice. Once Tsunade left the room, Uchiha Haiyan's expression darkened, as if a storm were brewing within him, his countenance grim. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket, his face paling. Before losing consciousness, he had encountered something and had forcefully taken it, which now lay undisturbed within his pocket. Yet, despite his deep contemplation, he could not recall who might have adorned such an item. As he pondered, Uchiha Haiyan retrieved the object from his pocket, a golden ear of rice intricately woven with thread. At first glance, it seemed ordinary, but upon closer inspection, one could discern a large eye embroidered onto the ear of rice. This eye was cleverly hidden, only visible from a specific angle. Whoever had rendered him unconscious must have had ulterior motives. Otherwise, why would they have acted at all? Yet, no matter how thoroughly he searched his memory, he could not identify anything missing until he discovered a small wound on his fingertip. Could it be that his blood had been drawn? Uchiha Haiyan found himself momentarily lost in thought, stroking his chin as he considered the implications. Even if blood had been taken, it must have served a purpose. What was the situation he now faced? Uchiha Haiyan felt ensnared in a dead end, unable to escape. Perhaps due to his overwhelming fatigue, he eventually drifted into slumber. Early on the second day, just as Uchiha Haiyan awoke, The sound of vigorous knocking echoed from the door. Undoubtedly, the only individual who would employ such a peculiar manner of knocking was none other than the sorceress of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Mikoto. Upon opening the door, Uchiha Haiyan was not surprised to find Uchiha Mikoto standing there with a cheerful smile, and he couldn't help but let out a resigned sigh internally. You arrive punctually every morning as if it were a clock in routine. What do you desire? Uchiha Haiyan crossed his arms over his chest, gazing at Uchiha Mikoto with a hint of curiosity, raising an eyebrow in bewilderment as a flicker of confusion passed through his eyes. Haha. Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words, Mikoto smiled faintly, her gaze roaming around the living room before finally settling on a white porcelain bowl placed on the table. Is this your breakfast? Mikoto felt an impulse to rush towards the meal, her excitement palpable. Not at all. However, to Mikoto's astonishment, Uchiha Haiyan, who typically would nod in agreement, instead shook his head silently today. I just got up. I haven't had the chance to prepare breakfast. Mikoto blinked in surprise, her confusion evident. Then who made this porridge? Perhaps Tsunade? Uchiha Haiyan glanced at the bowl of porridge on the table, a subtle smile gracing his lips as his tones softened considerably. TSK, how affectionate. Uchiha Mikoto remarked, a hint of jealousy creeping into her tone. He. Uchiha Haiyan made no attempt to refute her statement, merely allowing a slight smile to form at the corners of his mouth, conveying everything without words. Chapter 68. Visitors from the Cloud Village. I came this morning not only to mooch off breakfast, but primarily to inform you of something. Are you aware that visitors from the Land of Lightning's Cloud Village have arrived? What? Uchiha Haiyan was evidently taken aback by Mikoto's revelation. What brings those fellows here? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he recalled the muscular ninjas, instinctively swallowing hard. Though muscle-bound men might be visually appealing, the principle of same-sex aversion evidently holds true in any world. Thus, as one who could never achieve the coveted 8-pack abs, Uchiha Haiyan silently envied those muscular men, feeling a mix of admiration and jealousy. Speaking of which, weren't we supposed to head to the 3rd Hokage's office today to receive a mission? However, it seems the 3rd Hokage is utterly swamped these past few days, leaving no time to attend to us. It appears we must postpone our mission. Uchiha Mikoto rested her chin on her hands, sighing heavily, her displeasure evident. There's little we can do about it. Who would have anticipated that the Cloud Village would send people all the way to our Leaf Village? Uchiha Haiyan shrugged his shoulders helplessly, spreading his hands in a calm manner. That is hardly normal. Who knows what they're thinking? It's forcing me to delay the mission, Mikoto complained with evident frustration. Well, I need to inform Hyuga Niji and Hinata. Otherwise, it would be unfair to keep them waiting. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Haiyan decided it best to personally visit the Hyuga household. Yes, that makes sense. Mikoto nodded in agreement. But it would be wise to wait a moment. Let me prepare some delightful desserts first, then we can all head home together. I worry that the little girl might get upset with her brother otherwise. After a brief pause, Uchiha Haiyan continued. After all, it's a promise we made, and it's best not to delay. I want a portion too. Upon hearing the protagonist's words, Mikoto immediately nodded, ensuring that she would also benefit from the arrangement. All right. Uchiha Haiyan cast a resigned glance at Mikoto before agreeing with a nod. After a flurry of activity in the kitchen, the two set off towards the Hyuga household, walking side by side. As they made their way, Uchiha Haiyan couldn't help but reflect on some significant aspects of the Hyuga clan. Aside from their Byakugan, the Hyuga clan was renowned for their taijutsu, unlike the Uchiha clan, which relied on various fire-based ninjutsu. The Hyuga clan was more known for its array of gentle fist techniques. Speaking of taijutsu, Tsunade's monstrous strength could surely be considered among the elite. This unique chakra-gathering technique could not only concentrate in the fists but also in the feet, thereby amplifying its power significantly. Essentially, Tsunade's raw strength stood in stark contrast to the Hyuga clan's gentle fist. However, the gentle fist also had its limitations, primarily due to the Byakugan's exceptional vision, which allowed its wielder to perceive the chakra pathways within the human body. Without the Byakugan's penetrating sight, the gentle fist would fail to execute its distinctive ability to sever chakra flow, thus diminishing its effectiveness. The Hyuga clan's survival has always hinged upon their ability to scout with their all-seeing eyes, which is why they go to great lengths to protect their Byakugan. To prevent those from the branch family from leaking the vital Byakugan due to various reasons, the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal was born out of necessity. Moreover, There are unique taijutsu styles exclusive to Konoha, such as the Leaf Whirlwind. When discussing taijutsu masters, one cannot overlook the formidable blue beast of Konoha. The reputation of the Eight Gates is not to be taken lightly, especially with the final gate, the Death Gate, which allows one to unleash such power that even the likes of Kaguya would tremble. TSK. If only I possessed such terrifying combat prowess. Uchiha Haiyan expressed his genuine envy. You're here. It seemed that as they approached, Niji Hyuga spotted them from afar, waving with a gentle smile to greet them. Today, visitors from the Cloud Village have arrived, which has left the meeting extremely hectic, leaving no time to assign us tasks. We must postpone, Uchiha Haiyan explained to Niji. I see, Niji nodded in understanding. However, I brought some sweets specifically for Hinata. Is she home? Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Come in. Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words, Niji opened the wooden door, inviting both Uchiha Haiyan and Mikoto into the Hyuga residence. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the house. In the next moment, Hinata Hyuga rushed out, her face lighting up with joy as she looked at Uchiha Haiyan and exclaimed, Did you bring my little cake? Here you go. Uchiha Haiyan nodded, presenting the small cake from the tray to Hinata. Of course, I also prepared portions for everyone. Subsequently, the small cakes were handed to Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Niji, who were seated not far away. Delicious. Hinata Hanabi couldn't resist scooping a generous spoonful of cake into her mouth, savoring its delightful aroma, softness, and sweetness. Truly a delectable treat. Once everyone had finished their cake, Uchiha Haiyan took his leave, primarily because he had urgent matters to discuss with the third Hokage. You've arrived? The third Hokage raised an eyebrow at the sight of Uchiha Haiyan within his line of vision, a hint of exasperation flashing in his eyes. Before he spoke in a rather flat tone. So what brings you here today? Have you encountered yet another insurmountable dilemma? Listening to you makes me feel as if I'm perpetually beset by troubles. Am I truly that unfortunate? Uchiha Haiyan frowned in dissatisfaction, casting a sideways glance at the third Hokage and grumbled in a low voice. Isn't that the case? This time, however, the third Hokage did not jest. Instead, he spread his hands and shrugged, adopting a demeanor of resignation. You visit my office far more frequently than you return home. Really? Uchiha Haiyan was taken aback by the third Hokage's statement, instinctively feeling a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his nose, blinking in disbelief. Indeed, the third Hokage nodded earnestly, as if it were a matter of great significance. Uchiha Haiyan, gazing at the third Hokage's expression, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately fell silent, unable to articulate a response. Damn it, I can't shake the feeling of being possessed by some elementary school student. The Grim Reaper has come? Don't joke. Uchiha Haiyan shot a look of exasperation at the third Hokage. I originally had something to discuss with you, but your interruption nearly made me forget. After a pause, Uchiha Haiyan continued, Yesterday, I was attacked by a rogue ninja. Fortunately, I managed to turn the tables, but I seem to have been ambushed by another individual shortly thereafter. Still, I successfully retrieved something from him. What was it? The third Hokage's expression turned grave at Uchiha Haiyan's words, his brow furrowing with seriousness. Where did this ambush occur? Just a short distance outside our village, a mere few minutes' walk. Uchiha Haiyan replied succinctly. What did you find on him? The third Hokage's brow remained tightly knitted, showing no signs of easing as he pressed for more information. This, Uchiha Haiyan said, pulling out the previously mentioned rice ear emblem and presenting it to the third Hokage. From different angles, one can discern an eye symbol on this rice ear pattern. I believe these two markings are interconnected or perhaps represent some emblematic insignia, like that of a certain organization. The third Hokage took the rice ear emblem from Uchiha Haiyan, stroking his chin pensively, then fell into deep thought. After a moment, he raised his gaze towards Uchiha Haiyan and inquired, Did they take anything from you? Perhaps some blood, Uchiha Haiyan replied honestly, nodding. When I regained consciousness, I found my finger injured, but I didn't lose anything else. Regardless, we have managed to obtain a sliver of a clue from this encounter, whether it proves useful or not. After a brief pause, the third Hokage took a deep breath and said in a calm, measured tone, I believe we should exercise caution. Those bearing such markings or accessories might belong to the same organization, and their target could very well be Tsunade. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Haiyan nodded earnestly, expressing his agreement. But it's not Tsunade. Yet, the third Hokage merely shook his head thoughtfully, casting a significant glance in Uchiha Haiyan's direction as he stated, "Their target is you." "Why?" Uchiha Haiyan's eyes widened in disbelief at the third Hokage's assertion, filled with astonishment. "Because you are a member of the Uchiha clan." The third Hokage replied with calm composure. "You must have heard of the historical conflicts and tensions between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage of Konoha. "Yes," Uchiha Haiyan affirmed with a nod. "Perhaps you are unaware of the extraordinary phenomena surrounding your birth, but those older than you are well aware." The third Hokage took a deep breath, as if grappling with the decision to reveal this secret to Uchiha Haiyan, yet hesitated. After a moment, he sighed in resignation and continued, "I had intended to keep this from you, but it seems that it is not I who chose to reveal it. Rather, they are actively seeking you out." "What do you mean by that?" Uchiha Haiyan frowned, a hint of concern surfacing in his eyes. "At your birth, you were not breathing. However, 3 days later, you suddenly began to cry vigorously." The third Hokage, leaning back in his chair with his hands clasped behind him, spoke in a distant tone. "Many labeled you a monster at the time, but such remarks eventually faded, as you demonstrated no talent whatsoever throughout your life. They deemed you to be worthless. And you must understand that a worthless child poses no threat, hence no one paid you any heed, even in light of the unusual circumstances surrounding your birth." Though Uchiha Haiyan understood that the third Hokage's words were not directed at him, he still felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. After all, the original owner of this body had either completely perished or been reincarnated. The thought of that boy being treated as a monster filled Uchiha Haiyan with an inexplicable fury. Innocent child, unjustly burdened. These individuals should not impose their speculations and judgments upon a mere child. Otherwise, the original owner of this body would not have chosen to let their soul fade away at that time. With this in mind, Uchiha Haiyan instinctively pressed his lips together, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. "Moreover, your birth was not welcomed by the Uchiha clan, and your inability to awaken your chakra only exacerbated your plight, preventing you from learning any ninjutsu." The third Hokage continued, "Thus, your father willingly offered you as a means to express a peaceful relationship with our village." After a brief pause, the third Hokage added, "Though I was reluctant at the time, I could not allow my emotions to dictate my decisions from this position. I must consider all angles." "Yes, I understand, and I harbor no resentment." Uchiha Haiyan nodded in acknowledgement, demonstrating his comprehension. In truth, the actions of the third Hokage at that time were quite understandable. The Uchiha clan, after all, has a rebellious spirit, perpetually pondering ways to revolt. If he were the third Hokage, he would certainly agree to a marriage alliance to maintain temporary peace between the two factions. Therefore, there is little to discuss, and no particular grievances to express. The reason these individuals target you likely stems not only from your Uchiha lineage, but also from the unusual phenomena surrounding your birth. After a brief pause, the third Hokage continued in a solemn tone. "While we remain unaware of their true intentions, our investigations thus far indicate that their focus is primarily on you, aside from Tsunade." "Understood." Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Uchiha Haiyan's lips curled into a faint smile. Feeling a modicum of appreciation for the elder, he nodded and responded with a calm demeanor. "The purpose of my words is solely to remind you to exercise caution outside. I am uncertain of their intentions, but if they aim to perpetrate mischief, it is certainly sufficient cause for concern." The third Hokage lifted his gaze, fixing a serious and earnest stare upon Uchiha Haiyan, and earnestly advised him. "Very well, I shall remember." Uchiha Haiyan silently etched the third Hokage's admonitions into his heart. "That is reassuring." Observing Uchiha Haiyan's earnest expression, the third Hokage could not help but exhale a sigh of relief inwardly, feeling considerably lighter. Regardless, it was imperative for Uchiha Haiyan to grasp the gravity of the situation. The third Hokage thought to himself, "If there are no further matters, you may return home. Tsunade just visited." Glimpsing Uchiha Haiyan, the third Hokage waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly, and smiled. "Understood." Uchiha Haiyan nodded in response before turning to leave the office. "Why did you suddenly choose to emphasize these matters today, Lord Third Hokage?" Kakashi emerged from a corner. His curiosity piqued as he tilted his head toward the third Hokage, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Having uncovered so much information, there was little reason to continue concealing it. After all, as the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. It is best to proceed with caution. The third Hokage smiled faintly, tapping his curled index finger against the desk, producing a rhythmic sound. Moreover, I am convinced that the foolish boy would never opt for a head-on confrontation. I suspect he is currently devising a means to uncover their true identities. Such matters are best left to those like him, while your responsibility is to ensure his safety. As the third Hokage spoke, he turned his gaze toward Kakashi, imparting his concerns with earnestness. Understood. Kakashi nodded calmly before once again vanishing from the office. Meanwhile, as Uchiha Haiyan exited the third Hokage's office, he fortuitously encountered individuals from the Cloud Village. In that fleeting moment of passing, Uchiha Haiyan's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. However, when he turned to scrutinize further, the individual had vanished. How peculiar. Uchiha Haiyan furrowed his brow, pondering silently. I am assigning you this task. How generous of me. Uchiha Mikoto, leaping alongside Uchiha Haiyan through the branches, spoke with an air of pride, as if bestowing a great honor upon him. Hey, this is hardly a privilege. Uchiha Haiyan mused internally, recognizing the inconvenience of the situation but refraining from vocalizing his thoughts. I am merely looking out for you. Uchiha Mikoto seemed inexplicably cheerful. Uchiha Haiyan discreetly rolled his eyes. He was not keen on engaging in banter with Uchiha Mikoto while on the move. Earlier that morning, Uchiha Haiyan had scarcely risen from bed, and before he had even formulated plans for the day, Uchiha Mikoto had barged into his home. Upon entering, she displayed unmasked enthusiasm, and after inquiring, he learned that she had taken on a C-rank mission from the village. The task was straightforward. Reports indicated the presence of a large beast approximately 30 miles south of the village, necessitating a ninja's investigation. If the information proved accurate, they would need to deal with the creature. The emergence of a wild beast warranted investigation by the village's ninjas. It should be noted that if the creature were merely an ordinary animal, it would pose little threat to the ninjas. However, outside of the ninjas, there were numerous civilians in the village. If a creature of such substantial size were to roam freely, it would undoubtedly present a significant safety hazard within a 30-mile radius. After accepting the mission, Uchiha Mikoto immediately sought Uchiha Haiyan's company, and despite having no prior assignments, he allowed himself to be drawn along. As a trio, they would typically include Niji, but Uchiha Mikoto argued that it was merely a routine C-rank reconnaissance mission and not an essential escort task. Moreover, the target of their investigation was only an ordinary beast, making it seem like a mere outing for them as ninjas. Let us proceed as just the two of us. Niji is likely busy training with his clan, so we need not trouble him, Uchiha Mikoto asserted, and although Uchiha Haiyan wished to include Niji, he could not contest Uchiha Mikoto's decision. After considering that the task was simply to scout for a beast and not overly challenging, he acquiesced. Chapter 71. Forbidden Technique Synthesis. Uchiha Mikoto made a valid point, and thus, they refrained from notifying Niji. They even neglected to inform Kakashi, reporting their mission to the duty ninjas at the village entrance before heading westward. However, they had not ventured far when a roar, reminiscent of a monstrous beast, echoed nearby. Suddenly, a gigantic creature appeared, resembling a crow's head atop a massive body akin to a bull, its tail resembling that of a snake, and possessing two heads. The entire figure was a grotesque beast, utterly unlike any creature that could be naturally born. It resembled a fusion of a crow, a bull, and a snake. Rather than being a conventional beast, it seemed more like a product of some forbidden technique. Even among ninja beasts, such an appearance was unprecedented. Those that could utilize ninjutsu retained recognizable characteristics of their species, such as the Uchiha clan's hawks or Kakashi's dogs, while they possessed unique traits. They still resembled their respective species. In essence, a hawk remains a hawk, and a dog remains a dog. Yet, what in the world was this monstrosity? It was a veritable amalgamation of a crow, a bull, and a snake. The creature before them bore a head reminiscent of a crow. Yet instead of emitting the sharp cries typical of birds, it surprisingly unleashed a roar akin to that of a ferocious beast. This must be the target. A truly imposing figure. Uchiha Mikoto perched upon a branch, her eyes swirling with the mesmerizing tomo of her Sharingan. A powerful ocular technique that allowed both Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Haiyan to discern even the intricate details of the creature's fur from a considerable distance. It certainly did not appear to be a wild beast. Uchiha Haiyan furrowed his brow. He was well aware that the ninja world harbored numerous schemers inclined towards biotechnological modifications. Just recently, for instance, A certain Orochimaru had been lurking in the village. Clearly, this grotesque monster had been artificially engineered through some advanced technique, bearing no resemblance to a creature born of nature. Moreover, the intelligence report indicated that a gigantic beast had appeared near the village. Yet this aberration could hardly be classified as such. The immense pressure emanating from its colossal form suggested that this mission could not possibly be of mere rank. It was likely that the mission details were erroneous. However, since this creature was their target, it was a matter of simply eliminating it to conclude the task. Uchiha Mikoto, in her singularly focused mindset, believed that as long as they vanquished the monster, they could return and claim their reward. Additionally, given the current circumstances clearly deviated from the mission description, they might even receive extra rewards upon their return. Very well, let us proceed with caution. Uchiha Haiyan nodded. Now that they had arrived at the scene, they could not allow this creature to persist. Engaging was inevitable. Yet there was undoubtedly more to this situation than met the eye. For instance, where had this monster originated? Considering their proximity to the village, it was reasonable to speculate that it could have emerged from within the confines of Konoha itself. Uchiha Haiyan even suspected that this creature might have been a product of Orochimaru's sinister experiments. Alternatively, it could have been a creation of the root, as the oddities sprouting from that organization were not to be underestimated, and entangling oneself in such matters was perilous. Although he harbored intentions to confront Danzo, Uchiha Haiyan was painfully aware of his current limitations. He was simply not equipped to take on such a formidable opponent. The root was deeply embedded within Konoha's shadows, and until Uchiha Haiyan could surpass its influence, he had no one to rely upon, let alone seek assistance from others. Even if he reported Danzo's activities to Tsunade upon his return, the situation would remain unchanged, at least while the third Hokage still drew breath. The delicate balance between Danzo and the Hokage would remain intact. This was a tacit equilibrium. Where leaves danced, the fire would persist, and the ashes left in its wake would only serve to fuel the growth of the root. Are you ready? Uchiha Mikoto's voice jolted Uchiha Haiyan from his reverie. They should first address the immediate task at hand, setting aside other concerns for the moment. I am prepared. Safety first, Uchiha Haiyan advised. Mindful of Mikoto's relative inexperience on the battlefield, where even minor mistakes could have dire consequences. Just watch me, Uchiha Mikoto declared with a triumphant huff, her excitement palpable in moments of combat. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a swift motion of her fingers, a massive fireball began to coalesce within her mouth. The immense power of her jutsu ready to be unleashed. The enormous fireball hurtled toward the creature, which, upon sensing the impending attack, emitted a horrifying howl. However, its vast size rendered it incapable of evading the strike, and its ox-like bulk only served to hinder its agility. The fireball collided with the creature, igniting its fur, while its serpentine tail writhed in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. This fire seems to burn exceptionally fast, Uchiha Haiyan mused as he closed the distance to the creature, keenly observing the unfolding chaos. He had initially expected Uchiha Mikoto's first assault to inflict minimal damage, given the creature's massive stature. Yet, its fur appeared to be drenched in oil, and as soon as Mikoto's flames made contact, the creature was enveloped in a conflagration. Chapter 72. An ominous foreboding. The scene was astonishingly surreal. Even Uchiha Mikoto, the originator of the great fireball technique, was taken aback. When did I become so formidable? She murmured, unable to contain her astonishment. The creature seemed to ignite at the slightest touch. Uchiha Haiyan, who had intended to engage the beast with brute strength, halted in his tracks upon hearing its anguished cries and witnessing the towering flames, certain that the creature would soon be reduced to ashes. You are such a dull man, Uchiha Mikoto retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Uchiha Haiyan, her annoyance palpable. In moments like this, even if you know the truth, you should keep it to yourself. Do you understand how that undermines my confidence? Uchiha Haiyan, upon hearing her complaints, shrugged with resignation and raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. If you feel my words have shaken your confidence, perhaps you should focus on training harder, lest someone surpass you. He paused. Then with a teasing glint in his eye and a faint smile, added, if someone does overtake you, your title as a prodigy might just be claimed by another. Humph. Uchiha Mikoto huffed, her hands firmly placed on her hips, exuding an air of pride and defiance. That is utterly impossible. Do you think my talent and abilities can be surpassed by anyone? All right. You are absolutely right, my lady, Uchiha Haiyan conceded with a nod, feigning agreement. Humph. You have some sense. Uchiha Mikoto replied, satisfied with his acknowledgement. TSK, TSK. Uchiha Haiyan shook his head in exasperation, his gaze filled with incredulity. Truth be told, he had encountered many who lacked humility, but never had he come across someone so unabashedly conceited. To describe her as brazen would be an understatement. While Mikoto's talent was indeed commendable, it could only be categorized as moderate at best, hardly deserving of the title of a genius. It seems that no matter where one goes, the favored children of destiny always attract admiration and envy, Uchiha Haiyan mused inwardly, reflecting on the universal truth even within the world of ninjas. As the two conversed, the creature synthesized through forbidden techniques had been reduced to a mere pile of ashes. An inexplicable mass of light gray and dark brown fibers. What could these be? Mikoto furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with confusion. Oddly enough, could this substance be made of paper? Yet if it were paper, how could it possess such immense power? The reason eluded her. Uchiha Haiyan also shook his head in earnest, indicating his own bewilderment regarding why this creature had been entirely consumed by a fireball, despite having exhibited such formidable strength earlier. There was an unsettling discrepancy, as if everything had transpired with deliberate intent. Was there someone lurking in the shadows, closely observing their situation? This thought made Uchiha Haiyan's expression darken, his demeanor shifting as if ink were about to drip from him. His gaze sharpened, scanning the surroundings for any clues that might reveal the source of his unease. However, despite his fervent efforts, Uchiha Haiyan found no signs of anything amiss, and a frown creased his brow as anxiety tightened around his throat. We must retreat swiftly. A sense of foreboding loomed over him. Taking a deep breath, he seized Mikoto's arm and dashed towards the village entrance. What's wrong? Mikoto's eyes widened instinctively, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at Uchiha Haiyan. Confusion etched across her features. It was difficult for her to comprehend why he would suddenly make such a decision. After all, the creature had been vanquished, and there was no immediate danger. Why flee when they were merely completing their mission? The creature had turned to ash, posing no threat whatsoever. This situation was far from simple. Yet Uchiha Haiyan merely shook his head, opting for silence as he pressed on towards the village. It was only upon entering Konoha that he released a long-held breath, his heart finally settling back into his chest. He turned to Mikoto and began to explain. What do you mean? Uchiha Mikoto appeared thoroughly perplexed, seemingly unable to grasp Uchiha Haiyan's rationale. From her perspective, the appearance of such bizarre entities around the village was merely the result of mischief from the villagers. There was no need for alarm. After all, a single fireball had proven sufficient to obliterate that creature, suggesting that any ninja could easily handle it. In her mind, there was nothing terrifying or panic-inducing about the situation. I understand what you're thinking, but do not forget that the fireball technique we used was merely a stroke of luck. Have you considered what might have happened had we engaged it directly? Uchiha Haiyan glanced at Mikoto, recognizing her inner thoughts. He sighed inwardly, shaking his head as he spoke slowly yet decisively. You must have noticed its considerable strength. Had we not stumbled upon it by chance, we would have had no option but to confront it head-on, with an outcome that could have been unimaginable. Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words, Mikoto opened her mouth as if to respond, hesitating before ultimately choosing silence. The truth was, she could not refute his reasoning. It was quite valid and, indeed, quite reasonable. Chapter 73. Eavesdropping. Generally speaking, not any ninja would instinctively employ the Great Fireball technique. In fact, if Uchiha Mikoto were not well versed in its execution, she likely would not have chosen that skill. Although she yearned to counter Uchiha Haiyan's assertion, she found herself at a loss for words. Recognizing that their previous victory over the synthetic puppet was likely a mere stroke of fortune. Indeed, our earlier success was simply a matter of chance. Frankly speaking, we were just lucky, and I suspect that there may be more than one of those puppets lurking nearby, perhaps even a second, third, or even 4 or 5. Uchiha Haiyan continued, his expression grave. Have you not wondered why that puppet was consumed by the fireball in an instant, reduced to ashes? Do you not find the disparity between its previous display of power and its swift demise somewhat disproportionate? Are you suggesting? Mikoto's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression revealing her astonishment. Was it possible that someone had been controlling that puppet nearby? Indeed, that is my suspicion, Uchiha Haiyan affirmed with a nod. his expression serious as he elaborated. Have you never questioned why such a scenario unfolded, and why that entity suddenly appeared before us? I have considered it. But if it were one of our own, there would be no need for such actions, Mikoto replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty as she pondered Uchiha Haiyan's words. The world is currently in turmoil. How can you be so certain that puppet was created by someone from our village? Upon hearing Mikoto's query, Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded her with a bemused expression. Mikoto's face reflected doubt, for she too hesitated to assert that it was indeed the work of villagers. For the sake of precaution, we must return to the village without delay. Uchiha Haiyan insisted with a gravity that left no room for debate. Now that you mention it, I understand your perspective. Mikoto nodded thoughtfully, her agreement evident. I will inform the third Hokage about this matter. You should return to your clan, Uchiha Haiyan advised, patting Mikoto's shoulder. For now, let us keep this incident confidential. If there is a connection, it could potentially incite discord between factions. Understood. Although Mikoto did not fully grasp Uchiha Haiyan's reasoning, she nodded in acknowledgement, indicating she would heed his counsel. Farewell. Uchiha Haiyan nodded in satisfaction, waving goodbye to Mikoto as he turned to make his way towards the third Hokage. Meanwhile, Mikoto watched Uchiha Haiyan's retreating figure, biting her lip in contemplation. With a heavy sigh, she turned away, heading back to the Uchiha clan. An unsettling feeling lingered within her, as if Uchiha Haiyan harbored some secret that remained just out of her reach. Thus, she found herself increasingly captivated by the enigma that was Uchiha Haiyan, as if she were on the verge of unwittingly plunging into a mysterious whirlpool. This was one of the reasons why Mikoto frequented Uchiha Haiyan's presence, eager to uncover the cause of his recent transformations, while also harboring a profound curiosity about the true extent of his abilities. It must be said, at times, she felt a twinge of envy towards Tsunade, who enjoyed the privilege of being in close proximity to Uchiha Haiyan. Reflecting on this, Mikoto let out a heavy sigh, shaking her head and instinctively pressing her lips together, as if conveying an unspoken understanding. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haiyan had made his way directly to the office of the third Hokage. Just as he was about to push open the door, he overheard the voices of the third Hokage, Kakashi, and Tsunade within. Did you discuss that matter with him? The third Hokage inquired. Yes, Tsunade replied. What was his reaction? After a brief moment of silence, the third Hokage asked again. He said to respond to change with constancy, and that necessary solutions would eventually present themselves, Tsunade answered in a rather nonchalant tone. Haha. The third Hokage paused for a moment, then stroked his chin thoughtfully before bursting into hearty laughter. Kakashi, what do you think of that response? He then turned to Kakashi, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. It's quite a good response, Kakashi nodded, appearing contemplative. At least, if it were me, I couldn't conceive of a better answer. Kakashi's demeanor was notably serious. Now I find myself rather grateful that he has chosen to conceal his true abilities, leading Uchiha, that fellow, to still perceive Uchiha Haiyan as a mere waste. Lacking in any significant talent, the third Hokage remarked, tapping his index finger rhythmically on the table, a faint smile playing on his lips, tinged with sarcasm. From our observations during this time, it is evident that the boy was merely hiding his talents. He does not appear as simple-minded and honest as he outwardly presents. One could say he is quite clever. After a brief pause, the third Hokage continued, if all goes as expected, he has likely discerned the discord between our Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan. I once specifically asked him how he viewed this situation, and his response was truly enlightening. The third Hokage smiled subtly at this point, casting a direct gaze towards Tsunade. Chapter 74. A meeting with Yamanaka Ino. A gentle smile crept onto his face as he continued. It seems that this boy is indeed a person of deep feelings. Since marrying you, he has gradually revealed his true nature. It appears you hold a significant place in his heart. Otherwise, he would have continued to conceal it. Is that so? Tsunade was momentarily taken aback by the third Hokage's words. She then thoughtfully stroked her chin, falling silent and descending into contemplation. Of course, I believe this is something not only you perceive but others can also see, the third Hokage remarked with an enigmatic smile, laced with teasing undertones. Tsunade pursed her lips, choosing not to elaborate further, and nodded in quiet agreement. Standing at the doorway, Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow but refrained from entering. instead opting to turn and leave the premises to avoid any potential awkwardness. Unbeknownst to him, after he had departed, Kakashi discreetly glanced towards the entrance before returning his attention to the third Hokage and Tsunade, choosing to remain silent. Uchiha Haiyan wandered aimlessly through the streets. But as he passed by Yamanaka's flower shop, his steps came to an abrupt halt. Long time no see. Yamanaka Ino, who was busily arranging bouquets, felt a sudden dimming of light and looked up to see the source, momentarily taken aback before raising an eyebrow. Her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she greeted Uchiha Haiyan. Huh. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Uchiha Haiyan paused, lifting his gaze to the beaming young woman before him, and felt his spirits lift considerably. Are you here to buy flowers again? Yamanaka Ino asked, curiosity evident in her tone. Yes, Uchiha Haiyan instinctively blinked and nodded in response. Are they for your wife, Tsunade? Ino teased, winking playfully. Indeed. Uchiha Haiyan confirmed with another nod. What kind of bouquet do you think would be best for her? Uchiha Haiyan gazed at the array of bouquets before him, suddenly beset by indecision, feeling an overwhelming sense of confusion as he pondered his options. After all, each bouquet likely carried its own meaning, yet for someone like Uchiha Haiyan, who had been somewhat reclusive in his past life, he was only aware that roses were meant for confessions of love, while the blue rose could be considered for Valentine's Day gifts for a wife or girlfriend. However, it seemed that the blue rose was also a type of rose. So aside from that, the only other flower he recognized was the carnation, typically given to mothers, leaving him utterly bewildered by the rest. Thus, for such a cerebral undertaking, he found himself relying on Yamanaka Ino for assistance, feeling a sense of helplessness and melancholy wash over him. If you're sending them to your wife, then personally, I would recommend these two flowers, Yamanaka Ino suggested, pointing to a nearby bouquet of vibrant red roses and an enigmatic white flower, smiling gently as she spoke. Both of these flowers symbolize fiery love and deep affection, making them perfect for your wife. I believe she would be immensely pleased to receive them. Then I shall take one of each. Yet just then, Uchiha Haiyan's indecision resurfaced, causing him to glance left and right, feeling torn between the two beautiful selections. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the notion of acquiring both bouquets. Clearly, this was the first time Yamanaka Ino had encountered someone like him, and she blinked in surprise before breaking into a bemused smile. You want both? Are you perhaps sending flowers to two people? No. Uchiha Haiyan replied emphatically, shaking his head. I simply feel that both are quite suitable. Besides, I believe that when it comes to bouquets, having a little extra is better than having too little. Thus, it's perfectly fine to purchase both. With this, Uchiha Haiyan shrugged nonchalantly, spreading his hands in a display of calmness, completely unaware of the thoughts swirling in Yamanaka Ino's mind at that moment. I see. Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's explanation, Yamanaka Ino nodded in understanding, then stroked her chin thoughtfully, finding some merit in his reasoning. Would you like a small card to accompany them? For instance, one might inscribe some heartfelt declarations. Shannon Ino first nodded, then turned to glance in the direction of Uchiha Haiyan, inquiring, Uchiha Haiyan, clearly hesitant, took a couple of seconds before finally responding. Could you kindly write a line on the card for me? Certainly. Shannon Ino replied without a moment's hesitation. Right, what I say, I shall accomplish. Uchiha Haiyan pondered and felt that this phrase aptly conveyed the true sentiments residing deep within his heart, particularly for Tsunade. He instructed, make sure to write it exactly like that. Are you certain? Shannon Ino's expression turned slightly peculiar as he thoughtfully stroked his chin, then turned to confirm with Uchiha Haiyan. After all, having run a flower shop for quite some time, he had never encountered such a peculiar request. Uchiha Haiyan was indeed the first. This only heightened Shannon Ino's curiosity about Uchiha Haiyan at that moment. Absolutely. Uchiha Haiyan affirmed with conviction. Very well. Observing Uchiha Haiyan's resolute demeanor, Shannon Ino refrained from further commentary, nodded, and returned to the shop to prepare the bouquet while also fetching some cards. Minutes later, Uchiha Haiyan arrived home, cradling a magnificent bouquet. After laboring in the kitchen for several hours, he felt a sense of satisfaction as he surveyed the meticulously prepared meal, mentally nodding in approval before stepping out of the room. Chapter 75. The third Hokage's concern. Uchiha Haiyan still harbored the events of the previous incident in his mind. Estimating that it was nearly time for Tsunade to return, he hurriedly made his way to the third Hokage's office. After conveying to the third Hokage the peculiar incident he encountered near the village involving a forbidden technique synthesis, he rushed back to share a romantic dinner with Tsunade, hoping perhaps to engage in some tender exchanges. He mused that this was certainly preferable to spending time with the elderly third Hokage. A few moments later, Uchiha Haiyan pushed open the door to the third Hokage's office without hesitation. Hearing the creak of the door, the third Hokage instinctively looked up. Upon recognizing Uchiha Haiyan's figure, a bemused twitch crossed his lips as he regarded the young man in exasperation, unsure of how to respond. "What brings you here?" The third Hokage raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his gaze. "I haven't the time for idle chatter. I'm here to inform you of a peculiar occurrence at the village's entrance." Uchiha Haiyan was anxious to return and enjoy a candlelit dinner with Tsunade, thus he wasted no time in delivering his message. "What?" The third Hokage furrowed his brow upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words. "I've noticed you seem to attract trouble whenever you venture out. Perhaps it's just my nature." Uchiha Haiyan responded, shrugging his shoulders in resignation, indicating that he was powerless to change his circumstances. "But, really, who should I consult about this? Should I refrain from going out altogether?" The third Hokage contemplated Tsunade's extravagant tendencies, swallowing back advice he had intended to share. After all, most individuals would struggle to support such a woman without undertaking missions. Dubbed the big fat sheep of the gambling world, Tsunade was genuinely the real deal, unadulterated by pretense. Sighing inwardly, the third Hokage regarded Uchiha Haiyan with a hint of profound sympathy, recognizing that the decisions made by him and Uchiha's elder had inadvertently burdened the young man. "Speak," he urged, redirecting the conversation. "What trouble did you encounter this time?" "When I was on a mission with Uchiha Mikoto, we unexpectedly encountered a monster along the way." Uchiha Haiyan replied after a moment's contemplation. "A monster?" The third Hokage appeared momentarily taken aback. "Are you certain?" "Well, I feel it resembles something akin to a forbidden technique synthesis," Uchiha Haiyan affirmed, nodding seriously. "If that's the case, how did you manage to escape?" The third Hokage's expression turned serious as he scrutinized Uchiha Haiyan. "Given your current abilities, it seems implausible that you could withstand such a creature. Perhaps we were just fortunate." Uchiha Haiyan replied, unfazed by the third Hokage's skepticism. He nodded, stroking his chin thoughtfully, then added, "We executed a great fireball technique, and the creature ignited, ultimately reducing to a grayish-brown and blackish-brown ash." "I see." The third Hokage furrowed his brow, a grave expression crossing his face as he tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. "For now, let it be. It likely bears no significant connection to your affairs. I advise suspending all external missions for the next few days and exercising caution." Moments later, he lifted his gaze to Uchiha Haiyan, gravely announcing, "If you must undertake a mission, ensure that Kakashi accompanies you at all times, safeguarding your safety." "Understood," Uchiha Haiyan replied, thoughtfully stroking his chin, affirming he had taken note. "Good." The third Hokage, feeling a slight relief, nodded and dismissed Uchiha Haiyan, signaling him to exit the office. Once Uchiha Haiyan's figure had completely vanished from view, the third Hokage inhaled deeply, struggling to conceal his grim expression. "Kakashi." Moments later, the third Hokage's countenance darkened, almost as if it could spill ink, as he called out in a hushed tone, Kakashi emerged from a corner, raising an eyebrow in mild confusion. "From this day forth, you are to ensure the protection of Uchiha Haiyan and his companions at all times. I suspect someone is once again targeting them." The third Hokage warned with a grave demeanor. "Are you implying?" Kakashi, visibly taken aback, stroked his chin in contemplation. "Indeed," the third Hokage affirmed gravely, fully aware of Kakashi's implications. "Only those capable of creating such things remain, and it is unlikely that there exists a second candidate aside from them. You are well aware of their intentions. They merely wish to see the world of Naruto descend into chaos once again." After a brief pause, the third Hokage took a deep breath and continued, "Moreover, they aim to incite discord between us and the broadcasting family. If anything were to happen to Uchiha Haiyan, it would provide that old man from the Uchiha clan with a convenient excuse. Thus, we must ensure the child has safety." Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Kakashi's expression subtly shifted. He nodded firmly before vanishing from the Hokage's presence, evidently in haste to catch up with Uchiha Haiyan, who had departed a few minutes earlier. From this moment forth, he would remain close at hand, discreetly protecting him. "Let us hope this proves effective," the third Hokage murmured to himself. staring blankly at the spot where Kakashi had once stood. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haiyan was entirely unaware of the third Hokage's decisions. He was preoccupied with returning home to spend some quality time with Tsunade, hoping to rekindle their bond. Upon arriving home, he found Tsunade exactly where he expected her to be. Thankfully, he had hidden the bouquet and prepared meal before leaving. And it was evident that Tsunade had not discovered these delightful surprises. A broad smile spread across Uchiha Haiyan's face at the thought, his happiness palpable. "You're back," Tsunade exclaimed, turning to the door as she heard it open, her face lighting up with a smile. "Did you not go out today?" Uchiha Haiyan replied, nodding before raising an eyebrow in curiosity, feigning ignorance about her prior visit to the third Hokage's office. "I just returned from the third Hokage's," Tsunade answered straightforwardly, not attempting to conceal anything. "Are you planning to take on another mission?" Uchiha Haiyan inquired, detecting her lack of intent to hide and allowing a faint smile to grace his lips, his spirits visibly lifting. "Yes," Tsunade confirmed with a nod. "Do you remember me mentioning that the tailed beasts are about to awaken?" "Yes, what of it?" Uchiha Haiyan responded nervously, his expression shifting slightly. "Has the timeline advanced?" "Not quite," Tsunade shook her head. "It's merely a precaution. We feel a heightened sense of insecurity. Therefore, we plan to send personnel to guard and observe monthly. Should any situation arise, they are to report immediately back to the Hokage." "Ah, so you plan to rotate shifts," Uchiha Haiyan understood, nodding in realization. "Does that mean you'll be going out in a couple of days?" "Yes," Tsunade confirmed with certainty. "I will likely be away for about a month. So you must be cautious while alone at home. Shouldn't I be the one reminding you? Do you not trust me?" Uchiha Haiyan chuckled, reassuring her. "I am fully capable of taking care of myself. If things get tough, I can always run away. Rest assured, there won't be any issues. But you must be careful during your month-long mission," he added, a hint of concern in his tone. "I understand," Tsunade nodded, just as she was about to say more. Uchiha Haiyan mischievously winked at her and said, "Shoo, I want to give you a little surprise. Close your eyes." Tsunade blinked in surprise but complied, obediently shutting her eyes. In the next moment, she was enveloped by a fragrant aroma, feeling as if she were surrounded by a sea of flowers. A wave of joy washing over her. "You may open your eyes," Uchiha Haiyan announced. As Tsunade did so, her eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before her, feeling as if her life had been profoundly impacted. "What is this?" she gasped, stunned by the enormous bouquet that nearly engulfed her. The rich floral scent mingling with the fresh aroma of grass, creating an invigorating sensation akin to being in a lush forest. Behind the grand bouquet, Uchiha Haiyan smiled gently, his gaze filled with affection and warmth, causing Tsunade to feel a rush of shyness and uncertainty about what to say next. Meanwhile, the dining table in the kitchen was laden with an array of delicious dishes, their appearance and fragrance enticing enough to stir a strong desire to indulge. "What are you trying to do?" Tsunade struggled to articulate her complex feelings, instinctively biting her lip as she gazed at Uchiha Haiyan, her eyes reflecting unspoken emotions. "This is my surprise for you," Uchiha Haiyan replied with a grin. "Thank you," Tsunade said, touched. She glanced down at the large card atop the flowers, and upon reading its contents, she was left utterly astonished. "What is this?" She instinctively pointed at the card, her gaze shifting between it and Uchiha Haiyan, her mouth opening as if to say something. "That expresses what I wish to convey to you," Uchiha Haiyan said, maintaining a calm demeanor. Tsunade fell silent, her mouth closing without a word. Uchiha Haiyan noted her reaction, a flicker of concern rising within him. Had he perhaps gone too far this time? Had he inadvertently rushed things? Just then, a familiar chime echoed in his mind, the sound of a microwave signaling completion. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have successfully captured the target, Tsunade. You have unlocked the barrier skill, acquiring the new technique for Red Sun's formation." At the moment he heard the familiar synthesized voice, Uchiha Haiyan felt a wave of relief wash over him, his heart settling back down. "Thank goodness. It seems my efforts were rewarded after all," he thought to himself, secretly grateful. In the next instant, the newly unlocked skill filled him with a sense of overwhelming joy. The Four Red Suns formation, a jutsu learned by Tsunade in the Naruto universe, was indeed a powerful technique. However, for Uchiha Haiyan, this particular barrier technique felt somewhat superfluous. There is no way around it. To utilize this barrier formation, it is imperative for the four Hokages to simultaneously position themselves at the cardinal points of east, south, west, and north. They must then gather their chakra to create a vast, crimson curtain that envelopes the entire area of the barrier, preventing outsiders from entering and those within from escaping. It can even withstand the tailed beast bomb of the 10 tails. While this task may sound deceptively simple, one must first consider where to find 4 elite individuals who possess the capabilities of Hokage. Furthermore, what kind of dire crisis would necessitate the activation of such a formidable barrier? In the face of such an emergency, Uchiha Haiyan harbors deep doubts about whether they would even have the time to establish the formation. It can only be said that the skill unlocked this time is remarkably powerful. However, for Uchiha Haiyan, it is akin to a tasteless morsel, unappetizing yet too valuable to discard. This caused him considerable inner turmoil, which was inadvertently reflected on his face, displaying a profound sense of conflict and hesitation. "What troubles you?" Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowing slightly as she noticed the change in Uchiha Haiyan's expression. "Nothing," he replied, shaking his head. However, as he caught a glimpse of an unusual expression on Tsunade's face from the corner of his eye, he quickly realized the situation. He pressed his lips together, allowing a faint smile to grace his features before continuing. "I was merely contemplating a few other matters, particularly whether you would appreciate the gift I brought you today. After all, I have gifted you flowers before. Perhaps you might think it lacks sincerity or that I am devoid of romance." As he spoke, a heavy sigh escaped him, and he shook his head in dismay, resembling a wounded puppy with drooping ears and a tail that exuded an air of pitifulness, evoking an instinctive sense of affection from those who beheld him. Consequently, upon seeing Uchiha Haiyan in such a state, Tsunade felt her heart soften, her cheeks reddening as she managed to utter a few words with great effort. "Thank you. I truly like your gift." "Is that so?" Uchiha Haiyan's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. "That is splendid news." His face could hardly contain the joy and excitement bubbling within him. "Yes." Tsunade observed his exuberance and felt a twinge of guilt, reflecting on whether she had been overly stern and unyielding with him in recent times. Her demeanor softened considerably, a gentle smile adorning her lips as she nodded in agreement. After a sumptuous dinner, Uchiha Haiyan lifted his gaze to Tsunade, now content and well-fed, and said, "You should return to rest. Leave the tidying of the kitchen to me." "All right," Tsunade readily agreed, without further protest. She brushed off the dust from her clothing and glanced in Uchiha Haiyan's direction, adding, "I would like to have the sandwiches you made for breakfast tomorrow." "Certainly." Uchiha Haiyan felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him at this moment, nodding in eager agreement. From initially refusing to engage with him, Tsunade had gradually begun to allow some semblance of intimacy, which for Uchiha Haiyan marked significant progress. One must not be overly greedy but rather find contentment in small victories. With this thought, Uchiha Haiyan felt a great sense of relief, his smile growing ever more genuine. After tidying up the dishes, Uchiha Haiyan hesitated for a moment before choosing to push open the door to Tsunade's bedroom. "What are you doing?" Tsunade, having just changed her clothes, instinctively froze at the sound of the door opening and quickly darted to her bed, wrapping herself in her blanket. She then raised her head, glaring at Uchiha Haiyan with her beautiful eyes, her mood evidently displeased. "Next time you enter my room, remember to knock." Okay." Uchiha Haiyan blinked, somewhat dazed, nodding in agreement. Just a moment ago, he believed he had glimpsed something white flash before his eyes, and his mind seemed to replay the scene in slow motion, revealing her alluring figure in vivid detail. Now, as his gaze fell upon her enchanting eyes and luscious lips, his heart raced uncontrollably, echoing like thunder, leaving him in a state of euphoric anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Haiyan exhaled sharply, struggling to suppress his excitement as he feigned a calm demeanor. Placing a cup of warm milk on the nightstand beside Tsunade. "Here is some warm milk. You had a hearty dinner, and it will aid in digestion as well as promote restful sleep." Noticing the blush on Tsunade's cheeks, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, and he cleared his throat awkwardly. Just remember to leave it on the nightstand when you're done. I will come by to collect it in the morning." "Okay, understood." In the brief exchange, Tsunade quickly regained her composure, nodding and pretending to dismiss the situation as trivial. "Well then, I will step out now." Uchiha Haiyan instinctively touched his nose, nodding, and turned to leave the room, ensuring to close the door behind him gently. After he departed, Tsunade's gaze fell upon the steaming cup of milk on her nightstand. Moments later, a radiant smile illuminated her face as she softly muttered to herself, "What a fool." Meanwhile, Uchiha Haiyan returned to his own room, lying on his bed, unable to shake the image that lingered in his mind. After tossing and turning several times, he finally managed to quell the restless stirrings within him and drifted into slumber. Chapter 78. The Forbidden Grounds of Uchiha. As for the nature of his dreams that night, it remains a mystery known only to him, a vivid tapestry of sensations and experiences that only he could truly comprehend. Early the next morning, Uchiha Haiyan indulged in an unusual luxury of sleeping in. Upon opening his eyes, he found the sun already high in the sky, as the saying goes. It had already reached the point of warming one's backside. What time is it? He squinted against the bright sunlight, momentarily dazed. Uchiha Haiyan shook off the lingering drowsiness. Strange, why hasn't anyone called for me today? A sense of confusion began to stir within him. Normally, if he woke late, Tsunade would rouse him to prepare breakfast. This was indeed peculiar. Could it be that Tsunade had also overslept? If that were the case, one might wonder if the sun had risen in the west. Uchiha Haiyan silently mused. However, after searching the entire house and finding no trace of Tsunade, he raised an eyebrow, a glint of realization crossing his eyes. It appeared that Tsunade was simply feeling shy. Was there truly no period of honeymoon or a blissful wedding night when they first tied the knot? Uchiha Haiyan pondered curiously within himself. However, if Tsunade is indeed this bashful, could it not subtly imply that she has already begun to harbor feelings for him? Otherwise, given the tendencies of the Senju clan, his mere presence here, unharmed and unscathed, seems to affirm the undeniable truth that Tsunade has indeed started to be swayed by her emotions. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that her heart is wavering. For Uchiha Haiyan, this revelation is undeniably splendid news. Contemplating this, a radiant smile blossomed across his face, and his demeanor appeared significantly lighter. Just then, a sudden series of knocks echoed from the entrance, unmistakably signaling the arrival of one person, Uchiha Mikoto. As anticipated, Uchiha Haiyan beheld Mikoto standing with her hands clasped behind her back, a smile gracing her features, eyebrows arched playfully, her overall countenance exuding good spirits. What is it? Uchiha Haiyan inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. Do you recall the monster we encountered yesterday? Mikoto asked, her expression turning serious and earnest. Yes, Uchiha Haiyan nodded affirmatively. I reported this matter to the third Hokage yesterday. They should have already taken precautionary measures. However, Mikoto shrugged, shaking her head in disagreement. Congratulations on your incorrect answer. In reality, this morning, everyone woke to find that the entire Hidden Leaf village had been surrounded by that group of monsters. What? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Haiyan was taken aback, shock and disbelief flooding his eyes. It must be noted that such occurrences had never been depicted in the Naruto universe. Could this world be diverging from the animated series? Or perhaps the developments here were not aligned with what transpired in the show. If that were the case, then his prior assumption of being able to grasp the situation completely was utterly mistaken. Uchiha Haiyan's expression darkened, his demeanor shifting to one of grave concern. What did the Hokage say? Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling within, then looked intently at Uchiha Mikoto, solemnly inquiring. I don't know, Mikoto replied, shaking her head truthfully. I received the news just now and hurried over to inform you. Uchiha Haiyan furrowed his brow in contemplation, stroking his chin thoughtfully as a serious expression crossed his face. Logically, the third Hokage should have been informed yesterday and should have already implemented all necessary preventive measures and investigations. Why, then, had such a situation arisen? This seemed rather suspicious. Could it be that someone had orchestrated this? Uchiha Haiyan felt a creeping sense of being ensnared in a web of conspiracies, as if this entire series of events was aimed at a specific individual, most likely himself. Realizing this, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. However, I do know that just before I left, I saw the team leader and the others in a meeting, apparently discussing this matter, Mikoto added, blinking her eyes and hastily providing additional information. Are you referring to my dear old father? Uchiha Haiyan was momentarily taken aback by Mikoto's words. Yes, Mikoto nodded vigorously, affirming her statement, and continued, last night, I overheard my parents discussing this issue, and it seems that it has been leaked. They never intended for it to be this way. Now, it is unclear how someone managed to breach the forbidden area and steal the secret. The forbidden area? Uchiha Haiyan's brows knitted tightly, a serious glint flashing in his eyes. He had some knowledge of the Uchiha clan's forbidden area, as it held significant importance throughout the series. While he had not completed watching all episodes of Naruto before his transmigration, he had still seen the first 100 or so, gaining at least a general understanding of the circumstances. Legend has it that the Uchiha clan's forbidden area is essentially a subterranean chamber housing a monumental stone tablet. The inscriptions upon this tablet can only be deciphered through the Sharingan, and it is only when one attains the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that the entirety of its text can be unveiled. Furthermore, it is said that deep within the forbidden area lies the secrets of the Uchiha clan. Yet now, it appears someone has acquired the Uchiha Sharingan and absconded with this secret. Chapter 79. Contemplations in the Heart. What, then, is the nature of this secret? Is it of paramount importance, or merely a fragment of the whole? Uchiha Haiyan's brow furrowed deeply at the thought, forming a pronounced crease as the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. What troubles you? Uchiha Mikoto, observing the shift in Uchiha Haiyan's demeanor, could not help but inquire, her voice laced with concern. Nothing, Uchiha Haiyan replied, choosing not to divulge the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. He simply shook his head, maintaining a stoic expression to convey that he was unperturbed. If he wished to navigate life in this world unscathed, he must prevent any conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage. It seemed that the third Hokage's efforts to unite him with Tsunade were driven by this very rationale. No longer the once ineffectual figure he had been, Uchiha Haiyan was now capable of honing ninjutsu and had cultivated a budding relationship with Tsunade. Thus, it stood to reason that if he were to become the leader of the Uchiha clan, a harmonious and balanced relationship with the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village would be possible. The most critical aspect of all was that Uchiha Haiyan possessed an unparalleled advantage. He was the biological son of the current Uchiha clan leader. In other words, with the substantial support of the third Hokage, it was highly plausible for Uchiha Haiyan to ascend as the new leader of the Uchiha clan. This, indeed, was his sole pathway to a stable life in this tumultuous world of Naruto. In a matter of mere minutes, Uchiha Haiyan had meticulously unraveled the entire sequence of events, understanding them with clarity. With this realization, he let out a deep, resigned sigh, shaking his head, a sense of melancholy settling within him. Though he had not been particularly invested in these matters, the gravity of the situation now demanded that he cease his pretense. It appeared that the encirclement of the Hidden Leaf Village by those monsters was undoubtedly linked to the secrets lurking within the depths of the Uchiha clan. Should he fail to address this predicament adequately, it might shatter the fragile peace that had previously existed. In due course, the village of Konoha will inevitably descend into chaos. The hope of continuing a tranquil and harmonious existence is nothing but a distant dream. The catalyst for the conflicts between the two factions is, without a doubt, the Uchiha Haiyan, who stands in the enemy camp while harboring thoughts of the Han. How infuriating! While others traverse into new realms filled with joy and myriad romantic conquests. Why must his journey manifest in such turmoil? The heavens are unjust. Uchiha Haiyan ground his teeth in frustration, silently berating his fate. Meanwhile, Uchiha Meichin observed Haiyan with curiosity, her mouth agape as if she wished to speak, but ultimately she fell silent, not uttering a word. Haiyan, noticing her unusual demeanor, raised an eyebrow and inquired with mild curiosity, "What troubles you?" "Nothing," Meichin replied, shaking her head. Yet, her lips pursed in evident conflict and hesitation. After a prolonged pause, she finally spoke, "I just received a message from the team leader." "What is it? Is that old man stirring up trouble again?" Upon hearing Meichin's words, Haiyan arched an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips as he stroked his chin, contemplating. "He instructed us to stay home and refrain from going out. As for the monsters surrounding the village, they will handle it." Meichin blinked, deciding to answer truthfully. Haiyan was momentarily taken aback by her revelation. As a thought struck him, does this mean that the Uchiha clan members are currently absent, or have they all ventured out? He scrutinized Meichin with a thoughtful expression as he inquired further. "Yes," Meichin nodded, her expression one of confusion. "What is the matter?" "Nothing. I'll accompany you to the clan," Haiyan said, a smile lifting the corners of his mouth. He shook his head and patted Meichin's shoulder, cheerfully adding, "What are you planning to do?" Meichin, well aware of Haiyan's character, understood that he was certainly not merely stating that there was nothing amiss. He must have some ulterior motive. She quickly pressed him, "You're not plotting something nefarious, are you?" "Of course not," Haiyan denied. shaking his head before pulling Meichin along towards the Hyuga clan. Where are we going? Meichin was thoroughly bewildered, unable to grasp Haiyan's intentions. To restore our trio. Haiyan beamed radiantly. Oh, Meichin nodded, albeit naively, trailing behind Haiyan, a growing sense of unease swelling within her. At the Hyuga clan, Niji had just learned of the monsters encircling the village and was busy ensuring his two younger sisters stayed indoors, when suddenly a familiar voice echoed from the entrance. Niji. Niji instinctively rubbed his forehead, suppressing a heavy sigh as exhaustion washed over him. It was as if a certain someone's antics were proving too taxing. The moment he laid eyes on this individual, he felt an ominous premonition of trouble. Teaming up with such a character was truly draining. It felt like a burden on his very soul. Niji. As the voice drew closer, Niji sighed once more, resignedly opening the door to find two figures standing there. What brings you two here? Isn't it obvious? We're worried about you, Haiyan boldly proclaimed. Do you really expect me to believe that? Niji stared at Haiyan, his expression flat. Ahem. Haiyan, feeling a wave of embarrassment, coughed awkwardly and leaned closer to Niji's ear, whispering, care to join me in stirring up some trouble? What scheme are you concocting now? Niji thought to himself, feeling utterly drained as he observed Haiyan. Come with me to the Uchiha clan. Haiyan smiled brightly at Niji. Huh. Niji was taken aback, convinced he had misheard. What did you just say? He couldn't help but ask again. Let us embark on an adventure to the Uchiha clan. Together, we shall chart a grand course. Haiyan exclaimed excitedly, gesturing dramatically. Niji felt his lips twitch, biting back further commentary. Can I refuse? No. Haiyan replied emphatically. Niji could only roll his eyes in exasperation. Moments later, Haiyan led the rather bewildered Niji and Meichin into the Uchiha clan's inner sanctum. Guided by Meichin, the trio stealthily made their way to the residence of the current clan leader without attracting anyone's attention. Here it is. Meichin pointed at the dwelling. Pausing to express her concerns, are you truly certain we should take this opportunity to sneak in? Absolutely. Haiyan affirmed confidently. If I am not mistaken, those monsters outside are connected to the secrets hidden within the Uchiha clan's forbidden grounds. But Meichin opened her mouth, seemingly intent on further persuasion. Yet she watched as Haiyan slipped quietly into the residence. With a resigned sigh, she followed suit, entering the dwelling behind him. As for Niji, he activated his Byakugan, remaining vigilant, for if they were caught, the consequences would be dire. Indeed, this was the boldest endeavor he had ever undertaken. Niji thought wryly to himself as they proceeded without incident, Haiyan leading Meichin and him into the Uchiha clan's forbidden grounds, an underground chamber. With a heavy creak, the door shut behind them. Haiyan observed the unfolding scene thoughtfully, his gaze settling on a massive stone tablet not far ahead. Just as I suspected, Haiyan exhaled quietly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly to himself. Although certain aspects of the plot seemed askew, the majority remained unchanged. Indeed, within the Uchiha clan's forbidden grounds lay a monumental stone tablet, the inscriptions on which could only be deciphered upon activating the Sharingan. I fear that even the current leader of the Uchiha clan cannot attain a truly eternal Sharingan. In other words, even that rather incompetent father of mine is oblivious to the inscriptions on the enormous stone tablet, unless all individuals are gathered to examine it together. However, based on Uchiha Haiyan's understanding, his father's character dictates that he would never undertake such an endeavor. Huh, such arrogance. What is this? I had thought there might be something of value within this forbidden place, yet it turns out to be merely a stone tablet. Mikoto, looking quite disappointed, shook her head and remarked. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haiyan evidently had no intention of revealing the secrets of the tablet to Mikoto, merely offering a subtle smile that hinted at an air of mystery. Our objective is not this colossal stone tablet, but rather to uncover any information pertaining to the forbidden techniques and their synthesis. Uchiha Haiyan continued. What? Niji Hyuga, who had been quietly observing from the side, suddenly furrowed his brow upon hearing Haiyan's words, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully as he directed his gaze towards him. Are you suggesting that today's events are likely connected to the Uchiha clan? Not quite. I suspect that someone may have murdered a member of the Uchiha clan and taken his Sharingan, thereby unlocking the forbidden area. Uchiha Haiyan calmly replied, shaking his head. My father is not so foolish. Now that we have managed to maintain peace and cultivate our families, he would never instigate war. You seem to know your father quite well, Niji observed, raising an eyebrow and smiling faintly after hearing Haiyan's explanation. It's not so much knowing him as it is understanding that he is always driven by ulterior motives, which allows me to deduce how he intends to secure the greatest advantage. Upon hearing Niji's comment, Uchiha Haiyan responded with a scoff, his eyes filled with disdain. For someone who would use his own son in a marriage alliance merely to procure temporary peace, Haiyan could not help but feel a deep-seated contempt. Damn. Especially considering the time before he traversed into this realm, when he was derided as worthless and bullied incessantly, had it not been for that neglect. The original Uchiha Haiyan would never have perished, leading to his current existence as a wandering soul. TSK. This indirectly indicated that his father had never truly cared for Uchiha Haiyan, revealing him to be a profit-driven individual. Thus, with but a fleeting thought, Uchiha Haiyan could easily discern what his father was scheming. As the saying goes, even a tiger does not eat its young. However, it is evident that within the Uchiha clan, this adage does not apply. Cold-blooded and heartless. These words are particularly fitting. Chapter 81. Indeed, it is so. Uchiha Mikoto clearly understood this, casting a silent glance in Uchiha Haiyan's direction, awkwardly touching her nose before hastily rummaging through the forbidden area. After all, it must be acknowledged that she too had participated in the bullying of Uchiha Haiyan, which left her feeling somewhat guilty. TSK, the past should not be mentioned. On the other side, Niji Hyuga regarded Uchiha Haiyan meaningfully, then sighed and gently patted his shoulder, earnestly stating, "I can understand your perspective, but sometimes it is best not to dwell too much on such matters. Becoming too fixated can be detrimental to oneself." Uchiha Haiyan nodded nonchalantly, glancing at Niji before smiling, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, as a branch of the Hyuga clan, this elder brother must have faced greater challenges in life. It seems that since he married into the Senju clan, he had endured fewer beatings, yet his reticence prevented him from developing a cordial rapport with Tsunade. This circumstance inadvertently favored the reincarnated Uchiha Haiyan. One cannot help but conclude that everything is predestined. Uchiha Haiyan mused deeply within his thoughts. I found it. After approximately 10 minutes, a voice of excitement rang out from Mikoto, unable to conceal her exhilaration. It's right here. Uchiha Haiyan instinctively turned to look, only to see Mikoto joyfully pointing towards a specific location. Uchiha Haiyan approached, casting a few glances. However, upon seeing where Mikoto was pointing, he frowned slightly, an expression of solemnity crossing his face. This incident had indeed unfolded as he had previously conjectured. It appeared that someone was attempting to incite conflict. Let us go. With this thought, Uchiha Haiyan immediately waved towards Mikoto and Niji, turning to leave the forbidden area. Is that it? Mikoto stared blankly at Uchiha Haiyan, blinking in confusion, unable to comprehend. Now that we have confirmed the origins of these items, that is sufficient, Uchiha Haiyan asserted with a nod, his tone resolute. What do you mean by that? Before Mikoto could respond, Niji, standing to the side, interjected. The reason you insisted on visiting the forbidden place was likely to ascertain whether this creature was synthesized by the Uchiha clan using forbidden techniques. Indeed. Uchiha Haiyan affirmed Niji's conjecture with a serious nod. I merely wished to confirm the origin of the monster. And what do you plan to do next? Niji inquired, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. For now, I only need to verify its source. I have yet to contemplate other solutions, Uchiha Haiyan replied succinctly, glancing at Niji. Very well. Niji nodded thoughtfully in response to Haiyan's words, choosing not to delve deeper. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikoto remained in a state of bewilderment, curiously observing the two as they engaged in their cryptic exchange. To prevent their activities in the forbidden area from being discovered, the trio swiftly departed. Upon arriving at the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Haiyan addressed Mikoto and Niji, stating, I have other matters to attend to. I shall leave Mikoto in your care for the time being. Understood. Niji readily acknowledged Haiyan's request, fully aware of its implications. Observing this scene, Uchiha Haiyan nodded in satisfaction before turning away, leaving without a trace of hesitation. What is going on? Mikoto remained in a daze, utterly unaware of the nature of the riddle being exchanged between the two. He certainly had his own tasks to pursue, and only he could undertake them. If the two of them were to accompany him, it would merely serve as a hindrance. Thus, it was far better to remain here and await his return to escort her. Hinata Niji cast a glance in the direction of Uchiha Mikoto and began to provide a brief explanation. He then summoned Hinata Hanabi to attend to Mikoto while he stood at the entrance, gazing wistfully at the direction in which Uchiha Haiyan had vanished. His hands clasped behind his back, filled with profound reflections. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haiyan hurried towards the office of the third Hokage. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed, followed by the voice of the third Hokage calling from within the office. Come in. Uchiha Haiyan pushed the door open and entered the office. Upon recognizing the visitor, the third Hokage rubbed his temples with a hint of resignation and inquired, "What brings you here? Have you encountered another strange occurrence?" "Not exactly, but I do wish to discuss a matter of great significance with you." Uchiha Haiyan closed the office door behind him, his expression grave and earnest as he looked intently at the third Hokage, speaking heavily. "Oh." The third Hokage raised an eyebrow, a contemplative smile gracing his lips as he replied noncommittally, "What do you intend to say?" "Today, Konoha village is effectively surrounded by that monster I mentioned to you yesterday. Is it not?" The male protagonist's face was serious as he spoke. "What speculation do you hold regarding this matter?" The third Hokage fell silent upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words, and after a moment, he lifted his gaze, his previously jovial demeanor replaced by a stern seriousness. His eyes narrowed as he regarded Uchiha Haiyan, his tone cool and detached. "What do you wish to convey?" "Some matters, I believe, require no elaboration. You must understand them well enough." Uchiha Haiyan felt a sense of relief wash over him upon witnessing the third Hokage's demeanor, his previously anxious heart settling into calmness. "You likely harbor two primary hypotheses. First, that a mysterious figure in black is responsible. Second, that it is something orchestrated by the Uchiha clan. Indeed, that is precisely my consideration." The third Hokage responded straightforwardly. "However, I did not anticipate you to contemplate so much. It appears your usual demeanor is merely a facade. That is but one aspect of my character." Uchiha Haiyan did not deny it, instead raising his gaze to meet that of the third Hokage, speaking earnestly. "However, I assure you that today's events bear no connection to the Uchiha clan whatsoever." "How can you be so certain?" The third Hokage replied blandly. "If I recall correctly, your relationship with the Uchiha clan has not been particularly cordial. One might even describe it as antagonistic. Why then do you speak on their behalf?" "This is not a matter of advocacy, but rather a statement of fact." Uchiha Haiyan maintained his serious analysis while looking at the third Hokage. "Your decision to marry me to Tsunade indicates a desire to maintain a peaceful relationship between the two parties, regardless of the Uchiha clan's current considerations or intentions. They evidently believe this is the most suitable state for their reflection and recuperation." After a brief pause, Uchiha Haiyan continued, "Thus, unless the clan head is entirely devoid of reason, they would not initiate conflict unless they deem themselves capable of defeating the Hokage of Konoha." Haha. The third Hokage smiled slightly upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words. "I must admit, your observations can be quite astute. Yet, how can you be so certain that this matter is indeed unrelated to the Uchiha clan? As far as I am aware, their forbidden grounds were breached about half a month ago, and I am certain that individuals other than the Uchiha clan possess the Sharingan, just as Kakashi does." Uchiha Haiyan maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke, glancing momentarily at Kakashi before continuing steadily. "The forbidden grounds can be accessed by anyone possessing the bloodline of the Uchiha. Thus it is plausible that someone utilized their lineage to infiltrate and successfully steal the methods for creating monsters using forbidden techniques. Even if what you say is true, the Uchiha clan's ambitions are evident. Otherwise, how could such things exist within their forbidden grounds?" The third Hokage raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Uchiha Haiyan with a knowing gaze. "But honestly, this seems to be one of your objectives. Does it not? Even if you know what lies within their forbidden grounds, you must restrain yourself, for you cannot straightforwardly clarify this matter to others." With his hands tucked in his pockets, Uchiha Haiyan lifted his eyebrows and met the third Hokage's gaze with composure. "Therefore, you wish to leverage my marriage to Tsunade to ease the tension between us. In other words, the Uchiha clan is clearly dissatisfied with the current situation. Simply put, they aspire to reshape the world." After a moment's pause, Uchiha Haiyan continued with a steady demeanor. "However, I believe this need not be so dire. If you are willing to assist me, I can guarantee that the Uchiha clan will cease their tumultuous actions." Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words, the third Hokage raised an eyebrow thoughtfully, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remained noncommittal. "Uchiha Haiyan, seemingly oblivious to the third Hokage's scrutiny. Continued with a calm expression. Moreover, I am certain that this incident is not the doing of the Uchiha clan, but rather a deliberate scheme to instigate conflict between the Hokage and the Uchiha clan. They stealthily infiltrated the Forbidden Grounds to steal the formula for synthesizing forbidden creations, aiming to incite discord. As Uchiha Haiyan spoke, he casually propped his leg over the other while seated, maintaining an air of tranquility. We cannot allow them to reap the benefits of this situation unchallenged. This is a matter I believe requires little explanation, and you should understand well. I must admit, you are indeed a clever child. After several minutes of silence following Uchiha Haiyan's remarks, the third Hokage finally chuckled softly, nodding slightly as he regarded Uchiha Haiyan. It seems my initial decision was not misguided. Whether the Uchiha clan can remain unscathed from this ordeal now entirely rests upon you, at least. I cannot be certain that the current clan leader will act as you suggest. The third Hokage gazed meaningfully at Uchiha Haiyan as he continued. I hope you will remember the words you have shared with me today. Of course, Uchiha Haiyan met the third Hokage's gaze, shaking his head in quiet resignation. A wry smile crossing his lips before he nodded solemnly in agreement. I possess a good memory and will not forget the promises I have made. That is reassuring. Upon hearing these words, the third Hokage nodded with a sense of satisfaction. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Uchiha Haiyan, however, gazed contemplatively at the third Hokage, sighing deeply within, yet his demeanor remained unperturbed as he calmly responded, indeed. The third Hokage nodded with composure, refraining from elaborating further, simply gesturing with his hand. Observing this scene, Uchiha Haiyan promptly turned to depart, feeling he could no longer endure the third Hokage's demeanor. Alas, though he recognized that the Hokage's schemes were entirely for the village's benefit, as the one ensnared in these machinations, Uchiha Haiyan could not help but feel immensely displeased. Furthermore, a profound sense of melancholy lingered within him, one that defied verbal articulation. The weight of his heart was heavy. He had anticipated a life of ease, yet discovered the road before him was arduous and fraught with challenges. Chapter 83. The clan leader calls you back. It was unexpected that this young lad had discerned the presence of a Sharingan beneath his eye mask. Could it be that the Sharingan possessed the ability to sense one another? Kakashi stroked his chin, curiosity glinting in his narrowed eyes as he pondered the direction in which Uchiha Haiyan had departed, a smirk playing at his lips as he seemed to murmur to himself. Do not underestimate Uchiha Haiyan. He possesses knowledge of numerous matters, and his audacity is beyond our comprehension. Upon hearing Kakashi's remarks, the third Hokage chuckled lightly, clearly unfazed by the situation, and shifted the conversation to another topic. That is indeed true. Kakashi nodded in agreement, his expression conveying a sense of understanding. After all, most individuals lack the audacity to trespass into the Uchiha clan's forbidden grounds. It was surprising that this young boy exhibited such courage. Pausing momentarily, Kakashi continued. I have long heard that this young lad has endured considerable mistreatment within the Uchiha clan. Initially, I assumed he would be a timid and feeble child, which his previous demeanor suggested, but the recent changes in him are undeniably substantial. Could it be that he no longer wishes to conceal himself? Kakashi's eyes reflected a mix of inquiry and intrigue. Regardless of his internal musings, as long as this child remained allied with them, that was sufficient. The third Hokage, contemplating Kakashi's words, brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeves and smiled faintly, exuding an air of tranquility. You make a valid point. Kakashi appeared momentarily taken aback before stroking his chin and nodding in agreement, offering no further comment. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haiyan walked alone along the roadside, his heart brimming with myriad reflections. Was it truly so difficult to lead a good life? He had intended to cling to Tsunade's coattails and live in peace, yet now found himself at risk of extermination. How vexing. The events that unfolded in the original narrative over 100 episodes were now manifesting before him. It was truly disheartening, leaving him speechless. Fortunately, he had managed to pledge allegiance to the third Hokage before Uchiha Itachi's arrival, thus averting a potential massacre that could leave only Sasuke standing. Reflecting on this, he mused that if such a scenario were to occur, even he, now wed to Tsunade, might face annihilation. In this light, perhaps there was a silver lining. Uchiha Haiyan could only resign himself to this self-reassurance in his heart. Such is life. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind him. What are you doing here? Uchiha Mikoto, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, tilted her head to gaze at Uchiha Haiyan. Her expression filled with confusion. Didn't you just say you were going to find the Hokage? I just left the office. How did you end up here? Uchiha Haiyan, clearly reluctant to delve into the matter with Mikoto, simply redirected the conversation, turning to her with a hint of curiosity and surprise. Well, Mikoto appeared somewhat hesitant, her mouth opening and closing as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Just say what you need to say directly. Why the hesitation? Uchiha Haiyan frowned, a touch of irritation creeping into his voice. Though he endeavored to temper his emotions, the sensation of being manipulated was distinctly unpleasant. He had intended to find a secluded spot to vent his frustration when he unexpectedly encountered Uchiha Mikoto. Despite his unwillingness, he found it increasingly difficult to suppress his anger, which gradually shifted towards the angelically beautiful yet devilishly spirited little demon before him. It's just that I inadvertently mentioned your summoning beast to someone while I was in the clan. Uchiha Mikoto, perceptive to Uchiha Haiyan's impatience, let out a slight whimper, yet continued to explain. I don't know how it got around, but somehow it reached the clan leader's ears, and he wishes to see you. I will not go. Upon hearing Mikoto's words, a faint smile crept onto Uchiha Haiyan's lips, appearing quite pleased. However, a closer inspection would reveal the chilling coldness in his eyes. Without further ado, Uchiha Haiyan flatly declined, omitting any semblance of politeness. What? Mikoto seemed taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief at Uchiha Haiyan's resolute refusal. Are you certain? She attempted to persuade him. Regardless of the circumstances, you are still father and son. There shouldn't be any lingering animosity. He must care for you. Mikoto, recalling the clan leader's notorious temper, instinctively shuddered, yet pressed on with her entreaties. I will not go. To think he expects me to seek him out is utterly ludicrous. Where was he when I was being bullied? Where was he when I was coerced into marriage? Uchiha Haiyan continued, his expression devoid of emotion. The notion that the current clan leader's son would enter the Senju family through marriage would surely provoke laughter. Given the circumstances he had endured, he felt no obligation to extend him any courtesy. I certainly will not go unless he personally comes to apologize and acknowledges that his past actions were erroneous. Otherwise, I shall never forgive him. As Uchiha Haiyan recalled his past experiences, a surge of agitation overtook him, and he clenched his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air as he spoke in a cold tone. Chapter 84. The foolish brothers duo. Uchiha Mikoto was well aware that Uchiha Haiyan was speaking nothing but the truth. Thus, she found herself at a loss for words, merely staring at him in astonishment, questioning whether the man before her had lost his senses. If this was merely a trivial matter he wished to discuss, then there was no need for further conversation. She was resolute in her refusal to forgive him. Although her relationship with Tsunade was currently amicable, it was a bond she had painstakingly nurtured, entirely unrelated to the other party. Therefore, she advised him to keep his distance, as she wished for a lifetime devoid of any connection with him. Uchiha Haiyan issued his ultimatum. Mikoto pursed her lips, her expression tinged with melancholy. Yet she stubbornly nodded in agreement. Although I harbor no fondness for that old man, my affection for you, little one, remains steadfast. One matter does not affect the other. Rest assured, I would never attribute the old man's mistakes to all of us. That would render me a fool. Upon witnessing Mikoto's crestfallen demeanor, Uchiha Haiyan couldn't help but smile, feeling an immense weight of anger dissipate. He extended his hand to pat Mikoto's shoulder, grinning as he spoke. All right. Mikoto's eyes sparkled with newfound joy upon hearing Haiyan's words, and she nodded enthusiastically in response. Just as the two engaged in their lively exchange, a voice suddenly pierced the air, inciting irritation. Hey, isn't that our family's infamous waste? How did you manage to get close to our Princess Mikoto? At the sound of this taunt, both Uchiha Haiyan and Mikoto instinctively looked up to find two young men in their 20s standing nearby. Their distinctive appearance and attire made it evident that they belonged to the Uchiha clan. Who are you? Uchiha Haiyan narrowed his eyes upon recognizing them, a thoughtful inquiry escaping his lips. He also sensed a hostile intent emanating from them. After all, not everyone exuded such palpable malice. Clearly, they were targeting him. Likely followers of this little demon. With a hint of exasperation, he glanced at Mikoto, shaking his head, feeling a surge of emotions. We? The two young men scoffed derisively. One of them, appearing particularly formidable, crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes, looking down upon them as if they were mere insects. Uchiha-yo. A Chunin of the Uchiha clan. Oh, Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow at the self-introduction, realizing that this was yet another nameless character who had never appeared in the Naruto anime. TSK. He had initially assumed that their grandiose entrance signaled the arrival of someone significant, only to find that they were simply minor players, devoid of any challenge. Although he lacked transformation or shadow clone techniques, he excelled in other areas. Despite not having passed the Genin exam, his combat output surpassed that of a Jonin. For Uchiha Haiyan, who possessed diverse abilities, challenging those above his level was hardly a daunting task. Thus, these two individuals were hardly worth his consideration. Ah, a Chunin. I see. Are you planning to bully the small with your strength? Listen well. Keep a distance of at least 3 meters from Uchiha Mikoto, or my brother, and I will not hesitate to make things unpleasant for you. Uchiha Yo's eyes narrowed, his gaze icy as he directed it towards Uchiha Haiyan, radiating a chilling intent. TSK. Indeed, another mess created by a little girl. Upon hearing the young man's remarks, Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips as he teasingly glanced at Mikoto, who appeared quite displeased. Get lost. Mikoto ground her teeth, stamping her foot in frustration, glaring at Haiyan with her large, doe-like eyes, clearly in a foul mood. This is your mess, not mine. No. I refuse to accept this. You cannot place the blame on me. If I were to attract anyone, it would certainly be beautiful ladies, not these stiff-bodied brutes. That simply does not align with my aesthetic preferences. Uchiha Haiyan waved his hands emphatically, attempting to justify himself with mock seriousness. You. Mikoto was on the verge of exploding with rage, having never encountered such unabashed audacity before. He perfectly epitomized the pinnacle of shamelessness. This was not mere narcissism or arrogance. It was sheer blindness. Both of you. Uchiha Yo's eyes narrowed dangerously, his expression darkening as he watched the two flirt with each other before him. He seethed inwardly, wishing he could crush the insolent figure before him. Have the courage to face me in a fair duel. My brother and I are honorable. We will not resort to mob tactics or 2-on-1 fights, even if you are not our match, you waste of the Uchiha clan. Oh. Uchiha Haiyan was unperturbed by Yo's provocation. Instead, he raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he retorted. How do you know I lack the ability to retaliate? Huh. You are merely a waste who has not even passed the Genin exam. If we Chunin cannot defeat you, then all the assessments we have participated in would have been in vain. Uchiha Yo sneered. Oh, is that so? Chapter 85. No negotiation and punishment. Uchiha Haiyan feigned enlightenment, nodding as he continued. Sadly, you two shall soon learn what it truly means to possess strength and the art of humility. Huh, you believe you are our match? Uchiha Yo dismissed him with a cold snort, his expression rife with disdain. It is not a matter of belief, but of fact. Uchiha Haiyan smiled gently, responding with an air of nonchalance. You're seeking death. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yo's expression darkened ominously, as if a storm were brewing within him. After a few moments of silence, he finally spat out a few words through clenched teeth. Haha. The response was met with a derisive smirk. Uchiha Haiyan mused that a group of nameless extras from the original story dared to provoke someone with an omnipotent ability. TSK. They truly did not know the meaning of danger. One could only conclude that ignorance breeds fearlessness, and the naive are unafraid of the tiger. You. Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Haiyan, Uchiha also erupted with fury. Shadow Clone Jutsu. As the words left his lips, two figures of Uchiha simultaneously lunged towards Uchiha Haiyan from different directions. Trivial skills. Uchiha Haiyan, witnessing this scene, let out a disdainful snort, then unleashed a great fireball technique, shattering one of the shadowy clones. How is this possible? Uchiha, taken aback, instinctively widened his eyes, filled with shock and disbelief. You know nothing. For the first time before the crowd, Uchiha Haiyan cursed. Without further ado, he dove directly towards Uchiha. With a resounding thud, the sound of flesh colliding echoed in the air. In that instant, Uchiha Haiyan and Uchiha were locked in a fierce struggle. Given Uchiha Haiyan's monstrous strength inherited from Tsunade, the moment he closed in on Uchiha, victory was already assured. After all, the physical prowess of the Uchiha clan had always been lackluster. They could hardly withstand the relentless barrage of punches delivered by the formidable Uchiha Haiyan. Standing not far away, Uchiha Mikoto watched in astonishment as Uchiha Haiyan ruthlessly pummeled Uchiha. her beautiful eyes shimmering with surprise and admiration. Are you convinced? Uchiha Haiyan, his expression dark, glared at Uchiha and coldly stated, I concede. Uchiha, looking around nervously, seemed unwilling to utter the word convinced, and could only mutter through gritted teeth. Humph. Uchiha Haiyan rose, dusting himself off, and coldly remarked at Uchiha, if I am the waste of the Uchiha clan, then what does that make you, who is lost to a waste? Perhaps from today on, the title of waste should rightfully belong to you. You. Uchiha instinctively clenched his fists, his face turning pale as he glared at Uchiha Haiyan, grinding his teeth. You better not get carried away. Heh. Uchiha Haiyan responded with a derisive laugh. Impressive. Uchiha Mikoto's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Uchiha Haiyan, her smile radiant. Of course, just look at who I am. Uchiha Haiyan, somewhat prideful, raised his chin and grinned. But seriously, are you sure it's fine to beat him up like that? Mikoto asked, a hint of concern on her face. What is there to fear? Don't forget, my wife is one of the legendary Sannin. Uchiha Haiyan shrugged nonchalantly, spreading his hands, his demeanor remarkably calm. Rest assured, they wouldn't dare to cause more trouble. As he spoke, Uchiha Haiyan reassuringly patted Mikoto's shoulder. Let us hope so. After hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words, Mikoto couldn't help but sigh heavily, shaking her head, choosing not to say more. Upon returning home, Tsunade had yet to return. Uchiha Haiyan speculated that she might be at some casino, once again playing the role of the big spender. This guy is fortunate to be born into the affluent Senju clan. Had she been born into any other family, she'd likely have caused their bankruptcy. Uchiha Haiyan mused inwardly. When Tsunade finally returned, it was already night. I heard you spoke with the third Hokage today. Did you two have a conflict? During dinner, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Haiyan with curiosity, blinking in confusion. Not really, just some minor issues, nothing to worry about. Uchiha Haiyan dismissed, waving his hand and offering a succinct explanation. Oh, I see, Tsunade replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding in understanding, choosing not to press further. After dinner, she retreated to her room to rest. That night, Uchiha Haiyan, uncharacteristically, gathered all the dishes into the kitchen without washing them. Instead, he returned to his bedroom, lying back on the soft bed, intending to rest early, as he felt quite exhausted. Just then, a familiar electronic synthetic voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Activating task mode. System upgrading. System upgrade 1, 10,100. Upgrade complete. New task module, store, points exchange. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Haiyan's eyes brightened. He had initially thought that his rather simplistic system could only rely on seducing women to acquire corresponding jutsu. It seemed far less impressive compared to the various extravagant systems others had, which included tasks, points exchange, and stores from which one could redeem anything. He had felt quite disheartened for a long time, but now, with the system's upgrade, it appeared that these corresponding modules had emerged. Truly, heaven has favored me. Uchiha Haiyan thought, reveling in his delight. Chapter 86, System Upgrade System. What is the task module? Uchiha Haiyan inquired eagerly after regaining his composure. In the next moment, as his voice faded, a screen resembling rippling water appeared before him, displaying a faint blue-white hue. Gradually, familiar characters began to materialize on this luminescent path, Chinese characters he recognized well. This is perfect. If it had displayed some incomprehensible script from the Naruto world, it would have posed a significant challenge for me, he thought. While conversing and doing tasks was manageable, writing would indeed be quite troublesome. Heartache. Fortunately, the system had perfectly anticipated this, presenting only the familiar characters to Uchiha Haiyan. Task module. Task 1. Successfully lead the Uchiha clan away from the impending danger of annihilation. Task 2. Achieve a satisfaction rating of 100 from over 3 potential love interests. Task 3. Identify 10 potential love interests. Upon seeing these 3 tasks, Uchiha Haiyan instinctively covered his chest, feeling as if his heart had been frozen in ice. What the heck? Setting aside other concerns, this first task alone made Uchiha Haiyan feel an overwhelming sense of gravity. He had experienced this feeling before, but witnessing his system present such daunting tasks was truly pressure-inducing. Damn! Uchiha Haiyan's impulse to curse surged. It seemed like a long and arduous journey ahead. Completing this would likely take at least a decade. Unless one day he could harness the strength acquired from this system to defeat his own father and assert his dominance. He could only become the new leader of the Uchiha clan through sheer power. However, given the current rate of skill acquisition, it would take at least 2 to 3 years to achieve that. Well then, given the circumstances, it seems that he has no choice but to opt for the path of slowly boiling the frog in warm water. Perhaps he could consider gradually undermining his rather cheap father? Uchiha Haiyan pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. However, the rewards for the second and third missions appeared to be quite substantial. Although they did not explicitly state what rewards would be granted, it was evident that beneath these tasks were 3 squares, each marked with a large question mark, suggesting the presence of mysterious rewards. It seems that in the coming days, I should venture out more often. This way, I can meet more women and develop them into potential targets. Uchiha Haiyan blinked, contemplating inwardly. Where should I go? Upon waiting at the entrance of the Uchiha clan for the tardy Uchiha Mikoto, she immediately inquired upon their meeting. Just a mission, a trivial matter. Uchiha Haiyan replied with a smile, as the two were a team and naturally had to seek her out for the task. Why didn't you look for Niji? Uchiha Mikoto asked with great interest, fully aware that Uchiha Haiyan could not possibly abandon Hyuga Niji. After all, they were teammates, and it was only natural to involve him in the mission as well. I went to find him, but that guy was busy. Uchiha Haiyan rolled his eyes in annoyance, knowing all too well how much of a procrastinator this young lady could be. Being a girl, waiting for Uchiha Mikoto to get ready was nothing short of a nightmare. Hence, he had first gone to the Hyuga household to find Niji, only to learn that he had gone to the training ground and likely wouldn't return in time. As for dragging Niji back from the training ground to accompany him on the mission, Uchiha Haiyan felt it unnecessary. It was merely a C-rank patrol mission, after all. Not worth the trouble. Uchiha Haiyan had initially considered going alone, treating it as a chance to unwind outside the village. He believed that even a ninja's life required some respite. Constantly embroiled in the dark struggles of various villages would eventually drive one mad. Much like the individuals in the Blood Mist, each one of them seemed mentally unstable. Moreover, Uchiha Haiyan was not part of any root organization in Konoha, so there was no need to turn himself into a machine. He was unaware of others' opinions, but he had his own outlook on life. Unlike Hyuga Niji, who trained relentlessly, Uchiha Haiyan noted that whenever he sought him out, Niji was invariably at the training ground. This was not an isolated incident. Out of 10 attempts to find him, 6 times Niji was at the training ground, and 3 times he was off on assassination missions. Only on rare occasions could Uchiha Haiyan find him at the Hyuga estate, and even then, it was during Niji's personal training sessions. While Uchiha Haiyan understood that Niji bore the burden of a caged bird's fate and sought to rebel against certain injustices, he felt it unnecessary to be so fervent. After all, Hyuga Niji was treated quite well by his family, with no distinction made due to his branch family status. Except for the cursed seal marking him as a caged bird, everything else was no different. In fact, compared to ordinary Hyuga clan members, Niji received even more resources. Thus, Uchiha Haiyan thought it prudent to take some time to counsel him, urging him not to get caught up in his own stubbornness. After all, it was better to live well than to become fixated on trivial matters. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Haiyan couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. If one were to speak honestly, Niji had many admirable qualities, but his propensity to become overly fixated could sometimes lead to trouble. After all, some individuals delighted in provoking those with such stubborn tendencies. A mere nudge could draw them into complications. Sighing at the weight of his tasks and responsibilities, Uchiha Haiyan mused inwardly. Are you going alone to accept a mission from the Hokage? Mikoto, however, did not dwell on Uchiha Haiyan's thoughts, instead tilting her head with curiosity. Does he truly trust you to venture out alone? Of course, Uchiha Haiyan replied with an air of nonchalance, shrugging his shoulders. At least I'm not that bad. Am I? Chapter 87. A clever strategy for 2 birds with 1 stone. Very well. Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words, Mikoto shrugged her shoulders in resignation. Spreading her hands in a gesture of helplessness, she instinctively shook her head, casting a sidelong glance at Uchiha Haiyan before reluctantly agreeing. What do you plan to do on this mission? She inquired, following closely behind him. Hee. Uchiha Haiyan replied with a mysterious smile, choosing not to answer directly. Instead, he shifted the topic, saying, You'll find out in due time. All right. Mikoto, though undeniably curious about Uchiha Haiyan's intentions, felt a spark of intrigue at his enigmatic demeanor. It was rare to see him in such a mischievous light, exuding an air of playful mischief that both fascinated and amused her. As they approached the village entrance, Uchiha Haiyan pointed to a massive tree nearby, one that would require 3 or 4 people to encircle with their arms. The mission I accepted earlier involved this tree. What? Mikoto looked bewildered, utterly perplexed by his statement. A tree? What is so special about it, aside from being a bit sturdier than the others? She found it difficult to comprehend what made this particular tree noteworthy. Nothing at all, Uchiha Haiyan replied, nodding seriously. It is precisely because there is nothing unusual about it that we must address it. Why don't you just tell me the truth? Makoto, feeling somewhat frustrated by his response, ground her teeth, almost seething. Is this just a blatant joke? She thought, feeling increasingly irritable. Ahem. Uchiha Haiyan noticed that he was pushing Mikoto to her limits, and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, cleared his throat before speaking. Here's the situation. I went to receive a mission from the 3rd Hokage today. And then? Mikoto looked at him, her expression flat, her arms crossed, revealing her discontent. As you can see, the mission is to take care of this tree. While it may appear to be an ordinary tree, in reality, it is a unique synthetic entity. Uchiha Haiyan hurriedly explained before Mikoto could become agitated. Synthetic entity? Upon hearing this, Mikoto's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Uchiha Haiyan. Is that true? These synthesized entities are not supposedly created solely through the use of legendary forbidden techniques, are they? Why have they suddenly begun to proliferate in large numbers, particularly near the villages? Could it be that the shadowy figures behind this are unafraid of our discovery? As Mikoto concluded her thoughts, she tilted her head slightly in confusion, her gaze filled with astonishment and incredulity. The entire situation seemed utterly absurd, as if the perpetrators were deliberately attempting to draw attention or provide a warning. In her perspective, the grandiose efforts of the mastermind behind these actions might serve as a means of intimidation or coercion, or perhaps to achieve some ulterior motive. After all, why else would one employ forbidden techniques to create objects that, aside from their aesthetic appeal, serve no other purpose? Makoto pondered quietly. From a personal standpoint, she believed that these synthetic entities were crafted to be exceedingly conspicuous, or perhaps entirely devoid of any real threat. Upon hearing Mikoto's inquiry, Uchiha Haiyan thoughtfully stroked his chin and, after a moment's contemplation, began to elucidate. It was evident that their intentions were to issue us a warning, indicating that they could act undetected in these matters, just as they could in others. This was a clear provocation meant to incite discord between us. As he spoke, Uchiha Haiyan's eyes narrowed slightly, his finger absent-mindedly drumming against his knee as he gazed thoughtfully at the distant tree, a faint smile gracing his lips, though his eyes shimmered with a cold glint. Ah, indeed, a clever scheme that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. At this juncture, a chilling realization washed over Uchiha Haiyan. He suddenly grasped the true motives of the shadowy figures orchestrating this situation. For a family with a profound legacy, the conflicts between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage of Konoha were apparent to any discerning observer. It was common knowledge that a confrontation between the Hokage and the Uchiha clan was inevitable, akin to the historical clash between Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage. The intensity of that battle was legendary, reshaping the very landscape itself, illustrating the immense effort and sacrifice both sides endured. Despite the Uchiha clan's eventual defeat and subsequent decline, it was widely recognized that they would never relinquish their ambitions. They were merely biding their time, awaiting the opportune moment to rise again. This understanding was one reason why many instinctively sought to avoid the Uchiha clan. After all, as the saying goes, in times of war, no one remains innocent. They were unwilling to be drawn into the inevitable conflict between the Hokage and the Uchiha clan, a truth understood by all, though seldom articulated. Chapter 88. Great fire extinguishing the sparrows. The shadowy orchestrators were clearly exploiting this knowledge to foment discord through overt provocations. Should these synthesized entities wreak havoc within the village, Uchiha Haiyan believed that even the 3rd Hokage might lose his composure under the weight of collective outrage. In such a scenario, if conflict arose with the Uchiha clan, the flames of war would ignite, unquenchable and devastating. The likelihood of such an occurrence was certainly not less than 50%. Had it not been for his prior warning to the 3rd Hokage regarding the synthesized entities and their vulnerabilities, the casualties from the recent night raid would have been considerable. After all, the surprise assault had caught many unprepared. Upon reflection, this scheme was indeed cunning. The mastermind behind it was truly a formidable individual. Uchiha Haiyan mused with a sardonic smile. What troubles you? Mikoto inquired, observing the expression on Uchiha Haiyan's face with curiosity. Nothing, merely contemplating a few thoughts, he replied, waving his hand dismissively, maintaining a calm demeanor. Mikoto paused, momentarily taken aback by his response. She shrugged nonchalantly, spreading her hands in a gesture of indifference. If that's the case, I shall refrain from further questioning. What shall we do about the synthesized entity before us? She gestured towards the tree, her expression conveying a casual nonchalance. Quite simple. Uchiha Haiyan beamed at her inquiry, and in the next moment, he unleashed a powerful shout. Behold my great fireball technique. As his words resonated, a colossal crimson fireball descended upon the tree with ferocity. An ear-piercing scream echoed, reminiscent of an infrasonic wail, piercing the ears of both Uchiha Haiyan and Mikoto, tormenting them as if it sought to penetrate their very bones. What in the world? Mikoto grimaced, rubbing her ears, feeling as though her mind had momentarily blanked under the impact of that inexplicable shriek. Angered by the disorienting sound, her eyes blazed with fury, resembling a fire-breathing dragon as she glared at the towering tree. The next moment, she launched another fireball with reckless abandon, driven by her wrath. It is a timeless truth. Never provoke a woman, especially when she is pushed to her limits. Uchiha Haiyan instinctively took a couple of steps back, staring at Mikoto, who had transformed into a fierce, tyrannical force, swallowing hard at the sight. It was undeniable that she bore a striking resemblance to the little devil he had encountered upon his arrival. Could this be the gentle mother of Sasuke in the future? The contrast was striking. As Uchiha Haiyan observed the rampaging Mikoto, he couldn't help but stifle an internal chuckle, recognizing the irony of the situation. However, he knew better than to voice such thoughts aloud, for that would only serve to fan the flames of her ire. A wise man, unlike a fool, would refrain from such folly. After several minutes of Mikoto's fervent assault, Uchiha Haiyan noted a gradual decrease in the frequency and intensity of her fireball launches. He suspected that her diminished pace wasn't due to fatigue, but rather a build-up for a more formidable attack. Ninjutsu, great fire extinguishing the sparrows. Just as Uchiha Haiyan had anticipated, Mikoto finally ceased her movements. In the next instant, a brilliant smile curled at the corners of her lips as she gazed at the distant trees, now pockmarked with deep craters, her expression betraying a hint of frenzy. As Mikoto's words faded, countless massive fireballs appeared in the sky, descending like an unending torrent, crashing down in a furious, relentless cascade. 2 minutes later, when the flames and dust finally settled, the monstrous tree, the culprit whose piercing shrieks had triggered Mikoto's rampage, synthesized through forbidden techniques, was reduced to nothing but a heap of black ashes. A gentle breeze scattered some of the remnants, and within minutes, nothing remained. Few at that moment. Uchiha Mikoto's eyes widened in what seemed like astonishment. She instinctively looked down, staring fixedly at her own hands. Her gaze filled with shock and disbelief. Mikoto appeared overwhelmingly excited, nearly too moved to form coherent sentences. Incredible. Standing nearby, Uchiha Haiyan, having just witnessed a spectacular feast of fireballs, could not help but voice his admiration. When did you learn the great fire annihilation technique? Just started learning it a couple of days ago, Mikoto replied, blinking reflexively at Haiyan's question, her answer earnest. But I hadn't managed to master it until now. I'd only grasped some basic skills. It seems you unconsciously, or perhaps inadvertently, executed that jutsu in the heat of your fury, Haiyan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully before nodding with certainty. Then again, this proves your talent is exceptional. You've learned to apply it yourself after observing others demonstrate it only a few times. So it seems getting angry does have its merits, Mikoto remarked with a light smile. Her mood visibly lifted. Seems so. Uchiha Haiyan shrugged, spreading his hands, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ahem, so, what did you think of my performance earlier? Suddenly, 2 faint blushes appeared on Uchiha Mikoto's cheeks. Chapter 89. The weary third Hokage then, with a trace of bashfulness and embarrassment. Mikoto ventured, my sudden outburst just now. It didn't frighten you, did it? Not at all. Uchiha Haiyan was visibly taken aback for a moment before comprehending the situation. He shook his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation, then reached out with a firm hand to pat Mikoto's shoulder, smiling warmly. Honestly, I thought you looked incredibly striking just now, really impressive. As he spoke, Haiyan gave a sincere thumbs up of approval. Really? At these words, Mikoto's eyes lit up as if a forlorn puppy had just spotted a meaty bone. Her joy and excitement were palpable. Of course. You know I never indulge in flattery, Haiyan affirmed with a firm nod. Wonderful. Mikoto's spirits soared. Her earlier clouds completely dispersed. The two returned to the village together, parting ways at the entrance. Uchiha Haiyan headed back to report the completed mission to the third Hokage, while Uchiha Makoto hurried home to share with her parents the news of her successful mastery of the Great Fire Annihilation technique. 10 minutes later, the third Hokage gazed at Uchiha Haiyan standing before him, unconsciously sighing as he massaged his throbbing temples and shook his head. So you're telling me the tree I sent you to capture alive has been reduced to ashes? Correct. Uchiha Haiyan nodded with unwavering certainty, seeing nothing amiss. If we go now, we might still find a few remnants of ash. Any later, and the wind will have scattered them completely. Witnessing Haiyan's utterly earnest demeanor, the third Hokage felt a sudden tightness in his chest, an overwhelming surge of frustration. Damn it, he had long known this fellow had violent tendencies. But what had possessed him? Had water flooded his brain, or was there simply a void up there to assign him the task of capturing a synthetic creature alive? At this moment, the third Hokage's heart was filled with nothing but boundless regret and vexation. I believe my instructions were to capture it alive. The third Hokage took a deep, steadying breath, suppressing his remorse as he feigned calm and spoke impassively. It couldn't be helped. Uchiha Haiyan was well aware that he was hardly in the right today. After all, he had confidently promised the third Hokage he would return with a live capture. TSK. Karma had arrived swiftly, and the slap of reality resounded loudly. Is this Destiny's child or not? Stupid system. Uchiha Haiyan grumbled inwardly, yet his internal complaints were futile. Facing the third Hokage's gaze, which felt as sharp as tangible blades, Haiyan could only explain helplessly. Today's events truly exceeded expectations. While I attacked the target with fireball jutsu, as before, it suddenly released a subsonic wave-like assault, which indirectly triggered Uchiha Mikoto's rampage. After a pause, Haiyan continued, at that moment, I dared not provoke Mikoto further. So I could only watch as she pummeled the synthetic creature to pieces with successive fireballs, and then incinerated it to ashes with a colossal blaze. Truthfully, the third Hokage never imagined this chain of events had been set off by that young girl. Now, this situation could only be described as a single misstep leading to eternal regret. It further proved that sometimes human calculations are no match for heaven's designs. The third Hokage sighed inwardly, his thoughts a swirl of resigned. Very well. After a moment, the third Hokage rubbed his temples once more and nodded, conceding reluctantly. If that's the case, then it falls under unforeseen circumstances. As long as you ensured the creature's elimination, that suffices. You can rest assured on that front. To be thorough, I made sure to scatter its ashes to the winds. Uchiha Haiyan indicated this was a trivial matter. As a bona fide genin from the previous century, whose world revolved around anime and gaming, exercising utmost caution was his foremost principle. Obviously, hadn't online discussions revealed that the Naruto finale involved techniques like impure world reincarnation? Holy, if others could master such jutsu, then wasn't he reducing enemies to scattered ashes the only safe course? He aimed to court girls in this world peacefully, so it was essential to nip all potential threats in the bud. In other words, this was called preventive action. Uchiha Haiyan's smile was remarkably bright. You were something else. Witnessing Haiyan's almost boastful demeanor, the third Hokage's twitched violently. After a long hesitation, he finally uttered 3 words. Then, as if shooing away flies or mosquitoes, he waved his hand dismissively, ushering Uchiha Haiyan out of the office. The third Hokage was deeply concerned that if Uchiha Haiyan were to linger in his office any longer, it would not be long before the Hokage would succumb to exasperation. For the sake of his own well-being, it was prudent to steer clear of this individual. With an exasperated roll of his eyes, the third Hokage silently mused over the situation. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haiyan, who had been unceremoniously ejected from the office, shrugged in resignation. His eyes filled with a sense of helplessness towards the elderly Hokage. TSK. Considering the elder's age, he decided to let it slide. Uchiha Haiyan felt a sense of magnanimity as he reflected on this. Glancing at the sky, he noted that it was nearing noon. He contemplated that Tsunade was unlikely to return for lunch, as she was presumably occupied at some casino, playing the part of a hapless lamb awaiting slaughter. Since he would be dining alone, he resolved to make a hasty meal, perhaps by purchasing a couple of rice dumplings from the nearby snack street. Despite their small size, these glutinous rice dumplings were quite filling. Chapter 90. A chance encounter with Yuhi Kurenai. Given that these dumplings served as a staple, consuming a few would suffice to sate his hunger. Reflecting on his previous life, Uchiha Haiyan realized he had never traveled abroad, nor had he visited the neighboring land of cherry blossoms, leaving him curious about its local delicacies, especially the renowned three-colored dumplings. Since arriving in this world, he had seldom visited the snack street. Thus, today seemed like the perfect opportunity to indulge in the three-colored dumplings. With a firm resolve, Uchiha Haiyan decided to head to the snack street to satisfy his craving. The bustling snack street was alive with a vibrant crowd, reminiscent of the modern metropolis he once inhabited. Boss. He approached a particularly popular stall selling three-colored dumplings, a smile gracing his face. I would like 10 boxes of your three-colored dumplings, please. Wow, what's gotten into you today? Suddenly so ravenous? The stall owner looked up, raising an eyebrow in curiosity, clearly surprised by the request. Ever since Uchiha Haiyan had crossed into this world, he had been responsible for grocery shopping and often strolled through the snack street, leading to familiarity with the vendors. After several exchanges, they had grown accustomed to one another. Well, I just felt like indulging. Uchiha Haiyan could hardly confess that he had never tasted three-colored dumplings, so he merely shrugged, adopting an air of nonchalance. I thought you'd be sticking to your usual fare, the owner remarked with a hint of disappointment. I even set aside a soy sauce and matcha-flavored dumpling for you, thinking a young man like yourself would enjoy them. Perfect. Please pack them all for me. Uchiha Haiyan replied eagerly. Can you finish it all by yourself? The owner's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Uchiha Haiyan. I can always save some for dinner and a late-night snack, Uchiha Haiyan asserted with conviction. Very well. Initially, he had only sought to appease the owner, but the latter nodded thoughtfully, as if taking the matter seriously. While Uchiha Haiyan bantered with the owner, a striking voice suddenly cut through the air nearby. Boss, how many three-colored dumplings are left? I'll take the rest. Instinctively, Uchiha Haiyan turned towards the sound and beheld an alluring woman exuding an undeniable aura, adorned with what appeared to be intricate patterns on her neck resembling tattoos, and clad in fishnet stockings akin to those from his past life, exuding an irresistible allure. Wow, a beauty, Uchiha Haiyan thought, momentarily captivated. Wait, yet, in the next instant, a frown creased his brow as he sensed that this situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. He felt an unsettling familiarity with this woman. A striking figure with a captivating presence, neck tattoos, and fishnet stockings. These elements began to coalesce into the image of someone he had heard of before. Wait. Uchiha Haiyan's eyes widened in disbelief as realization struck him. Could this be Yuhi Kurenai, the rumored disciple of Orochimaru? My goodness, he thought, instinctively taking a couple of steps back to maintain a safe distance from the enchanting woman. While it might be somewhat embarrassing to admit, as a male, he typically harbored a fear, if not a dislike, for serpents, creatures that were inherently cold-blooded. Even Uchiha Haiyan, despite his reincarnation, shared this peculiar aversion, though he had always kept it hidden while living in seclusion. However, unbeknownst to anyone, he was acutely aware of his own sentiments. Just then, the dumpling vendor appeared visibly troubled. I'm sorry, but we've sold out of dumplings for today, but there are still some right there. Kurenai pointed perplexedly at the remaining boxes of three-colored dumplings. Those have already been purchased by this customer, the vendor replied honestly, glancing in Uchiha Haiyan's direction. Had he known there would be such a rush for dumplings today, he would have never left the stall. Uchiha Haiyan felt the weight of their gazes upon him, overwhelmed by the pressure as he silently lamented. Well, if that's the case, I'll take just 5 portions, and the remaining 5 can go to this lady. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his excitement and apprehension, forcing himself to appear calm as he spoke. At that moment, the system, dormant for nearly 24 hours, abruptly sprang to life within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully unlocked a new target for your strategy. Yuhi Kurenai. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 5 points of affection from Yuhi Kurenai, unlocking skills. A series of notifications resounded in Uchiha Haiyan's mind, showering him with unexpected delight. What? This enchanting woman is also a viable target? This revelation exceeded Uchiha Haiyan's wildest expectations. Still, it was merely a matter of relinquishing a few dumplings, and yet, he had garnered her favor. TSK. It seems that the information uncovered from the previous life is indeed true. This esteemed lady has a profound fondness for various types of dumplings. Chapter 91. Invitation to the Dessert Feast. Uchiha Haiyan mused inwardly. Is that so? Misato Anko, oblivious to what Uchiha Haiyan was contemplating, suddenly brightened up before him, her eyes sparkling as if she had just laid eyes on a delectable dessert. With heartfelt sincerity, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much. Not at all. Uchiha Haiyan snapped back to reality upon hearing her words, instinctively waving his hand in a gesture of casual indifference. By the way, do you enjoy dumplings as well? With her eyes sparkling, Misato Anko gazed at Uchiha Haiyan, filled with excitement as if she had found a kindred spirit. Sometimes, mutual interest can foster a deep connection, serving as a bridge to affection. It's quite acceptable. Uchiha Haiyan replied, nodding in earnest. Of course, glutinous rice dumplings belong to the realm of desserts, and as a genuine otaku, how could he possibly resist the allure of sweets? It was utterly impossible. Thus, glutinous dumplings and daifuku were indeed integral members of Uchiha Haiyan's post-meal dessert repertoire. Wonderful. Misato Anko appeared exceedingly delighted, as if she had discovered a dessert ally, and it was simply splendid. In a couple of days, I will host a dumpling gathering at my home. Would you care to join? Sure. Uchiha Haiyan was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in agreement. Where do you live? Misato Anko tilted her head with a cheerful smile, inquiring further. Before Uchiha Haiyan could respond, she slightly turned her head, contemplated for a moment, and then produced a pink card from her pocket, handing it to Uchiha Haiyan. Never mind, I'll just give you the invitation directly. All right, see you in 2 days. Uchiha Haiyan nodded in assent while reaching out to accept the card. Goodbye. With that, Misato Anko joyfully departed, carrying 5 boxes of tricolor dumplings along with other glutinous rice and red bean dumplings. Here you go, young man. The vendor, responsible for selling the dumplings, gathered the remaining items and handed them to Uchiha Haiyan, winking playfully, teasing him with a knowing smile. Looks like you have quite the romantic fortune. Not at all. Please don't say that. If my family finds out, it would not end well for me. Uchiha Haiyan immediately waved his hands in denial upon hearing the vendor's remarks. Haha, I understand. The vendor laughed heartily at Uchiha Haiyan's response, then gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder, as if to say they were both kindred spirits in their plight. Uchiha Haiyan recognized that the vendor had certainly misunderstood something, but he had no intention of clarifying or elaborating further. He departed from the food street with a sense of melancholy, reminiscent of a hero embarking on a perilous journey, leaving the vendor to ponder his retreat. Ah, it appears everyone has their struggles. After a moment, the vendor sighed heavily, expressing his sentiments as he watched Uchiha Haiyan's receding figure. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haiyan, entirely unaware of the vendor's reflections, was preoccupied at home, discussing matters concerning Misato Anko with the system. System, are you certain that Misato Anko is a character I can pursue? Uchiha Haiyan inquired, unable to quell his astonishment as he munched on a dumpling. Absolutely. The system affirmed confidently. Uchiha Haiyan paused for 2 seconds in disbelief, then instinctively rubbed his face, perplexed. However, I recall that all of Misato Anko's skills are related to summoning beasts. Can I learn them too? I don't possess a summoning beast, a serpent, for example. Humph. How could mere mortals compare to this system? The system replied, imbued with a sense of pride. While it is true that one typically requires a summoning beast to learn ninjutsu, this system can assist you in gaining recognition from various summoning beasts. In other words, while others may only attain the acknowledgement of a single summoning beast, you are different. You can garner the recognition of multiple beasts. What do you mean? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Uchiha Haiyan's eyes widened in incredulity, shock coursing through him. Quite simple. The system illuminated a pale blue interface before Uchiha Haiyan. As displayed on this interface, the human body contains a total of 16 spiritual orifices, each requiring your strength to reach a certain level to unlock. Listening to the system's elucidation, Uchiha Haiyan observed the interface thoughtfully, noticing a hawk resting peacefully within the orifice at his brow. Wait, if that is the case, something seems amiss. Uchiha Haiyan frowned, his eyes filled with disbelief and gravity. In the world of Naruto, ninjutsu can be executed through creatures like summoning beasts. For instance, Orochimaru can summon a myriad of snakes, and the snake bound by a summoning contract with him does not remain by his side indefinitely. However, it was apparent that the hawk he had once contracted was different, as it seemed to remain within his inner sanctum, resting. What could this signify? Uchiha Haiyan was momentarily befuddled, his expression a mixture of confusion. As the host of this system, you are, of course, endowed with certain extraordinary traits. However, you may consider that within the Naruto universe, there is essentially no ninjutsu you cannot learn, so rest assured. The system spoke with an air of regal confidence, leaving Uchiha Haiyan momentarily speechless. That is reassuring. However, given that the system had provided its assurance, Uchiha Haiyan felt no need to worry about other concerns. He sighed deeply, relieved, as the tension in his chest finally eased. Just as he was about to commence his lunch, a series of loud knocks echoed at the front door. Uchiha Haiyan halted mid-bite, then sighed resignedly, standing up to answer the door. Chapter 92, Rapidly Increasing Affection. What brings you here? Uchiha Haiyan inquired, somewhat helplessly, as he regarded Uchiha Mikoto, who shook her head in disbelief. Surely, we parted just 2 hours ago. Did something unexpected happen on your end? Not exactly. Mikoto pouted in dissatisfaction, her brows furrowing as she replied. Why do I get the impression that you are rather displeased with my visit? Coughing lightly, Uchiha Haiyan was tempted to respond, you guessed correctly. However, considering his future prospects, he prudently swallowed those words, merely offering an awkward smile while thoughtfully rubbing his nose and shaking his head. That's merely your misconception. How could that be? That may be so, Mikoto nodded seriously. The reason I came to find you today is to ask if you would like to accompany me to see Sister Ai. Ai? Uchiha Haiyan was momentarily taken aback, before quickly grasping the situation and nodding in realization. It turned out she was the daughter of the owner of Ichiraku Ramen. It had indeed been quite a while since they last met. It seemed that her affection could be easily cultivated, requiring merely a few delicious dishes. He chuckled to himself, contemplating that perhaps today he could fully maximize the affection of Tsai. This prospect was rather appealing. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Haiyan readily agreed. Sure, I have no objections. All right then, let us go together. I heard that Sister Tsai has prepared quite a feast for us, Meichin cheerfully remarked. Oh, I did not expect that girl has begun to prepare other dishes aside from ramen. How surprising. Uchiha Haiyan thought, with a mix of admiration and astonishment. Inside Ichiraku Ramen, Tsai beamed brightly upon seeing Meichin and Uchiha Haiyan enter. With a gentle tone, she said, you two have arrived. Please wait a moment. Once our guest finishes, we can prepare to dine. No rush. We actually arrived a bit early. Meichin waved her hand dismissively. However, I am more curious about what delectable dishes Sister Tsai has prepared for lunch today. It's a secret, Tsai replied with a playful wink, her expression brimming with mystery. Meichin pouted slightly, feeling a tad wronged by Tsai's teasing, but her curiosity and anticipation for the lunch were palpable. Tsai's culinary skills were undoubtedly commendable, especially when it came to ramen. It could be said that Ichiraku Ramen was the finest ramen shop in the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Thus, Meichin was confident in vouching for Tsai's cooking prowess. Half an hour later, after the last customer of the lunch rush had departed, Tsai hung a sign indicating that the shop was temporarily closed. She then smiled and waved at Uchiha Haiyan and Meichin, saying, I have also invited Ino. She should be here shortly. Oh, what a fortuitous coincidence to encounter so many characters to interact with today. It seems another opportunity to foster goodwill is at hand. Uchiha Haiyan mused internally. At that moment, a voice filled with apologies rang from the entrance of the ramen shop. I'm so sorry for being late. The door swung open, revealing Yamashiro Ino. No worries, the timing is just right. Tsai waved dismissively before pulling the group towards the kitchen without further ado. As they stepped into the kitchen, a faint aroma wafted through the air, reminiscent of ramen, yet distinctly different. What is that smell? It seems incredibly appetizing, Meichin exclaimed, her excitement palpable. This is a new snack I concocted just a couple of days ago, inspired by my visit to Uchiha Haiyan. Tsai shared as she carefully opened a nearby steamer and presented a small plate of snacks on the table. Please, try this and let me know how it tastes. Tsai's face lit up with a mixture of excitement and anticipation. Ramen? Uchiha Haiyan's gaze fell upon the small dish before him, momentarily bewildered. Upon closer inspection, he realized that what he initially thought to be a small serving of ramen was, in fact, an impressively crafted dish, with ingredients that appeared to be made from genuine food, yet resting on a cake-like base smothered in white cream. Seeing this, Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow, suddenly feeling a sense of dread. Surely, This cake couldn't be the lunch they were meant to have. The thought that it might taste like ramen was equally alarming. Wow. In my previous life, I've encountered all sorts of cakes, but never anything resembling spicy strip cake or ramen cake. Sai's imagination truly knows no bounds. Uchiha Haiyan pondered. He then took a spoonful of the cake, and as it touched his tongue, a strong flavor of ramen enveloped his senses. The creaminess of the frosting and the fluffiness of the cake intertwined perfectly. It wasn't that it was inedible, but it certainly couldn't be regarded as delicious either. It was merely passable, something he wouldn't be inclined to try again. Yet, considering the sparkle of anticipation in Sai's eyes, Uchiha Haiyan found it difficult to voice his true thoughts. After all, her boundless creativity and willingness to experiment deserved encouragement. Though it appeared she might have ventured down the wrong path. The flavor was mediocre at best, but he had to acknowledge her determination, even if misguided. With this in mind, Uchiha Haiyan spoke up firmly. However, the integration of ramen flavor with these two elements does not yield a harmonious combination. Rather, it creates an odd sensation. Even a slight addition of fruit to the cream would vastly improve the taste. Huh, what did you just say? Sai seemed taken aback by his response, her eyes widening in confusion as she stared at Uchiha Haiyan, blinking in bewilderment. Chapter 93. Affection maximized well. I think it tastes quite good, Michin chimed in, having found the experience quite challenging after being accustomed to the exquisite dishes prepared by Uchiha Haiyan. The sudden encounter with such an unconventional food was indeed difficult to accept. Nevertheless, for the sake of her friendship with Sai, she persevered to finish it. However, upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's remark, Michin was immediately taken aback and hurriedly attempted to soften her words, while it still maintains the essence of ramen. It does provide a refreshing experience. Michin found it impossible to falsely praise it as delicious, so she circled back to truthfully asserting that it was not bad. In contrast, Yamashiro Ino was straightforward and honest. Although she offered no extensive commentary, she stopped eating after just one bite. Her actions clearly conveying to Sai that this new-style cake was not appealing in the slightest. What should I do? I've spent so much time perfecting this. Sai sighed heavily, observing the expressions on the other two's faces, and seeing Meichin's awkward demeanor, she realized the cake's quality was questionable. She slumped onto a chair nearby, resting her chin on her hands, her spirits seemingly deflated. The essence of a cake lies in the cream's creaminess and the cake's softness and fluffiness. When they intertwine, they create the best texture. Both aspects were well executed. Uchiha Haiyan glanced at Sai, placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, and continued. However, the ramen flavor unfortunately does not blend well with these two elements, resulting in an odd taste. Even a mere hint of fruit atop the cream would greatly enhance the dish compared to what you have created. However, my family operates a ramen shop. Without the essence of ramen, how could it possibly be a ramen shop? Sai, somewhat vexed, rubbed her head, appearing as if she had hit a wall in her reasoning. You may substitute with semblance. Although the flavor of ramen cannot entirely meld with that of cakes and cream, its appearance does not hinder this notion. Upon hearing Sai's words, Uchiha Haiyan immediately shook his head, expressing his dissatisfaction. Cooking requires both boldness and meticulousness. If one merely seeks to pursue a singular flavor, what significance does that hold? Sai was momentarily stunned by Uchiha Haiyan's statement, as if struck by a sudden realization. After a brief pause, she opened her mouth, glancing in Uchiha Haiyan's direction, tentatively suggesting, "Are you implying?" Indeed, Uchiha Haiyan, fully aware of Sai's unspoken thoughts, nodded calmly, his tone resolute. You can utilize various fruits to carve the necessary ingredients for cake decorations. Thus, it may appear as ramen, yet taste entirely different, providing customers with a delightful contrast that tantalizes both their palates and their eyes. After a brief pause, Uchiha Haiyan continued, rather than relentlessly pursuing a specific item. It is better to lean towards the flavor of the ingredients themselves. What? Upon hearing this, Sai was once again taken aback, her eyes glazing over as she murmured, "The flavor of the ingredients themselves?" Yes, perhaps that is indeed the case. In the next moment, Uchiha Haiyan heard a familiar electronic synthesized voice echo in his mind, accompanied by a melody reminiscent of good fortune. What on earth? Has that wretched system begun to malfunction again? As the tune of good luck reverberated in his mind, Uchiha Haiyan felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, wishing he could seize that system within his head and give it a good thrashing. Can it behave normally? Uchiha Haiyan thought irritably to himself. Congratulations, host. You have successfully charmed the target character, Sai, the daughter of the ramen shop owner. The system's voice rang out once more. Skill unlocked. Creation of ramen. 3 characters affection levels maxed. Task completion rate 30. Please continue your efforts. Creation of ramen? What in the world is this skill? Uchiha Haiyan was utterly baffled, mentally critiquing the situation. However, he felt a surge of excitement at having achieved a 30 completion rate for Task 2. Just 2 more to go. Undoubtedly a far cry from the arduous tasks at the beginning. Let us go. Uchiha Haiyan silently encouraged himself. Ding. Congratulations, host. The affection level for the target character, Uchiha Mikoto, has reached 50, unlocking the skill, Great Fire Annihilation. Ding. Congratulations, host. The affection level for the target character, Yamanaka Ino, has reached 10, unlocking the skill, Binding Technique. A series of notifications rang out, leaving Uchiha Haiyan in a state of euphoria, a sentiment that could only be described as explosive joy. It seems my previous decisions were indeed sound. I never expected that merely enjoying a meal would allow me to charm Sai perfectly while simultaneously making progress with 2 others. Truly, a splendid strategy yielding multiple benefits. Uchiha Haiyan mused excitedly. After satisfying his hunger, Uchiha Haiyan returned home first. Yet, the moment he opened the door, he immediately sensed something unusual in the air. Something is amiss. Uchiha Haiyan's expression changed dramatically, retreating several steps with vigilance as he scanned the room. Who is there? Uchiha Haiyan barked. Surprisingly, your alertness is commendable. A tall man clad in a gray-brown long robe emerged from the direction of the bedroom. Huh. I didn't expect you to have transformed into someone who isn't a complete failure. It seems you are not as simple as you appear. The man repeatedly referred to Uchiha Haiyan as a failure, seemingly unperturbed by the insult, perhaps aiming to achieve that very effect. Who are you? Uchiha Haiyan narrowed his eyes slightly, a piercing coldness flickering within them as he scrutinized the long-robed man, speaking in a frigid tone. What brings you to my home? No. How did you even come to be here? Huh. I didn't expect that after marrying into the Senju clan, your temper has become increasingly volatile. The long-robed man chuckled, dismissing Uchiha Haiyan with a wave of his hand, his demeanor calm. However, Uchiha Haiyan, do you truly believe that just because you have the backing of the Senju clan, I cannot deal with you? Moreover, Uchiha Haiyan, is this the attitude you should have towards your father? The moment those words left his lips, Uchiha Haiyan's pupils constricted, immediately realizing who this man was. Huh, so it is you. Uchiha Haiyan's gaze swept over the man before him, filled with disdain and scorn. So this is the so-called father, Uchiha Mizuhana, who is notorious for being utterly irresponsible, even oblivious to the death of his own son. What sort of attitude do you expect from me? Uchiha Haiyan smirked mockingly, looking up at Uchiha Mizuhana with a blank expression. If I recall correctly, it was you, my dear father, who first labeled me as a failure. Oh. Uchiha Mizuhana raised an eyebrow, finally regarding his son with a measure of attention. He had never truly looked at Uchiha Haiyan before. To him, the existence of this son was a constant reminder of his own inadequacy. Others are fine, and the other 2 sons are quite normal. Why is it that this son lacks even the slightest talent for cultivation? In the eyes of the Uchiha clan, such a child serves no purpose other than to be bullied, a vessel for venting their frustrations. I can't believe you've grown so much and still remember the grudges of your childhood. Do you realize who your father truly is? Uchiha Mizuhana's eyes narrowed slightly, thoughtful as he regarded Uchiha Haiyan, a hint of coldness and disdain in his gaze. I know you are the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, and a leader devoid of responsibility. Indeed, you are a father lacking in compassion, even cold-hearted. Uchiha Haiyan replied almost instinctively, unable to suppress the anger and sorrow welling within him. Logically, Uchiha Haiyan should not have such emotional fluctuations. To him, this man was merely a stranger, someone he had never encountered before. Yet, for reasons unknown, all he felt now was anger and sorrow, emotions that ignited his rationality, causing his words to spill forth without thought, as if he had long harbored these sentiments. Uchiha Haiyan lowered his gaze slightly, a complex expression crossing his face as he stared at his chest. Perhaps this was the true emotion concealed within the heart of the original Uchiha Haiyan. Uchiha Haiyan silently contemplated within himself. Uchiha Haiyan, I must issue you one last solemn warning. You better swiftly bring down the Senju clan, or you shall not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Uchiha Mizuhana, however, seemed utterly indifferent to Uchiha Haiyan's opinion of him. With a dismissive smirk, he casually settled onto a nearby sofa, turned his head towards Uchiha Haiyan, and coldly remarked, "Or do you truly find yourself enamored with that girl from the Senju clan? I advise you to abandon such hopes. A proud girl like Tsunade would never fall for a worthless fool like you." Fool. Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept upon Uchiha Haiyan's lips, his hands clasped behind his back as he calmly replied, "Well, it cannot be helped, after all. Tsunade does seem to have an affinity for fools like me." You. Uchiha Mizuhana appeared taken aback, his expression darkening as he glared furiously at Uchiha Haiyan. "Do you comprehend the gravity of what you just said?" "Of course I do." Uchiha Haiyan nonchalantly circumnavigated Uchiha Mizuhana and entered their home. He placed the bag he held onto the table, turned his head slightly, and said with a tranquil demeanor, "Bring down the Senju clan? Do you genuinely believe a worthless individual like me possesses the capability to do so? Indeed, you wouldn't dare attempt anything else." Uchiha Mizuhana feigned enlightenment, nodding thoughtfully. "After all, individuals of your caliber are quite rare. Then why don't you hurry back from whence you came? Do you find it so delightful to remain here? Are you not afraid that Tsunade might suddenly return through that door?" Uchiha Haiyan gazed at Uchiha Mizuhana expressionlessly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "If my instincts serve me right, you currently lack the strength and the preparation to engage in a formal conflict with the third Hokage. You should hastily retreat. Should others discover your presence, I fear I would be unable to protect you." Huh. Uchiha Mizuhana, caught off guard by his son's perceptive words, momentarily paled, but then quickly forced a smile, attempting to appear nonchalant as he replied, "I merely came to remind you, considering the recent prominence of certain individuals." "Oh, should I be thanking you then?" Uchiha Haiyan retorted with a cold laugh. Had he the power to confront the head of the Uchiha clan, he would not have spared this man today. What kind of wretched person could produce such a cold-blooded being? Uchiha Haiyan internally seethed, lamenting the misfortune that had befallen him with such a negligent father. "No need for gratitude. I merely heard that certain individuals have been rather restless lately, so I thought I would personally give you a nudge. However, it appears that despite their restlessness, they remain quite ineffectual, so there is no need to dwell on it." After uttering these words, Uchiha Mizuhana stood from the sofa, dusted off non-existent dirt from his clothes, and arrogantly exited the house. Chapter 95. I will personally slay him. Uchiha Haiyan watched Uchiha Mizuhana's retreating figure with an expressionless face, a cold glimmer in his eyes. Arrogant fool. No wonder he ended up with his entire clan extinguished. With such a leader, the Uchiha clan is truly cursed. Despite the prevailing sentiment among the people, it is said that thoughts can be altered. Uchiha Haiyan held a firm belief in this notion. The task of sales is not one that just anyone can endure for long, especially for a recluse, where challenges multiply exponentially. Is it not merely a matter of influencing thoughts? For me, it is exceedingly simple. After a moment, Uchiha Haiyan cast a scornful laugh as he observed the direction Uchiha Mizuhana had departed, brushed off imaginary dust from his attire, and turned towards the third Hokage. "What is it?" The third Hokage, engrossed in his tasks, did not lift his head, too preoccupied to notice Uchiha Haiyan's presence. "Uchiha Mizuhana just came to see me." Due to his irritable mood, Uchiha Haiyan refrained from jesting or mocking, opting instead for directness. The third Hokage abruptly halted his actions, raising his head in disbelief. His eyes wide as he gazed at Uchiha Haiyan, his brow furrowing. "What did he want with you?" A chilling smile graced Uchiha Haiyan's lips. "He insisted that I must find the opportunity to bring down the Senju clan." "What?" The third Hokage seemed taken aback by Uchiha Haiyan's response, momentarily stunned, then began to ponder, stroking his chin as he spoke almost to himself. "Strange, what purpose would it serve for him to instruct you to dismantle the Senju clan? Surely, there must be some conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans? I am not entirely certain, but it seems he may merely wish to diminish your significant ally." Uchiha Haiyan shook his head, then stroked his chin, continuing, "After all, the Senju clan is immensely wealthy. Even 100 Tsunade could not squander their riches." "Perhaps." The third Hokage nodded in agreement upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's explanation. It made sense from that perspective. "However, I must inquire, what are your thoughts on the matter?" The third Hokage fixed his gaze intently on Uchiha Haiyan, curiosity and skepticism evident in his expression as he furrowed his brow and continued. Your transformation has been apparent to all, and even we outsiders can sense that your relationship with Tsunade is progressing rapidly. So, how do you perceive the task that Uchiha Mizuhana has set before you? Perception? Uchiha Haiyan scoffed dismissively, a cold smile escaping his lips as he replied, "To be frank, had I the capability to eliminate Uchiha Mizuhana, he would not have evaded my sight for even a moment. Heaven has a path, yet he refuses to walk it. Hell has no door, yet he ventures in uninvited. I cannot be blamed for that." As he spoke, a murderous intent suddenly ignited in Uchiha Haiyan's eyes, a presence that compelled one to hold their breath. This is the first time I have encountered such shamelessness. I never expected to gain such insights. The third Hokage, witnessing Uchiha Haiyan's demeanor for the first time, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words, choosing silence instead. "Since you have your plans, I shall refrain from further commentary. However, I must impart this warning," the third Hokage said, his expression turning grave as he continued, "regardless of your thoughts. You must not reveal them. Otherwise, Uchiha Mizuhana will surely strike first. Of course, I shall remain within the Uchiha clan until I possess sufficient strength." Uchiha Haiyan, of course, understood why the third Hokage had spoken in such a manner. With a calm demeanor, he nodded, indicating that he was composed within himself. "That is good." Upon witnessing Uchiha Haiyan's assured expression, a heavy weight lifted from the third Hokage's heart, and he nodded subtly, his eyes filled with satisfaction and admiration. "I am here today to inform you of the movements within the Uchiha clan, so that you may prepare in advance." Uchiha Haiyan seemed to disregard the praise reflected in the Hokage's gaze. He waved his hand dismissively towards the Hokage and turned to leave. The third Hokage watched Uchiha Haiyan depart, shaking his head in exasperation, yet allowing a faint smile to grace his lips, his eyes imbued with warmth. After a brief moment, he spoke again. "Tsunade, what is your perspective on this matter?" At that moment, a striking figure leaped down from the rafters. It was Tsunade herself. Her gaze was tinged with uncertainty as she replied, "I am indeed unclear about the nature of the conflicts between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Thus, I lean towards the hypothesis previously proposed by Uchiha Haiyan. Perhaps Uchiha Swearin merely wishes to eliminate the Hokage's right-hand man." Tsunade blinked, feeling an increasing likelihood in her own words. The third Hokage mused, not elaborating further, but narrowing his eyes in contemplation, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "What connection exists between these two clans? I am uncertain." Tsunade shook her head honestly in response. "Do you believe Uchiha Haiyan to be a trustworthy individual?" The third Hokage, acknowledging Tsunade's honesty, nodded slightly before shifting the conversation, a smile curving his lips. "Well," Tsunade hesitated for 2 seconds before affirmatively nodding, her voice resolute. "I genuinely believe he is a person worthy of trust, and I am willing to place my faith in him. Is that so?" The third Hokage nodded again, somewhat perplexed. "If that is the case, then it is most fortuitous." After a brief pause, he continued, "Regarding today's events, do not mention them to Uchiha Haiyan. Sometimes, disclosing everything can place us at a disadvantage." "Understood," Tsunade replied, though she remained unaware of the third Hokage's true intentions. Nevertheless, her trust in him compelled her to agree without hesitation. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Uchiha Haiyan sat despondently on the sofa, unable to suppress a heavy sigh as he rubbed his face vigorously. Suddenly, he spoke to the invisible air. "When will I possess the strength to rival Uchiha Swearin? At the current rate of development, it will take at least a year." A mechanical voice echoed within his mind, confirming this. "Sigh. Although I had anticipated this, and a year is the fastest possible timeline, hearing the system's definitive response still left me feeling inexplicably weary." Uchiha Haiyan thought to himself, overwhelmed by fatigue. Beep. Just then, the system emitted a sharp warning sound. "What is it?" Uchiha Haiyan instinctively covered his head, overwhelmed by the piercing noise that resonated in his mind, as if thousands of bees were buzzing incessantly within his thoughts, leaving him in a daze, teetering on the brink of collapse. "It's nothing." However, after 5 or 6 seconds, the sharp alert ceased, and he heard the system's voice again. "What the?" Uchiha Haiyan felt a wave of annoyance wash over him, wishing to extract whatever was causing this disturbance from the depths of his mind and give it a sound thrashing. "Damn it, I almost passed out just now. After all that, the system says it's nothing. What a joke. What exactly happened? Speak to me plainly," he demanded, furrowing his brows, his tone laced with irritation as he struggled to suppress his anger. The system hesitated for an unusual length of time before reluctantly responding. Due to a sudden event, the system is undergoing a recalibration. A new chapter has been opened. While this will greatly enhance the host's abilities, it also poses a significant risk to the host's life. With a 95% likelihood of encountering danger, should you proceed, there will be no possibility of retreat. What? Uchiha Haiyan was taken aback by the system's response. He realized that, while the trajectory of the world of Naruto appeared chaotic, it was merely the characters that were in disarray. The overarching plot remained relatively intact. Originally, Uchiha Fugaku should have existed alongside the third Hokage, yet he had encountered a mere freshly graduated Genin. It was evident that the timeline had been disrupted, perhaps due to his own butterfly effect. However, it appeared that significant events were still unfolding as they should, albeit with some peculiar discrepancies. Yet, this notion seemed to be merely wishful thinking, as evidenced by the system's earlier hesitation. A 95% mortality rate. How terrifying. Nevertheless, to reject this opportunity felt unsatisfactory. After all, the system had clearly indicated that embarking on this new chapter could lead to a substantial boost in power. Since he had already traversed this world, he might as well take the plunge and gamble on it. With this resolve, Uchiha Haiyan silently reaffirmed his decision. System, I have decided to open this chapter. His tone was filled with seriousness and determination. Are you certain, host? The system sluggishly confirmed once more. Certain. Uchiha Haiyan took a deep breath, nodding vigorously. Beep. Successfully opened a new chapter and repaired the narrative trajectory. As the system's voice faded, a luminous screen appeared before Uchiha Haiyan, curving gracefully. The text was bold and dark, consisting of just 3 lines. I must say, you have made the most significant choice of your life. From this moment on, you will experience the depths of human nature, beauty, kindness, evil, and cruelty will flood your mind. I hope you do not lose your sanity in the end. Good luck. As he gazed at the 3 lines of text, Uchiha Haiyan's lips twitched slightly, sensing that something was amiss. Ding dong. Suddenly, the screen trembled violently, and in the next moment, the text blurred before reforming into new words. Midnight. 12 o'clock is traditionally a time rife with accidents. Let us begin a beautiful test. In the world of Naruto, there exists a group that appears and disappears without a trace, living amidst the fog of bloodshed, where only one person can survive. Mission objective: survive until the dawn of the second day, at the moment the sun rises. Mission hint: forbidden technique synthesis. Uchiha Haiyan could hardly believe his ears. Upon discerning the luminous screen before him, Uchiha Haiyan felt an immediate sense of foreboding. He could scarcely believe that what began as a mere ordinary test could so swiftly jeopardize lives. Setting aside the fact that he had only mastered a handful of ninjutsu techniques, the notion of surviving until dawn amidst a throng of frenzied water ninjas seemed utterly improbable. It is well known that Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist, is deemed the most ruthless village within the entire realm of shinobi. Uchiha Haiyan, in a previous life, had been exceedingly grateful that he had not been reincarnated as one of the inept denizens of Kirigakure. Otherwise, he would likely have perished before he could even activate his system. Such thoughts evoked a sense of pity and sorrow. In order to ascend to the rank of Genin in Kirigakure, one must undergo a rigorous examination, starkly contrasting with the relatively lenient assessments of Konoha. In the Leaf Village, the Genin examinations require mastery of only one of the 3 basic ninjutsu: transformation, clone technique, or substitution technique. In essence, it is a task that poses little challenge to almost anyone. Conversely, Kirigakure's approach is precisely the antithesis. Their evaluations do not focus on the individual ninja's strength, but rather aim to cultivate a cadre of cold-blooded assassins. Multiple candidates are pitted against one another, with only the sole survivor being deemed worthy of becoming a Genin. Similarly, hundreds of Genin are assembled, and again, only the last remaining individual is promoted to Chunin, and so forth. It is easy to imagine the monstrous nature of children who grow up in such an environment. It would be no exaggeration to claim that they are adept at taking lives. Although Uchiha Haiyan had faced several life-threatening crises, he had never encountered the brutal reality of being compelled to kill for survival. It was evident that his combat experience and skills were on an entirely different plane from those of his adversaries. Cursing under his breath, he instinctively pressed his lips together and swallowed hard. Yet, in the next moment, an epiphany struck him as he gazed thoughtfully at the final line of the task prompt: forbidden technique synthesis. Could it be that the enormous tree he and Mikoto had vanquished was the handiwork of Kirigakure? Or perhaps, unbeknownst to him, the Uchiha clan had already forged a connection with those aberrant beings? Rubbing his temples in frustration, Uchiha Haiyan let out a heavy sigh. Regardless of which conjecture held true, it seemed inevitable that he would face the relentless pursuit of Kirigakure's formidable shinobi that very night. Thus, it became paramount to prepare adequately. With a renewed sense of determination, Uchiha Haiyan shook off his prior despondency. Upon reflection, he realized he had only mastered Shuriken Jutsu, Great Fireball Technique, Binding Technique, Superhuman Strength, Heavenly Foot of Pain, and the 4 Red Yang Formation. Alas, these techniques appeared rather inadequate against the water ninjas. As he mentally berated himself, a glimmer of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. The system had not explicitly prohibited him from sharing this matter with others. Therefore, it was essential to leverage all available resources within a limited scope to ensure the successful completion of his mission that day. Contemplating this, Uchiha Haiyan stroked his chin thoughtfully, a smile creeping upon his lips. 10 minutes later, the third Hokage regarded Uchiha Haiyan with a mix of exasperation and curiosity, instinctively rubbing his aching temples. What precisely do you wish to convey? You've been beating around the bush for ages. I find your lack of clarity somewhat foolish, or perhaps even naive. Uchiha Haiyan felt equally weary. How on earth did you attain the position of Hokage? Did you not grasp the meaning behind my earlier statements? All right, I understand now. The third Hokage replied, his lips twitching in bemusement at Uchiha Haiyan's disdainful tone. After a brief moment of silence, he cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. But how can you be certain that this information is credible? Naturally, I have my means, Uchiha Haiyan replied calmly, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of composure. Moreover, I am confident that I am the target. And the rationale? The third Hokage inquired after a contemplative pause. Forbidden technique synthesis, Uchiha Haiyan responded slowly, allowing the weight of his words to resonate. I am not disclosing this to incite a major response. I merely require 2 individuals to safeguard me. If that is the case, let us consider this an opportunity for trial. Only through the crucible of relentless combat can the finest weapons be forged. This principle requires no further elaboration, does it? Understood, the third Hokage acknowledged, regarding Uchiha Haiyan with a meaningful gaze before nodding in agreement. I shall enlist Orochimaru and Kakashi to assist you. However, they will not intervene unless absolutely necessary. Well, that is splendid. With that, Uchiha Haiyan turned to exit the office, disregarding the piercing gaze of the third Hokage behind him. Even with the Hokage's assurance, it was prudent to ensure that he was not the sole target that evening. Thus, Uchiha Haiyan wore a radiant smile. It was time for his team members to step into the fray. None could afford to escape. With this thought, Uchiha Haiyan felt a surge of elation as he made his way toward the Uchiha clan's quarters. 2 minutes later, Uchiha Mikoto gazed at Uchiha Haiyan with curiosity. Are you planning to invite us to your home tonight? Her expression mirrored that of someone bewildered, as if she were observing a fool. Yes, is there something amiss? Uchiha Haiyan affirmed, nodding earnestly while shrugging his shoulders in feigned helplessness. I plan to prepare a sumptuous feast, and I thought I would invite you and Niji over to strengthen our bonds. Don't you think we've been neglecting Niji recently? Uchiha Haiyan employed every rhetorical strategy at his disposal, weaving a compelling narrative that left Uchiha Mikoto in a daze. Is there? She blinked, perplexed. Indeed, Uchiha Haiyan insisted. Very well, shall we go find Niji now? Uchiha Mikoto responded without hesitation, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Of course, the male protagonist nodded. Meanwhile, in the Hyuga residence, Hinata Hanabi glared at Hyuga Niji with palpable indignation, her voice laced with frustration as she unleashed her pent-up fury. Can you not embody the role of an older brother? It's one thing for sister to be absent, but you seem to be perpetually away from home. Chapter 98. The height of embarrassment. I am indeed occupied with my training, Hinata Niji replied solemnly, his expression unyielding. Training. Training. Do you possess anything in your life aside from those 2 words? Truly, you are as dense as a block of wood. No matter how diligently you train, you shall never reach the heights of Sister Hinata. It is best for you to relinquish any hopes of achieving that. A branch will forever remain a branch, and can never be compared to our main family. Hinata Hanabi was skilled at striking at the heart of the matter, and her words pierced Niji's greatest concern without an ounce of mercy, delivering a harsh blow to his already fragile state. Consequently, Her remarks rendered Niji's complexion pale and weary. After a moment, Niji responded in a somewhat stiff tone. This matter seemingly does not concern you. Do you think I am eager for any connection to you? If it weren't for our parents insisting on bringing you over, I would never have to endure that deadpan face of yours. With that, Hanabi turned on her heel and departed with swift steps. Niji, his expression darkened, watched her retreating figure, and after a heavy sigh, he struck his fist against a nearby wooden pillar, producing a dull thud. Coincidentally, Uchiha Haiyan and Mikoto had overheard their last exchange in its entirety. Although they were already aware of Hanabi's deep-seated antagonism toward Niji and that their relationship was notably poor, teetering on the brink of confrontation, the current state of their relationship had surpassed their expectations of coldness and rigidity. Exchanging glances, Haiyan and Mikoto both discerned a hint of bittersweet amusement and awkwardness in each other's eyes. After a few minutes, Haiyan managed to compose himself and called out, "Niji, Hinata Niji, are you home?" The sound reverberated in Niji's ears like an insistent wave, leaving him bewildered as he gazed toward the entrance. Although he had heard Hinata mention Haiyan a few times, he had never anticipated that they would choose to visit him at night. Previously, when Haiyan sought him out, he had been at the training grounds, thus absent from home. According to Hinata, it seemed Haiyan had a rather high frequency of visits, averaging about 3 times every 2 days. This thought caused Niji's mouth to twitch in irritation. What on earth does Uchiha Haiyan intend to do? 3 visits in 2 days. Surely that could set a record in Konoha. To be frank, Niji often found himself perplexed by the peculiar ideas that seemed to sprout from Haiyan's mind. There was an unsettling feeling, something amiss. Yet he couldn't quite articulate it. It was indeed a source of inner conflict. What is it? Realizing that his silence might prompt Haiyan to produce a loudspeaker to summon him, Niji hastily stepped outside, standing in the corridor, and inquired with a puzzled look at Haiyan and Mikoto. "As night approaches, what brings you here?" "Brother, you are far too serious. Do not forget, we are a team. We ought to bond and cultivate our rapport." Haiyan approached, draping an arm around Niji's shoulders and playfully patting him. "How about staying at my place tonight?" "Huh?" Niji instinctively paused, gazing up at Haiyan in confusion. "Why would I go to your house? I plan to prepare a sumptuous dinner this evening, and I invite both of you to join me, thus fostering our camaraderie," Haiyan stated earnestly. "As members of a team, we must cultivate our feelings to harmonize, achieving the mutual understanding that other teams possess." There seemed to be some merit to his reasoning. Niji blinked, hesitating before nodding. "Very well, if that is the case. Let us depart." Seizing the opportunity, Haiyan wasted no time in leading Mikoto and Niji toward his home. Upon their arrival, it became evident that Haiyan's prediction was accurate. Tsunade was not at home. In other words, she was likely at some gambling den, engrossed in her own pursuits. Goodness. Thank heavens for the wealthy Senju clan. Otherwise, a typical household would have gone bankrupt within mere days. Haiyan mused, shaking his head. After dinner, Haiyan instructed Mikoto to rest in the guest room before unceremoniously ushering Niji into his bedroom. "You seem a bit off today," Niji remarked, furrowing his brow at Haiyan's bustling demeanor. "What exactly is going on?" "It's simple. I believe someone is keeping an eye on me," Haiyan replied, having anticipated that he could not conceal the truth from Niji for long. Unlike Mikoto, whose position as a little tyrant rendered her oblivious to Haiyan's unusual behavior, Niji's sensitive nature made him acutely aware. Upon hearing the inquiry, Haiyan shrugged and calmly responded, "I suspect that the synthetic material we discovered during our foray into the forbidden depths may not originate from the Uchiha clan." "What?" Niji's brows knitted together in confusion. "Explain this situation to me in detail." "Honestly, I am not entirely certain. Merely speculating," Haiyan admitted, pursing his lips. After a deep breath, he continued, "If no one arrives tonight, it would suggest that my earlier suspicions were unfounded. However, should someone show up, it would indicate that they could no longer contain themselves, revealing their true intentions." Chapter 99. "Someone has arrived, I see," Niji murmured, lowering his gaze in contemplation for a moment before nodding in realization. Although he could not precisely discern Haiyan's thoughts, he surmised that Haiyan must be facing considerable trouble, which explained his uncharacteristic behavior. For now, Niji could only hope that his concerns were unfounded. He sighed quietly to himself. "Rest now. It seems tonight may bring forth a fierce battle." Haiyan, placing a reassuring hand on Niji's shoulder, then gazed up at the bright moon hanging in the sky, his tone heavy with gravity. "Indeed, Niji nodded, activating his Byakugan. While he could not achieve the all-encompassing vigilance of the main branch, it was sufficient to monitor most directions. Observing the flow of chakra within Niji, Haiyan felt a warm sense of reassurance wash over him. In critical moments, Niji proved to be remarkably reliable. Although this individual may be reticent and occasionally stubborn, he is exceedingly earnest and responsible in all endeavors. This serves as one of the pivotal reasons why Uchiha Haiyan initially chose Hyuga Niji as a companion. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the decision to employ chakra at such an early stage was evidently misguided. Consequently, Uchiha Haiyan calmly elucidated, "Do not be concerned. If they intend to strike, it will not be at this moment." "Why?" questioned Hyuga Niji, casting a curious glance at Uchiha Haiyan. "If I were the mastermind, I would certainly refrain from acting now, as it would provoke unwarranted attention from certain individuals." Uchiha Haiyan replied with composure. "I would opt to take action once everyone is either asleep or has relaxed their guard." "That makes sense." Niji nodded in understanding. "In that case, I shall refrain from further commentary. As long as you are aware, that suffices." He patted Uchiha Haiyan on the shoulder, choosing to say no more. "Indeed." Uchiha Haiyan affirmed with a nod. As the night deepened, both Uchiha Haiyan and Hyuga Niji swiftly succumbed to slumber. However, just as the clock approached midnight, Uchiha Haiyan abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively rubbing the sleep from them before sitting upright with a sudden jerk. "What is it?" Niji, seemingly not fully asleep, opened his eyes at the slightest movement from Uchiha Haiyan, his gaze clear and alert. "I suspect they may be arriving soon," Uchiha Haiyan mused thoughtfully, stroking his chin with a hint of speculation. "Understood," Niji nodded, immediately channeling chakra to activate his Byakugan, scanning the room from all angles. "Be cautious of the 8 o'clock direction. It is the only area I cannot sense." "Very well. I appreciate your vigilance today," Uchiha Haiyan replied, nodding in acknowledgement and giving Niji's shoulder a grateful pat. "It is no trouble," Niji said, shaking his head slightly, indicating that such matters were inconsequential. The moment the clock struck midnight, Niji suddenly whispered, "There are some figures clad in black at the eastern village entrance. Their movements are remarkably swift and agile, with chakra of the water element in operation. I surmise they are from the village hidden in the mist." "Indeed," Uchiha Haiyan nodded, narrowing his eyes with a glint of coldness. It appeared that the unreliable system had not deceived him this time. The time, location, and individuals were all accurate. Yet, how could the system have foreseen such events? A flicker of astonishment and confusion crossed Uchiha Haiyan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Simultaneously, he began to channel chakra into his left hand, slowly forming a small fireball in his palm. Despite its diminutive size, the energy contained within was several times greater than that of a typical large fireball. This was Uchiha Haiyan's recent research, the art of deception. "Here they come," Niji suddenly shouted. Just then, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the air as two figures in black appeared before them. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Haiyan unleashed the fireball he had coalesced in his palm, hurling it fiercely at one of the black-clad assailants. Upon impact, the fireball consumed the enemy in an instant, accompanied by a faint explosion that caught the foe off guard. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Meanwhile, Niji had already launched his assault the moment the intruders breached the window. Although the black-clad figures reacted swiftly, they had already lost the most critical second, ultimately succumbing to the combined might of Uchiha Haiyan and Hyuga Niji. Within 2 seconds, the battle was decisively concluded, marking a resounding success. Uchiha Haiyan and Niji exchanged glances before swiftly making their way downstairs to the guest room. Great fireball technique. As anticipated, upon nearing the guest room, they could hear Uchiha Mikoto's voice. Great fire destruction. In an instant, massive fireballs rained down from above, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds and the acrid scent of charred materials, enveloping the entire room in an unusual aroma. Simultaneously, a thin mist of water began to form within the guest room, indicating that the ninjas inside were commencing their attack. "Let us go." Uchiha Haiyan and Niji exchanged determined glances before simultaneously breaking down the door. Upon entering, they beheld Uchiha Mikoto. Her cheeks flushed and her demeanor frenzied as she bombarded the two black-clad figures with a barrage of fireballs. "Stop!" Uchiha Haiyan exclaimed, furrowing his brow at the sight. Chapter 100. The truth of the matter: if this reckless onslaught continues, Mikoto's chakra reserves will surely be depleted. as the sound of explosions echoed in his ears. Uchiha Mikoto paused momentarily, bewilderment filling her eyes as she blinked and asked, "What is happening?" "They intended to ambush you, but it seems you have retaliated quite effectively." Uchiha Haiyan reassured her from behind, gently patting her shoulder while gesturing towards the two black-clad assailants engaged with Niji. Shuriken. At that moment, Uchiha Haiyan seized an opportunity, launching a ninja star with remarkable speed, striking the enemy ninja squarely between the eyes. In an instant, the black-clad ninja collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Meanwhile, Niji finally found the opportunity to disengage and confront the remaining black-clad figure. Within 2 minutes, the skirmish was over. "What is going on?" Uchiha Mikoto asked, her expression a mixture of confusion and concern. "I had a lingering feeling that something was amiss. Do you recall the large tree we dealt with a few days ago?" Uchiha Haiyan began to explain upon hearing Mikoto's words. "I felt as though we had overlooked something significant, and today it all became clear. Timing was fortuitous." "What? How does this relate to that tree?" Mikoto inquired, her brow furrowing in perplexity. Quite simply, the protagonist shrugged, spreading his hands in a calm manner. "We previously assumed that those forbidden techniques were the handiwork of the Uchiha clan. Yet it is evident that we have fallen into a trap or perhaps been led to think this way. Are you suggesting that these synthetic methods may have been orchestrated by the water ninjas?" Niji pondered, frowning as he considered Uchiha Haiyan's words. "Indeed. And it is likely more than that," Uchiha Haiyan affirmed confidently. "Perhaps they aim to incite discord between the Hokage and the Uchiha clan, hoping to seize a share of the chaos that ensues. That cannot be right." However, the assertion made by Uchiha Haiyan was met with a resolute shake of the head from the expert Hyuga Niji. If it truly were the Mist Village, they would not resort to such methods, nor could they merely be a band of inept individuals. When faced with the questioning gazes of Uchiha Haiyan and Uchiha Mikoto, Hyuga Niji maintained his composure, his demeanor remarkably calm as he began to elucidate. "I have previously encountered ninjas from the Mist Village. They are by no means ordinary adversaries who can be easily vanquished. I believe they resemble more of rogue ninjas, albeit employing the techniques of the Mist Village." After a brief pause, he continued, "If that is the case, it is quite plausible. I fear that these individuals are merely the first wave, tasked with gauging our true strength. The next group that appears may not consist of these expendable fools." "Rogue ninjas?" Uchiha Haiyan's attention was evidently captured, particularly as he pondered the latter part of Niji's statement. Given the presence of the system, he understood that unless the assault persisted until dawn, it would not cease. However, he found himself intrigued and perplexed by Niji's suggestion that the true culprits were organized rogue ninjas rather than the Mist Village itself. "Why did you just assert that they are merely a bunch of rogue ninjas?" Niji, comprehending the inquiry, raised an eyebrow and pointed towards one of the fallen black-clad figures nearby. "Perhaps you were too focused on Mikoto and failed to notice the jutsu employed by this individual. He is one of our own from the Leaf Village, or more accurately, a defector from our village." After a moment's reflection, Niji's expression grew somewhat complex. "You may be reluctant to believe me, but to be candid, I know this person well, and we were once on amicable terms. However, I remain uncertain as to why he chose to defect from the Leaf Village, and our communication ceased thereafter." Upon hearing Niji's explanation, Mikoto's face was instantly adorned with astonishment, as this was the first time she had ever heard of such a matter. Uchiha Haiyan regarded Niji with thoughtful scrutiny, especially upon observing the hesitation and complexity etched upon his face, leading him to deduce that this black-clad individual was likely the friend spoken of in legends concerning Niji. Regrettably, this friend had only made fleeting appearances, subsequently vanishing without a trace. At that moment, a synthesized electronic voice resonated within Haiyan's mind. Ding! This is the exclusive sound of a new page. Instinctively, he checked, and the display before him revealed some alterations. New mission objective: uncover the truth behind the scenes. Mission hint: Hyuga Niji, 3rd Hokage. Upon seeing the new task presented by the system, Uchiha Haiyan appeared momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Niji's earlier conjecture was indeed correct? Was this all an attempt to incite conflict between the Leaf Village and the Mist Village? Yet, why would he be implicated in this affair? Uchiha Haiyan found himself utterly perplexed by this series of enigmas. It was evident that Tsunade knew more than she was willing to disclose, and it seemed that this matter had some connection to her as well. In other words, they had previously believed they had captured the black-clad individual who was the mastermind, but now it seemed they had merely been indulging in wishful thinking. The truth was far more intricate than they had initially assumed. If that were the case, matters would indeed become quite troublesome. Uchiha Haiyan's expression shifted slightly, taking on a somewhat grim countenance. What is the matter? Uchiha Mikoto, noticing the change in Haiyan's emotions, swiftly inquired with a blend of concern and worry. Do not worry. With the commotion here, the ninjas tasked with guarding the village have surely already noticed, and they will not stray far. It's nothing. I was merely contemplating a few matters unrelated to this. Indeed, she is truly a sheltered princess of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 101, Another Wave. Such a foolish girl. With that thought, a faint smile graced Uchiha Haiyan's lips as he spoke. However, it is of little consequence. We shall meet force with force if necessary. Someone is coming. Just then, Hyuga Niji's expression shifted once more, his gaze fixating on a direction as he spoke in a low tone. This time, there are quite a few. The first wave was merely a test. This group aims to ascertain our true capabilities, sending individuals of comparable skill, as I can sense the chakra within them. How many? Uchiha Haiyan, deep in thought, stroked his chin and inquired. Approximately 7 or 8, Niji replied solemnly. I see. Uchiha Haiyan narrowed his eyes and remarked. Rather than clash head-on, it would be wiser to employ strategy. As you say, both Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Niji responded in unison, their faces radiating trust. Very well. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Haiyan felt a warmth in his heart, and he beamed brightly, nodding earnestly in agreement. I shall make them experience the agony and terror of seeking a path to heaven while being drawn into the depths of hell. In about 1 or 2 minutes, they will reach the entrance. Niji, utilizing his Byakugan, continuously monitored their movements. All right, that is sufficient. Uchiha Haiyan nodded affirmatively. 2 minutes later, Uchiha Haiyan, accompanied by Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Mikoto, concealed themselves within a storage cabinet in the kitchen not far away. As the door creaked open, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed throughout the room. Peering through the narrow space, Uchiha Haiyan observed the black-clad figures systematically entering the room, a smile creeping onto his lips. They've taken the bait. In the next instant, with a swift motion of his left hand, a series of resounding cracks akin to snapping rubber bands filled the air, followed by piercing screams. The scene erupted into chaos as several black-clad individuals were seen with an assortment of shurikens embedded in their bodies, some appearing like hedgehogs with their abdomens riddled with projectiles. Attack! With his goal achieved, Uchiha Haiyan waved his hand and emerged from the cabinet first. This time, he refrained from utilizing the chakra within his body. As being a member of the Uchiha clan, his chakra reserves were limited, and he aimed to conserve it as much as possible. At this moment, the immense strength and techniques he learned from Tsunade proved invaluable. Uchiha Haiyan suddenly halted, raising his right foot with a forceful kick. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated in his ears as the ground cracked open, fissures spiderwebbing across the surface, with some wide enough to resemble a grand river, swiftly engulfing 2 or 3 black-clad individuals in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, another black-clad figure seized the opportunity and lunged forward, thrusting a kunai directly at Uchiha Haiyan's forehead. Yet, he effortlessly disarmed the opponent, gripping the kunai tightly in his hand. The figure cloaked in black first attempted to retreat, only to discover that Uchiha Haiyan possessed an extraordinary strength far beyond that of an ordinary ninja. Astonished, he exclaimed, "How could you possibly possess such terrifying brute force? You have much yet to discover." Uchiha Haiyan retorted with a grin that conveyed his disdain. With an effortless motion, he snapped the kunai in his grasp against his knee and discarded it onto the ground, where it landed with a sharp clatter. Trash! Enraged by Uchiha Haiyan's words, the cloaked man lunged forward once more. However, this time, Uchiha Haiyan chose to strike back fiercely, unleashing a powerful punch that landed squarely on the black-clad man's face. The resulting impact resonated through the air, a dull thud of flesh colliding with flesh. In the blink of an eye, the cloaked figure arced through the air, crashing to the ground, unconscious. Great fire-extinguishing sparrow. Meanwhile, Uchiha Meichin decisively eliminated another of the black-clad men with a barrage of fireballs. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hyuga Niji swiftly dispatched the last 2 remaining enemies. Thus, only one opponent remained standing. Speak. Who sent you here? Uchiha Haiyan demanded, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the cloaked figure with a gaze akin to radar, finally settling on the man's left hand. If you refuse to answer, I have no qualms about handing you over to Orochimaru and his ilk. Once they unleash the 1,000 snakes upon you for interrogation, my involvement will be entirely severed. You. The cloaked man appeared taken aback by Uchiha Haiyan's audacious declaration, his face paling before he erupted in fury. You are serving the enemy. Do you not realize that? Oh. Uchiha Haiyan laughed derisively, crossing his arms as he settled comfortably onto a nearby couch, nonchalantly crossing his legs. Are you suggesting I should be grateful to you for this? If you were wise, you would release me immediately. To be frank, we are here to rescue you. The cloaked man lifted his head, staring intently at Uchiha Haiyan, his voice rising in excitement. What? Uchiha Haiyan stared back in bewilderment, utterly at a loss for words. Please, I am living quite well here. Thank you very much. What could possibly be wrong? The cloaked man appeared utterly perplexed. You clearly did not wish to marry into the Senju clan. Yet under the pressure from the third Hokage and Uchiha Mizuhana, you were forced into it. As he spoke, his voice grew louder with indignation. You are undeniably gifted. Yet Uchiha Mizuhana has reduced you to a mere shadow of your potential. The cloaked man's fervor seemed to exceed that of Uchiha Haiyan, the very person he was speaking about. Uchiha Haiyan gazed at the man in disbelief. Please, open your eyes. Can you not see? My relationship with Tsunade is blossoming rapidly. We are in the throes of passion. Where do you see me being coerced? Are your eyes designed solely for quarrels? Chapter 102. The battle concludes after a pause. Uchiha Haiyan shrugged, spreading his hands in a calm manner as he added, However, I do agree with one of your statements. Uchiha Mizuhana is indeed a scoundrel. Though that seems to have nothing to do with you. The cloaked man was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock as if he had heard something utterly outrageous. Uchiha Haiyan, however, had no desire to engage further with him. He had grown weary of these foolish beings. When he first arrived in this world, he had been bombarded with accusations of aiding the enemy, all while they claimed to know the world's greatest secrets. Bah! As a man with modest ambitions, Uchiha Haiyan merely wished for a simple life with a loving family. At most, he might indulge in some harmless flirtations to lighten his mood. Such actions were not illegal in the world of Naruto. Damn it! This is truly a life of debauchery, untouched by the chaos of the world. What did the actions of these cloaked figures have to do with him? One after another, they came to disturb him. They were truly a bunch of fools. With this thought, Uchiha Haiyan could not help but let out a heavy sigh, shaking his head as he contemplatively touched his cheek, gazing at his reflection in the mirror, and lamented, Ah, being handsome is a sin. Uchiha Meichin and Hyuga Niji exchanged glances, speechless. It seems this brother is unwilling to speak the truth. In that case, I must trouble you, Kakashi. Just then, Uchiha Haiyan suddenly beckoned with a finger in the direction behind him, and without hesitation, he delivered a swift kick to the nearby cloaked man, sending him soaring into the air. Then, a white figure swiftly darted past. I say, can you not always resort to such methods? It's utterly brazen. Kakashi remarked with a touch of exasperation. No, compared to you, I am still far from it. Uchiha Haiyan shook his head, then grinned shyly, before adopting a serious demeanor. Heh, this kid is quite amusing. Orochimaru's sinister voice echoed, perhaps a result of his pact with the summoning snakes, giving his words an unsettling quality that sent chills down one's spine. Amusing? Uchiha Haiyan replied, rolling his eyes in irritation. What is amusing is that all I truly desire is to sleep. After a night of chaos, I can hardly keep my eyes open. As the sun rose and the system's notification confirmed the completion of his tasks, Uchiha Haiyan stifled a yawn, exclaiming, Finally, daylight has arrived. Those lunatics should settle down now. He sighed heavily, rubbing his tired eyes, and shook his head in resignation. Truly, a group of psychologically unhinged individuals. All of them are deranged. Recalling the arduous battles of the previous night, Uchiha Haiyan felt a pang of regret. Why is it that others traverse into new worlds only to gain unparalleled skills? Surrounded by a harem, while I find myself clinging to women for support, constantly facing life-threatening situations, and dealing with a bunch of delusional fools claiming they want to rescue me? Bah, who needs rescuing by the deranged? Uchiha Haiyan felt certain he had mistakenly read the script. Perhaps upon awakening the next day, he would find that it had all been a mere dream. He silently prayed for this to be true. I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiment. Uchiha Meichin, exhausted, slumped on the couch, her face scrunched up in a look of utmost grievance. Last night, she had diligently practiced her fireball technique for hours. Truly, Even my usual training does not compare to this level of exhaustion. Now, reflecting on her role as a mere laborer in what was supposed to be a grand feast, she felt a deep sense of regret. Hinata Niji seemed to harbor no grand thoughts. Instead, he sat quietly on the railing, engrossed in a thick tome he had produced from somewhere, his expression contemplative. From a distance, if one were to disregard the scattered corpses and the chaos surrounding them, one might dare to claim that the years were tranquil. However, reality struck them with blunt force. What nonsense about tranquil years, such notions were mere fabrications. Are you still going to seek out the third Hokage? Orochimaru and Kakashi, having tidied the scene alongside Uchiha Haiyan, turned to him and inquired. No, I believe I need some time to recuperate, Uchiha Haiyan replied weakly, waving his hand. Kakashi nodded in agreement, his tone laden with understanding. In that case, Orochimaru and I shall take our leave. Farewell, and take care. Uchiha Haiyan lethargically waved at Orochimaru and Kakashi before collapsing onto the sofa, his eyes closing as he succumbed to slumber. After a night of fierce battle, even Uchiha Haiyan, who had meticulously managed his chakra, found himself nearing his limits by dawn. In that moment, he felt no different from an ordinary person, reliant on ample rest to alleviate his fatigue and restore his chakra. The same could be said for Uchiha Mikoto, whose chakra reserves had been nearly depleted, sustained only by sheer will. Finally able to rest, she sought a comfortable position on the sofa, draping a thin coat over herself before drifting into sleep. Meanwhile, Hinata Niji appeared considerably stronger than the two. Yet he remained seated on the railing, leaning against a wooden post, basking in the warm sunlight with his eyes gently closed, seeking rest. The remnants of the previous night's brutal encounter were evident in the devastation surrounding them. These three young individuals seemed formidable, if memory served. Uchiha Haiyan and Mikoto belonged to the Uchiha clan, while the Byakugan user was undoubtedly Niji from the Hyuga clan. On the way back to the third Hokage's office, Orochimaru stroked his chin and remarked, "Indeed, Uchiha Haiyan, Uchiha Mikoto, and Hinata Niji are a team. They have now completed 5 D-rank missions and 2 C-rank missions." Kakashi blinked, briefly summarizing the situation. Does the Hokage truly trust the Uchiha clan to unite with the Hyuga clan? Orochimaru furrowed his brow, perplexed. That's different, Kakashi interjected, shaking his head dismissively. Uchiha Haiyan isn't like the others from his clan. Rather than harboring grand ambitions, he seems to desire a life of simplicity. Is that so? Orochimaru shrugged, his hands raised in indifference. I am merely curious as to why that little fellow holds such significant importance in the third Hokage's eyes. To the extent of marrying Tsunade. He's marrying into the family, Kakashi emphasized. What difference does that make? It's all marriage in the end, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. After a moment's pause, he continued, that kid possesses a surprising tenacity. Several times last night, I thought he would falter. Yet he managed to persevere all the way to now, which genuinely caught me off guard. Indeed, Kakashi nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the sentiment. The performances of Uchiha Haiyan, Mikoto, and Hinata Niji had left a profound impact on both Kakashi and Orochimaru. It wasn't merely their individual prowess, but rather the seamless cooperation and understanding among them, reminiscent of a team that had been together for at least 2 or 3 years. Remarkably, they had achieved such synergy in less than a month, indicating a strong bond. Most importantly, the essence of trust was palpable. While it seemed simple to articulate, actualizing it proved considerably challenging. This was the aspect that astonished Kakashi the most. The synchronicity between Uchiha Haiyan and Mikoto seemed natural, as it was evident to any observer that her affections lay with that troublesome boy. However, the fact that Uchiha Haiyan and Hinata Niji could communicate through mere glances and collaborate flawlessly indicated a level of trust that allowed them to rely on each other completely, a feat not easily attained by ordinary individuals. What transpired last night? The third Hokage inquired as Kakashi and Orochimaru stepped into the room. Completely beyond my expectations, Kakashi responded candidly. The attack was indeed led by the Mist Village, but based on my observations and analysis, they were likely rogue ninjas who had defected from the village. Someone has deliberately gathered these wandering ninjas, possibly to incite discord and conflict among the great nations. Orochimaru lazily chimed in. The third Hokage's brow furrowed upon hearing this, his tone turning serious. If that is the case, it could become quite troublesome. What do we have to fear? Orochimaru shrugged indifferently, spreading his hands calmly. If they come, we simply fight back. It's not that simple, The third Hokage sighed, casting a resigned glance at Orochimaru before thoughtfully stroking his chin. He gestured towards Kakashi, who was still clad in black, and continued, "Is that fellow the only survivor?" "Yes, leave the interrogation to me," Kakashi replied, spreading his hands casually, his demeanor remarkably composed. "Consider it done," the third Hokage said, patting Kakashi's shoulder with an air of responsibility. "Make sure to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind this." After a brief pause, he added, "During this time, the ninjas assigned to protect Uchiha Haiyan will be transferred from Kakashi to you, Orochimaru." "What?" Orochimaru looked bewildered at the third Hokage, his expression one of disbelief. "You want me to protect those three little rascals?" "Yes, their intentions are evidently focused on Uchiha Haiyan," the third Hokage replied, his expression serious. "Though I still do not fully grasp Uchiha Haiyan's significance to these individuals, it is clear that these repeated attacks are all aimed at that boy. Therefore, we must exert every effort to ensure his safety." "Very well," Orochimaru conceded with a resigned nod, instinctively rubbing his aching temples and letting out a soft sigh. Meanwhile, Tsunade had exhausted all her funds and was reluctantly making her way home. However, as she neared Konoha village, she was taken aback to discover that her home had inexplicably been reduced to ruins overnight. What on earth is happening? Tsunade quickened her pace, reaching her doorstep in the blink of an eye. Just as she was about to push the door open, her expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, she suddenly sensed a fluctuation reminiscent of water-type chakra, a power that was utterly impossible for the inhabitants of Konoha to possess. The expression on Tsunade's face swiftly turned grim. Without uttering another word, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, she found Uchiha Haiyan and Uchiha Mikoto curled up on the remaining sofa, deep in slumber, while the prodigious young Hyuga sat nearby on the railing, resting against a pillar. The bloodstains scattered across the floor, coupled with the lingering, potent water-type chakra, instantly illuminated the events of the previous night for Tsunade. It was evident that someone from the Mist Village had intruded. As Tsunade's gaze fell upon the slightly pale cheeks of Uchiha Haiyan, she instinctively bit her lip, her beautiful eyes ablaze with discernible fury. Uchiha Haiyan had already regained consciousness by the time Tsunade entered, yet he was presently wrestling with exhaustion and drowsiness. It took him a few minutes to fully awaken from his slumber. "You're back, Tsunade," he murmured, his eyes fluttering open to see her pale countenance surveying the scene before her, so pale that it seemed almost translucent. Chapter 104. "I want to protect you too." Uchiha Haiyan momentarily froze, then instinctively recalled Tsunade's fear of blood. His expression shifted dramatically as he quickly moved to cover her eyes, speaking gently to reassure her. "Do not fear. It is all merely an illusion, just colors. I am fine." Tsunade felt a warmth blossom in her heart. She shook her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Do not forget. My fear of blood has already been overcome." "What?" Uchiha Haiyan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized his error, withdrawing his hand and awkwardly rubbing his nose. "My apologies. That was merely a reflexive reaction." Tsunade raised an eyebrow, teasingly smiling, and replied, "Ahem, yes." Uchiha Haiyan nodded affirmatively, blinking as if oblivious to the awkwardness. "What transpired last night?" Tsunade inquired, her tone now serious. "Nothing much. I suppose I've been rather unlucky lately and attracted the attention of some rogue ninjas sent to assassinate me. Fortunately, Mikoto and Niji were also present. So as you can see," Uchiha Haiyan shrugged nonchalantly, as if the previous night's fierce battle had never occurred. "You," Tsunade began, her mouth agape, seemingly unable to contain her thoughts. However, at that moment, Uchiha Mikoto abruptly opened her eyes from the sofa, rubbed her sleep-laden eyes, and exclaimed, "Tsunade." Upon recognizing her, Mikoto sprang up from the sofa, a leap of 3 feet. "It's wonderful. You have finally returned. What happened?" Tsunade, her train of thought completely derailed by Mikoto's exclamation, instinctively blinked and turned her gaze to her, a hint of confusion in her voice. Didn't Uchiha Haiyan often expend all his chakra before? He only needed a week's rest to recover. Yet, I've slept for quite a while, and my chakra shows no signs of returning. Is there something wrong? Mikoto expressed her concern. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at Mikoto's statement, then carefully assessed her condition before shaking her head. There is nothing serious. Rest assured, with adequate rest, you should recover in about half a month. Must it take that long? Mikoto pouted, appearing somewhat displeased. Well, Tsunade mused, stroking her chin in contemplation before speaking again. If that's the case, come find me when you have the time. With my assistance, you should be able to restore your chakra more swiftly. Thank you. Mikoto exclaimed excitedly, nodding enthusiastically, her joy evident. Now that the main party has returned, I shall head home. Niji Hyuga, who had already awakened the moment Tsunade entered, had remained silent until now. Once Mikoto and Tsunade finished their conversation, he calmly stated, you worked hard last night. Uchiha Haiyan nodded toward Niji in acknowledgement, their understanding unspoken. Not at all. Niji waved his hand dismissively, yawning while rubbing his eyes, then picked up his book and headed back to the Hyuga compound. Makoto followed suit, saying her farewells before leaving Uchiha Haiyan's home. Tsunade furrowed her brow, her concern evident. Do not be so reckless next time. All right, I understand. Uchiha Haiyan readily agreed. However, sensing his nonchalance, Tsunade frowned once more, hesitating for a moment before speaking. I believe your strength is not of paramount importance, and I have never placed value on such things. Of course, I know, Uchiha Haiyan replied with a soft smile, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. But remember, I too wish to protect you. Tsunade's heart fluttered at his words. She instinctively pressed her lips together and nodded silently, refraining from further admonitions. Back in his room, Uchiha Haiyan began fervently calling upon the system within the depths of his mind. I must have completed the last task. Is there truly no reward? He frowned, his tone tinged with annoyance. Ding! Accompanied by the system's distinctive notification sound, a luminous screen appeared before Uchiha Haiyan. Task objective: uncover the truth, completed. Task objective: survive until the next morning, completed. Exceeding task completion by 100, reward. Tsunade's envelope. The mechanical voice echoed in his mind. What nonsense! Uchiha Haiyan was momentarily taken aback, blinking in confusion. After enduring a fierce battle to complete the task, he was rewarded only with a so-called envelope? This was utterly outrageous. The disparity between effort and reward was glaringly disproportionate. As if sensing Uchiha Haiyan's growing frustration, the system promptly continued. Exceeding task reward. Ninjutsu. Great Fireball Technique. Enhanced version. That sounds rather promising. Uchiha Haiyan nodded to himself, thoughtfully reflecting. Subsequently, he reached out to open the first task reward, the infuriating Tsunade's envelope. Tsunade's envelope. This is an envelope imbued with the sour scent of love. Filled with Tsunade's deep affection. For her, it carries the sweet aura reminiscent of first love. Tip: presenting Tsunade's envelope at a crucial moment will increase her current favorability by 20. What the heck? It sounds surprisingly pleasant. Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow, pondering thoughtfully. What he currently lacks is the items that can enhance the favorability of these potential allies. Truly, it is like receiving a pillow when one is drowsy. Most fortuitous indeed. Uchiha Haiyan nodded in agreement in his heart. Chapter 105. Task rewards subsequently. Uchiha Haiyan shifted his gaze to the sublimated version of the Great Fireball Technique. Great Fireball Technique. Sublimated version. This technique allows the user to split the chakra gathered in their body, creating 2 fireballs instead of 1, effectively doubling its power. Upon reading this description, Uchiha Haiyan stroked his chin thoughtfully. In simpler terms, the Great Fireball Technique he had previously learned from Uchiha Mikoto could only condense 1 fireball at a time. However, the sublimated version now permits the condensation of 2 or even 3 fireballs simultaneously. The amount of chakra utilized remains unchanged, yet the power is significantly amplified by 2 to 3 times. This could truly serve as a decisive advantage in unexpected situations. Not bad at all, Uchiha Haiyan mused, nodding in satisfaction. After all, last night's endeavor was merely an event task, and if one were to assess the difficulty, it was not particularly daunting. Thus, obtaining such a useful reward is indeed commendable. It seems that, just as the system had previously indicated, employing this method can swiftly enhance his abilities. As long as he can complete tasks, he will undoubtedly grow stronger. It appears that his seemingly unreliable system has finally proven its worth. Uchiha Haiyan reflected with a myriad of emotions. After 2 or 3 days, life returned to its tranquil state, and Uchiha Haiyan, feeling somewhat bored, stifled a yawn. He glanced at Uchiha Mikoto, who stood beside him, brimming with excitement, as if at last permitted to enjoy some freedom. With a hint of exasperation, he sighed once more. I'm merely heading to the equipment store. Would you care to accompany me? Who says I'm following you? Mikoto retorted defiantly, her large eyes glaring. I just want to stop by and see TenTen. It has been quite some time since we last ventured out together. You mischievous little demon. How can I trust you? Uchiha Haiyan rolled his eyes in irritation, mentally critiquing her. 2 minutes later, the two entered the weapon shop, where TenTen looked curiously at Uchiha Haiyan and greeted him. What brings you here? Are you buying something again today? Yes, I've used up all the shurikens I purchased last time. Do you have anything else available? Uchiha Haiyan nodded before inquiring. Such as? TenTen blinked, clearly puzzled. After all, everyone typically used shurikens, so were there other options? How about a willow blade? Uchiha Haiyan proposed. What is that? TenTen asked, her expression one of bewilderment, evidently unfamiliar with the term. It resembles a leaf from a tree, with serrated edges that can inflict significant damage. It must be exceptionally thin and lightweight, Uchiha Haiyan explained succinctly. None here. TenTen shook her head honestly. I don't have those willow blades. But I do have plenty of shurikens. Very well. The main character felt somewhat disheartened. Then I shall take shurikens. However, I find your mention of the willow blade intriguing. I will take some time to research it in the coming days. As TenTen handed Uchiha Haiyan the shurikens, she smiled warmly. Ding. Suddenly, a mechanical synthesized voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully achieved a favorability level of 10 with the target character TenTen, unlocking the skill Continuous Projectile. Continuous Projectile is a technique that allows the manipulation of various scrolls to continuously deploy concealed weapons. Alright then. However, Uchiha Haiyan lacked any talent for scrolls. Thus, this could merely be a skill accumulation, but with slight refinement, it might prove to be of great assistance. Uchiha Haiyan blinked, contemplating. Feel free to seek me out if you encounter any issues. I may be able to offer some help. Uchiha Haiyan returned to the present, smiling at TenTen and nodding, his tone imbued with a sense of calm reassurance. Sure, if I face any challenges, I will definitely come to you. After adequately replenishing his ammunition, Uchiha Haiyan promptly departed with Uchiha Mikoto. As they neared home, they found Hinata Niji waiting at his doorstep, a sight that was quite unprecedented. Why have you come to my house? Uchiha Haiyan asked, astonished. I received a task from Hokage today. For the three of us, this mission is relatively easy and simple. A perfect opportunity to alleviate our weary spirits, Niji explained succinctly, though a hint of concern glimmered in his eyes as he looked at Uchiha Haiyan, seemingly worried that the recent fierce battle had left him with psychological scars. Well, it's thoughtful of you to consider such details. Uchiha Haiyan beamed at Niji, graciously accepting his good intentions. It's nothing. Niji appeared somewhat embarrassed, shaking his head awkwardly, unsure of what to say. After preparing a few items, the trio once again embarked on their mission. Uchiha Haiyan understood that regardless of the chaos outside the village, the fundamental safety within Konoha was assured. After all, as the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha had the confidence to deter disturbances from other villages, and the remaining 4 villages were obliged to extend their due respect. It is noteworthy that within Konoha, not to mention the illustrious Sannin, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, revered as the doctor of the ninja world, was an exceptionally formidable figure. Furthermore, there were the roots hidden beneath Konoha. Regarding Danzo's character, Uchiha Haiyan held no illusions. That man was capable of the darkest deeds. However, when it came to strength, Danzo was undeniably formidable, a seasoned shadow-level ninja. Coupled with the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, along with the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, and other notable families like the once prominent Akimichi clan, Konoha's might was palpable. Thus, while outsiders might engage in some mischief at the borders, within Konoha's domain, they would certainly need to exercise restraint. For the Konoha interrogation unit was not to be trifled with. Therefore, as long as they did not stray too far from the village, they should encounter little danger. Chapter 106. Unexpected developments, however. Something seemed to have transpired ahead. After a few hours, Niji suddenly raised a hand, uttering, "What is going on?" Uchiha Haiyan swiftly halted, his gaze scanning forward. He was well aware of the extensive range of Niji's Byakugan, which far surpassed his own. Although he felt perplexed, he paused in his tracks. Is it a pursuit? Niji crouched on a nearby branch, calmly analyzing the situation. 2 men clad in gray samurai attire were chasing after a short figure wearing a conical hat, evidently embroiled in a deadly chase for some reason. Is it a vendetta? Or something else? Although Uchiha Haiyan did not immediately recognize the situation ahead like Hyuga Niji, He observed quietly for a moment and arrived at the same conclusion. It was evident that their small team had unwittingly become entangled in a conspiracy due to this unforeseen incident. What do you think? Should we intervene? Uchiha Mikoto suddenly inquired. Listening to the excitement in her voice, Uchiha Haiyan did not need to see her expression to discern that her motives were not rooted in a desire to save anyone. She was merely intrigued by something that piqued her interest. One could not deny that this was indeed the characteristic demeanor of the Uchiha family's young lady. She was undoubtedly a headstrong individual. The thought alone gave Uchiha Haiyan a headache, for this girl was far from being a source of peace of mind. In such circumstances, to act recklessly without understanding the specific reasons behind the situation would surely lead to trouble. With a resigned roll of his eyes, Uchiha Haiyan spoke to Uchiha Mikoto in an exasperated tone. Then let us approach and inquire. Uchiha Mikoto was well aware of the warning embedded in Uchiha Haiyan's words. Yet this young lady, fearless and undeterred, was not one to act impulsively. She had observed the situation diligently. While the Uchiha's Sharingan lacked the penetrating power of the Hyuga's Byakugan, when it came to detailed dynamic observation, it was unparalleled. Uchiha Haiyan could clearly discern the details of the battle unfolding ahead, and it was no different for the brilliant young lady of the Uchiha clan. Her Sharingan had already revealed the circumstances in front of them. Moreover, the two groups involved, the two armored samurai pursuing the individual, and the one being chased, appeared to possess strength at the level of a low-ranking ninja, posing no significant threat to their trio. This was why Uchiha Mikoto felt emboldened at that moment. However, charging in without caution could indeed provoke complications. Most samurai were mercenaries or retainers employed by various feudal lords, akin to private armies. Although Uchiha Haiyan had not directly interacted with such individuals, he had certainly heard of their reputation. In terms of raw strength, samurai could not compete with ninjas, yet many of the guard units of feudal lords primarily consisted of these samurai. Even wealthier merchants often employed them for their caravans, with only a few opting for wandering ninjas. While the samurai had fallen out of favor in contemporary times and could not be compared to ninjas, they were still far superior to ordinary folk. Furthermore, compared to the ninjas bound to their respective villages, most samurai were mercenaries who would undertake any dirty work for the right price. Many ninjas looked down upon these samurai and sought to avoid any association with them. However, the current situation was somewhat different. The individual being pursued, despite being obscured by a conical hat and veil, was evidently a ninja. It remained unclear to which village he belonged or if he was a rogue ninja. Regardless, the situation clearly depicted two samurai chasing a ninja. Logically, a low-ranking ninja should be capable of handling at least a dozen samurai. However, the beleaguered state of the pursued ninja was unmistakable. This was undoubtedly a significant predicament. Uchiha Haiyan was unaware of the intricate details, but the combination of samurai and ninja indicated the presence of a troubling backstory. Come on, I was merely suggesting. Uchiha Haiyan shot Uchiha Mikoto a sidelong glance, knowing she was merely speaking for effect. Her ninja training was commendable. In such a scenario, she would not truly consider rushing in. If you were to charge in recklessly, I might have to knock you out on the spot. Uchiha Haiyan silently warned her with a glance. Humph. Mikoto huffed in displeasure, pouting with evident annoyance. You'd better think twice before trying. Shoo. Hyuga Niji, looking exasperated, shook his head and raised a finger to his lips, signaling everyone to lower their voices. Meanwhile, the sounds of battle nearby seemed to grow increasingly closer. This is not good. Uchiha Haiyan observed the warrior engaged in combat with the ninja, his brow furrowing with worry and seriousness. Their concealed position, while relatively hidden, would be easy to discover if those two approached directly. Should they become entangled in this troublesome vortex, escape would be nearly impossible. Just as the adage suggests, what one fears often comes to pass. The two individuals indeed drew nearer to their location. Retreat, Uchiha Haiyan decisively declared. Prolonged hesitation could lead to dire consequences. However, at that moment, the beleaguered ninja, as if spotting a glimmer of hope, suddenly cried out, "Help! Save me! What the?" Uchiha Haiyan stared blankly at the ninja, his mind racing. "Let us go." Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Haiyan resolutely grabbed Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Mikoto, turning swiftly to flee, their speed nearly leaving others in the dust. Are we just leaving like this? Uchiha Mikoto appeared quite discontented. What else is there to do? Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow. Are you planning to stay here, or perhaps rush out for a heroic rescue? That's not it. But I feel like leaving so abruptly may not be the best idea. Mikoto hesitated, biting her lip. Not at all. Niji interjected suddenly. I've observed that ninja maintaining an ambiguous awareness of his surroundings. Logically, he shouldn't have detected our presence. This could very well be a trap deliberately set for us. What? Makoto was taken aback by Niji's words. In the wilderness, encountering such a scenario typically suggested two possibilities. One was a trap specifically targeting oneself, and the other was a prior intense conflict between the two parties that escalated to this level. Uchiha Haiyan nodded in agreement, continuing, clearly. The warrior had ample opportunity to eliminate the ninja, yet he refrained, suggesting there is a high probability, over 80, that this is a trap intended for us. So that is how it is. Mikoto nodded in sudden realization after hearing Uchiha Haiyan and Niji's explanations. In an instinctive motion, she glanced back at the ninja who had called for help. She noticed his fierce expression, glaring at their rapidly retreating figures while the warrior beside him abruptly halted, pointing and gesturing at the trio, whispering amongst themselves. This is definitely suspicious, Mikoto thought, her heart racing. If it were not for the presence of Uchiha Haiyan and Hyuga Niji today, who intervened to prevent her reckless behavior, Uchiha Mikoto might have met her demise here. There are countless individuals who covet the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Were it not for the formidable reputation of the Uchiha clan, many would have resorted to forceful means to seize it. Thus, they exercise extreme caution during their travels and missions, wary of being targeted by those with ulterior motives. Clearly, the combination of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and the Hyuga clan's Byakugan has stirred sinister thoughts in many hearts. At this realization, Uchiha Mikoto instinctively shuddered, goosebumps rising on her skin. Just then, Hyuga Niji seemed to have noticed something and suddenly called out. What is it? Uchiha Haiyan inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. They were now a safe distance away from those two individuals, so he began to ease his pace, glancing curiously at Hyuga Niji. Niji's expression bore a hint of uncertainty. There seems to be a piece of paper ahead. Paper? What on earth? Uchiha Haiyan paused momentarily, then cautiously approached the indicated location. After confirming the paper posed no threat, he bent down to retrieve it. It's a wanted notice. Hyuga Niji leaned in for a closer look, affirming his discovery. A wanted notice? What a hassle. Why is something like this here? Uchiha Haiyan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. The figure depicted was not tall, with an exaggeratedly curved back, resembling someone lying on the ground from a distance, barely reaching the waist of an average person. A twisted mechanical tail coiled behind him, giving him the appearance of a scorpion. His black and red robe concealed his face, making it impossible to discern his features. Yet, with such a scorpion-like figure, Uchiha Haiyan recognized him immediately. This was indeed the troublesome individual. If he had truly intervened, matters would become dire. Uchiha Haiyan's expression darkened significantly, and even Uchiha Mikoto could perceive the gravity of the situation. What is going on? Do you know this person? She snatched the drawing from Uchiha Haiyan's hands, scrutinizing the image of the scorpion-like figure. I know him, but he does not know me. Uchiha Haiyan sighed, adopting an expression that suggested this man was a formidable adversary. He is Sasori of the Red Sand. Huh. Uchiha Haiyan anticipated astonishment from Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Niji. Yet neither of the esteemed heirs from the Leaf Village reacted to the terrifying name. In fact, Uchiha Mikoto appeared puzzled, as if questioning who this individual was and whether he was truly formidable. Who is he? Uchiha Mikoto expressed her ignorance of this scorpion. Uchiha Haiyan, exasperated, glanced at her before turning to Niji. Niji, you don't know either, do you? Sasori of the Red Sand, an S-rank rogue ninja from the Sand Village. Niji replied coldly, his tone grave. Uchiha Haiyan waited for a moment, observing Niji with his arms crossed, but the latter fell silent, leaving the conversation hanging. Well, what now? Uchiha Haiyan asked, taken aback. That's it. Isn't that sufficient? Niji's expression revealed a hint of confusion, as if to imply that being merely a rogue ninja did not warrant excessive detail. The distinction between rogue ninjas is significant, Uchiha Haiyan retorted. The name Sasori of the Red Sand was not insignificant. He was a master puppeteer from the Sand Village. The figure that resembled a scorpion was, in fact, not Sasori's true form, but an incredibly lifelike puppet. Even this puppet body would challenge ordinary jonin. As for the actual Sasori, he controlled this puppet from within, serving as his first line of defense. His true body had even been transformed into a puppet, a living entity without flaws, save for the absence of a heart. This individual was genuinely a shadow-level presence. The death of the third Kazekage was intricately linked to Sasori. Uchiha Haiyan's tone dropped as he articulated the terror of this puppeteer, knowing that their trio faced potential annihilation against such a formidable foe. Retreating to report to the third Hokage was their wisest choice, for to speak frankly, they stood no chance even against Sasori's puppet. Should they encounter this person, it was likely that all three of them would perish here today. Uchiha Haiyan could not help but shake his head in lamentation. You are correct. It appears quite perilous here. We must withdraw promptly, Niji affirmed, his expression turning serious. Indeed. Uchiha Haiyan nodded in agreement. Shortly after the trio departed, the leaves rustled, hinting at something moving with astonishing speed. In a fleeting moment, a shadow darted past, and anyone attempting to focus on it would likely find nothing amiss. Having completed their task with utmost haste, the three returned swiftly to the Leaf Village. Simultaneously, Uchiha Haiyan adeptly arrived at the third Hokage's office. Look at this. Without waiting for further discourse from the third Hokage, Uchiha Haiyan presented the wanted notice directly into his hands. What? The third Hokage paused, then instinctively lowered his gaze. The following moment, his expression shifted dramatically, his brow furrowing deeply, a grave look flashing in his eyes. Where did you find this wanted notice? We discovered it during our mission today, and we happened upon a pursuit scene. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, Uchiha Haiyan replied candidly. The third Hokage fell into deep contemplation upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's account. After a moment, he shook his head and stated, I understand. For the next few days, you will remain in the village and avoid going out. Pausing, the third Hokage regarded Uchiha Haiyan with a complex expression. After hesitating for a few seconds, he continued, I will ensure Tsunade stays at home and does not go anywhere. This will allow you two to strengthen your relationship, and you need not concern yourselves with other matters. All right, I understand. Uchiha Haiyan nodded affirmatively in response. He had no intention of encountering the individual depicted on the wanted notice anytime soon. A mere encounter could spell his end. To be able to return home would be a blessing, but if he could not, then the outcome would be dire indeed. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, he vowed never to step outside the confines of the Leaf Village. Moreover, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity while Tsunade was home to bolster his rapport with her. As he pondered, a flicker of excitement danced within him. What intriguing skills might be unlocked upon maxing out the affinity levels? Would he perhaps master all of Tsunade's techniques? Uchiha Haiyan mused gleefully in his heart. What do you think of my suggestion? The third Hokage observed the ever-changing expressions on Uchiha Haiyan's face, blinking with a hint of mischief as he spoke. Excellent, simply splendid, Haiyan replied, beaming in the direction of the third Hokage. The third Hokage gazed at Haiyan, whose smile bloomed like a peony, and couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, his forehead adorned with dark lines of exasperation. What compelled him to jest with this thick-skinned individual, whose fortitude rivaled that of a city wall? Surely, he must have lost his wits. Resolutely, he sighed, adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind, and waved Haiyan out of his office as one would shoo away a fly. Once the door closed, the expression on the third Hokage's face shifted abruptly. Sitting in his chair, his brows furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with gravity and seriousness. After a moment, he exhaled deeply, appearing somewhat disheartened as he sat back, tapping his index finger rhythmically on the desk, producing a resonant sound. Do you think the person in the wanted notice is that individual? He suddenly blurted out, seemingly out of context. If overheard, others might suspect that the third Hokage had lost his mind or was merely rambling due to age. After all, who could discern whom he was referring to? However, Kakashi, upon hearing these words, immediately recognized the distinction. He swiftly performed a maneuver, appearing in the office. Grabbing the wanted notice the third Hokage had carelessly placed on the table and scrutinizing it for an extended period. He then nodded cautiously, adopting a serious demeanor. Indeed, it is him. I heard from Uchiha Haiyan that he found this wanted notice not far from Konoha village. I doubt that individual would carry a notice about himself. However, the third Hokage's lips involuntarily curled into a bittersweet smile. We must remain vigilant. Too many unsettling events have transpired in Muya village lately, seemingly intertwined with Tsunade and Uchiha Haiyan. It makes me wonder if there are secrets between them. I believe the target is indeed after the two of them, but their intentions remain shrouded in mystery. Perhaps Uchiha Mizuhana knows something, Kakashi replied, falling silent for a moment before speaking. Of course, I share your sentiments. But I firmly believe that even if Uchiha Mizuhana possesses knowledge, he would never divulge it to us. After a few moments of silence, the third Hokage took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Uchiha Mizuhana is an exceedingly selfish man, to the point of being utterly self-serving. He is unworthy of the clan leader position. I had intended to support Uchiha Haiyan in ascending to the new leader of the Uchiha clan, but it appears my previous decision may have been hasty. There is undoubtedly a hidden secret within Uchiha Haiyan, one that many may already be aware of, aside from us. Kakashi fell into a reflective silence upon hearing the third Hokage's words. He opened his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. Chapter 109. You will protect him. The third Hokage seemed oblivious to Kakashi's inner turmoil, hesitating for a considerable time before he heaved a heavy sigh, rubbing his temples in frustration. He frowned coldly and commanded, "Go retrieve Tsunade from the casino. Today's events are of utmost seriousness. She must understand the gravity of the situation." Understood, Kakashi nodded in response. And with a few agile leaps, he vanished from the third Hokage's sight. The third Hokage watched Kakashi's retreating figure, his brows knitting tighter in a furrowed line, his expression laden with gravity and complexity. Moments later, he muttered to himself, "Could it be that the legends are true?" The incredulity and uncertainty in his tone reflected a tumultuous inner conflict. Meanwhile, Kakashi swiftly found Tsunade, who was engrossed in her gambling at the casino. Without preamble, he seized her and brought her back to Konoha village. "What is happening?" Tsunade queried, her lips pursed, arms crossed as she regarded the third Hokage with a frown. Her delicate brows knitted together in confusion and mild displeasure. "Why the rush? I'm in the midst of a game. If you linger in the casino any longer, you may miss seeing your little husband again." The third Hokage sighed heavily, shaking his head, his expression rife with resignation. "What do you mean?" Tsunade's expression shifted as she processed the third Hokage's words, her brows tightening with concern. "What has happened? Is Uchiha Haiyan in trouble?" "Only narrowly," the third Hokage replied, shaking his head, seemingly filled with a myriad of thoughts. "Fortunately, those three youngsters are quite clever. If it were ordinary individuals, they might not have considered the implications." What exactly transpired? Tsunade's anxiety grew as the third Hokage continued, her brow furrowing deeper, her heart racing, an unsettling feeling creeping into her chest. "Rest assured, it is not as dire as you imagine." The third Hokage, noticing Tsunade's expression, waved his hand dismissively. He gestured to the piece of paper resting on the table. "Take a look at what is written on that paper, and you will understand." "Huh?" Tsunade blinked in surprise, then instinctively approached the table to pick up the wanted notice the third Hokage had previously set down. Upon the first glimpse, her countenance shifted dramatically. "How did he escape? And from where did this notice come?" "This is the crucial reason I had Kakashi rush to summon you," the third Hokage explained, his hands clasped behind his back as he strolled beside Tsunade. "This was found by Uchiha Haiyan and his team during a mission today. Upon recognizing the individual depicted, they returned immediately." He paused before continuing. "However, if it were merely that, it would be nothing more than three children stumbling upon a wanted notice. Surely, something more must have transpired along the way." "Indeed," the third Hokage affirmed with certainty. "Just before their return, they encountered a warrior and a ninja engaged in a fierce battle on the road, and as the conflict escalated, the two combatants drew closer to their hiding spot. The trio, displaying remarkable cleverness, swiftly slipped away, and shortly thereafter, they stumbled upon a piece of paper. Do you not find this entire sequence of events imbued with a sense of coincidence and design?" The third Hokage, upon reaching this point, spoke with an air of gravity and sincerity, rhythmically tapping his raised index finger upon the table, the sound echoing like a heartbeat, seemingly resonating within Tsunade's very core, causing her expression to darken considerably. "I must admit, your words evoke a sense of conspiracy intertwined with the circumstances, yet the sheer improbability of it all feels overwhelming." Tsunade furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation for a considerable time before finally lifting her gaze towards the third Hokage, slowly articulating, "At times, excessive coincidence morphs into mere happenstance. Conversely, on certain occasions, sheer happenstance transforms into coincidence." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage chuckled softly, then scrutinized Tsunade with a sidelong glance, musing thoughtfully. "Regardless of whether their intentions are genuine or merely a result of ennui, our paramount objective remains to safeguard Uchiha hate." "I wholeheartedly concur with that sentiment." Tsunade nodded in agreement, her expression reflecting her understanding. Precisely. As you are aware, much has transpired in Konoha recently, leading to the deployment of the majority of our shinobi to protect the village. Thus, the responsibility of overseeing Uchiha hate falls upon you, my dear wife. The third Hokage regarded Tsunade with a solemn and serious demeanor. This is a task that others cannot undertake. But you possess the capability to offer him the protection he requires. Understood. Given the critical nature of Uchiha Hayate's life, Tsunade, despite her inner turmoil, nodded in affirmation. To be candid, even now, she remained uncertain about her true feelings for Uchiha hate. Complex and entangled emotions defined her state of mind. Observing her agreement, the third Hokage let out a sigh of relief, the weight of concern that had been lodged in his throat finally easing. He continued with a note of caution. It is imperative that you refrain from lingering in the gambling house during this period. There is little to gain, and since it is thus, you must diligently watch over Uchiha hate, ensuring he comes to no harm. I suspect that their true motives lie primarily with him. After a brief pause, the third Hokage added, I remain uncertain about the secrets concealed within Uchiha Hayate's being, nor do I grasp the objectives of Uchiha Mizuhana's intentions towards him. However, we must proceed with caution. Prudence is the cornerstone of enduring success. A single misstep may provide the Uchiha clan the opportunity to seize control, potentially leading to severe repercussions. Very well, I understand. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Tsunade's expression turned serious, and she nodded earnestly. Since you comprehend the gravity of this matter, I shall refrain from elaborating further. The remaining responsibilities rest entirely with you. Understood. Tsunade inhaled deeply, nodding emphatically, signaling her acceptance. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a bright glare. Uchiha Hate raised a hand to shield his forehead, squinting as he gazed outside, where the splendid scenery of Konoha unfolded before him. A truly delightful sight. Are you awake? Tsunade, having detected movement from within the bedroom, pushed open the door and glanced at Uchiha Hate, her eyes betraying a mix of awkwardness and concern. How do you feel? I have already heard from the third Hokage that you encountered numerous dangers on your journey, and upon your return, you immediately sought rest. Is there any discomfort lingering? I'm fine. Uchiha Hate blinked, waiting until his eyes adjusted to the sunlight, then slowly shook his head, responding in a low tone. Rest assured, I have promised the third Hokage that I shall not step beyond the village. At most, I shall wander within its confines. There is nothing to worry about. That is good to hear. Tsunade's lips pursed slightly, an inexplicable sense of discomfort rising within her. Dear, what time is it? Uchiha Hate, rubbing his eyes once more, inquired while yawning. It is just past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Why do you ask? Tsunade replied, her expression tinged with curiosity. Ah, that is a relief. Upon hearing her response, Uchiha Hate let out a long sigh, patting his chest as the tension that had gripped him dissipated. He had prepared himself for the worst, had his laziness led to the derailing of their plans. It would have been a bitter pill to swallow. What is the matter? You're not planning to go out with someone, are you? Tsunade struggled to suppress the pang of jealousy rising within her, forcing a smile that felt strained. No, I had intended to take this opportunity for us to spend some quality time together. Uchiha Hate, noticing the forced smile on Tsunade's face, felt a wave of joy wash over him, and he offered a gentle and affectionate smile. The snack street only opens at 3 in the afternoon, and there's a particular eatery that is exceedingly popular. Within an hour of opening, all their offerings are typically claimed. I plan to queue up for you, for if I delayed, it would be unfortunate. Ah, I see. Upon hearing Uchiha Hayate's explanation, Tsunade raised her brows in surprise, then nodded in understanding. In the next moment, a faint blush crept across her cheeks, revealing her embarrassment. Truthfully, if you were unwell, you need not exert yourself so. There was no need to traverse all the way to the snack street and wait in line. Tsunade awkwardly rubbed her nose as she spoke. It's no trouble at all. After all, you are my wife. If I do not cherish you, who else will? Uchiha Hate replied, shrugging his shoulders and spreading his arms in a gesture of tenderness. Moreover, you have always adored the pastries from that shop, have you not? If we do not arrive early, I fear your favorite pastries may be entirely sold out. Tsunade found herself momentarily speechless, captivated by the radiant smile on Uchiha Hayate's face. She opened her mouth, seemingly wishing to respond, yet in the end, no words emerged. After a brief pause, she watched as Uchiha Hayate donned his outerwear. Preparing to step outside, and suddenly called out, "Shall we go out together?" "If you wish to, of course. However, I believe the sun is rather fierce at present, which may not be kind to your skin. If you desire to stroll through the snack street, I can accompany you this evening when the sun has set, and it will not be excessively hot." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Uchiha Haiyan was initially taken aback, but soon responded honestly, "That works for me." Tsunade, who was equally attentive to her skincare regimen, nodded in agreement upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's candid reply. "Then I shall wait at home for you to return with those pastries. If you find yourself bored, you can watch some television. I will head out now to buy the pastries." After saying this, Uchiha Haiyan made his way towards the snack street. However, to his surprise, he encountered a familiar face at the entrance of the pastry shop, Amino Yuzuki. "What brings you here for pastries?" Uchiha Haiyan inquired, puzzled. Wasn't this lady typically interested in various types of dango? It was quite peculiar for her to show interest in pastries today. Uchiha Haiyan silently mused to himself. "The dango vendor is closed, leaving me without dinner tonight. Hence, I have no choice but to queue for pastries. At least the glutinous rice dumplings here are passable, edible, though not particularly delightful," Amino Yuzuki lamented, her countenance reflecting deep disappointment, resembling a vengeful spirit devoid of vitality. Chapter 111. The Shy Tsunade. One cannot deny Amino Yuzuki's unwavering obsession with glutinous rice dumplings. It borders on terrifying. Uchiha Haiyan pondered. By the way, the dessert festival I mentioned the other day is likely to be postponed, possibly for an extended period. At that moment, Amino Yuzuki was oblivious to Uchiha Haiyan's thoughts. Instead, she suddenly slapped her thigh, furrowing her brow as she directed a disgruntled gaze towards him. "What's the matter?" Uchiha Haiyan looked at Amino Yuzuki with a hint of confusion, his eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. Given her enthusiasm for the dessert festival, it seemed unlikely that any sudden events would delay it. What could possibly be happening? Uchiha Haiyan was keenly aware of certain underlying issues he was unaware of. Who knows? A few days ago, my master ordered us to handle some disturbances in the area, and I've been swamped with work ever since. I've been leaving early and returning late, collapsing into bed without even time for dessert. I feel like my skin has become rougher over these days." Amino Yuzuki expressed, her tone laden with resentment, as if she wished to curse her merciless master. To Uchiha Haiyan's knowledge, her master was likely Orochimaru. It seems Orochimaru holds less significance for Amino Yuzuki than dango. "I can't help but shed a tear for this unfortunate soul," Uchiha Haiyan thought, feeling a pang of sympathy. Due to this predicament, the dessert festival would inevitably be delayed. Only when their master released them could the festival resume. Upon realizing this, Amino Yuzuki let out a heavy sigh, her expression brimming with loneliness. Clearing his throat, Uchiha Haiyan felt a twinge of awkwardness at Amino Yuzuki's words. He wanted to offer his condolences but hesitated, sensing that it might be inappropriate in this context. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "Well, we can only wait for when you all finish your commitments before the dessert festival can continue. Rest assured, I will always have time." "That's a relief. I truly apologize," Amino Yuzuki said, feeling somewhat embarrassed and apologetic upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's generous words. "No worries." Uchiha Haiyan hastily waved his hands, indicating that he did not take this minor issue to heart. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Haiyan carefully placed the pastries he had purchased into a paper bag before turning towards home. However, as he passed by the vegetable market, he glanced at the sky, deep in thought, and decided not to leave the snack street just yet. Instead, he turned to enter the market to buy some vegetables. As the saying goes, dark nights and high winds are perfect for mischief. No, wait, it should be a candlelit night for two. The perfect moment to win a girl's heart. So every opportunity must be seized. He aimed to maximize Tsunade's affection within this limited time frame. One could only wonder if winning the affection of such a pivotal character would unlock new possibilities. The thought excited Uchiha Haiyan immensely. An hour later, Uchiha Haiyan returned home with several bags in hand. "Why are you back so late?" Tsunade's tone was filled with palpable annoyance as she observed Uchiha Haiyan at the door. "I passed by the market and noticed the vegetables looked fresh today, so I decided to buy some. I plan to showcase my culinary skills tonight and prepare a splendid dinner for you," Uchiha Haiyan replied, offering a soothing smile as he raised the basket of vegetables. Upon hearing his explanation, Tsunade was momentarily stunned before she glanced down at her slightly protruding belly, her tone tinged with resentment. "You've been cooking such delicious meals that I've gained several pounds. If this continues, I may not fit into my old clothes. If they don't fit, you can always buy new ones. After all, out with the old, in with the new. Uchiha Haiyan smiled, his voice laced with affection. Moreover, seeing you finish all the dishes I prepare brings me immense joy, igniting an urge to keep cooking for you. Really? Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Uchiha Haiyan, her expression a mixture of shock and confusion. Absolutely, Uchiha Haiyan affirmed with a nod. For a chef, the greatest reward is witnessing you devour every last bite. It's the greatest validation for my efforts. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, her expression shifting as if she had made a resolution. She clenched her fist and nodded vigorously. Then I promise to finish every dish you prepare tonight. Enjoy as much as you like, but please, don't overindulge. Uchiha Haiyan chuckled, gently patting Tsunade's shoulder. The mere chance to cook for you fills me with happiness. Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's heartfelt words, Tsunade's cheeks flushed crimson, her face turning as red as a beet. She felt as if she wanted to hide her head under her arm. Seeing that the moment was right, Uchiha Haiyan smiled once more before heading into the kitchen with the vegetables. After watching Uchiha Haiyan walk into the kitchen, Tsunade silently took a deep breath and instinctively rubbed her flushed cheeks, appearing deeply embarrassed. Just then, however, Tsunade suddenly saw Uchiha Haiyan emerge from the kitchen holding a paper box. Chapter 112. A late-night conversation. What are you doing? Tsunade, her face still red, eyed Uchiha Haiyan warily. Nothing at all. Uchiha Haiyan was visibly taken aback by the question, then quickly waved his hands dismissively. I'm just bringing out the pastries I bought earlier from the bakery. I specifically asked the shopkeeper to pack them in this paper box to keep them warm. They should still be nice and hot if you eat them now. Oh, I see. You can just leave them there. Upon hearing his explanation, Tsunade coughed awkwardly a few times, her face flushing even deeper as she pointed toward the table without looking directly at him. I'm not hungry right now. I'll eat them when I feel like it later. All right. Is there anything in particular you'd like to eat for dinner tonight? Uchiha Haiyan, sensing nothing unusual, simply nodded before asking with genuine concern. No, I'll eat anything you cook. The moment the words left her mouth, Tsunade realized how much they sounded like a confession. Immediately flustered, she turned away, stood up, and headed toward her room, not forgetting to snatch the pastries from the table on her way. This girl seeing Tsunade shy to the extreme. Uchiha Haiyan shook his head in mild amusement, a faint smile touching his lips and a flicker of warmth in his eyes, his whole demeanor seeming to brighten. 2 hours later, just as Uchiha Haiyan finished preparing the lavish meal and was about to call Tsunade from her room, she emerged on her own, rubbing her flat stomach as she leisurely followed the enticing aroma into the dining area. Is dinner ready? Tsunade smiled brightly in Uchiha Haiyan's direction. Just finished. I was about to call you to eat. As he spoke, Uchiha Haiyan placed a specially crafted item on the table, then walked over to the entrance and, click, click, turned off all the lights in the room. What are you doing? Tsunade blinked in clear confusion, her eyes filled with bewilderment as she stared at him. Why turn off all the lights during dinner? We can't eat in the dark. Eating in the dark can easily lead to indigestion. Her tone was utterly serious, as if worried he might not believe this scientific reasoning. Of course not. What on earth are you thinking? Uchiha Haiyan couldn't help but shake his head with a soft laugh. This is just a little surprise I prepared for you. What? Tsunade blinked again, still clearly puzzled. Just then, she heard a soft click. The next moment, 2 candles on the table were lit. Under their warm, flickering glow and the gentle reflection of the starlight from outside, the entire room seemed transformed into a romantic scene nestled within the galaxy, breathtakingly beautiful and deeply stirring. This is Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Uchiha Haiyan, utterly astonished. A little surprise gift for me tonight. Do you like it? Uchiha Haiyan's smile was radiant in the candlelight as he looked at her. I know you've endured a lot being with me, but I'm willing, and I'll strive with all my effort to make your life better and happier, far happier than anyone else could. His expression was solemn as he spoke, as if making a vow. Tsunade opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, words failed her. Swallowing what had almost escaped her lips, she finally whispered just 2 words. Thank you. It's nothing, no need for thanks. This is just what a husband should do. Uchiha Haiyan waved a hand casually, as though such small gestures of romance were nothing extraordinary, his face still lit with a warm smile. Tsunade took a deep, complex breath, then nodded slowly. After the sumptuous candlelit dinner, Tsunade finally could no longer hold back her curiosity. I remember in the early days after we married, you seemed to despise everything about me. You even wished at one point that I would die out there somewhere. Why such a drastic change now? She paused, a trace of bitterness touching her lips. The change in you is so profound it's as if you've become a different person entirely. Holy! Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Uchiha Haiyan's lips twitched involuntarily. He had to recall that before transmigrating into this world, he hadn't inherited any such memories from the original Uchiha Haiyan. In other words, the current Haiyan had no recollection of these events, but for Tsunade, they hadn't happened too long ago, so she remembered them vividly. Damn it! At this thought, Uchiha Haiyan nearly cursed aloud. The previous occupant of this body had left him nothing useful, no valuable assets, no meaningful memories. Aside from being bullied or taken advantage of, why had that guy been so courageous in this particular regard? The previous Uchiha Haiyan must have been an absolute fool. The current Haiyan grumbled inwardly. Yet even though he knew these actions weren't his own, to Tsunade, whether past or present, he was the same person. He could only swallow this bitter pill in silence. After a long moment of deep thought, Uchiha Haiyan finally sighed heavily, shaking his head with a tone full of weariness and resignation. To be honest, I never truly wanted to treat you that way. Even if you couldn't understand my marrying into the Senju family. For me, it was actually a form of liberation, an escape from a vortex of bullying and neglect. Chapter 113. A stirring within, and then? Tsunade listened intently. This was the first time the two of them were opening up to each other, truly heart to heart, while both fully conscious. If you really felt that way then, why did you say such cruel and heartless things back then? At her follow-up question, Uchiha Haiyan heaved another deep sigh, his expression now tinged with profound melancholy. You must have heard I was never welcomed within the Uchiha clan. In fact, I was little more than a punching bag. My role was to serve as an outlet for the frustrations of the clan's so-called prodigies. A bitter smile touched his lips as he continued. Upon discovering my engagement to the Hand family, I was initially filled with elation. However, that very night, my so-called father, the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shimizu, sought me out under the cover of darkness and issued a stern warning. Should I fail to comply with his directives, he would expunge my name from the family registry and the summoning scrolls. Expunged? A flicker of astonishment crossed Tsunade's eyes as she turned to Uchiha Haiyan, her gaze brimming with pity and concern. She understood all too well the grave implications of such a fate within the Uchiha clan. For other families, being disowned might simply mean the loss of talent and heritage, with life itself remaining unthreatened. Yet, in the Uchiha family, to be disowned signified a complete erasure from existence. A total obliteration at the hands of one's kin. Indeed, it was hard to fathom such words emanating from a father. Uchiha Haiyan nodded silently, forcing a smile as he spoke. At that time, I was timid and cowardly, compelled to heed Uchiha Shimizu's commands, which inadvertently caused you harm. Yet, I never wished to hurt you. It was only until recently that I was struck unconscious. Reflecting on his predicament, Uchiha Haiyan felt that the notion of being knocked out was more believable than the fanciful idea of amnesia. Knocked out. Tsunade, clearly unaware of the full circumstances, suddenly grew serious, her expression shifting dramatically. Who did this? I do not know, Uchiha Haiyan replied earnestly, shaking his head in affirmation. However, upon regaining consciousness, I found myself still being bullied by those from the Uchiha clan. In that moment, a sudden desire to resist surged within me, and I acted upon it. Hearing this, Tsunade's face was painted with sorrow. She had never imagined that Uchiha Haiyan's childhood could be so fraught with suffering. It was a bleak existence marked by torment. And the fact that he had not succumbed to madness amidst such cruelty was a rare miracle. Contemplating this, Tsunade bit her lip and took a deep breath, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in her heart, as if a great stone had lodged itself within her chest, causing her discomfort. What about you at that time? Tsunade opened her mouth, eager to finish her thought, yet found herself unable to utter a single word upon gazing at Uchiha Haiyan's face. After I began to resist, I realized those bullies were not as formidable as they seemed. They merely relied on my long-standing timidity and reluctance to fight back. Once I began to push back, they discovered they were no match for me, and one by one, they fled home in tears. Pausing briefly, Uchiha Haiyan continued nonchalantly. Thus, from that day forward, I vowed to never again be manipulated or controlled by anyone. I resolved to act according to my own will. If I did not wish to harm you, I would not. and I refused to continue obeying Uchiha Shimizu's orders, hence I would naturally oppose him. Has he not sought you out since then? Tsunade, having absorbed the entirety of his account, could not help but inquire. For a man like my father, who possesses an insatiable desire for control, the fact that I, a mere failure, slipped from his grasp would undoubtedly provoke his wrath, leading him to confront me, naturally when you are absent. Uchiha Haiyan remarked, his tone laced with unmasked derision. He demanded that I sever the amicable ties between your Senju clan and the third Hokage, thereby creating opportunities for the Uchiha family. Did you acquiesce to his demands? Tsunade asked, unable to suppress her curiosity, though she had already surmised what Uchiha Haiyan's answer would be. Naturally, he nodded, anguish evident in his eyes. Had I refused, you would likely not see me here today. As I am now, I am far from being his equal. Unless one day I surpass him, I must continue to tread carefully beneath his shadow. Yet, I have not observed any actions on your part to sever the relationship between the Senju clan and the third Hokage. Are you certain he will not come after you again? Tsunade inhaled deeply, her concerns spilling forth. He will certainly return, but he will choose a time when either you or the third Hokage is absent, as he is acutely aware that the third Hokage has likely dispatched someone to keep watch over him. Thus he will refrain from rash actions. Uchiha Haiyan glanced in Tsunade's direction, then wiped his face with determination, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a seemingly relaxed tone. Perhaps for you, this period may not seem significant, but for me, it is indeed a crucial opportunity for survival. Uchiha Haiyan continued earnestly. If I do not enhance my abilities in the near future, my only hope of preserving my life during the inevitable wrath of Uchiha Shimizu will rest upon you or the third Hokage. He sighed, a hint of resignation on his features, shrugging his shoulders while shaking his head. However, if you both are absent, I must possess the strength to defend myself, or at the very least, the ability to flee. Chapter 114. Tsunade falls ill. Upon hearing this, Tsunade fell into a profound silence. She was already aware of Uchiha Shimizu's visit to Uchiha Haiyan, yet her thoughts had centered more on how Uchiha Haiyan might exploit the situation rather than on the helplessness and indignation he must have felt at that time. As she reflected, a wave of shame and turmoil washed over Tsunade's face. Had she been more attentive initially, perhaps these events could have been averted. Regrettably, she had shamefully overlooked them. Had it not been for this oversight, Uchiha Haiyan would not have been subjected to further bullying by Uchiha Shimizu. Unable even to catch his breath, clenching her fists instinctively, Tsunade's eyes brimmed with remorse. Hindsight is indeed a costly lesson. At this juncture, Tsunade once again felt the weight of her earlier helplessness and regret. Ding! Just then, a familiar electronic synthesized voice echoed in Uchiha Haiyan's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully increased the target character Tsunade's favorability by 10. Current success rate of engagement stands at 50. We hope the host will continue to strive. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Haiyan felt a rush of excitement. Yet after waiting what felt like an eternity, he was met with silence from the system, leaving him bewildered and blinking in confusion. Is that it? What the? Was it not stated that each time one unlocks favorability, they would learn a new skill related to the character? Why was there no such reward this time? Could it be that this wretched system has encountered a bug? Uchiha Haiyan mused inwardly, unable to suppress his speculations. As if reading his thoughts, the system promptly responded. Due to the system undergoing an upgrade, all rewards will be temporarily withheld. The completion of the upgrade is expected in approximately 10 days. Approximately, Uchiha Haiyan's heart was a tumultuous whirlwind, as if a verdant meadow lay atop his head, while countless alpacas galloped through the depths of his mind. What does it truly mean to be vague? Does this flawed system even possess the capability for transformation? Uchiha Haiyan expressed his profound sense of despair. Can't you provide me with a definitive answer? 10 days. The system responded succinctly yet powerfully. Very well. Upon hearing the system's reply, Uchiha Haiyan could not help but wipe his face with a vigorous motion, nodding in acceptance of his fate. The system upgrade was an irresistible force governed by Murphy's Law. Perhaps even the system could not reverse such a power. Given this reality, resignation seemed to be the only viable option. Sigh. When will I ever surpass Uchiha water pattern? Uchiha Haiyan pondered with a sense of helplessness. Perhaps due to the late-night heart-to-heart conversation from the previous evening, Tsunade had caught a slight cold by morning, exhibiting symptoms akin to a severe illness. Are you all right? Let me check your temperature. If there's anything you desire to eat, just let me know, and I will certainly find a way to procure it for you. Uchiha Haiyan gazed at Tsunade's pallid complexion with concern, his eyes filled with regret. Had I known it would turn out this way, I should have refrained from taking you to the balcony for dinner last night. It would have been far better to enjoy a meal at home than to endure this discomfort now. I am fine. Tsunade, noticing Uchiha Haiyan's guilty expression, shook her head and reached out to pat his arm, managing a faint smile despite her weakness. I only have a stomachache and feel a bit unwell. I happened to catch a chill last night, resulting in a headache and fever, but I should recover in a couple of days. It's nothing serious. That simply won't do. Upon hearing Tsunade dismiss the gravity of her condition, Uchiha Haiyan shook his head in disagreement, furrowing his brow as he spoke. No wonder you catch colds and fevers so easily. It's because you neglect your health. I must emphasize that now that I am back. You must take care of yourself. Uchiha Haiyan stood and retrieved a cup of warm water from the living room, unceremoniously placing it in Tsunade's hands. Drink a few sips to warm your stomach. I will prepare breakfast for you now. Very well. Witnessing Uchiha Haiyan's insistence, Tsunade felt an unexpected flutter in her heart, as if a young deer were bounding within her chest. Half an hour later, Uchiha Haiyan entered carefully, holding a bowl of sweet glutinous rice dumplings. Tsunade could already smell the fragrant aroma from afar, stirring her appetite. Be careful. As Uchiha Haiyan stepped inside, he noticed Tsunade attempting to rise, and promptly set the bowl aside, placing a large soft pillow behind her before gently pushing her back onto the bed. Now that you are unwell, you must behave like a patient, rest well in bed for a couple of days, and do not continue to neglect your health. As Uchiha Haiyan spoke, he carefully scooped the red bean glutinous rice dumplings with a spoon, blowing on them to cool before offering them to Tsunade. Since you are sick, you cannot eat anything too hot, nor should you consume anything cold. Warm food is best for your body. While you may disregard your health, I care for you. For my sake, you must take good care of yourself. After a pause, Uchiha Haiyan's concern was evident on his face as he continued. The brown sugar combined with ginger can effectively alleviate your stomachache, and the ginger will help dispel the cold within your body. I made ginger candy for you earlier. It may be a bit spicy, but it is best to consume some in this particular situation. All right, I understand. As Tsunade opened her mouth to eat a piece of the sweet glutinous rice dumpling, she found it delightfully chewy and soft, immensely satisfying. Chapter 115, The Stirring of the Heart. Perhaps due to the brown sugar or her joyful mood, after finishing the dumplings, her spirits lifted significantly, as if a warm current flowed through her body, enveloping her in comfort. Open wide. Just as Tsunade was lost in her thoughts, a familiar voice broke through her reverie. Instinctively, she opened her mouth, and a cool candy was placed inside. What is this? Tsunade blinked in confusion, sensing that the candy was sweet yet slightly spicy, a peculiar mixture of flavors. This is the ginger candy I mentioned earlier. It might be a bit spicy, but I hope you can endure it. I will improve the recipe next time to eliminate the spiciness entirely, Uchiha Haiyan said earnestly. No. However, Tsunade shook her head, a faint smile gracing her lips, appearing utterly delighted. What? Uchiha Haiyan was momentarily taken aback, regarding her with curiosity. I meant to say that your ginger candy is very sweet, and the hint of spiciness actually balances the sweetness. I find it quite delicious and see no need for further adjustments, Tsunade explained seriously. Really? Upon hearing Tsunade's response, Uchiha Haiyan smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling with unrestrained joy. That is splendid. After you finish this piece of candy, make sure to rest. I won't intrude upon your recovery any longer. I will step out to see if there are any tasty treats at the morning market to bring back for you. All right. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Make sure to lie down and rest properly. Uchiha Haiyan stood up, tucking the blanket around Tsunade with care, still somewhat worried as he reiterated his advice. Yes, I understand. Tsunade nodded again, assuring him that she would not intentionally disregard her health. After witnessing her resolve, Uchiha Haiyan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He turned, donned his coat, and stepped outside. Hey! Just as he reached the entrance of the market, he heard a familiar voice call from behind. Turning, he saw Uchiha Mikoto approaching. I wondered why you hadn't been out these past few days. What have you been up to? Uchiha Mikoto circled around Uchiha Haiyan curiously before finally inquiring. Tsunade has been feeling a bit under the weather lately, so I've been staying home to keep her company, Uchiha Haiyan explained simply. Is she better now? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto pouted, appearing somewhat displeased with Uchiha Haiyan's attentive care towards Tsunade. Not quite. but at least she is much improved compared to before. Uchiha Haiyan shook his head, seemingly oblivious to Mikoto's expression as he continued. I plan to buy some groceries and prepare a delicious meal for her. I want some too. Mikoto's eyes lit up at this, and she quickly jumped up and down, eager to partake in the feast. Why on earth would you compete with a patient for food? Upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Haiyan couldn't help but roll his eyes in annoyance, casting a sidelong glance at Uchiha Mikoto before continuing. Competing for food with an invalid is an unethical act. If you truly wish to eat, wait until Tsunade recovers in a few days, and I shall invite you over for a meal. Who needs your invitation? Humph. My market is thriving, and I certainly don't require your hospitality. The number of people eager to treat me to a meal is enough to stretch from this side of the street to the other. Uchiha Mikoto haughtily turned her head away, letting out a dismissive snort before striding off, completely ignoring Uchiha Haiyan's bewildered expression behind her. What is this girl up to? Uchiha Haiyan shook his head in exasperation, utterly at a loss for words. To be honest, his heart brimmed with contradictions regarding this little girl who had been tormenting him since his arrival. Yet, if faced with a choice between Tsunade and Uchiha Mikoto, he would undoubtedly choose the mature and developed Tsunade over the young girl. After all, he was not a so-called lowly enthusiast. Uchiha Haiyan shrugged his shoulders in resignation, his hands open in a gesture of helplessness. Sometimes, being exceptionally handsome is indeed a burden, he mused. Upon returning home after grocery shopping, Uchiha Haiyan discovered that Tsunade was inexplicably absent. What is going on? Wasn't she repeatedly instructed to stay indoors? His brows furrowed tightly as a grave expression filled his eyes, clearly displeased with the situation. Just then, the sound of keys jingling at the door reached his ears, followed by Tsunade's voice. Uchiha Haiyan, have you returned? Yes, he nodded, crossing his arms over his chest and directing a stern gaze at Tsunade. I specifically told you to rest at home. What have you been doing? Kakashi came to find me, saying the third Hokage needed to discuss something with me. Tsunade explained simply, followed by a bout of coughing. As the saying goes, physicians should not treat themselves. Although you are a doctor, your body is protesting, rendering you incapable of healing yourself. You must obediently rest and allow your immune system to function, yet here you are, dressed so lightly and running about outside. Do you think your illness is not severe enough? Uchiha Haiyan frowned, clearly displeased. Nevertheless, his actions remained tender as he gently embraced Tsunade. Upon feeling her feverish temperature, his expression shifted dramatically, and without further ado, he swept her into a princess carry, returning her to the bedroom amidst her surprised exclamations. Rest well. If the third Hokage requires anything further, tell him you are unwell and cannot attend. What a joke. Is there no one else in Konoha besides you? Chapter 116. The furious Uchiha Haiyan. As Uchiha Haiyan spoke, a hint of irritation colored his tone. I truly do not understand what the third Hokage is constantly pestering you for. You are merely a support doctor, yet instead of seeking out Orochimaru or Jiraiya, he chooses to bother you, perhaps thinking you are easy to manipulate? Tsunade, seemingly aware of her wrongdoing, sat quietly like a quail, burying her head in her arm, not uttering a word. You should rest properly. Ideally, sleep for a while. Your condition should improve significantly. I will wake you for lunch. After saying this, Uchiha Haiyan quietly shut the door and glanced toward the kitchen, hesitating for a couple of seconds before ultimately deciding to leave the house and head to the third Hokage's office. 5 minutes later, as Uchiha Haiyan entered the office, he found the third Hokage preoccupied with some task, seemingly having anticipated his arrival. Well, look who's back, he commented, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Do you think I have nothing better to do than to let you loiter around my office? Hearing this dismissive tone, Uchiha Haiyan rolled his eyes in irritation. If it weren't for you insisting that Kakashi drag my wife out of bed, I wouldn't have to be here seeking an explanation, would I? The third Hokage stared at Uchiha Haiyan in disbelief, his mouth twitching as he struggled to find words. I merely asked Tsunade to come over to discuss a matter. There's no need for such a dramatic reaction. Anyone would think something serious had occurred. Of course it is serious. Uchiha Haiyan crossed his arms, his gaze piercing as he declared. Do you know that my wife was exposed to the wind last night and has been feverish since? Haven't you heard of the principle that doctors should not treat themselves? You can summon her to assist others when they are ill, yet when she is sick, she must endure alone. Is it amusing to you to have her running back and forth in this state? Cough, cough. It's merely a slight cold and fever. It's not a grave matter. The third Hokage attempted to explain, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Uchiha Haiyan let out a cold laugh, casting a condescending glance at the third Hokage. If that is your stance, then the next time someone falls ill, I will do everything in my power to prevent Tsunade from treating you. You should experience that discomfort for yourself. The third Hokage began to cough violently, opening his mouth as if to explain, but ultimately fell silent. Until my wife recovers, you may bring any matters to me, and I will relay them to her. However, if I find out you have been sneaking around, dragging her away, I will not hesitate to destroy your office. Uchiha Haiyan warned, glaring fiercely at the third Hokage before turning on his heel and slamming the door behind him. The third Hokage watched Uchiha Haiyan's furious exit, instinctively biting his lip, filled with a myriad of emotions. I never imagined that Uchiha Haiyan would become such a devoted husband. Indeed, Kakashi remarked, having descended from the rooftop, his expression equally complex. But if that is the case, I feel much more at ease. The third Hokage smiled, his demeanor calm. During this period, I have harbored considerable doubts regarding the notable changes in Uchiha Haiyan. I pondered whether he had devised some plan or was being particularly cautious. However, it now appears that he has merely awakened from a state of oblivion. It seems that, at times, a significant blow can lead a person to a profound understanding of their true aspirations. Kakashi, casting a glance toward the third Hokage, refrained from voicing any thoughts. What have you been up to? Inquired Tsunade, as Uchiha Haiyan entered the room, carrying a platter of dishes. She propped herself against the soft backdrop. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at him, blinking her eyes. I detect a familiar scent emanating from you. Have you been to see the third Hokage? Indeed. Uchiha Haiyan replied, acknowledging the revelation with a calm nod, confirming that he had indeed sought out the third Hokage for a confrontation. I prepared a light meal for you at noon. We'll indulge in something more sumptuous for dinner. After you finish your meal, take a moment to rest. If you feel unwell, just call for me, and I shall hear you. Very well. Tsunade observed the abundant array of dishes, a slight upward curl at the corners of her mouth betraying her excitement, though she restrained the urge to express her joy, maintaining an air of composure as she nodded. Once Tsunade acquiesced, Uchiha Haiyan exited the bedroom to the living room, where he consumed the remaining dumplings and leftovers from lunch. Tsunade, witnessing this scene, was enveloped in a complex array of emotions, feeling an inexplicable flutter in her heart, a sensation that had seemingly vanished for an extended period. It was the first time she experienced such feelings, accompanied by a hint of exhilaration and a touch of melancholy. She could not decipher the nature of this sentiment, only able to describe it as intricate and contradictory. After several days of being subdued by Uchiha Haiyan, Tsunade finally felt assured that she would not experience any further fever. Uchiha Haiyan then nodded, permitting her to rise, dress, and take a brief stroll in the courtyard, under the strict condition that she would not return too late. The rules were indeed quite stringent. Chapter 117. Affection surpasses the passing mark, sighing heavily as she watched Uchiha Haiyan retreat into the kitchen. Tsunade could not help but shake her head, her heart brimming with deep emotion. If I hadn't seen you today, I might have thought you were locked away by Uchiha Haiyan. At that moment, Kakashi's voice, tinged with amusement, echoed from nearby. Leave me be. Tsunade rolled her eyes dramatically, crossing her arms in displeasure. How was I to know that a mere cold would elicit such a grand response from him? One might assume I was afflicted with some incurable disease. Kakashi chuckled at her lamentations, shaking his head in resignation. It was indeed my first time witnessing Uchiha Haiyan in such a vulnerable state. I was genuinely surprised he dared to pound the table in front of the third Hokage. He actually went through with it? Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Kakashi, instinctively biting her lip. Certainly. Uchiha Haiyan has now garnered quite a reputation in our village, Kakashi replied with a knowing nod. Tsunade, upon hearing Kakashi's teasing remarks, opened her mouth, unsure of how to respond, wishing to unleash her frustration upon the insufferable man. Just then, a familiar voice, laced with a hint of menace, interrupted. What are you doing back again? Kakashi, did I not make it clear that I would not allow Tsunade to join you in your reckless antics until she has recovered? Uchiha Haiyan glowered at Kakashi, his brow furrowed in disapproval. I believe Tsunade's illness should have long since passed. She has been at home for 6 or 7 days. Kakashi replied, glancing back at Uchiha Haiyan. While Tsunade may no longer have a fever, one cannot deny that her body has not yet returned to its prime. So we must exercise caution, Uchiha Haiyan asserted with a serious demeanor. Kakashi, taken aback by Uchiha Haiyan's fervor, rubbed his face vigorously, shaking his head. I'm at a loss here. What's wrong? Uchiha Haiyan inquired. His curiosity piqued as he observed the exchange between Kakashi and Tsunade. Suspecting that Kakashi's comment had been influenced by Tsunade's input. Realizing this, Uchiha Haiyan's expression darkened, his mood evidently sour. Go on. You are neither helpful nor welcome here. Just vanish. Tsunade, feeling exasperated, rolled her eyes and scrutinized Kakashi before offering an explanation to Uchiha Haiyan. I merely wish to step outside for some fresh air, as I feel significantly better. There is no ulterior motive. If that is the case, then splendid. Let us not forget that there is still a nutritious dinner awaiting us this evening. Uchiha Haiyan responded, visibly pleased. Before returning to the kitchen to immerse himself in culinary pursuits aimed at enhancing health, Tsunade watched his retreating figure with a mix of exasperation and silence. Unable to articulate her thoughts, she sighed heavily and shook her head. It was then that Kakashi, standing nearby as if a mere statue, commented, I must say, Uchiha Haiyan treats you quite well. I've rarely seen anyone display such concern for you, or anyone, for that matter. His care for you surpasses his self-interest. Kakashi paused, glancing at Tsunade, and continued with a meaningful tone, I am certain your significance in his heart far exceeds your feelings for him. Tsunade, taken aback by Kakashi's words, momentarily froze, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward the kitchen, lost in contemplation. Kakashi, noticing her silence, patted his sleeves and departed without leaving a trace. Oh, the results of casually perusing that little magazine are truly remarkable. Kakashi mused inwardly. Meanwhile, Tsunade, reflecting on Kakashi's earlier remarks, fell into a reverie, her mind racing with thoughts. Indeed, there was a certain truth to his words, and upon introspection, she found herself in agreement. As Tsunade silently cast a glance towards the kitchen door, a faint, bittersweet smile graced her lips, leaving one to ponder the thoughts swirling within her mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Haiyan was diligently toiling away in the kitchen when he suddenly received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully gained favor with your target, Tsunade. Her affection has increased by 10, now surpassing the 60 mark. We hope you will continue your efforts. Taken aback by the unexpected message, Uchiha Haiyan's lips broke into a radiant smile. It seemed that he was not far from achieving his goal of fully winning Tsunade's affection. If he maintained his current pace and continued steadily, it was likely that by the end of the month, he would completely fill her affection meter. The mere thought of it sparked a hint of excitement within him. Once Tsunade fully recovered, Uchiha Haiyan could not possibly confine her to the house. Naturally, this would also facilitate the restoration of her correspondence with the third Hokage. Although he was quite curious about the secrets shared between Tsunade and the third Hokage, Uchiha Haiyan understood that some matters were beyond his current level of comprehension. He was well aware that as his strength increased to a sufficient level, even the third Hokage would not be able to completely disregard him. While Uchiha Haiyan was lost in thought, Tsunade suddenly entered the room, a cheerful expression illuminating her face as she addressed him. Do you have time today? Would you like to join me for an outing to the countryside? I suspect that after spending so much time at home, you're likely growing bored. It was rare to hear Tsunade speak in such a teasing manner. Of course, Uchiha Haiyan was momentarily taken aback by her unusual words, but his face soon radiated a brilliant smile as he eagerly nodded. Whenever you seek me out, I will always make time, regardless of what I am doing. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade's face flushed crimson, and though she opened her mouth as if to speak, she ultimately held back, casting a fleeting glance towards him, her eyes glistening with a hint of moisture. After preparing the bento and gathering all necessary items, Uchiha Haiyan set off with Tsunade, their hands entwined as they strolled across the lush green fields. Breathing in the fresh air, their spirits felt lighter, as if they were becoming one with nature. However, just then, an alarm bell rang in Uchiha Haiyan's mind, prompting him to instinctively leap to the side as a dart, glowing with a faint blue light, whizzed past him. Simultaneously, Tsunade sensed the impending danger, her expression shifting as she prepared to retaliate, only to be stopped by Uchiha Haiyan. Do not touch those darts. I just realized they are likely coated with a certain toxin. A careless move could be fatal. Uchiha Haiyan warned, his expression grave. What? Tsunade gasped, her heart racing, and she quickly nodded in understanding. Then you must also be careful, she urged, unable to suppress her concern. I will. Uchiha Haiyan assured her confidently. In the next moment, a pale blue mist abruptly enveloped the previously clear sky, gradually shrouding the entire meadow. It seemed that the mist was yet another ploy from the Mist Village. Uchiha Haiyan's heart sank at the sight of the familiar veil, and he heightened his awareness, ready to assess his surroundings. As he anticipated, the air was pierced by a series of swift sounds, followed by a faint explosive noise. Instinctively, he turned his head, narrowly avoiding a barrage of small darts that landed with a dull thud on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that these darts were indeed stained with a pale blue substance. Uncertain whether it was a toxin or something else, it was best to avoid contact altogether. Suddenly, a startled cry erupted from Tsunade's direction. Uchiha Haiyan's heart raced as he rushed to her side. The surrounding mist seemed to retreat as if it possessed its own life force, allowing sunlight to gradually illuminate the space around them. At that moment, the mysterious assailants finally revealed themselves, standing before Uchiha Haiyan. "Who are you?" he demanded, positioning himself protectively in front of Tsunade, his gaze icy. "You must be Uchiha Haiyan." The leader sneered, condescension dripping from his voice. "I do not know what my master intends with you, but if you come with us, we shall spare her today." With a dismissive wave towards Tsunade, he continued, "However, if you refuse, we will certainly kill her right before your eyes." "Are you threatening me?" Uchiha Haiyan's eyes narrowed dangerously, his tone cold and deliberate. "Even if you are, what can you do with your meager skills? Anyone can defeat you, save for those worthless fools." The leader's gaze was filled with disdain as he regarded Uchiha Haiyan, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Is that so?" Uchiha Haiyan retorted with a scoff. "Then by all means, feel free to try." "Fool." The leader's expression twisted into a mocking smile, filled with arrogance. "You will soon recognize your own inadequacies." As he spoke, the mysterious figure launched himself like a cannonball towards Uchiha Haiyan, closing the distance in an instant. Yet, Uchiha Haiyan remained steadfast, resolutely guarding Tsunade without yielding an inch. Pathetic. Just then, Uchiha Haiyan heard the derisive laughter of his opponent, who then drew a kunai, seemingly intent on piercing Uchiha Haiyan's abdomen. "Here it comes," Uchiha Haiyan thought, his senses sharpening at the sight of the approaching attack. In that fleeting moment, he grasped the kunai firmly just as it was about to penetrate him. Remarkable strength, he mused, recognizing that Tsunade's formidable power was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Even this mysterious attacker proved no exception. Uchiha Haiyan felt a surge of confidence, knowing that Tsunade had already reached out for assistance from the Leaf Village. All he needed to do was hold on until help arrived. Uchiha Haiyan resolutely declared. Chapter 119, Standing in Front of the Blade. Just as the mysterious figure and Uchiha Haiyan were entangled in combat, Kakashi, Orochimaru, and others had already arrived and were immediately thrust into battle. By the time the mysterious figure realized the situation, nearly all of his subordinates had been captured by Kakashi and the others. "You are deliberately stalling for time." The mysterious figure glared angrily at Uchiha Haiyan, his eyes blazing with fury. "Indeed, I am stalling for time. What of it? You have already fallen for my trap," Uchiha Haiyan replied, feeling a sense of relief as he saw Kakashi and Orochimaru had arrived. A slight smile crept upon his face as he looked in the direction of the mysterious figure, laced with mockery. "After all, unlike you, I do not look down on others or treat my father with disdain. Rest assured, I will approach you with utmost diligence, employing every method at my disposal." "Damn it." Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words, the mysterious figure erupted with rage, a fleeting chill flashing in his eyes. Noticing Tsunade, whom Uchiha Haiyan was protecting, he unleashed all his strength, hurling the kunai in his hand towards her with the swiftness of a released arrow. "What?" Kakashi and Orochimaru, realizing the mysterious figure's intent, attempted to intervene and save Tsunade. However, the speed of the mysterious figure's attack was astonishingly rapid, leaving them no time to reach her. Even Tsunade instinctively closed her eyes, yet in the following moment, she felt no dull pain. When she opened her eyes, she found Uchiha Haiyan's body arched around her, and the kunai had embedded itself in his back, blood gushing forth. "You." Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Uchiha Haiyan, filled with shock and confusion. "Are you foolish?" After regaining her composure, Tsunade forcefully patted Uchiha Haiyan's shoulder, angrily exclaiming, "Even if I were injured, I could have dodged that attack. I was merely worried." Uchiha Haiyan smiled weakly, his vision dimming from blood loss. Yet he still managed to explain, "I was just concerned." Observing Uchiha Haiyan's weak appearance, Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically. She began to channel clusters of green chakra into him, as if she were throwing caution to the wind. "Do not fear, I will be fine." Uchiha Haiyan, wiping the blood from his right hand until it was clean, extended it to grasp Tsunade's left hand, halting her frantic chakra infusion. He spoke softly, "I will only sleep for 2 or 3 days. Do not worry, at least when I awaken, I want to see you in good health." After uttering these words, Uchiha Haiyan seemed to succumb to his exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground with a dull thud. As he lay in slumber, he perceived a buzzing sound near his ears, akin to that of bees. When he finally opened his eyes out of impatience, he saw Tsunade's face, which had grown quite haggard. Upon noticing his awakening, she burst into tears of joy. "You are finally awake. What happened to you? I specifically instructed you to rest well before I fell asleep. Do not forget you have just recovered from an illness. You must take care of yourself and avoid falling ill again." Uchiha Haiyan furrowed his brow, gazing at Tsunade with concern as he admonished her. "You foolish one, if I hadn't been here, you might not have returned this time." Tsunade bit her lip, nearly wishing to slap Uchiha Haiyan on the head, but fearing that any sudden movement would aggravate his wound, she repressed her urge and gritted her teeth. "Is that so? I thought it was nothing serious," Uchiha Haiyan replied, realization dawning upon him as he nodded. A faint smile graced his lips as he pulled Tsunade into his embrace, soothing her with, "See, I am not gravely harmed. Rest assured, everything will be fine." "Humph," Tsunade huffed in response, turning her head away and casting a glare at the protagonist in silence. Just then, the system, which had been absent for several days, made its reappearance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully surpassing a 70 attraction level, now unlocking the attraction task column. However, this so-called task column was currently inaccessible to Uchiha Haiyan, as the system was undergoing an upgrade, temporarily halting all its functions. In other words, he could not view this task column at present. How frustrating! Uchiha Haiyan thought to himself, feeling an inexplicable sense of misfortune. After receiving Tsunade's attentive care, within a few days, Uchiha Haiyan, the seemingly indomitable survivor, re-emerged, lively and vibrant, back in the sight of everyone. Early that morning, taking advantage of Tsunade's absence, Uchiha Haiyan made his way to the office of the third Hokage. "Are you feeling better?" The third Hokage inquired with a hint of concern as he looked at Uchiha Haiyan. "Yes, I am fine," Uchiha Haiyan replied, simply nodding. "What progress has been made in investigating the incident where Tsunade and I were attacked? I am certain that the assailants were targeting me. They claimed that their master wanted me to join them for some task, but did not clarify further." As he spoke, Uchiha Haiyan's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes reflecting seriousness and gravity. "This is the kind of information Kakashi managed to extract. You can take a look." Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words, the third Hokage paused for 2 seconds in silence, then opened a drawer, retrieving a thick stack of documents, which he laid before Uchiha Haiyan, speaking in a low voice. Seeing the substantial stack of documents, Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of surprise crossing his gaze. He had not anticipated Kakashi's effectiveness in uncovering such useful information. Chapter 120, Legends and Secrets. "Look at this large collection of documents before you," Uchiha Haiyan muttered inwardly, critiquing Kakashi as he meticulously examined each sheet. After half an hour, Uchiha Haiyan had perused the entire thick stack of documents. The third Hokage observed Uchiha Haiyan and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" "Incredible," Uchiha Haiyan responded honestly, furrowing his brow. From the information they provided, it is evident that their target was unequivocally me, with Tsunade merely an incidental figure. Yet, they offered no clues as to why they sought me. Aside from a few mentions of their master wanting me, no further useful information emerged. "Indeed," the third Hokage replied, nodding in agreement. "I have sent Kakashi to devise ways to extract information from those in the know, but success is not guaranteed. It is evident that their group displays unwavering loyalty to their so-called master." After a brief pause, the third Hokage raised his head, casting a seemingly indifferent gaze towards Uchiha Haiyan before speaking slowly. "Do you harbor any doubts or suspicions regarding certain individuals? The Mist Village has been particularly active of late. Not only have its inhabitants sought knowledge from our Leaf Village, but the majority of ninjas I have encountered recently seem to hail from the Mist Village. It is unlikely that my luck is so remarkable as to only encounter those who have defected from their village. Upon hearing these words from the third Hokage, Uchiha Haiyan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a crisp sound. After a moment, he began to speak. What intrigues me further is how the ninjas from the Mist Village appear to possess a sort of tracking system, always able to locate my precise whereabouts and launch attacks accordingly. This leads me to suspect there may be an insider within our village. As he spoke, Uchiha Haiyan turned his gaze towards the third Hokage and continued, "Surely, you, the third Hokage, must have a clearer understanding of this matter. Have you already identified a suspect?" A subtle smile graced the lips of the third Hokage at Haiyan's words, followed by a shake of his head, feigning helplessness. "Indeed, it seems I cannot hide anything from your keen perception. Rather than saying I cannot conceal it from me, it is more accurate to say I cannot conceal it from yourself." Uchiha Haiyan scoffed at the third Hokage's remark, narrowing his eyes slightly as he scrutinized the Hokage. After a moment of silence, the third Hokage sighed heavily, his demeanor reflecting a profound sense of resignation. "To be frank, there is indeed one individual who comes to mind, your father, Uchiha Shuin. And what leads you to this conclusion?" Uchiha Haiyan did not seek to contradict the third Hokage's judgment, but raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms thoughtfully as he regarded the Hokage with an expression of casual curiosity. "If you believe that Uchiha Shuin is involved, there must be a reason to suspect him, even if it is merely a motive." After Haiyan's words, the third Hokage fell silent once more and, after a brief pause, sighed heavily and shook his head, appearing to age several years in an instant. He hunched over and continued, "This matter delves into a legend." "A legend?" Uchiha Haiyan was taken aback, his expression one of confusion as he gazed at the third Hokage. His eyes filled with bewilderment. According to the legend, the Uchiha clan's underground chamber is a forbidden area, containing a massive stone tablet inscribed with the method to resurrect their founding leader. The third Hokage took a deep breath before speaking in a grave tone. "What?" Uchiha Haiyan was momentarily stunned. As someone who had once stayed up late watching the anime Naruto, he was aware of the content inscribed on the stone tablet within the Uchiha clan's underground chamber. It indeed pertained to the technique of Edo Tensei, but it seemed that the information had been tampered with, resulting in the contents being misleading. To be precise, it could not be labeled entirely false. It was more a mixture of truth and deception. Yet, how did the third Hokage come to know of this? As this thought crossed his mind, a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. "You must be curious as to how I possess this knowledge. The truth is, every Hokage throughout history has been aware of this matter, though it has never been disclosed to outsiders," the third Hokage explained with a smile, glancing at Uchiha Haiyan. "Furthermore, have you never questioned why I seem so well informed about the Uchiha clan? I assumed a Hokage should be well versed in such matters. Otherwise, how could one fulfill the role?" Uchiha Haiyan replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders and spreading his hands, exuding an air of indifference. "Setting aside the matter of the forbidden area, is this the entirety of the legend? Certainly not. There is a second part to the tale." The third Hokage gestured before continuing. "It is said that a feeble member of the Uchiha clan will appear in the realm, capable of unlocking the secrets of the stone tablet and discern the truth of Edo Tensei. This individual harbors a monumental secret, and possessing this secret grants one the power to dominate the world." As he recounted this legend, the third Hokage's gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Haiyan, scrutinizing him closely, as if contemplating any similarities between Haiyan and the figure described in the tale. Uchiha Haiyan, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. To be honest, it was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre and humorous legend. It seemed to blatantly suggest that he himself was the individual capable of perceiving the truth inscribed on the tablet. Ridiculous. If he truly possessed that ability, he would not have struggled so much to locate the forbidden technique during his last visit to the chamber. Moreover, he had even taken the time to circle around the stone tablet, yet he had discerned nothing, not even with his Sharingan activated, which had only revealed a single line of text that was indecipherable. "So, do you now suspect that I am the person from the legend who can reveal the entire contents of the tablet?" Uchiha Haiyan's lips twitched slightly, his expression one of incredulity as he regarded the third Hokage. "Not only I, but many others share the suspicion that you may indeed be that individual from the legend, which is precisely why Uchiha Shuin has taken such a keen interest in you," the third Hokage admitted, nodding calmly. "However, I now believe it is quite likely that you are not that person from the legend. That individual is a complete failure, while you are not, merely concealing your true talents." At this point, the third Hokage shrugged, a look of resignation and reflection in his eyes. "I had thought you already knew I was not the person from the legend. After all, I did see a stone tablet during my clandestine visit to the Forbidden Area, but even with my Sharingan activated, I could only make out one line of text, which I could not comprehend." Uchiha Haiyan replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders and spreading his hands, maintaining a calm demeanor. "To speak candidly, if I were aware that I could discern the specific contents inscribed on the stone tablet, you would undoubtedly believe that I would take a sheet of paper and a pen to meticulously record every word. I would then make multiple copies and disseminate them widely. I would never allow myself to become the coveted treasure that others seek to claim. Indeed, such is your character." Upon hearing this from Uchiha Haiyan, the third Hokage could not help but shake his head, filled with a myriad of emotions. "However, what you urgently need to demonstrate is that you are not the so-called fool who can decipher the method of the impure world reincarnation. In other words, you must pass the upcoming assessment and strive to achieve the rank of Chunin as swiftly as possible, thus erasing the title of useless that clings to you." Sigh. Listening to the third Hokage's words, Uchiha Haiyan could not help but wipe his face with vigor, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint, bitter smile. "I truly do not know what to say. Must these unfounded legends be attributed to an innocent person like me? Even if they were to seize me, possessing the Sharingan would not enable me to decipher what is written on that stone tablet." After saying this, Uchiha Haiyan shook his head in exasperation. "Even if I could see it, would I truly comprehend its meaning? Moreover, this hypothetical scenario is utterly unfounded. The crux of the matter is that I simply cannot see it. There is no way around it. Who compelled you to conceal your true abilities before?" The third Hokage spread his hands, adopting a posture of helplessness. Uchiha Haiyan gazed at the third Hokage in silence, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, his expression betraying a hint of annoyance. "Did you think I relished being in this position? Perhaps that is the case." The third Hokage seemed to recall something, blinking his eyes and nodding emphatically in agreement. After a pause, he spoke with a hint of concern. "As for this matter, refrain from discussing it with Tsunade for the time being. Though she and the others are aware that this situation primarily targets you, they remain oblivious to the reasons behind it. Uchiha Mizuke's will also be unaware that I have fully divulged this legend to you, so when you arrive there, you must maintain a degree of secrecy." "Understood, I will comply." After hearing the third Hokage's admonitions, Uchiha Haiyan nodded, indicating his understanding. Upon returning home, Tsunade, upon learning that Uchiha Haiyan had conferred with the third Hokage, refrained from pressing for details. Just as Uchiha Haiyan trusted her, she too was willing to place her faith in him. "Are you planning to continue staying at home for the time being?" Tsunade inquired curiously, her eyes fixed on Uchiha Haiyan. "Given that you were injured just a couple of days ago, I believe it would be prudent for you to remain at home and recuperate rather than wandering about aimlessly. While I understand that your intentions are for my well-being, if I continue to stay cooped up like this, I fear I may truly begin to grow mold." Uchiha Haiyan glanced at Tsunade, unable to contain a slight, bitter smile. "Do you recall the last time you fell ill, and I kept you at home for an entire week?" With a pause, he continued, "This time, however, I have been confined indoors for over a month. I am on the verge of suffocation." As he spoke, his tone was filled with palpable resentment. "Very well." Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's complaints, Tsunade could only nod in resignation, as she too had experienced the torment of being confined indoors and could empathize with Uchiha Haiyan's plight. "However, if you do venture out, you must first report to the third Hokage, and do not forget one crucial matter." "What is it?" Uchiha Haiyan asked, tilting his head in curiosity, his eyes filled with confusion and intrigue. "After reporting to the third Hokage, Kakashi will likely follow closely behind you, ensuring your safety, which I find quite reassuring." After a brief pause, Tsunade continued, "You must stay in close proximity to Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Niji. Do not forget that the three of you form a team." Tsunade earnestly reiterated, "Rest assured, I do not intend to take on any missions in the coming days. I plan to linger in the village for a while, allowing this situation to settle before I make my departure." Upon hearing Tsunade's advice, Uchiha Haiyan felt a warmth in his heart, and he waved his hand, reassuring Tsunade. "I see, then I will rest easy." Hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words, Tsunade felt the weight that had been lodged in her throat finally settle, and she exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over her. I would never put myself in a position to be taken hostage at such a critical juncture. I am not a delivery service, Uchiha Haiyan remarked with a smile, laced with teasing and a hint of mockery at Tsunade's worried demeanor. Haha, you have a point there. Tsunade nodded in agreement, appearing quite sincere in her understanding. Regarding the completion of tasks during this period, Uchiha Haiyan expressed considerable satisfaction. Having successfully elevated Tsunade's favor from 35 to 75 within the span of just 1 month, an unprecedented achievement in his past endeavors. It seems that my charm and wooing techniques are quite effective, Uchiha Haiyan thought to himself with a sense of pride. Although he felt slightly embarrassed about concealing the so-called legend from Tsunade, he was not foolish enough to overlook the necessity of such discretion. The more individuals who are aware, the greater the potential danger. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, it was prudent that fewer people knew. Consequently, Uchiha Haiyan refrained from divulging the legend he had learned from the third Hokage to Tsunade, silently feeling guilty as he watched her worry about his impending departure. As night fell, Uchiha Haiyan personally prepared a sumptuous dinner, and the two engaged in yet another candlelit conversation. What are your true feelings for me? Perhaps due to the effects of the wine, Tsunade's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and her eyes, slightly narrowed and misty, gazed intently at Uchiha Haiyan, filled with curiosity and confusion. Kakashi mentioned that I hold far greater significance in your heart than you do in mine, and he once asserted that I am the most important person to you. Why did you insist on taking that blow for me? As she spoke, she took another generous sip of wine. This series of revelations has left my heart in turmoil. I am uncertain how to confront you. After a pause, Tsunade did not afford Uchiha Haiyan the opportunity to respond and continued. If all goes as planned, I will soon embark on a mission, and it is very likely that we will be apart for 10 days to half a month. This may be the chance for me to thoroughly contemplate our relationship. Uchiha Haiyan gazed at Tsunade, who appeared intoxicated, instinctively taking a deep breath. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to offer some words of persuasion, yet in the end, he refrained from articulating his thoughts completely. After a moment, Uchiha Haiyan let out a faint sigh, shook his head, and downed the glass of red wine in his hand, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. What reason could there possibly be? He mused, his tone tinged with a mix of melancholy and certainty as he looked in Tsunade's direction. You are my wife, and it is the duty and responsibility of a husband to protect his wife. I cannot ascertain your feelings towards me, but I can state with conviction that I hold deep affection for you. Therefore, I am compelled to risk my life to ensure your safety, for only then can I confront my own heart. At this juncture, a glimmer of tears seemed to flicker in his eyes. However, as the inebriated Tsunade widened her gaze to scrutinize, she discovered that the fleeting tear was akin to her earlier dizziness, gone in an instant, never to reappear. The following morning, Tsunade, nursing a throbbing headache, rubbed her temples and sighed in resignation. Had she foreseen such a predicament, she would have certainly abstained from consuming so much wine the previous night. Who knew if she had let slip any indiscreet words? Tsunade reflected, overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Yet, in the next moment, her remarkable memory revealed to her a series of events that had transpired, particularly the image of Uchiha Haiyan's eyes that flashed through her mind. Taking a deep breath, she silently suppressed her tumultuous feelings, resolved to seek out the third Hokage for a mission immediately before heading out. She needed to contemplate her innermost thoughts during this brief separation. Why have you suddenly decided to seek me out for a mission? Uchiha Haiyan queried, his brow furrowed in confusion as he glanced at Uchiha Mikoto, raising an eyebrow in surprise. You should know that the third Hokage has forbidden me from leaving during this period. How did you manage to persuade him to allow us to go together? That's simple. Just grab the old man's beard, and he'll relent. Uchiha Mikoto replied with a mischievous wink, her demeanor radiating a delightful sense of pride at having discovered the third Hokage's weak spot. Ah, so that's how it is. I knew you could convince that stubborn old man to let me out. It makes sense now. Upon hearing Mikoto's words, Uchiha Haiyan nodded in understanding, a faint smile creeping onto his lips as he shook his head in a non-committal manner. I suspect the third Hokage is currently preoccupied with safeguarding his white beard. Indeed. Uchiha Mikoto shrugged, her hands spread wide, her face adorned with an unusually playful grin. Chapter 123. Embarking on a mission again, why are you two merely chatting away during the mission? Aren't you exhausted? Hyuga Niji interjected. his voice tinged with exasperation as he had been subjected to the incessant banter between Uchiha Haiyan and Mikoto since they set off. This is merely a simple task, is it not? Uchiha Mikoto waved the mission scroll in her hand, addressing Uchiha Haiyan. Let us hope so, Haiyan replied, unimpressed, shrugging his shoulders with a look that suggested he would not contest her statement. He was well aware that their previous missions often appeared straightforward, yet invariably encountered unexpected complications. Although they had successfully completed each task and returned unscathed, the lurking dangers were undeniably real. After all, this was a perilous world of ninjas, where not everything unfolded according to plan. Even if Uchiha Haiyan and his team aimed for a smooth operation, rogue ninjas could emerge from the shadows to thwart their intentions. Studying the mission details, Uchiha Haiyan noted that their task was to travel to the Land of Waves to locate a merchant named Tia and retrieve essential documents from him. Additionally, they were to inspect the cargo intended for Konoha village to ensure no discrepancies required verification. The mission also outlined a series of valuable, yet small items, along with various documents, such as supply inventories and procurement orders for ninja tools, all of which held significant importance. Should other villages gain access to Konoha's procurement records, they could deduce Konoha's supply reserves, potentially leading to unforeseen strategic maneuvers. Thus, the confidentiality of this mission was paramount. Flipping the scroll over, Uchiha Haiyan noted the bold B rank emblazoned upon it. A B rank mission, how intriguing, Uchiha Haiyan remarked, recalling that their prior assignments, whether reconnaissance or escorting merchants to the Land of Wind, had all been C rank. This B rank mission was indeed a first for his team. How about that? I'm impressive, aren't I? I managed to secure a B rank mission. This time, we can truly showcase our abilities. In contrast to Uchiha Haiyan's contemplation of the mission's implications, Uchiha Mikoto seemed blissfully oblivious to any lurking dangers, exuding excitement akin to a young lady anticipating a spring outing. She remained unconcerned about the potential risks, convinced that no task in the world could challenge her capabilities. Indeed, as a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Mikoto's confidence was boundless. Sighing, Uchiha Haiyan found himself at a loss for words, unsure if he should consider her overly confident or simply naive, utterly dismissing any notion of danger. Did she truly believe herself to be akin to Uchiha Madara, that legendary warlord of the Warring States period? Their trio, while seemingly captivating due to the notable statuses of its members, was acutely aware that, against formidable adversaries, even an ordinary merchant could pose a significant challenge. Uchiha Haiyan lamented the lack of experience they possessed. Once he honed his skills further and fully awakened his Sharingan, he could easily dispatch their foes with a mere Susanoo. However, at present, their trio was ill-equipped for anything beyond tackling rogue ninjas or lower-ranked ninja from other villages. Once they left the safety of their village, they could not afford to act as if they were still within its confines, for who knew what rogue ninjas might be lurking nearby. Uchiha Haiyan muttered irritably towards Uchiha Mikoto, fully aware of the girl's unreliability. Although Niji was typically reticent, his vigilance remained remarkably high, bolstered by his Byakugan, which provided him with a profound sense of security. In contrast, Uchiha Mikoto was indeed a spirited individual, often letting loose every time she ventured beyond the village. However, Uchiha Haiyan could empathize. This young lady had been cooped up at the Uchiha clan stronghold, and each opportunity to leave the village was a chance to indulge in frivolity. Yet, one must not overlook a critical issue. The composition of their small team was anything but simple. It comprised 2 Uchiha members and 1 from the Hyuga clan. Both Uchiha Haiyan's Sharingan and Hyuga Niji's Byakugan were coveted by many. Typically, within the confines of Konoha, those who might dare confront the Uchiha or Hyuga clans lacked the audacity. However, once the trio stepped outside the village, they could not dismiss the likelihood of encountering individuals willing to take risks for a chance at seizing an opportunity. The world of ninjas was inherently rife with deception and treachery. Many wandering ninjas lived with their lives hanging by a thread, uncertain of when they might meet their demise. This reality was well understood by all ninjas who ventured into the world, as the ninja profession was characterized by a high casualty rate. Therefore, when opportunities for gain presented themselves, rogue ninjas and defectors from various villages would act without hesitation. Uchiha Haiyan was aware that behind their trio stood a Jounin instructor to protect them, as this was a standard practice in Konoha. A Jounin leading a team of 3 genin was the norm in the village. Thus, One might ponder whether Niji regretted teaming up with these two unreliable companions. Chapter 124. Departure to the Land of Waves. Uchiha Haiyan expressed curiosity, particularly regarding their unique trio, which warranted the presence of a jounin for protection. He suspected that it would likely be Kakashi assigned to them. Otherwise, even the third Hokage would not have felt secure enough to send the three of them out of the village to undertake a mission. After all, if any of them were to suffer an unfortunate fate outside the village, it would undoubtedly incite a considerable uproar. Both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans would never permit their bloodlines to stray beyond the village, let alone perish outside its confines. This was an inviolable rule, essential for maintaining the lineage of these prestigious families. The bloodlines belonging to these two great clans were of paramount importance. Even someone like Uchiha Haiyan, who was not particularly valued within his family, was still regarded as significant solely because he bore the same blood as the Uchiha clan. However, despite this, Uchiha Haiyan often found himself feeling uneasy. The ninja world was vast, filled with hidden dangers and formidable rogue ninjas. Even an elite jounin like Kakashi might struggle against seasoned S-rank renegades. In such cases, the trio of genin would be utterly helpless. Even Kakashi might not escape unscathed. Thus, relying on oneself and exercising utmost caution was paramount. Any mission beyond the village required diligence and care. Ugh, every time we embark on a mission, you're so tedious. It's truly disheartening. Uchiha Mikoto pouted, clearly displeased with Uchiha Haiyan's admonitions. Sigh, forget I said anything. Have you prepared your supplies? Seeing the young lady on the verge of a tantrum, Uchiha Haiyan hastily shifted the subject, wishing to avoid a quarrel at such a critical juncture before their mission. Of course, I am fully prepared, Uchiha Mikoto replied, her expression brightening as she patted her ninja pouch with pride. I brought magazines to pass the time. Some honey candies for the journey, and delicious little cakes I purchased yesterday at the corner store. As she spoke, she opened a corner of her ninja pouch to reveal a pink-wrapped bag, flashing a smile at Uchiha Haiyan. What do you think? Want to try some? I bought several. Hey, Uchiha Haiyan's face darkened. Is it appropriate to pack cakes and candies for a mission? Can't you be a bit more professional and act like a proper ninja? What else did you bring? Where are your ninja tools? Uchiha Haiyan's expression was one of exasperation, while Niji, though silent, appeared equally astonished by Uchiha Mikoto's antics. This Uchiha princess was indeed quite willful. What is the fuss? I packed my ninja tools as well, Uchiha Mikoto retorted, rummaging through her pouch before triumphantly pulling out a kunai and shaking it in front of Uchiha Haiyan and Niji. And what about your food pills? Uchiha Haiyan pointed to his own pouch, which was stocked with enough food pills to sustain them for 3 weeks of travel. After all, one could never predict the unexpected events that might occur during a mission, and it was entirely possible for them to face prolonged periods without resupply. Food pills were essential for replenishing a ninja's stamina, a necessary supply for any mission. However, they were known for their lackluster taste, and Uchiha Mikoto clearly had little fondness for them. Food pills. They're no match for delicious little cakes, Uchiha Mikoto scoffed, scrunching her face in distaste. I'd rather not stuff those into my pouch. You both can carry them, and I won't need any. With a forced smile directed at Uchiha Haiyan and Niji, she finally relented under Uchiha Haiyan's stern gaze and went to procure her food pills. Despite the numerous minor incidents before their mission commenced, the outcome was favorable. After Uchiha Mikoto completed her necessary preparations, the trio readied themselves to depart. The Land of Waves was not far from Konoha. It was a nation encircled by a great river, with waves serving as its emblem, and a renowned bridge situated within its borders. When Uchiha Haiyan thought of the Land of Waves, the first image that came to mind was that of the infamous rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi, and his accomplice, Haku. However, he mused, they likely would not encounter them this time. Reflecting on the information stored in his memory, he recalled that in the original timeline, Zabuza had appeared in the Land of Waves due to the machinations of certain individuals. At this current juncture, Uchiha Haiyan had no significant entanglements with Zabuza, so he felt little trepidation regarding the rogue ninja's potential presence in the Land of Waves. Nevertheless, it was prudent to remain cautious. Rogue ninjas roamed freely, and such occurrences were not uncommon. Have you been muttering to yourself this entire time? Uchiha Mikoto approached Uchiha Haiyan and inquired. She had been observing him closely, noting that he seemed lost in thought, as though every time they left the village, he feared the whole world was out to get him. Was it possible that his past experiences had led him to develop a persecution complex? Uchiha Mikoto had previously taken pleasure in bullying Uchiha Haiyan within the Uchiha clan. However, since Uchiha Haiyan underwent his transformation, such bullying diminished significantly, evolving instead into a peculiar form of camaraderie from Uchiha Mikoto. After all, for a certain young lady, her capriciousness and tsundere tendencies could be perceived as a form of affection. Indeed, if they were mere ordinary individuals, Uchiha Mikoto would scarcely cast them a glance. As they pondered their thoughts, Uchiha Haiyan admonished himself to focus on the journey ahead and not to indulge in distractions. He swatted away Uchiha Mikoto's hand as it reached for his arm, provoking her annoyance. "Oh, come now. I'm showing concern for you. Can't you muster a hint of appreciation? Are you truly expressionless?" Uchiha Mikoto pouted in irritation. Chapter 125. The Might of the Sharingan in Her Current Demeanor. Uchiha Mikoto appeared as if she would throw a tantrum unless Uchiha Haiyan offered an apology. Uchiha Haiyan felt a headache coming on. All right, I misspoke. I admit my error this time. It won't happen again," he conceded, knowing better than to oppose her. Nonetheless, he recognized that her concern was genuine, a unique manifestation of their special relationship that only Uchiha Mikoto could express. The trio from Uchiha Haiyan's group engaged in light banter as they departed the village, gradually slowing their pace only after leaving the confines of Konoha's protective perimeter. Within Konoha's boundaries, they could afford to hasten their journey, for no one among the 5 great nations dared to cause trouble within the Land of Fire. The illustrious reputation of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, loomed large within the ninja world, and his title as the god of shinobi was not merely for show. All who entered Konoha were obligated to extend basic respect. Moreover, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, remained robust and formidable. The current state of Konoha was far removed from the days when anyone could disrupt the village without consequence. Hiruzen Sarutobi, master of the 5 elemental chakra ninjutsu, was an extraordinary figure in the ninja world, renowned for his prowess. Even shadow-level ninjas would hesitate to confront the third Hokage's combined techniques, and with the now famous legendary Sannin from Konoha, no one dared to disturb the peace in the village. "Do you really think that old man, the third Hokage, is that impressive?" Uchiha Mikoto questioned skeptically, unable to perceive anything remarkable about the elder who perpetually donned a straw hat and smoked a pipe. "Is he truly a master of ninjutsu?" Uchiha Haiyan replied with exasperation, while Hinata Niji nodded in agreement, clearly having heard of the third Hokage's reputation. "Well, I still don't feel it," Uchiha Mikoto remarked, lacking any sense of the power that Uchiha Haiyan spoke of. After all, the Uchiha clan stood in direct opposition to the Hokage, and as the Uchiha clan's heiress, she was unlikely to encounter any favorable evaluations of the third Hokage. Being Hokage isn't just about strength, it's about being incomprehensibly powerful. "How can I explain this to you?" Uchiha Haiyan lamented, tugging at his hair in frustration. The disparity in strength between shadow-level ninjas and jonin was monumental, representing entirely different realms of power. Uchiha Mikoto had never witnessed such strength firsthand, and Uchiha Haiyan's words failed to convey the true magnitude of it. "So, being a master of ninjutsu means knowing a lot of techniques?" She pondered, attempting to envision the third Hokage in battle, but ultimately shook her head, unconvinced. Of course, possessing chakra of all 5 attributes means one can wield all elemental techniques with ease. Uchiha Haiyan rolled his eyes, explaining that the 5 elemental chakra corresponded to 5 elemental techniques. For ordinary ninjas, achieving proficiency in all 5 elemental ninjutsu was nearly impossible, and the ability to merge different elemental chakras to create unique effects was a hallmark of many clan bloodlines. For instance, Uchiha Mikoto, a genius of the Uchiha clan, excelled primarily in fire-release ninjutsu, aside from her Sharingan. However, she had little knowledge of water or lightning release techniques. As for Niji Hyuga, his expertise lay in the gentle fist techniques of the Hyuga clan, with minimal proficiency in other elemental ninjutsu. When comparing Uchiha Mikoto to the third Hokage, it was evident that the latter's abilities transcended mere strength. He was on an entirely different level. Yet, Uchiha Mikoto retorted, "But ninjutsu is just that, ninjutsu. The Sharingan can replicate all techniques, so how significant can it be?" She wore an innocent expression, oblivious to the terrifying implications of her words. It was fortunate for her that she belonged to the Uchiha clan. Had she been an ordinary person, Such comments would have been unthinkable. The combined ninjutsu of the third Hokage was not something the Sharingan could simply replicate, even if it could be copied. Harnessing the terrifying power of layered ninjutsu would prove exceedingly challenging. Sigh, it's futile to explain this to you. Uchiha Haiyan shook his head. Recognizing that Uchiha Mikoto's perspective epitomized the Uchiha clan's current inflated attitude, they seemed blissfully ignorant of the third Hokage's true strength as they gazed at their own crimson eyes, believing themselves invincible while looking down upon others. It was somewhat tragic for Uchiha Haiyan to reflect on this. These individuals truly dared to say anything. In the distance, Kakashi, holding a copy of Ika Paradise, leaped effortlessly among the branches, maintaining a distance from Uchiha Haiyan's trio. With his acute hearing, he could discern every sound from their group, including their discussion about the third Hokage. The Uchiha clan remains unchanged, he mused, running a hand over his covered eye, which concealed the eye that once belonged to a dear friend. That eye belonged to Uchiha Obito, the source of his reputation as a copy ninja, and it symbolized Kakashi's burden of carrying on his friend's legacy. Youth is truly a wonderful time, Kakashi observed, watching Uchiha Mikoto bicker with Uchiha Haiyan. Moments reminiscent of a distant memory of another Uchiha, forever fearless and perpetually spouting grandiose claims, never willing to concede defeat. Perhaps due to his past friendship, Kakashi held no animosity towards the Uchiha clan, though they certainly looked down upon him, a member of the once proud Hatake clan. Nonetheless, Kakashi was indifferent, possessing his own insights into the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan was proud, their very essence filled with an indomitable spirit. Chapter 126. The curious merchant. Apart from themselves and those they deemed worthy, the members of the Uchiha clan held no respect for anyone else. If the Uchiha accepted you, even if you were utterly inept, they would stubbornly believe in your potential. Conversely, if the Uchiha rejected you, no matter how grand your achievements, they would continue to look down upon you. Such was the enigmatic nature of the Uchiha clan. This can be described as a profound self-confidence, bordering on arrogance. Much like the esteemed ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, the infamous reaper of the shinobi world, and Kakashi's comrade, Uchiha Obito. This trait is evident in the two young members of the Uchiha clan before us. At this moment, Uchiha Haiyan remains oblivious to the fact that his discussion regarding the third Hokage has earned him a label characteristic of the audacious Uchiha family. Should he become aware of this, Uchiha Haiyan would undoubtedly be displeased, for the third Hokage, known for his keen observational skills, is far from naive. Unlike the oblivious members of his clan, he understands the true strength of the third Hokage, not exhibiting the same fearlessness as Uchiha Mikoto, for sometimes ignorance truly is bliss. Setting aside these musings, do any of you have thoughts regarding our mission objective? Uchiha Haiyan, eager to divert the conversation away from the strength of the Hokage, turned to Uchiha Mikoto. It feels quite similar to our previous task of escorting a merchant convoy to the Land of Wind, doesn't it? Uchiha Mikoto pondered, recalling her relatively favorable impression of merchants, particularly the rotund gentlemen from their last mission, whose demeanor had left a positive mark on her memory. However, this mission is distinctly different. Can you not perceive the disparity in the mission rank? Uchiha Haiyan remarked, retrieving the previous mission list while advancing. Glancing over the details once more. What differences are there? Uchiha Mikoto retorted defiantly. Taya, from that name, I gather it should be a female, yet there's nothing remarkable. They are all merchants. Uchiha Haiyan's attention shifted, aligning with Uchiha Mikoto's focus on the pivotal element of the mission, namely the merchant named Taya. Clearly, this is a name rather than a surname, and based on the situation, it is likely a pseudonym. According to the mission list, she should be a merchant responsible for military supplies in the village, Hinata Niji remarked without turning his head. After all, both military rations and ninja tools are critical components of the village, and the goods transported by this merchant fall under our mission's scrutiny. Hinata Niji, unlike Uchiha Mikoto, who is somewhat oblivious, possesses considerable knowledge of the village's essential industries. Uchiha Haiyan flipped to the back of the mission list, noting that prior to the mission rank designation, there was indeed a detailed inventory report, a list of items they must account for among the merchant's goods during their mission. In their haste to prepare military rations and essential ninja tools due to Uchiha Mikoto's carelessness, they had overlooked this detailed inventory report while preparing to depart the village. Now, on the road, prompted by Hinata Niji's reminder, Uchiha Haiyan revisited the inventory report on the mission list. Upon inspection, he discovered that while the quantity of items was modest, their significance was far from trivial. It included not only a substantial amount of military rations, but also ninja tools like shuriken and kunai, and even explosive tags, items not typically within the reach of an ordinary merchant. The price of explosive tags is exorbitant, and aside from legitimate ninja villages, there are few places to procure them. The power of these tags is not to be underestimated, for even a seasoned ninja caught unawares by a hidden explosive tag trap could suffer grievous harm, if not death. Uchiha Haiyan recalled from his memories of Konan from the Akatsuki, who orchestrated a massive explosion with countless explosive tags, nearly obliterating even the formidable Uchiha Obito. Thus, in this era, reminiscent of Deidara's adage, explosion is art, the value of explosive tags is undeniable. However, setting aside the explosive tags, aren't tools like kunai the responsibility of the TenTen family? Uchiha Haiyan questioned, perplexed. The TenTen family's shops are ubiquitous throughout the Land of Fire, indicating a vast industrial network. They are indeed a wealthy family. It is worth noting that the TenTen family's techniques primarily revolve around explosive ninja arts, which can be quite costly, as a single technique could bankrupt an average ninja multiple times over. Even prominent families like the Hyuga and Uchiha clans would hesitate to engage in such reckless expenditures. Can't other merchants produce ninja tools? What difference does it make? Uchiha Mikoto, for reasons unknown, harbored disdain for the affluent TenTen girl, despite their limited interactions. Each time Uchiha Haiyan mentioned TenTen, she would contradict him. It's just a bit of money. What is the big deal? They are still commoners, while we are Uchiha, she declared, puffing out her chest in a display of familial pride. Uchiha Haiyan shook his head in exasperation, wondering if she had misunderstood something. Indeed, the TenTen family is comprised of commoners, yet their widespread influence through their tool shops illustrates a significant power that cannot be overlooked. Otherwise, in the chaotic shinobi world, their shops would have long been consumed by greed. You truly have no concept of reality. Yes, they are commoners, but their wealth could easily buy off the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Haiyan retorted, albeit somewhat exaggerating the claim. However, if the TenTen family were to unleash a bounty on the Uchiha clan, it is plausible that at least half of them would perish. Chapter 127. The Explosive Tag Trap. How can you say such things? You are also part of the Uchiha family. Uchiha Mikoto exclaimed, visibly upset that Uchiha Haiyan had sided with an outsider. Even as a Uchiha, one must acknowledge the facts. One cannot speak recklessly, Uchiha Haiyan replied, raising his hands in surrender. Yet Uchiha Mikoto turned away, refusing to engage with him, clearly irritated by his previous remarks. Uchiha Haiyan, unperturbed, recognized that Uchiha Mikoto often sulked a couple of times daily. She would soon return to her usual self. The focus now remained on the task at hand. Uchiha Haiyan's thoughts shifted from kunai to the TenTen family's enterprises. Their extensive reach throughout the Land of Fire is no trivial matter. It is not merely an issue of wealth, for saying they possessed significantly more than the Uchiha would not be an exaggeration. The Uchiha clan consists of proud warriors, making it improbable for them to engage in commerce. The image of Uchiha clan members smiling and selling goods is one that Uchiha Haiyan could not even conjure in his dreams. Thus, while the Uchiha clan excels in combat, their family's economic contributions are limited to what exists within Konoha. Beyond that, they wield little influence. In contrast, the Hyuga clan, another prominent family in Konoha, is in a considerably better position, as they are divided into the main and branch families. The main family maintains combat prowess, while the branch family manages family expenditures, a practical arrangement, though the Hyuga clan lacks the capacity to extend their influence throughout the Land of Fire. Moreover, the ninja tools from the TenTen household are undoubtedly supplied to Konoha at the earliest opportunity. However, in the current mission regarding the merchant from the Land of Waves, what is the situation with the kunai and other ninja tools among the supplies he brought? It is uncertain, and it seems that the Akimichi clan is also involved in the food pill business. Hinata Niji added, while Uchiha Haiyan had little interaction with the Akimichi clan, he was certainly familiar with the renowned trio of Konoha, Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. Ino, who runs a flower shop, represented the Inuzuka, and Uchiha Haiyan found her easy to converse with. The Akimichi clan, aren't they the ones who run a barbecue restaurant? Uchiha Haiyan inquired of Hinata Niji. The Akimichi members are all quite hefty, One could say that each member is a voracious eater, relishing meat above all else. Thus, the barbecue restaurants in Konoha are predominantly operated by the Akimichi. Uchiha Haiyan had visited their barbecue restaurant a few times and found it quite economical, with generous portions at reasonable prices, though the meat was excessively greasy. While delicious, Uchiha Haiyan had only dined there a limited number of times. Barbecue is part of their industry, and they also deal in food pills. Hinata Niji remarked, turning to Uchiha Haiyan with a meaningful glance. Although Niji did not articulate it, Uchiha Haiyan understood. Niji's expression seemed to imply that given the Akimichi's fondness for hearty meals, it was no surprise they would venture into the food pill market. Isn't that rather peculiar? Niji stated in a nonchalant tone. Indeed, Uchiha Haiyan nodded, finding the Akimichi's involvement in food pills quite unsurprising. For the Akimichi, known for their hearty appetites, food pills would surely be a significant commodity. If the Akimichi didn't have their own food pill production and relied solely on external sources, even the profits from their barbecue restaurant wouldn't suffice to sustain their consumption. While food pills are not particularly expensive, the costs could accumulate astronomically with large quantities. Thus, it stands to reason that food pills must be supplied by the Akimichi within the village. After all, it would be illogical for a village to depend entirely on external sources for such strategic resources. There must be families within the village to manage it. Otherwise, during times of war, relying on outside supplies would jeopardize their livelihoods. For a village, this is absolutely untenable. Therefore, the TenTen household's ninja tool shop likely has connections to the Fire Country, as their extensive wealth is quite remarkable. While the Akimichi's food pill industry may not be as widespread as that of the TenTen, it sufficiently meets the needs of Konoha. After all, food pills are not like barbecue. Ordinary folks can consume them freely. Food pills are primarily required by ninjas during missions or in times of war, akin to military rations. Kunai, explosive tags, and food pills indicate that this merchant is not as simple as he appears. Uchiha Haiyan mused, noting that this mission was marked as B rank, clearly more demanding than the previous C rank missions, highlighting numerous discrepancies. Boom. Just as Uchiha Haiyan was pondering the details of the mission, a tremendous explosion erupted nearby, followed by Hinata Niji's warning. Be careful, it's an explosive tag trap. What? Uchiha Haiyan instinctively shifted his stance. A fierce gust of wind surged forth, and an explosion occurred less than 2 meters in front of their trio. What is happening? Uchiha Mikoto activated her Sharingan, the tomo spinning in her eyes. Unclear, be cautious. We don't know if it's targeting us. Uchiha Haiyan's tone was icy. He had just been contemplating the military supplies related to explosive tags, and now they were directly confronted by one. Had they not reacted swiftly, the three of them would surely have been blown away. It remained uncertain whether this attack was a mere coincidence, a remnant trap they stumbled into, or if it was originally intended for someone else, with them unfortunate enough to trigger it. The most perilous possibility was that the enemy who set the explosive tags was indeed targeting them. Fall back, and be on the lookout for potential enemies, Uchiha Haiyan instructed, as Niji slowly retreated, the trio forming a triangle, ensuring no hidden assailants could launch a surprise attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, sounds of swift movement emerged from the surrounding foliage, revealing a few dark figures darting past Uchiha Haiyan's group. Chapter 128. Cannon fodder? Or a test? Makoto. Niji, can you see how many there are? Uchiha Haiyan quietly asked his companions. Niji's Byakugan could perceive the chakra of opponents, while Makoto's Sharingan possessed exceptional dynamic vision, allowing her to clearly capture enemy silhouettes within visible range. As for Uchiha Haiyan's own Sharingan, it was somewhat embarrassing to mention, as his bloodline awakening was still too low. He would have to wait for Niji and Mikoto to confirm the enemy's locations and numbers before seizing the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow to an opponent. He was confident he could incapacitate anyone. I can see 3 individuals, Mikoto stated seriously. Even the usually unreliable Uchiha Mikoto adopted a serious demeanor in the face of potential combat. I haven't seen any more in the distance. But there are only 3 near us. Niji affirmed Mikoto's assessment. 3. Then let us take them out. It's a race to see who is faster. Uchiha Haiyan declared, already propelling himself forward, chakra gathering in his legs, his immense strength radiating as the ground crumbled beneath him. In an instant, he dashed toward the nearest shadow. With the enemy revealed, hesitation was no longer an option. There was no need to comprehend their motives. The only priority was to eliminate them. Setting explosive tags indicated hostility, and facing enemies required annihilation. Further investigation could wait until they were subdued. Boom. The impact of his formidable strength was immense, sending earth and debris flying through the jungle. In the blink of an eye, the dark figures encircling the protagonists, attempting to exert pressure, were drawn into the battlefield. One shadow, closest to Uchiha Haiyan, had no opportunity to draw his sword before Uchiha Haiyan struck him with a powerful punch to the chest, the sheer force almost certainly fatal. Fire style, great fire annihilation. At the same time, a voice called out, as a tremendous torrent of flames engulfed the forest, followed closely by a massive cloud of smoke and a terrifying explosion. On the other hand, although Niji appeared silent, his Bagua palm swiftly dispatched his opponents. The three shadowy figures that emerged were almost instantaneously neutralized by Uchiha Haiyan and his companions. It was all over so quickly that it seemed rather anticlimactic. Uchiha Mikoto wore an expression of dissatisfaction. With her mastery of fire release, she had cleared the battlefield effortlessly, yet the lackluster conclusion left her wanting more. It was surprising that they had been ambushed, yet their adversaries were not as formidable as they had anticipated. Uchiha Haiyan shared this sentiment. If these attackers were indeed meant to ambush them, they should have possessed adequate intelligence about the trio. However, the three shadowy figures before them bore no resemblance to anything but cannon fodder, collapsing with a single strike, even lacking the opportunity for introductions. Uchiha Haiyan was perplexed as to what these now lifeless individuals had been thinking. I suspect that their sudden appearance signifies something more profound. Perhaps it was merely a test of our capabilities, or perhaps it holds other implications. Regardless, I cannot shake the feeling that their emergence was anything but ordinary. Even if they were merely three would-be robbers, they would require a certain level of skill to engage in such a venture. Niji observed the bodies of the three men, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he began to analyze the situation. I believe you may be onto something, he remarked. Do you think it could be reminiscent of our previous encounter? Uchiha Haiyan nodded in agreement upon hearing Niji's words, and then, as if struck by an epiphany, raised an eyebrow thoughtfully and addressed Niji and Uchiha Mikoto. Do you recall what transpired the last time we escorted a merchant convoy? Are you suggesting that we have once again encountered disguised merchants? Mikoto's lips twitched in disbelief as she shot a bewildered glance in Haiyan's direction, unsure of how to respond. After a moment, the girl reluctantly voiced her thoughts. Surely our luck cannot be this dismal, encountering unexpected mishaps on every mission? Setting aside the issue of luck, when have we ever embarked on a mission without encountering unforeseen events? Uchiha Haiyan shrugged nonchalantly at Mikoto's lament, appearing remarkably composed as he replied, "It is precisely for this reason that Niji and I are thoroughly prepared." Indeed, Niji affirmed with a serious nod, his expression grave. "We have made ample preparations for this outing, ensuring we have all necessary communication devices and purchasing a variety of talismans from TenTen, which should suffice for our needs. You too." Mikoto glanced from Niji to Haiyan, her lips twitching in irritation as she opened her mouth, seemingly ready to protest. "When exactly did you go behind my back to procure these items? I didn't keep it from you. You simply weren't paying attention. I specifically mentioned it to Niji, though perhaps you didn't hear." Uchiha Haiyan blinked innocently, spreading his hands in a gesture of innocence. "Is that so?" Mikoto regarded Haiyan with skepticism. However, this revelation did alleviate some of her concerns, at least this time, even if they encountered unreliable merchants. It would not culminate in a repeat of their previous ordeal. With this thought, her heart settled back into her chest, and she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. "Niji, I will be relying on you during this period. If you find yourself fatigued, please let me know. If necessary, we can take turns keeping watch over our surroundings, but it is crucial that we maintain a sufficient reserve of chakra at all times." Chapter 129. Anxious Tsunade. Uchiha Haiyan, however, was more focused on Niji than on Mikoto's current thoughts, turning his attention to Niji with a serious admonition. "Understood." Niji nodded gravely in acknowledgement. "And what about me?" Uchiha Mikoto blinked, her expression earnest and lively as she looked at Haiyan, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Well," Uchiha Haiyan stroked his chin thoughtfully, then broke into a smile. "Your primary responsibility is to ensure Niji's safety while remaining quietly in the carriage. Please refrain from any erratic movements or impulsive actions." At this, Mikoto's enthusiasm initially peaked, But then she seemed to grasp something, furrowing her brow in indignation. She placed her hands on her hips and glared at Haiyan, her beautiful eyes wide with indignation, akin to a cat's glaring gaze, filled with complaint. Wait a moment. Your words seem to imply that I am a nuisance. I assure you, I am quite capable. All right. Uchiha Haiyan shrugged nonchalantly, hands raised in concession. I know you are quite capable. Humph. However, it was clear to anyone observing that Haiyan's demeanor suggested he did not take her words to heart. Makoto, not one to be trifled with, rolled her eyes in annoyance, casting a sideways glance at Haiyan before turning away, choosing to ignore the foolish boy. Meanwhile, in another part of Konoha, in the office of the third Hokage, Tsunade frowned with concern as she gazed at the third Hokage, her voice laden with worry. Why did you allow Uchiha Haiyan to undertake this mission? You are well aware that many ninjas have been covertly watching him lately. We must ensure his safety, otherwise, if something irreparable occurs, we will deeply regret it. Calm down. It has been quite some time since I have seen you so agitated and anxious, Tsunade. The third Hokage smiled softly, a hint of nostalgia in his gaze as he reassured her with a calm demeanor. Rest assured, I would not send Uchiha Haiyan and the others on a mission without adequate protection. I have specifically assigned Kakashi to shadow them for their safety. With Kakashi present, there should be no cause for concern. However, upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Tsunade felt a wave of relief wash over her, the tension in her chest easing as she nodded. Yet, she still expressed her lingering concerns. While I acknowledge that Kakashi is indeed reliable, as the saying goes, it is better to be cautious than to face unforeseen circumstances. After a brief pause, Tsunade continued, what if something irreversible were to happen? Do not worry. I have also dispatched Jiraiya to accompany them, ensuring their protection. Should Kakashi falter, Jiraiya, one of the legendary three, will be there as well. I have taken every precaution. There is no need for concern. The third Hokage spoke with conviction, gesturing with assurance. You have my word that there will be no issues. You can rest easy about this matter. The third Hokage observed Tsunade's worried expression and smiled gently, continuing with a meaningful tone. As the child gradually grows, one cannot stifle their development. Akin to a majestic eagle, one cannot clip its wings to prevent it from soaring. Overprotecting them to an excessive degree ultimately proves detrimental to their own growth. I understand. Tsunade, of course, recognizes the wisdom in the third Hokage's words. Yet she remains unable to entirely set her mind at ease. After all, the recent series of events has been overwhelming, unfolding in rapid succession as if each situation were hastening towards the next, leaving her to realize, only after the fact, how much has transpired in such a short span, altering her circumstances significantly. After a moment's reflection, Tsunade could not help but let out a heavy sigh, shaking her head, her tone imbued with a sense of resignation as she spoke. I acknowledge the validity of your assertion. It seems I ought to step out and engage in some activities of my own. Otherwise, my mind will be consumed by these matters, leaving no room for other considerations. Very well. The third Hokage nodded in agreement, appearing quite supportive of her decision. I believe your spirit has been excessively strained of late. Indeed, you should venture out and indulge in some work, allowing yourself to unwind. If that is the case, I shall embark on a mission over the next couple of days. Upon my return, I should be able to relax my mind. Upon hearing the third Hokage's suggestion, Tsunade nodded resolutely, affirming her decision. Very well. Why not undertake this mission alongside Orochimaru? It is an S-rank task, and you must remember to keep it confidential. Do not mention it to Uchiha Haiyan. The third Hokage, while speaking, personally retrieved a scroll from the drawer and handed it to Tsunade, his expression serious and earnest. Understood. Tsunade's expression shifted slightly, particularly upon witnessing the third Hokage's cautious demeanor. She inhaled deeply, nodding firmly to signify her understanding. How tedious. Mikoto yawned, her eyes still heavy with sleep, leaning against Uchiha Haiyan's shoulder as they continued their journey in the swaying vehicle. I recall there was mention of a merchant in our mission details. He should be waiting for us not far from the village gate. Have we traveled so far that he has left ahead of us? No worries. We have already been in contact with them. They should be just a few kilometers away from us now. If we exert ourselves tonight, we should arrive at our destination by tomorrow morning. Uchiha Haiyan smiled upon hearing Mikoto's complaint, gently ruffling her hair with a strong hand, a soft smile gracing his lips, his tone laced with warmth and affection. Very well. Mikoto did not ponder further, instinctively nodding and shifting her gaze to the unchanging forest surrounding them. What sort of creatures inhabit these woods? Mikoto rested her chin on her hands, her eyes wide with curiosity, filled with longing and hope. I wonder if I will ever have the chance to possess my own personal summoning beast. You cannot imagine how envious I felt upon learning that you have one. As Mikoto spoke, she could not help but let out a deep sigh, shaking her head, her expression reflecting a profound sense of yearning. Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise flickering in his eyes. What do you mean? What constitutes a personal summoning beast? You see, if one signs their name on the family's summoning contract, it becomes a shared summoning beast. Only a summoning beast that belongs solely to you is considered a personal summoning beast. Mikoto explained earnestly, her gaze fixed on Uchiha Haiyan. A personal summoning beast is vastly more powerful than the previous ones, as all its strength is dedicated solely to you. I see. Uchiha Haiyan nodded in comprehension, his expression thoughtful as he stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. In truth, very few individuals ever acquire their own personal summoning beast. Hinata Niji interjected, having overheard their conversation. Why is that? Uchiha Haiyan turned his head slightly, curiosity evident in his voice. As someone not originally from the Naruto world, his understanding in certain aspects was considerably less than that of others. To speak frankly, the greatest advantage Uchiha Haiyan possesses is the ability to foresee upcoming events. Yet this is limited to the first 200 episodes. The faint melancholy of recalling the 3 sleepless nights spent binge-watching the series, culminating in a tragic demise, washed over him. Alas, it seems I finally gained a semblance of fame in my previous life. Uchiha Haiyan felt an urge to adopt the legendary pose of gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle to express his sorrow. Hinata Niji, seemingly unaware of Uchiha Haiyan's inner turmoil, calmly continued to explain. First, one must earn the acknowledgement of the summoning beasts, which means possessing the appropriate strength, a stroke of luck, and ensuring that they can trust you. After a pause, Niji added, the odds of this happening are lamentably slim, almost approaching 0. Consequently, most individuals opt to become lower-ranking ninjas and, upon passing their exams, sign the family summoning contract, thereby forfeiting the last chance to acquire a personal summoning beast. I see now, no wonder. Uchiha Haiyan nodded in realization, then smiled as he added, you seem to have overlooked one possibility, like the one that pertains to me. You mean? Hinata Niji paused, blinking in surprise, his gaze lingering on Uchiha Haiyan, as if he wished to articulate something, but ultimately remained silent. Indeed, Uchiha Haiyan noticed the complexity in Niji's gaze, but felt no hint of discrimination or concern. Instead, he shrugged and spread his hands, appearing quite indifferent. Individuals like me, who have been disowned by their families, have the opportunity to acquire their own personal summoning beasts. If that is the case, it is indeed a possibility, Niji replied, his lips pressed together, his honesty evident. However, such a chance is exceedingly rare. Typically, no one would have the heart to disown their child or kin from the summoning contract. You are correct. Hinata Niji sincerely nodded once more. Has anyone ever told you that you are quite incapable of telling a lie? Uchiha Haiyan smiled slightly, tilting her head in Niji's direction, her eyes gleaming with amusement. No, replied Niji, shaking his head again. Oh, it seems that you are rather honest by nature, Haiyan teased, raising an eyebrow. Niji appeared momentarily taken aback by this remark, seemingly puzzled as to why Haiyan would jest about such a matter. It can only be said that different professions create vastly different perspectives. The chasm between worlds can be as profound as traversing 3,000 realms, rendering their discourse almost nonsensical in the current context. Just then, however, Niji's expression shifted suddenly. Someone is approaching us at great speed. Who? Are they acquaintances or strangers? Upon hearing Niji's words, Uchiha Haiyan immediately straightened up, her tone filled with gravity and seriousness as she inquired. Strangers, Niji succinctly responded. There are 3 individuals in total. It seems that 2 of them are pursuing the other. Another pursuit? Uchiha Mikoto, who had been listening, furrowed her brow tightly, a flicker of bewilderment crossing her features. It's truly strange. Why has this period been so tumultuous? Mikoto pondered, perplexed. Chapter 131. Is it Misty Hidden Village again? It's as if, overnight, all manner of demons and monsters have erupted, and every mission we embark upon leads us to encounter various nuisances. I suspect that someone is targeting us from the shadows. Makoto analyzed earnestly. This possibility indeed exists, Haiyan concurred with a nod. Regardless of whether there is merit to those claims, our immediate priority is to find a place to take refuge. Otherwise, we may be caught in the crossfire of these three, and the consequences could be beyond our endurance. Niji did not indulge in the divergent thoughts of Haiyan and Mikoto. Rather, he furrowed his brow into a deep frown, his tone serious as he stated, "You make a valid point. It would be prudent for us to seek shelter immediately." Haiyan nodded in agreement with Niji's assertion and continued, "We must remain vigilant, as we cannot ascertain whether these individuals have ulterior motives concerning us, or if they are merely passing through." "What about our vehicle?" Mikoto shared in the agreement with Haiyan and Niji's decision, but was more concerned about the cargo they were responsible for transporting. If those individuals spot the truck, they might deduce that we have hidden nearby, and a confrontation could become inevitable. As she contemplated this, Mikoto's brows knitted tightly, her concern evident. "Leave the vehicle to me," Niji replied calmly, nodding. "I am confident, about 80%, that I can keep it hidden from them." "Good," Haiyan immediately agreed. "In that case, you will manage the vehicle while we focus on finding a place for the three of us to conceal ourselves." "Understood," Niji affirmed promptly. As the distance between them and the trio diminished, Haiyan and the others sprang into action, each fulfilling their designated tasks. 5 minutes later, Niji quietly returned to Haiyan and Mikoto's side, his voice low. "They are here." "Yes." Both Haiyan and Mikoto instinctively inhaled deeply, then held their breath, striving to minimize their presence as if they were mere pebbles by the roadside, attracting no attention. Meanwhile, Niji employed his Byakugan, vigilantly observing the three individuals. He sensed something was amiss, as if they were intentionally heading in their direction. With that thought, Niji's alertness surged to its peak. Simultaneously, not far behind the trio, Kakashi, perched upon a large tree, stroked his chin thoughtfully, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself, "I didn't expect these three to truly notice the presence of those individuals. That was rather unexpected. This situation should be quite normal, right?" As Kakashi spoke, a languid voice drifted from behind him. As the heir of the Hyuga clan, although Niji may not possess the same level of power as his family, he certainly has commendable talent. After all, he is diligent and observant enough to recognize the presence of those individuals. Kakashi turned to see Jiraiya leaning against the tree, yawning in boredom. "Oh, so even the third Hokage dispatched you, Jiraiya?" Jiraiya could not help but let out a heavy sigh, shaking his head. "Truly, some past events should remain unspoken. Who would have guessed that I would find myself in this predicament?" Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Had he known such misfortune awaited him, he would never have chosen to return to the village. Upon his return, after completing his mission, he was promptly summoned to the office by his teacher, the third Hokage, and before he could utter more than a few words, he was assigned to protect a group of young ones. This was hardly an easy or enjoyable task. Jiraiya lamented internally. "Is that Uchiha Haiyan?" Jiraiya then raised an eyebrow, observing one of the slender figures with a contemplative expression, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "They seem rather unremarkable. Why are so many people interested in this individual?" "How would I know?" Kakashi shrugged, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "However, based on my recent discussions, it seems these individuals are indeed targeting Uchiha Haiyan. Although I haven't uncovered the specific reasons, it undoubtedly pertains to some secret of the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't be pursuing her." Kakashi blinked, analyzing seriously. "Indeed, that is a distinct possibility." Jiraiya nodded in agreement, appearing quite convinced. While Jiraiya and Kakashi chatted away in the trees, for Uchiha Haiyan and her companions, the present moment was fraught with tension and significance. "They are here." As Niji uttered those 4 words, 3 diminutive figures became discernible within the visible range, initially resembling mere black beans, no larger than a fingernail. As the shadows drew closer, Uchiha Haiyan discerned that the 3 figures appeared to be from the Mist Village. How peculiar. Why would this incident once again involve individuals from the Mist Village? A flicker of astonishment and shock crossed Uchiha Haiyan's eyes as he contemplated the group in the distance, a glint of intelligence flashing within. Oddly enough, according to the information we received, those individuals should have been nearby. Chapter 132. Ambushing the enemy. One of the ninjas clad in a white cloak furrowed his brow, deliberately lowering his voice to disguise his identity. "It must be correct. We ought to search this area meticulously." Another ninja, dressed in a black cloak, nodded in agreement. Indeed, even if they discovered us early, they shouldn't have strayed too far. A gravelly voice emerged from beneath a gray cloak. Let us conduct a thorough search nearby. They certainly cannot have gone far. With the words spoken, the three figures began to scour the surroundings in different directions, much like a sweeping carpet. What should we do now? Uchiha Meichin asked anxiously, tugging at Uchiha Haiyan's sleeve, her lips pressed together in worry. If they continue this extensive search, it won't be long before our vehicle and personnel are discovered. We cannot afford to remain idle. Hinata Niji attentively observed the trio's movements, his brow furrowing as he spoke gravely. We must find an opportune moment and eliminate them one by one. You are correct. Who is the closest to our position? Uchiha Haiyan nodded in agreement with Hinata Niji's suggestion and promptly inquired. It's the white-cloaked individual who spoke first, Hinata Niji replied earnestly. Very well. We shall target this individual first. As long as we prevent the three from uniting, we still have a chance of victory, Uchiha Haiyan asserted confidently. Agreed. Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's decision, Hinata Niji and Uchiha Meichin exchanged glances, both reflecting surprise and determination, and simultaneously took a deep breath, clenching their fists as they nodded in unison. These youngsters truly exhibit the audacity of the inexperienced, daring to initiate an attack. Jiraiya remarked from his perch in a tree, relishing the unfolding drama. With arms crossed and a smile gracing his face, he stroked his chin, eagerly anticipating the spectacle to come. It seems we are in for an exciting show. Do you believe these three children can contend with the white-cloaked ninja? Kakashi pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he turned to Jiraiya, a smile playing on his lips. Not at all. That Uchiha Haiyan hasn't even passed the genin examination. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. Despite being impressed by the trio's courage, he candidly acknowledged that launching an attack without understanding the enemy's true capabilities was a fool's errand. Thus, he did not believe they possessed the ability to withstand the three assassins from the Mist Village. Shall we make a wager? Kakashi, seemingly anticipating Jiraiya's response, said with a grin. A wager? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What do you propose? How about the next issue of that little magazine I've been reading? Kakashi replied with mock seriousness. Very well. If these three youngsters can indeed defeat the three ninjas from the Mist Village, I will provide you with the next 3 issues, along with my secret notebook, Jiraiya declared with confidence, initiating a grand giveaway. Deal, Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the prospect. Setting aside the matter of Kakashi and Jiraiya's bet, Uchiha Haiyan and his companions held their breath, cautiously approaching the white-cloaked figure. In the blink of an eye, flames erupted from Uchiha Haiyan's palm. Great fireball technique. Seizing the moment while the white-cloaked individual remained unaware, Uchiha Haiyan and Uchiha Meichin hurled an array of fireballs at him. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hinata Niji, too, could not afford to miss this opportunity, swiftly moving into action as the sound of clapping echoed around them. 2 minutes later, Uchiha Haiyan took a deep breath. 13 eliminated. 2 remain, he thought to himself. By employing this strategy, Uchiha Haiyan and his companions silently dispatched the 3 pursuers, whose origins were unknown. Phew. After neutralizing the trio, Uchiha Haiyan instinctively took a deep breath, plopping down onto the grass, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and managing a wry smile. Finally dealt with those 3, that was exhausting. I was on the verge of running out of chakra. Me too, Uchiha Meichin nodded vigorously in agreement. I almost depleted all my chakra just now. I fared better. Although I still have some chakra left, unfortunately, it isn't enough to activate the Byakugan again, Hinata Niji remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow, a hint of concern in his voice. If someone were to ambush us now, we would be utterly defenseless, lacking even the strength to retaliate. Indeed. Uchiha Haiyan nodded in agreement with Hinata Niji's statement. Soon after a brief respite, the trio packed their belongings and resumed their journey towards their destination. It seems I have won this wager, Kakashi exclaimed, rubbing his hands together excitedly while grinning at Jiraiya. All right, I concede this time. Jiraiya, dumbfounded, gazed in the direction of Uchiha Haiyan and his companions, taking a deep breath, feeling the weight of astonishment for the first time. He resignedly produced 3 thick volumes from his chest and silently handed them to Kakashi, then turned away, no longer wishing to engage with Kakashi. Damn it, had I known, I wouldn't have made any wagers. Who could have predicted that those 3 would be so formidable and coordinated? Chapter 133, Gaining Favor. Kakashi, cradling the 3 thick volumes like precious treasures, radiated excitement, as if he were beholding something invaluable. One glance at his eyes revealed the thrill coursing through him. Jiraiya, feeling inexplicably frustrated by his significant loss, expressed his irritation. Meanwhile, Uchiha Meichin regarded Uchiha Haiyan with a complex expression, struggling to articulate her feelings. Just moments ago, she had been on the verge of receiving a crushing blow from the gray-cloaked man, only to be unexpectedly pushed aside by Uchiha Haiyan, who shielded her with his own body. For Uchiha Mikoto, the actions of Uchiha Haiyan brought a considerable shock. Fortunately, Uchiha Haiyan did not sustain any serious injuries. Thanks to his formidable self-healing abilities, the gruesome and terrifying wound had begun to heal slowly during their earlier light-hearted conversation, leaving only a faint scar. Nevertheless, the image of Uchiha Haiyan selflessly blocking the blade for her continued to replay incessantly in Mikoto's mind, refusing to fade. It was precisely because of this that she had remained unusually quiet throughout their journey, almost eerily so. With her lips parted slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Haiyan. It seemed she wished to articulate something, yet ultimately, the words remained unspoken. "What is it you wish to say?" Uchiha Haiyan inquired, blinking in confusion, his eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment as he turned to look at Uchiha Mikoto. "Just speak your mind. There's no need for circumlocution. Are you feeling better from your previous injury?" Mikoto had intended to boldly inquire why he had chosen to take the blow for her, but instead, she found herself instinctively asking this question. "It's nothing serious now. The wound has scabbed over. It only itches a bit. But as long as I resist the urge to scratch, it should leave no trace in a couple of days." Uchiha Haiyan waved dismissively, indicating that it was merely a trivial matter not worth dwelling upon. However, Uchiha Mikoto hesitated for a brief moment before choosing to voice her inquiry once more. "But why did you decide to shield me from the blade? Which one are you referring to?" Uchiha Haiyan responded, suddenly enlightened by Mikoto's words. He nodded and replied with a smile, "It's not particularly significant. I merely felt it was my responsibility to act in that manner. To be honest, it was more of an instinctive reaction at the time." "Is that so?" Uchiha Mikoto seemed to ponder this revelation, blinking thoughtfully before a radiant smile graced her lips, indicating a shift in her mood. Ding! At that moment, the system, which had remained dormant for quite some time, suddenly sprang to life in the depths of her mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully charmed Uchiha Mikoto, gaining her favor with an increase of 10 points. Current favorability, 45. Skill Hozuki no Jutsu unlocked. Hozuki no Jutsu, capable of unleashing multiple sparks and fireballs in a single burst, causing significant damage." Upon acquiring this new skill, Uchiha Haiyan's eyes brightened, and he eagerly urged, "System, since the upgrade is complete, can you now provide me with the skills related to Tsunade that I was owed?" Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the new Skill Dragon Fire technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the Skill Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the Skill Medical Ninjutsu Healing Technique. Wow! Upon hearing the system's notifications, Uchiha Haiyan's eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief. He had successfully learned Tsunade's healing technique for the first time. Although the healing technique primarily utilized chakra to mend internal and external injuries, which seemed somewhat redundant for someone with self-healing abilities like Uchiha Haiyan, the fact that he could now successfully learn medical jutsu proved the system's methods were indeed effective. Contemplating this, Uchiha Haiyan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If he could entirely win Tsunade's favor, he might unlock all her skills in this domain. While it did border on fanciful thinking, one must always harbor dreams, right? After all, one could hope for the best. For the system might just grant him the opportunity to learn all her skills. Dragonfire Technique utilizes chakra to form a line that connects to the enemy, acting as a fuse that detonates, unleashing a powerful explosion of fire directly upon them, resulting in devastating damage. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, compared to the Great Fireball Technique, this skill offers even greater power, delivering colossal fireball attacks. Both newly acquired skills were impressive, especially regarding their offensive and lethal capabilities, far surpassing the previous Great Fireball Technique. It was undoubtedly time to replace the now redundant Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha Haiyan mused deeply. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikoto, lost in thought, gently stroked her chin, glancing occasionally at Uchiha Haiyan, her eyes sparkling with joy and anticipation. As time swiftly passed, they soon found themselves on the morning of the second day, finally meeting the legendary mysterious merchant, Taya. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. Ninjas from the village hidden in the leaves. Taya was an exceptionally beautiful woman, her every movement exuding a unique feminine charm. Hello, Uchiha Haiyan greeted, shaking Taya's hand and nodding in acknowledgement. These two are my team members. Our trio is responsible for ensuring your safety during the journey from the land of fire to the land of sand. Chapter 134. Sudden change of mission. Wait. Before Uchiha Haiyan could finish his statement, Taya began shaking her head vigorously, her expression serious as she explained, "Your mission is not to protect us. It is to ensure the safe delivery of this cargo to Gara of the Sand." Taya continued earnestly. "This escort mission is to be completed solely by the three of you. I will not be sending any additional personnel to assist." What? Uchiha Haiyan was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing tightly as a grave expression crossed his face. This is not what was stated in the initial mission briefing. This must be a last-minute change. Unfortunately, certain unforeseen circumstances arose on my end, necessitating that you personally transport this cargo, Taya replied, spreading her hands in a gesture of helplessness. Then we must first account for the cargo to ensure everything is in order. That way, should any issues arise in the land of sand, we will have a clear explanation, Uchiha Haiyan insisted. Absolutely. Taya agreed without hesitation. Seeing her so readily acquiesce eased Uchiha Haiyan's concerns significantly. It seemed that this situation was indeed an unexpected occurrence. Otherwise, Taya would likely be more anxious at his suggestion to inspect the cargo, rather than remaining composed as she was now. 10 minutes later, Niji gestured toward Uchiha Haiyan and stated, "The quantities are all correct." That's good. Although it had been decided earlier to proceed with Taya, Uchiha Haiyan would not be foolish enough to tamper with this batch of goods. However, upon hearing Niji's remarks, he felt an immense sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from his chest, allowing his heart to settle comfortably in his abdomen. His entire being relaxed considerably. Uchiha Haiyan nodded and, with a faint smile, remarked that since the mission had encountered changes, the reward must be doubled. This was only natural. Taya readily agreed. Yet, for reasons unknown, Uchiha Haiyan was suddenly engulfed by an unsettling premonition. He furrowed his brow and scrutinized Taya with a gaze filled with suspicion and wariness. Sometimes, an excessive perfection and lack of flaws signify something abnormal in the other party, and Taya was evidently one such case. Nevertheless, having accepted the mission, Uchiha Haiyan could not abandon it midway, as it was unbecoming of a ninja. Thus, despite sensing something amiss, he felt compelled to see the task through to completion, a decision born of necessity. After bidding farewell to Taya, the trio continued their journey towards the land of sand. A faint rustle echoed through the jungle, and as the team remained on high alert, the underbrush parted to reveal a creature resembling a tiger's head. The subsequent sight left Uchiha Haiyan and his companions utterly astonished. Was it a tiger or perhaps a mutated rabbit? Uchiha Mikoto gazed incredulously at the monstrous figure emerging from the forest, casting an uncertain glance at Uchiha Haiyan. A look of bewilderment crossed her face. While she had encountered many peculiar beings, this one was undeniably unlike anything she had seen before. Judging by its head alone, it was unmistakably a tiger. Under the scrutinizing gaze of his companions, Uchiha Haiyan felt a headache coming on as he observed the creature, a monster with a tiger's head and the body of a sizable rabbit. He spoke gravely, questioning the natural occurrence of such a being. Is there even a creature like this in the ninja world? Creature? Uchiha Mikoto exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. Even Niji, usually composed, exhibited a rare shift in expression, conveying disbelief as he scrutinized Uchiha Haiyan with his Byakugan. I've seen tortoises and ninja dogs, but this creature that is neither rabbit nor tiger is truly unprecedented. As a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, Niji had witnessed his fair share of summoned beasts, but the one before him defied normal classification. See, just as I suspected, this being is clearly not a normal species, Uchiha Mikoto stated, adopting a stance of self-satisfaction with her hands on her hips. Regardless of its nature, it was evident that this creature harbored malice. Uchiha Haiyan focused intently on the bizarre tiger-headed rabbit creature, feeling a wave of tension wash over him. Remembering the crow-like amalgam he had previously encountered, This creature seemed even more like a grotesque chimera. It evidently stemmed from some biogenetic laboratory, possibly linked to the notorious S-rank rogue ninja, Orochimaru. Such hybrid creations and cellular modifications were the obsessions of those who sought immortality. The mere thought that a being akin to the snake he had encountered could be lurking nearby sent a shiver down Uchiha Haiyan's spine. At that moment, the creature emitted a hoarse growl, its voice reminiscent not of a canine, but rather of a cruel reptilian predator. This unsettling sound sent chills down the spine, embodying a primal instinct of opposition. Uchiha Haiyan's eyes twitched involuntarily, as if he were a prey sensing the presence of a predator. It was a visceral awareness of life and death, a recognition of two entities that could not coexist. They were sworn enemies. And from the creature emanated an overwhelming aura of savagery and rage. In that instant, Uchiha Haiyan realized that regardless of whether this creature was a product of nature or an inhumane scientific experiment, there could only be one outcome. The annihilation of this utterly inhuman, savage monstrosity was the only viable option. Chapter 135. The sealing technique within the creature before them bore a coat of grayish-yellow fur, reminiscent of a beast that had survived brutal combat, while its body was a plump, almost gray-white rabbit. Its hind limbs were elongated, equipped with claws akin to those of a wild beast, and it emanated a foul odor, a disconcerting blend of medicinal herbs and the stench of blood. This creature exuded an overall sense of disharmony. Its fierce and savage essence was overshadowed by an unsettling dissonance. It was as though its head and body were not meant to coexist, but had been forcefully fused together, further convincing Uchiha Haiyan that it was likely a man-made aberration. He was confident that there was at least a 95% chance it was a synthetic organism. Can you sense its chakra? Is there something amiss? Hinata Niji had already activated his Byakugan, veins pulsating at his temples. The creature appeared almost three-dimensional and transparent, revealing intricate blood vessels and energy strands within its body. A manifestation of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Indeed, chakra flowed continuously within the creature, yet the segmented areas of its body displayed signs of fracture, indicating its physical form was incomplete, at least partially so. Niji scrutinized the creature carefully, noting the peculiar patterns of chakra flow and the evident disruptions in its form. While observing the creature's chakra movement was not particularly challenging, the unusual arrangement of lines within its body left Niji feeling a disconcerting sense of confusion. Nevertheless, he discerned something significant. What manner of individual could create such a being? The lines within the creature's body suggested a form of sealing technique. Sealing technique? Uchiha Mikoto queried. Intrigued, the Uchiha clan excelled in physical combat, shuriken techniques, and fire release, and these were sources of pride for them. However, sealing techniques were not among their strengths. Although the Uchiha possessed knowledge of basic sealing techniques, they were not particularly favored by their clan members. After all, among the myriad skills associated with ninjas, sealing techniques are relatively obscure and seldom utilized in everyday situations. However, during specific circumstances, the art of sealing can prove to be immensely significant. Although I find it difficult to comprehend, I have perused relevant literature within my clan, which confirms the existence of sealing techniques. After observing for a considerable time with his Byakugan, Hyuga Niji slowly addressed Uchiha Mikoto. As the eldest son of the Hyuga clan, he had not delved deeply into the study of sealing techniques, since the Hyuga family is renowned for its gentle fist taijutsu. The strength of their bloodline and mastery of taijutsu define the Hyuga clan within Konoha, thus sealing techniques are not their forte. Similar to the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga family possesses its own form of arrogance, leading to a limited understanding of sealing techniques. While there are records of these techniques hidden within the clan's sacred texts, they are scarce, and individuals like Niji, who are considered geniuses, would not waste their efforts on such studies. After all, the internal taijutsu of the family is robust enough, and by continuously developing their bloodline strength, they can become top-tier warriors. Thus, learning other elaborate skills is deemed unnecessary by these well-established clans. If one were to mention the clan most adept in sealing techniques within Konoha, the Uzumaki clan would undoubtedly come to mind. Recognized as the strongest sealing family in Konoha, it could be argued that they are the most proficient in sealing arts throughout the entire ninja world. The Uzumaki clan, characterized by their striking red hair and immense chakra reserves, is indeed awe-inspiring. It is safe to say that they dominate the ninja realm. with each member capable of being likened to a human-tailed beast. Furthermore, their abundant chakra endows them with numerous extraordinary abilities. Take, for instance, a pitiful orphan from the Uzumaki clan named Xiangling, who possesses an extraordinary amount of positive chakra, allowing her to heal from even the most grievous injuries simply by biting into a slice of her own flesh, a truly remarkable ability. However, such traits have inevitably attracted misfortune, and the Uzumaki clan has become virtually extinct in contemporary times. Among the sealing techniques, the skill known as Diamond Lock can only be executed by those of the Uzumaki bloodline, representing a powerful seal that even-tailed beasts cannot escape. Thus, Niji's understanding of sealing techniques is limited, yet he can discern the traces of a sealing technique within the lines of the creature before him, demonstrating that he has indeed put in considerable effort in his studies. At the very least, while Niji may not practice sealing techniques, he can recognize them when the situation arises. Unlike Uchiha Mikoto, who, even when faced with the actual sealing techniques, might not comprehend what these strange symbols represent. This is quite plausible, as Uchiha Haiyan is somewhat of an anomaly. Prior to acquiring sealing techniques from the system, he could not have recognized any such arts. Although the three of them have not rigorously studied sealing techniques, Niji, you can indeed confirm it. Uchiha Haiyan pondered carefully, furrowing his brow as he posed the question. While it may seem slightly dismissive of the talents of the Hyuga clan, it must be acknowledged that none of the three have formally studied sealing arts. Even the most basic of five-element seals would likely be beyond their capabilities, rendering them novices in this regard. Chapter 136. Speculations in the heart. Faced with such an unknown composite monster, making a hasty decision is evidently not the conduct of a qualified ninja. Therefore, Uchiha Haiyan repeated his inquiry, while Uchiha Mikoto gazed at Hyuga Niji with wide, eager eyes. Indeed, I am uncertain of the specific type of seal, but it is undoubtedly a sealing technique. Niji concurred that Haiyan's caution was warranted. His Byakugan observation had reached its peak as he fixated on the unmoving creature crouched before him for a long moment, finally nodding in affirmation. Indeed, it appears that some form of sealing is at play in the creature's composition. Niji nodded seriously at Uchiha Haiyan. At the very least, the assembly and maintenance of chakra in this series of operations must involve some form of sealing, and it is quite possible that there are capabilities we remain unaware of. Oh, this is simply exhilarating. For someone as curious as Mikoto, whether it be the seemingly composite monster or the sudden emergence of sealing techniques. She is visibly excited about the unexpected developments in their task. Do calm yourself, please. Uchiha Haiyan replied tersely, noting Mikoto's tendency to stir chaos whenever faced with a situation. If this continues, we risk attracting the attention of the creature's master, the one responsible for its transformation. I doubt you would find that enjoyable. This was his greatest concern. After all, in this unfamiliar place, should they be captured, it is uncertain whether Kakashi would be able to respond in time. It is now almost certain that this monster has been created through some form of sealing technique combined with biological synthesis. Perhaps the mastermind behind this is seeking to explore the possibilities of creating artificial summoning beasts or other biological weapons. Regardless of the scenario, their entanglement in this affair clearly presents dangers beyond their mission parameters. Moreover, Uchiha Haiyan is far more aware of the potential risks than Mikoto, who remains oblivious. Gazing at the composite monster before them, Haiyan could not help but recall the terrifying scientist known for his bioweapon experiments, Orochimaru. The notion that their trio, comprising one Hyuga and two Uchiha novices, stands as a perfect specimen for experimentation is unsettling. Surely, there could be no better material for Orochimaru's studies. Even if not for dissection, they would serve as ideal candidates for Orochimaru's infamous forbidden technique of body resurrection. In summary, should Orochimaru indeed be lurking nearby, he would likely be elated. However, regardless of Orochimaru's feelings, Uchiha Haiyan's face paled in apprehension. Given the uncertainty of the situation, should we take action to eliminate it? I could roast it to a crisp with a single fire jutsu. Mikoto, undeterred by Haiyan's apprehensive demeanor, taunted the composite rabbit creature. You fail to grasp the gravity of the situation, Haiyan exclaimed, smacking his forehead in frustration. The fact that Mikoto could still jest in such a dire moment indicates her lack of understanding of the intricacies at hand. Though he spoke the truth, Haiyan was reluctant to elaborate too clearly on the matter, especially regarding the rogue ninja Orochimaru. Revealing such information to Mikoto and Niji at this juncture would be more detrimental than beneficial. This matter is undoubtedly quite peculiar and has no relevance to our current mission, so we should simply disregard it and leave. Uchiha Haiyan uttered these words almost without pause, tugging at the eager Uchiha Mikoto beside him, along with Hinata Niji. As they retreated, "Hey, why are you acting this way? I was just about to make my move." Uchiha Mikoto shot a disapproving glare at Uchiha Haiyan, clearly looking down upon his behavior. She was thoroughly dissatisfied with such a sudden retreat, especially without a fight. In her eyes, this was the perfect moment for a grand fireball to roast that monster. Once it was done, they could dissect it to see if it contained any seals. Why should they waste time guessing when the truth could be revealed with just a glance? What do you understand? You don't actually think we should roast it and eat it, do you? That's clearly not a rabbit, it's inedible. Uchiha Haiyan replied with a weary expression, unwilling to elaborate further. He had no desire to dissect that synthetic monster. If it truly were Orochimaru, the question of who would dissect whom could become quite uncertain. TCH, you really are a buzzkill. Although Uchiha Mikoto was unaware of the specifics, she ceased her protests upon seeing Uchiha Haiyan so resolutely turning to leave. In her view, it was not a significant matter, undoubtedly allowing Uchiha Haiyan to breathe a sigh of relief. Hinata Niji remained silent, maintaining a stern expression as he vigilantly scanned for any potential threats in the vicinity. Shouldn't we stay a bit longer to observe if there are any other developments? Uchiha Mikoto voiced her reluctance, still somewhat unsatisfied. Though she was unaware of what Uchiha Haiyan had discovered, she sensed a hint of caution in his demeanor. Perhaps there could be other revelations, she added. Niji concurred, while he was not particularly invested in the details. He acknowledged that uncovering the truth would undoubtedly be a positive outcome. It was evident that if their trio could expose the individual behind the emergence of this synthetic monster and report back to the village, they would gain significant merit. Unfortunately, Uchiha Haiyan showed no inclination to involve himself in such matters. This has no bearing on our current mission, so let us avoid unnecessary complications, he stated. Chapter 137. The Phantom Attacker. Uchiha Haiyan paused for a moment, although he vaguely understood that at this point, Orochimaru was not yet a full-fledged traitor to the village, still not the infamous rogue ninja of the future. He recognized that even now, Orochimaru had already begun conducting various human experiments within the village's shadows, tacitly approved by the higher-ups. Under the direction of Danzo, Orochimaru had commenced the development of forbidden techniques, which did not mitigate the danger, but rather escalated it. If Orochimaru were to discover them, he would not show leniency simply because they were ninjas from the village. In fact, their unique identities as members of the village could provoke a series of additional risks, such as being captured and taken to the Root's laboratory in Konoha. After all, the Root, led by Danzo, had long harbored disdain for them, particularly given their antagonistic relations with the major clans. Although overtly, they could not express any exclusion, as Konoha maintained a facade of harmony. Many were unaware of the Root's existence during wartime. The third Hokage had previously ordered the disbandment of the Root, led by Danzo. Hence, Danzo now merely held the title of an ordinary jonin while secretly controlling the village's dark underbelly. Uchiha Haiyan harbored a deep-seated disdain for Danzo. Yet he recognized that Danzo possessed strength on par with the Hokage to truly eliminate this insidious figure who plotted various schemes. Uchiha Haiyan needed to proceed with caution rather than recklessly charging in without knowledge, as the consequences could be fatal. Whether it be the synthetic monster or any bizarre summoning beast, these matters were not their concern, and they ought not to meddle. Uchiha Haiyan expressed his thoughts without perceiving any flaw in them. After all, they were ninjas, and for a ninja, completing their mission was paramount. They were not heroic figures overflowing with righteousness, and anything outside their assigned tasks was naturally beyond their concern. All right, while your reasoning is sound, I still wish to roast it. Uchiha Mikoto replied with a hint of displeasure. There will always be another opportunity. Uchiha Haiyan glanced back toward their previous position, and the trio shifted their direction to leave. The synthetic monster seemed to be wary of something, or perhaps had not received a particular command, resulting in no further reaction to the departing Uchiha trio. There was indeed something amiss. Kakashi, who had been trailing behind Uchiha Haiyan's group, noticed the abnormality of the synthetic monster. Compared to Uchiha Haiyan's speculations, Kakashi had a clearer understanding of the information regarding this synthetic creature. Although he was unsure of its origin, It was undoubtedly crucial information that needed to be reported to the third Hokage. Boom. Kakashi formed a summoning seal, and a puff of smoke erupted before him, revealing a Ninken wearing a forehead protector. I'm counting on you. Please relay the message back to the village. He rolled a scroll inscribed with a coded message and placed it in the Ninken's mouth. With another puff of smoke, the Ninken vanished from Kakashi's sight. Meanwhile, while Kakashi was preparing to report to the village, Uchiha Haiyan had firmly decided to avoid the situation, opting to circumvent the synthetic monster and take a different route. However, just as their trio departed, two shadowy figures adorned with peculiar forehead protectors began to follow Uchiha Haiyan and his companions, clearly having caught wind of their presence after the prolonged delay at their previous location. Throughout the afternoon, nothing of note occurred. Initially tense, Uchiha Haiyan gradually relaxed as time passed, especially since Niji had not detected any suspicious activity in the vicinity. However, as the sun dipped below the horizon, an unsettling shift in the atmosphere became apparent. The first to sense it was Niji, who had been on high alert. Something's wrong. I can feel unfamiliar chakra, he warned, just as Uchiha Mikoto noticed the anomaly. Be careful, there's an enemy nearby launching kunai at you. Uchiha Mikoto swiftly became aware of the commotion surrounding her. With her Sharingan's adept ability to capture movement at close range, she called out to the male protagonist, seemingly attempting to alert him. But it was evident that she was a moment too late. Whoosh! As two kunai sliced through the air, a burning explosive tag followed closely, hurtling towards Uchiha Haiyan. Humph! To think they would dare to target me. How presumptuous. Among the three, Uchiha Mikoto was renowned as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, while Hyuga Niji was celebrated as a genius of the Hyuga family, leaving Uchiha Haiyan as merely a filler in their ranks. Naturally, when the adversaries initiated their assault on their trio, they aimed to exploit him as the weakest link to gain the upper hand. However, this worked to his advantage. Uchiha Haiyan advanced rather than retreating, recognizing that the enemy was evidently prepared. From the launch of the kunai to the proximity of the explosive tag, every detail was executed with precision. Coupled with the seamless flow of attack, the initial kunai was followed by the explosive tag as a cover. Even with Uchiha Mikoto's timely warning, it merely afforded him a moment of reaction. Not even Hyuga Niji had time to employ his Byakugan to assist, leaving Uchiha Haiyan to confront the threat alone. This will not pose a challenge for me. Almost instinctively, Uchiha Haiyan gathered chakra beneath his feet, utilizing the immense strength characteristic of Tsunade to stamp down onto the ground. The resultant force shattered the earth around him for several meters, dislodging large chunks of rock from the ground. Chapter 138. The arrival of the grass ninjas. Simultaneously, the fragmented stones collided with the incoming kunai, their infused chakra igniting the explosive tag. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, a cloud of dust enveloped Uchiha Haiyan's position, obscuring him in a haze of debris. Damn it! Are you alright? Uchiha Mikoto exclaimed, her concern palpable. She momentarily disregarded the presence of the sudden enemies, rushing towards Uchiha Haiyan's location to shield him from subsequent attacks. Mikoto was acutely aware that despite Uchiha Haiyan's impressive strength, his taijutsu was not particularly formidable, leaving him vulnerable to direct impacts from explosive tags. If the tag had indeed detonated before him, he would surely sustain injuries, and they would undoubtedly be severe. Mikoto, do not fret, I am unharmed. Even as the smoke lingered, Uchiha Haiyan's voice emerged, revealing that he had successfully redirected the explosive tag using the displaced rocks, thus avoiding the imminent danger. Are you injured? That was too perilous. Uchiha Mikoto approached him, concern etched on her face, eager to ascertain his condition. We must first deal with the enemy. I have no other concerns. Uchiha Haiyan stated solemnly, understanding that encounters with adversaries seldom unfolded openly. Ninja battles were invariably fraught with stealth and tactical traps. Their trio had clearly been taken by surprise, and the situation had turned unfavorably for them. It was imperative to devise a strategy to recalibrate the scales of victory, and fortunately, their team included the renowned reconnaissance expert from the Hyuga clan, the illustrious Hyuga Niji. Two individuals, their chakra feels unusual, they should not pose a significant challenge. Hyuga Niji's temples pulsed as he discerned a failed attack, suggesting that the two adversaries were attempting to conceal themselves and seek another opportunity. I have you now. Just as Hyuga Niji made this realization, the slightest movements of the adversaries were magnified in Uchiha Mikoto's eyes, revealing their positions almost instantaneously. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from Uchiha Mikoto's mouth, compelling the two suspicious ninjas to flee from their cover in the foliage. Though they narrowly evaded her fire technique, their concealment was irrevocably compromised. Strength of the 100 Fists. Seizing the moment, Uchiha Haiyan's Sharingan spun to identify their vulnerabilities, propelling himself forward to deliver a devastating punch. In that instant, he finally laid eyes upon the culprits behind the attack. Clad in dubious attire, they resembled ninjas yet bore the appearance of armed farmers. While Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Niji remained oblivious, Uchiha Haiyan recognized them immediately as Grass Ninjas. The Grass Ninjas, a nameless small ninja village, possessed little standing in the ninja world. However, the true terror lay in their master, Orochimaru. The village, along with the land of rice where it was situated, was under Orochimaru's dominion. Following his defection from Konoha, this village had become one of his significant research bases, marking it as one of the most perilous locations. The appearance of these grass ninjas here could not be mere coincidence. The underlying truth was that the recently encountered synthetic beast was undoubtedly linked to Orochimaru, leading them to pursue it. Fortunately, they had not followed the synthetic beast. Uchiha Haiyan inexplicably exhaled a sigh of relief. It was clear that these two had been monitoring the vicinity of that beast, or perhaps it had inadvertently escaped, prompting their pursuit to capture it. Regardless of the scenario, it posed a considerable threat to Uchiha Haiyan's trio. Had he not decisively abandoned his inexplicable curiosity and altered their course, they might have faced dire consequences. After all, had they continued in pursuit of the synthetic beast, they could have stumbled directly into Orochimaru's hidden base. Now, they were merely being followed by two ordinary grass ninjas, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Enough talk, prepare to die. A glint of cold light erupted in Uchiha Haiyan's eyes, as he had no intention of holding back. Even upon recognizing the adversaries as grass ninjas, he felt no inclination to engage in dialogue. Since they were affiliated with Orochimaru, there was no time to waste. He must eliminate them without delay. Resolute in his decision, Uchiha Haiyan's gathered chakra radiated with brilliance as his fist struck mercilessly against the heads of the two grass ninjas, the aftermath akin to the shattering of two watermelons. The grass ninjas, initially intent on investigating the situation, had not anticipated the ferocity of his attack. In an instant, they were vanquished without comprehension of their demise. These two ninjas had believed that Uchiha Haiyan and his companions might have discovered something significant, prompting their cautious approach. After shadowing them for an entire afternoon, they concluded that the trio was merely a group of low-ranking genin, which emboldened them to act. Yet, they could hardly have foreseen that their sudden assault would yield no results, leading to their swift demise instead. Who are these two? It seems they have been tracking us the entire time. Uchiha Mikoto was evidently displeased by the ineffectiveness of her previous fire techniques. Upon witnessing Uchiha Haiyan's swift resolution of the two adversaries, she stood beside him and inquired. It was likely concerning that minor ninja village. There was no need for concern. Uchiha Haiyan casually kicked aside the corpses of the two grass ninjas, offering them no further thought as he returned to Uchiha Mikoto's side. Isn't it unnecessary to search for more clues? Hyuga Niji observed carefully, clearly recognizing that the two grass ninjas harbored certain intentions towards them. Chapter 139. Arrival in the land of sand. Not at all, just a small ninja village. It is of no consequence to us, Uchiha Haiyan replied, shaking his head and choosing to put the matter to rest. They could not afford to pursue the grass ninjas any longer. Rather, their priority was to depart swiftly. After all, at this moment, Orochimaru had not yet defected and remained a beloved figure within the village. Being one of the three legendary ninjas and a disciple of the third Hokage, Uchiha Haiyan could not openly state that these two were colluding with Orochimaru. Nor could he articulate that the recent amalgamated beast was likely a byproduct of Orochimaru's human experimentation. Setting aside whether Uchiha Mikoto could comprehend this, it was likely that only Hyuga Niji would grasp the intricate details. Uchiha Haiyan, however, had little faith in Uchiha Mikoto. Despite her frequent bravado, she was still but a young girl, her mental maturity still in its infancy. In contrast, Hyuga Niji, burdened by the expectations of his branch family, had cultivated a greater sense of maturity. Furthermore, even if Uchiha Mikoto were to understand Orochimaru's machinations, it would only serve to compound Uchiha Haiyan's worries. Should she inadvertently divulge any information regarding Danzo and Orochimaru upon their return to the village, it would not only bring calamity upon Uchiha Haiyan, but likely also jeopardize both Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Niji. The Uchiha clan might shield Uchiha Mikoto, yet the Hyuga clan would be unable to protect Niji. Once the collusion between Danzo and Orochimaru came to light, the three of them would be ensnared within the roots of Konoha. At present, if Danzo indeed conspired with Orochimaru, the three of them, being mere genin, would find themselves utterly powerless. Thus, while Uchiha Haiyan's strength had yet to fully manifest, he could not afford to alarm the enemy or confront them directly. Regardless of his disdain for Orochimaru and Danzo, patience was essential. What was that ninja headband? Kakashi, who had been trailing behind the trio, utilized his keen eyesight to discern the headbands worn by the two grass ninjas who had previously attacked Uchiha Haiyan and his companions. An unfamiliar headband, he muttered to himself. As a renowned ninja within the shinobi world, he was well versed in the information pertaining to various ninja villages. After all, Kakashi had once served as a captain within Konoha Zumbu, thus necessitating familiarity with data from other villages. Yet, while a village named Grass Ninja vaguely lingered in his memory, it was of such insignificance that he could scarcely recall it. Could these grass ninjas be linked to the earlier amalgamated beast? Kakashi's brow furrowed, recognizing the implausibility of the situation. The impoverished grass ninjas should not possess the capability to develop such a creature. Moreover, it was evident that the two grass ninjas had only begun to follow Uchiha Haiyan and the others after their encounter with the amalgamated beast. It seems I must report this back to the village, he thought, his expression revealing his concern. With a series of hand seals, he summoned a cloud of mist, conjuring a ninja dog before him. I appreciate your assistance. Please relay this intelligence back, he instructed, patting the dog, resembling a scruffy mutt, on the head before handing over the scroll of secrets. He then dismissed the summoning, using reverse summoning to send the dog back to the village. With the information dispatched, Kakashi felt a sense of relief as he resumed his protective duties. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, tasked with safeguarding the trio, trailed not far behind Kakashi, his gaze contemplatively assessing the group, his eyes flickering with unspoken speculation. After an uneventful journey, they successfully delivered all goods to the land of sand. The person responsible for receiving the cargo was none other than the striking beauty, Temari, whom they had encountered before. What a surprise to see you again so soon, she exclaimed, her smile illuminating her face upon recognizing the familiar faces tasked with transporting the goods. We were supposed to be the ones guarding the convoy, but it seems the merchant Taya reported some unforeseen circumstances, insisting we deliver the goods ourselves to the land of sand, Uchiha Haiyan explained, feeling a sense of relief wash over him upon recognizing Temari. Ah, I see, Temari acknowledged thoughtfully, shrugging her shoulders. Perhaps Taya and her team lacked the courage to enter the land of sand. Why is that? Uchiha Mikoto, her curiosity piqued, blinked in confusion as she looked at Temari. Yes, just as you suspect, Temari confirmed, nodding firmly. This group is not new to transporting goods to the land of sand. They have a history of inconsistencies and have often been caught trying to pass off subpar items, leading to a tarnished reputation here. If Taya were to sign off on the goods herself, she would find it impossible to sell anything. The last group to fall victim to their deceit were those from the land of Earth. Is that so? Upon hearing Temari's explanation, Uchiha Haiyan nodded in realization, finally grasping the source of his earlier discomfort. Please ensure this shipment is free of any discrepancies. If there are issues, I will have a proper reckoning with her when I return to hand over my mission, Uchiha Mikoto exclaimed eagerly. Very well, I entrust this to you. Please make sure to give Taya a few good punches for me. Temari replied earnestly, indicating her dissatisfaction with Taya's dealings. Absolutely, Uchiha Mikoto assured, nodding calmly. If that scoundrel dares to pull a fast one under my very nose, I will make sure she won't recognize her own grandmother. Then it is in your capable hands. Temari expressed her gratitude with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, Mikoto reassured, patting Temari's shoulder with a smile. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haiyan watched in bemusement as Uchiha Mikoto and Temari quickly forged an alliance, after which they proceeded to inspect the transported goods together. These two. Uchiha Haiyan shook his head helplessly, yet a faint smile graced his lips, suggesting that his spirits were unexpectedly high. Fortunately, this time, Tia seemed to comprehend the significance of the matter, refraining from causing any fuss regarding the quantity and quality of supplies. This instantly alleviated Haiyan's worries, leading him to think that perhaps this individual wasn't as irredeemably flawed as he had presumed. No matter how many times I see it. The disparity between Sand Village and our Leaf Village is striking, remarked Uchiha Mikoto, standing beside Haiyan. The sky was filled with flying sand, and the land stretched out before them, largely devoid of greenery. The majority consisted of sandy terrain. Regardless of the duration of their stay, Mikoto felt an unmistakable sense of dissonance compared to the lush environment of Leaf Village. This must be a characteristic of different villages, she mused, nodding in agreement. Sand Village, located in the Land of Wind, and Leaf Village, situated in the Land of Fire, were both among the 5 great nations. Excluding the varying strengths of ninja villages, the power balance between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth was relatively minimal. However, the geographical and cultural disparities were considerable, which allowed many merchants to thrive amid such differences. I've noticed that the missions we accepted seem to be related to Sand Village, Uchiha Mikoto observed, raising an eyebrow as she perused the task completion list tucked within her pack. You appear to be in good spirits, Haiyan remarked with a smile, noting her sudden joy, likely stemming from the thought of returning to their village after completing their tasks. Ultimately, Sand Village was not Leaf Village, and a certain discomfort lingered in the air. Do you think we might have the opportunity to visit other villages, perhaps through supply missions? Makoto suddenly inquired. Compared to Sand Village, she was eager to explore other ninja villages, as there was so much to see, and if a mission could facilitate such a journey, it would be splendid. Given the current circumstances, that seems improbable, Haiyan replied, feigning innocence as he shrugged. He genuinely believed that using missions as a means to visit other villages was unlikely, suggesting that Mikoto might be overly optimistic. Sand Village was merely a unique case, being in close proximity to Leaf Village, which allowed for relatively peaceful interactions. As for other villages, opportunities were scarce outside of wartime. Why is that? Mikoto asked, seemingly oblivious to the realities of conflict. As Leaf Village stood as the most powerful among the 5 great ninja villages, it wielded considerable influence. Thus, individuals like Mikoto, the daughter of the village, were not fully aware of the dark undercurrents that lay beneath the surface of the apparent tranquility among the various ninja villages. Perhaps the distance is too great. Visiting other ninja villages is not an easy endeavor, Haiyan commented, offering no further elaboration. Compared to the Cloud Village, which remained aloof in the heights, and the Water Village, still embroiled in blood politics by the sea, the Land of Earth seemed far more distant. Hence, the comparatively close proximity of Sand Village to Leaf Village facilitated frequent interactions. Despite Sand Village's closeness, its inability to rival Leaf Village in strength elucidated the amicable relations between the two. Even if Sand Village harbored ulterior motives, their lack of power rendered them unable to act on them. Fortunately, the escort mission concluded successfully. Despite encountering numerous challenges, everyone returned safely to Leaf Village, which was the most favorable outcome. Upon Haiyan's return, Tsunade had merely stepped out of the village ahead of him. Have all the tasks been completed? The 3rd Hokage raised an eyebrow upon hearing the door creak open, without even glancing up, fully aware of who had entered. Yes, Haiyan affirmed with certainty. Very well. The 3rd Hokage nodded in satisfaction. You didn't encounter any troublesome incidents along the way, did you? He added, cautious as always. Why do you say that? As if trouble follows me wherever I go. Haiyan replied, arching an eyebrow, a radiant smile forming on his lips as he scrutinized the 3rd Hokage with a thoughtful gaze. However, I did come across some peculiar items on our journey, most of which I managed to bring back, though a few were beyond my capability to transport. All right then. The 3rd Hokage sighed, rubbing his face in exasperation before taking a deep breath. I am bracing myself. What exactly did you find? The situation unfolded thus. While our small team was en route to the Land of Sand, we unexpectedly traversed a jungle where I discovered a creature, more accurately, a being synthesized through sealing techniques, allowing its chakra to flow seamlessly. Haiyan contemplated that it would be prudent to inform the 3rd Hokage directly, recognizing that although Orochimaru was formidable, the 3rd Hokage surpassed him in prowess. Indeed, one could find comfort in the shade of a great tree, and Haiyan believed the Hokage would not mind being utilized for a purpose. Are you saying this synthetic creature can utilize chakra flawlessly? The 3rd Hokage's brow furrowed as a grave expression crossed his face. It cannot be deemed entirely perfect, but it can certainly use chakra. Haiyan replied honestly after a moment of thought. Hinata Niji can perceive the flow of chakra within others using his Byakugan. We are aware the creature possesses chakra, yet we have not engaged it in battle, so I cannot ascertain its capabilities. He spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. I see. The third Hokage nodded in understanding. For now, keep this information to yourself. It could provoke unnecessary complications. Understood, Haiyan replied straightforwardly. I'm not foolish. If it weren't for your status as the third Hokage, I wouldn't reveal this to you. Precisely, the Hokage responded, shaking his head in resignation. Uncertain of what further to say, just as Haiyan was about to turn and leave the Hokage's office, he suddenly heard the Hokage's voice from behind him. I just remembered that Tsunade planned to take on a mission recently. She has already accepted a task from me. I'm uncertain when she intends to depart. But if you hurry, you might catch a glimpse of her. What? Haiyan paused in surprise, his expression shifting slightly. Tsunade is on another mission? Yes. The third Hokage confirmed with a nod. She mentioned that she was planning to embark on a mission in the next couple of days to unwind. Despite my previous counsel against undertaking tasks during this period, I remain uncertain of her true intentions. It seems she cannot be dissuaded. The third Hokage's expression reflected a profound sense of loss. Unwind. Upon hearing the third Hokage's explanation, Uchiha Haiyan was momentarily taken aback, deep in thought as he stroked his chin, gradually coming to a realization. He had some inkling of Tsunade's genuine feelings at this moment. So, this was the case. Uchiha Haiyan appeared to be muttering to himself. What is going on? The third Hokage, confused by Uchiha Haiyan's soliloquy, blinked in bewilderment, unsure of what he was saying. It's nothing. Uchiha Haiyan glanced at the perplexed third Hokage, silently shook his head, and chose to leave without further elaboration, pushing open the office door. He chuckled softly, observing the scene with a shake of his head, as if everything was understood without words. Upon returning home, Uchiha Haiyan discovered that Tsunade was indeed absent. He found himself reverting to a solitary state. With a heavy sigh, he gazed at the empty room, shaking his head, his expression filled with melancholy. How dull. After wandering through the various rooms, Uchiha Haiyan finally lay back on his bed, staring at the vacant ceiling, letting out another long sigh. Tsunade's absence truly extinguished any flicker of passion within him. After tossing and turning on the bed for what felt like an eternity, he eventually drifted into a slumber. When he awoke, it was already past 3 or 4 in the afternoon. A headache. Rubbing his aching temples, Uchiha Haiyan decided to take it easy for the day. He donned a jacket and opened his room's door, heading towards the nearby snack street. Unexpectedly, he was called from behind as he passed a dumpling shop. He instinctively turned around to find a woman in fishnet stockings grinning at him from the shop's entrance. It was Akatsuki Red Bean. Uchiha Haiyan was momentarily stunned, then collected himself and nodded in greeting. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here at the snack street. I just returned from a mission, and I'm treating myself to some delicious food. Akatsuki Red Bean smiled, pointing to a large bag in her hands, her face radiating happiness. Uchiha Haiyan followed her gesture and saw the bag brimming with boxed dumplings, estimating there were at least a dozen or more. It seemed she had purchased nearly half the shop's stock. Uchiha Haiyan mused to himself. I recall there's a new dumpling shop nearby with a flame-shaped logo that has quite a delightful taste. You should go and try it. Winking, Uchiha Haiyan sincerely suggested to Akatsuki Red Bean. Really? Upon hearing this, Akatsuki Red Bean's eyes sparkled with excitement. Great, I'll go check it out right now. With that, Uchiha Haiyan felt a sudden gust of wind as she dashed past him without hesitation. He shook his head in resignation, feeling a wave of thoughts wash over him. Are those dumplings really that delicious? I can't fathom it. After casually buying some food from the snack street, Uchiha Haiyan placed a bag of snacks on the table, just as he was about to settle down for a rather modest dinner. A series of loud knocks echoed from the door. Undoubtedly, the only person who would knock in such a manner was none other than Uchiha Mikoto, the formidable girl. I wonder when you'll learn to knock like a lady. Uchiha Haiyan shook his head helplessly, standing up to open the door, before he even saw who was there. He spoke. Chapter 142, The Arrival of the Mischievous Queen. Please, I am the very definition of a lady, just as he had anticipated. The only one who would knock like that was indeed Uchiha Mikoto. I must say, she is quite the free-spirited young lady. Mikoto glared at Uchiha Haiyan with her wide eyes, baring her teeth as she spoke threateningly. You need to be careful when talking to me. Be wary of the trouble that may come from your words. Do you believe I would hesitate to hit you? Uchiha Mikoto unabashedly displayed her mischievous nature. Shaking her fist in front of him, her tone filled with menace. Enough. Uchiha Haiyan waved his hand in resignation, suppressing his urge to retort, and spoke in a calm yet serious tone. At the very least, I believe we are evenly matched. Humph. Uchiha Mikoto let out a cold snort upon hearing his words. She was well aware that he was merely flattering her. It seemed that at some point, Uchiha Haiyan's strength had surpassed hers, and he was steadily on the rise. As this thought crossed her mind, a shadow of gloom appeared on Mikoto's face. Wait, miss, what brings you here today? You're not planning to embark on another mission, are you? We just returned, and you're already ready to leave again without any time to rest? Uchiha Haiyan, oblivious to Mikoto's changing expressions, blinked in curiosity and confusion, leaning against the door. What are you talking about? Uchiha Mikoto waved her hand impatiently. I'm here to collect on the promise you made to me. With that, her demeanor grew significantly more assertive. What? Uchiha Haiyan was taken aback, blinking in confusion. You promised to cook for me, and it must be a lavish meal. Don't forget. Mikoto's eyes widened, as if they were as large as saucers. Her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely. Let me tell you, you can't avoid your debts here. This is something you promised, and you must fulfill it. Is that so? In truth, Uchiha Haiyan felt a bit embarrassed and awkward after hearing Mikoto's words. He sheepishly rubbed his nose, blinking in bewilderment. His eyes filled with confusion. He had completely forgotten about having made such a promise to Uchiha Mikoto. After all, it was merely a promise for a meal. Did she really need to remember it so vividly? She might as well have specified the time, place, and exact second of the promise. Goodness, how terrifying. No wonder the elders often say that a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the sea. This group of individuals can effortlessly dredge up old grievances from years past. Is this truly an instinctive ability and inherent talent of the female species? Uchiha Haiyan silently scoffed at the thought. Of course, would this young lady go so far as to fabricate lies merely to enjoy a meal? Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's skepticism, Uchiha Mikoto, with hands firmly planted on her hips, responded with a fierce demeanor. Observing Mikoto's expression, Haiyan fell into a contemplative silence, as he genuinely wished to inform her that her attitude indeed resembled someone concocting a ruse for the sake of a meal. However, in consideration of his own well-being, he prudently chose to remain silent. After all, since they were dining together, why not invite Niji as well? He likely spent all day at home neglecting proper meals. Being the training fanatic that he was, probably residing perpetually in the training grounds. Uchiha Haiyan shook his head, feeling a tinge of melancholy. In truth, when compared to Niji, he hardly qualified as a diligent practitioner. He had scarcely devoted any serious effort to the study of ninjutsu. Uchiha Haiyan relied solely on the serendipitous skills bestowed by his extraordinary system. In stark contrast to Niji's methodical and earnest training, he felt entirely different. Oh, perhaps this illustrates the age-old adage that one can be driven to despair by the achievements of others. At that moment, Uchiha Mikoto was entirely oblivious to the musings swirling in Haiyan's mind. She was preoccupied with contemplating the suggestion he had just made. After a brief moment, she resolutely shook her head, firmly declining. No, if you wish to invite me and Niji for a meal, that would be a gathering among our team, meant to foster our mutual camaraderie. However, this lavish feast is solely what you previously promised to me, and absolutely no outsiders may attend. I will not part with my meal. As she uttered these words, her tone was resolute, leaving no room for dissent or disagreement. Astonished, Uchiha Haiyan felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, envisioning a certain possessive creature in his mind. Perhaps a canine with ears and a tail? The thought was quite endearing, igniting a blush of inexplicable affection within him. As a seasoned enthusiast of the two-dimensional world, Uchiha Haiyan found himself lost in these whimsical imaginings. Very well, I shall invite Niji over for lunch tomorrow, he conceded, raising his hands in mock surrender before the fiercely protective Uchiha Mikoto. Humph, that is more acceptable. Mikoto replied, nodding in satisfaction, a triumphant smile gracing her lips, radiating an air of self-satisfaction. In simpler terms, she resembled a victorious rooster. This description was indeed vividly accurate. As Uchiha Haiyan mused, cooking is fine, but please wait at home for me a moment. I need to step out to buy ingredients, Uchiha Haiyan said, rubbing his temples in a show of mild exasperation as he advised Mikoto. And remember, Don't wander about, and certainly don't enter Tsunade's room alone. Just stay in the living room and watch TV. Chapter 143. The pinnacle of free meals. Uchiha Haiyan felt a profound sense of unease regarding this notorious troublemaker and repeatedly cautioned her. Rest assured, I understand such matters. Mikoto replied nonchalantly, waving her hand dismissively, seemingly unfazed by his earnest warnings, before promptly shoving him out the door. Ugh, what a troublesome person, Uchiha Mikoto thought with irritation. With a mouth like that, I can't fathom how Tsunade endures it. She mentally lamented. Bang! The door closed with a dull thud behind him, leaving Uchiha Haiyan twitching slightly at the corners of his mouth, yearning to shout, whose home is this, anyway? Could there be a smidgen of awareness regarding guest etiquette? Yet, considering the potential chaos that might ensue should he provoke this little tempest, he chose to swallow his words. How unfortunate that upon his arrival in this world, he had inadvertently entangled himself with this legendary harbinger of mischief. Such was the nature of fate, blatantly cruel and inescapable. An hour later, Uchiha Haiyan returned from the market, laden with bags of groceries, and quietly opened the door to his home. Almost instantly, he was greeted by the sound of uproarious laughter emanating from the living room. Ha! Uchiha Haiyan paused in surprise, then walked into the living room, where he found Uchiha Mikoto rolling on the sofa in laughter, leaving him at a loss for words. After a considerable time, Mikoto finally wiped the tears of laughter from her eyes, massaging her aching stomach, and looked up at Haiyan with a hint of astonishment. When did you return? I had no idea. Just as you were rolling on the sofa, laughing heartily, Uchiha Haiyan replied with an impassive expression. Oh, then hurry and cook. I'll be starving soon, Mikoto urged, waving him into the kitchen like swatting away a fly. Damn it, who is the master here, and who is the guest? Uchiha Haiyan thought in exasperation as he observed the scene before him. Yet, despite his frustration, the cooking had to proceed. Thus, an hour later, as the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air, Uchiha Mikoto bounded into the kitchen. When will the food be ready? She asked, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement, practically vibrating with anticipation. It will be ready shortly, Uchiha Haiyan replied, gently ushering her out of the kitchen. Stay here and be patient. Do not disrupt. Okay. Mikoto nodded obediently, offering no resistance. As long as there was delicious food involved, she was willing to overlook the rest. This was her way of navigating life. After what felt like an eternity, Uchiha Haiyan set the table with beautifully prepared dishes and called out, "Dinner is served." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Mikoto darted to her seat like a rabbit, her bright eyes scanning the table before she looked up at Uchiha Haiyan and declared, truly, the saying still as a maiden. Swift as a hare must apply to someone like Uchiha Mikoto. I shall commence my feast. As the words fell from her lips, Uchiha Mikoto seemed to have wielded her chopsticks to their utmost potential. The art of using chopsticks was executed with remarkable precision, speed, and accuracy, creating a flurry of afterimages across the table that might lead an unsuspecting observer to believe they were witnessing a martial arts performance. Slow down. No one is competing with you, Uchiha Haiyan remarked, watching as Mikoto devoured plate after plate with the swiftness of a tempest, his lips twitching uncontrollably, a dark cloud of frustration forming above his head. If you eat that quickly, you might end up with indigestion. Not at all, Mikoto replied, placing her chopsticks down and waving her hands dismissively with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, my stomach is far from fragile. Very well. Since the principal had spoken, Haiyan would not dare to be disagreeable. He could only watch, eyes wide, as Mikoto swiftly cleared the table of all dishes in a whirlwind of consumption. It seemed she had taken no more than half an hour to consume an astonishing quantity of food, perhaps several pounds worth. Was she truly unafraid of bursting? Haiyan couldn't help but reevaluate his understanding of Mikoto's appetite. At that moment, Mikoto was blissfully unaware of Haiyan's thoughts, contentedly patting her round belly as she reclined on the sofa, letting out a satisfied burp, feeling as though life had reached its pinnacle. It must be said that Uchiha Haiyan's culinary skills had markedly improved. While his previous meals were delicious, they had never reached this level of excellence. As if he had recently uncovered some hidden culinary secret, achieving a remarkable leap in flavor, aroma, and presentation. For Mikoto, this was simply delightful news. She resolved to take advantage of Tsunade's absence and make it a habit to dine at his home every day. A silent vow formed in her heart. However, should Haiyan become aware of this intention, he would undoubtedly vehemently oppose it. even going so far as to devise strategies to dissuade her. If he were to feed Mikoto's insatiable appetite daily, he would soon find his meager savings from missions entirely depleted. It was worth noting that Haiyan had initially planned to save some leftovers for the next morning, only to be utterly blindsided by the fact that Mikoto had devoured every last morsel from the table. One could only say that man's plans were no match for the whims of fate. With a deep sigh, Haiyan lamented his circumstances. Meanwhile, in the office of the third Hokage, Kakashi and Jiraiya stood before the third Hokage, their expressions grave as they deliberated on a pressing matter. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage furrowed his brow, intertwining his hands to form a colossal fist resting beneath his chin. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. The nature of this issue is exceedingly serious. I had previously heard Uchiha Haiyan mention it, but did not take it to heart. However, it is now evident that the gravity of this situation far exceeds my expectations. We must implement preventive measures without delay. Jiraiya, I entrust this investigation to you. Kakashi will continue to safeguard Uchiha Haiyan. The safety of these individuals is paramount, particularly that of Uchiha Haiyan. The third Hokage fixed his gaze on Kakashi, his voice earnest as he continued. There must be a significant reason behind their relentless attempts to capture him. Understood, Kakashi replied, fully aware of the severity of the situation. Jiraiya, remember to exercise utmost caution and concealment. I suspect there are numerous conspiracies at play behind this situation, the third Hokage stated, nodding approvingly at Kakashi's words before shifting his serious gaze to Jiraiya, emphasizing the importance of his task. All right, Jiraiya responded lazily, though he understood the urgency of the matter and nodded in agreement. I leave these matters in your capable hands, the third Hokage declared solemnly. On the other side, Uchiha Haiyan remained blissfully ignorant of the tumultuous events unfolding in the third Hokage's office. Instead, he was preoccupied with thoughts of how to invite Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Mikoto over for dinner the following day, hoping to foster camaraderie. As he had previously noted, Mikoto appeared to have a peculiar tendency to target Niji, though Niji himself seemed unperturbed by it. The thought of that mischievous young lady brought a headache upon him. Why must there be a character like Uchiha Mikoto among the individuals I wish to win over? He pondered. She is supposed to be a gentle and virtuous beauty after marriage. Why does her childhood demeanor contrast so drastically? Haiyan felt a sense of despair at the disparity. Yet, he was keenly aware that the trio could unleash immense power through synergy, which was one of the crucial reasons he felt compelled to harmonize the relationship between Mikoto and Niji. As a member of this trio, Haiyan felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders, a burden as heavy as a mountain, and the pressure of duty loomed large. It certainly felt like a long and arduous journey lay ahead of him. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Haiyan shook his head, overwhelmed with emotion. After tidying up the remnants of the meal and disposing of the kitchen waste, he hastily prepared for bed and drifted into slumber. The next morning, he was awakened by a series of persistent knocks. Good grief, is this girl ever going to let me sleep? Haiyan groaned, rubbing his face in bewilderment as he reluctantly shuffled to the door in his slippers, pulling it open to reveal none other than the tempestuous Uchiha Mikoto. What do you want? Haiyan asked, exasperation evident in his voice. Weren't we supposed to invite Hyuga Niji and the others over for lunch today? You haven't forgotten, have you? Mikoto scrutinized him with suspicion, eyeing him from head to toe. No, I haven't, Haiyan replied, shaking his head. But there's no need to leave so early. And why not? Mikoto raised an eyebrow, her demeanor stern. If we delay any longer, Niji will likely be off training his ninjutsu at the training grounds. And you won't even be able to catch him. At this, she rolled her eyes dramatically, filled with disdain as she regarded Haiyan. Not everyone sleeps in until noon like you. Haiyan felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words, a sense of guilt creeping in. Ahem, let's go. He coughed awkwardly, waving his hand as he led Mikoto toward the Hyuga residence. Hyuga house. Oh, who is this little sister? Mikoto's eyes sparkled mischievously, for it was evident that relations between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans in the village were far from cordial. After all, the Uchiha clan has always been accustomed to arrogance, often looking down on everyone with their noses in the air. Similarly, the Hyuga clan, another major family in Konoha, though appearing more modest outwardly, also tends to look down on others with upturned eyes. Essentially, they hold everyone in disdain. Sometimes, just observing Hyuga Niji's aloof and unapproachable demeanor gives a hint of this. Perhaps it's a matter of temperament, but whenever members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans come together, genuine closeness and smooth communication are rare. The current situation isn't much different. As the talented young lady of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Mikoto naturally feels somewhat displeased upon encountering Konoha's Byakugan princess, Hyuga Hinata. "Oh, little sister, you speak as if you're so much older than Hinata." Uchiha Haiyan wore an expression of helplessness. It was clear that Uchiha Mikoto simply wanted to assert superiority over Hyuga Hinata in some way. However, Hinata, with her gentle and non-confrontational nature, simply smiled gracefully, offering no argument in return. This made it seem as if Uchiha Mikoto had stirred up trouble for no reason. She stuck out her tongue, looking thoroughly bored. "Tch, how dull." Having failed to provoke a reaction, Uchiha Mikoto, who was itching for a fight, was rather dissatisfied. "Such a quiet one. No fun at all. Haha. You really are one to stir up trouble wherever you go." Uchiha Haiyan watched Mikoto's expression with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "This is Niji's sister, Hyuga Hinata." Uchiha Haiyan first introduced Hinata, emphasizing her identity as Niji's sister, likely to prevent Mikoto from causing any trouble later. Chapter 145. Noble Family Drama. This is Uchiha Mikoto. She sometimes speaks without thinking. Please don't take her words to heart. Uchiha Haiyan knew that while Hinata was gentle in nature, she was also deeply sensitive, the type of girl who kept her thoughts hidden. If Mikoto were to speak carelessly later and say something Hinata disliked, this girl might not openly show it, but she could well feel hurt in private. Thus, Haiyan decided to give a preemptive warning to prevent such a possibility, avoiding any awkwardness later. After all, Hinata was Niji's sister, and Haiyan didn't want to put Niji in an uncomfortable position. "Hey, what do you mean by that?" Uchiha Mikoto placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Uchiha Haiyan in annoyance. She pulled him closer, leaning in to whisper by his ear. "Whose side are you on, anyway? How dare you not back me up and embarrass me like this? Believe me, I'll throw a fit if you keep this up." Mikoto gritted her teeth, putting on an "I'm not done with you" act, leaving Haiyan feeling somewhat helpless. "All right, stop causing trouble, will you? When visiting someone's home, basic manners are still necessary." As Uchiha Haiyan spoke, he turned back toward Hyuga Hinata. Faced with the whispered exchange between the two, Hinata merely continued to smile gently, showing no other reaction. Hinata, sorry about this. We really are disturbing you." Uchiha Haiyan wore an apologetic expression as he spoke. "Please don't say that. It's no trouble at all." Hyuga Hinata gave a slight bow. Her etiquette and family upbringing were both impeccable. Looking at Hyuga Hinata before him, and then glancing sideways at Uchiha Mikoto, who still seemed to be sulking, the contrast between the two clan princesses became strikingly clear. No wonder the Uchiha clan wasn't well regarded in the village. Comparatively, the Hyuga clan certainly handled things better. "What does that look for? I'm warning you." Uchiha Mikoto shot Uchiha Haiyan a glare. As she passed by him, she muttered something under her breath before ignoring him entirely, shifting her focus to Hyuga Hinata. "Graceful, gentle, acting all delicate, as if I can't do the same?" Uchiha Mikoto stared at Hinata's gentle smile. As fellow young ladies from Konoha's major clans, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of rivalry. However, since Hinata was Hyuga Niji's sister, Mikoto couldn't do anything too outrageous. But just because she couldn't cross certain lines didn't mean she would simply swallow her pride. Since they were both clan princesses, she would settle this with a duel of noble etiquette. "Good day, Miss Hinata." Uchiha Mikoto straightened her posture and performed a graceful bow, her tone carrying a gentleness Uchiha Haiyan had never heard before. "Ah, hello, Sister Mikoto." Hinata was somewhat taken aback. Having heard that members of the Uchiha clan were often overbearing, she hadn't expected one to greet her so politely. Flustered for a moment, she quickly composed herself and returned the greeting. Etiquette among major clans could be quite intricate. Young noblewomen like these were trained in such manners from childhood. Hyuga Hinata, with her gentle nature, executed it flawlessly. But that Uchiha Mikoto could also do the same nearly made Uchiha Haiyan stumble in surprise. "I apologize for our abrupt visit today." Uchiha Mikoto wore a perfectly practiced smile, clearly one honed through long training as a noble young lady. "It is I who should apologize. I fear my hospitality is lacking. Please forgive any shortcomings." Hyuga Hinata inclined her head slightly, displaying the impeccable upbringing befitting the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter. Well, I never expected this. Are these two acting out some kind of noble family drama?" Uchiha Haiyan watched speechlessly as the two exchanged graceful pleasantries. His impression of Uchiha Mikoto, in particular, had just taken a complete 180-degree turn. Is this what it means to be a princess of the Uchiha clan? It wasn't that Uchiha Mikoto was usually unreasonable. It was just that within the Uchiha clan, she naturally had specialized tutors teaching her etiquette. After all, the Uchiha clan prided itself on nobility, so such surface-level formalities couldn't be neglected. It was simply that Mikoto, accustomed to arrogance, rarely adopted such a gentle demeanor. Was this a case of encountering the Hyuga princess and deciding to engage in a duel of noble grace? Uchiha Haiyan found himself viewing Mikoto in a new light. This girl really had it tough. Just seeing that professionally practiced, gentle yet artificial smile told him how much effort she had poured into mastering clan etiquette. However, Haiyan suspected it was likely forced upon her by the clan. Otherwise, why would Mikoto bother learning such things? Given Uchiha Mikoto's personality, for her to patiently and diligently study etiquette and manners must have been a true struggle. Uchiha Haiyan inwardly. All right. Seeing that these two young ladies seemed prepared to continue exchanging formalities indefinitely, and that if this dragged on, it might last till noon, Uchiha Haiyan quickly intervened. No more polite exchanges between you two. Hinata, is your brother home right now? Uchiha Haiyan looked at Hyuga Hinata and asked. Yes, my brother hasn't gone out yet. Hyuga Hinata promptly turned to Uchiha Haiyan and nodded in confirmation. Good. Uchiha Haiyan nodded, then directly called out toward the entrance of the Hyuga compound. Niji. Hyuga Niji. It had to be said that using his full lung capacity made his voice remarkably loud, like a sudden megaphone. Its sound waves rippling layer by layer through the entire Hyuga estate. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Hyuga Niji twitched involuntarily. He silently reached up to press his temples and let out a sigh. What was it that initially clouded his judgment? Was it the allure of indulgence or something else that blinded his eyes? Why did he choose to align himself with these two unreliable companions? Hinata Niji found himself sighing yet again, unsure how many times it had been. Rising to his feet, he approached the entrance of his home, his expression devoid of emotion under the scrutiny of those around him. How did you two get here? He inquired, raising an eyebrow with a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. I have a headache. Uchiha Haiyan replied with conviction, a lingering sensation of annoyance hanging in the air. We came to invite you for a meal. Chapter 146, Diligent Training. Hinata Niji looked at Uchiha Haiyan with bewilderment, clearly encountering such notions for the first time. He blinked, confusion etched across his features. A meal? But isn't it still morning? Yes. I came with Uchiha Mikoto to inform you that we are having a team lunch at noon. It is imperative that you attend. Uchiha Haiyan affirmed with a determined nod. Oh. Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words, Hinata Niji suddenly understood, though a hint of resignation washed over him as he rubbed his temples. Can I decline? Do you have other matters to attend to today? Uchiha Haiyan did not confirm or deny, but instead asked directly. I plan to train before Hinata Niji could finish. Uchiha Haiyan waved dismissively. I'm not saying this lightly. As a good friend, I truly cannot stand by watching you drown in your training day in and day out, neglecting everything else. What? Hinata Niji gazed at Uchiha Haiyan in confusion, feeling as though his worldview had been shaken multiple times today, leaving him rather deflated and dazed. I mean, in the grand scheme of life, it is essential to maintain some interpersonal connections. After all, if you are solely focused on training, it serves little purpose. Uchiha Haiyan declared earnestly, patting Hinata Niji's shoulder. Your body is like a machine. Even machines require rest. Just as you sleep at night to recharge. If you keep your machine running nonstop for 365 days without a moment to breathe, it will inevitably wear out. Uchiha Haiyan's tone grew serious, as if he were an expert on the matter. Is that so? Hinata Niji blinked, a rare look of confusion crossing his face. However, I had indeed made plans to train at the training ground today. Could we possibly reschedule our gathering for tomorrow? I can certainly free up my time for lunch then. After Uchiha Haiyan's persuasive remarks, Hinata Niji nodded in silent agreement. No problem. With the most challenging task of convincing Hinata Niji accomplished, Uchiha Haiyan's smile grew even more radiant as he readily agreed. As for Uchiha Mikoto's opinion, Uchiha Haiyan chose to disregard it, knowing that she would follow the scent of food without needing an invitation. Uchiha Mikoto had a penchant for food, or perhaps it could be said that every girl possesses a love for delicious cuisine. After departing from the Hinata household, Uchiha Haiyan found himself feeling rather bored at home. As he was alone with no one to converse with while Tsunade was away, lying there seemed unproductive. He needed to occupy his time. So he decided to find a place to engage in some training. Unlike Hinata Niji, who was a fervent training enthusiast, he considered himself somewhat lazy and lacking in ambition. Of course, the primary issue was that while others made progress, Uchiha Haiyan struggled to even unlock the Sharingan, a feat unattainable without the aid of a system. This was a congenital limitation, and merely working hard did not seem to be a solution. This realization troubled him greatly. However, Uchiha Haiyan understood that training indeed had its merits, serving as a form of high-intensity physical refinement. It was a well-known fact that muscle had its allure for women, provided it was not the exaggerated and intimidating physique of a bodybuilder, which did not align with Uchiha Haiyan's aesthetic preferences. Resolutely, he decided to act. With that thought, Uchiha Haiyan sprang from his bed, donned his jacket, and stepped outside. In a small grove near the western edge of the village, Uchiha Haiyan rarely trained here, as he was acutely aware of his less-than-stellar ninja aptitude. Most of his current abilities were derived from the system's assistance. Nevertheless, despite his lack of talent, Uchiha Haiyan did not wish to forego the opportunity to train, especially since there were many prodigies in the ninja world. Uchiha Itachi had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan at the tender age of 11. It felt as though he were a cheat code. Realizing that geniuses worked tirelessly, Uchiha Haiyan did not want to give up on himself. He needed to make an effort. In terms of his chakra reserves or the development of various jutsu, he was indeed lacking. Even the Uchiha bloodline within him could not be enhanced solely through short bursts of effort. Otherwise, he would not be labeled a failure by so many. However, the art of shuriken throwing was different. It tested one's eyesight and dexterity, and with diligent practice, it could yield remarkable results. Shuriken throwing was also a fundamental skill for ninjas, as battles among ordinary ninjas were not solely determined by ninjutsu. Most ordinary ninjas lacked the chakra reserves for prolonged combat, and typically, it was only during crucial moments that they would unleash their jutsu to determine the outcome. Generally, lower-ranked ninjas, and even some chunin, had only a handful of jutsu at their disposal. These were the hidden skills of these foundational ninjas, primarily used for self-preservation, as a single jutsu often depleted their chakra reserves, leaving them without further combat capabilities. Thus, more decisive methods for determining victory involved assassination techniques and the use of kunai, making such tactics commonplace in warfare. Sighing, Uchiha Haiyan thought, how troublesome, it's best to just train. As time flew by, the afternoon sun reached around 4 o'clock. After a busy day, Uchiha Haiyan stopped by the market on his way home to purchase ingredients he might need for the next day. With recent missions and various tasks, he had a proper meal at home for quite some time. Chapter 147. Still too weak, although there were many delightful eateries in the village, such as the ramen shop run by Uncle Ichiraku or the local barbecue joint. Nothing could compare to the satisfaction of a home-cooked meal. After all, meals prepared at home always had that special touch. Perhaps that is what one might call the taste of home, Uchiha Haiyan mused with amusement. Moreover, the creations of Uchiha Haiyan possess a distinct flavor that lingers in one's memory. After all, he is the sole individual capable of crafting such delicacies, which are emblematic of his homeland. Regrettably, Tsunade has been absent from the village lately, thus missing the opportunity to indulge Princess Kaguya. It remains uncertain what mission Tsunade has embarked upon this time. As one of the legendary Sannin, the renowned Tsunade carries a heavy burden, often undertaking numerous missions that align with her esteemed rank, all in service to the village she cherishes deeply, a place founded by her grandfather. As Uchiha Haiyan organized the items in his kitchen cabinet, he pondered the current state of affairs. While the situation across the various ninja villages appears stable at present, with a facade of mutual development and minimal upheaval, the shadows of war persistently loom in the background, particularly for Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great nations. Such prominence makes it a target for envious eyes. Nonetheless, tranquility reigns for now, as Konoha stands alone in its glory. The visible abundance of elite shinobi and the formidable strength of its leaders, including the covert root organization led by Danzo, represent an undeniable force within the ninja world. Indeed, following the demise of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, Konoha's supremacy was momentarily shaken, prompting the other 4 villages to entertain their own ambitions. Yet, as long as the third Hokage remains, these ambitions remain unacted upon, for the reputation of Sarutobi Hiruzen as a formidable ninja is not to be underestimated. Reflecting upon his previous visit to Sunagakure, Uchiha Haiyan recalled the words of Uchiha Mikoto and shook his head in resignation. The villages of Kumogakure and Iwagakure have never relinquished their aspirations against Konoha, in stark contrast to the secretive and cunning Suchikage. The brash Raikage openly displays his disdain for Konoha. Hinata Niji's father fell victim to the hands of Kumogakure, who sought to be a Kugin of the Hyuga clan. Although their efforts ultimately proved futile due to Niji's father's sacrifice, the bitter enmity that ensues remains profound. As one of Konoha's prominent clans, the Hyuga family significantly influences the village's strategic decisions. Uchiha Haiyan mused that had Kumogakure not been perched atop the treacherous cliffs, Konoha might have already engaged them in battle. As for the Suchikage, he embodies the archetype of an aged schemer, his age surpassing even that of the third Hokage, feigning amiability while harboring desires to consume Konoha. Conversely, the situation with Kirigakure is less concerning, as their ninjas suffer greatly under the oppressive blood mist policy, resulting in significant casualties. However, the shinobi trained in such a harsh environment are often ruthless and devoid of humanity, willing to eliminate comrades for the sake of mission success. Recalling his previous encounters with the ninjas of Kirigakure, Uchiha Haiyan gritted his teeth, finding these merciless killing machines exceedingly displeasing. Presently, Sunagakure is the only village that appears amicable. But this is merely a temporary phase. Had Sunagakure been stronger, a peaceful coexistence with Konoha would have been impossible. In the original timeline, after Orochimaru's defection, an alliance with the Kazekage was formed to orchestrate a plan for Konoha's downfall. The third Hokage ultimately perished during that sudden assault, igniting a significant conflict between Konoha and the other ninja villages. Uchiha Haiyan comprehends the intricate and splendid landscapes of the ninja world far better than Uchiha Mikoto, who remains blissfully unaware. Simultaneously, he acknowledges the concealed dangers lurking beneath these vistas, dangers far beyond his current capabilities to confront. Even the shadow-level ninjas are insufficient. One must attain a 6 paths level of power to navigate such treacherous waters. Within Konoha, the ongoing research of Orochimaru is a matter of concern, and the thought of Danzo wielding a Sharingan arm sends chills down his spine. The threats within the ninja world extend beyond the wars among the 5 great villages. Obito Uchiha, lurking in the shadows, along with the Akatsuki, whose members seek to capture the tailed beasts, represent a source of chaos. Furthermore, Nagato of the Uzumaki clan, intent on achieving peace through violence, and Kabuto Yakushi, who plots to resurrect Orochimaru, pose significant threats. Additionally, there is Madara Uchiha, who aims to control the world through the infinite Tsukuyomi. These figures are truly formidable adversaries. Ordinary shadow-level ninjas would scarcely make a ripple against them, often meeting swift demise. Yet, the gravest threat lies in the machinations of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the ancient manipulator, whose intent to obliterate the ninja world presents an existential crisis of unparalleled magnitude. A single misstep could spell doom for the entire realm, leaving no room for Uchiha Haiyan to thrive. Indeed, I find myself exceedingly weak at present. As he tossed the vegetables into the kitchen, Uchiha Haiyan murmured to himself, reflecting on the powerful skills he has acquired. His remarkable strength could easily vanquish ordinary opponents, complemented by potent fire techniques, establishing him as a formidable presence among the genin. However, such capabilities remain woefully inadequate. He cannot even hope to measure up to someone like Obito Uchiha. It is clear that relentless effort is required. Uchiha Haiyan clenched his fists, determined not to be powerless when formidable adversaries invade Konoha. To better unlock his system's skills, he resolved to practice his culinary arts diligently. Chapter 148. Striving for goals. After all, the existence of this extraordinary system is akin to possessing a cheat code. Uchiha Haiyan must find ways to garner the affections of the female characters within his narrative to unlock corresponding new skills, thus enhancing his arsenal of survival abilities. The depths of the ninja world are profound, teeming with prodigies and monsters alike. For him to surpass others, he must devise strategies to gain an advantage. He recognizes the urgency of accelerating his efforts to win their favor. If he were to progress at the same pace as before, where it took days or even weeks to accumulate minimal affection, time would slip away from him. For him, strength and affection are intertwined, a matter of great significance. With this thought, Uchiha Haiyan's expression shifted, and he clenched his fists in quiet resolution. In light of this, he must double his efforts to charm the women around him. Is it not merely a matter of courting them? While it may have posed challenges in his previous life, navigating the realm of the internet during this data explosion offers him an advantage. Having never encountered a pig, but having seen them run, he understands the strategies of attraction well. By uncovering their innermost vulnerabilities, he is confident in his ability to succeed in winning their hearts. He is not a scoundrel. Rather, he is striving to enhance his strength in order to better safeguard those he cherishes in the future. Even if he displays such traits, it is the result of this flawed system. Indeed, that is the case. Upon returning home, Uchiha Haiyan resolved to create a delectable dish under the cover of night, aiming to astonish everyone at the gathering the following day. Ideally, he would capture the attention of Uchiha Mikoto and, through his culinary skills, garner her favor, captivating a lady's palate. Surely, there is no fear of Uchiha Mikoto fleeing, right? Moreover, Uchiha Haiyan thoughtfully stroked his chin, placing the bag on the table before turning to venture into a nearby shopping district. After leisurely browsing for over half an hour, he found himself before a charming gift shop. Observing the exquisite presents encased in boxes, a radiant smile graced his lips as he contemplated his plans. Upon returning home, Uchiha Haiyan eagerly dove into the kitchen, honing his culinary skills while mentally simulating the gathering to take place at noon the next day. Everything seemed to progress smoothly. Before drifting off to sleep, he pondered about his beloved pig girl, a gentle smile playing on his lips as he closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. The following morning, as the familiar sound of knocking resonated once more, Uchiha Haiyan sprang awake, revitalized. Within mere seconds, he tidied himself and opened the door, greeting a somewhat astonished Uchiha Mikoto with a bright smile. "You've arrived." Uchiha Mikoto, taken aback by the sight of the impeccably groomed Uchiha Haiyan, found herself momentarily speechless. It appeared to be her first encounter with him so lively at this early hour. Typically, one would expect him to still be nestled in bed. It wasn't he that Uchiha Haiyan was perceived as lazy in her eyes. Rather, she was well aware of his capabilities, having once been a significant figure in teasing him. Although she now recognized that Uchiha Haiyan had shed his former ineptitude, particularly after training with Tsunade and developing considerable prowess in close combat, it still did not explain his early rising. Could it be that he stayed awake all night for me? Uchiha Mikoto pondered with concern, a flicker of delight surfacing within her, a rather amusing sensation. Uchiha Mikoto's gaze seemed somewhat cautious as she scrutinized Uchiha Haiyan from head to toe. "Did you not rest well last night?" "Not at all. I slept quite soundly." "Why do you ask?" Uchiha Haiyan replied, momentarily perplexed, blinking in confusion at Mikoto. "Oh, it's nothing. You just seem a bit unusual today," she responded, shaking her head in honesty. "Oh." Uchiha Haiyan looked at her with surprise, and after a brief moment, he grasped the situation. Feeling a mix of amusement and disbelief. "I merely woke up a little earlier today, allowing me time to tidy up. Must you express such astonishment? As if I am perpetually lazy." To his surprise, Mikoto nodded vigorously, affirming his self-awareness. Uchiha Haiyan silently clutched his chest, feeling as though his heart had taken 1,000 blows. After a moment, he took a deep breath and regained his composure, directing a gentle smile toward Uchiha Mikoto as he spoke softly. "By the way, I devised a new dessert last night. Would you care to try it?" "Dessert?" Uchiha Makoto's eyes brightened at his words. Like most girls, she had a particular weakness for desserts, especially those that were visually appealing. Absolutely. Though indulging in sweets so early in the day felt somewhat sinful, Uchiha Mikoto believed that all culinary delights could be forgiven in the moment, postponing thoughts of dieting for another time. Thus, she eagerly accepted, her face beaming with happiness. "Come in." Uchiha Haiyan beckoned her, then turned back to the kitchen, retrieving a platter of beautifully crafted fruit pancakes. After meticulous observation, Uchiha Haiyan had discerned that Mikoto favored vibrant fruits. The brighter and more flamboyant, the better they suited her taste, a true reflection of her spirited personality. Thus, he decided to prepare fruit pancakes, enveloping soft cream with elastic batter and an array of fresh fruits, particularly those she adored, anticipating her delight. "I recalled your fondness for fruit, so I prepared a fruit dessert just for you," he said, placing the pancake before her, his smile radiating warmth and affection that could melt the hardest of hearts. Even a girl as spirited as Uchiha Mikoto would find herself enchanted by such tenderness. Surprised by his gentleness, she stole a glance at him, instinctively biting her lip in contemplation, her expression softening into a gentle smile as she beheld the dessert. Using a small spoon, she sampled the treat. The pancake had a delightful chewy texture, offering a unique flavor to her palate. The cream was sweet, yet not overwhelming, infused with a hint of vanilla that wafted enticingly. The abundance of fruit not only enhanced the aroma, but melded beautifully with the cream, creating an exquisite taste. Uchiha Mikoto had never encountered such a delectable dessert before. The experience was simply enchanting. In Konoha, most treats consisted of various rice dumplings, with few delicate confections available. In a time of conflict, fine delicacies were scarce, and it was unlikely anyone would consider creating such exquisite cakes until true peace was established. Thus, Uchiha Mikoto relished her dessert, savoring every bite at a leisurely pace. Uchiha Haiyan took note of her enjoyment and remarked, "If you ever wish for more, simply let me know. I'm at your service." Really? Upon hearing the words spoken by Uchiha Haiyan, Uchiha Mikoto felt a sudden illumination, as if her eyes had been kindled, like a radiant lamp. She gazed at Uchiha Haiyan with an intensity that seemed to almost consume him with her fervor and excitement. Indeed, it was genuine. Uchiha Haiyan shrugged, extending his hands with a faint smile as he confidently remarked, "It's merely a small pastry, no need to be so ecstatic. I've been rather bored lately, so I've taken to experimenting with dessert recipes at home. If you have the time, you might join me in this culinary venture. Perhaps you'll discover something you truly enjoy." "That sounds wonderful." Mikoto responded with unrestrained enthusiasm, nodding in agreement without a second thought. Beep. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully garnered a favorability rating of 5 from the target character, Uchiha Mikoto, now reaching 50. Unlocking new skill, Amaterasu." At the moment, the familiar system notification echoed. Uchiha Haiyan was overtaken by exhilaration. While these skills were considered among the more formidable of fire-style ninjutsu, acquiring them would mean quantity over quality. The crucial aspect was that, through the skills unlocked by the system, he could unleash them almost instantaneously. How could one not consider him strong? A radiant smile spread across Uchiha Haiyan's face. It was evident that leveraging the super flirtation system indeed relied upon his charm. Hadn't he just acquired a favorability boost of 5, successfully unlocking a new skill? Perhaps this could be recorded in the annals of history. There's also a fruit tart in the fridge. A new creation I've been working on these past few days. I wonder if you'll like it. Before Uchiha Haiyan could finish his sentence, Uchiha Mikoto eagerly nodded in affirmation. "I want to eat it." "Very well, just wait a moment," Uchiha Haiyan said, gently ruffling Mikoto's hair. A smile gracing his lips that mingled affection with a hint of tenderness, creating a complex yet captivating aura that drew one in effortlessly. As Uchiha Mikoto observed the smile on Uchiha Haiyan's face, a flurry of speculation arose within her. Could it be that this creation was made especially for her? The thought lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. As she considered this, excitement bubbled within her. Taking a deep breath, she pursed her lips tightly, striving to suppress the thrill within, determined not to allow him to notice. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haiyan watched as Mikoto's favorability rating climbed from 50 to 51, the arc of his smile widening further. With the flirtation handbook in hand, the world was at his fingertips. Who could rival him now? Uchiha Haiyan felt an overwhelming sense of pride swelling within him. Placing the fruit tart before Mikoto, he handed her a wet napkin. "Be careful while eating. The crust is quite flaky and may crumble." "All right," Mikoto replied softly, taking the napkin and setting it on the table before gingerly biting into the tart. The flavor was delightful, crispy, and rich, with the fruit filling offering a refreshing sweetness. Overall, it was a unique and exquisite taste. "This is my first time trying such a dessert, and it's truly wonderful," Mikoto declared earnestly. "That's great to hear," Uchiha Haiyan sighed in relief, nodding. "I was worried you might not enjoy it. It seems you, my little foodie, will accept anything, regardless of its quality." His teasing tone was unmistakable. Chapter 150. Hostility from Mikoto? However, upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words, Uchiha Mikoto's eyebrows furrowed, and she raised a brow with a half-smile. "Do you have the courage to repeat that?" Cough, cough. Uchiha Haiyan was taken aback as Mikoto's previously bright demeanor vanished. It dawned on him suddenly. How had he carelessly uttered the term foodie in reference to her? Oh dear, this is truly a case of digging one's own grave, he thought. Any girl would undoubtedly be displeased to be characterized in such a manner, and anger would not be an exaggeration. He wiped his face, his mind racing, and then adorned his face with a brilliant smile. "I was merely complimenting your charm. After all, I believe that having a good appetite is a blessing." A hearty appetite signifies good fortune. I meant it as a compliment, with no ulterior motives. Is that so? After hearing Uchiha Haiyan's explanation, Mikoto's expression softened slightly. Though she raised an eyebrow, her eyes filled with lingering skepticism. Are you certain? Absolutely, Uchiha Haiyan affirmed vigorously, wary of revealing any insincerity. Humph. Uchiha Makoto scrutinized him intently. After a prolonged silence, she finally huffed, crossing her arms defiantly. If that is the case, I suppose it's acceptable. Haha. Uchiha Haiyan, wanting to flatter her further, reconsidered and opted for silence, smiling without elaboration. When shall we visit the Hyuga clan again? He deftly shifted the topic, hoping to redirect Mikoto's focus from the recent culinary delights to Niji Hyuga. What is the purpose? Mikoto frowned, clearly displeased. After all, her previous confrontation with Hinata had not reached a conclusion. It had merely been halted due to Uchiha Haiyan's intervention. Yet, the stalemate was unsatisfactory to Mikoto. As the heiress of the Uchiha clan, she had always been treated with utmost care, and the notion of a draw was utterly intolerable. Moreover, Uchiha Mikoto was accustomed to being first in everything, and the idea of being at a standstill was deeply unsettling, leading to her frustration with Hinata. For reasons she couldn't quite articulate, Mikoto felt that Hinata would inevitably become a formidable rival. This instinctual feeling was one of the primary motivations for her subconscious rivalry with Hinata. Do you really think Niji would refrain from training at the practice ground early in the morning? Uchiha Haiyan shrugged, adopting a resigned demeanor. We are a team, after all. It would be wise for you to temper your hostility. I have no hostility. Mikoto pouted defiantly, her lips pressed together in a show of resistance. There is an undeniable truth evident in your expression. Any discerning observer could easily perceive your palpable displeasure. Nevertheless, I must emphasize that the three of us, as a cohesive unit, must cultivate mutual cooperation and trust. Uchiha Haiyan rubbed his temples in mild frustration. Recently, he has been striving to elevate his efforts from low-level assignments to B-rank tasks. Engaging solely in mundane material escorts or other trivial missions, he felt, would not serve to hone his skills. Thus, upon successfully passing the Chunin exams and graduating from the academy, he would progress to the next phase and undertake B-rank missions, significantly enhancing his experience and resolve. To ensure that each mission is executed flawlessly, it is imperative to nurture a sense of teamwork and synergy among the trio. In short, we cannot afford to be as we are now. Uchiha Meichin and Hyuga Niji were in a subtle standoff. Several times, during critical moments of life and death, their lack of coordination had exposed vulnerabilities, resulting in what should have been an unassailable team suffering breaches. This issue must be addressed. With a heavy sigh, Uchiha Haiyan shook his head, filled with a sense of melancholy. Little did he anticipate that upon arriving in the world of Hokage, endowed with a golden opportunity, he would also need to become a successful psychologist. He mused that had he known better in his previous life, he would have opted for psychology as an elective instead of studying classical languages and art appreciation, which now seemed utterly pointless. Uchiha Meichin, however, was oblivious to Haiyan's inner thoughts. Upon hearing his suggestion to abandon her rivalry with Niji, she frowned, letting out a cold huff, her expression rife with reluctance and displeasure. She had no desire to engage with those hypocrites, which she found utterly distasteful. Uchiha Haiyan was acutely aware of Meichin's shifting demeanor and, shaking his head, could not help but smile ruefully. My reasoning stems from the past few encounters with those enigmatic figures in black. Your lack of synergy and cooperation was glaring. And what if we lack that synergy? Meichin retorted, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Synergy implies that our thoughts align, allowing us to complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. Upon hearing Meichin's dismissive tone, Uchiha Haiyan rose, retrieved a piece of ice-skinned cake from the refrigerator, and placed it before her, pointing at the confection. For instance, this cake, if it were only the outer layer, you might find it palatable, yet it would lack depth without the cream and fruit. What you would taste is merely a chewy texture devoid of sweetness. Wouldn't you agree? He continued, on several occasions. Your lack of coordination has left us vulnerable when confronted with the attacks of the mysterious adversaries, resulting in severe injuries. Meichin's expression shifted slightly at this revelation, involuntarily recalling the moments when Haiyan had shielded her from several devastating strikes. A wave of emotion surged within her, and her face reflected a complex mixture of feelings. If we could work together seamlessly, we would be like this cake, round and smooth. leaving no opportunity for our foes to exploit. Noticing the slightest softening in Meichin's demeanor, Uchiha Haiyan was determined to intensify his efforts to reshape her worldview. To alter the Uchiha clan's twisted mindset, a gradual approach was essential. He aimed to subtly shift Meichin's perspective in their daily interactions before ultimately reconstructing her beliefs. This was the first step in his plan to supplant Uchiha Suifeng as the clan leader, surrounding the patriarch with the clan members and rendering him powerless. By the time he realized the situation, it would likely be too late. After all, he had no desire to replicate the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan depicted in the anime, a complete annihilation. With this thought, a radiant smile graced Uchiha Haiyan's face, and he felt a surge of optimism. This way, we can strike a decisive blow while ensuring our own safety. His expression became earnest. Upon hearing Haiyan's words, Meichin pursed her lips, biting down on them as she furrowed her brow. While there is some truth to your argument, as members of the Uchiha clan, how can we stoop to their level? Uchiha Haiyan was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware of the Uchiha clan's haughty demeanor. Yet Meichin seldom exhibited this trait in their interactions, causing him to momentarily forget that she too was a proud lady of the Uchiha lineage, for whom such arrogance was difficult to relinquish. Realizing this, Uchiha Haiyan felt a chill run down his spine. Reflecting on his initial arrival in this world, he recalled that the memories of the former Uchiha Haiyan were riddled with this tiresome and foolish arrogance, which had undoubtedly strained his relationship with Tsunade. Alas, this misplaced confidence, nay, arrogance, was a perilous trait. Did these individuals not comprehend the principle that standing out often invites disaster? To navigate life and labor with humility is the true path. Uchiha Haiyan thought, feeling exasperated. What troubles you? Meichin inquired, observing the fluctuating colors on his face, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Nothing, he replied, shaking off his reverie and gesturing dismissively toward her, his demeanor calm. Confidence is commendable, yet excessive self-assurance borders on hubris and can lead to significant downfall. Before Meichin could formulate a retort, Haiyan continued, take the Hyuga clan, for instance. Their Byakugan is an innate ability that allows them to observe all around, detecting potential dangers in advance. As he spoke, he turned to face Meichin earnestly. During our recent missions, who do you think played the most pivotal role? It was none other than Hyuga Niji. Let us not forget how instrumental his Byakugan has been to our success. Meichin opened her mouth to respond, but upon hearing his words, she fell silent, realizing the undeniable truth of Niji's contributions during their missions. Without the assistance of Hyuga Niji, it is highly probable that when that group arrives, both she and Uchiha Mikoto would only then realize the impending danger. Not only would they be caught off guard, but they might also sustain serious injuries, perhaps even have their Sharingan forcibly removed. Uchiha Mikoto is certainly not a fool. She is well aware of how enticing the Sharingan can be for certain crazed individuals. It must be acknowledged that the offensive ninjutsu within the Uchiha clan is indeed formidable. Yet one cannot overlook the fact that the chakra within our bodies is quite limited, barely sufficient to employ a couple of techniques before it is depleted. In situations where we face numerous adversaries, we are decidedly at a disadvantage. Uchiha Haiyan's words had a profound impact on Uchiha Mikoto, prompting her to fervently add, therefore, you must understand a fundamental truth. Everyone possesses their own strengths and weaknesses. We must leverage the strengths of others to compensate for our own shortcomings. This way, the three of us can form a cohesive unit, truly capable of achieving invincibility. The last two words were emphasized by Uchiha Haiyan. Her declaration struck Uchiha Mikoto like a thunderbolt, resonating deeply within her mind. After contemplating for a considerable time with her head bowed, she finally sighed and responded with a tone of agreement. I must admit, your reasoning holds merit. Setting aside our prejudices and engaging in heartfelt communication is the ultimate goal we must strive for as a team. At this moment, Uchiha Haiyan cast a meaningful glance at Uchiha Mikoto. All right, I understand, Uchiha Mikoto replied, slightly taken aback, before promptly nodding. Let us head to the Hyuga clan now. Otherwise, I worry that training fanatic Niji has already retreated to the training grounds. Chapter 152, An Unexpected Encounter. Very well. Observing Uchiha Mikoto's swift change of heart, Uchiha Haiyan felt a sense of pride in her eloquence. Had I known I possessed such persuasive skills, I should have pursued a career as a psychotherapist in my previous life. Truly, people can be driven to their limits. Uchiha Haiyan mused. Within the Hyuga residence, Niji Hyuga gazed at his younger sister, Hinata, with a hint of annoyance. "Brother, may I accompany you to Uchiha Haiyan's home for a visit this afternoon?" Hinata pleaded, her large eyes sparkling with innocent hope. Niji felt a familiar headache returning as he rubbed his temples. To be honest, he had never anticipated that a member of the main family would exhibit such a demeanor. Although she was the little princess of the Hyuga clan, Hinata's gentle and demure nature was entirely at odds with the clan's traditional conduct. It was precisely for this reason that Hinata struggled to fully unleash the potential of her Byakugan. For Niji, who bore the burden of the caged bird seal, this was a profoundly disheartening truth. Absolutely not. The mere thought of the caged bird seal caused Niji's expression to shift slightly. As he looked at Hinata with a blend of frustration and disappointment, his tone cold and unyielding. "Brother?" The naturally perceptive Hinata sensed the change in Niji's demeanor and paused, a hint of sadness and grievance flickering across her face. Seeing Hinata in such a state, Niji let out a heavy sigh, his feelings becoming increasingly complex. "Today was meant to be a team gathering, and bringing you along would not be appropriate." "Very well," Hinata replied, her disappointment evident as she turned away. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind them. "What is going on here?" Uchiha Haiyan arrived, and immediately sensed that the atmosphere in the corridor was tense. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the siblings, Hinata and Niji, seemingly embroiled in a verbal skirmish, particularly with the complex expression on Niji's face, an amalgamation of sarcasm, mockery, despair, anger, and desolation. Seeing the familiar visage of Niji, Uchiha Haiyan felt a jolt in her heart. If we do not address Niji's psychological issues, he may very well spiral into madness, she thought. Ultimately, it all stemmed from the caged bird seal. Furthermore, Niji's father had once protected Hinata, only for the Raikage to retaliate, which tragically resulted in Niji's father losing his life. This is a perfect illustration of betrayal, Uchiha Haiyan reflected, shaking her head. Despite any disdain for the branch family, we are still part of the Hyuga clan. At the very least, during times of external conflict, one would expect some degree of loyalty. Realizing just how foolish the situation was left her speechless. With a sigh, Uchiha Haiyan pondered, "To be honest, I find it unnecessary to be overly fixated on the caged bird seal. While it does pertain to matters of life and death, in my view, no sealing technique can be entirely infallible. They serve merely as a means of mitigation. There is always a way to resolve conflicts." With that thought, Uchiha Haiyan's mind began to race. System, she fervently called out in her mind. "What is it?" The system's languid voice responded after a brief pause. "Is there a way to lift the caged bird seal?" Uchiha Haiyan inquired, her excitement palpable. The system hesitated momentarily before mechanically responding, currently searching. After a short while, the system elaborated. "The caged bird seal is a sealing technique imposed by the main family on the branch family, suppressing the Byakugan's abilities and controlling the branch family members, inflicting immense suffering and even allowing for life and death decisions. In times of significant danger, the main family can use the branch family to buy time, and under absolute safety conditions, force the branch family to self-destruct, destroying their Byakugan to prevent it from falling into enemy hands." "Yes, that's it," Uchiha Haiyan exclaimed, invigorated by the revelation. "Is there a way to break or to chew the seal?" "Yes," the system nodded in affirmation. "By upgrading the Byakugan to the Rinnegan, one can break the curse of the caged bird." "Wait a minute," Uchiha Haiyan interjected, her initial excitement dissipating as she furrowed her brow, adopting a serious demeanor. "Did you not previously state that the caged bird seal primarily suppresses the Byakugan of those in the branch family? How could it possibly evolve?" "I possess a formula that can temporarily suppress the effects of the caged bird seal. Each dose lasts for 6 months, and as long as it is taken regularly, there will be no other issues." The system rolled its virtual eyes and continued. "However, are you sure you want to activate the formula? Is that even a question?" Uchiha Haiyan retorted, her frustration bubbling over. "If it were not for Niji, I would not even be consulting you. The seal of the caged bird is a burden for Hyuga Niji. If this burden remains unresolved, it is feared that Niji will descend further into madness and degradation. As a member of the team, Uchiha Haiyan cannot idly witness Niji's descent into irreparable consequences. Furthermore, while it is true that Niji's true feelings were somewhat alleviated in the latter part of the narrative due to the protagonist's eloquence to Uchiha Haiyan, it merely appears as a superficial release. Niji's father met his demise at the hands of the Hyuga clan leader because of this very seal. How could Niji possibly relinquish the resentment and anger from witnessing his father's death? Such matters are crystal clear. Therefore, it is imperative to fundamentally resolve this issue to address the true internal conflict in Niji's heart. Chapter 153. Mutual understanding. This is precisely why Uchiha Haiyan sought to inquire with the system. Moreover, after a series of incidents and conflicts over time, it is fair to say that Uchiha Haiyan has come to regard Niji as a brother. Haiyan has always cherished his companions, and naturally, any issues concerning his brother are his own. If he is able to address them, he cannot simply stand by. This is not in line with Uchiha Haiyan's consistent character. While Uchiha Haiyan was engaged in a mental dialogue with the system, Hyuga Hinata, upon catching sight of him, brightened up instantly, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she spoke softly. "It's nothing. My brother and I were merely playing around." "That little girl insisted on accompanying me to your home," Niji interjected bluntly. "Oh, I see," Uchiha Haiyan responded, nodding in understanding, before a smile graced his lips. "It might be a bit inconvenient today, but if you have no plans tomorrow, your brother can bring you along, and I will prepare something delicious for you." "Thank you, Brother Uchiha Haiyan." Hinata's eyes sparkled, maintaining her refined demeanor as she curtsied, her excitement subtly evident. "Let us go," Uchiha Haiyan said, gently patting Hinata on the head before pulling Niji away from the Hyuga residence. Meichin. Upon returning home, Uchiha Haiyan glanced in the direction of Uchiha Meichin and said, "I may need to ask for your help." "What is it?" Meichin tilted her head in confusion. "I completely forgot that I've run out of sanitary pads in the refrigerator. I intended to pick some up on my way to the Hyuga house, but forgot." Uchiha Haiyan lamented, rubbing his head in distress. "I am currently baking desserts in the oven and cannot step away for a while. Could you please go out and buy some miso? If convenient, you might also pick up a few other ingredients you fancy." "All right," Meichin replied, not overthinking it, as she grabbed a basket and made her way to the market. After Meichin departed, a radiant smile spread across Uchiha Haiyan's face, seemingly concealing his accomplishments. "Niji," Uchiha Haiyan called out, waving to Niji, who sat on the sofa, seemingly lost in thought. "Come and lend me a hand." "Okay." Niji, already feeling restless on the sofa, quickly stood and followed Uchiha Haiyan into the kitchen. "Please wash these vegetables," Uchiha Haiyan, assuming the role of the head chef, instructed without hesitation. "Sure." Niji did not find anything amiss and turned to wash the vegetables at the sink. After about 3 to 4 minutes, feeling the time was ripe, Uchiha Haiyan feigned boredom and said, "Niji, do you have any thoughts about our team?" "None," Niji replied succinctly. "How can you be so unorthodox?" Uchiha Haiyan thought, slightly exasperated. "If you could offer any suggestions, I could use that as a segue to broach the topic of the caged bird seal." "What now?" After a moment's reflection, noticing that Niji was almost finished washing the vegetables, Uchiha Haiyan finally resolved to speak directly. "Niji, what are your thoughts on the caged bird seal?" "What?" Niji's expression shifted abruptly, his face stiffening as he looked up at Uchiha Haiyan, his countenance darkening, as if an unfathomable abyss threatened to swallow everything. "Why are you bringing this up?" Once he regained his composure, Niji feigned calmness, though his voice betrayed a hint of anxiety and tremor. "I obtained a formula recently from the Forbidden Area," Uchiha Haiyan stated solemnly, to bolster his credibility. "To be honest, when I activated my Sharingan, I noticed something on the stone tablet in the Forbidden Area." "The caged bird seal?" Niji appeared momentarily taken aback, his expression revealing a mix of complexity. "Yes," Uchiha Haiyan affirmed, nodding with certainty. "Although I do not know what transpired with you, I can sense your obsession with this seal, which has escalated to a nearly fanatical level." Upon hearing these words, Niji fell silent for 2 minutes. After a moment, he managed a bitter smile. "If you had witnessed your father suffer a tragic death due to the caged bird seal, you would likely grow equally obsessed, perhaps even to the point of madness." "Indeed," Uchiha Haiyan thought, feeling a chill run down his spine, fully convinced of his previous thoughts and speculations. Naruto's persuasive rhetoric is undoubtedly formidable, yet it could never alleviate Niji's suffering or liberate him from this nightmare. Everything depicted in the anime merely represents Niji transforming his genuine sorrow and anger into a seed buried deep within his heart. If I were to witness such a scene in the anime, I might remain entirely unmoved. After all, protagonists often need a few sacrificial pawns to propel the story forward. However, now that I find myself in the world of Naruto, watching these originally animated characters materialize before my eyes, the sensation is incredibly complex. Especially during the previous battles where Niji and Uchiha Haiyan fought side by side against enigmatic foes, it has become abundantly clear to Uchiha Haiyan that anime is fiction. But here, the characters are living, breathing beings with flesh, thoughts, and souls. Invulnerability cannot simply be achieved through words. True strength comes from within. Perhaps this is the essence of the adage that one must forge oneself before forging iron. Chapter 154. The method to break the seal. Uchiha Haiyan felt his heart racing at this moment, instinctively taking a deep breath as he spoke with utmost seriousness. I am aware that you have always harbored a keen interest in the cage-bird seal. If I were to inform you that I have previously witnessed a method to unlock, even completely lift, the cage-bird seal from the forbidden area, would you be inclined to believe me? Uchiha Haiyan gazed earnestly at Hyuga Niji, eager to discern his standing in the latter's esteem. What? Hyuga Niji was initially taken aback, instinctively suspecting that Uchiha Haiyan might be jesting. However, upon meeting the seriousness in Uchiha Haiyan's eyes, he fell into an uncommon silence, suddenly pondering the possibility that Uchiha Haiyan might indeed possess knowledge about the means to dispel the cage-bird seal, although reason dictated that the likelihood was nearly infinitesimal. Bordering on zero, Hyuga Niji could not suppress the bitter smile that crept to his lips. Belief. The enigmatic first patriarch of the Uchiha clan might very well possess insights into the cage-bird seal. With a wry amusement, Hyuga Niji reflected on this notion. Very well. Upon hearing those two words from Hyuga Niji, Uchiha Haiyan exhaled gently, his lips curving into a radiant smile as he spoke. To break the cage-bird seal, one must elevate the Byakugan to the Rinnegan, which would automatically nullify the seal. Is that true? Hyuga Niji exclaimed, his excitement propelling him closer to Uchiha Haiyan as disbelief widened his eyes. Indeed, it is true. You know I would never deceive you regarding such matters. Nor would I jest about issues concerning my own kin, Uchiha Haiyan affirmed with a firm nod, elaborating with earnestness. Yet, Hyuga Niji paused, his gaze laden with complexity as he regarded Uchiha Haiyan, before coming to a realization, his expression tinged with exhaustion and melancholy. Because of the cage-bird seal, my Byakugan has no potential for evolution. No. However, to Hyuga Niji's astonishment, Uchiha Haiyan waved his hand dismissively, shrugged, and relaxedly remarked, perhaps you are reluctant to believe me, but I indeed possess methods to hinder the cage-bird seal's effects. Hyuga Niji regarded Uchiha Haiyan with a complex expression, fully aware of the terrifying nature of the cage-bird seal and the extensive time required to thoroughly investigate its intricacies. For all this while, he had made no breakthroughs or advancements in this area. What? Do you think I am lying? Uchiha Haiyan, unfazed by the piercing scrutiny of Hyuga Niji's gaze, understandingly placed a hand on his shoulder and chuckled. If I were in your position, hearing such news, I would also feel a profound shock and skepticism. After a moment, Uchiha Haiyan continued, rest assured, I would never betray my own kin. Then how did you acquire the means to obstruct the cage-bird seal? Hyuga Niji's inquiry struck at the heart of the matter. Uchiha Haiyan stroked his chin, finally smiling as he replied. If I were to tell you I discovered it in the forbidden area, what would you think? I would believe you. Hyuga Niji instinctively responded. In truth, as he realized what he had just said, a faint smile emerged on his lips, at least during those previous life and death crises. Had Uchiha Haiyan not stepped forward to protect them, Hyuga Niji might have followed in his father's tragic footsteps. Thus, he was acutely aware that Uchiha Haiyan would never betray him. Although he remained unsure of how Uchiha Haiyan had obtained this knowledge regarding the means to counteract the cage-bird seal, Hyuga Niji understood his friend's need for discretion. After all, even among spouses, secrets exist, and to preserve their bond of brotherhood, it was essential for both parties to maintain a degree of personal space. Moreover, if Uchiha Haiyan wished to disclose the truth, he would do so in due time. For reasons unknown, Hyuga Niji found solace in this thought. Really? Hyuga Niji's response evidently surprised Uchiha Haiyan, who raised an eyebrow, curiosity dancing in his eyes. You do not think I am fabricating this, do you? You are indeed fabricating it, Hyuga Niji asserted confidently, clasping his hands behind his back and maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued. However, this does not conflict with my belief in you. Hee. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Haiyan fell silent for 2 seconds before bursting into hearty laughter, heartily patting Hyuga Niji on the shoulder. You truly are my brother. Then, Uchiha Haiyan's expression shifted to one of solemnity. In light of your words today, I must assist you in liberating yourself from the cage-bird seal. Hyuga Niji felt a surge of warmth as he gazed at Uchiha Haiyan, as if a torrent of heat coursed through his chest. To be honest, the formula I possess was not obtained from the forbidden area, but I assure you it will be effective. As for its origin, that remains a secret, and I cannot divulge it, so I hope you understand. No matter. I believe you. Hyuga Niji waved his hand dismissively. Very well, this formula requires a copious amount of herbs. I shall inquire with Tsunade upon her return to see what she has, and whatever we can gather, we shall. If we cannot procure enough, we will venture out together to find it. We will surely uncover a way to help you lift the seal. Uchiha Haiyan nodded, gesturing expansively. There is no rush. After all these years, we can take our time. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Niji found himself calming down, taking a deep breath before smiling slightly. All right. Uchiha Haiyan nodded in agreement. Chapter 155. The astute young lady. To be candid, prior to encountering Uchiha Haiyan, although Hyuga Niji had fantasized about one day unraveling the cursed cage-bird seal, he was acutely aware that without a means to enhance his strength, the prospect of breaking the seal was akin to a fool's dream, entirely impossible. Nevertheless, despite this understanding, Hyuga Niji was unwilling to relinquish hope. He had but one goal remaining. Should he fail to achieve this, his entire mental landscape would likely collapse. Reflecting on this, Hyuga Niji could not help but let out a heavy sigh, overwhelmed by a surge of emotion. He vividly recalled the moment he witnessed his father, having protected Hinata, fall victim to the head of the Hyuga clan, who sacrificed him to maintain a semblance of peace with the Raikage, resulting in his father's eyes being gouged out and his life extinguished before his very eyes. At that time, Hyuga Niji had lacked even the strength to protect his father's lifeless body, helplessly watching as the head of the Hyuga clan delivered the remains to the Raikage. After that, the covert attack on Hinata Hyuga by the Raikage seemed to have been conveniently forgotten by both parties, as if an unspoken agreement had been reached. No one recalled the incident, nor did they reflect upon the fact that the one who once protected Hinata had become a lifeless corpse, its whereabouts still a mystery. This irony weighed heavily on Niji Hyuga, who couldn't help but smirk, his eyes filled with contempt and indifference. This was a significant reason why, even after being taken in by the Hyuga clan, he found it impossible to assimilate into that family. Moreover, Hinata, that gentle and soft-spoken girl, caused Niji's expression to darken slightly. She possessed an unintentional charm that drew people closer. Had it not been for that previous incident, he might have found himself fond of Hinata, far more than he could ever feel for Hanabi, who often treated the lives of branch family members with callous disregard. Unfortunately, there is no what-if or hypothetical in life. His father had perished for the sake of the Hyuga clan, and he vowed never to tread the same path his father had taken. Absolutely not. Niji clenched his fists, silently swearing in his heart. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shursui Uchiha was keenly observing the shift in Niji's gaze and expression. He noted how Niji transitioned from a state of despondency and weariness to one of anger and agitation. After a moment of contemplation, Shursui understood the underlying cause. Undoubtedly, Niji had subconsciously related his situation to that of his father, trapped like a caged bird. The arrogance of the main branch of the Hyuga clan was indeed remarkable. Yet they never contemplated what would happen if the branch family were to rise in rebellion one day. The saying, "Water can both carry a boat and capsize it," is universally applicable. It is only when the main family pushes the branch family to the brink of desperation that they might come to grasp this truth. Shursui couldn't help but shake his head, overwhelmed by an array of emotions. However, he could not allow Niji to dwell in his memories any longer. He reached out, patting Niji on the shoulder, and with a beaming smile declared, "Regardless of the circumstances, we will give it our all." Niji, upon hearing those words, took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. Just as Shursui sought to uplift Niji's spirits, Mikoto Uchiha entered the room with a basket of vegetables. The moment she stepped inside, she sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere. Observing Niji and Shursui with a curious gaze, she inquired, "What are you two up to? Is something the matter?" "Nothing," Shursui replied casually, waving his hand and shrugging his shoulders, feigning nonchalance. All right then. Although Makoto suspected that Shursui and Niji were concealing something, she prioritized the matter of preparing a meal. Other concerns could wait. "When do you plan to start cooking?" she asked. her eyes scrutinizing Shui with a mixture of inquiry and mild reproach, as if to express her frustration over his lack of culinary progress despite her long absence. Right now? You can watch some television in the living room. Dinner should be ready in about an hour, Shui replied, pretending not to notice her discontent as he cheerfully took the basket from her hands. Really? That's wonderful. Mikoto's face lit up, and she couldn't suppress a cheerful shout as she promptly pushed Shui into the kitchen. In a world as vast as this, nothing is more important than a meal. We can discuss everything else after we eat. This mantra epitomized Mikoto's approach to life. Half an hour later, while Shui busied himself with the ingredients for lunch, he suddenly heard some faint noises from the living room. Pausing his work, he instinctively slowed his movements, straining to listen. I said, "What were you two discussing earlier?" When I walked in, the atmosphere felt off. Did you have a disagreement? Mikoto yawned, half-heartedly watching the television while glancing curiously at Niji, her chin resting on her hand, a smile playing on her lips. No, we were just talking about some matters, Niji replied, shaking his head in response. Mikoto's keen senses caught certain keywords, and she raised an eyebrow, fixing her gaze on Niji. Could this be related to you? Niji fell silent for 2 seconds before nodding, tacitly confirming her suspicion. TSK. Upon hearing this, Mikoto blinked, a flicker of excitement crossing her features. Truth be told, she was genuinely curious about the conversation between Shui and Niji. Chapter 156. The Iron Triangle. If all goes as expected, it should be the same topic he had previously discussed with her, which is rather dull. Oh, with this thought, Mikoto lost interest in their so-called men's talk. However, just as she was about to change the subject, she suddenly recalled something, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, "Wait. Given your personality, you would typically reject such alliances or team formations. If Shui intends to recruit you, he must offer a corresponding price." Mikoto seemed to be talking to herself. That price has to be something that piques your interest. Could it be related to the caged bird seal of your Hyuga clan? Her eyes widened in astonishment. Niji, observing Mikoto, couldn't help but sigh silently, before finally nodding in affirmation. Listening from the kitchen, Shui felt a wave of emotion wash over him. It was undeniable that both the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha family, as prestigious clans in the world of Naruto, invested tremendous effort into nurturing the next generation. Most individuals would not consider such matters upon hearing the previous conversation. Yet, Mikoto's ability to swiftly grasp the essence of the discussion was clearly a testament to the Uchiha clan's upbringing. These prominent families not only focused on cultivating strength, but also placed great emphasis on social acumen. Just like Hinata, who, despite not being favored by the head of the Hyuga clan, received an education far superior to that of the branch family members like Niji. Even the Uchiha clan, known for their haughty demeanor, devoted countless resources to this aspect of development. In other words, although they hold others in disdain and consider themselves superior, they are not foolish. Each one of them possesses a clarity of mind akin to a mirror. Indeed, it is terrifying. Uchiha Haiyan murmured to himself. These prominent families are certainly not as tranquil as they appear on the surface. Otherwise, there would be no need to cultivate the next generation so rigorously. It seems that disputes are likely to arise soon. Uchiha Haiyan's expression darkened as he contemplated this in his heart. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon hearing Hinata Niji's words, Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help but exclaim, "What did you say? Is that true? Regardless of its veracity, I am willing to give it a try. And when it comes to Uchiha Haiyan, I am more inclined to trust him." Hinata Niji smiled, his demeanor remarkably composed as he responded. Hidden within the room, Uchiha Haiyan, upon hearing these words, nodded in satisfaction. Truly, he had chosen well. She stood on the same front as him. What keen insight, Uchiha Haiyan thought to himself, reveling in this realization. Sensing that the moment was right, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. Is dinner ready? Uchiha Mikoto's eyes lit up the moment she saw Uchiha Haiyan. Not yet, we must wait a little longer. It's almost done, Uchiha Haiyan replied, somewhat taken aback by her enthusiasm, and waved his hand in a gesture of resignation. While I was cooking in the kitchen, I overheard your conversation about this matter. It is indeed true. I have obtained the formula for lifting and suppressing the caged bird seal. Before Uchiha Haiyan could finish, Uchiha Mikoto calmly interjected. Well, if that's the case, feel free to ask for my assistance. When you have the ingredients ready, let me know, and if I have them, I can bring them right over, and we can set off to search. Upon hearing this, Mikoto noticed that both Hinata Niji and Uchiha Haiyan were staring at her. their expressions resembling that of someone who had discovered a new world, their eyes wide with astonishment, devoid of any pretense. I say, Uchiha, Mikoto frowned, arms crossed. Looking down at Uchiha Haiyan and Hinata Niji with a displeased expression. What is with your shocked demeanor? Coughing, Uchiha Haiyan snapped back to reality, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. I was merely curious and surprised. What is there to be surprised about? Uchiha Mikoto rolled her eyes in exasperation. While I may not particularly like this guy, Hinata Niji, he is still part of our team, and I cannot allow outsiders to bully him. Oh, realizing Uchiha Mikoto's sentiment, Uchiha Haiyan nodded in understanding. In simple terms, it was merely a case of possessiveness, or to put it more plainly, being overly sensitive. It seemed that the ideological and political lessons he imparted this morning had indeed made an impact. At least Uchiha Mikoto had embraced his thoughts. Uchiha Haiyan felt a sense of satisfaction and couldn't help but revel in the idea of playing the role of a life mentor, a guiding light on the path ahead. What a delightful thought. Meanwhile, Hinata Niji cast a complex glance at Uchiha Mikoto, his lips pressed together, a subtle hint of excitement and gratitude flickering in his eyes. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room grew somewhat peculiar. Uchiha Haiyan, sensing this, burst into hearty laughter, first clapping Hinata Niji on the shoulder and then Uchiha Mikoto, cheerfully exclaiming, "Let us not forget, the three of us are a team, an unbreakable triangle, impervious to external foes." Without allowing either of them a chance to respond, Uchiha Haiyan waved his hand and declared, "Dinner is served." With that, he turned back to the kitchen and emerged with several exquisite dishes that filled the air with a tantalizing aroma. Wow, it smells amazing. As the familiar scent wafted through the air, Uchiha Mikoto's eyes sparkled. "Did you make my favorite dish today? I think it's called honeysuckle egg." Mikoto blinked, her excitement palpable. "It seems these dishes truly cannot escape your nose." Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow, smiling as he acknowledged her. Hee. Uchiha Mikoto showed no signs of discontent, instead laughing heartily, seemingly having waited eagerly for this moment. The meal was a joyous occasion, and even Hinata Niji could not resist indulging in the delicious fare, eating heartily. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Haiyan's efforts elevated Uchiha Mikoto's affection for him to 65. Haha. As he beheld the nearing fulfillment of his goal, Uchiha Haiyan felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. Initially, he believed achieving maximum affection from three individuals was an impossible task, yet now it seemed that with effort and dedication, even the most challenging feats could be accomplished, especially when it came to winning over a girl. Uchiha Haiyan's lips curled into a smile, hinting at his concealed prowess. Winning a girl's heart is merely a matter of appealing to her tastes. As the saying goes, capturing a woman's heart through her stomach is half the battle won. The remaining portion hinges on the time and effort a man invests while pursuing a woman, including financial expenditures and sweet gestures. However, given the recent surge in affection, it appeared that both Tsunade and Uchiha Mikoto had been sufficiently satisfied with the culinary delights, indicating that the growth rate might soon plateau. It seemed he should consider a strategic shift. Pondering this, Uchiha Haiyan stroked his chin thoughtfully, contemplating. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Mikoto and Hinata Niji, he settled on the sofa, gazing out at the setting sun, formulating profound plans and changes for the future. The next morning, Uchiha Haiyan awoke early for the first time. Rising from his soft bed to observe the desolation of the yard, a glimmer of inspiration flashing in his eyes. He had a plan. Meanwhile, Tsunade perched on a high branch, watching the sun rise, popping a soldier pill into her mouth. It was tasteless, akin to chewing wax, yet it filled her stomach. However, after having been spoiled by Uchiha Haiyan's various culinary delights, Tsunade found the soldier pill increasingly difficult to swallow. If not for the need to maintain her energy and spirit, she would never have resorted to such bland sustenance. It was hard to fathom just how much effort it took to choke down such insipid fare. Tsunade reflected wistfully. As the longer she spent away, the more she yearned for the tranquil days she had recently spent at home, quiet, uneventful, but disrupted by the forceful intrusion of a certain individual. However, the waves brought not danger or crisis, but rather immense happiness, deliciousness, and romance. Compared to the present life, it is indeed vastly different. That fellow, Tsunade, pursed her lips, her expression somewhat complex as she pondered. She wondered what he was actually doing. Nevertheless, the mission was nearing its end, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she should return to the village this afternoon. This way of life could finally come to a close. For Tsunade, who had long since grown accustomed to such a lifestyle. The past few days of happiness and tranquility were what she truly desired and cherished the most at this moment. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hate, preoccupied with purchasing ready-made bouquets at the flower market, remained oblivious to the fact that Tsunade's affection level had steadily risen to 90 on the system's interface. This time, the system offered no reminder. Whether intentional or forgotten, it remained unclear. Since he needed to buy flowers, he thought it better to purchase them from a familiar shop. Thus, he headed directly to the flower shop run by the Yamashiro family. As expected, Yamashiro Ino was likely not on a mission at this time, spending most of her day tending to the shop. Upon hearing Uchiha Hayate's request, Yamashiro Ino straightforwardly suggested, "If you wish to tidy up your yard, I personally recommend a combination of ready-made bouquets and seeds. The bouquets can be directly planted into the soil, while the seeds can bloom again next spring, saving you the expense of purchasing fresh flowers." Ah, so that's how it is. Uchiha Hate, entirely inexperienced in gardening, nodded vigorously at Yamashiro Ino's words. What types of bouquets are best to plant in this season? Ideally, something easy to care for and maintain, as this is my first attempt at gardening, and I have no experience. As he spoke, a hint of embarrassment colored his expression, revealing his unease. Oh, I see. Yamashiro Ino chuckled, her enchanting eyes curving into crescent shapes. Surrounded by countless flowers, her fair and delicate skin radiated a luminescent glow, resembling a fairy descending from the heavens, evoking an ethereal illusion. Please wait a moment. After this remark, Yamashiro Ino seemingly disregarded Uchiha Hayate's stunned expression and turned back into the shop. Moments later, she emerged holding a thin booklet, which she handed to Uchiha Hayate with a smile. "This is a compilation of my experiences in flower cultivation, essential for newcomers like you. Given your purchase of so many bouquets and seeds today, I'm gifting you this booklet. Thank you." Uchiha Hayate smiled, then returned home with his purchases. A man must keep his word. Having devised his plans while Tsunade was away, he was determined to see them through successfully. Chapter 158. A man's word is his bond. Without hesitation, Uchiha Hayate spent the entire morning in the backyard weeding, planting flowers, and sowing seeds. Fortunately, the results appeared quite promising. Wiping his brow, he gazed contentedly at the once chaotic yard, now transformed into a sea of blossoms, nodding appreciatively, his heart swelling with pride. Undoubtedly, this would strike a chord deep within Tsunade, and he chuckled in a rather mischievous manner, looking forward to the delightful surprise awaiting her upon her return. As time sped by, afternoon arrived in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Hayate had anticipated Tsunade's return within the last couple of days. However, as he waited at the door, he found himself drifting off to sleep, unable to spot her familiar figure. Meanwhile, Tsunade was just entering Konoha village. "You've returned." In the office of the third Hokage, he looked up at Tsunade with a sense of relief. "How did the mission go?" "It's completed," Tsunade replied, her exhaustion evident. "However, I cannot be certain if we can continue to delay. I fear the time for an uprising draws nearer." "I understand," the third Hokage responded, his expression sobering. After a brief pause, he nodded firmly. "Have you found any leads?" "None. Everything seems to have happened naturally. We haven't uncovered a single clue. Not even the slightest trace." Tsunade shook her head in earnest. "I see," the third Hokage mused, falling into contemplation. After a moment, he sighed softly. "Given the circumstances, we must prepare for the worst. We cannot allow Konoha to suffer another heavy loss." Tsunade refrained from commenting on this matter. After all, such issues concerning the village were typically the responsibility of the third Hokage. As ninjas, their duty was merely to fulfill the missions assigned by him. "By the way, have you found any clues regarding those people who were targeting you and Uchiha Hayate?" The third Hokage, well aware of Tsunade's thoughts, shifted the conversation, curiosity evident in his gaze. "Could it be as we suspected?" "Yes." Tsunade nodded decisively. "Strange, if that is the case. What does that old man Uchiha Mizumi intend to do?" The third Hokage furrowed his brow, a look of grave concern crossing his face, appearing perplexed and at a loss. This confusion was understandable. Their investigations revealed that the group which had previously attacked Tsunade and Uchiha Hayate was intricately linked to the Uchiha clan, specifically to Uchiha Mizumi. Additionally, it was unclear who in the village was seemingly colluding with the Uchiha clan, always allowing their targets to slip away just as they were about to catch them. For the third Hokage and his associates, such occurrences were infuriatingly repetitive, nearly driving them to the brink of explosion. Taking a deep breath, The third Hokage drummed his fingers thoughtfully on the desk, pondering aloud. I cannot fathom what that old man is scheming. However, you must ensure Uchiha Hayate's safety. I am certain his target is not you, but rather Uchiha Hayate, whom he considers a worthless son. He is not worthless. Tsunade, displeased with the third Hokage's blunt remark, pressed her lips together and emphasized her point with seriousness. Of course, the third Hokage exhibited no signs of anger or offense. Instead, he nodded earnestly, appearing to express considerable agreement. In my view, he is far from being a failure. Rather, he is a prodigy. Upon hearing this commendation from the third Hokage, Tsunade raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in her eyes. If Uchiha Haiyan were aware that the third Hokage deemed him a genius, he would likely puff up with pride, his ego soaring to great heights. This thought elicited a faint smile from Tsunade. I am convinced that the old fox, Uchiha Mizuhane, must have manipulated something regarding Uchiha Haiyan. Based on my understanding of him, it is likely that the old man. At this juncture, the third Hokage paused, glancing at Tsunade before continuing in a calm tone. The Uchiha clan has never produced a failure incapable of mastering ninjutsu. Such a scenario is virtually impossible. Why is that? Tsunade could not restrain her curiosity and inquired. This is related to the Uchiha clan's forbidden techniques. It is a secret that has been passed down through generations of Hokage. This is precisely why I took note of Uchiha Haiyan's existence and arranged for your union. The third Hokage stated with a serious demeanor. There is undoubtedly a secret harbored within Uchiha Haiyan that he himself is unaware of, and we are equally in the dark. The sole person in the know must be Uchiha Mizuhane. Yet that man would never divulge even the slightest detail to us. Is Uchiha Haiyan in danger? Tsunade's face betrayed her anxiety upon hearing the third Hokage's words, reflecting her deep concern. For the time being, you need not worry about that. The third Hokage smiled, waving his hand nonchalantly, indicating that such trivial matters should not weigh heavily on one's mind. Do not forget, if our previous suspicions hold true, then Uchiha Haiyan is essentially the last trump card of that old fox, Uchiha Mizuhane. He would never resort to using it unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 159, The Path of Marriage. After a pause, the third Hokage continued with a mysterious smile. Moreover, putting aside other issues for now, let us focus solely on Uchiha Haiyan. He is far from the coward that Uchiha Mizuhane imagines him to be. In due time, that old man will surely suffer a significant loss in this regard. However, though Tsunade felt somewhat reassured by this, a trace of worry lingered in her expression. There is no however. Do you truly believe that Uchiha Haiyan is a mere lamb ready for slaughter? Do not forget, he is, in fact, a wolf in sheep's clothing. The third Hokage waved his hand again, emphasizing his point. Once Tsunade exited the third Hokage's office, she hurried home without delay. After a lengthy period spent on missions, she found herself yearning for the delicious meals at home and reminiscing about the days when a certain individual would energetically seek her attention, striving for her gaze and regard. This is what a typical household should resemble, Tsunade mused. I'm back. For the first time, she shouted as she swung open the door to her home. However, the sight that greeted her was Uchiha Haiyan, languidly reclining on the living room sofa, his left hand propping up his head, appearing to drift into slumber. The setting sun cast its warm, golden light across the land, filtering through the pristine window and illuminating Uchiha Haiyan's face, bestowing upon him an ethereal quality that stirred the heart. At that moment, stirred by Tsunade's exuberant entrance, Uchiha Haiyan rubbed his eyes sleepily. Upon recognizing her, a joyful smile brightened his face, and he exclaimed with a hint of excitement, "You're back." Tsunade's initial excitement quickly settled into a calm demeanor as she smiled faintly, nodding in acknowledgement of Uchiha Haiyan. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully charmed the target character. Tsunade 5, achieving a current charm level of 95. In that instant, a notification echoed in the depths of Uchiha Haiyan's mind. What? A wave of uncontainable excitement washed over his face. He had never anticipated that the surprise and romance he had prepared would yield such immediate affection. Scoring a 5 before he even deployed his charming tactics. This was akin to a fortuitous windfall, as if he had unexpectedly received a treasure from the heavens. At this moment, Uchiha Haiyan's heart brimmed with indescribable joy and exhilaration, leaving him with an almost euphoric sense of bliss. I also just returned from a mission. I found out you had left with the third Hokage for a task after I got back. taking a deep breath to collect himself. Uchiha Haiyan forced down his excitement and spoke in a composed manner. However, I figured you would be back in a couple of days. So I prepared your favorite dishes at home. Would you like to take a stroll in the yard after dinner? Of course. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with happiness upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words. Though she was uncertain of his intentions, she hoped it was a delightful surprise. As both were preoccupied with their own thoughts, they swiftly finished dinner, akin to a feudal banquet. 10 minutes later, Tsunade stood in stunned silence, gazing at the sea of flowers before her, her mouth agape, struggling to find words but unable to utter a sound. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, akin to those of a cat, radiating a breathtaking allure. After what felt like an eternity, Tsunade finally regained her composure, instinctively turning to Uchiha Haiyan, who stood nearby, and asked, "What happened to the courtyard? I thought our yard was overgrown with weeds and disorganized. Since you were away, I took the opportunity to tidy it up, planting flowers and trees where needed. How does it look now? Isn't it lovely?" Uchiha Haiyan smiled. His eyes filled with affection and warmth as he gazed at Tsunade. "I bought all the bouquets you love. Now our backyard is filled with flowers. Each morning, I can present you with a fresh bloom, along with a handsome face." As he concluded, Uchiha Haiyan playfully winked, his tone laced with teasing. "You." Tsunade's cheeks flushed, overwhelmed by shyness. After a moment, she finally regained her voice and said, "Thank you. No need for thanks. We are already like an old married couple. There's no need for such formalities. This is merely a small gesture of romance and surprise for me." Uchiha Haiyan feigned indifference, waving his hand dismissively, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Since you are my wife, it is my duty as a husband to bring surprises and romance to you. This is the essence of nurturing the love between us as a couple. Is marriage truly everlasting?" Katsuyu's expression momentarily faltered, but upon regaining her composure, she suddenly realized, to her astonishment, that she had unconsciously taken hold of Uchiha Haiyan's large hand, and even found herself nestled in his embrace like a delicate bird seeking comfort. Of course, as husband and wife, we are akin to birds of a feather, destined to dwell in harmony, forever entwined in love and companionship until old age. Uchiha Haiyan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Katsuyu smiled gently, nodding in agreement, for the first time allowing her rationality to relax, wishing to reveal her vulnerable and timid side entirely to this man. Uchiha Haiyan, with his right arm draped over Katsuyu's shoulders, held her tightly, savoring the soft sensations beneath his fingers, a smile gracing his lips. He then turned to face Katsuyu in his embrace, raising an eyebrow in mild curiosity. "What is it?" "Nothing," Katsuyu replied, shaking her head, her teeth biting her crimson lip as she tentatively wrapped her arms around Uchiha Haiyan's waist. The air was thick with his presence, enveloping her in a moment of shyness. Chapter 160, The Flower and Skull Emblem HM. Uchiha Haiyan noticed Katsuyu's hesitance, sensing that she wished to express something but was unsure. He raised an eyebrow, a flicker of speculation crossing his mind, yet maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke. "If you have any concerns, feel free to share them with me, your husband. After all, we are now married, akin to birds of the same grove. There is no reason for us to fly apart in times of peril. Yes, if there is anything of significance, I will certainly tell you," Katsuyu assured, feeling a warm comfort wash over her at Uchiha Haiyan's words, nodding vigorously with a radiant smile. "That's good to hear." Uchiha Haiyan felt a slight relief within. No matter what, now that she had given her assurance, it seemed Katsuyu would no longer conceal anything from him. For the past few days, Uchiha Haiyan had been contemplating this matter. It seemed the first major event was drawing near. This so-called major event was merely a fleeting scene within the anime Naruto. When he had first witnessed this moment in the anime, Uchiha Haiyan felt no stirring in his heart, even finding it somewhat amusing. However, the impending reality now bore down upon him, stripping him of such indifference. It pertained to the awakening of the Nine Tails, which would ultimately result in the creature being sealed within the protagonist Naruto. Though the Nine Tails was fearsome, it could not be denied that it was a valuable asset. Especially for those of the Uchiha clan, controlling tailed beasts was a trivial task with the Sharingan. One could command the tailed beasts without the need for sealing them within a human host. To put it bluntly, Uchiha Haiyan had long been itching to collect all the tailed beasts. This might come off as somewhat arrogant, even reckless, yet, if he could achieve this, the benefits would be innumerable. Just look at how powerful Gaara, the brother of Temari, had become. With the proper utilization of the tailed beast's strength, one could achieve an unparalleled fusion of man and beast. For Uchiha Haiyan, who was in dire need of power, this was a perfect opportunity, an exquisite loophole. As time swiftly passed, even the last rays of the setting sun faded entirely, and before long, a radiant moon hung in the sky, casting its cool light upon the earth. This illumination accentuated Katsu's already breathtaking visage, rendering her as ethereal as a celestial being, evoking a sense of clarity and tranquility in those who beheld her. However, at that moment, a chilling laughter echoed from a distance, shattering the tender atmosphere. Who would have thought you two would find time for such romantic interludes here? Quite the eyesore. Who are you? Katsu exclaimed, turning abruptly at the sound. To her astonishment, a figure clad in black stood not far behind, adorned with a peculiar emblem resembling a fusion of a flower and a skull, exuding an unsettling aura of bloodlust and contradiction. Who am I? The figure responded, their voice oddly modulated, as if intentionally lowered, or perhaps it was their true voice. You ask me, yet who do I inquire of? What a lunatic! Uchiha Haiyan thought, internally mocking the absurdity of the stranger's words. Had the wandering ninjas or assailants of this era completely lost their memories? Not even recognizing their own name was rather laughable. Who are you truly? Katsu's brow furrowed. Her eyes filled with wariness and scrutiny. Me? A low chuckle emanated from beneath the ample cloak. I am the one here to take your life. Katsu remained silent, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized the figure before her, her mind racing with speculation. Damn it! Uchiha Haiyan felt a surge of anger. This fool intended to take his wife's life right before him. Clearly, they had underestimated him. With that thought, Uchiha Haiyan's expression hardened. Stepping forward to stand protectively in front of Katsu, his voice cold as he declared, if you wish to harm my wife, you shall have to step over my corpse first. Ah, so it is you, the little waste of the Uchiha clan. The mysterious figure looked Uchiha Haiyan up and down with disdain, a smirk playing on their lips. Who would have thought that the third Hokage's old man would actually do something commendable? It's amusing to see that you and Katsuyu have developed feelings for each other. If this news were to spread, it would surely elicit laughter from others. Something felt off. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Haiyan was not angered. Rather, he furrowed his brow, forming a deep crease, his expression turning grave. It was truly peculiar. How did this individual know his true identity? The mysterious figure seemed to read Uchiha Haiyan's thoughts, rolling their eyes in disdain. A waste from the Uchiha clan, how delightful. Since we crossed paths today, I shall claim your Sharingan. Perhaps I might spare your miserable life. Huh, do you know how a bull meets its demise? Uchiha Haiyan retorted with a cold smirk, raising an eyebrow. What? The mysterious figure appeared taken aback, momentarily stunned by the unexpected response, their expression shifting to one of confusion. It dies from inflating its own ego until it bursts. Uchiha Haiyan explained with a casual smile. You dare to mock me. The mysterious figure fumed, initially taken aback, but quickly recovering to display their fury. I had intended to spare you due to your status as a waste, but it appears I was too lenient. Merciful yet ruthless, are we? Uchiha Haiyan shot back defiantly. Humph. The mysterious figure scoffed, dismissing Uchiha Haiyan's retorts. With a disdainful huff, they stomped their foot and launched into action. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Uchiha Haiyan gazed with unwavering composure as the adversary approached with alarming speed. Chapter 161, The Great Battle with the Mysterious Figure. At that moment, he concentrated the chakra within his body into his mouth and unleashed a colossal fireball. The immense orb soared forth like an arrow, hurtling down towards his opponent. Bang! The explosion resonated, sending ripples of sound waves cascading through the air. Was that all you had? Truly a mere waste. Amidst the crackling of sparks, the voice of the mysterious figure rang out with clarity. Of course not. Uchiha Haiyan firmly shielded Tsunade behind him, narrowing his eyes as he focused intently on the cloaked figure amidst the shower of flames. Great Fire Dragon Technique. With that proclamation, Uchiha Haiyan's chakra surged within him, rapidly condensing. He opened his mouth wide, and several fiery tendrils, resembling dragon heads, erupted forth. The fire dragons, infused with scorching heat, relentlessly enveloped the mysterious figure, finally causing some trouble for his opponent. As he observed the figure evading in midair, Uchiha Haiyan squinted slightly, and his originally dark eyes suddenly gleamed with brilliance as blood pooled in his gaze. his Sharingan activated. The moment the Sharingan came to life, the mysterious figure's swift motions in the air began to slow, as if each movement was meticulously drawn out, allowing Uchiha Haiyan to swiftly discern his weaknesses and openings. In that instant of revelation, Uchiha Haiyan's heart raced. Now is the time. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, an enormous spherical flame, equivalent to the Great Fireball technique, coalesced in midair. This time, Uchiha Haiyan distinctly felt his chakra depleting rapidly. Taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth, he persevered until the last moment, launching the fireball just as his chakra reached its limit, striking the mysterious figure directly. Bang! The sound of the explosion surged forth, manifesting as concentric waves akin to rippling water. It seems I underestimated you. The mysterious figure's cloak was singed and tattered by the flames as he glared menacingly at Uchiha Haiyan before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Kakashi and others, drawn by the sounds of the clash, rushed to the scene. Are you all right? Kakashi leaped down from the rooftop, his expression laden with concern. I'm fine. Uchiha Haiyan waved his hand nonchalantly. Just a bit exhausted, a moment's rest will suffice. That's good to hear. Upon hearing these words, Kakashi exhaled, the tension in his chest easing. But what exactly happened? Who was that guy? I don't know, but his cloak bore a pattern of interwoven flowers and skulls. I suspect he belongs to some organization. Uchiha Haiyan furrowed his brow at Kakashi's words, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. Do you have any information about these organizations? None. Kakashi shook his head solemnly. Lately, various mysterious organizations have surfaced across the continent, and it's not just our Leaf Village. Other villages have also been attacked. What? This was the first time Uchiha Haiyan had heard such news, and he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Are you serious? Such matters haven't been disclosed to everyone. Each village has kept it under wraps. Kakashi remarked meaningfully. So that is how it is. Uchiha Haiyan nodded in understanding. No wonder he had never heard of such happenings. It was due to the villagers concealing the information. However, this only further implied that these organized and disciplined attacks were orchestrated by someone pulling the strings from the shadows, undoubtedly with a specific agenda. Yet, no matter how hard Uchiha Haiyan racked his brain, he couldn't recall any mention of these events in the original anime. However, considering that in the anime, Uchiha Mikoto had already become Sasuke's mother, it suggested that the current events were transpiring decades before the official timeline of Naruto began. If that is the case, things have become quite complicated. Chaos ensues. Has he been transported to a parallel world within the Naruto universe? Uchiha Haiyan furrowed his brow, a grave expression crossing his face. As the night passed, the following morning, Uchiha Haiyan had just opened his eyes when he heard a series of loud knocks at the door. Undoubtedly, it was the Uchiha lady. The thought of her unpredictable nature caused him considerable discomfort. However, hiding away was clearly unwise. If he delayed opening the door, he risked inciting her wrath to its maximum potential, which could result in his sturdy door being kicked down. After much deliberation, Uchiha Haiyan sighed heavily, resigned, and shuffled to the door in his slippers to open it. I say, why are you banging on my door so early in the morning instead of resting at home? Uchiha Haiyan looked at Uchiha Mikoto standing at the threshold with exasperation, shaking his head with a wry smile. Don't you realize that disturbing someone's peaceful slumber is quite improper? There is no time for that. Have you heard? A major incident has occurred with the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Mikoto gestured frantically, her expression filled with urgency. What happened? Upon hearing news regarding the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Haiyan's expression shifted dramatically, his brow furrowing as he spoke with concern and seriousness. Hyuga Niji has gone missing. Uchiha Makoto dropped the bombshell. What? Uchiha Haiyan's eyes widened in disbelief, shock and incredulity flooding his features. How could this be? Wasn't he just fine the day before yesterday? I'm not sure. This information was inadvertently revealed by that little brat, Hinata. Aside from a few people, no one else knows. Uchiha Makoto shook her head, providing an honest response. What actions have the Hyuga clan taken? Uchiha Haiyan frowned, sensing that the situation was far from simple. None for now. It's eerily quiet. At this juncture, even Mikoto's expression betrayed a hint of disappointment and dissatisfaction. Chapter 162. Missing. Indeed, it appears that as long as one is not part of the main family, they can remain entirely indifferent? What nonsense. For the first time, Uchiha Haiyan felt a growing disdain for the head of the Hyuga clan, Hinata's father. While watching the anime or reading the manga, Uchiha Haiyan had never perceived anything amiss with the Hyuga family's actions. After all, from the perspective of the clan leader, his duty was to protect his own family. Even the caged bird seals served that purpose, merely to prevent branch family members from surpassing the main house. However, in the real world, Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Haiyan were teammates, and witnessing Niji's disappearance while the Hyuga clan remained utterly passive, without even a word of information, was deeply unsettling. The indifference of the clan head, bordering on ruthlessness, sent shivers down the spines of outsiders like them, evoking a sense of foreboding. Moreover, what of those who have already suffered such unjust treatment? No one desires to remain indefinitely bound by the will of others, especially when their very lives lie in another's hands. The Hyuga main family shall inevitably face repercussions. Uchiha Haiyan shook her head, silently reflecting on myriad thoughts. However, the pressing matter at hand is not to dwell on these sentiments, but rather to swiftly locate Hyuga Niji. Do you possess any additional information regarding his disappearance? Uchiha Haiyan turned to her companion, Mikoto, who stood nearby, and inquired. None. The Hyuga clan has been remarkably secretive. I only learned of the situation by chance when I overheard that child, Hanabi, discussing it with a sense of glee, replied Uchiha Mikoto, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction towards the Hyuga family's actions. I initially thought your concerns regarding Niji's plight were somewhat exaggerated. Yet now it appears that his actual circumstances are likely far worse than we had imagined. The Uchiha clan has always functioned as a cohesive unit, without distinctions between main and branch families, nor any bizarre seals to contain their innate bloodline abilities. Most clans operate similarly. However, the Hyuga family is exceedingly cautious, distinguishing between main and branch families, and even imposing a caged bird seal upon the latter, clearly indicating their fear of a potential backlash from the branch family. Yet, any discerning individual understands that under such intense oppression, while the current situation may seem stable, prolonged pressure will undoubtedly breed resentment among the branch family members, particularly with the events of yesteryear. While some common folk may remain unaware, the families are well aware that Hinata was nearly abducted. The actions of the Hyuga main family during those times were indeed despicable. What a disgrace. Their inability to show gratitude is one thing, but to repay kindness with malice is beyond comprehension. It is no wonder Niji harbors such indifference towards the Hyuga main family. To be frank, Uchiha Mikoto holds a low opinion of the main family's conduct. A despicable lot. This is her assessment of the Hyuga main family. Alas, we currently possess no leads. How shall we proceed to find Niji? Uchiha Haiyan furrowed her brow, inhaling sharply, finding herself at a loss for the first time. This is precisely why I sought you out immediately upon learning this news. Although I have never been fond of Niji, he is nonetheless a member of our team. To bully him is tantamount to bullying me, Uchiha Mikoto declared, hands firmly placed on her hips, speaking with a sense of pride. Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, a flicker of amusement dancing in her eyes. This girl merely feigns toughness. Beneath her sharp tongue lies a heart of gold. In truth, she has likely already embraced Niji as one of her own, though she remains reluctant to abandon her inherent pride as a princess of the Uchiha clan. With this thought, Uchiha Haiyan smiled. Let us proceed in this manner. You return and attempt to gather any relevant information within the clan, while I consult Tsunade. Uchiha Haiyan's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she earnestly instructed, though the Hyuga clan may be quiet, we cannot afford to remain idle. If they refuse to search for him, we shall take matters into our own hands. Very well. Uchiha Mikoto nodded in agreement. Having already considered this approach prior to seeking out Uchiha Haiyan, as previously mentioned, the triangle of our trio cannot function without any one of us fully engaged. Simultaneously, in the third Hokage's office, Kakashi was discussing the mysterious attack on Tsunade and Uchiha Haiyan from the previous night. After Kakashi finished recounting the events, the Hokage remained silent for a moment, hands clasped under his chin, deep in thought before finally speaking. Uchiha Haiyan's ninjutsu has nearly reached the level of a standard chunin? Indeed, Kakashi affirmed with a nod. The Hokage mused, tapping his index finger rhythmically on the table, his voice gradually emerging. His progress is remarkably swift. Indeed, I was quite taken aback upon witnessing it myself, Kakashi agreed once more. In light of this, it seems evident that Uchiha Mizuki has likely placed some secret upon Uchiha Haiyan. From this day forth, you must ensure her safety. I will have Orochimaru and Jiraiya rotate shifts for your protection. It is imperative that you safeguard her, the third Hokage stated, suddenly lifting his gaze to fix Kakashi with a serious and intense expression. Exercise utmost caution. I suspect Uchiha Mizuki may take matters into his own hands. What? Kakashi blinked in surprise. It is merely a conjecture, nothing more. The Hokage waved his hand dismissively. You may go now. Understood, Kakashi shrugged, somewhat resigned. The third Hokage watched as Kakashi gradually faded from view, exhaling a soft sigh. Chapter 163. The Search for Information. 2 hours later. Uchiha Haiyan and Uchiha Mikoto convened at the entrance of Konoha village. I specifically asked Tsunade to gather relevant information. I suspect Niji may have vanished while en route to the training grounds, Uchiha Haiyan stated earnestly. I now believe it quite possible that he was abducted. From what I gather, the only individual aside from Raikage who covets the Hyuga clan's Byakugan abilities is likely no one else. When Uchiha Haiyan reached this point, a hint of confusion crossed her face. However, Raikage is well aware of the caged bird seal's implications. In other words, even if he desires the Byakugan, he would not approach Niji directly. Logically speaking, it should be either Hinata or Hanabi. After a moment's pause, Uchiha Haiyan continued. Those capable of such actions must possess not only strength, but also intellect. If that is the case, then it stands to reason that Raikage is unlikely to be the one behind Niji's abduction. In agreement with Uchiha Haiyan's hypothesis, Uchiha Mikoto nodded and elaborated. I previously procured a considerable amount of delicacies, hoping to coax some information from Hanabi. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Haiyan's eyes brightened, filled with admiration and approval as she regarded Uchiha Mikoto, nodding and giving her a thumbs up. How could I not have thought of such an excellent strategy? It is indeed the best approach to win over Hanabi and Hinata, who are both fond of sweets. Do you think this lady has no wits beyond her prowess? Uchiha Mikoto replied with a sense of pride. I have gathered a considerable amount of information regarding the disappearance of Hyuga Niji from Hanabi. After linking it with the news I received from you earlier, I have come to a startling realization. Uchiha Mikoto's expression darkened, as if a tempest were brewing within her, her voice taking on a more somber tone. I suspect that this disappearance was orchestrated with intent by the Hyuga clan. What do you mean? Uchiha Haiyan felt a sudden jolt in his heart, furrowing his brows tightly, a grave expression flashing in his eyes. It means quite literally that Niji's disappearance is likely connected to the Hyuga main family. How is that possible? Uchiha Haiyan exclaimed in surprise. What scheme is that old man plotting now? I am uncertain, but there is a strong probability that Niji is currently in the forest. It appears he has been exiled under the pretense of training. Uchiha Mikoto shook her head. I have heard that the wife of the Hyuga main family is suffering from an ailment and requires a specific herb for treatment, which is why they sent Niji to gather it. What? Uchiha Haiyan was utterly astonished. He had previously thought that the Hyuga couple treated Niji well, at least ensuring he lacked for nothing. After all this time, it turns out Niji is regarded within the Hyuga family as little more than a caretaker. For instance, though Hanabi refers to Niji as her brother, she genuinely holds him in contempt, and their relationship is akin to fire and water, filled with mutual derision and mockery. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Haiyan felt a twinge of shame for his previous thoughts. Even if the main family took Niji in and raised him, the main family would never particularly guide a branch family member. The most they might offer is a facade of care, stemming from the fact that Niji's father perished for Hinata's sake, merely to placate the branch family. As for feelings of guilt, such notions are inconceivable for that rigid and cruel elder. Uchiha Haiyan bit his lip, letting out a heavy sigh. I will inquire with the third Hokage about this matter. You should prepare at home. I acquired a scroll from Tsunade that will help us reach our destination. We must assist Niji, after all. He is a member of our team. Very well. Uchiha Mikoto, feeling quite ashamed of the actions of the Hyuga family, nodded in agreement after hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words. The two then parted ways, with Uchiha Haiyan heading to the third Hokage's office, while Uchiha Mikoto took charge of packing their belongings for their imminent departure. Standing before the door of the third Hokage's office, Uchiha Haiyan knocked firmly. Come in, came the voice from within. Once he heard the response, Uchiha Haiyan pushed open the door and stepped inside. What brings you here? The third Hokage inquired, perplexed, upon recognizing Uchiha Haiyan. Shouldn't you be by Tsunade's side these past few days? Niji has gone missing. We specifically went to the Hyuga clan to search for him, but we did not see a single trace of him. Uchiha Haiyan succinctly explained. Based on the information we have gathered, Niji is likely in the forest gathering herbs. having been absent for 3 days. I fear he may be in danger, which is why Mikoto and I intend to venture out to find him. The third Hokage's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words, his finger drumming pensively on the table as he spoke in a low voice. Such a situation has arisen? Yes. Uchiha Haiyan nodded. I intended to ask if you knew where Niji had gone, but it seems you are unaware as well. It appears we must resort to using a scroll. Are you referring to the special scroll from the Senju clan used for locating individuals? The third Hokage raised an eyebrow in surprise. Did Tsunade give it to you? Naturally. Uchiha Haiyan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Do you think I could wrest it from Tsunade's hands? If I had such skills, I would already be a jonin. The third Hokage cleared his throat awkwardly. Chapter 164. Searching for Hyuga Niji to be on the safe side. You should take Kakashi with you. However, for the sake of your training, Kakashi will only be responsible for your safety and will only intervene in dire situations. The third Hokage initially intended to elaborate further, but was cut off by the impatient Uchiha Haiyan. All right, I understand. The third Hokage had wanted to continue speaking, but found himself momentarily stifled by Uchiha Haiyan, unable to articulate his thoughts. Just as Uchiha Haiyan was about to leave the third Hokage's office, he suddenly remembered something very important. He turned abruptly, furrowing his brows and fixing his gaze intensely on the third Hokage. Do you know anything about ninjas whose cloaks are adorned with patterns of flowers and skulls? Who are they? Flowers and skulls? The third Hokage hesitated, a rare look of confusion crossing his face. I am unaware. I have never heard of anyone doing that. Very well. Uchiha Haiyan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him as he nodded and turned to leave. Behind him, Kakashi leaped down from the rooftop, closely following just a couple of meters behind. Once Uchiha Haiyan disappeared from view, the third Hokage let out a sigh of relief. His heart that had been lodged in his throat finally settling back into his chest. Flowers and skulls. The third Hokage gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Such a phenomenon has occurred once more. How can this be possible? Half an hour later, Uchiha Haiyan met up with Kakashi and Uchiha Mikoto at the entrance of his home. Perhaps I should accompany you both, Tsunade suggested, a hint of concern in her voice. If Niji has been seriously injured, my absence could hinder his chances of being saved. Uchiha Haiyan had initially intended to keep Tsunade out of danger, fully aware that her abilities far surpassed his own. Yet, as a husband, he felt it was his duty to protect her. How could he engage in the folly of leading her into danger knowingly? However, Tsunade's words held considerable weight. His and Mikoto's abilities were quite comparable to Niji's, leaving them evenly matched. If Niji truly found himself in peril, they might not be able to contend with the threat either. With both Tsunade and Kakashi, two jonin by their side, they should be able to manage. Moreover, if Niji were indeed gravely injured, Tsunade's healing prowess would be essential. After considering all these factors, Uchiha Haiyan reluctantly nodded in agreement. Very well, but you must remember to prioritize your safety. Understood. Tsunade, upon hearing this, felt no sense of belittlement. Rather, she was filled with warmth from being cared for, her heart glowing with happiness. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, casting a contemplative glance at Tsunade and Uchiha Haiyan, and broke into a smile, choosing to remain silent. Uchiha Meichin, however, observed the interaction between Tsunade and Uchiha Haiyan with a tinge of dissatisfaction, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her, as though she were steeped in vinegar, coupled with a hint of grievance. What's wrong? Uchiha Haiyan, keenly perceptive, noticed that Uchiha Meichin's expression seemed off and inquired with concern. It's nothing, Uchiha Meichin replied, shaking her head and offering a somewhat stiff smile. Let us hurry and set off. All right. Uchiha Haiyan nodded in agreement without further thought. Darling, I leave this matter in your capable hands, Tsunade remarked calmly. Tsunade nodded affirmatively, then subtly motioned with her right hand, producing a scroll seemingly from thin air. With hands forming seals, the scroll emanated a soft white glow. Let us go. As Tsunade's words echoed, a brilliant light enveloped the four of them completely. When the radiance dissipated, the original four figures had vanished without a trace. At the Hyuga household, what did you say? Hyuga Hizashi stared incredulously at the person before him, utterly baffled as to whether he had misheard. Did you just tell me that Kakashi and Tsunade went out with those two little ones to find Hyuga Niji? Yes, the branch family member nodded respectfully in response. I have received confirmed information from the third Hokage. It is indeed true. Very well, Hizashi frowned. I did not expect that little fellow to attract so much attention. As the branch family member heard this, a tremor ran through him, and he pressed his lips together, stating, "It's nothing. They are merely searching for someone. It's not a significant matter." Hizashi waved his hand dismissively. "It's likely just something instigated by his two teammates. There's no need to worry." Indeed. The branch family member felt a wave of relief wash over him, his heart easing considerably. Niji was undoubtedly the most talented among the branch family, and if he were to fall under suspicion from Hizashi, it wouldn't be long before he followed in his father's footsteps. Contemplating this, the branch family member felt a pang of sorrow akin to the grief of a rabbit mourning a fox. If only one day, the cursed seal binding them could be lifted, how splendid that would be. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was but a fanciful wish. Meanwhile, in a distant forest, a flash of white light appeared, thick chakra spreading throughout the area. As the light faded, 4 figures emerged within the woodland. Tsunade observed the familiar scenery with surprise. Raising an eyebrow, her eyes flickering with confusion. "What is Niji doing here? I heard he was supposed to gather herbs for the clan leader's wife." Uchiha Haiyan replied, shaking her head, then curiously asked Tsunade, "Is this forest particularly dangerous?" "Yes. Even Jonin and Chunin would not venture here lightly," Tsunade affirmed solemnly, while Kakashi stood nearby, his gaze alert, scanning the surroundings. "What?" Upon witnessing their demeanor, Uchiha Haiyan and Uchiha Meichin instinctively gasped. Surely, that clan leader must be out of his mind. If that's the case, what use is it to send a genin like Niji? Uchiha Haiyan's brows knitted tightly, her tone rife with discontent. That's how the Hyuga clan has always been." Kakashi chuckled lightly, his demeanor unruffled. "Can we find Niji now?" Uchiha Haiyan glanced at Kakashi, who seemed lost in thought, then turned to Tsunade, her voice filled with concern. "Indeed." Tsunade closed her eyes for a moment, attuning herself before nodding decisively. "I can sense that Niji is not far from us." "Good." Uchiha Haiyan exhaled in relief, her previously tense heart finally easing. Under Tsunade's guidance, the group hastened toward Niji's location. Moments later, they arrived at a hidden cave, shrouded in dense underbrush and vines, effectively concealing its entrance from prowling beasts. Here. After closing her eyes to concentrate once more, Tsunade opened them, nodding with certainty. "Excellent. We mustn't delay. Let us quickly go inside," Uchiha Haiyan replied, promptly pushing aside the vines and foliage, entering the cave with urgency. For reasons unknown, as Uchiha Haiyan approached the cave, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her, as though something dreadful was about to transpire. 2 minutes later, Uchiha Haiyan gazed upon Niji, his body covered in coagulated blood and in a state of unconsciousness. Fury boiling within her. Damn it! This was the first time Uchiha Haiyan had seen Niji in such a weakened state. Generally aloof and taciturn, he was always composed and rational. The individual capable of inflicting such severe injuries upon him was undoubtedly formidable. Fortunately, Tsunade was accompanying them. This was the singular thought coursing through Uchiha Haiyan's mind as she beheld the bloodied form of Niji, an overwhelming sense of relief washing over her. "Let me take a look." Tsunade gasped at the sight of Niji, hastily crouching down. A green orb of light coalesced in her right hand, which she then pressed into Niji's body. "This is dire." Moments later, Tsunade rose, her expression grave. "If we had arrived any later, it truly would have been too late." "So serious?" Uchiha Haiyan and Meichin gasped in unison at Tsunade's words. "Yes," Tsunade confirmed solemnly. "It's evident that Niji has suffered a grave injury, severely damaging his internal organs, and his chakra is nearly depleted. Merely being unconscious at this stage is already a remarkable feat." After a pause, Tsunade continued, "I have encountered similar critically injured patients before. Most succumbed the moment their chakra was exhausted. To find someone like Niji, who has merely lapsed into unconsciousness, is exceedingly rare. Indeed, chakra depletion is a serious matter. One might never withstand the power it brings, leading to total bodily collapse." Kakashi concurred, nodding thoughtfully. As he absorbed these words, the male figure inhaled sharply, instinctively patting his chest, realizing how fortunate he and Niji were to still be alive. Damn it! He had never comprehended the severe consequences of chakra depletion until now. He recalled the times shortly after arriving in this world, having exhausted his chakra several times, only to collapse afterward. Originally, He thought that a mere month or two of recuperation would suffice for a return to normalcy. Thus, he exerted himself to the utmost in every battle. However, he was utterly unprepared for the grim reality that after exhausting his chakra, there was only a 10 chance of merely falling into a coma, while the remaining 90 would lead to immediate death. Astonishingly, he found himself fortunate, nay, extraordinarily lucky. Had it not been for this stroke of fortune, he would have perished shortly after his arrival in this new world. Was it true that foolish people are blessed with foolish luck? Uchiha Haiyan silently rejoiced in his heart. Is there hope for Hyuga Niji? Upon regaining his composure, Uchiha Haiyan eagerly inquired. Fortunately, I accompanied you. Otherwise, by the time you brought him back, he would likely have been beyond saving, Tsunade replied, nodding slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth, her tone a blend of seriousness and relief. Moreover, Niji's will to survive is remarkably strong, which is why he could hold on until we arrive to rescue him. That's a relief. Hearing this, Uchiha Haiyan let out a long sigh of relief. You can treat him here. Mikoto and I will step outside for a moment. Witnessing his comrade in such a perilous state, battered and even unconscious, weighed heavily on Uchiha Haiyan's heart. Tsunade, understanding his sentiments, nodded without hesitation. Be careful. I understand. With those words, Uchiha Haiyan grasped Uchiha Mikoto's arm and turned to leave the confined, narrow space. Standing upon the lush, verdant grass and gazing at the towering trees that seemed to pierce the heavens, Uchiha Haiyan took a deep breath and began to speak. Do you think? The moment he uttered those 3 words, he found himself at a loss for further words. Uchiha Mikoto, recognizing his thoughts, felt a shiver of fear and a surge of sorrow and anger at the sight of Niji's woeful condition. I know what you want to say. Honestly, seeing Niji like that, I instinctively recalled the times we spent together on missions, Uchiha Mikoto said calmly as she sat beside Uchiha Haiyan by the stream. Chapter 166. A Feast of River Delicacies. I must admit, I never particularly liked that guy Niji, but I acknowledge he is indeed our teammate. Watching a comrade suffer such grievous injuries is truly unsettling. For the first time, I understand why you felt compelled to help him break free from the curse of being a caged bird, Uchiha Mikoto continued, her expression darkening with indignation. After all, anyone would tremble at the sight of Niji in such a state, especially with his bloodied appearance. Uchiha Mikoto was no exception. Regardless, the Uchiha clan would never stoop to such actions. Niji's talent was among the finest in the Hyuga clan, and perhaps the main family feared this, prompting them to send him to such a perilous location for the sake of gathering herbs. At the end of the day, it's merely envy and jealousy at play, Uchiha Mikoto remarked with a hint of bitterness. You are right, Uchiha Haiyan agreed, nodding. I had initially planned to rest for a while before accompanying Niji to gather additional materials for the remedy, but it seems we should expedite our search. To be honest, Uchiha Haiyan had never anticipated the lengths to which the Hyuga clan could go. Damn, they truly seem relentless in their cruelty. They treat the lives of those from the branch family as if they are worthless. Now, for the first time, he fully understood Niji's desire to escape the curse of being a caged bird. Indeed, with such a cold-hearted leader, should a true conflict erupt, the Hyuga clan would undoubtedly sacrifice the lives of the branch family without hesitation. Contemplating this heavy topic, Uchiha Haiyan could not help but let out a deep sigh, staring at the refreshing river water, and gave his face a firm slap. What is wrong with you? Uchiha Mikoto asked, perplexed, turning to look at him. Why are you hitting yourself? It's nothing, Uchiha Haiyan replied, waving his hand dismissively. As long as there is hope for rescue, we only need to wait for Tsunade to heal him. Uchiha Mikoto patted Uchiha Haiyan on the shoulder, smiling brightly. Just relax. Yes. Uchiha Haiyan gazed at Uchiha Mikoto for a long moment before nodding, feeling somewhat more at ease. You are right. The river water was crystal clear, adorned with drifting river grass, while black fish and tiny shrimp swam about, creating a lively natural scene. This place truly looks pristine, Uchiha Mikoto remarked, hands on her hips, appearing in high spirits as she addressed Uchiha Haiyan. Do you fancy some river delicacies? Uchiha Haiyan glanced at the small fish darting through the water, smiling as he replied. Are you referring to grilled fish? Uchiha Mikoto's eyes lit up at the mention. The village's barbecue shop offered large chunks of meat, visually appealing and satisfying to chew. Yet for a girl, it could be overly greasy. Uchiha Haiyan had previously prepared small portions of barbecue that she had enjoyed, and the idea of grilled fish seemed splendid. Grilled fish sounds delightful, And we could also prepare some grilled shrimp and clam soup, Uchiha Haiyan suggested, skimming his hand across the water's surface. Intrigued by the jumping shrimp at the riverbed, a grand river feast could be in the making. It is worth noting that unlike the land of water, which is near the ocean, finding fresh seafood in Konoha is quite challenging. Not that it is entirely unavailable, but the transportation constraints make it rather expensive. Even for someone like Uchiha Mikoto, a young lady from a prominent clan, it is not something easily enjoyed. And while seafood may be scarce, the often overlooked river delicacies are also quite appealing. Beyond just grilled fish, Uchiha Haiyan was eager to taste the shrimp, as these were not commonly consumed. Shrimp? Are you referring to those in the river? Uchiha Makoto queried, her brow furrowing. The tiny shrimp resembled insects, and while ninjas often resorted to eating anything edible during missions, few would willingly consume such creatures unless absolutely necessary. Clearly, Uchiha Makoto shared this sentiment, viewing the river's shrimp as unappetizing, with their black-red bodies and unsightly pincers. However, she was not an ordinary girl, and while she would not fear them, eating them was another matter entirely. Don't worry, they are quite a delicacy and incredibly delicious, Uchiha Haiyan assured, choosing not to elaborate further. Once he prepared lunch, he was certain the girl would be drooling at the prospect. Once Uchiha Mikoto took a bite, she would understand just how exquisite river delicacies could be, entirely unlike the barbecue she had previously tasted. Fine, but if they taste bad, I'm not eating them. Uchiha Mikoto expressed her concerns early on, stating that she had no desire to endure whatever dark culinary creation Uchiha Haiyan might concoct after biting the bullet and swallowing it down. Although Uchiha Haiyan's past culinary endeavors had been delightful, there was no guarantee that this time would not result in disaster. You just wait and see, Uchiha Haiyan exclaimed, diving into the water to catch shrimp. Uchiha Mikoto stood on the shore, bemused. Whenever food was involved, Uchiha Haiyan was always brimming with enthusiasm. Upon catching sight of the peculiar shrimp that Uchiha Haiyan had tossed onto the shore, her expression soured. Can those wriggling, insect-like creatures actually be eaten? She thought inwardly. Though she kept her thoughts to herself, she resolved that if it truly was a dark dish, she would not partake at all. After all, how could a beautiful girl eat bugs? That was utterly inconceivable. Of course you can. I guarantee you'll want more, Uchiha Haiyan confidently replied. Uchiha Mikoto scoffed at Haiyan's words, holding no trust in them whatsoever. No way. That's absolutely impossible. Half an hour later, it could only be said that Uchiha Mikoto truly embodied the essence of delicious. Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she watched Uchiha Mikoto relish the food with unabashed delight, the phrase delicious popping into her mind. Despite their monstrous appearance, the shrimp were surprisingly delectable and quite nutritious. Uchiha Haiyan chuckled. Chapter 167. The fiery triangle. Uchiha Mikoto opened her mouth wide, a piece of shrimp meat finding its way inside. Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's remarks, she swiftly raised her hand, exclaiming, I want some too. Are you not full after eating so much? Uchiha Haiyan silently shifted her gaze to the shrimp shells scattered on the ground, instinctively swallowing hard and inquiring, Really? No. Uchiha Mikoto responded earnestly, shaking her head. Though it seems plentiful, there's hardly any meat in these things. Eating this much won't satisfy my hunger at all. All right. Uchiha Haiyan replied after a moment of silence, nodding in acceptance of Mikoto's explanation. Hee. Anyone who could eat 5 or 6 pounds of shrimp would surely be full. Heaven only knew how vast Uchiha Mikoto's appetite was. Was it possible she had a black hole in her stomach? Uchiha Haiyan mentally ridiculed. Yet, it must be noted that Uchiha Mikoto's appetite had always been impressive. Uchiha Haiyan recalled how Mikoto had once devoured an entire table of food all by herself. In comparison, 5 or 6 pounds of shrimp seemed trivial. Half an hour later, Uchiha Haiyan returned to the cave with freshly grilled fish and shrimp. Can those be eaten? Kakashi inquired curiously, looking at the shrimp in Uchiha Haiyan's hands. Of course, they taste quite good, Uchiha Haiyan affirmed with certainty. If you don't believe me, give it a try. Kakashi observed Uchiha Mikoto enjoying her meal beside him and, after a moment of hesitation, picked up a shrimp, mimicking her actions. As he cracked open the shell and placed the tender shrimp meat in his mouth, his eyes brightened immediately. The shrimp was delightfully chewy and flavorful, and when dipped in sauce, it offered a unique taste. How's the situation with Tsunade? Uchiha Haiyan stood hesitantly at the cave entrance, unsure whether to interrupt Tsunade. She should be finishing up soon. Just wait a bit, Kakashi suggested after contemplating. I think it's best you don't go in yet. If you distract Tsunade, your friend might be in peril. Understood. Upon hearing Kakashi's serious tone, Uchiha Haiyan felt a chill run down his spine and nodded in agreement. As time swiftly passed, it was soon around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Just as Uchiha Haiyan and Uchiha Mikoto began to feel drowsy, a weary voice echoed from within the cave. All right. Uchiha Haiyan jolted awake, quickly bringing the warm grilled fish and shrimp inside. Upon entering the cave, he saw that most of Niji Hyuga's wounds had healed, yet he remained unconscious, eyes tightly shut. Meanwhile, Tsunade sat nearby, her complexion pale, as if she had exerted considerable effort. You've worked hard, my dear, Uchiha Haiyan said, placing the food before Tsunade and moving behind her to massage her shoulders. How is Niji? He's doing well. He sustained quite a few external injuries, but I've healed them all. However, I can't restore his depleted chakra, so he will remain in a deep sleep until his chakra recovers, Tsunade explained as she ate. It will likely take a day or two. You were unconscious for over a week yourself. That's good. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Uchiha Haiyan let out a long breath, the weight that had been lodged in his throat finally easing as he nodded. There's something I wish to discuss with you, my dear. What is it? Tsunade raised an eyebrow in curiosity, glancing at Uchiha Haiyan while continuing to enjoy her grilled fish. You must be aware of the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal, right? Is there no way to break it, or at least temporarily render it ineffective? Uchiha Haiyan squatted beside her, massaging her shoulders while gazing at Niji with a pained expression. I truly cannot bear to see Niji in that near-death state again. Tsunade understood Uchiha Haiyan's true feelings and contemplated for a long while before shaking her head. To be honest, the Senju clan is not particularly knowledgeable about the caged bird seal either. Aside from the Hyuga clan, I fear no one else understands how to break it. Is that so? Uchiha Haiyan inhaled deeply upon hearing Tsunade's words, then blinked and retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, placing it in her hand. I need these medicinal herbs. I've found them in my recent research, and regardless of their efficacy, I would like to give them a try. I wonder if we have them at home. Tsunade raised an eyebrow in surprise, glancing at Uchiha Haiyan's earnest expression, a hint of a smile appearing in her eyes. She then lowered her head to examine the contents of the paper, nodding after a moment. Most of these items are available in the Senju clan, and I know where to find the remaining 1 or 2. If necessary, we can always purchase them. Thank you, my beloved. Uchiha Haiyan exclaimed with genuine delight upon hearing Tsunade's assurance, speaking with utmost seriousness. However, Tsunade lifted the paper, looking puzzled. Do you really believe these items can correspondingly break or suppress the caged bird seal? I have perused numerous volumes and discovered that all things possess an inherent principle of restraint. It is impossible for a caged bird to remain forever without recourse. Now, I can only attempt one solution after another, for I am utterly averse to witnessing the pitiful state that Hyuga Niji once endured, treated as less than human. To hell with that. In a moment of frustration, Uchiha Haiyan could no longer suppress his irritable heart and exclaimed. Chapter 168. The tumult in the heart. I plan to descend shortly to catch a few fish, so that I can prepare a meal for Kakashi and the others. I suspect they would relish such fare. If there is concern that the branch family might bring misfortune to the main house, then why not abandon the notion of division altogether? After all, we are all called Hyuga, and that signifies we are one family, united in our efforts against external threats. Instead, they have established a caged bird seal, seemingly fearful that others might not recognize the main family's apprehension towards the branch family. Uchiha Haiyan rolled his eyes in irritation and continued, in my opinion, the individual who conceived the caged bird seal harbored malicious intentions. Centuries ago, who truly knew who constituted the main or branch family? It is entirely possible that the original leader of the branch family once rebelled, transforming the former branch into the current main family and vice versa. Indeed, your reasoning is quite sound. Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words, Tsunade chuckled lightly, her expression revealing her agreement. 2 days later, Hyuga Niji finally awakened and, gazing at Tsunade, who had saved his life, expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. It was nothing. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, indicating that such trifles need not be taken to heart. Niji turned his gaze towards Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Haiyan, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Regardless, I must sincerely thank you both. Think nothing of it. The 3 of us form an unbreakable triangle. Missing one would be untenable. Uchiha Haiyan asserted confidently with a sweeping gesture. Indeed, Niji's typically cold expression softened slightly as he nodded in silence. What do you plan to do when you return? Uchiha Haiyan seemed to recall something, furrowing his brow as he looked at Niji with genuine concern. If you return to the Hyuga clan, that old man from the main family might once again assign you perilous tasks, as he regards the lives of branch family members as expendable pawns. Until I possess the strength to truly oppose the Hyuga clan, I must endure, Niji replied with a bitter smile, acknowledging the truth in Haiyan's words. Sighing heavily, Uchiha Haiyan understood Niji's mindset, but was at a loss for a solution. Standing nearby, Uchiha Mikoto observed the pained expressions on both Niji and Haiyan's faces. She shrugged and remarked nonchalantly, "Why don't we take on more missions together? After all, it is quite normal to be away for 10 days or even half a month while on a mission." After a pause, she continued, "If we accept 2 missions a month, we could remain outside for an extended period. Niji would not have to face that incessantly scheming group back home." Uchiha Haiyan's eyes brightened at Mikoto's suggestion. "You make a valid point. However, it is unfortunate that if Niji does not return, then neither can we. Let us not forget that the 3 of us are a team. That is not an issue on my end. Are you certain about yours?" Mikoto said, casting a meaningful glance towards Tsunade standing a short distance away. Haiyan understood the implication of Mikoto's words. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. "I have already provided the formula to Tsunade. Most of the ingredients are readily available in the Senju clan, until we gather everything. It seems we must assist Niji in escaping that dreadful fate using this method." Pondering deeply, Uchiha Haiyan stroked his chin. Seriousness etched on his face as he continued. "Once we obtain all the necessary items, Niji can temporarily halt the effects of the caged bird seal. Though the duration is brief, only 3 months, it will allow us to maintain a sustained effort." "Thank you." Niji glanced at Uchiha Haiyan and then at Uchiha Mikoto, who appeared indifferent. After a deep breath, he solemnly expressed his gratitude. "Think nothing of it." Haiyan waved his hand dismissively, a sentiment echoed by Mikoto, both seemingly unbothered by the matter. 3 days later, fully recovered, Hyuga Niji returned to Konoha. Uchiha Haiyan, Niji, and Uchiha Mikoto had agreed to rest for the day before embarking on missions the following day. Given that only 1 night remained, the elder from the Hyuga clan would likely refrain from making overt threats. After all, this situation had been discussed with the 3rd Hokage and Kakashi, and those who needed to be informed were already aware. Even for the sake of the Hyuga clan's reputation, the elder should maintain a low profile for a while. However, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Uchiha Haiyan and the others resolved to set out immediately the next day. What if that elder cared little for the opinions of others? Such a rigid and antiquated figure might very well believe that the branch family exists solely to serve the main family. Nevertheless, a night of rest was essential, as they needed to return to the village to replenish their supplies and equipment. This decision was reached after thorough deliberation among the 3. Upon returning home, Uchiha Haiyan exerted himself to prepare a lavish feast. "You," Tsunade remarked, her eyes glinting with curiosity as she surveyed the abundant spread. "Surely you must have some ulterior motive?" "Indeed," Uchiha Haiyan replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding in resignation. "I had intended to discuss this after the meal, but it appears you have already discerned my intentions." While he typically prepared a variety of dishes balanced in nutrition, it was uncommon for him to create an entire table filled solely with his favorites, disregarding nutritional balance. Chapter 169. Accepting missions and departing. Tsunade pointed to the array of dishes, her delicate brows knitted in confusion. "What exactly do you intend to do?" "You have seen how Niji has lived under the thumb of the Hyuga elder," Uchiha Haiyan said after a brief silence, taking a deep breath before continuing. "This matter is evident to all. So, you intend to assist Niji in breaking free from the caged bird seal, do you not?" "Precisely," Haiyan affirmed, continuing. "However, the situation is far more complicated than we had anticipated. The Hyuga elder has already taken note of Niji's extraordinary talents." "What do you mean?" Tsunade's brow furrowed slightly, her expression one of perplexity. Although Niji Hyuga belongs to the branch family, his mastery and innate talent in the use of the Byakugan are virtually unrivaled, with the sole exception being Hinata Hyuga. Uchiha Haiyan stated with utmost seriousness. "The Byakugan has the potential to evolve into the Rinnegan. Both Hinata and Niji possess this possibility." "What?" Tsunade exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. Where did you learn such information? Never mind how I came to know. I am currently quite suspicious that the Hyuga clan is attempting to suppress Niji, and the caged bird seal is merely the first layer of their insurance. Uchiha Haiyan waved his hand dismissively. Thus, before we can mitigate the caged bird seal, we must minimize Niji's appearances before the main branch of the Hyuga clan. Are you not aware that the caged bird seal can be triggered from a distance? Tsunade nodded thoughtfully, then stroked her chin, her tone turning grave. Only the head of the main family can determine the life and death of branch family members. This is the terrifying aspect of the caged bird seal, which you should be well aware of. Indeed, however, we are betting on the notion that while the Hyuga clan fears Niji, they have yet to take lethal action against him. Uchiha Haiyan nodded and continued, estimating that while Hayashi Hyuga recognizes Niji's formidable talent, his current focus is entirely on Hanabi Hyuga, causing him to overlook Hinata, leading me to believe that the Hyuga clan merely fears Niji becoming stronger than the main family members. So, are you planning to stay outside and not return during your missions? Upon hearing this, Tsunade comprehended Uchiha Haiyan and his companion's intentions and nodded knowingly. Yes, although I feel somewhat guilty about it, Uchiha Haiyan began, letting out a heavy sigh and shaking his head, his expression filled with conflict. It's all right. Observing Uchiha Haiyan's torn and hesitant demeanor, Tsunade offered a faint smile, extending her hand to pat his shoulder, cheerfully stating, I am not a child. I can take care of myself, and you must prioritize your own safety. Indeed, Uchiha Haiyan gazed at Tsunade with gratitude, instinctively grasping her small hand tightly. Thank you for your understanding, my dear. Upon hearing the last two words from Uchiha Haiyan, Tsunade's face flushed, and she waved her hand, feeling embarrassed. Let us eat. All right. Uchiha Haiyan was momentarily taken aback by Tsunade's reddened face, but quickly realized the implications of the situation. However, he was unwilling to release her hand. After all, it was a rare opportunity to be close to his beloved wife. This was indeed a significant leap. Release? What is that? He could not comprehend. Early the next morning, Uchiha Haiyan hurriedly rushed to the office of the third Hokage. What? The third Hokage stared blankly at Uchiha Haiyan, shaking his head repeatedly. Absolutely not. I will never allow you to undertake a C-rank mission. Why not? Uchiha Haiyan replied, his expression dark and filled with frustration. What do you mean why? Do not forget that you recently failed the Chunin exam. The third Hokage stated bluntly. Cough, cough. Hearing this, Uchiha Haiyan felt quite embarrassed and coughed awkwardly. This cannot entirely be blamed on him. Who would have thought he would unwittingly choose a transformation technique? He had never learned such a thing, after all. Thus, it was only natural that he was eliminated. Although he had mastered various fire-style ninjutsu, he had not learned a single transformation technique. It was truly exasperating. We cannot say that, for I genuinely cannot learn the transformation technique no matter how hard I try. You cannot hold that against me. Uchiha Haiyan boldly laid his hands open in surrender. If you were speaking of competing or assessing others, I would have no objections. However, when it comes to transformation techniques, I simply cannot manage it. Does that mean I am inferior to a mere genin? The third Hokage stared at Uchiha Haiyan, wanting to refute him, but realizing there was some merit in his argument. Uchiha Haiyan's true strength was nearing the level of a chunin, yet he had not even passed the genin assessment. If this were to become public knowledge, it would surely astonish many. No way. Taking a deep breath, the third Hokage once again resumed his expressionless demeanor, firmly waving his hand in refusal. Even if your strength surpasses that of most genin, your teammates are merely ordinary individuals. This is unacceptable. Uchiha Haiyan had exhausted every possible argument, but found himself at an impasse with the stubborn old man. Reluctantly, he shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands in resignation. Very well, how about we only accept C-rank escort missions? That is acceptable. The third Hokage nodded initially, but then shifted his tone, adding, however, if you wish to take on other C-rank missions, that can be arranged. Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow in surprise at the third Hokage's words. Just moments ago, he had been adamant in his refusal. Why was he suddenly raising such a proposition? Could there be some ulterior motive? Uchiha Haiyan quietly pondered. Nonsense. The third Hokage, well aware of Uchiha Haiyan's thoughts, rolled his eyes and scrutinized him, saying, Speaking of the jumbled thoughts in your mind, I suddenly recalled a task that might be suitable for you to handle. What is it? Uchiha Haiyan inquired with curiosity. Recently, I received a report regarding the sudden appearance of strange creatures around the village of Konoha. If possible, you could assist me in locating these beings. And it would be ideal if you could capture one or two alive. The third Hokage's expression was serious and solemn as he regarded Uchiha Haiyan, pausing before continuing. I previously dispatched numerous individuals, but these creatures seem to sense danger and have eluded capture. However, ordinary civilians and genin have encountered them multiple times. I see. Upon hearing the third Hokage's explanation, Uchiha Haiyan nodded in realization. It turns out they aim to have the three of them serve as bait for those peculiar creatures. TSK. I did not expect the third Hokage to possess such cunning. Uchiha Haiyan silently criticized in his mind. Nevertheless, a task presented to him should not be wasted. And thus, he promptly agreed. No problem. Very well, I will assign Kakashi to protect you along the way, but do not expect him to be of much assistance. The third Hokage instructed as if it were a routine matter. Understood. Uchiha Haiyan first nodded, then waved his hand at the third Hokage, saying goodbye. After uttering these words, Uchiha Haiyan promptly left the office of the third Hokage. Observing Uchiha Haiyan's demeanor, the third Hokage shook his head in resignation. Indeed, the Hyuga clan had been excessively overbearing this time, and it was no wonder that these young ones were so vigilant. Excessive? Kakashi, like a specter, descended from the rooftop, glanced in the direction where Uchiha Haiyan had vanished, and with a slight curl of his lips, expressed a hint of coldness that is hardly excessive. It seems to me he intends to go to extreme lengths. After listening to Kakashi's words, the third Hokage pondered for a long while before slowly nodding. It was time to remind that old man from the Hyuga clan. The third Hokage's expression appeared quite grim. Arriving at the entrance of the Hyuga estate, Uchiha Haiyan, accompanied by Uchiha Mikoto, disregarded everyone and shouted, "Hyuga Niji, come out quickly." Coming. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Hyuga Niji's initially calm expression broke into a faint smile as he walked out through the gate, his lips curving slightly upward in a barely perceptible arc. "Let us go." Uchiha Haiyan draped his arm over Niji's shoulder, grinning as they left the Hyuga household, resembling two close brothers. "I hope those guys didn't trouble you too much last night." Once they were at a considerable distance from the Hyuga residence, Uchiha Haiyan lowered his voice to inquire. "No, it was just like usual," Niji replied, shaking his head nonchalantly, his face betraying no signs of joy or anger. "That's good." Upon hearing Niji's response, Uchiha Haiyan let out a sigh of relief. As for the formula, there was no need for concern. I had already enlisted Tsunade's help. She mentioned last night that it would take about a month to gather everything. So soon? Niji was taken aback. After all, the Senju clan possessed an abundance of resources, particularly wealth. Uchiha Haiyan shrugged casually, spreading his hands. "Tsunade's speed in procuring these items will undoubtedly surpass ours." "Thank you." Niji instinctively pressed his lips together, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "Have you forgotten what I said? Brothers do not need to thank each other." Uchiha Haiyan patted Niji's shoulder nonchalantly, his smile bright and carefree. Niji smiled faintly, nodding, choosing not to elaborate further. "Let us first head to TenTen's weapon shop to replenish our supplies. Your shurikens are probably nearly used up." Suddenly, Uchiha Mikoto interjected from the side. "Moreover, TenTen has plenty of talismans that will be immensely beneficial for us, while she may not excel in other areas. Her talent in crafting talismans is exceptional." Indeed, on hearing Makoto's remarks, Uchiha Haiyan nodded affirmatively. "For instance, that explosive talisman of hers is quite impressive. If we were to acquire thousands of them to detonate, even a jonin would likely perish amidst the chaos of hundreds of explosive talismans." Both Uchiha Mikoto and Niji exchanged bewildered glances at Uchiha Haiyan's extravagant imagination, their lips twitching slightly, uncertain how to respond. Wow, what a surprisingly reasonable notion. So compelling that it defies contradiction. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the trio arrived at TenTen's weapon shop. "TenTen." Upon entering, Uchiha Mikoto called out loudly. "Mikoto, what brings you here?" A surprised TenTen emerged from the back of the shop, her expression brightening upon seeing Mikoto. "Of course, we are here to restock our supplies. And allow me to introduce my teammates," Mikoto replied cheerfully. "I know, Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Haiyan. You introduced them to me last time." TenTen winked playfully at Mikoto. "You truly have a tendency to forget things, don't you?" "Cough, cough, not at all," Mikoto said, slightly embarrassed as she rubbed her nose. "We came not only to purchase equipment, but also to acquire some of the talismans you craft." "Right, let me have 100 of each." Uchiha Haiyan interjected from the side. 100? TenTen was taken aback, staring at Uchiha Haiyan in astonishment. What do you intend to do? Surely, you aren't planning to blow something up? For self-defense, Uchiha Haiyan explained with utmost seriousness. TenTen was momentarily speechless. It was her first time hearing such an explanation, leaving her both astonished and enlightened. Are you sure you want 100? TenTen asked again, just to be cautious. The more, the merrier, Uchiha Haiyan confirmed with a nod, reiterating his point. All right, TenTen said, blinking her eyes, her expression somewhat complicated as she glanced at Uchiha Haiyan before silently nodding in agreement. Moments later, TenTen handed a thick stack of explosive talismans to Uchiha Haiyan, smiling as she cautioned, make sure to use them carefully, otherwise, you might hurt yourself. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Uchiha Haiyan replied, his smile growing ever more radiant as he held the explosive talismans. With these talismans in hand, he anticipated that their upcoming mission would unfold splendidly. Once everything was prepared, Uchiha Haiyan bid farewell to Tsunade and then set off with Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Mikoto towards the outskirts of Konoha village. I'm sorry for dragging you into this because of my issues, Niji said apologetically. What is the big deal? We were doing nothing in the village anyway. Why not take on a mission and hone our skills? It might even enhance our mastery of ninjutsu. Uchiha Haiyan replied indifferently, shrugging his shoulders, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as if he regarded this trivial matter with little concern. Indeed, Uchiha Haiyan makes a valid point, to be honest. I feel the same way. Uchiha Mikoto expressed her sympathy and compassion for Niji's experiences within the Hyuga household, her tone softening as she nodded in agreement. Thank you. Observing the camaraderie between Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Haiyan, Niji initially remained silent for 2 or 3 seconds, his expression complex, before breaking into a radiant smile and sincerely expressing his gratitude. Let us not forget, the 3 of us are team members. There's no need for thanks. Uchiha Haiyan waved his hand with a smile. Witnessing the growing harmony among the trio under his guidance, Uchiha Haiyan felt an immense sense of satisfaction in his heart. What is our mission this time? Uchiha Mikoto, wishing to shift away from the current topic, inquired directly, her large eyes filled with curiosity as she looked toward Uchiha Haiyan. I surmised that the 3rd Hokage would not assign us any particularly special or arduous tasks. At most, it would merely involve escort duties. At this point, Mikoto Uchiha instinctively raised an eyebrow, spreading her hands in a gesture of resignation. Speaking of which, when shall we be permitted to partake in the graduation assessments? Our trio has been formed for quite some time now, yet we have yet to undergo the evaluation. Upon hearing this, Niji Hyuga furrowed his brow, thoughtfully stroking his chin, then shook his head with a sense of helplessness. As for this matter, I have indeed not heard any news, but traditionally, assessments commence immediately after graduation. However, given the current circumstances, it seems there are alternative plans afoot. What about you? Are you privy to any information? Upon hearing Niji's words, Mikoto turned her gaze towards Hate Uchiha, her expression radiating curiosity. You are wed to Tsunade and maintain a good rapport with the 3rd Hokage. Surely you must have heard about the format of this year's graduation evaluations? No. Hate Uchiha was taken aback by the conversation between Mikoto and Niji, then furrowed his brows, racking his brain for a recollection, but ultimately shook his head in honesty. I had forgotten about this matter until you mentioned it. Indeed, it appears we are not scheduled for evaluations this year. I suspect the 3rd Hokage has other preparations in mind, or perhaps intends to alter the assessment format, such as not beyond the realm of possibility. In any case, it is unlikely that the 3 of us will be overlooked. You are correct. Upon hearing Hayate's remarks, Mikoto felt a sense of relief as if a weight had been lifted from her chest and nodded in agreement. However, this time, aside from escort duties, there is another task that the 3rd Hokage has entrusted to us in private. Suddenly, as if recalling something significant, Hate slapped his thigh and, with a serious demeanor, turned to Niji and Mikoto, speaking in a low tone. Do you remember the monsters we encountered? Are you referring to those legendary forbidden jutsu amalgamations? Mikoto inquired, her brow furrowing. Yes, precisely those entities, Hate affirmed. This time, our mission will extend over a month, and the 3rd Hokage has privately approached me, offering a considerable reward to encourage us to hunt more of these amalgamations along the way. After a brief pause, Hate continued, however, we must ensure to preserve the bodies of these creatures to bring back with us. What? Upon hearing Hayate's statements, Mikoto was initially taken aback, her eyes widening in shock. If that is the case, it could prove quite troublesome. Even Niji stroked his chin, his tone laced with seriousness and gravity as he spoke. Firstly, we do not know who is behind these composite monsters. If we were to hunt too many, we could easily become targets for whoever orchestrates their creation. Chapter 172. The Desolate Town. Niji pressed his lips together, continuing, at that point, we might encounter significant trouble. Upon hearing Niji's analysis, Hate fell into a contemplative silence. It must be said, his words carry weight. In fact, Hate had harbored such concerns. Compared to others, he was more acutely aware of the situation, having the advantage of prior knowledge of the plot. Thus, he understood all too well who was responsible for these composite monstrosities. There exists a probability exceeding 90% that Orochimaru is behind this. Should we find ourselves in direct conflict with Orochimaru, it would be a daunting challenge for the three of us. Despite Hyate's current ability to contend with Chunin-level opponents, such feats were achieved only under dire circumstances without regard for the consequences. Hence, he had no desire to provoke that formidable entity unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, if memory serves, Orochimaru remained active and resilient even after the events of the second part of the Naruto series. This fact alone illustrates that Orochimaru is akin to an indestructible cockroach. Even if one were to strike him down, he would rise again, undeterred. To confront such an adversary is a daunting prospect, and merely contemplating it sent chills down Hyate's spine. Goodness, it would be an understatement to label this as mere trouble. It would inevitably transform into a lurking venomous serpent, hidden in the shadows, with its malevolent gaze fixed upon them. The very thought of living in constant vigilance, fraught with anxiety, is utterly exhausting. Thus, upon learning of the third Hokage's directive, Hyate's instinctive reaction was to refuse. However, it must be acknowledged that they had already brought the existence of these creatures to the third Hokage's attention. Therefore, even if the Hokage were to hint at this matter, it is likely that Orochimaru would follow the trail to them. In other words, if Orochimaru wished to target the three of them, he would have acted long ago. There is no reason for him to delay. Furthermore, Hate suspected that Orochimaru was likely aware of the third Hokage's intentions, suggesting that they might not encounter any living composite monsters on their journey, or perhaps only come across discarded remnants. This realization was the result of Hyate's extensive deliberation, and it constituted one of the primary reasons he ultimately agreed to the third Hokage's request. Regardless, it is prudent to remain cautious. We must all heighten our vigilance during this journey. If we encounter those composite monsters, we must eliminate them on the spot without mercy. Otherwise, we risk igniting a perilous situation. Hate looked at Mikoto and Niji, his tone resolute as he imparted his admonition. As for the concern you raised about drawing the attention of the puppet master, I have already contemplated that. However, we cannot neglect the task set forth by the third Hokage. Caution is our greatest ally. Indeed, both Mikoto and Niji nodded in agreement. Yet, there is no need for excessive anxiety. As long as we remain vigilant, we shall be fine. Nevertheless, our primary mission on this journey is the escort task to the Land of Waves. The matter concerning the composite monsters is merely an ancillary concern. After approximately 10 more minutes of travel, Hate glanced at Mikoto and Niji with a hint of exasperation, shaking his head with a smile that barely graced his lips, and spoke in a gentle but non-committal tone. During this brief distance of merely a few hundred meters, you have already scouted the surroundings several times. Moreover, have you not noticed that our pace has diminished? If we continue at this sluggish rate, it is uncertain whether we will reach the agreed-upon destination before nightfall. I am merely concerned. Hearing Uchiha Kaien's words, Uchiha Makoto immediately pouted, visibly displeased. With Niji here, these little tails and minions sneaking behind us aren't worth worrying about at all. Uchiha Kaien waved a hand dismissively, speaking with an air of nonchalance. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is a remarkable innate skill. There is no need for so much concern. Others might be anxious taking on such a mission, but with Hyuga Niji on our side, while we should stay alert, we should also keep our spirits relaxed. Uchiha Makoto's gaze swept over Hyuga Niji several times before she finally nodded emphatically, stating with certainty, "All right, I'll follow your lead. Niji, I'm afraid you'll have to bear most of the burden along this journey." Uchiha Kaien then turned toward Hyuga Niji, reaching out to clap him firmly on the shoulder, his tone filled with solemnity and trust. "It's fine." Hyuga Niji, never one for many words, shook his head instinctively upon seeing the trust in Uchiha Kaien's eyes, waving a hand to indicate such a small matter was nothing to dwell on. After their brief exchange, the trio picked up their pace significantly, swiftly traversing the forest before arriving at a town not far ahead. Was the meeting arranged here? Uchiha Mikoto frowned, a faint trace of disdain flickering in her eyes. As the young lady of the Uchiha clan, this was Mikoto's first time seeing such a dilapidated place. She couldn't shake the feeling that the atmosphere here seemed unsettled, or perhaps even eerie. Correct. Uchiha Haiyan nodded affirmatively at first, but then a hint of suspicion unconsciously surfaced in his gaze as he scanned their surroundings, sensing something amiss. Though called a town, the streets were completely empty, and an air of desolation and melancholy hung heavily everywhere. It felt as if the place was caught in decay and abandonment, sending a chill rising from the depths of one's heart the moment they stepped into the town. Something's off here. Chapter 173. The beaten elder Uchiha Haiyan instinctively glanced toward Hyuga Niji standing nearby, giving him a meaningful look. Hyuga Niji naturally understood his intent. He nodded slightly and immediately activated his Byakugan, surveying the area from an elevated perspective. Moments later, Hyuga Niji's brows knitted tightly together, his voice carrying a tone of gravity. There's not a single person here. The streets are completely empty. It's unclear whether they're hiding in their homes. I say, have we been tricked? Makoto, hearing Hyuga Niji's words, quickly interjected. Wasn't it agreed we'd meet the merchant convoy here for the escort? Why hasn't a single member of the convoy shown themselves? Could something have happened? Uchiha Haiyan also spoke with uncertainty. Just then, a clamor suddenly erupted from not far ahead, accompanied by the clattering of horse hooves, as if something significant was occurring. Let us go check it out. Uchiha Haiyan frowned, then gestured for Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Mikoto to follow. The three cautiously approached the source of the noise. They saw a group of burly men dressed like warriors on horseback surrounding an elderly man. Smirks of arrogance adorned their faces, and they occasionally lashed their horsewhips at the old man, who remained motionless, unclear whether he was alive or dead, seemingly protecting something clutched tightly to his chest. Stop right there. Witnessing this scene, before Uchiha Haiyan could speak, Uchiha Mikoto's fury ignited instantly. She opened her mouth and hurled a massive fireball fiercely toward the group of warriors. This girl, seeing Uchiha Mikoto dash forward impulsively, Uchiha Haiyan and Hyuga Niji exchanged a look of mutual resignation before stepping out from their hidden corner. Frowning coldly, Haiyan demanded, "Who are you? Why are you bullying this elderly man here? And who the hell are you brats, crawling out of which corner?" The leading man appeared particularly domineering and arrogant. Raising his horsewhip, he brought it down with a sharp crack against the ground. "If you know what's good for you, hand over your valuables now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rough." Robbery? Upon hearing the burly man's words, Uchiha Mikoto was momentarily stunned before an inexplicable excitement took over. To think our first real excursion would lead us to encounter robbers. The previous trips were uneventful. Who would we guessed we'd run into such characters this time? How truly. The radiant smile on Uchiha Mikoto's face thoroughly baffled the bandits on horseback. "I reckon this little girl might have a few screws loose." One of the bandits in black gestured toward his head, speaking in utter confusion. "Yeah, I think so too." The others nodded in agreement. After all, this was their first time encountering someone who, instead of crying, begging, or pleading when faced with robbery, greeted them with a bright, cheerful smile. It certainly broadened these horseback bandits' horizons. To think this world has bandits on horseback as well. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haiyan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Although he had long known the world of Naruto extended far beyond the small portion depicted in the anime, being a vast, macroscopic world, he had always remained within Konoha and a few other shinobi villages, handling escort missions and visits. He had never ventured to these other towns and small villages. Had it not been for the merchant requesting a meeting here for the escort mission, Uchiha Haiyan likely wouldn't have come. Precisely because of this, Uchiha Haiyan had never realized that besides shinobi and warriors, this world also harbored professions like robbery and horseback banditry. TSK. It seemed that while this world's technological tree was quite advanced in some aspects, in others it rivaled the ancient times of his original world. This truly fell well beyond Uchiha Haiyan's expectations. But upon deeper reflection, it wasn't all that shocking. After all, Naruto primarily revolved around protagonists like Naruto and Sasuke, naturally leaving little room for extensive exposition of the broader world. With this thought, The slight perplexity in Uchiha Haiyan's heart dissolved into clarity. Watch my great fireball technique. In the span of those few seconds, Uchiha Mikoto, brimming with excitement, opened her mouth once more. A massive fireball coalesced within and shot forth explosively. Their shinobi, witnessing a giant fireball materialize out of thin air. The lead bandit's eyes widened in shock. Instinctively, he let out a sharp whistle. Retreat. These men were no match for shinobi. Naturally, they beat a hasty retreat, fleeing as fast as they could, seemingly terrified of being caught by Uchiha Mikoto and the others. TCH. How boring. Mikoto stared dumbfounded as the bandits appeared out of nowhere only to vanish just as swiftly. Her jaw dropped slightly before she pursed her lips in clear disdain. ID hoped for a proper skirmish, but who knew they were all bark and no bite. All right. If we run into them again, we'll have to trap them first to keep them from escaping. Uchiha Haiyan gently patted Uchiha Meichin's shoulder as a gesture of reassurance. He then turned his head to glance at the elderly man, who remained curled up and hunched over, and frowned slightly, speaking in a tone imbued with soft tenderness. The group of ruffians has already been driven away, but what exactly is the situation here? What has transpired? Uchiha Haiyan could only look towards the lone living figure on the road, hoping to glean some answers from the elderly man before him. After all, this village is in close proximity to Konoha. It should not be in such a dilapidated and desolate state. While it may not be as bustling as a metropolis, the atmosphere here is undeniably bleak. Both the village and the road were devoid of life, leaving an unsettling feeling in the air. Despite his persistent inquiries, the elderly man remained silent, still bearing the marks of his recent encounter. Could it be that he was rendered unconscious by the beating? Seeing this, Uchiha Haiyan hesitated for a moment before cautiously reaching out to gently tap the elderly man's shoulder. After a lengthy pause without any response, a pang of anxiety gripped Uchiha Haiyan's heart. He quickly placed his index finger below the man's nostrils and, upon confirming a faint breath, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he is still alive, he thought to himself, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over him. He then turned to Uchiha Meichin and gestured. I recall that I brought some medicinal ointments when I set out. Please retrieve a couple of those that are safe for ordinary people to consume and give them to this elderly gentleman. Understood, Uchiha Meichin replied, fully aware that the only way to uncover the truth about this town was through the elderly man's account. Though the medicinal pills were quite precious, she steeled herself and managed to extract 1 or 2 black pills, which she then offered to the elderly man with a glass of water. It must be said that these specially formulated pills from the Uchiha clan possessed extraordinary efficacy. In no time, the elderly man began to stir from his stupor. Who are you? The elderly man blinked his bewildered eyes, gazing at the young individuals before him with confusion. We were passing through and noticed some individuals harassing you. So we intervened and drove them away. Uchiha Meichin explained, raising her small fist in a show of bravado, appearing quite pleased with herself. Ah, I see. I am grateful to the 3 of you for your assistance, the elderly man replied, his expression shifting from surprise to understanding, his face now bearing a look of appreciation. I merely returned home later than expected and did not anticipate such misfortune. What exactly is going on here? Why is this road completely deserted in broad daylight? Uchiha Haiyan inquired, glancing around at the surroundings. Alas, the elderly man let out a heavy sigh, shaking his head, his demeanor reflecting profound sorrow and desolation. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Please follow me. Observing the situation, Uchiha Haiyan exchanged glances with Hinata Niji and Uchiha Meichin, and they silently followed the elderly man as he led them through a series of winding paths into a dilapidated house. This is my home, the elderly man said, trembling as he fished out a key from his pocket to unlock the old, weathered door. As the door creaked open, Uchiha Haiyan and the others entered in single file. Seated on a chair, the elderly man first served each of them a glass of murky water before letting out another sigh. This place used to be quite prosperous. Not far from here lies a ninja village. However, the ninja village and the city have always existed in a state of mutual separation, so we are only aware of its existence without ever having visited. Ninja village? Uchiha Meichin paused in surprise, but before she could express her thoughts, Uchiha Haiyan interjected. And then what? If this town was once thriving, how has it fallen into such disrepair? Uchiha Meichin, visibly displeased, pouted and turned away, choosing not to speak further. Uchiha Haiyan, however, had no time to address her sulkiness. His focus remained fixed on the elderly man, his gaze intense as he inquired, "Surely, some unforeseen circumstance must have led to this town's decline." "Indeed, you are correct," the elderly man nodded. "I cannot pinpoint when, but a peculiar group of individuals arrived here. Their appearance strikingly different from ours." After a brief pause, he continued, "Since their arrival, children have frequently gone missing, and households have resorted to keeping their children confined indoors as darkness approaches. Now this is crucial." Uchiha Haiyan and Hinata Niji exchanged alarmed glances, both fully engaged and attentive. Yet, despite this, the population of the town continued to dwindle, leading many to ultimately decide to leave, unable to endure the constant fear. "And what about you?" Uchiha Haiyan asked, curiosity piqued. "Me?" The elderly man scoffed lightly and shook his head. "A frail old man like me would only be a burden to others. I could scarcely endure the hardships of leaving this place." "Ah." Uchiha Haiyan nodded, but he instinctively sensed that the elderly man was withholding information, perhaps concealing vital details. "This place remains deserted both day and night, except for a single hour at noon when it is deemed safe. All other times are perilous." The elderly man glanced at Uchiha Haiyan and continued in a nonchalant manner. "It is quite late now, and venturing out at night is unsafe. If it is not too much trouble, you may stay here and rest." "Thank you," Uchiha Haiyan replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "It is no trouble at all. At long last, I have someone to converse with," the elderly man responded, taken aback by Uchiha Haiyan's politeness. He then sighed deeply, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Once the elderly man departed, Hinata Niji furrowed his brow and lowered his voice. "I have a nagging feeling that this elderly man is not being entirely truthful. There are likely aspects he has chosen to withhold from us. If that were the sole reason for the town's desolation, it would indeed be plausible for it to become a ghost town. Yet, he has lived here all this time without being captured, which presents a glaring inconsistency." "Quite right," Uchiha Meichin concurred, her elegant features now marked with seriousness. "I sensed a significant presence around here, suggesting that many people must still reside in this area. The question is why we never see them. Could it be that there are compelling reasons for their absence?" Uchiha Haiyan nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin in contemplation. "Reasons?" Meichin raised an eyebrow. "What kind of reasons would compel them to witness an elderly man being assaulted and yet remain inactive? I find that utterly incomprehensible. Could it be that they are under some form of threat?" Uchiha Haiyan suggested softly. "I believe the words spoken by that elder were devoid of any intention to deceive us." Uchiha Haiyan pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "If, for some inexplicable reason, the disappearance of the townsfolk is indirectly caused, the ensuing panic and fear could be contagious, perhaps explaining their reluctance to assist the elder." After a brief pause, Uchiha Haiyan continued, stating that, in other words, they could not venture outside during both day and night, except for that so-called hour of safety. Any appearance outside could very well lead to abduction. But what purpose would there be in capturing these individuals? Uchiha Meichin blinked in confusion, her eyes wide as she questioned. "I am uncertain of that as well," Uchiha Haiyan replied, shaking his head. "This is merely a personal conjecture on my part. So what shall we do now?" Meichin shrugged, extending her hands in resignation. "The merchants we were supposed to meet here are nowhere to be seen. I suspect they have either been captured or we have been played for fools. The former possibility seems more likely, for few would dare to deceive the merchants of Konoha." Uchiha Haiyan remarked, pursing his lips. "If they have indeed been taken, should we choose to rescue them or not?" "Not rescue them," Meichin replied without hesitation. "If we encounter them, we may attempt a rescue, but if not, they must accept their misfortune. After all, as escorts of the merchant convoy, they should have surveyed the route and its conditions in advance." As the heiress of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Meichin had evidently inherited her family's long-standing traits of arrogance and disdain. It is well known that the Uchiha clan has harbored ambitions to usurp the position of Hokage. To Uchiha Haiyan, such notions seemed utterly foolish. Not to mention that the third Hokage has always been vigilant against the Uchiha clan. Even the first Hokage recognized the need to keep the Uchiha in check to prevent dissent. Moreover, in the end, the Uchiha clan faced complete annihilation. The thought alone evokes a sense of desolation. While the Uchiha clan may appear to hold significant positions within the village, in truth, their roles resemble those of municipal enforcers, whose duties are often unpopular. In simpler terms, they engage in tasks that offend others, coupled with the Uchiha clan's haughty demeanor. This has resulted in them having scarcely a single friend within the village. The more one contemplates this, the more tragic it seems. Uchiha Haiyan could not help but shake his head, filled with a myriad of sentiments. We cannot speak thusly. If this town is indeed in a state of disrepair, it is only natural for those seeking refuge to rest amidst the ruins of the merchant convoy, Hinata Niji interjected, shaking his head. For now, we must remain dormant, waiting until the so-called hour of safety arrives before we venture out to gather information. Once we return, we can deliberate on our course of action. It appears that we have no other choice. Uchiha Haiyan conceded with a shrug, his hands raised in resignation. A sleepless night ensued. The following morning, Uchiha Haiyan instinctively opened his eyes, using his peripheral vision to keep a watchful eye on the elder. To be on the safe side, they had refrained from consuming any of the food or water provided by the elder the previous night. To temporarily stave off hunger, the three of them had resorted to consuming a soldier's ration. While Uchiha Haiyan's mind was consumed with errant thoughts, he suddenly noticed a subtle change in the elder's complexion. Uchiha Haiyan narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the elder with keen interest. He watched as the elder retrieved a ceramic jar from the cabinet, sighed in resignation after inspecting its contents, and then rummaged through his pocket for some time before producing a powder-like substance wrapped in a white handkerchief, which he then placed into the jar. He subsequently returned the jar to the cabinet, securing it with two large locks, seemingly as a precaution. In fact, Uchiha Haiyan had already sensed something amiss with the cabinet the night before. The conspicuous locks seemed to suggest that something valuable was concealed within. What could that powder be? Uchiha Haiyan furrowed his brow, a grave expression crossing his face. He suddenly realized that the situation here was likely far more complex than the elder had previously indicated. It could not simply be a matter of vanished or missing persons leading to their departure. Niji? With this thought, Uchiha Haiyan lowered his voice, whispering to Hinata Niji, "Keep an eye on that individual." Indeed, the moment there was some commotion near the cabinet, Hinata Niji had already opened his eyes cautiously, though he kept them half closed to avoid detection. Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words, he nodded slightly, the movement so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. After an hour or two, the elder approached to awaken Uchiha Haiyan and the others. "If you wish to take the opportunity to leave this place, you should do so during the hour at noon. Otherwise, danger will ensue." The elder spoke kindly. "Thank you." Uchiha Haiyan nodded in appreciation. "That is something we should be saying," the elder replied, dismissing the gratitude with a wave of his hand before leaning on his wooden cane and unsteadily returning to his room. "We?" Uchiha Haiyan keenly grasped a key phrase. Momentarily taken aback, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the elder's departing figure, stroking his chin in contemplation. "Is there someone else in this room besides the three of us and the elder?" "No," Uchiha Meichin replied with certainty, shaking her head, her expression one of confusion as she gazed at Uchiha Haiyan, her eyes blinking. Chapter 176. The crowded mob. What is the matter? "It's nothing. I was simply intrigued by the elder's use of we," Uchiha Haiyan explained succinctly. "Oh." Meichin, not giving it much thought, nodded and busied herself with arranging her hair and face. Observing Meichin, seemingly oblivious to the danger and out of sorts, Uchiha Haiyan sighed in exasperation before turning to Hinata Niji, who stood nearby. After a brief pause, he inquired in a low voice, "How do you feel?" "Not well," Hinata Niji replied after a moment of silence, his voice steady. "I feel an overwhelming sense of eeriness here." "I feel the same," Uchiha Haiyan responded, their eyes meeting in mutual understanding, both reflecting a flicker of concern and gravity. "Overall, it is best to proceed with caution," Uchiha Haiyan sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. Indeed, Hinata Niji nodded in agreement. After a couple of hours had passed, the elderly man, leaning on his wooden cane, emerged once more to glance in the direction of Uchiha Haiyan and others. He spoke slowly. "The time has come. We can prepare to depart now." The more Uchiha Haiyan listened, the more he felt that the tone of the old man's words was somewhat peculiar, particularly the final phrase, which had a slightly elevated intonation that struck him as distinctly unsettling. Moreover, for reasons unknown, an ominous sense of foreboding enveloped Uchiha Haiyan, as if some dreadful event were imminent. Consequently, he found himself enveloped in a state of passive defense. It was imperative that they did not linger any longer within the confines of the dilapidated cabin. With this thought, Uchiha Haiyan turned his head, acknowledged the elder with a nod, and expressed his gratitude with a smile. He then took decisive strides alongside Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Niji, leaving the ramshackle wooden hut behind. However, the moment he stepped outside, Uchiha Haiyan was rendered speechless, frozen in place with astonishment. The road, which had been deserted the previous day, was now teeming with a throng of people, adults and children, men and women. All around him, the only sight was a bustling sea of humanity. Furthermore, the previously empty shops were now brimming with an array of vegetables, fruits, and meats, with vendors actively calling out to the passers-by. Were there truly so many inhabitants in this town? Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Niji were equally taken aback by the sudden influx of people. Uchiha Mikoto widened her eyes in disbelief at the crowd before her, instinctively rubbing her eyes in astonishment as she exclaimed, "How strange! Why was there not a single soul in sight yesterday?" Hyuga Niji furrowed his brow deeply, his expression grave, as he sensed something was amiss. Could this be what they refer to as a safe time? He pondered aloud. As Uchiha Haiyan murmured to himself, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. He then turned to Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Niji, lowering his voice to convey, "If this is the case, it stands to reason that the so-called unsafe times must harbor some peculiarities. Could it be that during those times, the individuals the elder mentioned would seek to emerge and capture people?" Hyuga Niji ventured a bold hypothesis. "But if you were one of those individuals, would you choose to capture people during the so-called unsafe times?" Uchiha Mikoto regarded Hyuga Niji with a look akin to one reserved for a fool. Unless there exists a specific reason preventing their appearance during these safe times, Uchiha Haiyan mused, nodding in agreement. How could that be possible? Uchiha Mikoto's eyes brimmed with shock upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words. "I suspect that the group he mentioned is connected to those synthetic creatures we encountered previously." After a few moments of silence, Hyuga Niji suddenly interjected, "How could that be?" Uchiha Mikoto rolled her eyes, evidently unconvinced by Hyuga Niji's assessment. "Look." Hyuga Niji, undeterred by her skepticism, raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly, pointing in a specific direction. "Do you recognize those things?" "What?" Uchiha Mikoto blinked in confusion at the direction Hyuga Niji indicated. Suddenly, her expression darkened as realization dawned, her face draining of color, becoming almost ashen. "This cannot be." Uchiha Haiyan followed Hyuga Niji's gaze, and what he beheld at a nearby meat stall was clearly not the kind of meat they were accustomed to seeing in their village. Instead, it was a grayish-brown substance, unlike anything they had ever encountered. While others might have been perplexed, for those who had battled synthetic creatures before, the sight of this color immediately triggered recognition. It was the hue of the remnants left behind by one of those abominable beings. Uchiha Mikoto felt her stomach churn violently, struggling against the nausea as she retched. "Do they even know what that meat is?" she questioned, her voice trembling. "They must know," Hyuga Niji replied coolly, nodding. "Why?" Mikoto turned to him, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Look at the other stalls. Most of the meat there is of this type, and there's even a half-processed specimen. It's clear that the people here are well aware of the source of their meat," Hyuga Niji stated, his tone tinged with indifference. "Is that so?" At that moment, Uchiha Haiyan suddenly slapped his thigh in realization, exclaiming, "Now I understand why I have felt something was off." "What is it?" Uchiha Mikoto asked, her brow furrowed in confusion as she gazed at Uchiha Haiyan. "What's happening?" Hyuga Niji echoed, equally perplexed. Chapter 177. Momochi Zabuza. I finally comprehend why this place feels so wrong. Uchiha Haiyan's expression darkened, and he replied coldly. "What do you mean?" Uchiha Mikoto inquired, her brow knitted in bewilderment. "Are you suggesting we have unwittingly fallen into a trap?" Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words, Hyuga Niji connected the dots to the series of events from the past few days, gritting his teeth as he said, "Yes. I believe the likelihood of that is over 95. Uchiha Haiyan nodded affirmatively before continuing. From the outset, this so-called escort mission for the merchant caravan was merely a ruse. They undoubtedly possess a substantial organization. Otherwise, they could not have evaded the scrutiny of the ninjas from Konoha responsible for reconnaissance in this area. A trap? Uchiha Mikoto inhaled sharply, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, her demeanor growing increasingly tense. Could it be the handiwork of those nefarious individuals? But why do they persistently target us? That remains unclear, yet I am confident they have some special connection to those synthetic creatures. Otherwise, they could not sustain the entire town's existence, Uchiha Haiyan asserted. It stands to reason that for those who repeatedly thwart their plans, their desire would be to eliminate us. Haha. As Uchiha Haiyan finished speaking, a loud, mocking laughter suddenly echoed from not far away. I never expected you to be so astute, little one. To unravel this in such a short span. To be frank, these people can no longer be regarded as human. They are all puppets of my making. Who? Uchiha Haiyan and the others instantly heightened their guard, scanning their surroundings anxiously. Yet, apart from the bustling crowd on the road, they could not discern a single suspicious figure. Who I am is of no concern to you. My sole objective now is to capture you and fulfill my duty. As the voice of the mysterious figure echoed, a thick layer of mist gradually enveloped the vast city, wrapping around Uchiha Meichin and her companions as if the white fog possessed a life of its own. It must be the machinations of the Mist Village. Meichin nearly bit through her silver teeth, her voice laced with resentment. It was hardly surprising that her emotions flared. All the troubles they had faced recently were intricately tied to the Mist Village. To be candid, Uchiha Meichin felt that their relationship with the Mist Village had devolved into an irreconcilable enmity. Damn it, they were merely freshly graduated ninjas. Why were they persistently targeted? Such a tale would hardly be believed if it were to spread. The Mist Village? From within the mist, the mysterious voice resounded once more. Although I am indeed from the Mist Village, I left it behind long ago. A traitorous ninja. In an instant, Uchiha Haiyan deduced the identity of this enigmatic figure. Upon hearing those words, Uchiha Haiyan paused momentarily, pondering thoughtfully as a certain conjecture began to form in his mind. Gradually, as the mist dissipated, the bustling streets became deserted once more, returning to their previously vacant state. Meanwhile, a man wielding a large blade appeared on the opposite side of the street. With short black hair, a headband askew to the left, and his half-covered face and neck wrapped in bandages, his sharp teeth rendered his visage quite fearsome. Momochi Zabuza. Uchiha Haiyan narrowed his eyes, a warning bell ringing in his mind as he instinctively took 2 steps back and spoke in a low voice. Who is that? Uchiha Meichin clearly had not heard that name before, pausing in confusion as she asked, is he formidable? Well, he can at least match Kakashi in combat. So the 3 of us combined would certainly not be his match. Uchiha Haiyan eyed Zabuza warily, planning to retaliate the moment the latter made a move. As for the large blade behind him, known as the Kubikurabocho, he was likely its second master. Hyuga Niji, evidently familiar with Zabuza's reputation, coldly elaborated. This man is also a jonin, one of the top combatants of the Mist Village. Hiss. Upon hearing Niji and Haiyan's explanations, Uchiha Meichin couldn't help but gasp, her gaze shifting towards Zabuza with a look of trepidation. Oh. On the other side, Zabuza raised an eyebrow, contemplating the 3 young individuals before him. A grin spreading across his face as he said, I didn't expect you 3 to be so knowledgeable. Uchiha Haiyan instinctively swallowed hard, acutely aware of the insurmountable gap between himself and Zabuza. Thus, if he could employ monetary persuasion to win over the opponent, it would be a prudent strategy. For Zabuza, who was amassing strength to overthrow the 4th Mizukage, the allure of wealth was considerable. With this thought, Uchiha Haiyan quickly interjected before Zabuza could strike. How much are they paying you? I can offer double. Zabuza, who was ready to attack, lowered his blade, looking at Uchiha Haiyan with a bemused expression. Do you have money? Of course. Uchiha Haiyan nodded emphatically. You've likely heard of my wife, Tsunade, known as the Gambling Queen. Believe me, she would be more than willing to pay more than double for our lives. The Senju clan? Zabuza was momentarily taken aback, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Uchiha Haiyan from head to toe. Yes. Uchiha Haiyan took a deep breath, then nodded firmly. Although this seemed disloyal to his wife, the situation was dire, and this was the only viable solution to their predicament. Very well. Chapter 178. The Power of Money. Zabuza hesitated for a couple of seconds before sheathing his blade. After all, anyone familiar with the world of Naruto had heard of the Senju clan's immense wealth, especially in this era, with only Tsunade remaining. It was evident that her vast fortune was primarily hers, given that he was dealing with someone from the Senju clan. Parting with a sum of money should not pose any issue. Most importantly, they would have no opportunity to default on payment. Thus, after careful consideration, Momochi Zabuza finally sheathed his blade. In these times, the one with the money holds the power. Those who offer more will receive his services. Zabuza displayed a complete lack of principle when it came to wealth. With a sigh of relief, Uchiha Haiyan felt a weight lift from his chest, his heart finally settling back into place. Regardless of the circumstances, problems solvable with money are not true problems. It was fortunate that the mysterious figure behind this was Momochi Zabuza. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have lost their lives today. It must be said that they narrowly escaped a perilous encounter. Uchiha Haiyan instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If it had been someone else, even a chunin who had undergone the exams, they might have posed a fighting chance against the three of them, should they have exhausted their efforts. However, facing a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, it was best to avoid confrontation altogether. Had Zabuza not opted for a warning instead of a direct assassination, they would have remained oblivious to the cause of their demise. After all, the assassination techniques of the Mist Village are not easily withstood by ordinary individuals. Uchiha Haiyan was quite self-aware regarding his own capabilities. Just then, however, Zabuza seemed to sense some threat, swiftly drawing his blade from behind and ruthlessly slashing towards the trio. Damn! Uchiha Haiyan instinctively opened his mouth to unleash a fire dragon, which, upon contact with Zabuza's blade, vanished without a trace, failing to provide any resistance. Kakashi. Zabuza squinted, his voice cold. I didn't expect to encounter you here. That should be my line. As the blade's edge subsided, Kakashi appeared before the trio. To Uchiha Haiyan's astonishment, a red figure gradually materialized behind Kakashi. Tsunade? Uchiha Haiyan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the crimson-clad figure. This seemed to be the first time he had seen Tsunade in red ninja attire. It was, without a doubt, a stunning sight that left an indelible impression. My love, what brings you here? Uchiha Haiyan asked, astonished. I was worried about you, so I informed the 3rd Hokage and accompanied Kakashi to follow you. Sundara smiled as she explained, turning her head to look at Uchiha Haiyan. I didn't expect you to be his wife. Meanwhile, Zabuza swaggered over, casually wielding his blade, a grin on his face, his sharp teeth glinting ominously in the sunlight. Kid, pay up. Here you go. Without waiting for Uchiha Haiyan to say anything, Tsunade directly threw several small money pouches, which she had at her waist, into Zabuza's hands. This amount is sufficient, Tsunade stated coldly, her expression devoid of emotion. That is indeed the case. Zabuza swayed the pouch, and the crisp sound of gold coins clinking together resonated from within. Farewell, little one. He then waved towards Uchiha Haiyan, his smile growing ever brighter. If there are tasks in the future, I shall certainly accept them. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Haiyan's expression darkened significantly, turning a shade of iron. What the hell? Is this fellow planning to cling to me? No, this absolutely cannot happen. The thought sent a shiver down Uchiha Haiyan's spine. Although Zabuza was not fixated on him, but rather on Tsunade's money pouch, he still felt uneasy about being targeted by such a formidable opponent. With a smile plastered on his face, he instinctively stroked his chin and said, there may not necessarily be tasks for me ahead, but I can certainly offer you an opportunity to earn ample wealth. Oh. Zabuza raised an eyebrow, curiosity flickering in his eyes. What do you intend to do? I hold great admiration for both you and your tool, Uchiha Haiyan remarked, a radiant smile spreading across his face as he inexplicably thought of the androgynous Haku. Would you consider following us? Follow you? Zabuza paused for a moment, then scoffed, casting a scrutinizing glance at Uchiha Haiyan. After a moment, he curled his lip and replied, I'd rather not. I'm more interested in your money pouch. Very well. Uchiha Haiyan shrugged nonchalantly, spreading his hands to indicate his indifference. After all, there will surely come a day when you seek me out again. Zabuza narrowed his eyes thoughtfully as he regarded Uchiha Haiyan. Moments later, he transformed into a mist and vanished. Were you trying to win him over with a monetary incentive? Kakashi inquired, his curiosity piqued as he looked at Uchiha Haiyan. How can you be so certain he would agree? Quite simple, really, for he is in need of funds. Uchiha Haiyan explained with an air of calm. I have previously studied these records, and I know that Zabuza revolted against the tyranny of the 4th Mizukage, eventually failing and fleeing the village hidden in the mist. Pausing briefly, Uchiha Haiyan continued. However, Zabuza has not abandoned this ambition. He is still gathering strength, which requires substantial financial backing. Therefore, I can confidently assert that he accepted this assassination mission solely due to the attractive price offered to him. I must say, your analysis is quite astute. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully, clearly in agreement. I did not expect you to possess such knowledge regarding these matters. Haha. Uchiha Haiyan chuckled awkwardly, saying nothing further. It was not that he was particularly knowledgeable. After all, he was not Hinata Niji, who immersed himself in books daily alongside his training. Chapter 179. The mysterious Yasuo. As for Uchiha Haiyan's familiarity with Zabuza, it stemmed entirely from the anime Naruto, where Zabuza was an early adversary encountered by Naruto, leaving a profound impression. Moreover, the friendship between Zabuza and Haku tugged at the heartstrings of many, often bringing tears to their eyes. Hence, upon arriving in this world, Uchiha Haiyan wished to avoid witnessing that heart-wrenching scene again, as his fragile heart could hardly bear it. Fortunately, he now had the formidable Senju clan backing him, which, in many respects, made him a tempting prospect for Zabuza. Thus, Uchiha Haiyan was confident that after revealing his identity, Zabuza would keep a watchful eye on him and ultimately choose to stand by his side. Uchiha Haiyan was willing to stake his assurance on this. This place is rife with peculiarities. You must exercise caution and prudence. Observing Uchiha Haiyan's awkward demeanor, Kakashi did not dwell on it further, mistakenly attributing it to a mere encounter with Tsunade. Kakashi then raised his head, scanning the surroundings. After a moment, his brows furrowed tightly, a serious expression crossing his face as he earnestly advised, "Understood." Uchiha Haiyan nodded vigorously. However, regarding the escort mission we previously agreed upon, before Uchiha Haiyan could finish, Kakashi interjected. "I encountered that merchant convoy at the entrance of this village. They have not entered, so you may choose to head there immediately to rendezvous with them." "Oh, very well." Uchiha Haiyan nodded instinctively. "Strange. Were they not supposed to meet us in the town? Why have they suddenly moved to the entrance?" Uchiha Meichin crossed her arms, appearing rather irritable and even somewhat volatile as she remarked, "You are responsible for resolving this matter." After saying this, Kakashi silently returned to the large tree, seemingly engrossed in a magazine, exuding an air of indifference as though entirely detached from the world around him. "Our sole task is to ensure your safety. As for everything else, you must handle it yourselves." Tsunade nodded at Uchiha Haiyan, a gentle smile gracing her lips before she turned to join Kakashi. With a gentle breeze, their figures vanished from the trio's sight. Ugh! Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Meichin let out a heavy sigh, shaking her head as she said earnestly, "Let us move. Since we now have information about the merchant convoy, we should join them as soon as possible." Indeed, Uchiha Haiyan and Hyuga Niji expressed no opposition to Uchiha Meichin's words. After approximately 10 to 20 minutes, Uchiha Haiyan, Uchiha Meichin, and Hyuga Niji arrived at the entrance of the town, gazing at the merchant convoy waiting not far away, their brows slightly furrowing as a grave expression crossed their faces. "Hello, we are ninjas from the village hidden in the leaves, assigned to escort this merchant convoy." Uchiha Haiyan stepped forward to greet them. "Greetings, I am Yasuo, the leader of this merchant convoy." A woman with an alluring figure emerged from the crowd, a faint smile on her face as she extended her hand toward Uchiha Haiyan. "Previously, we agreed to meet in the town. Why have you suddenly changed to the entrance?" Uchiha Meichin frowned, warily observing the woman. Her lips pursed as she replied in an irritable tone, "You are mistaken." Haha. Upon hearing Meichin's question, Yasuo burst into laughter, as if she had heard something amusing. "Surely, this young lady is mistaken. We had indeed arranged to meet at the entrance. So why would it suddenly change to the town?" "You." Meichin's brows knitted together at Yasuo's apparent attempt to obfuscate the matter. As the most cherished princess of the Uchiha clan, she had never been deceived or argued with throughout her life. This was her first experience. Within her heart, aside from an overwhelming fury, there lingered a heightened vigilance towards the woman named Yasu. There was an unsettling sense that this individual was not a virtuous character. Just then, Uchiha Haiyan, perceiving that Uchiha Mikoto was about to speak, swiftly interrupted her. "Let us not dwell on trivial matters here. We have already delayed for a day. It is imperative that we set forth without further ado." Yasu appeared disinclined to engage in further banter with Uchiha Mikoto, instead nodding slightly and gesturing for the caravan to proceed onward. "What is the matter with you? Could it be that you have taken a fancy to that woman?" Uchiha Mikoto watched the caravan embark, crossing her arms in displeasure, her expression clearly indicating that she would not forgive without a satisfactory explanation. "Impossible. I am unwaveringly loyal to my wife," Uchiha Haiyan retorted, rolling his eyes and casting a sideways glance at Uchiha Mikoto. After a moment, he began to elucidate. "The remuneration for this escort mission is substantial, and we must fulfill our duty. Failing to do so will diminish our standing. Currently, we are still eligible for escort missions. But if we drop further, our only tasks may be trivial ones, such as chasing cats or dogs." His tone was one of resigned exasperation as he shrugged, and spread his hands, shaking his head. Moreover, Kakashi has indicated that this town is quite peculiar. Recent events suggest that Yasu indeed aimed to lure us into the town, yet the sole flaw in her plan is that we have managed to exit. In other words, her intentions have been thwarted. Are you suggesting that Yasu is the mastermind behind all this? Hinata Niji, following closely behind Uchiha Haiyan and Uchiha Mikoto, interjected. Certainly not the mastermind. If she were, she would not brazenly present herself before us, seemingly eager for us to apprehend her. Uchiha Haiyan countered with a shake of his head. However, I am convinced that there exists some inexplicable connection between this Yasu and the true orchestrator of these events. Initially, she directed us to the town, but now she has suddenly reversed her stance and outright denies her previous assertions. This serves as ample evidence of her trepidation, likely fearing that we might uncover the interconnections at play. Now it makes sense. Uchiha Mikoto and Hinata Niji nodded in understanding upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's analysis. Thus, we must remain vigilant on our journey. I suspect our adversary may devise another scheme should this one fail. Uchiha Haiyan regarded his companions with a serious demeanor, earnestly advising them. Agreed. Uchiha Mikoto and Hinata Niji replied in unison. The reason I initially restrained you from arguing with her was solely to keep our opponent off guard. Uchiha Haiyan confided quietly to Uchiha Mikoto. If we inadvertently reveal our suspicions, it could alert them to our awareness of their presence, potentially causing them to conceal their ulterior motives. Ah, I see. It seems I misjudged you, Uchiha Mikoto admitted, somewhat sheepishly rubbing her nose in acknowledgement of her misunderstanding. Not a problem. It was a minor issue, Uchiha Haiyan waved dismissively. At that moment, an electronic voice resonated within his mind. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully gained 5 points of favorability with the target character Uchiha Mikoto. Current favorability stands at 75. Please continue your efforts. Understood. It appears that since my favorability surpassed 70, each increment no longer unlocks corresponding skills. It seems I must reach 80 to access new abilities, Uchiha Haiyan mused, contemplating this development. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Uchiha Haiyan had not anticipated that they would find themselves endlessly wandering within the forest, unable to extricate themselves. This is utterly absurd, Uchiha Mikoto exclaimed, exasperatedly wiping her face. We have been trapped in this forest for days. How reliable are those people? Uncertain, Uchiha Haiyan sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Who would have imagined that an escort mission could become lost? This is beyond comprehension. If we persist for another day or two, we should be able to escape this forest. Hinata Niji, perpetually activating his Byakugan, appeared exceptionally fatigued, rubbing his aching temples before speaking. You should not keep your bloodline limit activated continuously. It consumes a significant amount of chakra, and we must maintain our readiness. Uchiha Haiyan, aware of Niji's exertions throughout the journey, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and spoke earnestly. We must balance work and rest, lest we become so fatigued that we cannot react when danger arises. Indeed, Niji agreed, nodding appreciatively at Uchiha Haiyan's counsel, subsequently deactivating his bloodline limit. We are uncertain how many more days we will be wandering in this forest, and regarding our food supplies, who knows if they will suffice. If necessary, we may have to resort to hunting. Uchiha Mikoto expressed her primary concern about their dwindling provisions. They had ample water, but their stock of food was nearly depleted, leaving only the tasteless military rations. Before tasting the culinary delights crafted by Uchiha Haiyan, Uchiha Mikoto would have considered such rations acceptable. However, after experiencing his exquisite cooking, she found the rations akin to chewing on wax, as unpalatable as swallowing sand, rendering her unable to keep them down. With a heavy sigh and a shake of her head, she reflected on her predicament, filled with deep emotion. That should not be an issue. The three of us cannot stray too far from the caravan, Uchiha Haiyan reassured her, seemingly oblivious to her inner turmoil, to prevent any unforeseen incidents. If our food is exhausted, we will have to rely on the military rations temporarily. What? Uchiha Mikoto's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had just received news of an impending apocalypse, her once lively gaze losing its sparkle as she lowered her head and nodded silently. Very well. In these dire circumstances, we must learn to endure, Uchiha Haiyan encouraged, patting her shoulder with a blend of compassion and gravity. Understood. Even if I am reluctant, I recognize the wisdom in your words, Uchiha Mikoto conceded, nodding in resignation. However, at that moment, Hinata Niji's expression abruptly changed. He lowered his voice and coldly stated, "There are 3 individuals rapidly approaching us." What? Upon hearing Niji's words, Uchiha Haiyan's expression also shifted slightly. He immediately stood up and approached the caravan leader, Yasu. Speaking in a hushed tone, "We have observed 3 ninjas heading this way at an alarming speed. We are unsure if they are targeting the caravan. You must protect us." Yasu's demeanor visibly altered, her face turning pale to the point of almost being translucent, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead as she urgently pleaded. "Of course." Uchiha Haiyan nodded calmly. "However, it would be wise for you to notify the others in advance to prepare for defense." Chapter 181. The assassins from Raikage Village understood. Yasu replied, taking a deep breath before hurriedly making her way toward the security captain. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haiyan observed Yasu's departing figure with a pensive look, a hint of suspicion flickering in his eyes. He sensed that this woman was not as simple as she appeared, yet throughout their journey, they had encountered no significant dangers. Nevertheless, he couldn't shake the feeling that Yasu's reaction was somewhat exaggerated, as if she were intentionally putting on a show. Could there be some connection between those 3 ninjas and Yasu? Uchiha Haiyan pondered silently. It was no wonder Uchiha Haiyan was so vigilant, since embarking on their mission. There had been at least 3 escort tasks where the caravans had encountered issues. While some problems were minor, others had nearly cost them their lives. Hence, maintaining a necessary level of alertness while traveling was of utmost importance, a belief Uchiha Haiyan firmly held. "What is the situation?" Uchiha Haiyan inquired as he shook his head and returned to Hinata Niji's side, positioning himself protectively behind Niji while scanning the surroundings with keen vigilance. "They should be upon us in a few minutes," Niji replied, his eyes now a luminous white, clearly utilizing his Byakugan to its fullest extent. "I can sense that their chakra is exceptionally active. They are not ordinary foes." Indeed, Uchiha Haiyan's expression grew increasingly grave upon hearing this. He instinctively blinked, his previously dark pupils beginning to manifest the Sharingan. Activate the Sharingan. The moment the Sharingan was engaged, Uchiha Haiyan perceived everything around him as if time had slowed. Akin to pressing the pause button, even the rustling leaves in the wind became vividly distinct. However, this activation rapidly drained his chakra reserves. "They're here." Suddenly, Hinata Niji shouted from behind. In the next instant, 3 shadowy figures materialized before them, 1 each. With that command, the protagonist surged toward the central figure. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a wide-open mouth, numerous colossal fireballs erupted forth, crashing violently into the figure. The figure was enveloped in lightning, which swiftly neutralized the fireballs. They are from Raikage Village. Could they be targeting Hinata Niji? Uchiha Haiyan's heart raced, instinctively taking a deep breath while casting sidelong glances at Niji. As expected, within mere moments, Niji found himself surrounded by 2 figures clad in black. Were it not for Niji's solid foundation, he would have likely faltered against them in such a short span. "Mei-chin, assist Niji. I suspect they are after him." Uchiha Haiyan's face paled as he shouted toward Uchiha Mei-chin. He then swiftly pushed past the shadowy figures before him, darting toward Niji like a flash of lightning. Protecting Niji was imperative. Fire Dragon Technique. With chakra rapidly coalescing within him, a massive fire dragon burst forth from his mouth, forming a searing blaze that descended upon the 3 figures. Despite the flickering lightning surrounding them, they could not withstand the intensity of the heat. "They are from Raikage Village." Niji, too, noticed the lightning emanating from his adversaries, his expression darkening to the point of appearing as though ink would drip from it. After all, from certain perspectives, Raikage Village could be considered a nemesis of Niji's family. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Niji took a deep breath and charged toward one of the shadowy figures, swiftly lifting it high before slamming it down onto the ground with a resounding thud, rendering the figure unconscious. Only 2 remain. Uchiha Haiyan was fully committed, unleashing shurikens as countless fireballs swiftly gathered in the air, descending with ferocious intent. Before the adversaries could react, a massive blue fire line appeared, engulfing them entirely. The ensuing shrieks of agony echoed as the flames dissipated, leaving behind only ashes scattered by the gentle breeze. The remaining black-clad figure, cornered by Uchiha Mei-chin's fireballs, had no choice but to flicker with lightning and flee the scene. "Well done," Uchiha Haiyan remarked, taking a deep breath to wipe his face, adjusting his breathing as he rapidly restored his chakra reserves. What brings the Raikage village ninjas here? Niji furrowed his brows, staring at the only remaining corpse on the ground. His eyes filled with seriousness and gravitas. Perhaps they are pursuing you? Uchiha Meichin speculated. That cannot be, Niji replied resolutely, shaking his head. Everyone knows the relationship between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. The branch family members, even if they were to obtain anything, would self-destruct due to the caged bird seal, leaving no traces behind. Therefore, the ninjas from Raikage village would never target branch family members. They only harass the main family in attempts to seize the Byakugan. Then what about these individuals? Uchiha Meichin asked. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she regarded the corpse on the ground. I initially believed they were after you, but it seems that is not the case. Uchiha Haiyan smiled faintly at Meichin's words. Chapter 182. The Fox and the Tiger. He then turned to glance at Yasuo, who had been quietly observing them from the shadows, taking a deep breath before speaking slowly. This matter should be explained by Yasuo. As Yasuo noticed that the gazes of Uchiha Haiyan and others were all fixed upon him, he was momentarily taken aback. Soon, he smiled and excitedly remarked, Indeed, ninjas from the Hidden Leaf village are truly formidable. However, I must say, your pretense is utterly unconvincing. Uchiha Haiyan, with a smile, withdrew his right hand from Yasuo's grasp, placing both hands behind his back, and calmly stated, From the very beginning, I harbored doubts about your intentions. After all, as an experienced merchant, it is impossible for you to misjudge the route from the land of fire to the land of waves. Yasuo's expression subtly changed. He then fell silent. His gaze fixed on Uchiha Haiyan, his eyes filled with gravity, as if shrouded in a veil of clouds that concealed his true thoughts. After a moment, Yasuo awkwardly smiled, his face painted with confusion and innocence. What are you talking about? I can't understand a word. From the outset, we clearly agreed to meet in the town. Yet you were fully aware of the oddities within it. To err on the side of caution, you refrained from entering the town. Uchiha Haiyan continued unperturbed, his hands still behind him, recounting the events with a calm demeanor. But you also feared what might happen if we emerged alive from there. So you decided to wait at the town's entrance. If we did not return within 3 days, it would signify our demise, allowing you to lead this merchant group to the land of waves to fulfill your mission. Hinata Niji and Uchiha Mikoto stood behind Uchiha Haiyan, silently listening to his words, their eyes cautiously scrutinizing Yasuo and the others, apprehensive that they might retaliate upon discovering the conspiracy. Yet, what you never anticipated was that we left the town on the second day and met you at the entrance. Uchiha Haiyan's gaze remained locked onto Yasuo as he continued. You were afraid we would grow suspicious of you, so you deliberately dragged your feet along the way, creating a facade of getting lost, all to buy enough time to dispel our earlier doubts. And then, Yasuo, having lost his smile, regarded Uchiha Haiyan with an expressionless face, coolly inquiring. Then, when you deemed the moment ripe, you notified those fellows from the Hidden Cloud village, prompting them to rush to our location, Uchiha Haiyan replied, seemingly at ease. However, once again, you were caught off guard. Our collective strength far surpassed those individuals, rendering your plan a failure. Yasuo fell silent upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words. After a moment, he raised his head, his expression devoid of emotion as he stared at Uchiha Haiyan and solemnly asked, When did you begin to suspect me? It must have been the moment you set foot in the town, Uchiha Haiyan chuckled. Ah, so I had already revealed myself at such an early stage? Yasuo lowered his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. I must admit, your analysis is quite astute and logical. Unfortunately for you, you now have no opportunity to leave this place. Oh, is that so? Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow, a semblance of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Do you believe that since I have discerned your intentions from the very beginning, I would not take certain precautions? Or have you grown so confident as to think you can control everything? What do you mean by that? Yasuo faltered, his expression gradually shifting to one of alarm. I am mocking you for acting as a pawn for others without realizing it, yet still reveling in the belief that you are superior. It is indeed laughable. Uchiha Haiyan scoffed. Do you think you alone are capable of preparing for contingencies? Yasuo's expression darkened, as if a storm were brewing within him. After hesitating for a few seconds, he ultimately chose to wave his hand decisively. Retreat. There would be future opportunities to confront Uchiha Haiyan. But if he were to perish today, there would be no tomorrow. Yasuo understood this clearly. Moreover, as Uchiha Haiyan had pointed out, Since the opponent had seen through her schemes from the outset, they would naturally have taken corresponding precautions. There could be others lurking nearby, ready to strike upon receiving word. For the sake of her own safety, it was evident that an urgent withdrawal was necessary. This was one of the reasons Yasuo chose to retreat immediately while still holding the upper hand. Uchiha Haiyan coldly observed as the group gradually vanished from sight, finally letting out a sigh of relief, the tension that had hung in her throat easing back into her stomach. One must admit, the pretense of authority can be quite effective at times. After all, Uchiha Haiyan could not be certain whether Kakashi and Tsunade were trailing behind them, so she had merely feigned a threat. Fortunately, Yasuo understood this and opted to leave promptly. After all, if Kakashi were to capture her, the consequences would be dire. Given the fierce battle they had just endured, both Uchiha Haiyan and the others had nearly exhausted their chakra, and without a period of rest, recovery would be impossible. However, if they chose to recuperate in front of Yasuo, they would likely expose their vulnerable state, leaving Uchiha Haiyan with no choice but to rely on bluffing and intimidation. Fortunately, it seemed that this choice was the correct one. Uchiha Haiyan silently rejoiced in her heart, thinking to herself, I am glad nothing significant occurred. Hinata Niji was well aware of Uchiha Haiyan's thoughts. He too released a sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, otherwise, the three of us would truly have to rely on Kakashi and Tsunade to save us. Chapter 183, Encountering an Attack Indeed. Uchiha Mikoto, though reluctant to admit it, realized that her chakra was nearly depleted. She understood that had Yasuo and his group not retreated out of fear of Kakashi and the others, they might have perished in that fierce battle. However, to be cautious, Uchiha Haiyan and the others quickly left the area and found a relatively safe cave to rest in. They needed to regain their strength to prevent Yasuo from launching a surprise attack. Who would have thought these three little ones were so cautious? Kakashi raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips as he thoughtfully observed Tsunade behind him. I suppose this method was also one you shared with him. I recall you once used a similar tactic to fend off those who plotted against you. Please don't attribute all your wisdom to me. Tsunade retorted with an exasperated eye roll, casting a sideways glance at Kakashi. After a moment, she pouted and said, there is no way I would share such things with Uchiha Haiyan. Wouldn't I feel embarrassed? Shouldn't this count as one of your strategies? Kakashi shrugged his shoulders, appearing rather perplexed by Tsunade's remarks. With a faint smile, Tsunade clasped her hands behind her back and spoke with considerable depth. This is also one of the significant reasons why you remain single to this day. Kakashi instinctively clutched his chest, feeling as though he had suffered 1,000 critical hits. I must tell you, while conversation is one thing, personal attacks are quite another. He exclaimed, did I really make a personal attack? Tsunade feigned innocence, observing Tsunade's demeanor. Kakashi felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of a similar expression he had encountered on Uchiha Haiyan. It was surprising to see such familiarity reflected in Tsunade's visage. It could only be summarized with a saying, those who associate with the red become red, those who associate with the black become black. What did you say? Tsunade momentarily lost her train of thought, a flush rising to her cheeks as she lowered her gaze towards Kakashi, her smile brightening. It's nothing, she replied. Kakashi shook his head, indicating that he had said nothing at all. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haiyan remained oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly become the subject of idle gossip between Kakashi and Tsunade. He was focused on rapidly replenishing his chakra. Who exactly sent that woman named Yasu? Uchiha Mikoto inquired, curiosity piqued as she regained her strength, glancing at Hinata Niji and Uchiha Haiyan. I've never heard of a particularly clever merchant named Yasu before. It's quite simple. Individuals who handle special matters rarely achieve notoriety. Most likely, it is merely an alias, Niji explained in a calm tone, mindful of the need to maintain anonymity. After all, it's all about avoiding retaliation. Mikoto nodded in understanding. Continuing, if I knew that woman's true identity, I would certainly dig deeper to uncover her and then unleash the Uchiha clan upon her. I would be furious. She raised her fist defiantly, gritting her teeth. Clearly, Mikoto harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Yasu. You're not alone in that sentiment. I feel the same. Haiyan replied with a wry smile, in agreement. I suspected that those three were merely a diversion orchestrated by Yasu to exhaust our chakra, Niji stated with a serious expression. What makes you think that? Mikoto asked, momentarily puzzled, looking at Niji. Those three were clearly targeting you. I believe they were more focused on you. That's impossible. Niji asserted, dismissively waving his hand. If that were the case, they wouldn't have chosen to flee. The Raikage's obsession with the Byakugan is quite formidable. He would pursue it at all costs, even at the expense of countless lives. Normally, they would fight to the death rather than retreat. If that is the case, you may have a point, Haiyan mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. My suspicion arises from the well-known fact that the Uchiha clan has a limited amount of chakra. Niji elaborated. Though they possess numerous ninjutsu, their chakra is depleted after casting just 2 or 3 techniques, making attrition warfare the most effective strategy against the Uchiha clan. Attrition warfare? Both Uchiha Haiyan and Mikoto were taken aback. Being members of the Uchiha clan, they understood the validity of Niji's assertion. If it truly is a war of attrition, we may not have the strength to withstand it, Mikoto remarked. A look of apprehension crossing her face as she took a deep breath and swallowed hard. In such a brief exchange, it's impossible to restore significant amounts of chakra. I suspect Yasu is counting on this. If those 3 ninjas pose no threat to us, the next to enter the fray will likely be the group she leads. That is highly probable, Niji affirmed, expressing confidence in Mikoto's assessment. Had it not been for Haiyan's earlier bluster about our backup plans and precautions, we would likely have been captured on the spot. I alone cannot protect both of you. Upon hearing this, Mikoto gasped, her heart once again lodged in her throat. Will we face any trouble now? We aren't too far from them. What if they come back looking for us? Then we shall teach them a lesson they won't forget, so they think twice before plotting against us again, Haiyan replied with a cold smile. This back and forth has given us ample time to rest and recover our chakra. If they dare return, they will receive a severe reprimand. That is true, Mikoto initially paused, then nodded thoughtfully, feeling considerably more at ease at Haiyan's resolute demeanor. However, the trio waited from day to night, yet Yasu and her companions failed to appear. They understood that Yasu was wary of their backup plans and feared they might be ready for a confrontation. Even if they turned back now, it was likely that the 3 of them would have regained their strength, leading to a fierce battle in which Yasu's group might not emerge victorious. With this thought, Haiyan exhaled deeply. Now that there is an issue with the escort mission, we should return to the village for resupply, he suggested, glancing at the darkness outside the cave. Agreed, Mikoto nodded in immediate agreement. Next time we venture out, we must bring food. I can no longer bear the tasteless soldier pills. Mikoto expressed her disdain for the bland rations. I have no objections, Niji concurred, though he was reluctant to face their adversaries again. However, their supplies had dwindled significantly during their time in the wilderness, necessitating a return to the village for replenishment. All right, we'll head back to the village first thing tomorrow morning. Seeing unanimous agreement, Haiyan nodded decisively. What is that noise? Be cautious. There may be someone in the nearby woods. Haiyan suddenly halted, alerting Mikoto and Niji to stop as well. Without needing Haiyan's warning, Niji had already detected the movement nearby. With the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, even the faintest sounds could not escape his keen observation. Uchiha Haiyan leapt into the air, swiftly evading to the side, departing from his original position just as a spike suddenly emerged beside him, clearly indicating the use of an earth-style ninjutsu by his adversary. From the adjacent thicket, a warrior clad in tattered gray garments emerged, suggesting he was a wandering swordsman of unknown origin, equipped with a slender blade at his waist, indicating he was merely proficient with a knife. At this moment, Uchiha Haiyan did not ponder the identity of this individual. It was evident that since he had approached stealthily, he was undoubtedly an enemy. Throughout their mission, anyone who dared to disrupt their progress was an adversary to be eliminated. And Uchiha Haiyan had no time to contemplate their intentions. The priority was to subdue the foe at hand. Furthermore, there were other companions closing in. While Uchiha Makoto in the front exhibited the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, fully unleashed. The protagonist deftly leapt over the protruding spikes. Yet his opponent had anticipated this maneuver. The battlefield was a testament to the wisdom of warfare, involving prediction and counterprediction. Faced with Uchiha Haiyan's sudden evasion, the enemy was unperturbed. As Haiyan landed on the right, a figure abruptly emerged from the thicket. This figure was diminutive, standing at approximately 5 feet, barely reaching Uchiha Haiyan's chest. The small adversary wielded twin long blades, lunging forth before Uchiha Haiyan could touch the ground, aiming to strike him down before the battle had even commenced, with Haiyan being the chosen target for elimination. Confronted with the unexpected dual blades erupting from the underbrush, Uchiha Haiyan remained composed. Though suspended in midair, he could not maneuver, and he was not particularly adept at the substitution technique, a common ninja skill. However, Uchiha Haiyan possessed a more effective approach. Facing the dual blades head-on, he opted for a direct clash, embodying his unwavering combat style. While his arsenal of skills acquired through the system was limited, their levels were commendable, comprising various secret techniques that were not easily accessible to ordinary individuals. At that moment, Uchiha Haiyan concentrated all his energy, a surge of power radiating from his hands, as chakra gathered. Nothing could impede his fists, not even the twin steel blades, which he could shatter with ease. A smile crept upon Uchiha Haiyan's lips, although he might have felt somewhat fatigued in mid to long-range assaults. Particularly lacking in expansive offensive techniques, he was confident in his close combat strength, capable of overwhelming any foe, including the sudden adversary before him. As he pondered, the forceful impact of his fist met the incoming blade, yet Uchiha Haiyan sustained no injuries. His fist struck like a cannonball, instantly breaking the twin swords. Following the momentum of the collision, he landed and executed a powerful kick directed at the diminutive figure. With a resounding crack, the opponent transformed into a wooden dummy, splintering into shavings from the force of Uchiha Haiyan's kick. Substitution technique. Uchiha Haiyan instinctively swallowed hard. This tactic was a conventional evasion method among ninjas. His striking power was undoubtedly formidable, especially in close-quarters combat, where a single punch could create a significant crater. If it were to connect with a human, a moment's negligence could lead to death, particularly against an opponent with lower physical resilience, who would be utterly shattered by his strength, a force not to be underestimated, especially coming from Tsunade's monstrous strength. Having evaded this time, one could only wonder how many more times they could escape. The opponent's initial counterattack had been evaded, a scenario Uchiha Haiyan had anticipated. However, even with the substitution technique, it was improbable for the adversary to utilize it repeatedly. Should Uchiha Haiyan discern a flaw, he was confident he could deliver a devastating blow to his opponent's head. Meanwhile, the ragged wandering swordsman who had employed earth-style ninjutsu to attack Uchiha Haiyan was swiftly intercepted by the vigilant Hyuga Niji. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, also a secret technique, was far beyond the capabilities of such a ragged warrior to counter. Niji's fists emanated a cerulean energy as an intricate formation began to materialize beneath him, the intangible aura manipulating the airflow and encircling the wandering swordsman. The swordsman withdrew his katana, its blade gleaming with a cold light, fiercely striking at Niji, indicating that the battle between these two martial artists had reached a fevered intensity. The wandering warrior, well-versed in swordsmanship, wielded the katana with the same fluidity as his own limbs. Amidst Niji's relentless attacks, the swordsman aimed for Niji's vital points, such as the throat and neck, evidently seeking to deliver a lethal blow to the young ninja before him. Niji, however, remained exceptionally composed. Naturally reserved, he spoke little, and now, immersed in battle, he exhibited an even colder demeanor. Veins bulged from his temples, his Byakugan fully activated to its utmost extent. Niji focused intently, analyzing the movements of his opponent while diligently anticipating the trajectory of the next attack. As Uchiha Haiyan and Hyuga Niji engaged their respective foes, Uchiha Mikoto, remaining on the sidelines, found herself devoid of an opponent. Though she wished to assist her teammates, both were not only holding their own but also gaining the upper hand. Niji's battle with the wandering swordsman was a fierce close-quarters confrontation. Should Uchiha Mikoto unleash a wide-ranging fire attack, it could inadvertently harm Niji or disrupt his flow of combat. Thus, in the absence of immediate threat to Niji, Uchiha Mikoto refrained from intervening. Shifting her gaze to Uchiha Haiyan, she observed a rather captivating combat scene. Haiyan relentlessly pressed forward, employing his monstrous strength, creating craters with each punch and uprooting trees with his kicks, demonstrating the sheer ferocity of his might. Meanwhile, the diminutive adversary darted about like a flea, utilizing substitution and body flicker techniques to evade Uchiha Haiyan's strikes, appearing increasingly beleaguered. It seemed clear that if Uchiha Haiyan seized an opportunity to land a punch, the small foe would undoubtedly be obliterated in an instant, leaving Uchiha Mikoto feeling somewhat displeased at the lack of need for her assistance. "How come you two react so swiftly? I was eager to engage," she lamented. Just as Uchiha Mikoto uttered these words, an inexplicable rustle emerged from the thicket behind her. Uchiha Mikoto instantaneously sensed the presence of the enemy's accomplices surrounding her, indicating that their adversaries had come well prepared. It was evident that there were more than just these two enemies. Just as Uchiha Mikoto began to comprehend the situation, three individuals suddenly sprang from behind her, launching an attack. Be careful! At the same moment, Uchiha Haiyan reacted swiftly, urgently shouting a warning to Uchiha Mikoto. The intention of their opponents was clear: to eliminate one member of their trio at the very onset of this ambush, thereby facilitating their subsequent maneuvers. This was, indeed, a sound strategy in group combat. However, Uchiha Haiyan was the first to be struck by the enemy's earthen spikes, leading him to instinctively believe that he was the target, the soft spot within their ranks. This notion was shared by Uchiha Mikoto and Hinata Niji, who were similarly concerned. Yet, as the three concealed foes took action, Uchiha Haiyan swiftly realized that their true target was not him, but rather Uchiha Mikoto, who lingered at the periphery of the battlefield. As the sole female member of their trio, Uchiha Mikoto was evidently the most likely candidate to be targeted, and the enemy's plan was far more intricate than Uchiha Haiyan had initially surmised. The adversaries had evidently accounted for Hinata Niji, a prodigy capable of long-range reconnaissance. The initial appearance of a wandering warrior, who employed a relatively weak earthen spike attack against Uchiha Haiyan, forced him to shift his position. Following this, a diminutive enemy wielding dual blades emerged from the underbrush, engaging Uchiha Haiyan in close combat. This led all three to believe that Uchiha Haiyan was the primary focus of their assault. Meanwhile, the wandering warrior became embroiled in a skirmish with Hinata Niji. At first glance, it appeared that Niji was successfully stalling the warrior, who seemed unable to retaliate against Niji's Bagua palm attacks. However, the reality was quite the opposite. The wandering warrior had effectively ensnared Hinata Niji. In the midst of this fierce clash, Niji's Byakugan was pushed to its limits. His attention solely fixated on the enemy's movements in an effort to subdue them swiftly. Consequently, he was unable to monitor the broader battlefield, leaving him vulnerable as the other hidden foes closed in, taking advantage of Niji's diminished capacity to sense his surroundings. At this moment, Uchiha Haiyan pieced together the enemy's scheme. It was not just he and his companions who had grasped the plan. Their primary target had not been him from the outset, but rather Uchiha Mikoto, who remained at the battlefield's edge, yet to engage. As the only female member of the team, she was clearly underestimated by the adversaries. Chapter 186. Extraordinary Performance. This young lady from the Uchiha clan, despite her seemingly average intelligence, was evidently provoked by the sudden ambush of the three assailants. You bunch of bastards, you are courting death. The realization that they regarded her as an easy target ignited her fury. Fire style, great fireball technique. A magnificent fireball, characteristic of the Uchiha clan, materialized as Uchiha Mikoto inhaled deeply and exhaled forcefully. The enormous fireball hurtled toward the three adversaries before her, two of whom appeared prepared for the assault. The third, who had just leaped into action, found himself unable to evade due to the proximity of the attack. A thunderous explosion erupted, flames soaring upwards like molten lava, engulfing the area in a fiery blaze. The two enemies on either side swiftly leaped forward, hurling their shurikens, as Uchiha Mikoto deftly maneuvered through the battlefield, evading the incoming projectiles. In the dynamic perception granted by her Sharingan, the shurikens appeared to move in slow motion, allowing her to dodge effortlessly. The petite Uchiha Mikoto danced through the chaos, determined to deliver a profound lesson to these audacious foes, proving that she was not the weak link in their team. If you're seeking a vulnerability, target Uchiha Haiyan, that scoundrel. She seethed internally. With fiery determination, Uchiha Mikoto advanced towards the two attackers besieging her. One had already been incapacitated. Now it was merely the two remaining enemies who stood before her. The adversary who had directly faced her devastating fireball was clearly rendered combat ineffective, collapsed amidst the charred remnants of the explosion, while the other two drew their swords, revealing their prowess in close combat. With a fierce shout, Uchiha Mikoto gathered her chakra, forming seals with precision as she unleashed a torrent of blazing dragon-shaped flames from her mouth. Great fire extinguishing technique. An expansive explosion erupted, contrasting sharply with Hinata Niji's methodical approach, which focused on confining enemies within a close range, gradually overwhelming them with force. Uchiha Haiyan's brute strength shattered everything in his path. Yet Uchiha Mikoto's display was undoubtedly the most flamboyant. A veritable pyromaniac, she embodied the Uchiha clan's fervor with exquisite flair. A vast inferno erupted from her lips. And under the scrutiny of her Sharingan, her adversaries found no avenue of escape. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haiyan, though aware of Mikoto's formidable abilities, felt a twinge of concern. After all, she was facing 3 opponents. This compelled him to aid her, but the agile little foe flitting about him proved an incessant distraction, thwarting his efforts and inciting a desire to crush the pest with his bare hands. At this moment, Hinata Niji, realizing he was ensnared by the wandering warrior, felt an unwelcome surge of frustration. As a genius with a strong sense of pride, he was vexed that the reconnaissance responsibilities had fallen to him. Although engaged in close-quarters combat, he lacked the capacity to utilize his Byakugan to survey the battlefield. Nevertheless, he recognized that he had fallen into the enemy's trap, igniting a smoldering irritation within him, even as his chakra flared brilliantly. With the relentless barrage of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, Niji sought to conclude the battle swiftly and return to aid Uchiha Mikoto. The wandering warrior, faced with Niji's increasingly rapid assaults, began to falter under the pressure. A resounding crash echoed as another crater formed in the ground, dust billowing upwards. Uchiha Haiyan, wearing a faint smile, finally captured the nimble foe that had been incessantly harassing him. Though he had only grazed the enemy, he seized the opportunity to grip tightly, ensnaring the adversary by their left side. The diminutive adversary, wielding a pair of shattered twin blades, relied solely on a backup weapon in this critical moment, attempting to strike at Uchiha Haiyan's right hand in a desperate bid to ensnare him. It was evident that the short-statured foe understood the dire consequences of being caught in the grip of Uchiha Haiyan's formidable strength. Yet, Uchiha Haiyan showed no inclination to evade, for after a prolonged cat-and-mouse game, he found himself increasingly agitated. Moreover, Uchiha Mikoto, nearby, was unleashing a series of explosive flames, further fueling his desire to ascertain her situation. At this juncture, Uchiha Haiyan resolved to endure the blow from the small foe, determined to eliminate the threat. With a powerful punch, Uchiha Haiyan struck the diminutive enemy in the chest, sending him flying through the air like a cannonball. The already short figure curled up mid-flight, and a series of pained wails erupted from him. The enemy was clearly gravely injured. Uchiha Haiyan knew that even if he survived, the diminutive foe would possess no combat capability under the weight of his strike. As Uchiha Haiyan dealt with his adversary, Hinata Niji took a sudden step forward, inserting himself between the legs of a wandering warrior. In that instant, Niji unleashed a flurry of strikes, delivering dozens of blows to the warrior's joints before retracting his chakra-imbued hands. The warrior, unable to even utter a cry, crumpled to the ground, his body rendered limp as if his joints had been crushed, clearly bereft of combat ability. The sheer brutality of the scene sent a chill down one's spine. It was a display devoid of any semblance of elegance. Chapter 187. The battle concludes after exchanging a glance with Hinata Niji. Uchiha Haiyan turned and sprinted toward the raging inferno behind him. Uchiha Mikoto had unleashed several waves of fire jutsu, the blazing flames already encroaching upon the surrounding forest. "How is Mikoto? Do you require assistance?" Uchiha Haiyan and Hinata Niji dashed into the flames, their chakra swirling around them, enabling them to extinguish the encroaching fire with ease. This was not the initial fireball cast by Uchiha Mikoto, which had been infused with concentrated chakra, something that could not simply be countered. However, the flames that had spread to the trees could indeed be quelled by the chakra within Uchiha Haiyan and Niji's bodies, presenting no issue. As they traversed the sea of flames, they beheld Uchiha Mikoto, her kunai piercing the throat of an enemy. The adversary was charred and half his leg was carbonized, evidently having been scorched by Mikoto's flames prior. The kunai, having grazed his throat, had claimed his life. Upon noticing Uchiha Haiyan and Hinata Niji approaching, Uchiha Mikoto's expression remained unchanged. Instead, she offered a faint smile, conveying a sentiment of nonchalance, as if to say, "Do not be alarmed, this is nothing. I have already dealt with these 3 foes." Attempting to appear unfazed, this young lady stood tall, her bright eyes shining even more intensely, embodying an expression that seemed to beckon praise and accolades. Uchiha Haiyan could only shake his head in exasperation. These were mere lackeys. I could have handled them myself without your assistance. With her arms crossed, Uchiha Mikoto endeavored to downplay the threat of her enemies, yet within her. After unleashing such extensive fire jutsu, her chakra reserves were nearly depleted, and her activated Sharingan began to revert to its natural state. Though the assailants were not particularly formidable, Uchiha Mikoto had triumphed effortlessly against 3 adversaries. However, it was apparent that she had exerted herself to the utmost. Another foe would render her unable to retaliate. Impressive. Truly commendable, as expected of the young lady. Uchiha Haiyan did not wish to dampen her spirit. The sudden assault by 5 enemies on their trio had evidently been meticulously planned, with one distracting Hinata Niji while the diminutive foe occupied Uchiha Haiyan, allowing the 3 hidden adversaries to converge upon Uchiha Mikoto, aiming to eliminate the only female member of their group first. However, they had gravely misjudged the true strength of their trio. It remained uncertain whether this group of 5 was a hastily assembled band of rogue ninjas or mercenaries contracted for an assassination mission. Regardless, while they were not weak, they were hardly formidable. Though the 5 had evidently scouted their trio's capabilities and were aware of Hinata Niji's Byakugan range, their tactical execution, 2 engaging 1 while 3 encircled, was indeed commendable. Nevertheless, their lack of strength ultimately led to their downfall, illustrating that tactics alone cannot compensate for insufficient power. Clearly, they had some understanding of their opponents, executing their plans with precision. However, raw strength remains paramount. Despite the defeat of the assailants, Uchiha Haiyan gleaned an invaluable lesson. In this world, strength reigns supreme, while all else serves merely as embellishment. After all, no matter how meticulously crafted, without the necessary strength, all plans are futile. Only by enhancing one's own power can one become indomitable. Uchiha Haiyan cast a glance at the smoldering forest around him, vowing to remember this lesson. Moreover, this world harbors countless secrets. Although Uchiha Haiyan was privy to many, he dared not speak of them, for he lacked the power to shield himself from all. Certain truths, if revealed within the village, would attract the attention of shadowy figures lurking behind the scenes, ultimately costing him his life. Topics such as Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and even Kaguya and Black Zetsu were sensitive subjects he refrained from mentioning, often fearing to even contemplate them. After all, there are too many mind-reading techniques capable of uncovering thoughts, and even the dead cannot keep secrets, let alone the living. In many matters within the village, Uchiha Haiyan could only feign ignorance, such as the research conducted by Orochimaru and Danzo, or the forbidden grounds of the Uchiha clan. These were realms he could not recklessly approach with his current strength. Otherwise, he would meet the same fate as these 5 adversaries, where even the most well-laid plans would crumble before overwhelming power. Taking a deep breath to dispel the tumultuous thoughts, Uchiha Haiyan waved his hand, casting aside all disarrayed musings, and declared, "Let us hasten our return to the village. I trust that once we are back, we shall encounter no more such chaotic affairs." Agreed. After enduring a fierce battle, the 2 formidable individuals, Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Niji, nodded in agreement, instinctively quickening their pace as they made their way towards Konoha village. After an entire day's journey, the trio finally returned to the village. Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Mikoto were tasked with replenishing their supplies, while Uchiha Haiyan effortlessly made his way to the office of the 3rd Hokage. "You're back? So soon?" The 3rd Hokage blinked in surprise upon seeing Uchiha Haiyan, his expression filled with curiosity. "Why do I sense that your return brings you no joy? Or perhaps you deliberately sent me away?" Uchiha Haiyan remarked with a slight smirk, his demeanor indifferent. "Haha, not at all. You must be overthinking it." The 3rd Hokage chuckled awkwardly, waving his hand dismissively. "Your return has genuinely caught me off guard. I initially expected that, considering your pace, it would take at least half a month for you to return. I had no idea you would be back within a week. Some issues arose on the way. There was something amiss with the caravan we were escorting, and I suspect foul play," Uchiha Haiyan stated, relaying the events that transpired to the 3rd Hokage. It was evident that the Hokage had anticipated such complications, as he pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. "You suspect that the merchant named Yasu is involved?" "Indeed, and she harbors considerable hostility towards us," Uchiha Haiyan affirmed confidently. "I would stake my reputation on that." The 3rd Hokage inhaled deeply, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "If that is the case, we may be facing a significant problem." "Why do you say that?" Uchiha Haiyan sensed that the Hokage was privy to more information and pressed for answers, disregarding the Hokage's usual temperament. I had previously conducted an investigation into this Yasu woman. She has been instigating tensions between various nations, seemingly attempting to provoke conflict among them. After her schemes were uncovered, she vanished, only to re-emerge recently, the third Hokage explained. Looking toward Uchiha Haiyan. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Haiyan felt a surge of exasperation, silently grinding his teeth. Wishing he could deliver a sharp retort to the old man before him. If you were already aware of Yasu's dubious nature, why did you still send us? Were you attempting to lead us to our demise? Had I not relied on my wits and feigned authority, you might very well have received our corpses. As Uchiha Haiyan's frustration mounted, he paced the Hokage's office restlessly, slamming his palm on the desk with a resounding thud. Young man, there's no need to be so upset. I had my reasons for this course of action. Moreover, I specifically instructed Kakashi to keep a close watch on you, ensuring your safety, the third Hokage replied. Feeling slightly embarrassed by Uchiha Haiyan's fury, recognizing his own shortcomings in the matter. After a few moments of awkward silence, he attempted to explain. Hee. Uchiha Haiyan responded with a sarcastic laugh, unimpressed by the Hokage's lackluster justification. Fine. Given that you put us on the brink of death, I personally propose a reward. How about doubling our pay? The third Hokage realized that if he did not resolve this matter swiftly, Uchiha Haiyan would continue to create disturbances, akin to an incessant buzzing mosquito. In order to maintain a semblance of peace in his life, he took a deep breath and raised 2 fingers. That won't do. 5 times. Uchiha Haiyan declared with unwavering determination. The third Hokage gasped in astonishment at Uchiha Haiyan's audacious demand. 3 times. 5 times. Uchiha Haiyan stood his ground, refusing to yield. Eventually, after a prolonged negotiation reminiscent of a tug-of-war, the third Hokage sighed in resignation after several minutes. All right, let us agree on 5 times your usual payment, but you must forget about this incident. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. Uchiha Haiyan replied, nodding in agreement, assured that the matter would be settled as long as the payment was forthcoming. Observing Uchiha Haiyan's demeanor, the third Hokage was at a loss for words. Shaking his head, the third Hokage adopted a serious expression and shifted the topic. You previously mentioned that peculiar occurrences were reported in a town not far from Konoha. Could they be related to those bizarre synthetic creatures? Yes, Uchiha Haiyan replied, his playful demeanor fading as he nodded earnestly. That is precisely why I found it troubling. You must understand that all the meat consumed there comes from those synthetic monsters. He paused briefly before continuing. If people were to consume such meat, it could provoke serious reactions, considering these beings are the result of some forbidden technique and do not originate from nature. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage stroked his chin thoughtfully. If this is indeed the case, the inhabitants of that town may no longer be human. What do you mean? Uchiha Haiyan asked, momentarily perplexed, his eyes wide with confusion. What do you mean by no longer human? In simpler terms, those synthetic monsters are artificially created beings. Thus their flesh is tainted with impurities. I suspect there is a sinister plot at play, the third Hokage responded, his expression growing grave. Those individuals may have transformed into puppets, controlled by a hidden hand, remaining undetectable in their everyday lives. However, in critical moments, these puppets could become unexpected weapons of destruction. If that is the case, then if the mastermind intends to launch an attack on Konoha, they would already have the upper hand. This is a serious issue. Uchiha Haiyan realized, his mind racing as he grasped the implications, taking a deep breath in astonishment. Chapter 189, Another Enemy Indeed. The third Hokage affirmed with resolute conviction. This matter cannot be left unattended, otherwise it could lead to a catastrophe. I will dispatch someone to clean up this mess later. For now, you should return home and spend time with Tsunade. She will likely be busy again soon. Understood, Uchiha Haiyan replied. Upon hearing that a dedicated individual would be responsible for matters on this side, Uchiha Haiyan felt a sense of relief, as if the burning ember of anxiety lodged in his throat had finally been extinguished. He nodded and departed from the office of the third Hokage. Since their return occurred close to the afternoon, by the time he exited the Hokage's office, night had already enveloped the village. Uchiha Haiyan hurriedly made his way home, only to suddenly halt, sensing an unsettling aura lingering in the air. It seemed an adversary had emerged. In the next moment, Uchiha Haiyan's gaze turned grave as he scrutinized the foe before him. The opponent obscured half of their face with a black cloth, clearly unwilling to reveal any semblance of their identity. Adorned in fragmented chainmail, the figure boasted metallic arm guards embellished with intricate, enigmatic patterns, lending an air of opulence. This was evidently not an ordinary individual, Uchiha Haiyan mused silently. A typical wandering ninja or rogue would not possess such attire. After all, those who roamed outside their respective villages tended to live frugally, often in poverty. Even formidable figures capable of seizing resources from small villages did not fare well. For the stability and security of village life were far more appealing than the precarious existence of a wanderer. Indeed, those who drifted outside the villages, regardless of their strength, were perpetually on edge, burdened by various unavoidable circumstances. Who would choose to live as a vagrant unless compelled by grievous misdeeds rendering them unable to remain in a safe village? It is worth noting that beyond the 5 most powerful villages, the world is dotted with numerous smaller villages and affiliated nations, like the land of rice and the land of grass. Thus, while this world is vast, it is simultaneously small, once one is marked as a fugitive. The stable villages show no tolerance for such rogues. Consequently, they are left to wander aimlessly in less hospitable areas, far removed from affluent locales, where lavish attire and luxurious living are mere fantasies. Thus, most wandering warriors are clad in tattered garb, making them easily distinguishable. Uchiha Haiyan scrutinized the adversary before him. The fact that they blocked his path at such an hour indicated ill intentions. Despite the late hour and the desolate streets, this was Konoha village, where various umbu and root guards would not be easily disregarded. The opponent's attire did not resemble that of a destitute wanderer, suggesting they hailed from a certain faction. Their masked demeanor further confirmed this, as they evidently wished to conceal their identity. After all, a rogue ninja would hardly care about revealing themselves, for their anonymity would not significantly benefit them. Once marked as a fugitive in this extraordinary world, there are countless methods to ascertain their identity, with Konoha's interrogation techniques being a prime example. Any slip-up could lead to a fate of imprisonment and cruel questioning, even if one were to eliminate an enemy. If they failed to obliterate the body, valuable information could still be extracted from the remains. Uchiha Haiyan's thoughts raced. This masked individual clearly wished to keep their identity hidden, for revealing it would leave them with no choice but to wander as a rogue ninja. Thus, it was highly probable that this person held a significant status within the village and harbored ill will toward him, seeking to end his life. A chill swept through Uchiha Haiyan's eyes as he recognized the adversary's malevolent intent. He would not hold back in response. However, he could not ascertain the opponent's specific identity, for he had amassed numerous enemies in his previous life. Within the Uchiha clan, many looked down upon him as a worthless individual. Yet he shared a similar disdain for those arrogant figures. Moreover, since he could not even recognize all the members within his clan, he had little concern for the identity of this particular foe. Regardless, he resolved to strike down any enemy that crossed his path. Without hesitation, Uchiha Haiyan surged forward, his feet shattering the stone pavement beneath him as immense force propelled him toward his adversary. Though he did not possess traditional body flicker techniques, his explosive power granted him remarkable speed. As he approached the enemy, he raised his right arm, a faint green glow enveloping it as chakra coalesced. With a fierce punch, Uchiha Haiyan aimed at his opponent, who anticipated the assault and remained unfazed. The foe thrust their armored arms forward, forming hand seals as Uchiha Haiyan's fist collided with a wooden log conjured by the substitution technique. In an instant, the enemy appeared behind him, swiftly drawing 2 long swords from their arm guards. They aimed to skewer Uchiha Haiyan from both sides, intending to pierce him like a candied hawthorn. Yet, Uchiha Haiyan remained unperturbed. He swung his left hand backward while his right arm followed the momentum of his body's rotation. Gathering his monstrous strength, he forcefully clashed with the blades. The swords, unable to withstand his might, merely grazed his left fist, slicing through skin but failing to sever it. Instead, under the weight of his chakra-imbued punch, the blades emitted a sound of distress, threatening to shatter. The enemy's expression shifted as they realized the unexpected resilience of Uchiha Haiyan's fist, leaving them in disbelief. Faced with a formidable opponent, they reluctantly abandoned the sword in their right hand and swung the sword in their left with ferocity. Uchiha Haiyan's left fist tightened, shattering the enemy's right blade in an instant as he lunged toward them. The impact was akin to crashing against a mountain wall. Uchiha Haiyan's concentrated strike delivering a punishing blow. With the enemy's arm misshapen from the collision, their left sword fell short as Uchiha Haiyan barreled into them, seizing the opportunity. His right fist, now charged with energy, was poised to strike, but Uchiha Haiyan did not immediately unleash it. Instead, he allowed chakra to surge within him, preparing to deliver a shattering blow. The ensuing scene was chilling. This sudden assailant, clearly confident in their close-quarters combat, bore the ornate arm guards that signified considerable wealth, likely indicating their noble lineage. However, underestimating Uchiha Haiyan's combat prowess would prove to be their undoing. Seizing the gap in their defense, Uchiha Haiyan unleashed a devastating punch to their chest. The explosion of chakra was akin to detonating a bomb at close range, creating a gaping hole in their torso, signaling certain death. Uchiha Haiyan, unfazed, delivered a swift kick to their waist, sending the battered foe tumbling over 2 meters away. He certainly did not wish to sustain any injuries from the opponent's desperate final counterattack. Given that they were already adversaries, it was only natural to show no mercy. As for the reasons behind this fellow's assault, his ulterior motives, and the identity of the faction he belonged to, Uchiha Haiyan would gradually investigate these matters. For such an enemy, it was indeed preferable to perish. Uchiha Haiyan had no inclination to engage in idle chatter. Instead of wasting time, he would much rather return home to enjoy the warmth of his wife and family. Although he had no children, the possibility of creating them remained. "You're back," Tsunade said with a warm smile, her lips curving upward gently. Her tone was exceedingly gentle as she continued, "This time, my impression of you has greatly improved. I find you quite impressive. I believe you are capable of handling matters independently in the field now." "Not at all," Uchiha Haiyan replied, feeling a bit bashful from his wife's praise. He instinctively touched his cheek and awkwardly confessed, "I have always believed that I must treat all talents with caution, as I need to preserve my own life to return home and live happily with my wife." "What?" Tsunade, upon hearing his words, appeared momentarily taken aback before breaking into a radiant smile and nodding. "Indeed, I am pleased that you think this way." Uchiha Haiyan responded with a goofy grin, choosing not to elaborate further. The following morning, as Uchiha Haiyan opened his eyes, he was abruptly awakened by a series of loud knocks at the door. Instinctively, he pulled open the door to find Uchiha Mikoto standing outside, grinning at him. "I have prepared everything since yesterday afternoon. If we are ready to depart, we can set off at any time. However, should we not check with the third Hokage for a new mission? After all, we did not complete the last one, and we might not even receive compensation for it." As she spoke the last sentence, Uchiha Mikoto's tone was laced with resentment, clearly displeased about having undertaken a mission without any reward. However, such sentiments are likely to be felt by anyone in a similar situation. "Rest assured, I have already discussed the situation with the third Hokage. He has agreed to compensate us 5-fold for the troubles regarding Yasu, to serve as our Wayward." Uchiha Haiyan had prepared for this and waved his hand with a cheerful smile. "We are not mere laborers destined for backbreaking work. We cannot undertake missions for free, especially when we narrowly escape disaster. Naturally, some remuneration is required to soothe our fragile hearts." Uchiha Mikoto was momentarily stunned by his words, only to become immensely excited afterward. After all, 5 times the compensation was far more than what they typically earned from their missions. "Is that really true?" she asked, her large eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she gazed eagerly at Uchiha Haiyan. "Of course it is true. You can simply ask the third Hokage for confirmation." Uchiha Haiyan replied with a cheerful laugh. "That's wonderful." Uchiha Mikoto could hardly contain her joy, practically bouncing with excitement. Once the two of them arrived at the Hyuga residence and enlisted Hyuga Niji, they set off towards the third Hokage's office once more. "Here you go. This is the compensation I promised you." The third Hokage placed 3 small pouches of money on the table, looking at Uchiha Haiyan and the others with a hint of exasperation. "Make sure to choose your next mission wisely to avoid getting into trouble again, which would only require me to clean up after you. Do not worry. How could our luck possibly be that poor?" Uchiha Haiyan said confidently. Half an hour later, their group departed from the village, but it was not long before they encountered an unexpected change. The birds in the forest suddenly took flight in a panic, creating a flurry of commotion that prompted the trio to halt in their tracks. Clearly, something alarming had transpired ahead, or some ferocious creature had disturbed the area. Such sensations were incredibly acute for a ninja on a mission. "What is happening?" Can Niji sense anything? Uchiha Haiyan inquired, glancing at Hyuga Niji, who had widened his eyes. His Byakugan activated, keenly perceiving the events unfolding ahead. Again, there was that peculiar sensation. The chakra felt chaotic, accompanied by an unsettling sense of fragmentation. Niji furrowed his brow, this feeling evoking troubling thoughts. Fragmentation? Uchiha Mikoto tilted her head, as this sensation was undoubtedly familiar to their team. Uchiha Haiyan also recalled that this feeling of fragmentation and chaotic chakra could only point to one possibility. Chapter 191. Encounter with the composite monster in an instant. All three of them realized what was occurring. The sensation of fragmentation was unmistakable. It could only be attributed to the composite beasts they had encountered previously. The chaotic chakra undoubtedly indicated that this experimental subject was far from complete. Uchiha Haiyan felt something was amiss. Could it be that they had once again stumbled into the vicinity of an experimental base? One must remember that Orochimaru was notoriously elusive, having established numerous secret research facilities across various locations. Clearly, these composite beasts were born from some forbidden laboratory experiments. Although Uchiha Haiyan had not yet pieced together the origins of these creatures, it was apparent that only a select few individuals, led by Orochimaru, had the ability to produce such scientific marvels. As for suspicions beyond Orochimaru, Uchiha Haiyan had entertained thoughts of the enigmatic Kaguya, who had been lurking in the shadows for millennia. After all, she was a master manipulator, and one could never be certain of her hidden cards. Nevertheless, Uchiha Haiyan mostly kept these speculations to himself. For one, Orochimaru had eyes and ears everywhere within the ninja world, with countless pawns and spies under his control. It would not be surprising if Uchiha Haiyan encountered a mere street vendor selling candied hawthorn that was actually an agent of Orochimaru. With spies like Kabuto under Orochimaru's command, there were many others of a similar nature, but only Kabuto possessed such versatile talents. Thus, Uchiha Haiyan was understandably cautious about what he said. If he were to divulge any secrets about Orochimaru's various immortality techniques or his future plans, the consequences would be dire. He would surely find himself at the mercy of that cold, venomous snake. As for the matter of Kaguya, Uchiha Haiyan dared not speak of it either. After all, Kaguya's influence spanned the entire ninja world, silently monitoring everything. Uchiha Haiyan had no desire to meet an untimely and mysterious demise. It is not merely a matter of secrets or plans. The fundamental truth lies in possessing strength. Without strength, all discussions are futile. As Uchiha Haiyan pondered the implications of the sudden appearance of the synthetic beast, Hyuga Niji unexpectedly broke the silence. Uchiha Haiyan raised his gaze, and the synthetic beast he had only sensed moments before now emerged from the thicket, confronting their trio. Predictably, it was a crab-like creature. Uchiha Mikoto wore a disdainful expression upon encountering this grotesque amalgamation, finding it exceedingly hideous. The primary material of this synthetic beast resembled an oversized crab. Its dark purple shell adorned with menacing spikes, towering at an impressive height of approximately 8 or 9 meters. The claws, which should have been crab pincers, were replaced by metallic appendages, while the 6 crab legs had vanished, substituted by 6 furry black arms that appeared to belong to a robust gorilla. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a bizarre fusion of gorilla, crab, and metallic pincers, exuding an absurdity that was both astonishing and unsettling. The chaotic chakra emanating from it indicated that this creature possessed no semblance of rationality, clearly a failed experiment discarded from a laboratory. After all, even in the pursuit of biological weaponry, no one would willingly employ such a violent and uncontrollable entity. A truly perfect biological weapon would be flawless, exuding a calm demeanor while wielding immense power. At the very least, the fundamental requirement for weaponry is control, a quality evidently lacking in this crude assemblage. Let us take action. Uchiha Mikoto initiated the hand seals first. Having encountered such synthetic beasts before, they recognized that, despite their differing appearances, they were undoubtedly of the same model. Uchiha Mikoto understood that this creature lacked independent consciousness, rendering any form of communication with it futile. However, since it obstructed their path, it could not be left unchecked. Without the possibility of dialogue, extermination was the only recourse, thus liberating the grotesque creature before them. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Mikoto took a deep breath, her abdomen visibly swelling, before unleashing a massive fireball from her petite mouth. The The flames engulfed the crab monster, while Uchiha Haiyan stepped forward, swiftly appearing at the creature's underbelly and delivering a powerful punch that lifted it off the ground. With Hyuga Niji's assistance through his Byakugan, Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Haiyan soon dismantled the synthetic beast, leaving it in shambles. Ultimately, despite its robust vitality, it could not endure, and under Uchiha Mikoto's inferno, it was reduced to ashes. I truly fail to comprehend the utility of such a feeble monstrosity. Uchiha Mikoto expressed her irritation. In her eyes, this grotesque creature, forcefully pieced together from various life forms, not only defied the principles of existence, but was also pathetically weak. At least in Uchiha Mikoto's view, these mindless monstrosities, regardless of their size, would only face obliteration at the hands of genuine ninja, possessing no real combat capability. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haiyan shook his head, choosing not to elaborate on the intricacies of the situation. He recognized that this synthetic beast, like those they had encountered previously, was merely a discarded failure. A genuine perfected synthetic beast would undoubtedly possess far greater power. It was conceivable that someone aspired to create a monstrous entity akin to the legendary Nine Tails, or even a more horrifying artificial summoning beast. Chapter 192. The Discovery of Death in Uchiha Haiyan's Perspective. Discussing such matters with Uchiha Mikoto would serve no purpose other than to amplify her underlying fears and concerns. Therefore, he resolutely decided against revealing any foreboding information. On the contrary, Hyuga Niji observed the mass of decaying flesh before them, a grave expression crossing his features as he furtively scrutinized Uchiha Haiyan's impassive countenance, releasing a subtle sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, it was reassuring that at least two members of their team recognized the gravity of the situation. Consequently, during their ensuing journey, while Uchiha Mikoto took a moment to rest, Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Haiyan began to deliberate on the matter of the synthetic entity they had encountered. Do you believe there is an issue with those synthetic beings? Hyuga Niji inquired thoughtfully, glancing at Uchiha Haiyan. What do you think? Uchiha Haiyan replied, shrugging in resignation, his eyes reflecting a profound contemplation as he gazed at the slumbering Uchiha Mikoto. Aside from this foolish girl, everyone else should grasp the nature of the situation, shouldn't they? A faint chuckle escaped Hyuga Niji's lips at Uchiha Haiyan's words, his gaze shifting to the sleeping figure of Mikoto. You make a valid point. However, given your character, I doubt you would bring this up without substantial evidence. Have you discovered something? Uchiha Haiyan scrutinized Hyuga Niji, a hint of skepticism flickering in his eyes. As an individual who had traversed into the world of Naruto, Uchiha Haiyan's greatest advantage lay in his ability to control the narrative's rhythm. He was acutely aware that there was over an 85% likelihood that Orochimaru was behind the creation of these synthetic beings. However, as a native, Hyuga Niji should have remained oblivious to such matters. Yet, Niji's decision to raise the issue suggested something was amiss. Had he overlooked something crucial during the course of events? Uchiha Haiyan furrowed his brow, a grave expression settling upon his face. Unbeknownst to him, Hyuga Niji was unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in Uchiha Haiyan's mind during those fleeting seconds. Instead, he inhaled deeply and spoke with a tone marked by seriousness and gravity. Ever since we have repeatedly encountered a swarm of synthetic monsters during our missions, I have been discreetly investigating the matter. What have you discovered? Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow, recognizing that Niji's previous inquiry indicated he had unearthed some clue. I have found that these synthetic beings are merely failed products, or perhaps they were designed to lower our guard, Hyuga Niji replied, his tone laden with weight. Lower our guard? Uchiha Haiyan blinked in confusion, unable to fathom the reasoning. The unexpected emergence of synthetic monstrosities would naturally incite anxiety and concern. It should not lead to complacency or underestimation. Not quite. Hinata Niji shook his head with a sense of certainty, gesturing towards the slumbering Uchiha Mikoto with a serious expression. It became evident that many shared Mikoto's sentiments. It wasn't just us anxious individuals, but also those carefree souls navigating this world. Uchiha Haiyan's lips twitched slightly as he gazed down at Mikoto's rosy face. She then forcefully wiped her face and nodded gravely. One must admit, there is indeed merit to your words. See, Niji shrugged, spreading his hands. Moreover, there is another matter that concerns me greatly. What is it? Haiyan turned to Niji, his expression tinged with complexity. Have you not noticed a certain phenomenon? Niji spoke suggestively. So far, our team is the only one that has encountered the synthetic monsters. Or to put it another way, we are the sole team that has clashed with them. Uchiha Haiyan instinctively gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Niji. Filled with shock. What did you say? Is that true? Do you think I would deceive you about such a matter? Niji glared at Haiyan in exasperation. Impossible. Haiyan took a deep breath, the casual demeanor on his face gradually replaced by seriousness. To be honest, even when he had previously mentioned this matter to the third Hokage, he had never taken it to heart. Thus, the fact that Orochimaru had begun researching higher-tier synthetic monsters had no bearing on him and his companions. They merely needed to exercise caution and avoid offending this formidable figure. After all, according to the rumors circulating in the previous generation's online discussions, Orochimaru continued to lead a carefree existence in the second part of Naruto. Goodness, just thinking about it makes one realize how terrifying Orochimaru truly is, doesn't it? However, since there was no direct conflict between him and Orochimaru, Haiyan had not taken such matters seriously until Niji bluntly pierced through this veil of ignorance. Thus far, apart from the three of them, there was no one else they knew who had been attacked or surrounded by synthetic monsters. This was undeniably abnormal. Even a moment's reflection would reveal this truth. In other words, they had been targeted. Either one of them possessed a constitution that attracted these engineered monsters, or someone was deliberately luring them into confrontation with these synthetic beings to provoke the puppeteer behind the scenes. Alternatively, it could be that from the very beginning, Orochimaru had been specifically targeting the three of them. Damn, every possible reason here seems fatal. Chapter 193. Malicious intent. Those individuals were indeed harboring ill intentions. Otherwise, how could such events transpire? It was no wonder that before departing, the third Hokage insisted on assigning this covert mission to him. It turned out that aside from him, others had never encountered these synthetic monsters, or perhaps they had but simply overlooked them. Uchiha Haiyan contemplated this in silence, realizing he had been skillfully manipulated by the cunning third Hokage. At this moment, Haiyan felt an overwhelming surge of anger, wishing he could crush his teeth in frustration. After a moment's reflection, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down before slowly speaking. When did you learn of this? A few days ago. My dispatch personnel just provided me with this information, Niji explained succinctly. Now I understand. Haiyan nodded knowingly. In that case, let us also fulfill the task previously assigned by the third Hokage, which was to gather information regarding these synthetic monsters. After a pause, he added with gritted teeth. We can certainly collect a wealth of data for him. Once we return, I must extort a considerable sum for this mental anguish. This time, the compensation cannot be as trivial as before. Yes, I merely intended to keep you informed, concerned that you might overlook such a trivial matter like Mikoto, Niji replied, then hesitated for a few moments before continuing. It is highly likely that they are developing even more advanced synthetic monsters. These are merely failures and inferior products. It seems they have successfully created a synthetic monster equivalent to a mid-tier ninja. After a brief pause, Niji's expression grew increasingly complex. They should be striving to enhance cultivation while venturing towards greater ambitions. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Haiyan remained silent for a moment, his gaze contemplative as he regarded Niji before he sighed and shook his head. Given this situation, it appears we must redouble our efforts. Indeed, Niji nodded solemnly. Are you suggesting that those three children have encountered that monster again? Meanwhile, in the third Hokage's office, the third Hokage lowered his head, scrutinizing the incoming secret message, his eyes reflecting a sense of gravity. What do those individuals truly intend? Although I have grasped some of the hints, following the trail only leads to minor figures of little consequence. I don't know, Jiraiya replied honestly, shaking his head. There's no use discussing this with me, as I have never paid attention. I am well aware. The third Hokage rubbed his temples in frustration, then leaned wearily against the soft chair. Letting out a heavy sigh, I find myself pondering why none seem willing to spare Uchiha Haiyan. Perhaps this child possesses qualities we have yet to recognize. Or perhaps he holds decisive significance for the future. Jiraiya blinked, his expression calm as he spoke, rather than worrying about this or that. We should focus on adequately protecting Uchiha Haiyan, or better yet, ensure he possesses the ability to protect himself. Indeed, you are correct. The third Hokage nodded in agreement. Yet, we must not let our guard down. Until we thoroughly ascertain their intentions, we must remain vigilant. Where have we arrived? Rubbing her eyes, Uchiha Mikoto finally awoke from her slumber, yawning and glancing around at the unchanging scenery with a hint of boredom. Awake now, are you? Uchiha Haiyan said as he retrieved a bottle of water from his bag and handed it to Mikoto with a look of concern. Drink some water. It's good for your health. Where did you acquire this peculiar method? Mikoto replied, somewhat incredulous as she accepted the water, her demeanor seemingly dismissive. Yet, she obediently twisted off the cap and took a large gulp, only to accidentally choke on the water. Drink slowly. There is no one competing with you. Uchiha Haiyan, with a sense of helplessness, stretched out his hand and gently patted Mikoto on the back to help this girl, who could choke even while drinking water, to catch her breath. We have only just departed from Konoha village, and it has only been a few hours of travel. Our next destination is the land of Earth, where we have a task to deliver something, Hinata Niji stated succinctly. Oh, Uchiha Mikoto nodded nonchalantly. Regardless of where we go, with Hinata Niji and Uchiha Haiyan by my side, it is impossible for us to lose our way. Mikoto held a considerable amount of confidence in this regard. However, as the day was getting late, she inquired, is there anywhere we can rest ahead? Or are we destined to camp outdoors tonight? Although as a competent ninja, she should be adept at surviving in the wild, being the daughter of the Uchiha clan. Mikoto expressed her unwillingness to rest outside if there was a possibility of finding shelter. That shouldn't be the case, Uchiha Haiyan interjected before Niji could respond. Waving his hand dismissively, there is a village not far ahead where we can spend the night. Oh, that's good. Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words, Mikoto sighed in relief. She had just tidied her hair before leaving and, unless absolutely necessary, did not wish to endure the hardships of outdoor living again. The mere thought of not being able to shower, a basic necessity, made her feel quite pitiable. Chapter 194. Ambush at the Red Crystal Lake. After about an hour, Hinata Niji suddenly announced, we have arrived. What is this? Uchiha Mikoto gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as she beheld a blood-red lake. Could it be that we encountered another massacre? What are you thinking? Uchiha Haiyan chuckled softly, a look of resignation on his face. This is Red Crystal Lake. It derives its name from the abundance of rose-red crystals found in this area, which is said to be a local specialty. As Uchiha Haiyan gazed at the lake shimmering with a crimson hue, he recounted the information he had previously gathered. There are 2 nearby villages. Although they are not affluent, they fare significantly better than those impoverished fishing hamlets that rely solely on fishing for sustenance. The lake is rich in beautiful crystals with a rose-red color, which has attracted many wealthy merchants, and lords from various nations consider these crystals luxurious adornments. Thus, the 2 small villages have found a means of survival due to the lake. Given its strategic location on the border between the land of sand and the land of fire, leading directly to the sea near the land of water, this small lake holds a unique significance. Crystals are of little interest to me. I'd rather not bother. If we happen to come across some, it wouldn't hurt to buy a few, Uchiha Mikoto remarked, crossing her arms and pouting. She was not particularly fond of such decorative items, especially since her family possessed plenty. Unlike Uchiha Haiyan, who was relatively unrecognized within the clan, Mikoto was undeniably a genuine heiress. Just as Uchiha Haiyan began to speak, a sudden eruption occurred on the lake's surface, sending a column of water soaring into the air, followed by a violent explosion that propelled water droplets skyward, forcing the 3 of them to stagger backward. What is happening? Uchiha Haiyan's expression shifted dramatically. He had noticed nothing amiss just moments ago. The lake's water, although not crystal clear, was not murky either, and the sudden explosion was evidently man-made. Yet, they had detected nothing in such close proximity. There are chakra fluctuations within the water. Be cautious, Hinata Niji warned, activating his Byakugan and scanning for potential enemies. However, the cascading water droplets hindered his judgment, as the explosive force had dispersed chakra throughout the area, creating a mist that obscured his vision. Has someone closed in on us? Uchiha Haiyan paused, then quickly understood. There are traces of chakra all around, yet we cannot locate the source. Niji's expression grew grave. The Byakugan was indeed adept at chakra detection, but in such a vast area of chakra disturbance, if the enemy was truly intent on concealing themselves, it would not be easy to uncover them. It resembles the water style's mist concealment technique, Uchiha Haiyan mused, a frown creasing his brow. This tactic evoked a sense of familiarity. The mist technique from the water village disperses chakra into water vapor, creating a dense mist that obscures vision and perception while facilitating ambushes. The explosion of water had similarly infused chakra into the spray, obscuring the Byakugan's detection. Since we cannot find them, let us clear the area, Uchiha Mikoto declared. clearly growing impatient. She formed hand seals, inhaled deeply, and with a bulging abdomen, released a torrent of scorching breath that coalesced into a massive fireball in the air. Fire style, grand fireball technique. The expanding flames erupted from Mikoto's mouth, evaporating the water droplets that had splashed around them. For the Uchiha clan, sometimes, such straightforward and forceful measures were all that was needed. The flames and water intertwined, instantly creating a thick steam that enveloped their surroundings, while Niji continued to observe intently. For the Byakugan, this rising vapor posed no obstacle to observation. Only chakra-rich energy could effectively impede its sight. Just as the chakra concealed within the water had initially eluded Niji, once Mikoto's flames dissolved it, he swiftly detected a shadow lurking beneath the water. Be careful. There is something beneath the surface, Niji warned immediately. However, at this point, there was no need for him to speak. Uchiha Haiyan had already identified the enemy's position. As Mikoto unleashed her fireball, the assailant had already initiated their attack, likely aware that the concealment provided by the chakra mist was rendered ineffective once fire clashed with water. Thus, the enemy chose to strike first. With a swift motion, a figure clad in black emerged from the water like an arrow, darting towards Uchiha Mikoto, who had just completed her technique and was still in the midst of her next movement. The adversary had been poised for this moment, awaiting the perfect opportunity to strike. However, thanks to Niji's alert, Uchiha Haiyan was already reacting, determined not to let the attack reach Mikoto. Chakra gathered in Uchiha Haiyan's hands, manifesting an exaggerated strength that reached its zenith. Undoubtedly, the most effective method against an adversary was to shatter them with a single punch, simple yet brutally effective. With a resounding thud, Uchiha Haiyan's fist struck the waist of the cloaked figure. However, it did not yield the expected sensation of impact. Instead, it felt as though he had struck a bubble. The enemy was indeed shattered, but only the remnants of water cascaded to the ground, creating a splashing sound. A water clone. Uchiha Haiyan swiftly regained his composure, sensing a sharp wind howling behind him. Chapter 195. You may leave. It was evident that the enemy intended to use the water clone to ambush Uchiha Meichin, thereby diverting Uchiha Haiyan's and Hyuga Niji's attention. As Uchiha Haiyan turned to rescue Uchiha Meichin, the enemy unleashed a water jutsu aimed at his vulnerable back. Originally, the 3 water bullets were meant to target the critical areas of Uchiha Haiyan's head and neck. However, the opponent did not anticipate that under the might of Uchiha Haiyan's extraordinary strength, the water clone would be obliterated in an instant. In a moment of desperation, they could only redirect the water bullets toward Uchiha Haiyan's back, a more accessible target. Sensing the impending danger from behind, Uchiha Haiyan pivoted, channeling chakra into his legs. Faced with the 3 water bullets infused with water chakra, he harbored no intent to evade. In fact, amidst the enemy's meticulously planned ambush and the rapid trajectory of the water bullets, Uchiha Haiyan, not particularly adept at substitution techniques, found evasion impossible. Yet, he had no desire to retreat. He was exceedingly confident in the monstrous strength bestowed upon him by Tsunade. With chakra coiling around his right leg, he launched a powerful assault. The moment his strength collided with the water bullets, the enemy's jutsu was forcibly shattered, which evidently took them by surprise. To obliterate ninjutsu with sheer physical prowess was a feat beyond the imagination of many. What? A startled exclamation echoed from the water's surface, and Uchiha Haiyan could discern the astonishment in the enemy's tone. In an era where the martial arts had faded, and while various styles of taijutsu persisted, they were still overshadowed by the flourishing ninjutsu. To forcibly shatter a high-speed water jutsu using taijutsu was indeed remarkable and beyond the comprehension of an average person. This is truly an extraordinary occurrence. Uchiha Haiyan regarded the enemy's incredulous reaction with a hint of disdain. While ninjutsu was undoubtedly powerful, it was taijutsu that truly illuminated the battlefield, showcasing the magnetism of masculinity, fervor, and the visceral sensation of impact. To be candid, ninjutsu might be formidable, but in close combat, it was still the martial arts that reigned supreme. Just like in the climactic battle of the original timeline, where the seemingly ordinary Konoha Blue Beast, upon opening the 8th gate, delivered a merciless kick that left an indelible mark. The name of Night Guy is indeed legendary, recognized by even Uchiha Madara himself. Similarly, Sakura, wielding her own monstrous strength, shattered Uchiha Madara's defenses. It is worth noting that in certain aspects, Uchiha Madara surpassed even the Sage of Six Paths. This is the allure of taijutsu. Moreover, even in more recent contexts, the Raikage of the Land of Lightning is undoubtedly a master of taijutsu. The activation of lightning chakra renders his physique remarkably resilient, to the extent that ordinary ninjutsu cannot even breach his skin. Who are you? The cloaked figure retreated 2 steps, casting a wary glance at the 3 individuals before him. They appeared youthful, yet possessed the strength to force him back into the lake for self-preservation. This sensation was exceedingly displeasing. Uchiha Meichin of Konoha was about to voice her thoughts when Uchiha Haiyan interjected, "We are merely passing ninjas." "Then you may leave," the cloaked figure replied, already inclined toward pacification. He took 2 steps back and raised his left hand, stating, "I was simply training in this lake when I sensed the approach of chakra, which prompted my sudden appearance." The figure then cast a contemplative glance toward Uchiha Meichin and continued, "Moreover, you initiated an attack with fire without provocation. It seems I am justified in this situation." "You." Uchiha Meichin, unaccustomed to such indignation, furrowed her brow and prepared to retort, only to be cut off once more by Uchiha Haiyan's decisive interruption. "In that case, we shall take our leave." Uchiha Haiyan glanced at Niji and signaled him to follow. "Let us go." "Understood." Niji, without further inquiry, kept his Byakugan activated, attentively monitoring the cloaked figure's movements as he trailed behind Uchiha Haiyan, gradually distancing themselves from the red crystal lake. Uchiha Haiyan, without any further discussion, held on to Uchiha Meichin until they were at a safe distance before releasing her. "Why did you pull us away just now, and why did you interrupt me?" Uchiha Meichin, still simmering with anger, placed her hands on her hips, resembling a fiery dragon as she bombarded Uchiha Haiyan with questions. "I know what you wish to convey," Uchiha Haiyan replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "You wanted to announce your name, did you not? Do you think such behavior is wise? And what's wrong with that?" Meichin retorted nonchalantly. Any sensible person would refrain from revealing their true identity in such a situation. "How can you be certain there are no other forces lurking behind?" Uchiha Haiyan, nearly exasperated by Meichin's indifference, rubbed his temples, the frustration boiling over as he exclaimed, "You know very well that our team has been inexplicably targeted lately. Regardless of the reason, this is not a good sign. That is precisely why we have been concealing our tracks along the way, avoiding conflict whenever possible." "But," Meichin appeared unconvinced, "I ask you, if you had revealed your name just now, anyone who has heard of the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly understand the significance of the 3 of us. Do you think the Uchiha clan is akin to the Hyuga clan, where one can casually place a caged bird seal upon a branch family member's head?" Uchiha Haiyan let out a heavy sigh. Disappointment etched across his face as he shook his head. The allure of the Sharingan is enough to entice others into taking perilous risks. The fact that he could train at the Red Crystal Lake is indicative of the formidable force he is affiliated with. This location, at the intersection of 3 nations, is crucial and obvious even to a fool. Chapter 196. The beastly frenzy in this world. Every action one takes is invariably driven by purpose and reasoning. For instance, when I am hungry, I seek sustenance. When I am thirsty, I seek water. This principle remains unchanged. Uchiha Haiyan gazed at Uchiha Meichin with a complex expression, unable to suppress a sigh as he shook his head and continued. "The appearance of that cloaked figure from the Red Crystal Lake, coupled with his initial attack on us, undoubtedly serves a specific purpose." "Purpose?" Uchiha Meichin blinked in surprise. "However, he is a complete stranger to us, so what ulterior motives could he possibly have? Wealth and power can easily sway hearts." Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint, enigmatic smile. "Unfortunately, we possess both of these qualities." "What do you think?" "Very well." Uchiha Meichin pursed her lips and, with some difficulty, nodded in agreement. "But if that is the case, why didn't you let me deal with that man in black directly?" As she spoke, a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. "It's quite simple. This area lies at the intersection of 3 nations. The man in black is certainly here with a purpose. Are you not concerned about provoking a greater threat?" Uchiha Haiyan shrugged, maintaining his calm demeanor as he continued. "In this vast world, there exists an array of peculiar individuals, including those devoid of shame. Our primary mission here is to escort and assist the 3rd Hokage in matters concerning synthetic beasts. Anything beyond that should not involve us." "Understood." Uchiha Meichin, momentarily taken aback, eventually nodded vigorously, indicating her comprehension. I'm glad you understand. Uchiha Haiyan, relieved to have finally reached Meichin's stubborn mind, felt a weight lift from his chest. Nonetheless, I must caution you both. This journey may not be entirely tranquil. I have an unsettling feeling. As he spoke, his brow furrowed in seriousness, a shadow of gravity passing through his gaze. Overall, we should all remain vigilant. Very well. Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words, both Uchiha Meichin and Hyuga Niji exchanged glances before nodding in unison, acknowledging their understanding. 2.5 hours later, the trio darted through the forest, their steps swift, nearly vanishing in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resonated from not far ahead, and in the next moment, countless birds that had been resting in the trees took flight, darkening the sky as they swarmed above. What on earth is happening? Have these birds gone mad? Uchiha Meichin stared in astonishment at the mass of birds, instinctively swallowing hard, a sense of foreboding filling her heart. I'm not sure. Uchiha Haiyan shook his head, his brow furrowing deeper as he gazed up at the chaotic flock, the complexity of his emotions unmasked. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed nearby, as if something colossal had struck the ground, producing a dull thud. What is going on? Uchiha Meichin gasped, instinctively stepping back. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but it felt as though those sounds were drawing closer to them. Thud, thud. A series of muffled sounds erupted near their ears, chaotic and disordered, akin to a cacophony of symphonies, instilling a sense of dread. At that moment, Hyuga Niji's expression shifted abruptly, as if a realization struck him. Climb the tree. Before his words fully escaped, he had already discarded his belongings and leapt up to a sturdy tree nearby in a matter of seconds. Although Uchiha Haiyan was uncertain of what was happening, Niji's sudden change in demeanor indicated that it was indeed serious. Without a second thought, he grasped the still-dazed Uchiha Meichin and urged her to climb the tree. As Uchiha Haiyan forcefully assisted Meichin up a robust tree, the cacophony of chaotic sounds grew alarmingly close. Peering down, Uchiha Meichin's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment and shock. Uchiha Haiyan, standing beside her, braced himself against the tree, glancing at the approaching stampede of beasts, swallowing hard in trepidation. It was fortunate that Niji had reacted in time, otherwise, they might have only realized the imminent danger when the herd was upon them, potentially leading to foolish decisions in the chaos. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The thought of being trampled by thousands of beasts sent a chill down Uchiha Haiyan's spine. Setting aside other concerns, just the thought of being crushed underfoot by a wild animal was daunting. Even with his formidable resilience and healing abilities, the outcome would surely be dire. Uchiha Haiyan involuntarily shuddered at the image, teetering on the edge of fear. Oh my, this is far too gruesome and terrifying to fathom. Uchiha Haiyan shook his head fervently, as if trying to dispel his thoughts like a child playing with a rattle. Be careful. From another tree, Hyuga Niji shouted to Uchiha Haiyan and the others. Some of these beasts possess immense strength. We must be cautious not to let them topple the tree we're perched upon. Understood. Uchiha Haiyan gestured to Niji, indicating he comprehended the warning. Whether it was sheer luck or the larger animals had simply changed direction, they passed through the herd without incident. Aside from a few smaller creatures, the most formidable among them were merely wild boars. The more ferocious beasts had yet to be seen. Thus, despite the tree they occupied having been jostled by some reckless animals, they endured the onslaught of the beast tide. Chapter 197. In the vastness of the world, the greatest concern is sustenance. Ultimately, they remained in the tree until twilight descended before finally descending. That was terrifying. When that wild boar slammed into the tree, I thought its brute strength would snap it in two. I was prepared to leap to the neighboring tree for safety at any moment, Uchiha Meichin exclaimed, her heart still racing. I have never witnessed such a large-scale stampede. Could something have occurred deep within the forest? Hyuga Niji frowned. Concern etched on his face as he glanced at Meichin before speaking. Indeed. Uchiha Haiyan pondered, gazing in the direction the beasts had fled, stroking his chin, an expression of gravity crossing his face. After a moment, he turned to Niji, inquiring seriously, what kind of events typically trigger a mass stampede? Unlike him, a newcomer to this realm, Hyuga Niji, being a native, likely possessed knowledge that Uchiha Haiyan was unaware of. Moreover, given Niji's penchant for reading, there was a possibility that some text might hold the answer. Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's question, Hyuga Niji fell into contemplation. After quite some time had passed, he finally furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. This matter is not as simple as it appears. it is highly likely that a significant upheaval has occurred deep within the forest. For instance, a creature that once inhabited the depths may have perished, or its territory could have been encroached upon by other species, humans, beasts, or even shinobi. No, Uchiha Haiyan thought for a moment before shaking his head. If that were the case, it would merely result in a small-scale migration. What we witnessed earlier was undoubtedly a frantic escape. That points to the second possibility. Niji nodded and continued. Driven by some force or compulsion, or perhaps a terrifying event in the forest's depths has compelled the beasts to flee. That is indeed plausible. Uchiha Haiyan considered this carefully and nodded in agreement. However, this matter does not concern us. Our priority should be to reach Suchikage village as swiftly as possible. Are we not going to investigate? Uchiha Mikoto asked eagerly. No. Uchiha Haiyan waved his hand, resolutely refusing. It's none of our business. Oh, fine. Uchiha Mikoto clearly felt displeased, pouting her lips and displaying an expression of dissatisfaction and grievance. Enough. Stop dwelling on trivial matters. We must focus on completing our mission, Uchiha Haiyan said, looking at Uchiha Mikoto's sulky demeanor with a hint of helplessness. Understood, Your Honor. Uchiha Mikoto huffed, turning her head away, clearly unwilling to engage with the one who had dampened her spirits. Women. Seeing this, Uchiha Haiyan shook his head once more, filled with myriad sentiments. No wonder in my past life, people often reference the sage's words. Only women and petty men are difficult to nurture. It seems that a woman's heart is indeed as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Despite having clarified all matters previously, when the time comes, emotion invariably supersedes reason. Perhaps this is inherent to a woman's nature? Uchiha Haiyan mused silently. After all, whether in this life or the last, it appears that women possess such traits. It seems that all beings ultimately adhere to the same path. TSK. I never would have imagined that one day I, Uchiha Haiyan, would become a philosopher. If others were to learn of this, they would surely be astonished. Niji, without exception, wholeheartedly endorsed Uchiha Haiyan's opinion, with 2 votes in favor and 1 abstention. The trio continued their swift journey towards Suchikage village. As night fell, everything in the forest seemed shrouded in a thin veil of mist, rendering it nearly opaque. Even Niji's Byakugan could not fully achieve its purpose of observing all directions in the darkness. We cannot continue our journey any longer. The forest at midnight is perilous. You are right, Uchiha Haiyan replied, glancing up at the stars and nodding silently. Let us find a cave to rest. I noticed a rather sizable cave on that mountain. It should be sufficient for the 3 of us to rest, Niji indicated. Very well, let us proceed there. Uchiha Haiyan decisively affirmed. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at the cave. Niji ventured inside to ensure it was safe before emerging and signaling to Uchiha Haiyan and the others. There's nothing wrong, it's quite secure. Good. Uchiha Haiyan sighed in relief as he led Uchiha Mikoto into the cave. After a short while, the trio lit a campfire, its orange glow radiating warmth and providing a sense of safety amidst the encroaching darkness. Do we have any other food? I really don't want to eat those military rations, Uchiha Mikoto inquired, looking at Uchiha Haiyan with earnest anticipation. Yes, I prepared ample food before we left the village. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should be just fine, Uchiha Haiyan replied with a wry smile, reaching out to affectionately ruffle Mikoto's hair. Relishing the soft texture beneath his fingers, a bright smile gracing his lips. That's a relief. Uchiha Mikoto exhaled in relief upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's words. In this vast world, food is of utmost importance. It seems that this truly is Uchiha Mikoto's motto. After a satisfying meal, Uchiha Mikoto lazily leaned against the cave wall, yawning repeatedly. Despite having napped earlier, the exhaustion from their previous battles lingered, leaving her still drained. Chapter 198. Carvings and Creatures at last. When she finally had a moment to relax, she felt an odd sensation. Instinctively turning her head, Uchiha Mikoto's drowsiness vanished as she furrowed her brow, puzzled by the small inscriptions etched into the rock wall. What does this say? She murmured to herself. What's wrong? Uchiha Haiyan and Niji turned their heads simultaneously, curiosity piqued. Come quick. It seems like something is inscribed here. Mikoto beckoned excitedly, her tone suggesting she had discovered something momentous. What? Uchiha Haiyan rushed to her side, peering closely at the rock wall. In the flickering firelight, he indeed saw some grooves that appeared to have been carved with a kunai. However, Uchiha Haiyan could not decipher what the characters meant. It was entirely possible that this was merely the whimsical doodling of a traveler. After all, these characters resembling tadpoles were as incomprehensible to him as a script from another world. Niji, come take a look, he called out, having exhausted his attempts to make sense of the strange characters. Upon approaching, Hyuga Niji first glanced at Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Haiyan with a bemused expression before lowering his gaze to examine the etchings on the rock wall. After some time, he finally spoke in a measured tone. This inscription reads caution, forest. What is that supposed to mean? Uchiha Haiyan and Mikoto exchanged bewildered glances, both appearing dumbfounded. Why would one inscribe a warning about caution, forest here? Moreover, although we may not traverse this forest often, other teams frequently travel between the land of earth and the land of fire. If something were amiss in this forest, the third Hokage would certainly have been notified promptly. Uchiha Haiyan shrugged, feeling it was merely the capricious act of a ninja who had passed through here. It's probably just some prank. Uchiha Makoto agreed with Uchiha Haiyan's speculation, nodding nonchalantly. Is it? Hinata Niji did not seem particularly troubled. Rather, these two individuals appeared quite at ease. Their fingers brushing over the engravings on the rock wall, their brows furrowed in deep contemplation, and their eyes brimming with a sense of gravity and seriousness. I felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance, believing that there was unlikely to be any significant issue. Before Niji could finish his thought, Uchiha Haiyan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such pranks need not be taken to heart. After all, the last time a similar inscription, indicative of a visit, had been carved, it was found scattered all over, even on notable historical sites, and often inscribed on the tiles as well, where one might find declarations of who had visited or other whimsical wishes. Thus, Uchiha Haiyan remained remarkably unfazed by these trivial peculiarities. Perhaps it was entirely plausible that the unknown ninja had a penchant for such mischievous antics. Well, that seemed reasonable enough. Niji, observing Uchiha Haiyan's unwavering conviction, swallowed his unease, though his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the forest outside the cave, where a sense of foreboding loomed. As time ticked by, Uchiha Mikoto wrapped her garments around herself, leaning against the rock wall, absorbing the warmth radiating from the nearby campfire, her head gradually nodding as she succumbed to sleep. In contrast, Uchiha Haiyan did not feel as fatigued. Although his eyes were shut, he remained acutely attuned to the sounds surrounding him, vigilant against any unusual or suspicious occurrences. After all, they were still in the wilderness, and caution was prudent. Just as Uchiha Haiyan began to feel drowsy, a cacophony of rustling sounds erupted, swiftly followed by the unmistakable sound of something darting through the underbrush. What on earth? Uchiha Haiyan's eyes flew open, his brow knitting tightly as he peered into the forest beyond the cave. Niji, too, had already opened his eyes, alert and scanning the surroundings. His left hand subtly reached back, and in the next moment, a short yet remarkably sturdy kunai appeared in his grasp. The two shared a knowing glance, rising simultaneously and approaching the cave entrance with utmost caution. However, the clanking sounds, reminiscent of iron chains, continued to echo through the forest, reverberating ominously. As the clamor intensified, it seemed as though other, unseen entities were responding, creating a disorienting symphony of metallic clinks that enveloped Uchiha Haiyan in a disconcerting illusion of being surrounded. What is that? Uchiha Haiyan lowered his voice, speaking softly so that only Niji could hear. I have no idea, Niji replied, shaking his head. He had never known that such creatures inhabited this forest. There were no records in any books, nor had anyone ever laid eyes upon them. Could it be? Hearing Niji's words sent a chill down Uchiha Haiyan's spine. Oh no, could it possibly be a new type of synthetic monster created by that perverse Orochimaru? Damn it. This line of thought seemed disturbingly plausible, for it appeared that no one had ever encountered a creature capable of producing sounds akin to clashing iron chains. If it were not a naturally occurring species, it could only be a man-made aberration. At this realization, Uchiha Haiyan felt a bitter taste rise in his mouth. He truly wished to avoid any dealings with that twisted Orochimaru. After all, that individual was practically a living relic from the second season, tied to Naruto's Sun-S saga. Oh dear. The thought of crossing paths with such a monster was enough to instill a sense of dread. All he wanted was to complete his mission, flirt with girls, and perhaps unlock some skills along the way. Why must things be so complicated? In that moment, Uchiha Haiyan felt an overwhelming urge to scream to the heavens, lamenting his dire predicament. He truly felt pitiful, on a cosmic level of despair. Despite his internal musings, the sound of the chains showed no signs of abating, continuing to linger in the forest surrounding the cave. Chapter 199. Encounter with an obstacle. Uchiha Haiyan and Niji remained vigilant, their gazes fixed on the distant forest, prepared to confront any beast that might emerge. Amidst this tense standoff, as the sunlight gradually bathed the earth, the clanking of chains abruptly ceased, as if these creatures were vanquished by the mere presence of sunlight. Vanishing without a trace. What is happening? Uchiha Haiyan stared in disbelief, his bloodshot eyes wide with shock. I suspect these creatures fear sunlight. They likely remain dormant during the day, Niji mused thoughtfully. So, you mean? Uchiha Haiyan opened his mouth, struggling to articulate his thoughts after a long pause. The engravings within this cave were not mere pranks, but rather a warning for future visitors? It is possible, Niji affirmed with a nod. What do you think those chain-like sounds originated from? Do you suppose they are artificially created monsters, similar to those we encountered previously? Uchiha Haiyan speculated. Yet, the previous encounters involved discarded or failed creations, while this time we might be facing a more successful or fully realized specimen. If we consider it that way, it seems highly plausible, especially since I have never heard of such creatures inhabiting this forest before. After reflecting on Uchiha Haiyan's words, Niji fell silent for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. It appears we are still a few days' journey from the Land of Fire. We must ensure to find a safe haven before nightfall in the coming days to avoid any unforeseen dangers. It seems that is our only option. Uchiha Haiyan sighed in resignation. He had hoped for a tranquil existence filled with flirtation and skill acquisition, simply wanting to survive until the Fourth Great Ninja War. Never did he expect to be embroiled in such turmoil, and he wondered if he would emerge unscathed once the war erupted. The very thought made his head throb. What are you two doing standing at the entrance? At that moment, Uchiha Mikoto's voice broke through, drawing their attention. Did you hear anything unusual last night? Uchiha Haiyan regarded her with suspicion, scrutinizing her appearance as he inquired. I slept soundly without a single dream. Was something amiss? Uchiha Mikoto replied, her eyes wide with innocence and confusion. Niji succinctly recounted the eerie events of the previous night. My goodness, Mikoto gasped, her complexion paling as if she had fallen gravely ill, eliciting sympathy. When did this happen? How could I have heard nothing? You were sleeping like a log, of course. You wouldn't have heard anything, Uchiha Haiyan retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Niji and I barely closed our eyes from last night until this morning. Can't you see the bloodshot state of our eyes? Cough, cough. Due to her own shortcomings, Uchiha Mikoto, despite being described rather bleakly by Uchiha Haiyan, resolved to be magnanimous and tolerant towards this sleepless individual. I wasn't not paying attention, she remarked with a chuckle. Uchiha Haiyan, feeling the effects of a night without sleep, resembled a volatile powder keg, unwilling to engage with anyone. He smiled faintly, discreetly turned his head, and stifled a yawn. Let us take a break for about 2 hours. Niji, keep an eye on our surroundings, he instructed, glancing at Uchiha Mikoto with a hint of concern. No problem, Uchiha Mikoto assured him. 2 hours later, when Uchiha Mikoto awakened Uchiha Haiyan and Hyuga Niji, the trio resumed their journey towards the land of Earth. As they walked among the towering trees, Uchiha Haiyan yawned again. Clearly, the 2 hours of sleep he had managed before their departure did little to alleviate the fatigue from the previous night's wakefulness. Niji's face was equally marked by exhaustion, dark circles beneath his eyes revealing the truth of their sleeplessness. Perhaps you two should rest a little longer, Uchiha Mikoto suggested, noticing their weary appearances. Well, we have no real understanding of that strange creature from last night. All we know is that it vanished with the rising sun, likely fearing the light. Therefore, we must find a suitable shelter before nightfall, even if it's just a small cave, Uchiha Haiyan said, rubbing his eyes to muster his energy. Indeed, Niji nodded in agreement. Without knowing who or what we are dealing with, we must exercise utmost caution. Very well. Uchiha Mikoto responded, exasperated, raising her hands in resignation, choosing to say no more. Suddenly, Niji, who had activated his Byakugan, alerted them. There's someone blocking the path ahead. Blocking the path? Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow, a bemused smile creeping onto his face. Honestly, this is my first encounter with someone obstructing the road. I feel something is amiss. Let us remain vigilant, Niji cautioned. As they exchanged words, Both Uchiha Haiyan and Uchiha Mikoto noticed the figure ahead. The person appeared to be cradling something, bulging and resembling an infant. Dressed in a tattered gray robe, she looked like a destitute woman from a nearby village. Her face dirted and pitiable. Upon seeing them approach, she suddenly fell to her knees, weeping. "Please, take me with you." "Who are you?" Uchiha Haiyan asked, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded her. "I'm a villager from this area. I can no longer endure my husband's abuse. So I fled with my child. Please, take me with you." She implored again, desperation lacing her voice. "Let us go," Uchiha Haiyan said, casting a dispassionate glance at the woman and then at the gray bundle in her arms, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He then patted Niji on the shoulder, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Understood," Niji nodded and, with a dismissive snort, continued driving the vehicle forward. "Does she really think we are naive youngsters?" Uchiha Mikoto scoffed once they had distanced themselves. Niji had already observed that she had been waiting at the roadblock. If she were indeed fleeing, she would have hurried to escape to safety, not linger at the intersection. It was all too evident something was amiss. Even a fool could see through her ruse. "Oh." Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow at Mikoto's astute observation. "I didn't realize you could be quite clever at times. Who are you calling foolish?" Uchiha Mikoto retorted, hands on her hips, glaring at him indignantly, as if to say that if he dared repeat it, her small fists would land on his smug face. "No. You must have misheard me," Uchiha Haiyan hastily clarified, eager to avoid provoking her ire. "I was merely complimenting your intelligence." "That's more like it," she replied, pleased. "That woman was clearly holding a pillow in that swaddling cloth, attempting to deceive us." Uchiha Haiyan intertwined his hands behind his head, leaning back against the vehicle frame, chuckling coldly. "However, Niji should remain vigilant regarding their movements. I suspect they will soon take action." He paused before continuing. "Individuals like her are often part of an organized scheme. They wouldn't merely attempt to deceive us for a ride." "Leave that small matter to me," Niji asserted, nodding in agreement, his black eyes turning white as he focused on the direction of the woman they had encountered. About 10 minutes later, Niji suddenly exclaimed, "There's movement. That woman is now joining a group of burly men, and they are heading this way." "Oh." Uchiha Haiyan's smile broadened. "I can't believe there are still those who attempt to rob in this day and age, thinking we ninjas are easy prey." "Perhaps," Uchiha Mikoto shrugged, feigning indifference. "I'll handle this little issue." "Very well," Uchiha Haiyan replied affirmatively. Niji, aware of Haiyan's intentions, slowed their pace to a crawl as they moved through the forest. Due to their deliberate deceleration, the group of burly men quickly closed in on them. "Stop right there," a booming voice commanded, and Uchiha Haiyan spotted a group of muscular men armed with hoes and axes approaching them menacingly. "Hand over your valuables if you know what's good for you. Or else don't blame us for being rude," the leader of the group growled. "Mikoto, it's your turn," Uchiha Haiyan remarked, uninterested in engaging with the leader, bewildered by his audacity. Robbing ninjas was akin to courting death. Thus, Uchiha Haiyan tapped Uchiha Mikoto on the shoulder, entrusting her with this trivial matter. She had been restless all day, eager to showcase her skills, so it seemed fitting to let her expend some energy before continuing their journey. "All right," Uchiha Mikoto replied, excitement shining in her eyes. "What can a little girl like you do? Get out of the way," the leader sneered. The imposing figure at the forefront appeared utterly dismissive of Uchiha Meichin, laughing heartily, his tone brimming with mockery and derision, his gaze filled with contempt and disdain. "You." Uchiha Meichin's smile instantly stiffened, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized the burly man before her, as if assessing a corpse. After a brief moment, she finally spoke. "Very well. You are the first to provoke my ire." Accompanied by her words, Uchiha Meichin smiled coldly. "Fire style, great fireball technique." As she opened her mouth, chakra rapidly coalesced within her, and countless fireballs soared forth, crashing down upon the oblivious bandits. "You." The leading man, upon witnessing this, widened his eyes in shock, incredulously staring at Uchiha Meichin. "You are ninjas. What else would we be?" Uchiha Meichin retorted with a cold smirk. "I doubt you ever considered that your roadblock would be met by 3 ninjas. You must have truly drawn the short straw this time. Let us go." Observing the cacophony of cries from the bandits as they were scorched by the fireballs, Uchiha Haiyan shrugged nonchalantly, then patted Uchiha Meichin on the shoulder, speaking in a calm tone. "It's not worth exerting effort on these highwaymen." "All right." Uchiha Meichin obediently acquiesced to Uchiha Haiyan's words. taking a seat and casting an impassive glance at the nearby burly man. Then, under the guidance of Niji, they continued onward. After a considerable amount of time had passed, a hint of worry gradually emerged on Uchiha Meichin's face, her gaze frequently darting towards Uchiha Haiyan, as she opened her mouth as if to say something, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. "What troubles you?" Uchiha Haiyan, noticing her unease, inquired with curiosity. Uchiha Meichin hesitated for quite a while before speaking with difficulty. "Do you think I was too violent just now? After all, they were merely ordinary people. So I was wondering if you—" "No," Uchiha Haiyan interjected calmly, waving his hand dismissively. "You needn't concern yourself with such matters. Those bandits have undoubtedly committed heinous acts before. Their ease at this is evidence of blood on their hands. Therefore, teaching them a lesson is merely a taste of the karmic retribution they deserve." "Karmic retribution?" Uchiha Meichin was momentarily taken aback by his words. Then a smile crept onto her lips as she nodded thoughtfully. "If you put it that way, it does seem quite fitting. However, I worry that you might think." At this point, a blush crept across Uchiha Meichin's cheeks, appearing somewhat embarrassed and shy. "Think what?" Uchiha Haiyan raised an eyebrow, his gaze glinting with amusement. "Think that I am a violent dragon?" Before Uchiha Meichin could respond, Uchiha Haiyan waved his hand with a beaming smile. "You needn't worry. That is absolutely impossible." That's a relief. Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's assurance, Uchiha Meichin let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though the weight on her chest had finally lifted, replaced by a warm sensation of being trusted, which filled her with happiness. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully raised the favorability of target Uchiha Meichin to 80. Just then, Uchiha Haiyan heard the electronic, synthesized voice of the system echoing in his mind. How wonderful! Uchiha Haiyan felt an overwhelming excitement. He was merely 20 points away from reaching the coveted 100 favorability. Within the span of a month, he was confident he could accomplish this feat. With Tsunade on the brink of completion, only one person remained. The thought of soon completing the task of attaining the maximum favorability from 3 individuals made Uchiha Haiyan's lips curve into an uncontrollable smile. His good mood persisted until the sun was nearly set. "Have we yet to find a cave suitable for rest?" Uchiha Haiyan furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the now orange-hued sun, estimating how much longer it would linger above the horizon. "Not yet," Niji replied with a worried shake of his head. "I am searching as quickly as I can. Relax. If necessary, we can simply engage in a battle with them. It's nothing to worry about." Uchiha Haiyan nodded, reassuringly patting the visibly tense Niji on the shoulder. Niji remained silent. After about 10 minutes, a sudden exclamation from Niji broke the silence. His voice tinged with excitement. "Great! I've finally found it. That is wonderful." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Haiyan and Uchiha Meichin exchanged glances, both reflecting excitement and anticipation. As their small team stepped into the cave, the sun finally dipped below the horizon. In an instant, the sky darkened at a visible pace, and soon the moon ascended, casting a faint, gentle glow in the night. "Our timing is impeccable," Uchiha Haiyan exclaimed, wiping his face, still shaken. "Had we been even a moment later, we might have been surrounded by those monsters in the forest. Are there truly monsters that make chain-like sounds? Could they be wearing chains?" Uchiha Meichin, who had not experienced the previous night's events, interjected, unable to resist speculating after overhearing Uchiha Haiyan and Niji's conversation. Perhaps the hunters from nearby villages, while capturing these beasts, accidentally allowed their quarry to escape, resulting in the animals carrying traps or chains that produce such clattering sounds. Indeed, that possibility exists. However, after discussing with Niji, we believe it is highly likely to be a synthetic noise. Otherwise, there would be no reason for them to be chained, Uchiha Haiyan reasoned. "That makes sense," Uchiha Meichin pondered, finding merit in Uchiha Haiyan's assessment. "I wonder if there are any markings inside this cave." As soon as she spoke, Uchiha Haiyan and Niji exchanged glances and promptly sprang to their feet, meticulously searching the confined space of the cave. Moments later, Uchiha Haiyan shook his head, his expression tinged with disappointment. "It seems I was simply overthinking. Not every place bears such markings. This indicates that the individual did not rest here. It is likely they were captured by the monsters in the forest or found another place to rest," Niji analyzed with a thoughtful demeanor. "Yes, I agree." Uchiha Haiyan considered Niji's analysis to be quite reasonable. "But what exactly are those creatures? Should we dare venture out tonight to catch one for examination?" Absolutely not. Niji firmly shook his head in denial. We remain uncertain about the number of companions that creature possesses. If the clanking sound we heard yesterday indeed serves as the primary indication, then there are at least hundreds of monsters lurking within this forest, Niji stated gravely. Even if the three of us joined forces, we would stand little chance against such a multitude, and I am increasingly concerned that this creature might be fully matured. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been released en masse. This raises a significant question. Uchiha Mikoto furrowed her brow and spoke. If this is the case, why has no one reported the situation? We arrived here completely unprepared. There are only two possibilities. Uchiha Haiyan smiled and raised a finger. The first possibility is that all who encountered this chain creature have either perished or been captured for experimentation, leaving no survivors to convey the message. After a brief pause, Uchiha Haiyan continued. The second possibility is that we have simply encountered the creature at the moment it was deliberately unleashed, making us the first victims. Hence the absence of prior warnings. No, if that were the case, then the mark we encountered in the cave must have been a warning sent back to us from our future selves. Uchiha Mikoto astutely noted the inconsistency. That hadn't crossed my mind, Uchiha Haiyan admitted, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. Overall, it is prudent for us to remain cautious. As the group conversed while dining, a rustling sound erupted from the surrounding forest, eerily reminiscent of the noise Uchiha Haiyan and the others had heard the previous night. Gulp. Uchiha Haiyan instinctively swallowed, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the cave entrance, his chakra coalescing in his mouth, poised to unleash a massive fireball at a moment's notice. This time, even Uchiha Mikoto heard it. Her complexion drained to a pallid hue, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow as she gazed into the forest, as if she had glimpsed some monstrous entity. Niji drew his kunai once more, ready to strike a lethal blow should the creature approach the cave. Simultaneously, the cacophony of chains surrounding the cave grew increasingly dense. If one listened closely, it resembled a symphony of iron links. Beyond the psychological pressure it exerted, there was a profound sense of fear stemming from the uncertainty of the enemy's numbers. Suddenly, Uchiha Haiyan heard heavy panting emanating from the forest, reminiscent of something crawling through the underbrush, stirring the grass with a rustling sound. The heavy breathing seemed a signal, and in the next moment, the clattering of chains abruptly ceased, replaced by the sound of panting, akin to a creature salivating over a delectable feast, driven by an insatiable hunger. This state persisted for an hour or two before the clanking resumed, coinciding with the cessation of the panting, as if the chains had discovered another group of beings, gradually fading from their sight. How did they escape? Were we not informed that they would not depart until sunrise? Uchiha Mikoto licked her parched lips, instinctively retreating deeper into the cave, her face pale as she spoke. Regardless, their departure is fortunate. Perhaps something else attracted their attention, Uchiha Haiyan speculated uncertainly. Tonight, we cannot allow everyone to remain on guard together. Niji, you will watch the first half of the night, and I will take the latter half. Agreed. Niji nodded, his brow furrowed with concern. After a moment's hesitation, he continued. I specifically used my Byakugan to observe the situation over there. Did you see what those creatures truly are? Uchiha Haiyan's eyes widened in astonishment, a flicker of excitement igniting within them. Indeed, Niji affirmed with certainty. To be precise, they possess chakra as well, albeit in limited quantities. Their chakra feels exceedingly chaotic, as if countless fragmented energies were forcibly extracted from their bodies and affixed to them. Orochimaru. In an instant, Uchiha Haiyan reached a decisive conclusion. This must be the work of Orochimaru and his associates. Otherwise, how could such erratic chakra exist? Yet Uchiha Haiyan's brow furrowed deeply, a grave expression crossing his face. He could not recall any mention of such creatures within the Naruto universe. Could it be that his arrival here has set off a chain reaction, prompting Orochimaru to advance the development of synthetic monsters? Or is this simply the butterfly effect at play? Uchiha Haiyan pondered silently. These creatures resemble the wild beasts we have encountered previously. Yet their limbs are particularly well developed and elongated, bearing a semblance to human form while retaining animalistic traits. Niji, oblivious to Uchiha Haiyan's momentary silence, continued. From my observations, these creatures move with remarkable speed, especially amidst the trees and underbrush, as though they have found their battlefield, their speed nearly double that of a human on land. How do they compare to us? Uchiha Mikoto inquired curiously after nodding in understanding. Their speed is roughly comparable to ours. Hinata Niji replied, his expression serious. We should avoid direct confrontation with these creatures whenever possible. From what I have observed, their numbers are overwhelming, far beyond what the three of us can handle. When we return to Konoha or head to Suchikage's village, we will inform the Hokage and Suchikage. Hinata Niji glanced at Uchiha Mikoto with unease. Knowing that this lady from the Uchiha clan often acted unpredictably, one could never tell when she might whimsically desire to capture one of those monsters for her own amusement. Thus, we must remain vigilant, Niji thought to himself. As time swiftly elapsed, dawn broke upon them. Thanks to ample rest, both Hinata Niji and Uchiha Haiyan soon found their spirits rejuvenated. I thought you would have woken me up last night. Why didn't you? Uchiha Mikoto complained. If you had called me, we could have conversed to stave off drowsiness. Enough of that. With two strong men like us here, do we really need a young lady like you to keep watch? Uchiha Haiyan remarked, patting Uchiha Mikoto on the shoulder, his demeanor nonchalant. If this were to get out, we would lose all dignity. Chapter 203. Water Attribute. Uchiha Mikoto, somewhat displeased, turned her head away, yet the smile tugging at her lips betrayed her inner joy. With a subtle glance toward Uchiha Haiyan, the trio continued their journey toward Suchikage's village. Have you all sensed something amiss? It feels unusually quiet here. Uchiha Mikoto furrowed her brows, constantly surveying her surroundings with a flicker of seriousness and concern in her eyes, sensing that something imminent was about to transpire. Indeed. Hyuga Niji nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words. Sometimes, an excessive silence heralds an unusual circumstance, and it is prudent to remain cautious. Uchiha Haiyan shared the same sentiment, affirmatively nodding while casting vigilant glances around, offering a cautionary reminder. In the midst of this heightened alertness, an unsettling premonition suddenly surged within Uchiha Haiyan. In the next moment, a sudden flash caught his eye, and a torrent of water erupted, prompting him to instinctively sidestep. Aware that this unexpected threat was far from benign. Given the recent surge of missions outside the village, Uchiha Haiyan's instincts regarding danger had sharpened significantly. The ground beneath his feet crumbled swiftly as he exerted force, creating a pit where he had stood, enabling him to evade the imminent peril. His swift movement startled Uchiha Mikoto as well. As the trio began to synchronize their actions, they became less rigid than at the onset. With Niji's reconnaissance, Mikoto's firepower support, and Haiyan's extraordinary strength, they possessed the capacity to swiftly eliminate an enemy caught off guard. After all, this was the hallmark ability of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, far beyond the capabilities of mere foot soldiers. Suddenly, the parched ground erupted with a deluge of water, resembling a fountain springing forth. As a continuous stream of azure water surged forth, manifesting a water-based ninjutsu, Uchiha Haiyan leaped away with urgency, just as a blade of water sliced through the air, landing precisely where he had previously stood. The sound of the ground tearing apart echoed ominously, revealing a gaping maw in the earth, which, despite its arid state, proved fragile under the assault of the water blade. Haiyan's expression shifted. The potency of this water ninjutsu was formidable, and the wielder was not to be underestimated. The ease with which the earth was torn asunder suggested that should such a technique strike a person, it would be as effortless as slicing through tofu. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikoto sprang into action. Although she had yet to discern the source of the surprise attack, it was clear that now, with the enemy having made their move, her role as the team's firepower support could no longer remain passive. Finding the enemy was secondary. Mikoto's philosophy was to scorch the earth with fire. Fire release, great fireball technique, she exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of searing flames in a sweeping arc towards the front. She need not pinpoint the enemy's exact location. Following the trajectory of the previous water blade attack, she unleashed a broad wave of flames. This not only provided cover for Uchiha Haiyan to vacate the recently targeted area, but also disrupted the enemy's frequency of attacks, hindering their ability to launch a follow-up strike, a fundamental skill for any ninja. As the massive fireball surged forward, the collision of water and fire created a thick vapor. A gentle breeze blurred Haiyan's vision momentarily, prompting him to spring into action, gathering chakra with fervor. On the opposite side, Hyuga Niji had already locked onto a target with his chakra, veins bulging as he disappeared from sight and reappeared in a stance reminiscent of the 8 trigrams palm. A subtle formation illuminating with blue chakra that intercepted a shadowy figure. You found me. The Wolf of Madness thought incredulously, gazing at the boy with the Byakugan. He had believed that amidst the dense steam, it would be nearly impossible to detect him. If not for extraordinary observational skills, this boy must possess some unique sensory abilities. The wolf mused. Did he not know about the Byakugan? Uchiha Haiyan focused intently on the first enemy to appear. Clad in a straw-woven coat over a somewhat tattered leather outfit, clearly a rogue ninja navigating the gray fringes of society. Judging by the surprise on his face upon being intercepted by Niji, it seemed he was unaware of the secrets behind the Hyuga clan's eyes. In a world of shinobi, it was astounding that there existed a ninja ignorant of the Byakugan, suggesting either an act of feigned ignorance or sheer naivety. A ninja who knows nothing of the Leaf Village's Byakugan should reconsider their profession and perhaps return to farming. Even rogue ninjas could be considered ninjas, after all. Uchiha Haiyan felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief at the enemy's ignorance. Boom. Just as he pondered the implications of this sudden adversary, the clash of fire and water intensified behind him. Uchiha Mikoto formed hand seals, maneuvering across the open ground. Conversely, from within the thick steam, water-based attacks surged forth relentlessly. The blades of water, composed of water chakra, erupted outward, targeting the vapor. Mikoto's fireballs continued to bombard the enemy, as both sides engaged in a relentless barrage. Akin to two artillery units exchanging heavy fire, shrouded in the rapidly expanding steam enveloping the battlefield. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A raspy voice called out, heralding the signature water ninjutsu emerging from the mist. Uchiha Haiyan recognized the name of the technique. It was an established B-rank ninjutsu known throughout the ninja world. Most skilled chunin could perform the water dragon bullet, a technique with stable power and few flaws beyond its considerable chakra consumption. The transparent water dragon, seemingly pure and flawless, emerged from the vapor, exuding an implicit threat. As the water dragon bullet surged forth, it bore down on Uchiha Mikoto, who had remained on the periphery of the steam, engaging in a ninjutsu duel with the enemy. If the water dragon bullet was to strike anyone, it would be her. If it were Uchiha Haiyan, his immediate course of action would be to swiftly relocate the battlefield, ascertain the enemy's true position, and then devise a plan for close combat, ultimately delivering a decisive blow. In contrast, for Uchiha Mikoto, the notion of evasion was utterly alien. She was far too proud for such a retreat. Evasion? Such a concept was foreign to her. The Uchiha clan members, with their crimson eyes, carried an innate pride that bordered on arrogance, a trait justified by their exceptional abilities. Facing the sudden onslaught of water-based attacks, Uchiha Mikoto exhibited no inclination to retreat, her hands moving rapidly to form seals, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. After a frenzied inhalation, a dragon of flame coiling around a fireball erupted from Uchiha Mikoto's mouth, charging directly at the water dragon that had emerged from the steam. Bang! Uchiha Haiyan had intended to enter the steam first, hoping to locate the enemy's true position while Uchiha Mikoto engaged them in a fierce ninjutsu confrontation. However, upon witnessing Mikoto's audacious clash of fire and water, Haiyan sensed impending danger and hastily retreated. As he anticipated, the massive explosion that ensued resulted in a thermal steam generated by the violent collision of water and fire, far surpassing the initial potency of either elemental ninjutsu alone. The trees in the vicinity of the battle showed signs of dehydration and wilting. The extreme heat of the steam was undeniably terrifying. At that moment, the temperature had exceeded the tolerable limits of conventional ninjutsu. Had Haiyan ventured into the depths of the steam, he would have faced severe burns, if not worse, from such a sudden and violent steam explosion. After all, such intense heat was intolerable for an ordinary person. What appeared to be mere steam resulting from the clash of water and fire was, in truth, a horrifying inferno reaching several hundred degrees. Any contact, however slight, could result in grievous burns or even vaporization. You're too fierce. You should give me a heads up next time. Uchiha Haiyan exclaimed with a wry smile. He wasn't reproaching Mikoto. In the face of such a sudden adversary, the most prudent course of action for her was to apply firepower suppression. And indeed, she had successfully fulfilled her role within the team. She was an expert in ninjutsu confrontations. TCH, water ninjutsu, is worthless. Just watch me obliterate him. Uchiha Mikoto scoffed, her disdain for water ninjutsu evident. Among the various elemental ninjutsu, she favored the powerful fire techniques passed down through her clan. for this slightly impulsive girl. The exhilaration of bombarding foes with fireballs during battle was unparalleled, while water ninjutsu seemed like mere frivolity, entirely lacking in practical utility. Such sentiments were not to be expressed lightly. Upon hearing Mikoto's words, a cold sweat trickled down Haiyan's brow. He was well aware that once she became overly excited in combat, she could transform into a veritable pyromaniac. After all, fire chakra was inherently volatile. And combined with the Uchiha clan's various secret fire techniques, it could be said that every battle Mikoto engaged in resulted in significant alterations to the battlefield. Naturally, Mikoto held little regard for the subtlety and stealth of water ninjutsu, which was far more suitable for assassination. However, this was merely the Uchiha clan's exceedingly proud perspective. Their training in ninjutsu primarily revolved around fire and lightning, both of which boasted extensive range and exaggerated lethality, particularly in visual spectacle. As for earth and water techniques, the Uchiha were woefully uninformed. This was not to say that the Uchiha lacked talent in other elemental ninjutsu. Rather, in the eyes of these obstinate individuals, they saw no merit in studying such techniques. Consequently, no Uchiha had ever pursued the study of other elemental ninjutsu, and aside from the secrets of fire techniques, their clan's archives contained little of other elemental scrolls. Uchiha Haiyan, however, understood that while fire techniques appeared explosively powerful, much of their damage lay in the early to mid stages, with the impressive visual effects being a significant factor. In the later stages, particularly at the level of Hokage, it was predominantly the domain of water and earth techniques. Take, for instance, the Dust Shield, an extraordinary earth technique belonging to the third Suchikage, capable of disintegrating any material upon contact, a terrifying lethality unmatched by fire techniques. As for water ninjutsu, one could not overlook the second Hokage, renowned as a master of water techniques. Numerous forbidden water techniques originated from him, with a plethora of S-rank water ninjutsu, each wielding formidable power. In stark contrast, the S-rank fire techniques were relatively scarce, and in the ninja world, only the Uchiha clan specialized in the study of fire ninjutsu. Yet, the Uchiha clan boasted numerous advantages. Their physical techniques were not to be underestimated, and their renowned Sharingan was undoubtedly one of the most exceptional abilities in the ninja realm. For those capable of awakening their bloodline and evolving into the Sharingan, employing widespread fire explosions during the early to mid stages was sufficient to address most challenges. As the battle progressed into later stages, the need for fire techniques diminished. Once the Uchiha's eyes awakened, the appearance of Susanoo rendered them nearly invincible, as any ninjutsu that struck them felt akin to mere tickling. Moreover, once the Uchiha Sharingan reached the level of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the enhancements to basic ninjutsu were terrifyingly potent. Thus, for the Uchiha clan, fire techniques served as their primary offensive ninjutsu in the early to mid stages, while in the later stages, they seemed to possess an extraordinary advantage. This mindset also contributed to Mikoto's disdain for other ninjutsu, reflecting a collective belief within the Uchiha clan, from the current clan leader to their ancestors, including Uchiha Madara himself. Uchiha Haiyan could not help but recall the original timeline when the Fourth Great Ninja War erupted once more, and Uchiha Madara, having successfully resurrected through long-standing schemes, faced the 5 Kage with a 1:5 ratio, employing nothing but simple fire techniques. At that time, Madara utilized the same fire ninjutsu that Mikoto was currently using, Great Fireball Technique and Great Fire Destruction. However, Madara had already awakened to the pinnacle of eye techniques. Coupled with his immense chakra reserves, even a standard Great Fireball Technique was sufficient to overwhelm the combined efforts of the 5 Kage, illustrating the Uchiha clan's perception of strength, as well as the root of their stubborn arrogance. One could not deny the utility of those eyes. Although Uchiha Haiyan did not subscribe to such a deeply entrenched ideology, it was precisely this mindset that allowed him to wield his current eyes. After all, despite the disdain of many within the clan, it was undeniable that he shared the same bloodline. The Tomo within Haiyan's eyes began to manifest, as the steam on the battlefield remained intensely hot, continuously expanding outward. Within the high-speed vision granted by his awakened Sharingan, he could clearly discern every nuance within the steam. In a fleeting moment, Uchiha Haiyan caught a glimpse of a shadow amidst the steam. "I've got you," he declared. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he tightened his muscles and gathered a substantial amount of energy, propelling his body forward. He leaped ahead, diving into the steam. Although the initial searing heat had dissipated due to the gradual cooling, the steam, born from the clash of water and fire, still enveloped him. Upon entering the steam, he felt an intense prickling sensation on his skin, accompanied by a burning pain emanating from every pore. It was easy to envision the terrifying explosion of heat that resulted from the recent clash between Uchiha Mikoto's fire technique and the opponent's water technique at the center of it all. Clang! The sound of kunai colliding with Uchiha Haiyan's arms rang out like metal meeting metal. His arms were already entwined with an extraordinarily dense chakra, allowing him to grasp the sharp blades without concern for the kunai's attack. Meanwhile, outside the steam, Niji was entangled in combat with his adversary. Damn it! This intel is completely off. If I don't shake off this brat soon, the flower dog will truly become a dead dog, he thought. The Mad Wolf, having witnessed Uchiha Mikoto and his companion unleash exaggerated ninjutsu against each other, felt unsettled. He had never anticipated such a significant reversal of strength within a team that appeared to consist of merely 3 youngsters. The sight of the Byakugan-wielding boy effortlessly blocking his attacks was utterly inconceivable. As Uchiha Haiyan charged into the steam, it was evident he intended to encircle Uchiha Mikoto. If the Mad Wolf didn't act swiftly to eliminate Niji, not only would he be trapped here awaiting his demise, but his companions would also fall swiftly to the combined onslaught of Uchiha Haiyan and Uchiha Mikoto. The Mad Wolf understood all too well that once his allies were defeated, he would be next. Get lost, brat, he shouted, wielding a broad-bladed mountain-cutting knife. Utilizing his towering stature, he gripped the hilt with both hands and relentlessly swung the blade at Niji. Niji's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor cool and collected. He moved with the precision of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique, deftly maneuvering around the agitated Mad Wolf while striking at various joints with his Byakugan in sight. The gradual torment inflicted upon the Mad Wolf felt akin to being boiled alive. Though his stamina remained robust, he found himself trapped within the rhythm of Niji's assault. At that moment, even if the Mad Wolf wished to abandon his companions and flee, he was unable to do so. He was completely ensnared in Niji's attack sequence. A situation fraught with embarrassment. Should his allies perish under the encirclement of Uchiha Haiyan and Uchiha Mikoto, he would then face the combined might of Niji, Haiyan, and the relentless barrage from Uchiha Mikoto, rendering even the thought of escape a distant dream. How could this be? The man referred to as the flower dog by the Mad Wolf could not conceal his astonishment amidst the steam. Armed with 2 kunai, he lunged repeatedly at Uchiha Haiyan, who merely grasped the kunai with his fists, disregarding their sharpness. Such weakness! How could this individual dare to attack us? Observing the terror etched across his opponent's face, Uchiha Haiyan refrained from delivering a swift death, instead pondering a deeper question. Chapter 206. Only you remain. They had encountered various assassination attempts before, for ninjas on missions. Facing dangers was an everyday affair. Given the unique nature of their trio, encountering assassination attempts was hardly surprising, as their distinctive eyes attracted countless factions coveting their bloodline. Although they had survived every crisis together, encountering such a feeble enemy was an unprecedented experience. Uchiha Haiyan discerned that the man in the steam was merely a paper tiger. Despite having clashed with Uchiha Mikoto using water techniques, he was hardly a formidable foe. The man seemed to possess only a couple of powerful ninjutsu, Water Blade and Water Dragon Bullet, and his chakra levels did not even reach that of a chunin. Clearly, he had exhausted his chakra during his previous battle with Mikoto, unable to sustain such continuous ninjutsu assaults. That was evidently his limit. Outside the steam, Uchiha Mikoto had also depleted a significant portion of her chakra, yet she was merely beginning to warm up. She refrained from employing additional fire-based techniques to bombard the steam, as she could not ascertain the enemy's position within. Additionally, with Uchiha Haiyan already within the steam, she was cautious not to inadvertently harm him with a wide-area attack. This was a consideration inherent to the battlefield. Friendly fire could lead to dire consequences. Uchiha Haiyan had entered the steam to exploit the moment he had glimpsed the enemy's shadow outside, aiming to exhaust the foe's stamina while Mikoto replenished her chakra. He had not anticipated directly eliminating the adversary. However, upon stepping into the steam, he found the situation unfolding more favorably than expected. He had assumed the lurking enemy would remain hidden at the edge of the steam, using the obscured environment to recover chakra and prepare for a more potent ninjutsu strike against Uchiha Mikoto. Yet, As Uchiha Haiyan observed, the enemy was significantly burned, with over 50% of his body suffering from severe injuries. It was evident that the steam explosion resulting from Mikoto's fire technique had not been entirely evaded. In such a condition, even a shadow clone would find surrender inevitable. The extensive burns had severely compromised the opponent's combat capability upon reaching him. The enemy could do little more than feebly brandish his kunai in a futile attempt at resistance, a truly laughable spectacle. It was indeed absurd. Uchiha Mikoto had scarcely pinpointed the enemy's location, yet her wide-ranging fire technique had rendered him entirely incapacitated, leaving him with severe burns and no hope of survival. How could such a formidable adversary choose to assault a trio like theirs? If it were not for some form of bait being exploited, then it would truly be a person driven by insatiable greed, one who disregards their own life. It appeared that this individual was utterly oblivious. As Uchiha Haiyan engaged in a fierce struggle with the opponent, he contemplated whether to capture the foe for interrogation, hoping to extract any potential clues. However, after a brief clash, Uchiha Haiyan discerned from the despondent expression on his adversary's face that he was indeed nothing more than a clueless lackey, incapable of divulging any information. Regardless of whether this person had been swayed by another or simply stumbled upon them and succumbed to greed, Uchiha Haiyan was no longer inclined to prolong the confrontation. In the next life, he should learn to assess his opponents before acting. Ducking to evade a thrown kunai, Uchiha Haiyan noted that his foe was now defenseless, entirely devoid of any means to resist. Grasping the opponent's neck with his right hand, he twisted it to the side. A sickening crack echoed as the bones shattered. The rogue ninja, known as Huago, had truly met his demise. Disposing of the lifeless body with a casual motion, Uchiha Haiyan retraced his steps, leaving the steam-laden area. The steam, a byproduct of two opposing chakra natures colliding, was infused with faint traces of chakra and would not dissipate swiftly. "Are you finished?" Uchiha Meichin, who had initially maintained a defensive posture, relaxed upon seeing Uchiha Haiyan emerge from the mist. Her inquiry bore no trace of concern for his ability to handle the enemy. "I have dealt with him. Surprisingly, this enemy was rather weak," Uchiha Haiyan replied, recounting the events of the battle as he approached Uchiha Meichin, heading toward the battlefield where Niji was engaged. Clearly, the foe had become a lifeless entity. The feral wolf, upon witnessing Uchiha Meichin and Uchiha Haiyan advancing towards him, realized that his companion must have met a grim fate. He could no longer afford to hesitate. He understood that if Niji were to obstruct him now, he stood a significant chance of perishing. Amidst the onslaught of three, he held little confidence in breaking free. "Do not underestimate me, you young brats. I am not like that dead dog." The feral wolf, driven to the brink of desperation, exhibited a glimmer of madness in his eyes. He bit into his thumb, allowing blood to seep into his palm, and formed a complex seal. Summoning jutsu, a massive cloud of smoke enveloped the middle-aged man, providing Niji with a fleeting opportunity to retreat and regroup with Uchiha Haiyan and Uchiha Meichin, as their adversary was now reduced to a solitary opponent. Chapter 207. Summoning the Wolf. Niji's strategy to stall the enemy had been flawlessly executed. At this juncture, a 3-on-1 confrontation rendered further resistance from him unnecessary. It was essential to encircle the opponent, draining his stamina, ensuring that the middle-aged man could not escape. A ferocious roar erupted from the thick fog. Uchiha Haiyan's pupils dilated instantaneously, recognizing from the earlier hand signs that the foe had summoned a spirit beast. Yet a question arose. Why had he not summoned it earlier to shift the odds in his favor and break free from Niji's clutches? Had he done so initially, the situation for Uchiha Haiyan and Uchiha Meichin would not have unfolded so smoothly, as a summoning beast represented a formidable force. However, just as Uchiha Haiyan pondered the mystery behind the summoning, a blood-curdling scream pierced through the mist, evidently the enemy's own cry. What was happening? Had the summoned beast turned on its master before engaging in battle? Uchiha Meichin's eyes widened in shock. She had witnessed many spirit beasts, including ninja eagles and cats among the Uchiha clan's summons. Yet, she had never seen a summoned beast devour its summoner without any provocation. In fact, she had not even heard of such an occurrence. As the smoke began to dissipate, the first sight to greet them was a smear of blood, followed by the emergence of a giant wolf, towering at nearly 2 meters and measuring approximately 5 to 6 meters in length. Clutched in its jaws was half of the corpse of the middle-aged man who had summoned it. Uchiha Haiyan understood. The spirit beast was not under the control of its summoner. In a desperate attempt to turn the tide, the man had relied on the formidable wolf, only to have it turn against him immediately upon arrival, resulting in his untimely demise. What a vicious spirit beast, Hokage Niji remarked, unable to disguise his astonishment. He had never encountered such a savage creature before. While wild and untamed spirit beasts existed, the one before them was exceptionally ferocious, hardly fitting the description of a spirit beast, but rather resembling a feral beast. Who would dare to summon such a creature? Uchiha Haiyan frowned, perceiving nothing but sheer brutality in the beast's bloodthirsty gaze. Unlike ordinary spirit beasts, which exuded a vibrant chakra and possessed a lively essence akin to that of humans, this wolf lacked any semblance of intelligence. The chakra emanating from it was an aggressively tinged red, yet it bore no trace of the keen vitality typically associated with sentient beings. All that he sensed was an unending ferocity and the primal essence of a predator. After a brief standoff, the summoned beast's gaze morphed into one of bloodlust. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, the colossal creature lunged through the air, hurtling towards Uchiha Haiyan and his companions. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hokage Niji, undeterred by the monstrous onslaught, took a step forward, positioning himself defiantly before the giant wolf. Blue chakra coalesced in his hands as he prepared for the impending clash. As the beast lunged toward him, Hokage Niji sidestepped, skillfully evading the wolf's vicious bite. In the next instant, as the creature's forelimbs struck the ground, its tail lashed out like a whip, aiming for Niji's midsection. In response, Hokage Niji pushed with his left palm, channeling chakra to strike the soft underside of the wolf's tail, followed by a powerful thrust of his right hand against the beast's chest. A resounding thud echoed through the air as the giant wolf was propelled backward, its massive frame lifting off the ground by more than half a foot. Such force, Uchiha Haiyan, having positioned himself to the side of the confrontation between man and beast, prepared to intervene at any moment. He recognized that this summoned wolf was considerably more potent than the 2 adversaries they had faced earlier. If the 2 enemies just now were the main force, it would be more accurate to say that they were merely bait left behind to summon this giant wolf. The true threat to intercept the 3 of them is indeed this colossal beast. Here it comes. Uchiha Haiyan warned Hinata Niji while simultaneously activating the chakra in his right hand. Ahead of Niji, Haiyan dashed toward the giant wolf's right flank. As he gathered chakra furiously, he unleashed a punch capable of shattering stone, striking the wolf's side with tremendous force. A resounding crack echoed through the air as the giant wolf's body bent almost into a V shape, howling in agony as it was sent flying to the side. At that moment, Uchiha Meichin had also completed her hand signs. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed a massive fireball that soared toward the wolf. Before the creature could hit the ground from Haiyan's powerful blow, an explosive sound erupted. Through the seamless coordination of the trio, the ferocious beast was swiftly dispatched. Having only managed a single bite and a tail swipe before being driven away, wailing amidst the flames, clearly devoid of any hope for survival. For such a summoning beast, regardless of its ferocity, if it lacks intelligence comparable to that of humans, it is merely a wild animal. This is why Uchiha Haiyan initially remarked that this was no ordinary summoning beast, but rather a savage, mindless creature. The definition of a summoning beast includes the ability to comprehend human commands, possess intelligence akin to humans, and engage in communication. Only then can it be classified as a summoning beast. It is perplexing why some would consider such a mindless and violent creature, a beast that poses a threat to its very summoner, as a legitimate summoning beast. For it serves no purpose. Chapter 208. This is an illusion. The fundamental purpose of summoning techniques lies in their ability to facilitate cooperation in combat or assist ninjas in various tasks during covert missions, among other supportive roles. However, a beast like this, despite its fierce aura and apparent strength, is utterly incapable of collaborating or communicating with ninjas. In fact, it is so dangerous that it could swiftly kill its own master. In Uchiha Haiyan's eyes, such a creature has no meaningful existence. Perhaps in the mind of that middle-aged man, unleashing such a ferocious monster would ensure that even if he perished, it could annihilate his enemies, thus avenging him. A misguided notion indeed. Fortunately for Uchiha Haiyan's team, this mindless beast was far easier to deal with than a sudden human attack. It seemed they had resolved the situation with unexpected ease. As Uchiha Haiyan remarked this, he turned to approach Uchiha Meichin, who had just unleashed a fireball from a distance, evidently obliterating the summoning beast entirely. "Hey, what's wrong?" he inquired, noticing that Mei-chin stood at a distance, staring intently at the raging inferno. Even as he approached, she showed no reaction. A flicker of confusion crossed Haiyan's mind as he placed a hand on Mei-chin's shoulder. However, when she turned to face him, he was utterly shocked. The figure before him bore no resemblance to a human. Instead, it was a monstrous entity with a wolf's head. "What?" Haiyan felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat dampening his back as he instinctively recoiled from the creature before him, realizing this wolf-headed being was certainly not Uchiha Mei-chin. Niji? His attention shifted to Hinata Niji, who had just fought alongside him. To his dismay, he discovered that where Niji had stood, there now loomed another beast with a human body and a wolf's head, adorned in Niji's very attire. Mei-chin Niji? A sense of foreboding washed over Haiyan as both wolf-headed creatures turned their gaze upon him, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light, sending shivers down his spine. In a split second, Haiyan retreated to a safe distance, establishing a triangular standoff with Uchiha Mei-chin and Hinata Niji to ensure his own safety. It was evident that these two monstrosities were no longer the individuals he once knew. He pondered when they had been replaced. This is impossible. How could they have been swapped in such a short time? As he remained on guard, Haiyan deliberated on the situation, suspecting it might be a special ability of the recently slain summoning beast. Simultaneously, he began to mobilize the chakra within his body, contemplating the possibility that he had fallen victim to some form of illusion. Illusion? What kind of illusion could deceive me? Haiyan's mind raced as he activated his Sharingan, attempting to pierce through the illusory veil. One must understand that the Uchiha clan's eyes possess not only the ability to execute potent illusions, but also a natural resistance to them. It is rare to find someone capable of hypnotizing a member of the Uchiha clan. Given that Haiyan's eyes had reached a level of awakening that could even control tailed beasts, gathering chakra, he prepared to break free. While remaining vigilant against the two wolf-headed monstrosities, he gradually came to the realization that what he faced was merely an illusion. Otherwise, these two creatures would not stand there, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Hence, in Haiyan's perception, his understanding had been altered by the illusion, causing him to envision Uchiha Mei-chin and Hinata Niji as these wolf-headed entities. To extricate himself from this illusion, the simplest method was to disrupt his own chakra, creating a chaotic chakra presence within his body to forcefully shatter the illusion. Haiyan utilized his prior method of chakra accumulation, gathering a radiant green chakra around his body. This time, however, he did not intend to unleash a powerful punch, but rather to create an internal explosion of energy. Break free. Haiyan formed hand seals, then unleashed all of his chakra in an instant. Accompanied by his ferocious shout, he felt the surrounding space shatter like glass, and as his vision blurred, a transformation occurred. When Uchiha Haiyan reopened his eyes, he found Uchiha Mei-chin and Hinata Niji gazing at him with concerned expressions. "What happened? You were fine just a moment ago, but suddenly you froze in place. No matter how much we called you, you didn't respond," Mei-chin said, gripping Haiyan's arm with a hint of anxiety. After defeating the summoning beast, they had turned to see Haiyan standing there motionless, resembling a wooden puppet. His eyes were tightly shut, and he was sweating profusely. An undeniably strange sight. Niji lifted Haiyan's eyelid, only to find his pupils devoid of light, his face blank and unresponsive. This sight alarmed Uchiha Mei-chin, who feared that Haiyan had met with misfortune due to the giant wolf's retaliation. Suddenly, the chakra within you coalesced. What transpired? Niji Hyuga, observing closely with his Byakugan, perceived that Uchiha Haiyan had gathered all his chakra into a singular mass, which then erupted internally, causing a chaotic disturbance in the chakra's essence. This reaction resembled a break from illusionary techniques. Uchiha Haiyan was aware of how to extricate himself from genjutsu. As a top-tier practitioner, Niji was certainly familiar with such methods. Upon witnessing Uchiha Haiyan's peculiar chakra behavior and the dazed expression on his face, Niji quickly deduced the situation. Chapter 209, Uchiha Itachi. It seemed that Uchiha Haiyan had inexplicably fallen victim to some form of genjutsu, and his recent actions were an attempt at self-rescue. Were there other adversaries lurking nearby? Uchiha Mikoto's expression grew grave as her eyes, adorned with tomo, scanned the battlefield. There were no signs of any threat. Niji's extensive Byakugan scan revealed no presence besides the three of them. Following the recent chaotic battle, Not even a rabbit remained in the vicinity, let alone a grasshopper. It was evident that he had been ensnared by some illusion, possibly a final retaliatory act from the summoning wolf. Uchiha Haiyan's expression darkened. He realized that the Jinjutsu he had experienced was not a mere trick of the summoning wolf. Rather, through his recent awakening, he had discerned the true culprit behind the illusion, spotting a crow that had just taken flight from a branch. Indeed, within Niji's Byakugan perception, no crow had been detected. And since Uchiha Mikoto and Niji were facing Uchiha Haiyan, they too had not observed the crow, which had now distanced itself from them and soared away. The combination of the crow and the Jinjutsu immediately conjured the image of a man in Haiyan's mind, Uchiha Itachi, a prodigious genius among the Uchiha clan. This was the same individual who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at the tender age of 11. Why would such a formidable being cast Jinjutsu upon Uchiha Haiyan? Perhaps he was overthinking the situation, yet an unsettling thought lingered in Haiyan's mind. The Uchiha clan was still intent on asserting more influence within the village. Historically, Itachi had committed the atrocity of slaying his entire family to maintain equilibrium between the clan and the village. This was a man who had chosen the village over his own kin, trading the lives of the Uchiha for the growth of his brother, Sasuke, indicating that nothing mattered more to him than Sasuke's welfare. For Uchiha Haiyan, such a figure represented an undeniable threat. Although Haiyan was not particularly valued within the Uchiha clan, he enjoyed a favorable reputation with the third Hokage and had a connection to Tsunade. Thus, from a political perspective, Haiyan's identity was exceedingly complex. If Itachi harbored any intentions towards him, it was certainly plausible. No, it might even be highly probable. Uchiha Haiyan frowned. If Itachi truly sought to control him with Jinjutsu, he would not have been able to escape so effortlessly. Itachi's Jinjutsu was not something one could simply break by gathering chakra. Was the intent to issue a warning or convey some form of message? Pondering this, Haiyan surmised that the Jinjutsu was likely triggered during his confrontation with the Great Wolf, initiated by the crow. It was not as if Itachi had personally cast the Jinjutsu upon him. Otherwise, escape would have been implausible. Moreover, Haiyan had no direct interaction with this genius within the clan. Any notion of enmity seemed premature. Regardless, the fact that Itachi possessed a motive and had exhibited unusual behavior meant that Haiyan would undoubtedly proceed with greater caution from now on. Uchiha Mikoto wiped her face with conviction, a radiant smile illuminating her features. At long last, they had eradicated all those troublesome foes, dispatching one after another, thereby sparing themselves from incessant disturbances. Today had indeed served as a lesson in blood for them. However, as she contemplated further, Mikoto's expression abruptly darkened, her demeanor growing ominously somber. Upon reflection, it was quite reasonable for Uchiha Mikoto to feel this way. After all, anyone undertaking missions frequently encountered obstacles or peculiar occurrences that would inevitably lead to frustration. Such sentiments were, perhaps, simply human. Uchiha Haiyan cast a glance in Mikoto's direction. Silently contemplating her increasing volatility, he wondered how she would fare in future endeavors. Shaking his head, he was filled with an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Just then, a water arrow shot forth unexpectedly from the surrounding forest, aimed directly at Uchiha Mikoto. Watch out! As soon as the water-infused chakra surged, both Uchiha Haiyan and Niji Hyuga reacted instantaneously. However, the seemingly enraged Uchiha Mikoto was evidently a moment too late. By the time she realized the danger, it was far too late to evade the impending attack. Facing the approaching water blade, Mikoto instinctively swallowed hard, her mind blank as she closed her eyes, unable to muster the control needed to evade this covert assault. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, she sensed no injury. Cautiously, she opened her eyes to find Uchiha Haiyan standing before her, having shielded her from the onslaught. "Are you all right?" she exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock, followed by a frantic inquiry. Her eyes reddened, her voice catching, revealing the imminent threat of tears. "I am fine. Do not forget that I possess formidable self-healing abilities." Uchiha Haiyan replied with a pained smile, waving his hand dismissively. His pallid visage glistened with beads of sweat, trickling down his forehead and vanishing into the earth below. "Get away," Uchiha Mikoto retorted, her eyes blazing with ire. "When did our Uchiha clan members acquire such extraordinary self-healing abilities? Even your abilities are extraordinary. Yet this blade struck your most vulnerable spot. You must find a place to recuperate properly. We cannot proceed any further." Concurrently, Niji returned, kunai in hand. Glancing up at the darkening sky, a frown creasing his brow. At the moment the water blade had appeared, Uchiha Haiyan had instinctively rushed to protect Uchiha Mikoto, while Niji had charged towards the source of the water chakra disturbance. Chapter 210, Taking the Bullet and Severe Injury. Their cooperative effort exhibited a remarkable synergy. The sky was rapidly descending into darkness. If they did not find a suitable place to rest, Niji surmised that Haiyan's wounds would only worsen. Niji keenly sensed Mikoto's gaze upon him and turned his head slightly, meeting her eyes with calmness as he spoke with composure. In addition, there lurked those creatures in the forest. I am concerned that these monsters, upon catching the scent of blood, may become even more agitated. If we do not reach the cave meant for refuge in time, we could be in dire straits. Uchiha Mikoto, of course, understood Hinata Niji's words and took a deep breath, nodding earnestly. She intended to help Uchiha Haiyan onto the vehicle, yet she was utterly unprepared for his weight, which nearly overwhelmed her. Allow me, Hinata Niji observed the awkward situation and, with a resigned shake of his head, extended his hand to assist Uchiha Haiyan onto the carriage before hastening toward the discovered cave. As the night descended, the familiar sounds of chains and heavy breathing echoed through the nearby forest once again. It remained uncertain whether the scent of blood had triggered these creatures' neural responses, but the cacophony of chains persisted throughout the night without a moment's respite. It was only with the rising sun the following morning that the sounds of chains and heavy breathing finally dissipated. How are you feeling now? Hinata Niji glanced at the newly risen sun, then turned to Uchiha Haiyan, who was resting against the rock face, his expression filled with concern. I'm fine. I can walk without any issue, Uchiha Haiyan replied with a smile, appearing significantly more spirited than the day before when he was injured. That's good to hear, Niji responded, relieved and nodding in acknowledgement. At that moment, Uchiha Haiyan heard a familiar voice from not far behind. He turned to see Uchiha Mikoto looking at him with a complex expression, her mouth opening and closing as she hesitated before finally asking, "Why did you suddenly leap in to save me yesterday? Isn't it only natural? After all, you are my teammate. If I do not protect you, who will?" Uchiha Haiyan replied calmly, shrugging his shoulders and raising his hands with a smile. Moreover, it is a man's duty and responsibility to protect women. It is innate. If I can avoid my injury to spare you harm, I will certainly choose the former over the latter. Is that so? Upon hearing Uchiha Haiyan's explanation, Uchiha Mikoto felt a sudden warmth in her heart, as if a gentle stream of warmth was swirling within her, leaving her feeling as sweet as honey, to the point of wishing for a toothache. Well, let us go? Uchiha Haiyan, not overthinking, readily nodded, waved to Uchiha Mikoto, and followed Hinata Niji out of the cave. According to their previous calculations, they should reach Suchikage village today. The thought of it excited Uchiha Haiyan. He wondered what amusing things awaited them in Suchikage village, as they rarely traveled from the land of fire to the land of earth to escort supplies. As he sat on the swaying carriage, looking at the unchanging forest ahead, Uchiha Haiyan furrowed his brow in contemplation, almost murmuring, "Who could be plotting against us from the shadows?" "I don't know," Hinata Niji replied, glancing at the drowsy Uchiha Mikoto before shaking his head. "But like you said earlier, they must have some motive. Otherwise, they wouldn't bother to ambush us." "You're right," Uchiha Haiyan nodded in agreement. "In fact, I have been pondering this issue all night, and it has troubled me greatly. I cannot fathom who sent these people to kill us. What are your thoughts?" Instead of answering Uchiha Haiyan's question, Hinata Niji redirected it back to him. Uchiha Haiyan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully before falling into silence. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Currently, I have only two ideas, no? If I were to categorize them carefully, there should be three." Hinata Niji raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Three possibilities?" "Yes. The first is that these individuals are primarily targeting the supplies we are escorting," Uchiha Haiyan asserted confidently. "The second is that the synthesized materials we encountered might conceal some earth-shattering secret. After transporting them, we might have inadvertently left behind something that signifies our identity, prompting these individuals to pursue us relentlessly." He paused before continuing with the third speculation. "As for the third, it may sound a bit self-centered, but I suspect they could be after me since there have been numerous attempts to capture me in the past." "Well," Hinata Niji blinked, considering Uchiha Haiyan's analysis. "I must admit that such possibilities exist. However, have you considered that their appearance may be connected to the chain monster we frequently encounter?" Uchiha Haiyan frowned at Hinata Niji's words, his eyes reflecting curiosity. Is there a connection between the two? Firstly, as we traverse this forest, no one would discover our objectives or whereabouts. Yet, they can pinpoint our location, indicating that we possess something that attracts them, Hinata Niji analyzed seriously. Alternatively, they might not know our exact location. Someone could be relaying our position to them, essentially guiding them. Besides the chain monster, there seems to be no other possibility of knowing our whereabouts. Chapter 211. Arrival at Suchikage village. After hearing Hinata Niji's words, Uchiha Haiyan instinctively opened his mind. Nodding thoughtfully, indeed, Hinata Niji turned to look at Uchiha Haiyan, whose expression was serious and grave. I have a feeling that these chain monsters are not to be underestimated. They are definitely not the same as the weaklings we encountered before. They will not let us, the witnesses of the monsters, escape easily. They must capture us to ensure their secrets remain concealed. Uchiha Haiyan took a deep breath, nodding firmly. It seemed that upon returning to Konoha to report to the third Hokage, this matter must certainly be included. Vigilance must be heightened. After a couple of hours, just before sunset, Uchiha Haiyan's team finally arrived at Suchikage village. Hello, are you the escort ninjas from Konoha? A girl stood at the village entrance, smiling brightly at Uchiha Haiyan and his companions, her hands clasped behind her back, her head slightly tilted, radiating youthful vibrance. Yes, Uchiha Haiyan replied, slightly fatigued. We are from Konoha. Please take us to see the third Suchikage. Oh, so you are looking for the grandmother. Then hurry and follow me. The girl nodded in realization, turning to lead the way for Uchiha Haiyan and the others. Upon hearing the young girl's words, Uchiha Haiyan instantly comprehended the identity of the girl before him. She was none other than the granddaughter of the third Suchikage and the future fourth Suchikage, Kuratsuchi. For reasons unknown, the moment he heard her name, a particular skit from his past life, notably one renowned for its humor, inexplicably came to mind. Instinctively, Uchiha Haiyan reached out and patted Kuratsuchi, who gazed at him in utter confusion. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he spoke, white clouds, calling Kuratsuchi. Huh. Kuratsuchi stared at Uchiha Haiyan, puzzled, as if the man before her was slightly unhinged. What are you doing? Hyuga Niji's lips twitched as he glanced apologetically at Kuratsuchi before hastily pulling Uchiha Haiyan aside, lowering his voice to inquire, what on earth are you doing here, acting so bizarrely? I'm innocent, Uchiha Haiyan protested, shrugging. I just find it amusing. Don't you think Kuratsuchi and White Clouds are a perfect match? He asserted with utmost sincerity. Niji's lips twitched once more, and he couldn't help but massage his throbbing temples. To be honest, he often found it difficult to grasp the whimsical thoughts of Uchiha Haiyan, whose ideas seemed to dance like musical notes, existing on an entirely different plane of reality. Damn it, this feeling is utterly dreadful, Niji lamented inwardly. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi, standing nearby, overheard the exchange between Niji and Uchiha Haiyan. She found Uchiha Haiyan's demeanor intriguing, as he appeared distinct from others, capturing her attention significantly. Uchiha Mikoto narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Kuratsuchi momentarily before letting out a cold snort and turning away. Then, her gaze shifted to Uchiha Haiyan. Upon noticing the bandages wrapped around his chest, her expression subtly changed, reflecting a complex mix of emotions that were difficult to articulate. Kuratsuchi waved towards Niji and Uchiha Haiyan, saying, "Let us go. My grandmother has been waiting for you." With that, she led the way toward the office of the third Suchikage. As the door creaked open, the third Suchikage looked up with a smile, his eyes lighting up at the sight of his beloved granddaughter, a radiant smile gracing her lips. What brings you here? The people from Konoha have arrived. Kuratsuchi replied cheerfully. They requested to pick up my grandmother, so I brought them along. Oh, I see. The third Suchikage nodded knowingly, then shifted his gaze to Uchiha Haiyan, Niji, and Mikoto, appraising them with interest. The atmosphere among the three of you seems quite pleasant, especially for a team just recently formed. That's because I've been instilling positivity in them. Uchiha Haiyan replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders, indicating that such matters were trivial. After all, in his previous life, companies frequently rallied their teams with slogans and team-building activities. Though Uchiha Haiyan was a self-proclaimed recluse, he was well-versed in such practices. By merely adapting and refining these strategies, he believed it was entirely feasible to cultivate teamwork and camaraderie effectively. At least for now, the results seemed promising. filling him with a sense of satisfaction. The third Suchikage regarded Uchiha Haiyan thoughtfully, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in his eyes. Are you Uchiha Haiyan? Indeed. Uchiha Haiyan affirmed with a firm nod. Oh, did that old man from Konoha send you with what I requested? The third Suchikage clearly did not wish to waste much time on pleasantries, swiftly redirecting the conversation. Yes, Niji replied, retrieving an item from his pocket and placing it on the Suchikage's desk. Excellent. After the third Suchikage inspected the item for authenticity and safety, he nodded in satisfaction. Overall, this seems quite satisfactory. However, it should only take about a week to travel from the land of fire to the land of earth. Why did you take a full half-month to arrive? The Suchikage's curiosity was evident as he posed the question. We encountered some trouble while traversing a certain forest. Niji hesitated slightly, unsure whether to elaborate, but his gaze shifted to Uchiha Haiyan, who felt it crucial to inform everyone. He nodded decisively and spoke up. Trouble? Were you ambushed by someone? The third Suchikage furrowed his brow, his tone suggesting mild annoyance. If that were the case, it wouldn't be too troublesome. Merely a minor inconvenience for us. Uchiha Haiyan shook his head vigorously. What we encountered was far more serious. Oh, the third Suchikage raised an eyebrow. Intrigue etched on his features. What transpired? Please, elucidate. Uchiha Haiyan proceeded to recount the sequence of events that had unfolded during their journey, leaving nothing out. You mean to say you encountered a creature bound by chains? The third Suchikage appeared somewhat familiar with such beings. His brow knitting tightly as he rhythmically tapped his fingers on the desk, his expression grave. Can you confirm that you truly faced such a creature? Absolutely. Uchiha Haiyan responded emphatically. Upon witnessing Uchiha Haiyan's resolute demeanor, the third Suchikage inhaled deeply, rubbing his temples in exasperation. I can't believe those things have resurfaced. Are you familiar with these creatures? Uchiha Haiyan inquired, understanding that Suchikage's evident knowledge of the chained monstrosities. He pressed on. We must return to the land of fire. Passing through that same forest again. If we hadn't been particularly vigilant during this time, always seeking shelter at the first cave we found, we likely would have sustained grave injuries on our journey here. The third Suchikage recognized the validity of Uchiha Haiyan's statement. After a brief pause filled with contemplation, he nodded slowly and began to speak. No one knows when those monsters first appeared, nor has anyone delved deeply into the matter. However, their reemergence invariably leads to massive casualties, prompting a united effort to eradicate them whenever they surface. When do you plan to take action this time? Upon hearing those words, Uchiha Haiyan felt as though his heart had lodged itself in his throat. If it were not for the immense threat posed by the chain monster, it is unlikely that these great nations would unite to eliminate its existence. The very fact that they have chosen to act in such a manner indicates that the chain monster is an exceptionally formidable and dangerous entity. Reflecting on his past intentions to personally capture a living chain monster, Uchiha Haiyan couldn't help but shed a bittersweet tear for himself. Thank heavens. It was fortunate that he only had the ambition but lacked the courage. Otherwise, he might have found himself with no place left to traverse or reincarnate. Uchiha Haiyan felt a surge of relief and elation. This matter is not for you to involve yourselves in. For now, you shall rest in the Earth Shadow Village. As for matters concerning your village, I will dispatch someone to inform the third Hokage, instructed the third Suchikage, casting a glance at Uchiha Haiyan, who stood before him with a furrowed brow. Those creatures are beyond your capacity to contend with, so do not entertain any notions of confronting them. Even a single one of those beings can regenerate countless times. I understand, don't worry. Uchiha Haiyan promptly nodded in agreement, thumping his chest as he reassured the third Suchikage. That is good to hear. Satisfied with Uchiha Haiyan's assurance, the third Suchikage nodded approvingly. He then turned to his granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, who stood nearby, and said with a smile, Kuratsuchi, I will need you to take care of this group for the next few days. Of course, I understand, Kuratsuchi replied nonchalantly, waving her hand as if dismissing the matter entirely. Indeed, the third Suchikage felt a sense of reassurance regarding his granddaughter and nodded contentedly. He then dismissed Uchiha Haiyan and the others from his office with a wave of his hand, as if shooing away a swarm of bothersome flies. Kuratsuchi, for reasons unknown. Uchiha Haiyan found himself instinctively associating her name with the concept of black soil and white clouds, reminiscent of old companions. He quickly sidled up to Kuratsuchi. Grinning as he said, I apologize, I didn't mean to bring that up. It was merely an unconscious association. No problem. It's a trivial matter, Kuratsuchi replied, her face adorned with a warm smile as she waved her hand dismissively. Uchiha Haiyan, captivated by Kuratsuchi's radiant smile, found himself momentarily entranced. Just as a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully unlocked the next targetable character, Kuratsuchi, receiving an initial affection level of 5. What? Uchiha Haiyan was instantly taken aback by the system's announcement. He had never expected that Kuratsuchi would also be a targetable character. After all, she was destined to become the 4th Suchikage. The thought of a fateful encounter and romance with her, the future Suchikage, felt like the prelude to a melodramatic tale. Goodness! With this realization, Uchiha Haiyan felt an inexplicable thrill. There exists a desire known as possessiveness, especially when faced with Kuratsuchi, who is likely to become a legendary Suchikage. Uchiha Haiyan found himself eager to pursue her. The idea of being the man of the 4th Suchikage sounded undeniably appealing. At that moment, Uchiha Mikoto, seemingly unable to restrain herself any longer, suddenly stood and confronted Uchiha Haiyan, pointing an accusatory finger at his chest, her expression filled with indignation. What's wrong? Uchiha Haiyan asked, bewildered by Uchiha Mikoto's sudden outburst. Are you not aware of Kuratsuchi's ill intentions toward you? Uchiha Mikoto exclaimed, clearly agitated. Not really, Uchiha Haiyan replied, blinking awkwardly and touching his nose, his demeanor innocent and bewildered. It was merely a matter of professional and friendly interaction. There's no need to take it to heart. You. Uchiha Mikoto was nearly beside herself with frustration. I won't concern myself with you any longer. With that, she turned on her heel and stormed away. Uchiha Haiyan, feeling helpless, chased after her but, in his haste, accidentally tumbled over the cliff's edge. Uchiha Haiyan. Uchiha Mikoto gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as she witnessed the scene unfold. She darted forward like a startled rabbit, but it was too late. All she could do was watch in shock as Uchiha Haiyan's figure gradually faded into the swirling clouds below, shrinking into a mere speck until he vanished completely. Meanwhile, Uchiha Haiyan felt the wind whistling sharply past his ears, as if countless blades were slicing through him, bringing a numbing pain that epitomized the phrase worse than death. Am I going to die? He pondered, uncertain whether he would ever return to life again. If he could, he would abandon the world of Naruto and explore other anime realms instead. Perhaps one day he would awaken in a new universe, ready for another adventure. However, upon reflection, he realized that traversing worlds, especially through soul transfer, should likely be a one-way ticket. It seemed that death was indeed imminent. Regrettably, he had not completed the tasks assigned by the system, nor had he fulfilled his promise to Hinata Niji to lift the cage bird seal. He wondered if Niji would be able to alter his fate within the anime. For it was through their shared experiences that Uchiha Haiyan began to understand the pain and helplessness that Niji bore. He had never felt such empathy while watching the anime. Yet, upon realizing that Niji was a living, breathing individual, Uchiha Haiyan could no longer bear to watch as Niji, once a prodigy, descended into obscurity. And what of Tsunade? As a married couple, they had yet to share any intimacy. How could Uchiha Haiyan, who had always been single in his past life, endure such a fate? Regret was now a heavy burden. Meanwhile, on the cliff's edge, Uchiha Mikoto's eyes blazed with fury, her Sharingan activated, glaring down into the abyss. What happened to Uchiha Haiyan? Hinata Niji exclaimed, startled by the news, rushing over to find Uchiha Mikoto, who was teetering on the edge of collapse and madness. Uchiha Mikoto remained silent, her gaze fixed blankly at the chasm below. Impossible. Niji, not one to be easily deceived, recognized the gravity of the situation upon seeing Uchiha Mikoto's distraught expression. Though he had previously dismissed the possibility, witnessing this scene left him with no doubt. The words he had heard from Kuratsuchi were indeed the truth. He sank to the ground, his eyes vacant, as if two straight lines, staring into the abyss below, shivering as a gentle breeze brushed his face. This cannot be. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, and a woman in a flowing red dress rushed onto the scene. Niji focused his gaze, realizing it was Tsunade, Uchiha Haiyan's wife. Uchiha Haiyan, why does he not come to see me? Could it be that the rumors I previously heard were indeed true? Tsunade's expression darkened considerably, as if ink were about to drip from her visage, and she glared in the direction of Hyuga Niji, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Niji opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to articulate something, yet ultimately, the words remained unvoiced, as they were far too difficult to utter. He could only cast his gaze into the endless abyss. Silent and unyielding, Tsunade, upon noticing the fleeting expressions exchanged between Niji and Uchiha Mikoto, was initially taken aback, but then her realization struck her with sudden intensity. Her eyes reddened, and she shook her head vigorously, akin to the undulating waves, exclaiming, "This is impossible, absolutely impossible. How did you arrive here?" Uchiha Mikoto, hearing the familiar voice, silently turned her head to glance, as Tsunade, with a complex expression, continued, "While on a mission in the village, I encountered a seer who urged me to hasten to the Suchikage village in hopes of seeing Uchiha, Haiyan one last time. Though I was skeptical, Tsunade instinctively placed her hand over her chest, feeling a sharp pain in her heart, as if she longed to curl up and found it hard to breathe amidst the fog before her. One last time? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Uchiha Mikoto stood frozen in place, consumed by regret. Had she known such events would transpire, she would never have discussed the matter of Kuratsuchi with Uchiha Haiyan, nor would she have stormed off in anger afterward. Whatever had occurred with Uchiha Haiyan was her responsibility. Mikoto silently contemplated, overwhelmed by guilt and self-reproach. The once imposing demeanor of the Uchiha clan's heiress was now utterly unrecognizable. Tsunade took a deep breath, blinking as she retrieved a piece of paper from her bosom, and without hesitation, thrust it into Niji's embrace. I have prepared most of the contents here. The remaining items should arrive at Konoha in a couple of days. Your caged bird seal has now been completely lifted. This is the final formula entrusted to me by the commander before his departure. If all goes as planned, there should be no issues." Pausing, Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Niji and continued, "I intend to remain stationed here. If there is life, I shall see it. If there is death, I shall see it." Her words rang with unwavering determination. At that moment, Uchiha Haiyan unexpectedly received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully courting the target character Uchiha Mikoto, achieving a favorability of 100, unlocking the skill secrets of the Uchiha Nido Tensei. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully courting the target character Tsunade, achieving a favorability of 100, unlocking the skill slug jutsu and enhancing the bloodline limit, Mangekyo Sharingan. Edo Tensei, a solution has emerged. Wait for me. We shall meet again in 18 years. The end.